I was supposed to die. A terminal illness took me in my prime, but instead of the end, I woke up in a new world, Shinwu continent, a place where strength is everything. But my new life wasn't exactly a fresh start. I was Nia Yun, the disgraced eldest son of the Nye family, a once talented genius whose daintian was destroyed, leaving him a cripple. Bullied, beaten, and humiliated, I was at my lowest point. But then, something incredible happened. A system awakened within me. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the system. With it came a newbie gift pack, a marrow cleansing pill, a chance to rebuild my broken daintian and shattered meridians. I didn't hesitate. I swallowed the pill, enduring excruciating pain as it purified my body, washing away the impurities and restoring my ability to cultivate. But the system didn't stop there. It gave me a mission: defeat Nye Yen, the arrogant steward's son who had humiliated me, within a month. Failure would mean losing a level, but success? That was my ticket to reclaiming my dignity and power. With my daintian restored, I began to train. The system rewarded me for every ant I killed, every small step I took. I leveled up quickly, reaching the second level of chi training in no time. But I knew ants wouldn't be enough. To grow stronger, I needed to face real challenges. So, I set my sights on the Monster Mountain Range, a dangerous place filled with demonic beasts. With the little silver I had, I bought supplies, food, weapons, and healing herbs and ventured into the wilderness. This is my story, a tale of redemption, revenge, and rising from the ashes. With the system by my side, I'll crush anyone who stands in my way. Nye Yen, the Nye family, and even the gods themselves will kneel before me. The path to power is fraught with danger, but I, Nye Yun, am ready to claim my destiny. Let the world tremble. The once crippled waste is no more. The true genius has returned. I'm not dead? I woke up from the pain, my hair a tangled mess, my clothes in tatters, and my body covered in scars and bruises. The fractures throughout my body made it hard to breathe. As I struggled to gather my thoughts, a flood of memories rushed into my mind. I remembered being a college student in the imperial capital of China in the 21st century. My future had seemed bright, but an incurable disease had cut my life short. At just 20 years old, I had been lying in the intensive care unit, my life slipping away. In my final moments, my memories had played out like a movie. And then, when I opened my eyes again, I was here. Shinwu continent, the Nye family, the eldest son, Nye Yun, deposed. The memories told me I was no longer on Earth. I had been reborn on a plane called Shinwu continent, a world where martial prowess was revered. Strength meant everything here, the strong could treat human life as nothing. The levels of warriors were divided into Qi Lian, warrior, martial master, martial spirit, martial king, martial emperor, martial ancestor. The body I now inhabited belonged to a young man also named Nye Yun. He was the eldest son of the Nye family's patriarch, a prodigy who had broken through to the warrior realm by the age of 13. He had been the undisputed #1 genius in Xingyang town. But during a training outing that same year, a mysterious figure had severed all his meridians and destroyed his daintian. From that day on, he had become a useless cripple, a shell of his former self, even bullied by his own family's servants. Just a few days ago, when he had gone to the martial arts hall to collect his monthly spiritual stone allowance, he had been confronted by Nye Yen, the son of the Nye family's chief steward. Nye Yen had demanded all the stones, but Nye Yun had secretly kept one for himself. When it was discovered, he had been brutally beaten. He had been lying in bed, unable to move, for 3 days. I opened my eyes with difficulty, lying flat on the bed as I assessed my injuries. Fortunately, the injuries aren't fatal. They were methodical in their attack, avoiding vital points. But the daintian is shattered, and the meridians are blocked. The situation is still dire. Who would do this to you? Who would want to ruin you so completely? Destroying your daintian, severing your meridians, cutting off any chance of cultivation. Before I could finish my thoughts, a mocking voice interrupted me. Well, if it isn't our eldest young master. Still lying in bed, are we? The door creaked open, and a man swaggered in, flanked by servants. It was Nye Yen. Nye Yen, what do you want? I struggled to sit up, glaring at him. Nia Yen seemed taken aback. Normally, Nia Yun would have stayed silent, enduring the humiliation. But this time, I wasn't going to let him have his way. What do I want? I'm here to put you in your place. Nia Yen sneered, gathering spiritual energy in his right hand. Before I could react, he slapped me across the face. The sound of the slap echoed through the room. I was thrown back against the wall, my head spinning. Blood trickled from my nose and mouth as I coughed violently. But I kept my eyes locked on Nia Yen, refusing to look away. Nia Yen's face twisted with anger. He stepped forward, raising his foot to stomp on my abdomen. I couldn't move, couldn't defend myself. The pain was overwhelming. Young steward, that's enough. The chief steward's orders were clear, no killing. You don't want to face the consequences, one of the servants warned, pulling Nia Yen back. Nia Yen snorted, lowering his foot. Fine. I'll let you live, for now. But watch your tongue, or next time, I won't be so merciful. He turned to leave, but not before tossing a few withered grass roots onto the ground in front of me. Here. These are the leftovers from some first-grade blood grass. They've lost most of their medicinal properties, but they're more than enough for a useless cripple like you. I clenched my fists, my anger boiling. But I said nothing. As Nia Yen and his lackeys left, I was left alone, trembling in the corner. After a long while, I looked at the grass roots on the ground. Despite the humiliation, I knew I needed them. My injuries were severe, and without treatment, I wouldn't last 3 days. Damn it, I muttered, picking up the roots. I guess I have no choice. I shoved the roots into my mouth, chewing them bitterly. The taste was awful, but I forced myself to swallow. Then I sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning the Qing Yun Gong exercise I had learned in my past life. Slowly, a warm current spread through my body. 3 hours later, the medicinal properties had been fully absorbed. Not bad. The injuries are about half healed. At least I'm not on the brink of death anymore. I stood up shakily, brushing the dust off my sleeves. As I did, I accidentally stepped on an ant. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have killed an ant and gained 1 experience point. The system is activating. System self-checking, system binding, binding 17%, binding 46%, binding 68%, binding 89%, binding 99%, system binding successful. Ding! Accept the mission, defeat Nia Yen within 1 month and regain your position. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a novice gift pack. The cold, mechanical voice echoed in my mind. For a moment, I was stunned. But then I smiled. If something as outrageous as transmigration could happen, why not a system? I opened the novice gift pack without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 200 taels of silver. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a marrow cleansing pill from the I Ching. A marrow cleansing pill? This is exactly what I need. The pill appeared in my hand, its pristine white surface glowing faintly. The moment it touched my palm, the room filled with a medicinal fragrance. I swallowed it without hesitation. Instantly, a warm current flowed through my body, reaching every corner of my meridians. At first, it felt like soaking in a hot spring, comforting and soothing. But soon, the sensation turned into an unbearable itch, as if thousands of ants were crawling under my skin, biting at my flesh and bones. I gritted my teeth, enduring the pain. An hour passed, and the itching finally subsided. My body was covered in a layer of foul-smelling grime, the impurities expelled by the pill. I stumbled to the small pond in the courtyard, washing away the filth. When I returned to the room, I felt reborn. I opened the system panel to check my stats. Host, Nia Yun level, first level of Qi training root bone, 5 health, 20 spiritual power, 10 point value, 0 kung fu, Qing Yun Gong skills, none pets, none equipment, none mission, defeat Nia Yen within 1 month. Reward, unknown. Penalty for failure, level reduced by 1. I couldn't help but chuckle. So, I'm back at the first level of chi training. If I fail, I'll be back to 0. No pressure. But seeing my root bone at 5 gave me hope. Before, it had been 0, completely destroyed. Now, I had a chance to cultivate again. Nya Yen is only a 7th level warrior. With the system's help, I should be able to catch up in a month. I glanced around the room, spotting a few ants scurrying across the floor. Without hesitation, I stepped on them. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have killed an ant and gained 1 experience point. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have killed an ant and gained 1 experience point. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have killed an ant and gained 1 experience point. After half an hour, a notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have leveled up. You are now at the 2nd level of chi training. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have killed an ant and gained 0 experience points. I frowned. So, killing weaker targets doesn't give experience anymore. I'll have to find stronger prey. I knew I couldn't just rely on ants. If I wanted to grow stronger, I needed to venture outside the Nye family, perhaps even beyond Qingyang town. My thoughts turned to the Monster Mountain Range. It was dangerous, but it was also the best place to gain experience and resources. But first, I needed to prepare. I spent the 200 taels of silver on food, weapons, healing herbs, and equipment. Once I was ready, I set out for the Monster Mountain Range. It took me half a day to reach the outskirts of the range. I stayed on the periphery, cautious but determined. After a while, I spotted my first target, a group of small, lively gophers. I observed my surroundings, ensuring there were no other threats. Then I pulled out the stainless steel dagger I had bought and took a deep breath. In one swift motion, I struck, killing a gopher in a single blow. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have killed a gopher and gained 5 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have killed a gopher and gained 5 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a gopher and gaining 5 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining gopher meat. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the gopher skin. Damn it, what's going on here? Rat meat? Rat skin? Nyayan said depressedly with black lines all over his face. However, Nyayan also knew in his heart that apart from these 0-level gophers, there were currently no other targets suitable for him to attack and kill. I kill, there are a lot of gophers in this area. Ding! Congratulations to the host for improving his level. He is currently at the 3rd level of chi training. After 3 sticks of incense, Nyayan, who was exhausted, finally heard the voice he had dreamed of. But the sight in front of him made him a little too late to be happy. A gopher king the size of a wash basin, with a light yellow body, red eyes, sharp claws and sharp teeth, and a destructive aura all over his body, appeared in front of him, staring straight at him. Rat King. A middle-level 0-level Rat King. According to the level of the monsters, in the late junior high school, the 0-level monsters are equal to those in the chi training stage, and in the middle 0-level monsters, the level is a bit higher than Nyayun. Withdraw. In this situation, it was definitely not wise to confront him head-on. Nyayan turned around and ran away without any hesitation. However, it was obvious that the rats were faster than Nyayun, and they surrounded Nyayun in just a few breaths. But because Nyayun killed the gophers before, he killed them too violently, which still made the rats a little afraid, so for the time being, only Nyayun and the Rat King were within a 3-meter radius. The two looked at each other, and Nyayun smiled bitterly. If he ran away, the surrounding gophers would definitely slow him down, and he would die without knowing how. There is only war. Besides, you don't necessarily lose. He took off his backpack, quickly took out the fire seal, and placed a jar of oil at his feet. However, the Rat King did not have much patience with the invader who killed his descendants. In just a moment, before Nya could react, he pounced on Nya neck. Nya ducked sideways, but there were still a few shallow claw marks on his neck. At the same time, under the call of the Rat King, the rats began to move and slowly approached. Crackle! Nya threw the kerosene can in his hand at the Rat King, hitting the rat's head. Kerosene splashes everywhere. What followed was easy, which had already ignited sparks. In an instant, flames shot into the sky, followed by the screams of the rats and the Rat King. Thick black smoke filled the ground, and the rats fled in all directions amid the roaring fire. For Nya, it doesn't matter if these rats run away, his target is the Rat King from beginning to end. Now Nya is closely following the Rat King, neither giving the Rat King a chance to struggle to the death nor allowing him to escape. After all, this is the Rat King's territory, full of rat holes. Once he escapes, the plan to kill him fell through. 10 breaths later, the Rat King fell to the ground and began to roll around, trying to put out the fire on his body. After 25 breaths, the Rat King stopped rolling, and the air was filled with the smell of burning flesh and fur. After 40 breaths, the kerosene burned out, leaving only the Rat King lying dying in the open space. An ordinary mouse, after being burned like this, will go to meet her mother's god in just a few seconds. It's a pity that the First Order Rat King has a mortal body after all. What's the use of resisting for so long? After saying that, Nya took out the stainless steel dagger, focused his pupils, and pierced the Rat King's temple with the dagger. With a move of his wrist, the blade of the knife suddenly turned, and the whole brain and cerebellum were smashed to pieces in an instant. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the first-level Gopher King and gaining 100 experience points. Points are worth 100, the spiritual power value is 100. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the secret book Earth Escape Technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a mortal storage bag. The rats were leaderless, and now was a good time to beat up the stray dog. How could Nya let go of such a good opportunity? Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a 0-level gopher and gaining 5 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a 0-level gopher and gaining 5 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for improving his level. He is currently at the 4th level of Chi training. After another half an hour of hard work, I finally got an upgrade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 1,000 gophers and earning the title of Gopher Killer. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting 100 taels of silver. Nya, who was covered in blood, wiped the sweat from his forehead and showed a slight smile. Nya looked around, fought for a while, and had to retreat quickly. He picked out a few larger gophers, put their bodies in his backpack, and treated them as dinner tonight. Of course, that includes the Rat King. The essence and blood contained in the body of this monster beast is a great tonic for cultivators. It's going to be dark soon, and the monster mountain range after dark is several times more dangerous than during the day. Besides, there is such a strong smell of blood, and some monsters and ghosts may be attracted later. Consciousness sank into his mind, he called up the system panel, and saw the secret book Earth Escape that had just fallen. In my mind, my hand directly touched it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Earth Escape Technique. Do you want to learn it? Yes, an affirmative reply came to Nya's mind. As soon as he finished speaking, Nya felt something more in his mind, which made him feel unnaturally more intimate with the earth. Earth Escape Technique. In an instant, Nya performed the Earth Escape Technique as if he was born with it. Using his arms and fingers, he escaped far away in an instant. It wasn't until he found a stone crevice, escaped into it, looked around and found no signs of monsters living in it that he relaxed a little. Taking advantage of this time, Nya began to check what he had just harvested. The first thing is to look at the storage bag that was just taken out of the system space. The appearance is similar to a sachet, but it is twice larger. There are many patterns on it that Nya doesn't recognize. The space inside is about 1 cubic meter. Then Nya put away all his temporarily useless things in a storage bag. However, Nya did not hang the storage bag around his waist. Instead, he took off his coat and fixed the storage bag with a thin hemp rope. Okay, just like being carried across the body on Earth, tie the storage bag to your arms, and then put on your coat. Although this cannot reduce the load, it can prevent the storage bag from being lost during combat, and it can also provide an additional layer of protection for the safety of the storage bag. After all, storage bags are not cheap. At an auction, it costs at least 1,000 taels of gold to buy one, and it is still expensive but not marketable. Furthermore, one more thing is every man is innocent, but he is guilty. My own strength is like that, and if I have such a high-end thing as a storage bag, there will be people with evil intentions. It's easy to hide from open guns, but hard to guard against hidden arrows, so it's better to be careful. With a thought, Nyeon clicked on his panel properties, host, Nyeon level, Chi training level, root bone, 5 health, 60 spiritual power, 100 point value, 100 kung fu, Qingyun gong skill, earth escape pets, none equipment, stainless steel dagger, ordinary storage bag, 1 cubic meter of space, mission, defeat Nyeon within a month. The reward for successful mission is unknown. If the mission fails, the level will be reduced by 1 level. In the dark crevices of the stone, Nyeon lit up the fire to illuminate. Listening to the roars of various beasts and the noisy wind outside the cracks in the rocks. We can't light a fire tonight, so we can only eat some dry food first. Fortunately, I collected a lot of wild fruits before. Nyeon thought. It would be great if I could learn fire magic. Then I wouldn't have to collect firewood to make a fire, and I could eat barbecue. I must have a good meal when I go back this time. Thinking about it, Nyeon fell into sleep, but his 5 senses and 6 consciousnesses were still alert to the surrounding environment, and he just entered a shallow sleep. Wolves. Time flies, and half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the 0-level mud cow, gaining 20 experience points and 1 points. Ding, congratulations to the host for improving his level. He is currently at level 1 warrior. After Nyeon killed the last lone mud cow in front of him, he finally upgraded. System, open properties panel, host, Nyeon level, warrior first rank root bone, 5 health, 700 spiritual power, 480 point value, 740 kung fu, Qingyun gong skill, earth escape pets, none equipment, stainless steel dagger, ordinary storage bag, 1 cubic meter of space, mission, defeat Nyeon within a month. The reward for successful mission is unknown. If the mission fails, the level will be reduced by 1 level. Now that I have reached the first level of warrior, every time I advance to another level, I need a lot of experience points and daintian spiritual energy reserves. The further I go, the harder it becomes to upgrade. I want to rely on these peripheral low-level beasts to upgrade. It's impossible. Ordinary beasts have gradually stopped giving experience points. Otherwise, according to Nyeon's temperament, it is really possible to catch ants in that corner and kill them. Find an ant's nest and jump in. Although you have less experience, there are a lot of them. Wouldn't it be possible to level up if you jump a few more times? It's a pity that the system doesn't seem to want to see this kind of dream. The deeper you go, the greater the danger. Nyeon knows this in his mind, but the greater the opportunity. Going all the way deep, Nyeon saw the lone first-order monster and immediately attacked it. The second-order monster had not been encountered yet. Night falls. Nyeon lit a bonfire and roasted the mud beef happily. Seeing that the beef was roasted into a golden color and dripping with oil, Nyeon took out the various spices that had been prepared and sprinkled them evenly. The spices are mixed with the beef, and it is roasted sizzling, and soon the aroma begins to overflow. After it was roasted, Nyeon couldn't wait to take the mud beef off the shelf. It had to be said that the beef in Shinwu continent was indeed much more tender than that on Earth. Ow! A wolf howl suddenly broke the silence of the night. Wolf? Wolf! Wolves! I saw rustling sounds coming from the surrounding jungle. Lantern-like light spots continued to gather around Nyeon. He stood up hurriedly, raised the torch, and couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. At a quick glance, there are nearly 20 wolves nearby, and they are not ordinary wolves. They are all as big as Tibetan mastiffs, and their silver white hair and sharp fangs are frightening first-order social monsters, wind wolves. There is an alpha wolf in every wolf pack. They are the highest combat power of the entire wolf pack, and they are also the wolf pack strategist. Nyeon and the wolves looked at each other. The alpha wolf howled, and the pack began to gather around. In just a moment, Nyayan raised his foot and kicked the bonfire over. Flames instantly ignited everywhere, disrupting the formation of the wolves. Fight alone and never fall into siege. Seizing the moment when the wolves were distracted, he aimed at a lone wind wolf coming from the side, took a big step forward, aimed the dagger at the wind wolf's waist, and cut off its lumbar vertebrae with one strike. Fell to the ground instantly. The wolf is very ferocious, but it is known as a brazen head and an iron back. Because of its height, it is impossible to cut its throat directly. But in the current situation of being besieged, the deterrent effect of injuring the wolf is much greater than killing the wolf. It may seem like a lot of action, but in fact only a few breaths of time have passed. Back, back, back. Nyayan held a torch in one hand and a dagger in the other, and kept pushing back. At the same time, he did not forget to use the torch to light everything around him that could be ignited. The Wolf King was obviously angered by this move. Spiritual energy surged from the wolf's mouth and launched a wind blade towards him. Most of Nyayan's clothes were cut off in an instant, and other wind wolves also started firing wind blades under the command of the Wolf King. Nyayan hid behind a big tree fiercely. After a few breaths, he stuck his head out and provoked the wolves. Because of this kind of wind blade, the Wolf King can't fire it a few times, let alone an ordinary wind wolf. After another round of wind blade slashes, the wolves surrounded them, only to find that Nyayan was no longer there. Capture the thief first. Capture the king first. Wolf King, you must die for me. Suddenly Nyayan emerged from the ground where the Wolf King was, and stabbed the Wolf King's body with the stainless steel dagger, aiming directly at the heart. Vigilance. The Wolf King's natural vigilance allowed him to escape the disaster, but there was still a huge wound on his abdomen and the blood was flowing. At this moment, the wolves surrounded him again, but this time the Wolf King launched a very threatening wind blade to attack him from a distance, and there were 5 more wolves guarding him, and the remaining 13 wolves came to surround him. Nyayan immediately distanced himself. At this time, a wind wolf launched a tentative attack and rushed towards Nyayan. Nyayan remained calm in the face of danger, narrowed his eyes slightly, held the dagger behind his back, saw the right moment, and slashed forward. Target, the throat of the wind wolf. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the 0-level wind wolf, gaining 100 experience points, 100 points, and 100 spiritual power. At the same time, in addition to the Wolf King, the remaining Fonglang who had recovered his strength also began to fire wind blades at Nyayan. Damn! Nyayan rolled around in embarrassment to avoid the wind blade, but his face was still scratched and traces of blood spilled out. Before Nyayan could get up, 2 more wind wolves pounced, followed closely by the Wolf King's wind blade. Without any hesitation, he hurriedly rolled again, and then quickly bounced up. He raised his feet and made a forward kick. The 2 wind wolves lost their balance in the air and happened to hit the wind blade of the Wolf King. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the 0-level wind wolf and gaining 100 experience points, 100 spiritual power points, and 100 points. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the 0-level wind wolf and gaining 100 experience points, 100 spiritual power points, and 100 points. After several attacks, Nyayan slowly found the rhythm of his attacks, but this was not the way to go. Sooner or later he would be exhausted. Earth Escape Technique. Nyayan disappeared again, and this time the Wolf King was very alert and seemed to realize what Nyayan was thinking. The wolves gathered quickly and surrounded him. But this time the Wolf King was wrong. Nyayan didn't know when he had 2 more cans of kerosene in his hand. He threw them hard and hit the center of the wolves. There were flames everywhere, and this action added fuel to the fire, and the fire engulfed the wolves in an instant. The formation of the wolves was disrupted again, and the wolves fled in all directions. It's now! Nyayan seized the opportunity and suddenly emerged from the soil, holding the dagger directly at the Wolf King's throat. The Wolf King, who had been attacked once and was seriously injured, could not react this time. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the 1st-level Wind Wolf King, gaining 500 experience points, 500 spiritual power points, and 400 points. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the secret book 7 Kills with the Wind Knife. Ding, congratulations to the host for improving his level. He is currently at the 2nd level of warrior. Nyayan was very happy, because once he upgraded, all his status would be restored. Although he was injured before, it didn't matter now. Next, it's you guys. Nya Yun looked at the other wind wolves. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the 0-level wind wolf and gaining 100 experience points, 100 spiritual power points, and 100 points. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the 0-level wind wolf and gaining 100 experience points, 100 spiritual power points, and 100 points. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the 0-level wind wolf and gaining 100 experience points, 100 spiritual power points, and 100 points. After the defeat, it would be much easier to deal with the remaining wind wolves after the first wolf died. Although some of them ran away, it was not harmful. The cheat book 7 Kills with the Wind Sword has 7 moves in total. The higher the level, the greater the power. The 7 moves at the same time can explode 49 times the combat power. Note, 7 kills in one is extremely harmful, use with caution. Whether to study 7 kills with the wind knife, it's really concise, so simple and crude. After reading the introduction, Nya Yun's eyes almost narrowed into slits. However, the secret book 7 Kills with the Wind Knife seems to have no grade. View properties. Host, Nya Yun level, warrior level, root bone, 5 health, 900 spiritual power, 480 point value, 2340 kung fu, Jing Yun Gong skills, earth escape, wind knife 7 kills pets, none equipment, stainless steel dagger, ordinary storage bag, 1 cubic meter of space, mission, defeat Nya Yun within a month. The reward for successful mission is unknown. If the mission fails, the level will be reduced by 1 level. It's a pity that I don't have a good knife now. If I had a good knife, combined with the wind sword 7 kills, I would definitely be awesome. But Nya Yun is not discouraged. There are not many other things in this monster mountain range, but there are many monsters. If you kill a few more monsters, sooner or later a good sword will come out. By then, the problem will be completely solved, right? After replenishing his energy, Nya Yun continued walking deep into the monster mountain range early the next morning. Half a day later, Nya Yun felt that something was wrong, and there was something strange around here. Because he hadn't seen any monsters for an hour or two in a row, not even the snakes, insects, rats, and ants everywhere, the surroundings were surprisingly quiet. When something went wrong, there must be a monster. Nya Yun instantly became alert and began to explore the surroundings more carefully. Half an hour later, he found a waterhole in a valley. Originally, he wanted to get some water to drink, but when he took a closer look, he found that there was something strange about the waterhole. There is a palm-sized island in the middle of the pool, with the island as the boundary. It is bitingly cold on one side of the pool, and the plants on the edge are even covered with frost. On the other side, the pool was steaming, mist filled the air, and heat waves hit our faces. 2 extreme environments appeared at the same time in this pool. On the small island in the pool, there is a plant that looks very similar to rice, but instead of rice ears hanging from the top, there are 2 fist-sized fruits. One is completely white, as flawless as a larger pearl, while the other is the opposite, completely black, lifeless, and without any luster. Seeing this situation, a term suddenly flashed through Nya Yun's mind. This is yin yang fruit. Only yin yang fruits can grow in such a place. The water in the pool is hot and cold, and the 2 extremes represent yin and yang. After getting this answer, Nya Yun was shocked. Because the yin-yang fruit is a treasure of heaven and earth, eating it can directly increase your cultivation level, and can even directly help Emperor Wu break through his shackles and reach the realm of Wuzone. But how can it be easy to get the yin-yang fruit? Since ancient times, the treasures of heaven and earth must be guarded by strange beasts. With my current strength, it is obviously unrealistic to obtain the yin-yang fruit. Otherwise, my life will be lost. Of course, the yin-yang fruit is not mature yet. According to the estimated time, it will take 3 days to mature. The yin-yang fruit will only fully mature at noon when the yang qi is strongest. In other words, the yin-yang fruit will mature at noon the day after tomorrow. Suddenly, Nya Yun's eyes twitched unbearably, because he saw a huge black python entangled not far away. Its body was at least dozens of feet, as thick as a water tank, and its bulging eyes were like copper bells. It was huge. With a triangular head, he was basking in the sun while spitting out scarlet letters leisurely. But even with such a leisurely look, it can't help but make people feel frightened. This black python is probably already at the Martial King realm. No, it should be the Martial King realm, and the realm is not low. I'm afraid it is very likely to be the peak of the Martial King realm. It is estimated that if you swallow these two yin and yang fruits, you can break through to the Wuzong realm in one fell swoop. The levels of monsters correspond to the human realm. The Qi practitioners, martial artists, Wulin Gu Wang, respectively correspond to level, monsters, and humans from level to level. Level is called Zogchen, and monsters are divided into peak stages after junior high school. According to the level of monster beasts, this black python should be at the peak of the 6th level now. But this black python was different from the Rat King. It didn't care about Niayun at all. It didn't even raise its head and was still basking in the sun leisurely. Indeed, with Niayun's current strength, in the eyes of the black python, he is just like an ant. He can kill himself with just a few words. Originally, Niayun wanted to leave and come back at noon the day after tomorrow to see if he could pick up some trash that the black python didn't want. But seeing that the black python seemed to have no interest in him, he stopped not far from the black python and stopped to rest. Niayun had a feeling that the black python really didn't seem to be hostile to him. Of course, it might be that he was too weak. After all, an elephant really couldn't be hostile to ants. Seeing that the sky was about to get dark and he was feeling a little hungry, Niayun took out the firewood from his storage bag, picked up some firewood around, lit the bonfire and roasted a large piece of beef. Don't ask why they didn't grill the wind wolf meat. The question is, Niayun grilled a piece of wind wolf meat last night. When he was about to feast on it, he found that the wind wolf meat was so sour that he would lose his teeth. When the beef was roasted and turned brown and oily, Niayun took out his dagger, made cuts on it, and then sprinkled various spices and seasonings on it. I could only hear the sizzling sound of beef, and soon the aroma would fill the air. Niayun used a dagger to cut off a small piece of beef and tasted it carefully. He couldn't help but admire the improvement in his cooking skills that were comparable to those of a chef. When I was about to cut off the second piece of meat, I heard the rustling sound of plants being rubbed. When he reacted, he looked up and saw a huge snake head appearing in front of him, with a pair of snake eyes as big as copper bells staring straight at him. To be precise, he was staring at the beef on Niayun's grill. Niayun swallowed his saliva and thought to himself, is it possible that this black python will also eat this thing? But the matter has come to this, if I don't give in, I won't be better off. Thinking of this, Niayun picked up the beef with two branches and gently threw it towards the black python. Before the beef landed, a scarlet mouth opened wide and he swallowed the beef that Niayun had worked so hard to roast. And after eating, the black python shook his head left and right, as if he still had something to say, and continued to stare at Niayun. At this moment, Niayun's mouth twitched, but he had no choice but to take out the inventory from the storage bag, 2 mud beef legs, and soon the 2 beef legs were roasted again. I threw one to the black python, and the black python was not polite. He opened his mouth again and swallowed it in one mouthful. After finishing it, his copper bell-sized snake eyes stared straight at Niayun's second leg. Niayun had no choice but to think that he was unlucky and had to throw the other one away. Another bite. Seeing that the black python was still staring at him, Niayun spread his hands and said, "There's nothing left. If you still want to eat, go get the prey yourself and I'll roast it for you." Niayun had never thought that the black python would actually hunt for prey, but unexpectedly, after hearing this, the black python turned around and ran into the primitive jungle. Not long after, the black python came back with 2 huge goats and threw them in front of Niayun. Then he confided in Niayun, as if to say, "The prey is here, you can figure it out yourself." At this point, there was nothing he could do, so Niayun had no choice but to take out his dagger and start handling the goat. The goat weighed several hundred kilograms, and it took a lot of effort to handle it. After processing it, I put it on the grill and started grilling it. It was originally going to be marinated, but now there are no conditions, so I'll just make do with it. Almost half an hour later, the roasted deer was ready. Niayun used a dagger to cut off a small piece of mutton, and threw the rest to the black python. The big mouth opened again and again, chirp, chirp, chirp. After the black python finished eating, it must have been full or something.
This time, it didn't look at Nya.
Instead, it turned back to the place where he was basking in the sun, closed its eyes and began to rest. Seeing this, Nya thought about putting the other stag into the storage bag.
But something embarrassing happened and I couldn't take it in.
Because the storage bag only has 1 cubic meter of space, even if Nya took out all the things he had put inside, he still wouldn't be able to fit a deer weighing several hundred kilograms.
Nya looked at the giant deer in front of him and had a headache.
Adhering to the principle of never wasting anything, Nya could only dismember the giant deer. Only 4 deer legs were left in the storage bag, and the remaining parts were roasted and treated as tomorrow's breakfast for himself and the black python. As for the deer legs, you can always keep them in the storage bag, because there is a vacuum inside, so they won't go bad if you keep them for a long time, but you can't store live animals in them.
Nya spent the past 2 days quite comfortably.
Anyway, if he wanted to eat, the black python would get the prey, and at Nya's strong request, the prey would be brought half dead to him. In the remaining time, he will concentrate on studying the 7 kills with the wind knife.
Each of these 7 kills has made Nya very proficient in practicing them.
This is just 7 kills combined into one, but it is very difficult. At present, Nya has not even touched the threshold of the most basic 2 kills combined into one.
2 kills combined into one, that is to say, the combat power is increased by 4 times in an instant.
If a warrior at the 2nd level now bursts out with 4 times his combat power in an instant, the warrior will have to avoid its sharp edge in the later stages. If you can directly reach the level of 7 kills in one, your combat power will increase by 49 times in an instant. It is estimated that it is not impossible to cross a great realm, instantly kill the martial arts master, or even seriously injure the martial king. It's just to achieve 7 kills in one, that's all I think about now.
I don't even understand how to combine 2 kills into one.
At noon on the 3rd day, the yin and yang fruit was about to mature, surrounded by spiritual energy, and the aroma of medicine had filled the entire valley. The black python shook its head and stared tightly without moving, for fear of missing the opportunity for the yin-yang fruit to mature. But at this moment, a crane chirped through the clear sky. Hearing the sound, the black python suddenly raised his huge head and looked at a white crane hovering in the sky.
Where is Nya at this moment?
As early as the second went by he appeared. Nya fled hundreds of meters away. After putting enough distance between him and the two, he hid and began to watch from the sidelines. The white crane who could kill him at this time was definitely not an ordinary person, and to make the black python so nervous, it would have to be a monster crane who was also at the peak of the 6th level.
As expected, the white crane was condescending and took the lead in attacking.
He flapped his wings and set off gusts of wind, which was fierce. The big tree on the side, with 3 or 4 people hugging it, was not blown down as expected. Instead, it was riddled with holes and devastation, and finally broke directly to the ground. The black python in the center of the attack range naturally felt uncomfortable, but the dark scales on his body protected him very well. Then the black python raised its upper body, and the flesh and blood under the dark scales turned red, as if the blood vessels inside were flowing not with blood, but with red magma. Opening its big mouth, a huge flame spurted out from the black python's mouth toward the white crane. The ensuing heat wave made Nya, who was several hundred meters away, feel slightly uncomfortable.
Damn it, these 2 monsters are so fierce.
Then he retreated another few hundred meters.
Just kidding, these 2 guys are so scary. If we stay away from each other, if one of their big moves hits me later, wouldn't it be too unfair for me to die?
But it's a pity that Black Python missed this move. He just dodged the blow slightly. The white crane's attack could not break through the defense, but the Black Python's attack failed to hit. The situation was so deadlocked. But time waits for no one, and the surrounding aura is getting stronger and stronger.
The yin-yang fruit is about to mature.
If it is not picked within a quarter of an hour after it matures, it will fall, merge with the soil, and dissipate.
In heaven and earth.
One snake and one crane are naturally very anxious. After the yin-yang fruit matures, if it cannot be eaten immediately within a quarter of an hour, it will be wasted. Both of them also opened their spiritual wisdom early, so they naturally knew the characteristics of the yin-yang fruit.
There was no other way. In order to break the deadlock, the white crane swooped down from the air and attacked the black python. Not to be outdone, the black python fought back by swinging its huge tail. As the ripening time of the yin-yang fruit gets closer and closer, one snake and one crane begin to fall into a fight. If they don't fight to the death, it may not end. However, Nyayun also understood that the snake and the crane were natural enemies. Now with the addition of a yin-yang fruit, there would definitely be a winner between the two today. As the battle entered a fierce stage, the injuries on E-snake and E-crane also increased. The black python was scratched in many places, bones were visible everywhere, and many dark scales were ripped off alive and scattered on the ground. On the other hand, Baihe's injuries were not optimistic either. He had lost a lot of feathers and was lame on one foot. A large piece of flesh and blood was torn off one of his wings by a black python. As the surrounding spiritual energy continues to pour into the body of the yin-yang fruit, until it is completely concentrated and no longer absorbs spiritual energy, the yin-yang fruit is completely mature at this moment. Unable to care about that much, Baihe broke free from the restraints and flew towards the yin-yang fruit. But how could the black python do as he wished? He opened his mouth fiercely, bit the white crane, and tightly wrapped around it, not giving him any chance. The snake and the crane were so entangled, and the yin-yang fruit only had a quarter of an hour to mature, so they all began to fight hard. The battle became more and more fierce, and the earth trembled. As time slowly passed, after 5 minutes, the fighting momentum between the snake and the crane was no longer as good as before. Both of them were at the end of their efforts to hold on with their strength, but they just couldn't hold on with that breath without falling down. Although Nyayun was also very anxious at the moment, the fighting power that the snake and the crane now exploded was still not something that Nyayun, a small second-level warrior, could withstand. Another minute passed, and the snake and the crane were still fighting each other. Another minute passed, and both of them were left with more air coming out and less air coming in. They both fell limply to the ground, still glaring with anger. If eyes could kill, they would like to kill each other with their eyes. Nyayun knew that the opportunity had come. At this time, there were still 7 minutes left before the yin-yang fruit fell, but he could no longer be impulsive. After all, as long as these two big guys still had energy left, he would be in bad luck. Another minute passed, and there were only 1 minute left before the yin-yang fruit fell. One snake and one crane were still lying on the ground, tightly intertwined, but their breath was getting weaker and weaker. Seeing this, Nyayun finally relaxed and immediately used the earth escape technique, with a clear goal, and flew towards the yin-yang fruit, crane, big bang. Nyayun used his earth escape technique and headed straight for the yin-yang fruit. The earth escape technique was very fast. In a short while, the distance was already halfway, and it was about to approach yin-yang pond. Suddenly, Nyayun's hair suddenly stood up. Retreat! Nyayun used all his strength to retreat several feet back at high speed. The next moment, an extremely fierce wind appeared where Nyayun was just now. The strong wind passed by, the sound was endless, leaving a gap dozens of meters long on the ground, until it hit a big tree that was hugged by two people, cutting it off at the waist, and finally dissipated. Nyayun's eyes turned ferocious, he turned back sharply, and threw all the 3 bottles of kerosene left in the storage bag towards Baihe. Crackling in the middle of the crane's head, kerosene splashed all over the ground, followed by a fire that had ignited sparks. Buzz! Sound of instantaneous fire, the flames burst out in all directions and continued to spread around, covering both the white crane and the black python. Originally, for the 6th level monsters, this kind of ordinary fire was not painful at all. Even if they rolled around and slept in it, it would not hurt them at all. But things were different now. All of them were seriously injured, and the wounds were all open wounds. Nyayun threw the kerosene bottle in a very tricky position, either inside the open wound or directly next to the eye. Both are critical. There was no time. After doing all this, Nyayun ran straight towards the yin-yang fruit. 5 minutes left. Nyayun entered from the cold pool. Even though he was underground, he still felt bitingly cold. The next moment Nyayun appeared next to the yin-yang vine, he reached out with both hands and took the yin-yang fruit. Extreme cold and extreme heat, 2 extreme feelings, poured into Nyayun's body in an instant, and he put it in his storage bag in an instant. Escape directly. However, Nyayun still did not go far. He fled for several miles and then stopped, watching a snake and a crane quietly from a distance. At this moment, Nyayun began to check his injuries. One side of his hands was severely frostbitten, the palms were pale and hard, and he felt unconscious, while the other side was severely burned. The skin was red and swollen, and the burning sensation kept attacking his brain. If Nyayun had seen a sixth-order monster like before, he would have run as far as he could. But things are different now. Wealth is in danger. After another 10 minutes, the fire gradually extinguished, and only a snake and a crane were seen, and they no longer fluttered. When Nyayun saw this, he felt relieved and cautiously approached the snake and the crane slowly. Standing next to them, more than 10 meters away, I stopped and watched for a long time. The bodies of one snake and one crane were undulating slightly, and they were both still alive. After confirming that they posed no threat to me, he took out the fine steel dagger, strode forward to Baihe's side, raised the knife and dropped the fine steel dagger, piercing Baihe's eyes and brain. The dagger penetrated deeply until it reached the hilt, and then Nyayun suddenly twisted it hard. The dagger started spinning in Baihe's brain, mixing the brain and cerebellum together and smashing them into pieces in an instant. What followed was a miserable cry of cranes that echoed through the sky. Okay? Nyayun looked at Baihe in confusion. Because he didn't hear the system prompt, it meant that Baihe was not dead yet. With a flash of movement, Nyayun came to the other side of Baihe's head, repeated his old trick, and slashed with the sword again. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the 6th level platinum crane and gaining 200,000 experience points, 100,000 spiritual power points, and 5,000 points. Ding, congratulations to the host for improving his level. He is currently a level warrior. Ding, congratulations to the host for improving his level. He is currently at the 4th level of warrior. Ding, congratulations to the host for improving his level. He is currently a 5th level warrior. Ding, congratulations to the host for improving his level. He is currently at the 8th level of warrior. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a 6th level monster crystal core. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the spiritual weapon, platinum crane's wings. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a soul condensing pill. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the spiritual weapon Wind Shadow Sword. Not bad. Nyayun was secretly happy after being upgraded to 6 levels in a row. Then it's your turn. A 6th level white crane, he was promoted to 6 levels in a row. Although each level required more experience, if he killed this black python, it would definitely be more than enough to break through the martial arts master. Nyayun turned around, stood with a knife in hand and looked at the black python. At this time, the black python was already dying, but its long and narrow snake eyes were still staring at Nyayun coldly. Especially Nyayun's frostbitten and scalded palms. The two looked at each other for a long time. Nyayun said coldly, I know you can understand what I am talking about, and I will give you a chance to live. Submit to me or die, it's your choice. Yes, Nyayun is betting. Because at this time, the black python was already half in the ground, hanging with its last breath. Even if Nyayun didn't take action, the black python would still die. As time passed by, snake blood spurted out, continuously saturating the earth, turning it blood red. Those narrow, cold snake eyes were still staring at Nyayun, but in the end he fell to the ground due to excessive injuries, raising dust all over the ground. It has been detected that the 6th level monster black flame python is seriously injured. The success rate of taming it is 87%. Do you want to keep it as a pet? Yes. Nyayun placed his palm on the black python's head. It is detected that the level of the subdued individual is higher than that of the host, and there is strong resistance. If the subjugation fails, it may cause serious backlash to the host body. It is recommended to carry out forced subjugation. Forced subjugation will suppress the pet's level in a special way. The pet eventually obtained will be weaker than the current pet, but its potential and other aspects will remain unchanged. It can reach the current level through later growth. Yes. If he really hurts himself and fails to conquer him, he will lose his wife and lose his troops. Moreover, I am in the 4th level of crisis in the Monster Mountain range.
and I will never allow any mistakes in conquering. Forced subjugation is in progress. The black python, which was already dying and half dead, began to tremble violently. There were new scales and healed wounds, but at the same time, the black python's injuries were also beginning to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Level down.
The sense of danger exuded by the black python was significantly reduced.
Ding. Forced subjugation successful.
At this moment, Nyeyin had a clear connection with the black flame python in front of him in his mind.
Do you want to check pet information?
Yes, pet. Black flame python level, 6th level, suppressed to the 2nd level peak and the same level as the host. Skill, fire breath, spitting out flames to burn the enemy. Thick skin scale armor greatly improves physical defense. Burn, the body's own temperature rises sharply, and all enemies touched or attacked by skills will have a burning effect.
Don't stay here for long.
He casually put the black flame python into the system space, and then immediately used the earth escape technique to run towards the yin-yang fruit rhizome. He grasped it with his big hand, pulled it hard, and put the yin-yang fruit rhizome into the storage bag. At the moment when he was about to run away, Nyeyin looked back at his body with heartache inside. I feel so sorry for me, these are all treasures. After saying that, Nyeyin ran away without looking back. It's not that Nyeyin doesn't want it, but he can't take it with him. After all, the storage bag is only that big. System, open the properties panel. Host, Nyeyin level, warrior 8th level root bone, 5 health, 3100 spiritual power, 2300 point value, 7340 kung fu, Qingyang kung skills, earth escape, wind knife 7 kills, pet, black flame python, 6th level monster, currently suppressed at the 2nd level peak, equipment, stainless steel dagger, mortal grade storage bag, wind hidden knife, white crane wings, 6th level wind element crystal core, earth level 2nd level soul condensing pill. Mission, defeat Nyeyin within a month. The reward for successful mission is unknown. If the mission fails, the level will be reduced by 1 level. Nyeyin took advantage of this moment to start checking his harvest. He first took out the wings of the white golden crane from the system space and began to examine them. Wings of white gold crane, a 7th grade Xian level spiritual weapon, can identify its owner. After identifying its owner, the spiritual weapon can be integrated into itself. When used, it turns into a pair of wings and flies in the sky. Note, this spiritual weapon consumes a huge amount of spiritual power, so please use it with caution. Seeing Nyeyin, the corners of his eyes twitched, and he couldn't help but be secretly happy. Flying in the air is the right of the Wuzong realm. If you can use it, then you can run away if you can't fight, and others will definitely not be able to catch up. This can be said to be under the Wuzong, everyone comes and goes as I wish. There is certainly nothing to say. Yes. Ding. Platinum Crane's wings, the recognition is successful. After recognizing his master, Nyeyin felt a tickling sensation on his back. Spiritual energy poured into his back. Swish. A pair of broad white wings instantly unfolded on his back, and Nyeyin's clothes were torn in an instant and turned into rags, hanging on the wings. After flapping his wings twice, Nyeyin didn't notice any stiffness. Instead, he moved his arms and fingers extremely smoothly, as if Nyeyin was born with these wings. With a fierce flutter of his wings, Nyeyin rushed into the sky, flying 3 feet high. Bump! Then Nyeyin fell straight down and fell to pieces. I didn't expect that. I didn't get used to it all of a sudden and actually fell off. Nyeyin said depressedly. It seems that I need to find opportunities to practice more. This is a good thing. Nyeyin thought to himself. Since the white golden crane's wings are already so powerful, the other 2 items must not be too bad either. As he spoke, he clicked on the information for the next item. Soul Condensing Pill, the 2nd grade Earth level elixir, can strengthen the soul, prevent it from going crazy, and can heal the injuries suffered by the soul to a certain extent. Good stuff. Nyeyin praised him, but that was all. Because although this elixir is of high grade, it is really useless to him. But that doesn't stop it from being a priceless treasure. If necessary, it can be taken to the auction house in exchange for resources. The last item is also what Nyeyin is looking forward to the most. Wind Shadow Sword, a high-grade ordinary spiritual weapon. The attack speed is increased by 10%, the attack power is increased by 10, there is a 0% probability of triggering a one-hit kill, and it can grow.
After reading the introduction, Nya Yun couldn't help but take a breath.
Increased attack speed by 10%, increased attack power by 10, or 1 in a million one-hit kills are not the most important thing is the growth attributes.
Now it is just a high-grade mortal spiritual weapon. What if it grows into a holy weapon or a divine weapon later?
Just as Nya Yun was thinking about it, the Wind Shadow knife suddenly appeared in his hand. Feeling that his hands were cold, he turned his palms and placed them horizontally in front of him. The blade was narrow and straight, about 3 feet long. The tip of the blade was slightly upward, in the shape of an arc. The whole body was snow white, and a trace of cold air flowed out of the blade. Gently swipe the blade with 2 fingers of one hand and slowly move towards the tip. I randomly picked up a few swords and flowers, and the cold light was stunning.
Good knife. Nya Yun admired sincerely.
This Wind Shadow Sword, combined with the 7 kills of Wind Sword that I had obtained before, is really a match made in heaven. Don't forget that Nya Yun also has 2 yin fruits and a black flame python. This is the biggest gain of this trip. However, Nya Yun did not take out the yin-yang fruit this time. After all, he had already felt the feeling of ice and fire before, and herbal medicine had been applied to the injuries on his hands. However, it seemed that if he wanted to fully recover, he would need at least more than 10 days. But for combat, this injury has little impact. With a casual move, a black python as thick as a water tank and dozens of feet long suddenly appeared in front of Nya Yun and bowed his head towards Nya Yun. Owner, such words suddenly came to Nya Yun's mind.
Don't be so formal. From now on we are brothers, just call me boss. A smile appeared on Nya Yun's lips and he spoke.
Yes, master.
Okay?
Yes, boss.
Nya Yun nodded with satisfaction and said again, you probably don't have a name yet. How about I call you Black Flame from now on?
Yes, boss, let's talk about the situation of the Monster Mountain Range first, let me know more about it.
Nya Yun asked.
Yes, but I don't know much about it.
The main thing is that in my territory, there are currently no ones at the same level as me. There are only a few 5th level monsters.
And then I don't know what's going on deep in the Monster Mountains, dare not go deep.
Hei Yen said slowly.
It seems that the water in the Monster Mountain Range is still very deep. Even a 6th order monster that is comparable to the peak of the Martial Emperor is not fully visible. Yi Yin rubbed his chin with his hand and thought in his mind, but he did not say it out loud.
How is your strength now?
Although he already knew it from the system panel, Nya Yun still asked reluctantly. At the current peak of the 2nd level, in terms of combat power, there is no problem in dealing with ordinary martial artists, but it is very difficult to kill the opponent. Nya Yun was slightly surprised when he heard this. Although the level is suppressed to the 2nd level peak, which is the same level as mine, his own combat power is able to reach the level of a martial artist. As expected, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Kill, kill, kill. In the next 5 days, Nya Yun, with the help of Black Flame, killed everyone in the Monster Mountain Range, and then increased the experience bar from 5% to 13%. Of course, sword skills are also practiced day and night. However, the 5 days of day and night massacre still did not escalate, which made Nya Yun a little depressed and couldn't help but sigh. Upgrading is still too difficult. However, Nya Yun also considered that it would be very dangerous if he dealt with 3rd level monsters. After all, the current Black Flame only has the ability to deal with 3rd level monsters, comparable to martial arts masters, and has no ability to kill them. Therefore, for the sake of safety, Nya Yun mainly targeted the 2nd order monsters in these 5 days. Of course, if there is a 1st level monster, Nya Yun will never let go of it. In other words, Nya Yun and the others have been eating pretty well these past few days.
They are full of monster meat. They are like the kind of mortal beasts that you can neither touch nor look at. About killing people in a jumble of rocks.
A giant black python tied up a tiger whose body was like a rock, making it unable to move. Another person, holding a long knife, stood in front of the two.
The first style of 7 kills with the wind sword. Wind in cloud kill.
Nyayin gave a low shout, and a strong wind suddenly whipped up around him, bringing up countless dust. The sword wind howls, moves like thunder, and is as fast as lightning. The blade stabbed directly into Shi Pianhu's throat. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the 3rd level early stage stone fragment tiger and gaining 2000 experience points, 800 spiritual power points, and 600 points. Ding, congratulations to the host for improving his level.
He is currently a 9th level warrior.
Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a majestic tiger skin. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting an aphrodisiac tiger whip.
Nyayin's face was full of black lines. What the hell is this explosion about?
Then he complained helplessly.
The explosion rate of this system is too damn low. Either nothing will explode, or everything will explode.
Nyayin had killed countless beasts these days, and he had made several sneak attacks with 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and even 4th level monsters.
But what came out after killing so many monsters was pitiful. Basically, they are just some fur and flesh, and other miscellaneous and useless things.
This low explosion rate really makes Nyayin a little troubled. Ding, congratulations to the host. The Wind Shadow Sword, a high-grade mortal level spiritual weapon, has evolved into a low-grade yellow level spiritual weapon. Hearing this, Nyayin raised his eyebrows. After all, he had good news. I originally thought that no matter what, the Wind Shadow Sword would not evolve until I became a martial artist, but I didn't expect it to be so early.
View properties.
Wind Shadow Sword Wind Attribute, Yellow Level 1st Grade Spiritual Weapon, Attack Speed increased by 15%, Attack Power increased by 15, has a 0%
probability of triggering a one-hit kill, and can grow.
Seeing this, Nyayin's smile grew stronger. In fact, there is not much difference between increasing attack power and attack speed by 5%, but the probability of killing with one hit directly increases from 1 in a million to 1 in 10, which directly increases the probability by 10 times.
So the current odds are still ridiculously low. But think about it later, if the one-hit kill attribute continues to improve.
When the probability reaches 50%, that is to say, with one knife, there is a half chance that anyone can be killed directly. Thinking of this, Nyayin couldn't hold back the corners of his mouth anymore and burst into laughter.
He even laughed a little wildly at the end.
So after a while, Nyayin sorted out his emotions, pulled out his dagger, dug out the crystal core from Shi Pianhu's head, and threw it to He Yen.
Another 3rd order crystal core, giving you an advantage, Nyayin said with a smile on his face.
He Yen opened his terrifying mouth and swallowed it in one gulp, then smiled. The smile was uglier than crying and he said, "Boss, after I finish digesting this 3rd order crystal core, I should be able to break through to the 3rd level."
"Okay, then you go and have a good rest first."
After saying that, Nyayin smiled and thought, and the black flame disappeared instantly in front of him and entered the system space. After all, black flame is his pet, and the higher its strength, the more helpful it will be to him. Among the monsters, generally only 3rd level monsters and above will have crystal nuclei produced in their heads. The crystal nuclei are the source of the monster's power. The same can also be said for monsters plundering crystal cores from each other to help them advance. The power contained in the crystal core can also be used to equip weapons, so the crystal core is equivalent to a kind of hard currency, but the price is relatively high. She put away the Wind Shadow Sword and put it on her back.
Look at the endless skyline and the endless mountains and virgin jungles.
It has been 25 days since I entered the Monster Mountain Range. I still have 5 days left to complete the system mission and defeat Nyayin to regain my dignity. Suddenly a voice interrupted Nyayin's thinking.
"Little brother, are you okay with your injuries?"
I saw a person walking from a distance. He was of medium height and thin, but had good skin, luxurious clothes, and a long sword on his waist, but there were no calluses on his hands. At first glance, he came from a wealthy family. Nyayin did not answer, but looked at the person on the other side warily.
Don't worry, I am Yang Yun, the 3rd young master of the Yang family.
I don't like killing people and seizing treasures. Although Yang Yun said so, the corner of his eyes kept glancing at the body of Shi Pianhu on the ground. After getting close to a certain distance, Yang Yun was shocked, this stone tiger is actually a real third-level monster. Even if he is a warrior in the Dzogchen realm, if he wants to hunt a third-level monsters, that is also a very difficult matter that requires all kinds of efforts, and there is a risk of falling at any time. The person in front of me is only a 9th-level warrior, but he can actually hunt third-level monsters across 2 realms. After getting closer, he was now less than 1 foot away from Nyayun. Ha ha ha, little brother is really talented. With the strength of a 9th-level warrior, he can hunt the early 3rd-level monsters alone. Yang Yun laughed while stroking his hands and looking around. Seeing that there was only Nyayun around, because he had been in the Monster Mountain range for nearly a month and had not taken a bath or anything, so at this moment, his hair was disheveled, his body was covered in blood, and there were pieces of Stone Tiger's corpse on the ground. As if he was at the end of his tether. Nyayun shook his head, cupped his hands and said with a smile, "It's just no luck." "Brother, are you training alone in the Monster Mountain range?" Yang Yun asked cautiously again. Nyayun sneered in his heart, but did not show it. He still replied politely, "Yes, I have been practicing alone outside." After hearing this sentence, Yang Yun's thoughts were rolling in his head. This is a 3rd-level monster. Not to mention its fur, flesh, claws, and bones that can be used to refine weapons, but the crystal core in its head is worth a lot of money. If I can get that crystal core, I will have enough financial resources to go to the auction house to buy the chi-gathering pill to break through the martial artist's Dzogchen and reach the martial artist realm. I didn't expect that I would encounter such a great opportunity when I sneaked out of the family this time. The family competition is about to begin. My basic qualifications are low and my cultivation speed is slow. It consumes financial resources. Come up, when I break through the martial arts realm and get a good ranking in the family competition, my status in my father's heart will also rise, and the more resources I will get. Wait, I almost forgot. What should I do if there is an outsider here? Do I have to plead with him and let him give me the crystal core? No, kill him, I must kill him. Only by killing him can I get this crystal core. Yes, stabilize him first, then I deceived him by saying that I would help him heal his wounds and reduce his vigilance, and then I would kill him. This Monster Mountain range is so good, even if I kill him, he will not be noticed. Although I thought so much, time only passed in a short moment. Having made up his mind, Yang Yun narrowed his eyes and a hypocritical smile appeared on his face. He slowly came to his senses and looked up at Nyayun. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a long knife coming towards him, and the blade instantly reached his neck. His pupils instantly shrank to the size of a pinhead, and the distance was too short to react. Yang Yun's voice stopped abruptly. In an instant, Yang Yun's head rose into the sky, and blood spurted out like a fountain. After a pause for a few seconds, his body fell onto the rocks with a plop. Hot blood sprayed on the surrounding rocks, dyeing the rocks red. Kill people, just kill people. Why do you think so much? Nyayun looked at the body lying on the ground and said lightly. Leaving the mountain ding, congratulations to the host for killing the warrior Dzogchen, martial warrior level 1000, gaining 800 experience points, 400 spiritual power points, and points. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a yellow grade soft gold inner armor. Nyayun murmured, finally, something decent came out. Nyayun put on the inner armor of the software that had been exposed on his body, and then put on clothes on the outside. It was no different from the beginning, and the soft armor would not hinder his actions. Yang Yun, I originally didn't want to kill you, but this is a troublesome matter. Nyayun looked at the headless corpse on the ground and sighed in his heart. After picking up all the belongings including his storage bag, he called out the black flames and swallowed the body whole. After destroying the body and removing all traces, he was ready to go down the mountain and return to Qingyang town. After sorting out his equipment, Nyayun began to walk outside the Monster Mountain range. After my strength improved, I walked much faster. During the previous Qi training period, I walked for more than half a day before entering the outermost part of the Monster Mountain range. Then I stayed in the Monster Mountain range for 25 days, constantly going in. Go deep. Now that I am a 9th level warrior, I have already left the Monster Mountain range in less than 3 hours. Suddenly, there were sounds of clashing weapons and shouts of killing. Well, someone? Although Nie Yun had doubts in his heart, he quickly moved towards the direction of the sound. He flew up to a big tree and took a look from a distance. Two men and horses dressed in different clothes were fighting in the distance around cart after cart of goods. On the leading carriage was a large flag with the word Changfeng written clearly on it. One side is a bandit, and the other side is a caravan from Changfeng Trading Company. It seems like something is on their mind. Just when Nie Yun was still wondering whether to help, a cold arrow hit Nie Yun's vitals. At this critical moment, Nie Yun turned around fiercely, and the arrow grazed Nie Yun's back. The force was so great that Nie Yun was a little unstable and fell from the tree, but fortunately he maintained his balance in the air and did not fall into the mud.
"Who are you and what are you doing sneaking around?" A burly man came out from the bandit side and asked Nie Yunha.
He had a beard on his face, his hair was casually disheveled, his rugged face, his burly figure, and the mountain climbing sword he wore on his waist.
Ordinary people would be frightened on the spot.
The fight between the two parties was temporarily stopped because of Nie Yun's addition, because they were in a state of evenly matched competition, but the addition of a 9th level warrior was enough to break the balance. Nie Yun patted the dust on his clothes and thought, you can run away, but staying and making friends with the caravan is a good choice. Then Nie Yun pretended to be furious and yelled at the bandit leader, I hunted monsters in the monster mountains.
I worked hard and sweated, and finally got a harvest.
I hunted a 3rd level monster, and you guys actually joined forces.
They came and stole it. Today I will make you pay with your life.
After saying that, Nie Yun pulled out the foaming knife from his back and rushed towards the bandit leader.
It's simply overpowering.
The bandit leader snorted coldly in his heart, I am a 4th level martial artist who has been king in hegemony outside the monster mountain range for a long time. Although my level is not very high, I am not a 9th level warrior like you who can bully me at will. Although he didn't know what Nie Yun was talking about, he was still ready to chop this overconfident kid alive with his knife. Just as the two were about to confront each other, the tips of the knives collided with each other. Nie Yun's body suddenly froze, and he rolled sideways to avoid the fatal knife. He took several long strides, distanced himself, and came to a lone bandit. 7 kills with the wind knife. Kill with wind and thunder. The knife came out, the head fell to the ground, and blood spurted out. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing 600 level 400 warriors, gaining experience points, 200 spiritual power points, and points. Nie Yun still understands the principle of picking the soft persimmon first. Seeing how powerful Nie Yun was, everyone at Changfeng Trading Company seemed to have received a shot in the arm, and they started to fight back bravely.
Boy, you are courting death.
Seeing this, the bandit leader was also furious and shouted. Just as he said that, he ran towards Nie Yun, ready to kill Nie Yun. However, when he was halfway there, he was immediately stopped by a middle-aged man with a gun drawn across his face. He is Feng Sun, the leader of the caravan.
Your opponent is me.
Feng Sun held the spear and said calmly. Before the words were spoken, the two started fighting fiercely. The bandit leader used his broadsword to great effect and could kill people with his sword, but Feng Sun, the leader of the caravan, had been doing business for many years and was not at all inferior. His spear was like a swimming dragon. Returning to Nie Yun's side, after blocking the bandit leader from the opposite side, Nie Yun was like a wolf in a flock of sheep, killing randomly. He would avoid anyone with a higher level than himself, and he would attack someone with a lower level than him with a knife. If one cut doesn't work, try another cut. First of all, he can't show that he has high combat power, otherwise the caravan will be worried about him. Secondly, the combat power cannot be particularly low, otherwise it will not be effective and you will be more dangerous. So what it does at this moment is to disrupt the formation. As the number of bandits gradually decreased, the decline of the army became apparent. With a powerful sword sweep, the bandit leader distanced himself from Feng Sun and glared at Nie Yun fiercely.
Withdraw, we withdraw.
The leader of the robbers gave the order decisively. He was joking. He only had so much wealth in total, and he had already lost 1/5 of his wealth.
If the fight continues, I'm afraid that the money will not be intercepted, but I will be involved in it.
After Nie Yun killed many robbers and the robbers retreated, Changfeng Trading Company was full of momentum and was about to pursue them. Feng Sun shouted, Don't chase the poor criminals, check the goods and treat the injuries.
Let's return to town quickly.
Nia also pretended to be seriously injured at this time. His clothes were dirty and covered in blood, and began to meditate on the spot, breathing out to heal the injury. Not long after, Fong-sun, the leader of the caravan, came to Nia with a smile on his face, thanked him and handed out 2 porcelain bottles.
Thank you for your help, little brother.
I am a manager of Changfeng Trading Company.
My name is Fong-sun.
These 2 bottles of pills, one is Qi Gathering Pill and the other is Vitality Pill. Just treat it as a small. I feel like it. Nia was not polite at all. He reached out and took it and said, "Everywhere, this group of robbers robbed me of my loot. What I did was just a little effort. Besides, even without me, brother, you can still deal with them." After saying that, the 2 looked at each other and smiled.
Okay. But I haven't asked my brother's name yet. Fong-sun changed the topic and began to inquire about Nia-yun's details.
Nia-yun, hearing this name, Fong-sun was slightly stunned, because in his mind, the only person named Nia-yun in Qingyang town was the good-for-nothing eldest son of the Nia family. But the cultivation of the young man in front of him has obviously reached the peak level of a warrior.
How could he be the deposed Nia-yun?
Nia-yun saw Fong-sun stunned for a moment, and then spoke before he could react.
Nia family, Nia-yun.
Nia-yun directly identified himself. After all, he wanted to get involved with the caravan and sell the stolen goods later, which would inevitably require a lot of contact.
It was not wise to conceal his identity at this moment.
After hearing this, Fong-sun's face became more confused and he spoke.
"Brother Nia,
rumors say that you can't," but before he finished speaking, Fong-sun changed the topic, caravan.
Brother Nia has a ruthless feeling at home, but it doesn't matter. Nia-yun smiled.
This place is still far away from Qingyang town, but more than half of the caravan has been damaged. We still ask Brother Nia to escort us, but don't worry, the reward will definitely satisfy you.
Everyone has their own secrets. Fong-sun will not be stupid enough to find out the details now. If it is true or false, he will find out after checking it out in Qingyang town.
In this situation, he himself is injured.
If the robbers come again later, then you may not be able to resist it.
At the very least, the goods may be robbed, or at the worst, your own life may be lost. And this move might also be an opportunity to win over this young man. First of all, Nia-yun is very young, only in his early 20s. To have such a level of cultivation, he must have extraordinary qualifications. If you can build a relationship and help him at a critical moment in the future and let him owe you a favor, the benefits will be self-evident. Secondly, even if he does not have any great achievements from now on, he will not lose much. This is considered a small investment, so why not do it?
Ha, brother, what are you talking about? What kind of reward is not rewarded? Boy, I have to go back. This place is not far from Qingyang town.
Plus, brother, you are so powerful, you will definitely not. Another robber is here to steal the goods, but I am injured, so I have to trouble you to give me a ride. Nia-yun stood up and said with cupped hands, not forgetting to flatter Fong-sun.
Okay, I can rest easy now that my little brother is here. Hearing Nia-yun's answer, Fong-sun laughed and was very happy.
Nia-yun also smiled, very happily, because his goal of approaching the caravan was achieved.
In the middle, Fong-sun intentionally or unintentionally proposed to recruit Nia-yun to join the company.
Nia-yun did not refuse, because he needed to find a way to sell the stolen goods and make plans for the future. But at the same time, he did not accept it, because he was in the system and it was inconvenient to join any organization. If one day he was exposed and the common man was innocent and guilty, he would definitely be hunted endlessly by many jackals, and countless people would rob him. System, when the whole world becomes an enemy, Nia-yun will be unable to move even an inch, and life will be worse than death. Half a day later, the team entered Qingyang town, and did not encounter any more robberies along the way. Looking at the bustling streets of Qingyang town, Nia-yun breathed a long sigh of relief. After a month of killing and upgrading in the demonic beast mountain range without seeing a living person, he was finally back and had to complete the task. Brother son, let's say goodbye here, Nia-yun stopped and said to Fong-sun.
Okay, come and visit the trading house if you have the chance.
Sun Tzu reached out and patted Nyayun on the shoulder, smiling. Before Nyayun could speak, Sun Tzu took out a bag, shook it, handed it to Nyayun, and said, "There are 3 low-grade spiritual stones here, which should be regarded as the reward for guarding this time." Nyayun was also shocked, because the spirit stone is very precious.
It is the hard currency of the entire cultivation world.
At the same time, it can be absorbed to restore the spiritual energy in the daintian. He will escort such a short distance.
According to common sense, just give some mortal belongings.
Wow, this Sun Xing actually used spiritual stones to pay the bill, but the look of surprise only flashed across his eyes, and then Nyayun put it away with a smile and said,
"Ha, brother Fong, if you are too polite, I won't be too polite. I will definitely go to the trading house when I have time. Don't think I'm bothering you anymore."
Ha, how could it happen? The 2 of them looked at each other and smiled again as if they were old friends for many years. After bidding farewell to Fong Sun, Nyayun found an inn and entered. It is worth mentioning that when Nyayun entered, because of his clothes, the waiter inside thought he was a beggar, and was kicked out before he even entered. But when Nyayun took out a spiritual stone from his arms, the impatient expression on the waiter's face instantly turned into a flattering smile.
"Bring me some of your special wine and food, and give me a good guest room. Then you go buy me some clean clothes.
There's no need to look for the rest, it's all yours."
Say it,
Nyayun threw a spirit stone in his hand to the waiter from just now.
With a happy smile on his face, the waiter went to do what Nyayun ordered. The purchasing power of 1 spirit stone is still very strong. Even if Nyayun ordered so many, there should be a small half of it left.
This small half of the spirit stone can completely support an ordinary family's monthly expenses.
But to Nyayun, this little money no longer matters.
Sitting next to the window, I ordered some food and drinks and drank to myself.
Looking at the food and wine in front of me, I thought about the past 26 days.
I gradually recalled my previous life, lying on the hospital bed, counting the days.
Waiting to die, thinking about it and thinking about it again.
Now that he is a 9th-level warrior, Nyayun is only a 7th-level warrior.
It is very simple to complete the system's tasks.
However, Yang Yun is a troublesome person. He has suffered the same fate as his own body, and he is also unpopular among the family. Although his talent is poor and his cultivation progress is slow, he is still the 3rd son of the family. If the Yang family finds out that he killed Yang Yun, he will definitely take revenge on him. At that time, I am afraid that the Nye family will not help me, and they will even tie me up and send me to the Yang family to make amends, so the inner armor on my body and his storage bag will not be seen. As he spoke, his hand unconsciously touched his body. However, Nyayun had already taken off the soft gold inner armor and put it in the storage bag.
The family competition is coming soon.
By that time, if I can show good results and obtain more resources, I will naturally gain the attention of the family. Even in the worst-case scenario, the murder of Yang Yun is exposed. When that time comes, even if he loses, the Nye family will step in to protect him. Because genius and a wasted genius are 2 different things.
This is not the earth, this is the world of Gaowu.
In this world, personal power can surpass all organizations, groups, and even the world. If a family has 1 genius, it can hold up half the sky and support the family's prosperity for hundreds of years.
At that time, it will be the Yang family's turn to have a headache.
After all, they have offended a rising genius and another equally powerful family for a dead waste. It's better to forget about it, turn a blind eye, just treat it as a personal favor, and make plans for the future.
Nyayun smiled meaningfully. Singing over wine, how is life?
Nyayun murmured while looking at the food and wine in front of him, and couldn't help but think of a certain character on earth. A lifetime of false benevolence and righteousness has turned into true benevolence and righteousness. There is nothing left to miss in the last life. In just 20 years, I was abandoned in an orphanage since I was a child. I had no father or mother, no one to rely on.
I was cowardly and tolerated everything. My life was like walking on thin ice.
It was miserable and difficult.
In the end, he was also terminally ill and could only die with regrets.
I am lucky to be able to travel here, and I have the bug-like existence of the system to help me. I have to live for myself in this life.
I want to be the master, the emperor.
Nye Yun's eyes were firm, and a pair of black eyes reflected looking at the food and wine in front of me and the noise on the street.
After thinking about it, Nye Yun drank all the wine in the glass in one gulp. Nye Yun rested for a night in the inn.
After all, there were still 4 days left for the mission, so he was not in a hurry. After all, Nye Yun didn't sleep well for 26 days in the monster mountain range. After repairing all night, Nye Yun got up early the next morning and moved himself.
There were crackling sounds from many joints on his body.
I haven't slept so comfortably for a long time.
It's really comfortable. Nye Yun sighed quietly.
This sentence is not only a lament about the 26-day trip to the monster mountain range, but also a lament about the nightmares of my previous life. After a simple wash, Nye Yun put the knife behind his back and walked straight to the direction of Nye's house. The Nye family, one of the 4 major families. Looking at the magnificent Nye's house outside the door of Nye's house, Yi Yun still felt a little fluttering in his heart.
Stop, who is it?
This is Nye's house, not a place where anyone can enter. Just when Nye Yun was about to walk into Nye's house, he was suddenly stopped by the guards.
You don't know me?
Nye Yun raised his head slightly and looked at the guard, licked his lips and smiled.
Who are you? Do I have to know you? No one can enter here, get out of here, don't force me.
Before the guard could finish speaking, Nye Yun fiercely pulled out the long knife on his back.
7 kills with the wind knife, storm kill.
In just an instant, he split the guard in front of him in half. Plop, plop, the 2 halves of the body fell to the ground, and the blood spurted out and dyed the door plaque of Nye's house red. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the 4th level Qi Lian guard and gaining 200 experience points, 100 spiritual power points, and such movement naturally attracted the surrounding guards.
Rub, rub, rub. Just a few breaths of time.
Nye Yun was surrounded by a group of guards wearing armor and holding weapons.
Why don't you recognize me?
Nye Yun narrowed his eyes slightly, but still did not panic in such a situation, and said calmly to the guard. After hearing this, they originally wanted to take action directly. The guards also paused slightly and did not attack directly. Instead, they all took a fancy to their foreman.
Are you, the eldest young master?
The guard leader said with some uncertainty.
Is there any lie? You actually dare to fight against me, the eldest young master, in the Nye family. Do you want to rebel?
Nye Yun said loudly with cold eyes. Don't dare, this is impossible, put it down, put down your weapon quickly. The guard leader hurriedly walked through the crowd to Nye Yun's side, nodded and bowed.
It's all because of my poor eyesight that I didn't recognize you, young master.
I also hope that young Master Haihan will not take it to heart. The guard leader said hurriedly without raising his head to look at Nye Yun. For these guards, offending any reputable person in the Nye family is a disaster. Even if he is a useless person, before he is expelled from the family, he is still the young master of the Nye family, and he is still not. These guards deserve to be offended.
Close the knife. Sheath.
Hold your head up, Nye Yun said calmly, and the guard leader followed suit. Take off your helmet. The guard leader didn't know why, but he still did as he was told.
Snapped.
Suddenly Nye Yun slapped the guard leader in the face, and a bright red slap mark naturally appeared on the guard's cheek. This slap looked at the surrounding guards, and their hearts twitched fiercely. The guards who usually had a better relationship with the leader subconsciously drew their weapons.
Do not move.
The guard leader shouted sharply. Only then did the other guards stop what they were doing. At the same time, he was sweating profusely. Firstly, he was afraid that the guards would hurt Nye Yun and he would be in danger. Secondly, he was afraid that Nye Yun would kill him directly, even though his level was much higher than Nye Yun's. But with his identity there, even if he was beaten, he would not dare to have the slightest idea of fighting back. Then Nye Yun grabbed the leader's hair with his big hand, pulled him over, and suddenly slapped him again, knocking the guard leader to the ground. A dull sound of plop spread throughout the scene.
To be a dog, you must have the awareness to be a dog. If you don't even recognize your master, what's the use of you?
Nye Yun lowered his head and looked at the leader, and said coldly, Young master, please calm down. Zhang He has been our leader for many years. He has been looking after the home and nursing home for so many years without any credit but hard work. Nyayan glanced at him and saw that the guards who had been helping to speak just now fell silent. Get up, take me to your young steward, and I will spare your life. Nyayan looked at the Grand Nya family gate in front of him and said indifferently. Even though Jiang He was filled with rage, his body was trembling slightly because of his anger. He wanted to cut the person in front of him into pieces to vent his hatred. But, still do it. Because he is the eldest young master. Nyayan wanted to kill him, which was perfectly fine and without any burden, but he was a slave of the Nya family. Even if his realm was much higher than Nyayan's, he would not dare to do anything to Nyayan. Because he has no backing, he is just a dog raised by the Nya family to visit the home and care for the family. If it were on Earth, to put it more layman's terms, it would be that the official level would crush people to death. As long as your status is high enough and your power is powerful enough, you can do whatever you want, even if it goes against certain laws. You can also follow the rules. At most, they will impose some painless punishment on you just to get by. Even if things get out of control and make a big fuss, there will always be a scapegoat ready for you. As Jiang He took Nyayan to find Nyayan, the deputy leader of the guard quickly called on everyone to clean up the scene. Along the way, Nyayan couldn't help but sigh. The young housekeeper's house was much better than the young master like me. The flowers and plants along the way were like rockery landscapes. According to the current direction of progress, he does not live in a side courtyard, but most likely in a main courtyard. At the same time, after looking at the mission, Nyayan also sighed. In fact, this system is quite humane. It only allows me to defeat Nyayan, rather than letting me kill Nyayan directly. This saved him a lot of trouble. It's not that Nyayan is afraid of trouble, but that this kind of trouble is completely unnecessary. After all, Nyayan is survived by his father, and his father is the chief steward of the entire Nya family and holds a lot of power in the Nya family. Although I am the eldest son of the Nya family, in the eyes of the entire Nya family, I am just a useless person. It would be okay to bully these slaves or simply teach Nyayan a lesson. However, if faced with such a person who holds real power, I am afraid that my pretentiousness will be of no use, but will cause a lot of trouble, especially when my current strength is low, and I may even encounter trouble because of it. There may also be some accidents. Young master, in front is the young steward's residence. Jiang He pointed to a residence not far away, bowed slightly, raised his hands and said respectfully. Okay, I'm also very particular about credit. Let's go. Nyayan glanced at him and said lightly. After Jiang He walked away, Nyayan walked directly towards the main entrance of Nyayan's residence. This is the residence of the young butler, please stay. One of the two guards in front of the door said politely to Nyayan. The guard here also didn't recognize Nyayan, but Nyayan didn't say too much nonsense. He took a big step forward with his left foot, kicked the ground with his right foot and aimed it at the abdomen of the guard who just spoke. The previous one is pedaling. Boom! Nyayan's kick was so powerful that the guard who flew out knocked the door open. Your Excellency, this is the residence of the young steward. Even if you are looking for trouble, are you in the wrong place? Another guardian shouted coldly. Nyayan didn't say any nonsense, and cut him in half with a backhand knife. I really just came here to cause trouble. Nyayan, get out of here. Nyayan's voice suddenly became louder. The noise was so loud that Nyayan, who was practicing in the room, heard it. In addition, other servants in the courtyard had already rushed to Nyayan's side. It's just that these people are ordinary people. Even those who have entered the ranks of cultivation are at a very low level and are in the stage of chi training, so it would not be a pity to kill them. But the only drawback is that there is no experience in killing them. When Nyayan came out and saw Nyayan standing at the door of the yard with a fierce look and a long knife, he suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, I thought you disappeared for a month, where have you been? It turns out that you are here now. Get out of the way, I want this loser to see how high the sky is. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Nyayan recalled what Nyayan had shouted just now, as if he had heard a big joke. He kept laughing and almost burst into tears. But before the surrounding slaves could clear a way for Nyayan, Nyayan had already struck first and killed them all. Corpses were everywhere, flesh and blood flying everywhere. Seeing this, Niayan's attention slowly moved towards the Fengyin Dao.
It seems that you have a chance this month, young master. The sharp edge is sharp and the cold light is frightening. What a great knife. Unfortunately, it belongs to me now. You can take it.
Niayan's eyes narrowed slightly, and a long sword suddenly appeared in his hand, rushing straight towards Niayan. Because in his opinion, even if Niayan had a chance this month, he would not be able to improve much in that month. Even though he was a 7th level warrior, he would still be able to defeat him with ease.
Niayan stabbed Niayan's wrist with his long sword.
Firstly, he wanted to seize his weapon.
Secondly, and more importantly, he did not hurt Niayan's life.
Niayan flipped his wrist and thrust the long sword upwards, deflected the long sword, avoided the attack, turned around and slashed the sword with his backhand, striking the blade of the long sword.
Clang!
The long sword immediately broke into 2 pieces.
Take advantage of his illness and kill him. Before Niayan could react, Niayan stepped forward and cut off his hand with a knife. Bang!
The long sword fell on the floor tiles. He stepped on the sword with a little force and kicked the sword several feet away.
At the same time, the Fengyin knife had reached 3 inches of Niayan's neck. Tell me what you were laughing at just now. Niayan smiled indifferently.
This is impossible, you. Niayan suddenly broke into a cold sweat, but did not wait for him to finish. Niayan turned sideways and kicked him out, sending him flying several feet away. At the same time, the long knife was put into its sheath and returned to his back. He took several long strides and came to Niayan's body. He reached out to grab Niayan's hair with one hand, and clenched the 5 fingers of the other hand tightly. He punched Niayan with a sharp right hand, hitting Niayan's jaw. Niayan suddenly felt dizzy and dazzled, and fell straight down on his side. His hands were weak and he had to protect himself in front of him. Grabbing the wrist with the left hand, holding the arm with the right hand, the waist and abdomen are aligned, the body suddenly turns around hard, and a beautiful over-the-shoulder throw.
Boom, a bang.
Niayan landed on his back, and the floor tiles paved with bluestones had countless cracks in all directions with Niayan as the center. Then Niayan changed his moves, controlling his right hand with his left hand, slightly bending his left foot, kneeling on Niayan's legs, and stepping on Niayan's right arm with the sole of his right foot.
In this way, Niayan's entire body was directly controlled by Niayan. It seems like there are so many actions, but in fact it only lasts a few seconds. Niayan smiled condescendingly at Niayan. Aren't you crazy? Show me how crazy you are again? You can't kill me.
If you kill me, you will. Before Niayan could finish speaking, he was greeted by a barrage of fists. Punch after punch, each punch is full of force, and what is shown in front of the eyes are afterimages.
Every punch struck was firmly stamped on Niayan's face.
It wasn't until Niayan was beaten into a pig's head, into a semi-wasted state with more air coming in and less air coming out, that Niayan finally stopped. Seeing Niayan's embarrassed look, Niayan felt an inexplicable sense of joy in his heart, as if all the pent-up anger in his heart had been released, and his soul seemed to have been transformed. More importantly, Niayan originally had a sense of sluggishness towards the body itself, but now this feeling was gone, as if his soul had completely integrated into the body. Niayan was a little puzzled and thought to himself, is it possible that because I dealt with Niayan, I opened up the knot in Niayan's heart before, so that I can integrate into my body more? Tisk, tsk, it seems that this body has a lot of resentment towards you.
Niayan looked at Niayan below him and said slowly. Okay, who makes me a good person?
As the saying goes, a good person will do it to the end and send Buddha to the west.
Amit Ba. Since this is your last wish, then I will help you again.
After thinking about it, he stood up, pulled out the wind shadow sword from his back, and slashed out with one blow, trying to cut off one of Niayan's arms so that his soul could be more integrated into this body. Ding, the wind shadow knife triggers a one-hit kill. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the 7th level warrior, gaining 800 experience points, 600 spiritual power points, and 300 points. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a storage bag. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining an incomplete mortal grade high grade longsword. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting. System, I'll fuck you. Nia was stunned for a while, and then he couldn't help but cursed. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have gained 1000 experience points, 600 spiritual power points, and 400 points. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task for the first time, the system is fully activated, completed and the system is fully activated. The current situation has completely exceeded Feng Niayan's expectations. His original plan was to defeat Niayan, complete the mission, and then leave. In this case, the completed task will not attract revenge from the people behind Niayan. Although there are some variables later, my soul and this body have been integrated, but I am still under control. But Niayan was a little overwhelmed when this one sword kill was true. Forget it, I can't hide it anymore. Now I can only take advantage of the situation. Even if the big housekeeper is crazy and angry, he can't directly attack me in Nia's house. Thinking of this, Niayan smiled with relief, sheathed his sword, walked calmly into Niayan's room, and began to collect his trophies. Soon, Niayan left here satisfied with Sher Shiran. He returned to the side courtyard where he lived before. Turn on the system. Ding, congratulations on opening the host formation system. Ding, congratulations to the host for opening the talisman system. Ding, congratulations to the host for opening the alchemy system. Ding, congratulations on the launch of the host point redemption system. Ding, congratulations on opening the space in the host's body. A burst of system prompts came into Niayan's mind, which made Niayan's ears confused for a moment. After being stunned for a while, Niayan finally understood. No wonder there were many functions in the system that he couldn't use before. It turned out that he had to complete a task before he could fully use the system's functions. And before this point, Niayan never understood what this point was for? Now I know that points can be redeemed for things, just like in a store. The others are self-evident. The alchemy system is used to refine elixirs, the weapon refining system is used to refine weapons, and the talisman making system is used to make talismans. Counting the initial upgrade system, the current system is mainly composed of 6 parts: upgrade, talisman, formation, alchemy, weapon refining, points exchange, and body space. With a thought, open the properties panel. Host, Niayan level, warrior level, root bone, 5 health, 3900 spiritual power, 3100 point value, 9440 kung fu, Qingyang kung skills, earth escape, wind knife 7 kills, pet, black flame python, 6th level monster, currently suppressed at the 2nd level peak, equipment, stainless steel dagger, 2 ordinary storage bags, wind hidden knife, white crane wings, 6th level wind element crystal core, earth level 2nd level soul condensing pill, yin yang fruit, soft gold inner armor mission. None so far. The properties panel has not changed much. We can only look at other systems first. Niayan clicked on the points redemption system, which was also the system that Niayan was most concerned about among the 6 major systems. After all, I have more than 9,000 points, so I can buy some good things. As he expected, the points exchange system allows you to use points to redeem things here. Specifically, there are elixirs, formations, weapons, exercises, etc. More abstract ones include task cards, experience cards, lottery cards, etc. It's like buying a lottery ticket on Earth, but at first glance, this thing is a gamble and 9 times a fraud. However, there are too few points now, and there are not many things that can be redeemed. Most things are gray. Then Niayan adjusted the filtering function in the system and adjusted it to put the highest price first. Suddenly, the system's point redemption interface had some lags, and then the interface changed dramatically. Chaos demonic energy, 9,000 trillion. The ancient dragon elephant Jew, 8,400 trillion. The immortal law of heaven and earth, 8,900 trillion. Immortal heavenly power, 9,800 trillion. Emperor Yen, 8,800 trillion. The secret of 9 deaths and longevity, 9,600 trillion. The essence and blood of the ancestral dragon, 9,700 trillion. Fuck me. Niayan's eyes widened twice, and he looked at his pitiful 9,000 points. The elixirs that can be purchased now are chi building pills and blood building pills. The prices are 100 each, and the pill recipe is 800.
There are also 2 secret books, one for elementary archery and one for elementary swordsmanship. Both of them have points. There is also a lottery card, which only costs 300 points. There are many other things. Currently, in the points redemption system, what Nyayun can redeem are these very basic things. But points are not so easy to get. It took such a long time and nearly a month for Nyayun to get more than 9,000 points. This flow was like running water and was gone all at once. You have to use your 9,000 points in the most practical way. Ding, do you want to spend 500 points to purchase basic sword skills? Yes, Ding, I successfully purchased the basic knife skills. Do you want to learn it? Yes, although I have 7 kills with the wind sword, I am still far away from enlightenment, so it is understandable that I should buy a book of swordsmanship first. Ding, successfully purchased the chi building pill. Ding, purchase of blood replenishing pill was purchased successfully. Nyayun then purchased another batch of blood and chi tonifying pills. After all, elixirs are much more effective than herbal medicines. It's really like spending money like water. Half of a month's hard work is gone in just 2 actions. I don't need to use the remaining 5,000 points. I have to keep them as emergency preparations. Nyayun murmured. Then Nyayun clicked on the alchemy system again. Ding, do you want to spend 500 points to activate the alchemy system? Turn on Ding, do you want to spend 500 points to activate the talisman system? Turn on Ding, do you want to spend 500 points to activate the formation system? Turn on Ding, do you want to spend 500 points to activate the refining system? Turn on Dammit, why do I have to spend points to activate the system's built-in functions? Nyayun cursed fiercely in his heart. Now Nyayun only has more than 3,000 points left. Finally, Nyayun clicked on the internal space just prompted. The space in the body is about the size of a house. Black flame is in this space, but it seems a bit crowded. He can only curl up his body, and the surroundings are dark and there is no lighting. It is just a void space with nothing else. At the same time, there was also a storm within the Nye family. Nye family inner courtyard. It's about Nyayun being able to kill Nyayen right after he returns from cultivation. A group of attendants like Duaning Rong, the eldest lady of the Nye family, reported that Nyayun had killed the young housekeeper. Duaning Rong was obviously stunned. In his impression, Nyayun was still a waste whose daintian and meridians were destroyed. He just disappeared for a month, so he wouldn't directly kill Nyayen, a 7th level warrior. Could it be that he had some adventures in this month? Go and call him over, let's have dinner together tonight. After pondering for a while, Duaning Rong gave instructions to the attendants in front of him. The same roar appeared in a secret room in the inner courtyard of the Nye family. After hearing the news, Nye Ching, the chief steward of the Nye family, couldn't bear to twitch his mouth. He dismissed the servants in the house and went to the secret room alone to vent all his emotions. If you kill my son, I will make sure you die without a burial place, otherwise I will not be called Nye Ching. He was so angry that he slapped the solid wood table into dust. The great perfection of martial spirits, who would have thought that a small butler could actually reach the realm of great perfection of martial spirits, and take a step further to become a half-step martial king. The dusk gradually became blurry, and the sky filled with sunset glow gradually became dull and colorless. Hey! Nyayun finished his training and was about to go to eat when the door of Nyayun's side courtyard was suddenly knocked. Young master, the eldest lady invites you to come with us to the dinner party. A melodious voice suddenly reached my ears. He stood up and opened the door, only to find a maid standing in front of the door. The eldest lady invited the eldest young master to attend the dinner, and I'm here to convey her message. The maid who saw Nyayun after opening the door was obviously stunned for a moment, and then said respectfully. After all, the man in front of him killed more than a dozen people in one visit to the Nye family, and also killed all the young housekeepers of the Nye family. A dinner party? Nyayun thought about it secretly, and then agreed. This eldest lady is the wife of the head of the family, Nye Dingshan, named Duaning Rong. But she was not Nyayun's mother. Nyayun's mother died in childbirth in her early years and gave birth to 2 sons for the family head. The eldest son was Nyayun. Duaning Rong was just a concubine.
Then he asked about the time when the dinner would start. Seeing that it was still early, Nya asked the maid to wait outside the door while he changed into clean clothes. After returning to the room, Nya put all his belongings into the body space, including one of the storage bags, because Nya only had one storage bag. If he had two, it would be difficult to explain this aspect. In the end, only a storage bag is left to tie around the waist. After making sure that nothing in the room was missing, she put the wind shadow knife into her body, quickly changed into clean clothes, and then went to the dinner party. After Nya walked away, a figure gradually appeared from the shadow in the corner. He entered Nya's room and swept around with his consciousness, as if he was looking for something. After following the maid around Nya's house, they came to a large courtyard. The maid stepped forward and knocked on the door, and whispered, "Madam, the young master is here." After receiving the consent from inside, the maid opened the door and let Nya in. After Nya stepped into the house, the door behind him quietly closed again. It was said to be a dinner party, but in fact it was just me and Duaningrong. There was an ordinary round table with many sumptuous dishes on it, but there were only 2 seats. Duaningrong sat on one of the main seats, and the other one was directly opposite the main seat. Nya strolled to the table, pulled out his seat, and sat down. There was some silence in the atmosphere between the two, and neither one spoke first. Minutes passed by. The sumptuous meal on the table has gradually lost its heat. At this time, Duaningrong finally spoke first and reprimanded Nya. "You don't even show courtesy when you see me. Is this your attitude towards your elders?" As soon as he opened his mouth, Nya was labeled as having a bad attitude. After hearing this, Nya stood up, with a smile on his lips, nodded slightly and said, "It's the boy. I'm rude. Please give my regards to the eldest lady." As he spoke to Nya, he bowed slightly to show respect. "Okay, you guys go out first, I want to talk to Xiaoyun alone." Seeing this situation, Mrs. Duan was slightly surprised and dismissed the surrounding servants. When he and Nya were the only 2 people left in the room, Mrs. Duan took out something similar to a compass from her arms, put it on the table and pressed it gently with her hand. A semicircular and transparent barrier suddenly appeared within a radius of 5 meters. This is a soundproof barrier. Now our conversation will not be eavesdropped by anyone. It's just the 2 of us now. Mrs. Duan said calmly. "What do you mean, madam?" Nya bowed and pretended to be stupid. "Do you know what mistake you made?" Mrs. Duan snorted coldly. "Martial arts are prohibited in the Nya family." "I know I was wrong. I should not have used force in the Nya family. I accept my punishment." Seeing the steps, Nya walked down the steps and continued to pretend to be stupid and replied. This answer obviously exceeded Mrs. Duan's expectations. But Mrs. Duan was obviously not affected by Nya. Her words went straight to the point. She looked directly into Nya's eyes and asked, "I'm very curious about where your cultivation level comes from. In less than a month, you have gone from being a half-wasted person to someone else. A person can enter the 9th level of a martial artist in a blink of an eye and enter the realm of a martial artist in half a step. Where have you been in the interim?" Mrs. Duan continued. "I originally wanted to go to the demonic beast mountain range to gain experience, but I accidentally discovered a cave left by a senior. I inherited the inheritance inside, and then changed my own qualifications to reach the current state." Upon hearing this inquiry, Nya pretended to hesitate for a while, and then told his carefully arranged experience. Seeing the sincere look on his face, Mrs. Duan half believed him, but he also knew that it was not easy to tell Nya everything. "So, your chances are pretty good." After a long silence, Mrs. Duan handed over a token and smiled. "Where, madam, you are exaggerating." Looking at the token handed over, Nya showed a trace of doubt on his face. "According to what you said, you have made rapid progress in cultivation and do not have a suitable technique yet. With this token, you can go to the Golden Pavilion at home and enter and leave the 1st and 2nd floors at will to find a suitable one for you. Do the exercises." Nya was flattered by his move. After only a brief hesitation, Nya took the initiative to take the token with both hands. "Thank you, madam, for the reward. It's just that because of Nyayan's affairs, I don't have the time to practice, so I appreciate Madam's kindness.
Nyayan said, neither humble nor overbearing.
You don't have to worry about the affairs of the butler, just practice hard. There is a family competition in 1 month, and you must show a respectable result by then.
Mrs. Duan said casually. Thank you, madam.
Nyayan slightly bowed and cupped his hands in thanks.
The rest of the conversation was just boring lesbian stuff. After eating a few hasty bites, Nyayan left Mrs. Duan's residence.
It is worth mentioning that Mrs. Duan sent 2 of her own maids to serve Nyayan because she was afraid that Nyayan would not be used to living alone. Originally Nyayan didn't want it, but he couldn't push it away in any way, so he had no choice but to accept it. Just after Nyayan stepped out of the yard, a notification tone suddenly came from the system.
Ding, the family competition mission is triggered. Whether to accept.
Yes, family competition, 1. Ranked among the top 3 in this competition, the reward is 50,000 experience points, 30,000 spiritual power points, 12,000 points, and 1 body tempering pill. 2. Obtained assessment number 2, and was rewarded with 80,000 experience points, 60,000 spiritual power points, 30,000 points, and 10 body tempering pills. 3. Obtaining assessment number 1, the reward is 100,000 experience points, 80,000 spiritual power points, 50,000 points, 10 body tempering pills, and 1 spirit nourishing pill. The mission failed, the level was reduced by 1 level, and the points were deducted by 50. After reading the details of the mission, Nyayan also twitched the corner of his mouth.
Fuck, this punishment is too damn harsh.
Fortunately, there is still 1 month to prepare before the competition. Now the matter with Nia Qing has been solved for the time being, but I have to improve my strength quickly, otherwise this competition may be the end of my journey to another world.
The family competition in a month?
Haha, the token of the Tibetan scripture pavilion was tossed and played in his hand. I raised my head and looked at the night sky tonight. There were no stars, only a few lonely stars working hard to shine. The entire night sky is like an ink pan, and there is a layer of faint clouds in the sky, making the originally dark night sky even more hazy.
I'm looking forward to it too. The corners of Nyayan's mouth raised slightly. Sure enough, things went as Nyayan expected. Once he can practice, he will definitely be taken seriously by the Nye family.
In the past, I was known as the #1 genius in Xingyang town, and now that I have shown my strength as a 9th level warrior, no matter how stupid Mrs. Duan is, she knows that I have unlimited potential now. This token is just a sweetener, maybe to win over, or to compensate for the treatment I received before. But no matter what, I really need a set of exercises to solve this urgent need. The Qingyang Gong that this body practiced before was a basic skill that was rubbish and could no longer be rubbish. At the beginning, it still had a little effect. As Nyayan's strength became stronger and stronger, this effect was almost negligible. I will go to the Sutra Pavilion tomorrow to find a suitable technique. Cultivation is timeless, time flies by, and another night passes by in the blink of an eye. When Nyayan woke up again, it was already dawn in the morning, and the sky and earth seemed to be shrouded in a silver-gray veil. Wan Lai was afraid of silence, but suddenly there was a bird chirping, which broke the silence. After moving for a while, the body that had not moved for a long time was stiff, and a series of crackling sounds came from the bones of the body. Taking the token, he walked towards the Sutra Pavilion. But before leaving, Nyayan sprinkled a light layer of lime powder around the entire yard. The Sutra Pavilion is located in the inner courtyard of the Nye family, which is in the core area and is heavily defended. The entire Sutra Pavilion only has 6 floors when viewed from a distance. It is a majestic ancient building full of history. Nyayan looked at this ancient building. The higher the level of the collected skills, the more advanced the level, and the opposite is true for the lower level. After traveling through time, Nyayan was naturally looking forward to and excited about a legendary place like the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion. I didn't expect that I would actually have the opportunity to step in today. Although this body had entered the Sutra Pavilion before, it was not as real as my own personal experience. Walking into the Sutra Pavilion, there was an old man in grey clothes at the door, leaning on the doorpost, looking like an ordinary person, asking Nyayan with a lazy look to take out the token and verify his identity. The old man in grey checked the token and then threw it away and said lazily when he came back,
There is only 1 hour, and you can only choose the exercises between the first and second floors. Once the time is up, whether you have chosen the exercises or not, you must come out, otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences. And remember not to go up. It's on the 3rd floor. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you if you die. Understand? Nia Yun did not dare to question the words of the old man in gray. I know from my memory that he is the elder guarding the Sutra Pavilion. In terms of status and strength, he is ranked high in the entire Nia family. After choosing the exercises, come to me to register. There is nothing else to say. Just go in. Nia Yun left respectfully. Standing in front of the elder who guards the pavilion, Nia Yun felt a lot of pressure and his heart was beating. He was worthy of being the elder who guarded the pavilion. Push open the door of Sutra Pavilion. Hidden Gong Pavilion, on the 1st floor, comes into Nia Yun's field of vision. Rows of wooden shelves are neatly arranged, mixed with a long history and an ancient atmosphere. Is this the Sutra Library Pavilion? He took a deep breath to suppress the excitement in his heart. The next moment, Nia Yun's face was covered with black lines again, his eyebrows were furrowed, and the word helplessness was written all over his face. There are so many fucking techniques, just 1 hour, how am I going to choose? I'm going to pick them in the year of the monkey. If I had known, I would have asked the elders guarding the pavilion before coming in. In the Sutra Collection Pavilion on the 1st floor, instead of 2 or 3 big cats and kittens, there are rows of wooden shelves. Just like the library in the previous life, there are countless books. A rough estimate shows that the skills in front of me start at least a few 100,000 volumes. Hundreds of thousands of copies. Nia Yun was speechless again. Forget it, let's take a look first. After a few rough scans of the 1st floor, Nia Yun went straight to the 2nd floor without stopping, because most of the entire 1st floor were ordinary level exercises, and the slightly higher end ones were Huang level low level ones. At this time, it was of little use to Nia Yun. Fortunately, he could go up to the 2nd floor and get the token. After going up to the 2nd floor, there is a lot of space in front of you. The decoration of the entire 2nd floor is not much different from that of the 1st floor, but the number of books collected is much smaller, a rough estimate of only tens of thousands. He glanced casually. Boxing technique, Hong fist, low-grade Huang class. Boxing technique, Ba fist, middle-grade Huang rank. Sword technique, purple bamboo sword technique, top-grade Huang rank. Sword technique, splitting mountain knife technique, middle-grade Huang rank. Kick technique, 12 road tan kicks, low-grade Huang class. Although the number of Sutra pavilions on the 2nd floor is much smaller than that on the 1st floor, the quality is much higher. Most of the 1st floor are ordinary level exercises, and the 2nd floor basically starts with yellow level skills. There are so many techniques that I don't know where to start. But Nia Yun is still clearly aware of his own shortcomings. For these sword skills, boxing skills, etc., he currently does not need them. So I just glanced twice and went straight to the skill area. The Sutra Pavilion is divided into categories and it is very simple to find the corresponding area. Exercise area. Fuck, this technique is too. Nia Yun stood in the middle of the wooden frame. There were exercises on the left and right sides. A rough count showed that there were at least several thousand exercises starting from them. At a glance, they were so densely packed that one could not help but take a breath. Ice skill. Pick out a copy at random, there is an introduction in the catalog. Ice skill, middle level yellow level, with a total of levels, perfect practice, one's own aura has the attribute of ice, it can make the area within a radius of 3 feet like ice and snow, hurt the human body, freeze the aura. After reading the introduction, it was not difficult for Nia Yun to imagine that the power of ice kung fu was a must-have for robbing families. The power is good, but unfortunately it's not what I want. Nia Yun shook his head, put the technique back to its original position, and continued searching. Fire technique, low-grade Huang rank. 6 harmony techniques, middle-grade Huang rank. The tyrannical turtle immovable cultivation technique, middle-grade Huang rank. Tiger and crane double shape technique, the best product on the Yellow Street. I have to mention that there are so many exercises,
it feels a bit like going to the supermarket in my previous life. Time passed by second, half a stick of incense passed in the blink of an eye, and Nya Yun still had not found a satisfactory technique. Nya Yun couldn't help but be anxious, because if he could not find a suitable technique, it would have a great impact on his subsequent arrangements. In a hurry, Nya Yun began to search faster. One after another, whenever Nya Yun took a look at it, he would immediately pick it up and look through it several times. In a short time, I walked around the entire sutra collection pavilion on the second floor, from beginning to end. But he couldn't find a book that suited his liking. Just when Nya Yun was about to give up and look for a replacement, he glanced at a bookshelf in the corner. "Hey, why are there a few lonely books here?" Thoughts. On the second floor of the simple and elegant sutra pavilion, on the wooden shelf in the corner, there are a few books of exercises scattered here and there. For some reason, at a glance, Nya Yun walked over like a ghost. Why are there only these wooden shelves with so few exercises? Nya Yun thought to himself, so he picked up a book and took a look. The Heaven-Splitting Technique is a middle-grade Huang-level book. It is a fragment. It is not recommended to study it. Suddenly, Nya Yun understood what was going on. These exercises were all missing arms and legs. But they are extremely powerful, tasteless, and a pity to abandon, so we can only put them on the edge of the second floor and shelve them. Inheriting the training memory of this body, Nya Yun also knows some common sense of training, that is, the training methods must be complete. Once they are missing, the skills will not be perfect, and the strength will be greatly affected. At worst, it's easy to get carried away. What a pity these techniques are. Nya Yun couldn't help but feel a pity. If all these techniques were complete, the value might be even greater. Even the fragments were of the middle grade of the yellow order, and the whole article might be of the high grade of the yellow order. As he spoke, Nya Yun continued to look subconsciously. 9 Transformations of Mind, a low-grade Xian-level book, is a fragment and is not recommended. For study. Ha! Xuanjie. Just after seeing a few words, the system sounded a notification sound. Ding, the side mission is triggered. Collect all the scattered 9-turn mental skills. Do you accept it? The sound of the system sound in vain startled Nya Yun, and then he looked carefully at the task introduction on the system panel. Accept. Side mission, collect all the scattered 9-turn mental skills. Current status, 10%, mission clue, 600 miles east of Qingyang Town, the habitat of the red-eyed demon ape. Task reward, unknown. Attachment, please do not attempt this task if you have not reached the level of martial arts master perfection. Good guy, this mission is simple. You've even marked the next skill for me. Isn't this easy to grasp? That's what Nya Yun originally thought, until he saw the last line. Subconsciously, Nya Yun's eyes fell on the 9 transformations of mind in his hand, but after looking at it for a long time, he couldn't figure out the reason. Looking through the 9 turns of mind technique in my hand, fortunately, there is nothing missing in the training part of this technique. It can be practiced, but there is no supplement at the end. If it were someone else, the worst possible thing would be to change the Xian Gong method. Nya Yun couldn't do it. He had already accepted the task. Changing the technique was obviously not possible. In this way, the practice was implemented. Sutra Pavilion, registration office at the entrance. Are you sure you want to learn the 9 transformations of heart technique? A look of surprise flashed across the calm face of the old man in gray. This 9 turns of mind technique has been around for a long time. It is extremely difficult to practice. There are only a few people who practice this mental technique. Anyone who succeeds in practicing it are all very perceptive. It doesn't matter, it's just him. I feel like he is destined to me. Nya Yun bowed slightly and said with a smile. When the old man in gray heard this, he really didn't know what to say. The 9 transformations of mind technique was acquired by the Nya family while traveling abroad. At first, many people practiced it, and the technique was extremely powerful. However, there is only one regret. This technique can only be practiced to the level of martial arts perfection. If there is no next exercise, you can only change the exercise again, which is just a waste of time and a lot of resources.
If it is not necessary, you should practice in another exercise.
Elder Shij thought it was necessary to remind him and continued to persuade, and even if you change to other exercises later, unfortunately, this method is extremely overbearing and highly repulsive. No matter what exercises you practice in the future, they will all be suppressed, and their cultivation progress will be half the result with half the effort. Nyayin couldn't help being shocked and thought to himself, fuck, this skill is awesome, no wonder it triggered the mission.
Thank you, Elder, for reminding me. This technique is extremely domineering and is just right for me to practice.
Nyayin said with great gratitude. The elder guarding the pavilion frowned quietly, and the corners of his mouth twitched a few times unnoticeably. As an elder of the Sutra Pavilion, it is natural for him to give some advice to the younger generation. As for how the younger generation chooses, it has nothing to do with him.
He can only say this. 9 transformations of mind, go back and make a copy.
Within a month, you must return the original copy to the Sutra Pavilion.
If there is any loss, you must report it as soon as possible. Back from the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion.
Nyayin returned to his own residence. After returning to his residence, after checking around to make sure that the mechanism was intact and no one had entered his room, he felt a little more at ease. Take out the 9 transformations of mind from the storage bag. No matter what his flaws are, I have mastered this technique. In only 1 month, the family competition is coming. Nyayin has a strong sense of crisis. The most important thing now is to improve his strength as soon as possible.
There is not much time left for him.
Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the remaining chapter of the Xian level low grade 9 transformations of the heart.
Do you study? Following the prompt from the system, a smile appeared on Nyayin's lips. Yes.
As the phantom sound fell, Nyayin's mind gradually emerged with the cultivation method of the 9 turns of mind technique. The 9 transformations of mind, fragment, has 5 levels in total. Congratulations to the host for learning the first level of the 9 transformation heart technique. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the passive skill. The spiritual power recovery speed is increased by 80%. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the passive skill, deterrence for a target with a lower level than yourself. When launching an attack, you can suppress the opponent's strength by at least 5%. The greater the level gap, the more obvious the strength suppression will be. Once the level gap between the two parties is 2 large realms, with the help of soul control and beast control, the target can be directly enslaved. After reading the introduction of the system, Nyayin couldn't help but sigh, this 9-turn mental technique is really awesome, and he directly gave himself 2 skills in the first level.
There are still 4 layers left, and I don't know what the effect will be.
Then I collect all the 9-turn mental techniques, and I don't know what the effect will be. However, this matter cannot be rushed for the time being. The mission introduction has clearly stated that you must at least reach the level of martial arts master before you can search for it. I don't even have the realm of martial arts master.
If I go now, isn't it a free gift?
Then he sat cross-legged and began to practice the 9 turns of mind technique. After letting the 9 turns of mind technique circulate in his body for several days. It was noon, the sky was clear and the sun was high.
Bang bang bang, several slight knocks on the door came. Seeing Nyayin in the yard not responding, bang bang bang, there were a few more heavier knocks on the door. Master, please open the door.
We are sent by the eldest lady to serve you, a sweet voice broke into Nyayin's ears. After hearing this, people frowned slightly and sighed slightly.
Oh, it's time to come.
Bath recipe. The woman pushed open the door to the courtyard and saw 2 slim and delicate-looking maids standing outside the door, waiting for her respectfully.
Hello, master.
They both said in unison. The sound is pleasant and pleasant, like the sound of a silver bell.
Come in.
But Nyayin's attitude towards this was very cold. Hello, eldest young master, my name is Chunlan, his name is Xiaju, we are the eldest madam, sent here to serve you specifically.
If you have any needs, you can tell me.
Okay, then Nyayin pointed his fingers like the slave named Chunlan just now.
You go and buy some lunch for me at the market outside.
I want to eat wontons in a big bowl, buy some roast chicken, and some wine.
And you, Xiaju, please clean up my yard. It's been a long time since I've done it. I'm really tired of it. Nya Yun is not polite. People have said so, so he must be bossed around.
Yes, sir, and more importantly, Nya Yun suspected that these two servants were the eldest lady, used to spy on him.
Moreover, the levels of these two servants are not low. Nya Yun just felt that Chunlan is a first-level martial artist, and the other Xiaozhu is a second-level martial artist.
Originally, there was still a month left. If Nya Yun's temperament was followed, he would definitely go straight to the demonic beast mountain range to upgrade. 1 month would be more or less, and it would definitely be more than enough to break through to the martial arts level.
But now that there are two people who are getting in the way, there are some people who are helpless. At least this one may not be possible for the time being. This old guy doesn't seem to be very confident about me yet. But we still need to improve our strength, so we can only start to think of ways from other aspects. Now I can only do what normal people should do.
Xiaozhu moved very quickly, and in a short time he bought all the things Nya Yun had specified.
As for money, Nya Yun had no money anyway. It depends on what Mrs. Duan says. Then Nya Yun started his feast. Needless to say, the wontons on the Shinwu continent are indeed a lot more delicious than those on Earth. Nya Yun praised.
While eating, Nya Yun also greeted Chunlan and Xiaozhu. The two maids wanted them to eat with him. But the two maids shook their heads and refused. There are too many means of communication in this world, and Nya Yun has no doubt that every move he makes will be directly transmitted to Mrs. Duan's ears the next moment. With nothing to do, I looked at how many points I had left. I looked at the lottery card again and saw that there was nothing to do now anyway, so I might as well try my luck. It's not expensive anyway, just 300 points. Ding, do you want to buy a lottery card?
Yes, Ding, I have purchased a lottery card. Do you want to start the lottery?
Start the draw. As soon as he finished speaking, the system screen suddenly changed, and a large 36-frame turntable suddenly appeared in front of him. 18 of these 36 grids do not have any items, which means that if you draw these, your 300 points will be wasted. Of the remaining 18 grids, nearly half of them are just some silver coins or very low-level herbal weapons. If these things are drawn, there is no doubt that Nya Yun will lose blood. The items in the remaining half of the grid are worth more than these. In other words, the probability of winning this time is only 1/4. There are secret books, elixirs, equipment, and the like. Especially among them is the body tempering pill, which Nya Yun has coveted for a long time, because the body tempering pill can directly enhance his physique to a great extent.
Ding, do you want to start the lottery?
Yes, as the roulette started, the pointer on the high-speed rotating roulette also began to rotate, turning the entire roulette into phantoms. After more than 10 seconds passed, the roulette will gradually slow down.
Space, dagger, medicinal materials, silver.
The speed of the rotating board is getting slower and slower, and the pointer slides through different items one by one. Seeing that the pointer was about to stop on a body tempering pill, Nya Yun couldn't help but tense up.
Stop, stop, Nya Yun said silently in his heart countless times.
Slower and slower, but in the end the pointer still slipped past the body tempering pill.
His grandma, the duck that reached the beak, flew away. Nya Yun cursed secretly in his heart.
The pointer began to slowly slide towards an empty grid again. But at this time, Nya Yun was already prepared to be in vain, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. Oh, bad luck, this is not good luck. Just when Nya Yun was unhappy, the pointer slid forward a little bit at the last moment, moved out of the space, and stopped on a prescription. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the body tempering medicinal bath prescription.
What?
Then consciousness sank into his mind, and a pharmacy was lying in his system space. Body tempering medicinal bath prescription. Medicated bath can greatly stimulate human body functions and enhance human body's physical fitness. After reading the introduction, Nya Yun couldn't help but feel happy.
Chunlan, Xiaozhu, come in. Nya Yun called out to the house. What are your orders, master?
Chunlan and Yu Xiaozhu opened the door and walked lightly into the room. Go get me paper and pen, Nya Yun said calmly to Chunlan.
Master, what do you want that thing for? Really puzzling answer.
Go if you are told. There is so much nonsense, Nya Yun said loudly. As he spoke,
he grabbed the porcelain bowl in his hand and threw it towards Chunlan's face. Snapped. The porcelain bowl hit Chunlan's nose, and the porcelain pieces shattered on the ground. All the remaining soup and other food residue in the bowl stuck to Chunlan's face, hair, and bumpy figure. However, Chunlan said respectfully as if nothing had happened. "Yes, master, let's go find him right away. And you, go to Mrs. Duan and ask for a sum of spiritual stones. As training resources, I have encountered a bottleneck in my practice recently and need resources. Just say it was me and he will not refuse to give them." Nia Yun gave Xia Zhu cold instructions. Afterwards, Nia Yun watched them leave the yard. Now he was completely convinced that the two of them were sent by the eldest lady to monitor him. There are 3 reasons. First, the motive of this old woman sending slaves to serve herself is suspicious. Second, if they just serve their own daily life, then the cultivation level of these 2 slaves is too high. I am only a 9th level martial artist, one of them is a 1st level martial artist, and the other is a 2nd level martial artist. This level of cultivation is completely unnecessary. Third, the 2 of them are too obedient. According to the reaction of normal people, they have such high cultivation, and I would at least have some reaction to them. How could they be like a puppet? Unless you have received special training. So based on the above 3 points, Nia Yun can be sure that these 2 slaves were sent by the eldest lady to monitor him. They came to monitor Nia Yun, and Nia Yun was also observing them. Not long after, Chunlan and Xia Zhu returned with pens and paper and a bag of spiritual stones they had obtained from Mrs. Duan. Then Nia Yun sent them away after listing various medicinal materials on the paper. At the same time, in the inner courtyard of the Nia family and in Mrs. Duan's house, he saw information about medicinal materials coming from his eyes one after another. He couldn't figure out what Nia Yun wanted to do. He also took 50 spiritual stones from himself. Tempering the body after Chunlan and Xia Zhu came back, they placed the medicinal materials they had written on the paper on the table. Nia Yun began to count. Violet leaves. Bone-washing flower. Strong blood grass. There are 19 spirit stones in total, and there are 31 spirit stones left. Here is the bill. Please take a look at it, young master. Chunlan said to the side while handing over the purchase order with both hands. But Nia Yun obviously didn't have the time to talk to her. Continue to carefully inventory this material. This series of materials were either herbal medicine or spiritual materials. After Nia Yunxiang carefully counted them, he told the 2 people behind him, "Go get a large basin of water." In the quiet courtyard, Nia Yun put all the medicinal materials into a large basin. The basin was filled with clean water. Under the big basin was a burning bonfire. When all the medicinal materials in the basin were boiling, Nia Yun took off his medicine. Put your clothes directly into the basin. Originally, according to the prescription, all these medicinal materials need to be purified and turned into medicinal liquid before they can be tempered. But now that Nia Yun does not have that condition, he can only throw all the medicinal materials in and cook them with himself. The 2 slaves next to him added water and firewood at the right time. Nia Yun, who was in the liquid, made a strange seal on his chest and was running the 9 turns mind technique. His eyes were closed tightly and his breathing was steady and powerful. The wooden basin is filled with light cyan water, which sways in waves as the temperature boils, and also shows little bits of light of different colors, which looks quite magical. His chest rose and fell slightly with the operation of the Zhouzhuan heart technique, but the light and luxurious medicine continued to penetrate into Nia Yun's body with his breathing. Nia Yun could clearly feel that his physical body was slowly getting stronger at a visible speed. After tasting the sweetness, Nia Yun did not give up. Instead, he still closed his eyes tightly and formed seals with his palms, working hard to run the 9-turn technique, and continued to greedily absorb the liquid in the barrel. The green water leaves soaked Nia Yun's whole body, warming his bones and washing his meridians. As Nia Yun continued to search, more and more white air flowed out of the basin, and in the end it had a tendency to cover Nia Yun's body. Cultivation was spent for getting sleep and food, the brilliance of the setting sun was slowly turning, and the weak and hot temperature was also slowly decreasing. Nia Yun, who had his eyes closed in the sea of wood, absorbed the last ray of medicinal liquid into his body.
His eyes trembled slightly.
After a moment, his dark eyes suddenly opened. There was a faint green light in the black pupils. Slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air from his chest, Nyayan suddenly stood up and climbed out of the barrel without any scruples, letting the cold water flow over his body. Yen Yun looked back and saw the blue water that had become a little lighter. He shook his head helplessly and muttered in his heart, "I guess I can use it for 2 or 3 more times before I need to replenish it." However, the physical strength has indeed increased a lot. However, this situation made Chunlan and Xiaozhu feel shy. It was already late at night, but Nyayan did not rest because he had already received sufficient rest during his training. So he is now using Qi training techniques to refine weight-bearing clothes for himself. Because physical training must be carried out, coupled with the use of medicinal liquids, in order to obtain the maximum effect. As for where the material came from, it was naturally obtained from the eldest lady, ha ha ha. What about surveillance? Anyway, I have such a big tiger skin. If something happens, I can just focus on that inheritance. Furthermore, it is actually not difficult to refine this kind of weight-bearing clothing. It is just a matter of refining a large lump of iron into the shape of the clothing. There are no other requirements and it can be done by any blacksmith. After spending a few sticks of incense, Nyayan built a pair of weight-bearing clothes that weighed nearly 200 kilograms. When Nyayan put on this weight-bearing suit, it was difficult to walk without using his spiritual power. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps, Nyayan kept trotting around the yard. If I hadn't taken the marrow cleansing pill before, and if I hadn't reached the 9th level of a warrior, I wouldn't have been able to run in this yard with this 200 kilograms of weight-bearing clothes on my back. As for the 2 servants Chunlan and Xiaozhu, they were looking at them in confusion. The family competition was about to start in 1 month. Will such training be effective in improving strength? Similarly, in the inner courtyard of the Nye family, the situation in Nyayan's courtyard was also controlled by Madame Duan in real time. Seeing this, Madame Duan murmured, "It seems that this inheritance that Nyayan has received actually knows how to use medicinal baths to temper his body to improve his health." My own body. After more than half an hour passed, Nyayan could no longer remember how many laps he had run. All the strength in his body had been exhausted. His feet were like lead, and every step forward was very difficult. But Nyayan still gritted his teeth and persisted. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Step forward step by step. If you can't run, then walk. If you can't, then crawl. Round after round, Nyayan really felt like he couldn't hold on any longer. His blood was surging all over his body, and stars were shining in his eyes. Not working anymore, Nyayan murmured, "No, this is not my limit, absolutely not." Nyayan then laughed wildly. Suddenly new energy was regenerated, and the speed suddenly increased. At this time, it was actually 3 minutes faster than in its original heyday. After a lap, Nyayan was already swaying and unable to steady his body. After 2 laps, Nyayan could no longer distinguish between east, west, north and south, and could only rely on instinct to keep running forward. After 3 laps, Nyayan finally exhausted himself and fell to the ground. At this time, Chunlan and Xiaozhu followed Nyayan's previous instructions to them, helped Nyayan up, and placed him in the basin again. There was a fire burning below and the water was steaming. As soon as Nyayan sat down, he felt a tingling sensation all over his body. The light cyan medicine liquid continued to penetrate into Nyayan's body, moisturizing all his meridians, and his bones continued to strengthen his body and restore his physical strength. Pain and happiness coexisted, and Nyayan continued to absorb the power of these medicines. He could clearly feel that the effect of this medicinal bath to temper the body was much better than the last time. The strength of the body is constantly increasing, and the 9 turns mind technique is also constantly operating. The rising sun was rising in the east, and warm sunlight came from the sky, and tiny spots of light shone on Nyayan's body. There was originally some light cyan liquid, but now it is crystal clear. I thought it could be used at least 2 or 3 times, but it's too out of date. Nyayan said heartbrokenly, "I asked for 50 spirit stones from that old woman. If converted into gold, 1 spirit stone can be exchanged for 100 gold. And these 0 and total materials cost a total of nearly 20 spirit stones. In other words, in just one night, I used nearly 2,000 taels of gold. Thinking of this, Nyayun couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. Just like before, Nyayun started physical training in the hospital. Every plant, every tree, every brick and every stone in the yard was discovered by Nyayun in the past 2 days. Bang, bang, bang. Brother, let me open the door. There was another knock on the door from outside the courtyard. When the 2 female slaves Chulan and Xiaozhu opened the door, the people outside the door had already opened the door and walked in. The yard was not big, so after looking around, he found Nyayun's direction and ran towards Nyayun. It's just that his posture when running over was extremely weird. His lower body seemed to be stiff and he didn't know how to bend. It's as if his lower body is a prosthetic. Nyayun looked at the person in front of him. His appearance was somewhat similar to his. He felt an inexplicable feeling of closeness in his body, and his mind suddenly fell into memories. His name is Nyafeng, he is Nyayun's younger brother, or in this body, the 2 of them have been dependent on each other since childhood. However, when they were 3 years old, they were bitten by a poisonous snake on their legs, which caused the meridians to accumulate and their legs to become petrified. He can only be a semi-disabled person for the rest of his life, and it is difficult to walk. But before Nyayun was deposed, he used his power and through unremitting efforts, he still allowed Nyafeng to practice, but he still had hidden diseases in his legs. After Nyayun was deposed, the 2 brothers were separated by the family and assigned to different places. They rarely saw each other again. Memories flooded Nyayun's mind. Eyes pulled back. Nyafeng had already run to Nyayun's side and hugged him. Brother, have you really recovered? I heard from other people that you were going to kill that bastard Nyayun as soon as you came back, right? What state are you in now? It's really satisfying. Nagging questions were thrown out one after another. On weekdays, Nyafeng was humiliated and could only be cautious in his words and deeds. Only in front of his brother could he act like a child. This sudden concern made Nyayun feel a little overwhelmed for a moment. After being stunned for a while, Nyayun reached out, touched Nyafeng's head, and said with a gentle smile, "Of course, now that I have recovered, there is also a way to restore you in the inheritance I received." Brother, really? Nyafeng's eyes widened and he said excitedly, while his hands kept shaking Nyayun's body. You must know that Nyayun is now wearing a 200-kilogram weight-bearing suit, but even so, he was picked up by Nyafeng as if he was nothing, and was shaken wildly. Okay, put me down first, let's sit down and talk in detail. Nyayun stabilized his body and said. In fact, Nyayun didn't know why he said that sentence. He could help you and reply, but he subconsciously said that sentence. After the 2 of them returned to the house and sat down, Nyayun looked at the scars all over Nyafeng's body. Even though he was Nyayun, he thought he was cold and heartless in his heart, but for some reason, he couldn't help but feel a little distressed. Then Nyayun took out a blood-replenishing pill and a chi-replenishing pill from the space in his body and said, "Take these 2 pills first to heal the injury." No, brother, I don't need these things for my minor injury. They are too expensive. Nyafeng looked at the 2 pills handed over by Nyayun, stood up instantly, shook his head and waved his hands in rejection. Because he also knew that elixirs were valuable, especially the elixirs made from elixirs. Nyafeng was now even more valuable. Nyayun comforted Nyafeng and sat down, and said softly but loudly, "From now on, you will live with me. From now on, no one can bully us too." Okay. But the family side, Nyafeng was full of words in response, but he seemed to have thought of something and spoke hesitantly, but before he could finish speaking, Nyayun interrupted him. No matter what happens, I will support you. No one will bully you again in the future. Kill. Nyayun said with a stern tone, especially the last word that came out of his body. The murderous aura that filled his body made Chunlan and Xiaozhu both shocked. Although the 2 of them are not particularly high in cultivation, they have seen strong winds and waves when they were with the eldest lady since childhood, but they have never seen such strong murderous intent. After hearing this, Nyafeng gradually became silent. He just looked at Ji Yun with tears in his eyes, and after a long time, he choked and shouted. It is good. That night, in the wooden barrel where the medicinal bath was supposed to take place, it was not Nyayun but Nyafeng.
Nia Feng, who was absorbing the power of medicine in the barrel and taking a medicinal bath to temper his body, said with a ferocious face, "Brother, the family competition is in more than half a month. I am only a third-level warrior now and I may be kicked out of the family. Go, I manage some secular shops, don't be distracted, concentrate on running the exercises and absorbing the power of the medicine," Nia Yun shouted. At the same time, Nia Yun was looking for a way to completely cure Nia Feng in the points exchange system. Because Nia Feng himself had been suffering from an old illness for a long time, Nia Yun had spent a lot of money to make him barely able to walk. Now ordinary pills cannot cure Nia Feng. Only some miraculous medicines that can cut off the hair and cleanse the marrow will do the trick. After searching for a long time, Nia Yun finally found what he was looking for. Xuanjia 3rd Grade Elixir Elementary Marrow Cleansing Pill. The main function is to remove the hair and cleanse the marrow, so that people who cannot practice can grow their roots and bones, activate their menstruation and collaterals, strengthen their qi and blood, and practice again, which can alleviate injuries to a certain extent. Note, this elixir is only effective for first-time users, and is ineffective if taken multiple times. The selling price is 5 points. But after carefully reading the introduction of the marrow cleansing pill, Nia Yun felt that he was not very satisfied, so after searching for a long time, he finally found the pill that satisfied him. Xuanjie, Th Grade Yulu Shuichan Pills. Its main function is to unblock the meridians, activate meridians, and heal injuries. Under my king, it can heal human flesh and bones. The price is points. The introduction is clean and clear, but the price really surprised Nia Yun. Because there is only one level difference between the 3rd level of Xuanjie and the 4th level of Xuanjie, why is there such a huge difference of points? It can't be that this damn system is ripping people off here. An idea suddenly came to Nia Yun's mind. Nia Yun looked at the basic panel. Now he only has points. For now, points can only be obtained by killing people or killing monsters. These points cannot be collected in the short term, and whether it is the subsequent medicinal bath to temper the body or the cultivation of skills, spiritual stones and cultivation resources, it is not enough. After thinking about it, Nia Yun looked at Nia Feng who was quenching his body, and then glanced calmly at Chunlan and Xiaozhu who were next to him. Murmured, "There are only 39 spiritual stones left. The old woman has no hope. She has to think of a way. She can't just sit back and have nothing." Warm sunlight shines through the gaps in the windows, and tiny spots of light dot the entire neat room. In the room, the two brothers Nia Yun also finished their practice for the night. Originally, Chunlan planned to clean up a room for Nia Feng to live in, but Nia Yun refused. That night, the two Nia Yun brothers were in the room, one taking a traditional Chinese medicine bath in a wooden barrel to temper his body, and the other sitting cross-legged on the bed and working on his mind. After briefly washing up, he told Nia Feng to practice peacefully in the house while he went out. Originally, Chunlan and Xiaozhu planned to go out with Nia Yun, claiming that they were serving the eldest young master, but they were decisively rejected and only asked to take care of Nia Feng. After leaving the gate of Nia's house, Nia Yun recalled the location of Changfeng Trading Company in his mind and walked straight in the direction of the trading bank. Changfeng Trading Company is the largest trading bank in the entire Qingyang town, and Changfeng Trading Company here is just a branch. Its headquarters is in Daiyuan City, and it is also the richest trading bank in the entire Daiyuan City. Looking at the huge auction venue at the end of the street, Nia Yun turned into a remote alley, took out the black cloak he had prepared earlier and put it on himself. Under the cover of the huge cloak, it not only concealed Nia Yun's appearance, but also covered up Nia Yun's thin figure, making him look a little bloated. With Nia Yun's current appearance, even if Nia Feng stood in front of him, it would be difficult for him to unrecognizable at first glance. No wonder Nia Yun was so careful, he was forced to be sneaky just to avoid unnecessary trouble. He touched the storage bag on his waist and walked towards the auction. Under the vigilant gazes of several heavily armed guards, Nia Yun walked straight in without stopping. Unexpectedly, as soon as he walked into the trading house, he saw an old acquaintance, Feng Sun. Nia Yun quickly walked to Feng Sun and said to Feng Sun in a low and hoarse voice that only the two of them could hear, "Brother Feng, I have something to do with you." When Feng Sun heard this, he was slightly stunned. He recognized Nia Yun's voice, and then led him to a reception room. "Brother, why are you looking for me dressed like this?" "Ha, it's nothing,
I'm just a little short on money and I need you to come up with something.
Then Nyayun was unequivocal and took out one item after another from the storage bag. These were all items that had been discovered in the Monster Mountain range, including Yang Yun's belongings and the piece of soft gold. Inner armor. If you keep this thing in your hands, it will become a hot potato sooner or later, so it is better to get rid of it as soon as possible. Basically, Nyayun had already taken out everything he could except the yin yang fruit and yin yang fruit rhizomes, which were extremely valuable things. After a while, the table in the entire living room was piled with mountains of various items. In the end, Nyayun put Yang Yun's storage bag and some things that by Jinha broke out that he couldn't use but were not of a very high level on the table. Because even though he doesn't need it, it is exploded from a 5th level monster after all, and the price is very high. I'm sorry, brother, there are a lot of things. I have to troubleshoot them. Give me the spirit stone. Thank you. Nyayun smiled. Originally, Fongsun thought that Nyayun was just going to produce a few things, but he didn't expect that he would produce a bunch of things. Fongsun clapped his hands, and 2 people dressed as waiters walked in outside the living room and began to count Nyayun's pile of things in front of him. Taking advantage of this moment, Fongsun began to inquire about the origins of these things. Nyayun did not hide it and said bluntly, "These things cannot be seen in the light. Brother Fong, if you accept them, be careful." Fongsun nodded secretly. This was the only way, otherwise even the young master of the Nye family would not be able to come up with so many different types of weird things at once. The 2 clerks worked very quickly. In a short while, they finished counting everything and handed the bill to Fongsun's hand. Fongsun stared at the bill twice and then said to Nyayun, "Brother, we can give you this number." Nyayun stretched out his 2 fingers. Nyayun nodded, because this number was within his estimate, and the price was quite reasonable. Then Nyayun asked Fongsun for paper and pen, wrote a lot of things on the paper, wrote 3 whole pieces of paper, and handed it over. "Please help me prepare the materials on the paper, and the money will be deducted from the one just now." Then he followed Fongsun to drink tea in the reception room. Needless to say, the efficiency of the commercial bank is high. Not long after, bags and bags of what Nyayun wanted were collected and brought to Nyayun's desk. Most of them are various materials or elixirs and the like. Of course, the most conspicuous one is a huge alchemy furnace. In front of a pile of low materials, it looks a bit outstanding and very abrupt. There were more than 100 spirit stones left, which were put in a storage bag and placed in front of Nyayun's desk. After confirming that they were correct, Nyayun put them all into his storage bag. "Brother Fong, I will go back first, and we will meet again another day." Nyayun stood up and smiled at Fongsun. He has achieved what he wanted, and there is no point in staying here any longer. Okay, slow down on the road. Welcome to come again next time. Fongsun smiled at Nyayun. Because there is an unspoken rule for reselling stolen goods, that is, the price will definitely be lower than the market price, so Fongsun made a lot of money this time, so he naturally greeted him with a smile. But just when Nyayun stood up to leave, Fongsun called out to him, which made Nyayun a little puzzled. "Brother, there will be an auction in our auction house in 3 days. All the major families are out. Do you want to come over and take a look?" Fongsun said as if he suddenly remembered, and handed over a dark gold invitation from his arms. What can make all the major families send people? Is it the legendary holy weapon? Or some kind of elixir? Nyayun said half-jokingly. "It's not a holy weapon or an elixir, but it's equally valuable." Fongsun replied mysteriously. What Fongsun said aroused Nyayun's interest. "What is that?" "A token." Hearing this, Nyayun was speechless. A token is something special. It can't be a treasure map or a magical skill recorded on it? This plot is too cliché. No. Is it possible that he has something to say about this token? Of course, this token is called the Ascension Order. Although it does not record any peerless magical skills or treasure maps, its value is not half lower than the 2 cases. With this token, you can directly become an inner disciple of Kixwinman, one of the 4 major forces in Dayuan City. Once you become an inner disciple of the 7 mysterious sects, you will have endless access to spiritual weapons and elixirs.
How does it compare to your peerless magical skills or treasure maps? Nia Yun also nodded secretly after hearing this. Okay, Brother Foam, I'll take this. I will definitely be there for the auction in 3 days. I want to see what the Ascension Order looks like and see if there is anything I need. Okay, then I'll be waiting for you to come, brother.
After returning from the auction house, Nia Yun's current net worth is more than 1,000 spirit stones.
This is a huge amount of income.
You must know that if it were Nia Yun before, he would only get 2 spiritual stones from the martial arts hall every month. If exchanged for a mortal, a piece of spiritual stone can be exchanged for 1 taels of gold, which is enough for a lifetime of prosperity and wealth. In this world, gold is almost worthless and is used as decoration.
Or it may be slightly more useful as a material when refining weapons. Otherwise, it can only be a bit of life property as a mortal. Spiritual stones are the hard currency.
After Nia Yun opened the door and returned to the room, he looked at Nia Feng, who was still practicing. Nia Feng heard the sound and opened his eyes. When he saw Nia Yun coming back, he smiled and nodded.
Go outside and show me. No one can come in without my permission, including Chunlan and Xiazhu. Nia Yun said solemnly.
Although Nia Feng didn't know why, he still did it.
Nia Yun's arrangements are also very particular.
Chunlan and Xiazhu were arranged outside the courtyard by Nia Yun, while Nia Feng was arranged outside his house. Nia Yun is now eager to improve his strength, but now it has become unrealistic to go to the Monster Mountain range, so he can only think of ways from other parts.
Apart from one's own realm, the only ways to improve one's strength are weapons, elixirs, talismans, and exercises. Weapons and techniques were temporary. Nia Yun couldn't find anything better.
Therefore, he could only think of solutions in terms of elixirs and talismans, which was why Nia Yun purchased a large amount of materials.
But now the points are limited.
The prerequisite for making alchemy is to purchase the elixir recipe, and the prerequisite for making the talisman is to purchase the making method of the talisman.
So now I can only choose between elixir and talisman.
After looking at the system, I saw the single elixir prescriptions that I could currently purchase, as well as the methods for making talismans. After thinking for a long time, Nia Yun finally decided to make a talisman.
Then Nia Yun opened the talisman system. After checking the talisman system, he finally selected 3 methods of making talismans. Smoke talisman, mire talisman, and ice pick talisman.
The first 2 can be used to save lives or trap enemies, while the third can make up for Nia Yun's long-range weakness to a certain extent.
Ding, do you want to spend 500 points to learn how to make the smoke talisman?
Yes.
Ding, do you want to spend 500 points to learn how to make the silly talisman?
Yes.
Ding, do you want to spend points to learn how to make the ice pick talisman?
Yes. Okay, now Nia Yun only has 3,500 points left out of 2,000. These 2,000 points cannot be touched for the time being, just in case of emergency. Nia Yun then took out the talisman paper and talisman pen from the storage bag. Lay the talisman paper flat on the table, and think of the method of making the smoke talisman just now.
Start writing. Dip in cinnabar.
The spiritual power of the whole body is concentrated on the tip of the pen, attached to the talisman paper, and the pen moves like a dragon and a snake in one go. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully making the smoke talisman.
He gained 1 experience points and increased his proficiency by, note, the higher the proficiency, the greater the success rate of making only talismans and making high-level talismans. Check the detail information. Smoke talisman, the 2nd grade of Huangjie, after use, will cause thick fog to fill the area within a radius of 30 feet and confuse the line of sight. To use it, just tear open the talisman. Not bad, a good start. Nia Yun did not expect that he would succeed in making the talisman for the first time. Although it was only a 2nd grade Huang level talisman, it was enough.
As a result, Nia Yun continued to follow the same pattern. Ding, failed to make the talisman, proficiency +1, ding, failed to make the talisman, proficiency +1, ding, failed to make the talisman, proficiency +1, but what Nia Yun didn't expect was that behind the good start, there were 3 consecutive failures, which made Nia Yun's face a little depressed.
But he was not depressed and continued to make talismans. Ding, failed to make the talisman, proficiency +1.
Ding, successfully making the talisman, proficiency +1, finally succeeded. Now look at the success rate after 10 times of making the talisman. The probability of success 3 times and 1/3 is really low enough. But if other talisman makers on the mainland heard about this success rate, they would be so scared that they would vomit blood. Because other talisman makers, if they want to make talismans, they have to wait at least a year after systematically learning the talismans before they can start trying. Moreover, if the success rate of the talismans they only make at the beginning is 1/10, it is very good, and most of them will be in the beginning. Only successful talismans are made, but the effect is not very good and cannot reach the average level of ordinary talismans, so novices generally think that the talismans are useless. For someone like Nyayan to be able to successfully create something for the first time, it is simply shocking to say the least. Let's continue next. There is plenty of material anyway. Ding, failed to make the talisman, proficiency +1. Ding, failed to make the talisman, proficiency +1. Ding, successfully making the talisman, proficiency +1. Half an hour later, Nyayan's spiritual power was exhausted, so he began to take out spiritual stones and absorb them to restore his spiritual power. It's not that Nyayan doesn't want to save some spiritual stone expenses, it's just that the speed of absorbing the spiritual energy dispersed in the air to replenish spiritual power is too slow. What Nyayan lacks now is time, so Nyayan would rather use spiritual stones directly, which is not far away.
Waste time.
In this half hour, Nyayan only made a total of more than 70 smoke charms, of which more than 150 failed. A complete waste of material. After a few sticks of incense, Nyayan recovered all his spiritual power and started making talismans again, but this time he made a different kind of talisman.
Meyer talisman.
Ding, failed to make the talisman, proficiency +1. Ding, failed to make the talisman, proficiency +1. Ding, failed to make the talisman, proficiency +1. Ding, successfully making the talisman, proficiency +1. Check it out. Marg talisman. A 5th level yellow level talisman can instantly turn the land within 3 feet into a swamp, restricting the target's movement.
Note, this rune is best used only on land. If used in other environments, the effect will have different discounts. If used in magma or sea, the effect will be close to none. Note, this rune does not distinguish between friend and foe once used, please use it with caution. Nyayan looked at the introduction and praised it. What a good talisman. Nyayan also laughed off the subsequent cautious use. Don't forget, Nyayan is good at earth escape. This little bit of mud was no hindrance to him. 10 minutes later, Nyayan panted and finished making the talisman. Sure enough, the higher the level of the talisman, the more difficult it was to make. This time, Nyayan only lasted for half the time before his spiritual energy was exhausted. And the success rate is horribly low. A rough estimate is that I made it about 100 times, only about 20 times were successful, and the rest failed. After recovering for a long time, Nyayan started making the most difficult ice pick talisman again. This time Nyayan only worked for less than 10 minutes before his spiritual power was exhausted. I only made 5 ice pick charms, and the other 50 or so were all failures. In the next 3 days, brothers Nyayan will take medicinal baths to temper their bodies every day. After tempering his body, Nyaphone would practice his sword outside the house, while Nyayan would kick everyone out and make his own runes. With Nyaphone holding the door handle, Nyayan felt relieved. Without his permission, no one would be let in. 3 days passed like this, and Nyayan counted the number of talismans in the space inside his body. A smoke charm costs 230. Meyer talisman 165 chapters. There are 89 ice pick charms. Among them, the ice pick talisman Nyayan took the most effort, otherwise the number would be reduced by more than half. The setting sun gradually sets, and night gradually falls. Changfeng Auction House. The invitations for each chapter are limited to the person himself, but there is no limit to how many slaves each person can bring. So Nyayan brought Nyaphone with him. It was really pleasant to drink the best tea and taste the freshly picked spiritual fruits in the private room. The huge Changfeng Trading Company has already been filled up, which shows the great influence of the Ascension Order. It is estimated that all the masters in Xingyang town will gather here tonight.
About a quarter of an hour later, the body of an old acquaintance appeared on stage. Feng-sun. Nia Yin couldn't help but think to himself when he saw this scene, it seems that Feng-sun's status in Changfeng auction house is not very low, and he can actually host such an auction. At the same time, Feng-sun also spoke on the stage. Thank you very much for taking time out of your busy schedule to come to our Changfeng auction house tonight to support us.
Without further ado, let's start our auction today.
After saying that, there was a graceful maid under the stage, holding a huge tray and walking onto the stage, which was covered with a red cloth. When everyone's eyes were focused on the tray, Feng-sun laughed and took off the red cloth. Under the red cloth was a red spear. The first item we are auctioning now is the Lingfeng spear, the personal spear of Emperor Lingfeng.
Are you serious about this?
Martial Emperor Lingfeng has fallen for many years, and so has his Lingfeng spear.
It has been missing for a long time, and now that it has been seen again, Young Feng, are determined. In a private room, there was a wild voice, and he continued, I will offer. Before Feng-sun could say the lowest price, Young Feng directly offered a high price, silencing everyone's voices. Fuck, 2,000 spirit stones, Young Feng must be crazy. 2,000 spirit stones.
The average weapon in the martial emperor realm is about Xian level. More than 1,000 spirit stones are completely enough.
This is twice the difference.
Words like this are constantly surrounding the entire Changfeng auction house. When Nia Feng heard the price, he spit out the tea and choked himself half to death. Nia Yun was okay, but the corner of his mouth twitched after hearing this. Damn it, the first lot was worth more than my entire net worth. I thought I would be a little rich with more than one spiritual stones, but it turned out that I couldn't even afford the first damn lot.
Nia Yun looked a little embarrassed. 2,100 spirit stones.
A weak bidding sound came from a certain private room. For 2,500 spiritual stones, Yang Feng snorted coldly and directly lowered the price at a high price. There was an aura that he was bound to win. This increase in price by 400 coins immediately made everyone present lose their temper. 2,500 pieces, now the price has been increased to 2,500 pieces.
This is the first time for 2,500 spirit stones. Are there any more? 2,500 spirit stones for the second time, is there any increase in price? This is the weapon of Emperor Lingfeng.
Feng-sun continued to fan the flames.
The third transaction of 2,500 spirit stones.
Finally, the hammer comes down, which means the transaction is completed.
The first lot, Lingfeng gun, is sold.
The maid holding the Lingfeng gun slowly walked down the stage to deliver the gun to the buyer. At the same time, a tall maid with a good face came up on the other side of the stage. He was also holding a tray covered with red cloth. Next, we welcome our second auction item, the Xian level low-grade martial arts Shattered Jade Hand. This technique was confiscated from their treasure house when they were encircling and suppressing the Wild Wolf Gang. According to them, they accidentally obtained this technique from the ruins. After being appraised by our auction house, the grade reached the lower level of Xuanjie, and the exercises are complete, so you can practice with confidence. The starting price is 500 spirit stones, and each increase in price must not be less than 100 spirit stones.
The bidding begins now.
It's just that no one is particularly interested in this second lot, and the price increase is very small.
Is there any more price for 1,100 spirit stones? 1,100 spiritual stones, the first time. 1,100 spirit stones for the first time. 1,100 pieces, the third spiritual stone.
The hammer came down, and the Xian level martial arts skills were finally sold for 1,100 spirit stones.
Nia Yun couldn't help but shake his head after seeing it. None of these things are what he wants.
In terms of weapons, he has the Wind Shadow Sword, which is enough, and in terms of skills, he doesn't really need to change them. And even if you need the items at the auction, each one is more expensive than the last, and it might not be enough to put all your net worth on it. The auction exhibits passed by one after another, but none of them aroused Nia Yun's interest. I can only watch in boredom as a group of people bid one after another. Now begins our 30-second auction item. As soon as Feng-sun finished speaking, several burly attendants brought up a stone that was about the size of a wash basin and had an oval shape, but it was covered in pits and pits, as if it had been gnawed by insects.
Wow, what is this? Is Changfeng Trading Company so poor now? This kind of broken stone is also auctioned.
What the hell, these broken stones are being auctioned off.
Is Changfeng Trading Company already so poor? Yes, it's too embarrassing. If you really don't have anything, just take out the Immortal Ascension Order.
Feng Sun ignored such words and just introduced them seriously. This 30-second lot was entrusted to be auctioned.
The specific origin is not convenient to disclose, and its function is not yet known.
The only thing that can be known is, after our testing, this stone is indestructible, and it can withstand the full force attack of the King of Martial Realm, and even the King of Martial Realm without any damage. The starting price is 300 spirit stones, and each increase in price must not be less than 50.
After Feng Sun finished his introduction, the people in the audience obviously didn't buy it very much.
What? A stone of unknown origin, and it has no use but is indestructible.
Do I still need to hold such a big stone as a shield when I fight with others? It's really ridiculous. Laughter appeared one after another on the field.
But Niayan was lost in thought when he looked at this stone.
Niayan looked at the stone on the stage that was disliked by everyone and was lost in thought.
He always felt that there was something wrong with this stone, but he couldn't place it. Feng Sun, who was also on the stage, was also working hard to introduce this stone, its uses and benefits. After all, for any auctioneer, a failed auction is a shame. In the end, some people couldn't stand Feng Sun's incitement and started bidding one after another, but the bidding range was very low.
300 spirit stones. 350 spirit stones. 400 soul stones.
The final price was fixed at 550 spirit stones and there was no fluctuation.
It's okay, as long as it doesn't get missed. 550 spirit stones for the first time. 550 spirit stones, the second time.
Just when Feng Sun was about to hastily end the auction.
600 spirit stones. Nya Yun interrupted loudly. Okay.
A Taoist friend has offered 600 spirit stones.
Is there anything higher? Is there any higher stone? This stone is indestructible. If you take it back and study it, you might gain more.
But those who were watching the excitement obviously didn't want to bid anymore, because if they bought back a stone of unknown origin and bought it back at a high price and got nothing, they would lose a lot of money.
The Luo family wants 650 spiritual stones.
The person who spoke was none other than Luo Xing, the eldest young master of the Luo family. Apparently he also noticed the specialness of this stone.
Okay, now the price is 650 spirit stones. Is there any increase in the price for the first time?
700 spirit stones.
Nya Yun thought for a while and then increased the price. 750 spiritual stones. Fellow Taoist, I want to study this stone and ask you to part with me. My Luo family will be very grateful afterwards. After all, 750 spirit stones are still a big expense for Luo Xing. Niayan narrowed his eyes slightly and said calmly, but his tone revealed a determination that he was bound to win. I'm offering 1,000 spirit stones.
I only have so many spirit stones for this Taoist fellow from the Luo family.
If you want to bid more, then I will reluctantly part with you.
As soon as Niayan made a bid, he immediately raised the price to 1,000 spirit stones. Almost his entire net worth. Similarly, Luo Xing's mouth twitched slightly when he heard Niayan's bid, because although he could pay this price, it was almost his entire net worth. Gradually, the auction houses became silent. Everyone in the auction house was waiting for Luo Xing to bid. At this moment, Luo Xing was even wondering, was the person bidding against him the person hired by the auction house? If I bid again, will he really stop asking for it? Or, if I bid again, will he still follow me? After I buy this thing, will it be useful or is it another question? Luo Xing's mind was filled with thoughts. In the end, he decided to wait and see what happened, abandon the stone and let him reap the consequences. 1,000 spirit stones, first time. 1,000 spirit stones, the second time. It's the third time for 1,000 spirit stones. Is there anyone else increasing the price? 1,000 spiritual stones,
a good deal for the third time. Bang, the auction hammer fell and hit the table. The auction items will be delivered to your box later. Now let's move on to the next lot. Brother, why did you buy that broken stone?
1,000 spirit stones are not a small amount. If you save a few, you can use up enough resources for our practice for a year.
Nia Feng said doubtfully. Nia Yun didn't answer, just shook his head.
I thought to myself, this stone always has something to say. It didn't take long for the auction house to deliver the stone and bring it to the private room. After sending the maid away, Nia Yun took a closer look at himself.
What was the stone he bought at a huge price? But looking left and right, I couldn't see anything special. It was just an ordinary stone. I could only give up on it and put it into the inner space.
Speaking of this, I have to mention that the space in Nia Yun's body is much empty now. Hyan no longer needs to squeeze in the internal space, although he still curls up in a ball. Suddenly a big stone appeared in the space inside the body, which hit it a bit, making him slightly dissatisfied. I have to think of a way to expand the space inside my body. Otherwise, after taking Hyan inside, I will basically have no space to put things. After all, Hyan is so big and it takes up too much space. The auction continues on the floor. Hey, brother, try this spiritual fruit. It tastes delicious. Nia Feng handed over a bunch of grape-like fruits. After Nia Yun looked up and down, he picked one and put it in his mouth to chew.
It's really good. It's sour and sweet, and the skin is thin and the flesh is thick.
The key is that there are no seeds, so it's very convenient to eat.
Yes, it's really delicious. Ha 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 ha, do you like eating it? How about we take all these spiritual fruits away later? Nia Yun looked at Nia Feng and smiled evilly. Ha ha ha, is it really possible? Nia Feng was also smiling.
The item being auctioned below is a set of array discs that a certain formation master worked hard for 3 years to successfully create. It is extremely defensive and cannot be broken except by the king of martial arts. However, one drawback is that the strength must reach the realm of the king of martial arts.
Promote, hum. The entire auction exploded like boiling water.
It cannot be broken except by my emperor.
This is too abnormal. There can be several martial emperors in the entire Qingyang town. This also means that once you own this array, you will be almost invincible. The place of defeat. But is this treasure real? Someone asked doubtfully. After all, there are still people who doubt it, and it's right. It can't be broken without Emperor Wu. If this kind of treasure is real, why would anyone be stupid enough to put it up for auction? You must at least keep it at home as a life-saving charm.
Ha ha ha, of course it's true.
We at Changfeng Commercial Bank have no deadline to test it on site. Fengsun laughed and continued loudly, next, my guards from Changfeng Auction House will activate this array.
Any friends below the martial emperor realm can try it, but it only lasts once.
After all, it is an auction, so we must hurry up. A little time. Okay, let me give it a try.
A burly middle-aged man jumped down from the box.
This is Zhao Fengtian, the fourth elder of the Zhao family.
His strength has reached the peak of King Wu, and everyone in Qingyang town knows it.
Okay, since Senior Zhao is willing to try, let's wait and see.
After saying that, he stepped back a few meters and exited the attack range.
Are you ready? I'm going to start attacking. Wang Fengtian moved his wrist, and the joints made a clicking sound.
Get ready, Senior, come and attack.
The guard said confidently after opening the array.
As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Fengtian's figure suddenly rushed forward, and then his palms became claw-like, and he violently grabbed onto the barrier supported by the formation disc.
Hum.
There was a strong collision sound, and everyone in the auction house could clearly feel the sound waves coming from the impact point, and it resounded throughout the entire auction house for just a moment. Wang Fengtian's ghostly claw just now was beyond the realm of the martial emperor, but he turned his eyes and saw the stage again. There was still no ripple in the formation disc, and the guards were still inside the formation disc, as if nothing had happened.
On the contrary, Wang Fengtian's palms were a little numb from the shock of the array.
There was another claw, and the palm and the formation plate collided with each other. The guard shook his body slightly, but still took it.
Consider it a good thing. The people below saw it clearly, and they also understood that this thing must be broken by Emperor Wu. Everyone present could see it clearly.
At this moment, no one doubted the authenticity of this array.
Now everyone has seen the effect of this formation disc.
Senior Zhao is a genuine king of martial arts.
I believe no one will doubt this.
Feng Sun shouted on the stage.
There is no doubt, hurry up and auction.
The whole venue became lively again. If you carry such a formation disc with you, you can definitely get an extra life.
Who wouldn't want that?
Even Ye Yun was excited, but he also knew that this formation disc would probably not be in his hands. Just like the other casual cultivators in the venue, they are just spectators. The real masters of this kind of thing can only be found in the four major families.
First of all, the price is definitely very high. It is not something that ordinary casual cultivators can afford.
Only family members can afford this price. Secondly, it is one thing for you to buy it, but it is another thing for you to keep it in your own hands. Of course, if He Yan still had his original strength, that would be a different matter. Gee, the above are all what Nye Yun is thinking.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's start the auction of this set of arrays now.
The base price is 2,000 spirit stones, and each increase in price must not be less than 500 spirit stones.
The bidding begins. 3,000 spirit stones. 4,000 spirit stones. 6,000 spirit stones. I'll give you, spiritual stones.
Yang Fengtian, who had just stepped off the stage, shouted, with a firmness in his voice. After all, he has personally experienced the power of this array. With him, it is basically invincible to be inferior to the martial emperor, and it is not a delusion to be, or, better than the martial emperor. The venue became slightly quiet.
Is there any higher than 1 spirit stones?
The first time with 1 spiritual stones. The first time with 1 spiritual stones. Feng Sun shouted hard on the stage. My Yang family has produced 2 spiritual stones.
At this time, the Yang family among the 4 major families spoke first.
As soon as the price came out, the venue fell silent again. TSK, Yang family, how would they feel if they knew that their youngest son was killed by me, and even bought things in the same venue as the murderer?
TSK, Tisk, Nye Yun couldn't help but think secretly in his heart. The Yang family has offered 2 spirit stones. Is there another price? Is there a higher price of 2 spirit stones for the first time?
Feng Sun shouted on the stage. 25,000 spirit stones, no, 3 spirit stones. The Luo family wants this set of arrays.
This was someone from the Luo family who spoke. Minya family wants 50,000 spiritual stones.
At this time, a familiar voice appeared in the venue. I knew that old woman would definitely come, but I didn't know which private room he was in.
Nye Yun looked out through the window. Yes, the bidder is Duaning Rong, the eldest wife of the Nye family.
This raise of the price to spirit stones directly suppressed everyone's arrogance.
The Nye family's annual family income is only 20 yuan.
If they throw away a quarter of the income at once, plus some fixed expenses in the family, the Nye family is estimated to be very financially tight this year.
The first time of 5 spirit stones. It's the second time for 5 spirit stones. Is there any more price?
The venue was still silent. Just when Feng Sun was about to hammer down the deal, which meant the deal was over, the Luo family spoke up again. I will offer you 10 spirit stones.
As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked.
50,000 spirit stones, the Nye family is already hemorrhaging money.
This year, the entire family's finances will be particularly strenuous once these 5 spirit stones are released. Does the Luo family not want to live?
Is it really worth taking out 10 spirit stones at once, what everyone thinks?
10 million spirit stones. 10 spiritual stones, is there anything higher? Is there anything higher?
10 spirit stones for the first time.
Feng Sun also started to get excited.
If the 10 spirit stones were drawn according to the commission, he could get nearly 2,000 spirit stones.
Although he could easily pay Nyeyan 2,000 spirit stones as payment for recovering the stolen goods in Nyeyan's hands, he did not open Changfeng Trading Company after all, and their annual salary was only that much. 100,000 spiritual stones, even a family with an average price cannot afford it. My Yang family has produced 11 spiritual stones. Before the Yang family could finish their words, Luo Jia made another bid. My Luo family will add another 2 yuan. At this moment, everyone in the venue was shocked. Luo Jia had spent a lot of money. He must get this formation disc. Then could he give up the Ascension Order? It's not that he can't get the 13 spirit stones from the other 3 major families, including the Nye family, but this time his target is only the Ascension Order, not this array. Once a family has a child who can enter the Qishuan sect and become an inner disciple, then there will basically be no problem for the entire family to prosper for hundreds of years. 13 spirit stones for the first time. 13 spirit stones for the second time. Is there a higher price? With this set of arrays, it is equivalent to having one more master of the King of Martial Peak to protect yourself by your side, which is equivalent to having one more life. Is there a higher price? Feng Sun continued to stir up trouble on stage. The third transaction was made at 13 hours. Okay, everyone, let's start our penultimate auction item tonight. After finishing speaking, countless black iron pillars suddenly sprang out from all around the stage, covering the entire auction stage, protecting it like a cage. This move naturally caused a commotion in the venue. Don't worry, everyone, it's just that the next 2 items are more expensive. This is just some protection measures of our auction house. Feng Sun comforted. Now we begin the auction of the last 2 items. Item 1. Emperor Wu's Barrier Breaking Pill. I don't need to say more about its function, I believe you all have understood it. What is the Martial Emperor Barrier Breaking Pill? Is it the barrier breaking pill that can increase the chance of breaking through the Martial Emperor? The King of Martial Realm, a breakthrough, King of Martial, is harder than reaching the sky, because the King of Martial Barrier Breaking Pill can increase the chance by %. Even if it fails, you can still save your life. The Green Mountains are still there, and you don't have to worry about running out of firewood. Moreover, people above the Martial Emperor realm can also use it to improve their cultivation and greatly increase their skill. However, ordinary people will not use it to increase their skill, but to help the younger members of the family break through the realm. The bustling sounds in the auction house kept ringing. Feng Sun listened to these bustling sounds and nodded with satisfaction at his efforts. Many people in the venue suddenly exclaimed. My friends are right. This Martial Emperor Barrier Breaking Pill can increase the chance of breaking through Martial Emperor by %. Even if it fails, it can save lives to a great extent. After receiving Feng Sun's confirmation, the entire venue was bustling again. This is much more shocking than the formation just now. The array just now was only able to save 1 life. If he wasn't the Martial Emperor, he wouldn't be able to kill him. This is completely about turning yourself into a Martial Emperor to hunt down others. The finale of Chapter 26 Barrier Breaking Pill and Immortal Ascension Order. Then Feng Sun took out a brocade box from the storage ring, opened it, and found a cyan token lying in the well. I believe that tonight, most of the friends from far and wide are here because of him. This is the Ascension Order. The token is simple and thick, with the lower half being a triangle and the upper half being an ordinary square. There is a huge Xian character engraved on the front of the token. With him, you can become an inner disciple of the Qishuan sect. This is the Immortal Ascension Order. Shocked twice at once, everyone present was overwhelmed. Before anyone could react, Feng Sun made another shocking statement. This time, the Barrier Breaking Pill and the Immortal Ascension Order are being auctioned together. Due to the seller's request, they are being auctioned together. In other words, the buyer can get the Barrier Breaking Niu Ascension Order at the same time. Feng Sun said in shock. The 4 major families are determined to get this Immortal Ascension Order, because this Ascension Order is likely to determine the future survival of the family, and they have to go all out between life and death. Now there is no reserve price for the Barrier Breaking Pill and the Immortal Ascension Order, and the auction begins. Feng Sun was also extremely excited. It was the first time that such a valuable thing was auctioned on his mobile phone. No reserve price?
I will offer you 1 spirit stones, said a certain martial arts peak cultivator. My family has given me 10 spiritual stones.
I hope you guys can give me some help.
The eldest lady's cold voice echoed in the field.
My Zhao family has 15 spirit stones.
Zhao Wudi, the head of the Zhao family, snorted coldly.
My Yang family bid 16 spirit stones. Prices skyrocketed.
It has soared to 30 spirit stones. A total of 30 spiritual stones. This is the foundation that a family can save without eating or drinking for a year. My family has produced 30 spirit stones, plus a low-grade Shen level weapon.
Mrs. Duan shouted as if she had made up her mind.
There was a deathly silence. Okay, 30 spirit stones plus a Shen level low-grade weapon.
Is there a higher price?
30 spiritual stones plus a mysterious weapon for the first time. The barrier-breaking pill can break through the martial emperor, and the immortal ascension order can protect the family's prosperity.
Are you sure you're going to miss it?
Feng Sun was still shouting hard on the stage. 30 spirit stones plus a Shen level weapon for the second time.
Is there a higher price? Is there anyone else who wants to bid?
There is no shop like this after passing this village. 30 spirit stones plus a third level Shen level weapon, just when Feng Sun was about to hammer the deal down.
And many more.
A low shout broke the silence of the scene. My Zhao family has produced 30 spirit stones, a set of low-grade Shen level martial arts, plus a shop owned by the Zhao family in the south of Qingyang town. Zhao Wudi's eyes were about to burst, and he shouted with gnashed teeth. Because their Zhao family has no successors, this immortal ascension order is the only and last chance for their Zhao family to stand up. If you want to survive in Qingyang town, you must seize this opportunity and never let it go. Zhao Wudi stared at the immortal ascension order on the ring. As soon as this statement came out, everyone was shocked. It seems that the Zhao family is bound to win. Okay, the Zhao family offers 30 spirit stones, plus a set of Xuanjia shopping martial arts, and all the shops south of the Zhao family.
The first time. Is there a higher price?
There is no shop like this in this village.
Opportunities are rare. The second time. Feng Sun's auction sound resounded throughout the auction house, deafening.
Just when everyone thought that the battle for the Ascension Order was about to come to an end, something unexpected happened. There had been no bidding, so the Luo family made another bid at this time. My Luo family has given me 50 spiritual stones. The cold voice of Luo Su, the head of the Luo family, revealed an extremely strong confidence.
50 spirit stones?
As soon as these words were spoken, it was as if thunder suddenly exploded.
The explosion made everyone feel dizzy. The Luo family must be crazy. If they take out 50 spiritual stones, I'm afraid the entire Luo family will collapse. No matter how important the immortal ascension order is, we can't gamble with the entire Luo family now. 50 spiritual stones. The other 3 major families present fell into terrible silence. It's not that they can't come up with the 50 spirit stones, but if they do, most of the family property will have to be sold off, and their economic strength will probably go back several years. After weighing the interests, I still gave up the idea of making a bid. At the same time, the Nie family, Zhao family, and Wang family all looked at the private room of the Luo family. Especially Zhao Wudi, he clenched his hands and dug his nails into his flesh. Your blood would not stop flowing. 50 spirit stones was an elusive number. If Zhao Wudi wanted to collect these 50 spirit stones in a short time, he would have to sell the entire Zhao family. Otherwise it is impossible. The Luo family has offered 50 spirit stones. Is there any higher price? 50 spirit stones for the first time. Are there any higher prices? 50 coins for the second time.
Feng Sun shouted, this is a fresh food order plus a broken bill. Once he gets it, the whole family will benefit. One person will become enlightened, and the chicken and dog will ascend to heaven. Feng Sun was still fanning the flames on stage. But obviously this price is beyond the affordability of the 3 major families, so this mountain ignition obviously has no effect. At the same time, where did the Luo family get so many spiritual stones, which aroused people's suspicion? Nowadays, there is a cold and solemn atmosphere permeating the field. Nia Feng and Nia Yun, who were watching the show, couldn't help but sit up straight when they saw what was happening on the field. He understood that this auction had come to an end, but the end did not mean the end, but the beginning of another good show. But if you have a life, I'm afraid it won't be used. Of course, Nia Yun was not stupid enough to join in the fun. At this level, the ones who went to intercept and kill tonight were all Emperor Wu at least. In the realm of King Wu, one can be slapped to death, which is completely unworthy of cannon fodder. He would not make fun of his wealth and life. He would either leave early or leave again tomorrow morning. Anyway, it was absolutely impossible to leave with this immortal order. Now Nia Yun decided to stay at the auction for one night. Even though it was expensive, he could still afford it. Is there anything higher than 50 spirit stones? This time, Flood Control was too excited, and his voice was already a little hoarse, but he still couldn't hide his surging heart and excitement. It was his first time to auction 50 spirit stones in a single auction, and it was also the highest ever. 50 taels of spiritual stone, is there a highest price for the third time? Everyone, please think clearly, this is a powerful person who can break through the realm of the martial emperor and dominate one side, and the Shangxian order can protect the family, 100 years of prosperity, peace, prosperity, and the immortal order. If you can get the help of these two on the road of cultivation, you will see dragons entering the sea, tigers entering the mountains, and clouds rising straight up, without any obstacles. The last time for 50 spirit stones. Fengsun picked up the trading hammer and hit the trading table hard with the hammer. The immortal ascension order and the barrier-breaking pill. Make a deal. Just as Fengsun's hammer fell, everyone has different ideas and has their own agenda. The protagonist of this auction is undoubtedly the Luo family. After the auction ended, the Luo family conducted the handover directly at the auction venue. After the handover, he didn't stop at all and left directly under the protection of a group of guards. As for the other three major families, the same is true. They have no intention of staying in the auction house for even a moment. Ji Tut. Nia Yun saw this scene clearly. But he didn't care about these things. After the auction, Nia Yun focused on chatting with Fengsun. He had already decided to stay in Changfeng Trading Company tonight. Brother Nia, why did you buy that stone? I'm not telling you, brother. I'm already prepared for it to fail. There's really no use in buying it. Fengsun took a sip of tea and said with a tone of doubt. Haha, brother, you don't have to worry about this. I know it well, but I'm going to bother you tonight. Nia Yun also took a sip of tea and responded with a smile. Brother, I have something I don't know about, and I don't know whether to tell it or not. Nia Yun said with difficulty. You can tell the truth, there's just something wrong with my current practice. I wonder if I can lend me some materials on credit. When Nia Yun said this, Fengsun obviously hesitated. After half an hour, Fengsun replied, yes, but the price of the credit cannot exceed 1,000 spiritual stones, and you have to write me an IOU. No problem. After that, Nia Yun and Fengsun drew up the terms. The terms stated the amount of the materials, the total value of the spirit stones, the amount of the interest, and the time period. It's not that Nia Yun has no materials, it's just that the big deal is about to begin. I may not come to the auction house again for a long time, so prepare more materials in case you need it. Moreover, in terms of borrowing money, Nia Yun also used the borrowed money to purchase an elixir. A chi-gathering pill. This is a pill that can increase the speed of cultivation of low-level warriors, but it is limited to only those at and below the warrior realm. Nia Yun is now at the 9th level of a warrior, so he can no longer use it. What he wants this time is to buy it back for you, Nia Feng. After all, Nia Feng's strength is indeed a bit low, and Nia Feng's strength has increased, which is also good for himself. I'm sorry, brother, but please prepare a secret rune for me. I'm going to start practicing. Haha, brother, just practice with peace of mind. No one in Changfeng Trading Company can threaten your safety. Fengsun responded with a laugh. Tonight's immortal ascension order is destined to cause a bloody storm. Just when the two were chatting happily, a loud noise resounded throughout Xingyang town.
Nyayan stood up and looked out the window, feeling the fluctuations in the air. What a powerful breath! This kind of aura must be possessed by at least Emperor Wu.
It seems that tonight's show has already begun. Feng Su also stood up and looked in the same direction as Nyayan.
Eyes pulled back.
The four major families in Xingyang town are mainly the Nye family, Zhao family, Yang family, and Luo family.
After the auction ended, the Luo family left directly. But the other three major families were obviously unwilling to do so. Di Shengmen. On the long street at night. Dozens of men in black were hurriedly jumping on the roof.
There were several carriages speeding along the long street, and the wind kept whistling past my ears.
Who dares to try on us?
In the carriage, an old man shouted loudly. A talisman was torn open at random, and then a huge fire snake fell towards the place where the man in black had just landed. Boom! The tiger's tongue blasted a large hole several feet in size on the roof.
Flames spread everywhere and the flames grew wantonly.
But no one in black was injured, and they were approaching the carriage at an extremely fast speed.
Go quickly, don't pester, go back quickly.
The alien horses in front of the carriage are also trying their best to move forward at full speed, but their speed is limited and the distance is constantly getting closer. The person chasing behind him immediately realized that he was probably chasing in the right direction. The Ascension Order and the barrier-breaking pill were most likely on the carriage in front of them, and thinking of this, their speed became even faster. The leader, a man in black, waved his hand and whispered, "Just chase them.
Don't let them escape. We must win the Immortal Ascension Order and the barrier-breaking pill.
Hurry up, run faster, run faster.
As long as you can enter the Luo family, you will be safe. Our Luo family has a clan protection formation. As long as you enter, you will be safe."
The old man could not bear to whisper in a low voice. "You must take the Ascension Order back, I will stop them, you go quickly." A thin old man over 60 years old ordered with an unquestionable tone.
"But second uncle, you will die." Luo Quan couldn't bear it.
His second uncle, who had grown up with him since childhood, went to die like this, and died in vain.
Father will definitely come to save us. Let's go together. Luo Quan continued.
Luo Quan, the third son of the Luo family, who usually held a high position, was now being chased by a group of masters, so he couldn't help but panic. "Come on, if I don't stop them, none of us will be able to leave today." The old man shouted loudly, and at the same time, the momentum around him erupted. It is impressively the realm of the martial emperor. From the carriage, he jumped in the air and jumped off the carriage. But it did not fall to the ground, but hovered in the air, wearing a linen robe, and it moved automatically in the absence of wind. He held a square-shaped halberd in his hand stretched across his body, standing directly in front of all the men in black, blocking their way forward. The old man looked at the person in front of him and said with cold eyes, "Come on, let me see what tricks you guys have, use them all." "Old man, you are blocking the car with your arms. If you don't want to die, get out of the way." The leader of the man in black was not inferior in terms of momentum, and he spoke with ridicule. "What a loud tone, Junior." Holding Fong Tian's painted halberd in one hand, his momentum has increased dramatically from the early stage of Emperor Wu to the middle stage of Emperor Wu. "Since you're looking for death, it's no wonder we're the one to blame. You go after the Immortal Ascension Order. I'll deal with this old guy." The leading man in black ordered the others. "If you want the Order of Immortality, you have to step over me." "Let's talk." Fong Tian's painted halberd kept dancing above his head, accompanied by the sound of breaking through the air, whipping up waves of strong wind, and crescent-like blades several feet long, heading straight towards other pursuers. But the man in black just held the long sword in his hand, pointed the tip of the sword to the sky, and slashed violently, causing the stars in the sky to stir and his spiritual power to fluctuate. It was like a waterfall hanging upside down from the sky, blocking all the old man's attacks. "If you think you alone can stop us, you're too naive, old man. Go to hell." The cold and resentful voice of the man in black echoed throughout the long street. "Put!" Suddenly a figure emerged from the shadow behind the old man, and the sword instantly penetrated his chest from the back. Blood was flowing out from time to time. At this moment, the man in black also felt that something had cut off his head today, a sword that cut off his head. Even the old man who died didn't understand why a person suddenly appeared behind him.
The middle stage of the martial emperor is really hard to kill.
The man in black was half kneeling on the ground. At this moment, he had exhausted all his energy. If it weren't for saving time, he would never have used such a secret technique.
Stained with blood.
Ah, you old man, you dare to waste my time. There was no time to waste. After killing the old man instantly, the man in black swallowed a few pills and hurried towards the direction of the carriage. In just such a short time, the carriage drawn by the alien beasts had already galloped for several miles.
To the east of Qingyang town, Dongshuanmen.
On the carriage, Luo Xing was still slightly worried about the current situation. He was just brought out by his father to see the world, but he didn't expect to be hunted down like this. He had been pampered since he was a child. He was still a little panicked when he saw this situation.
He couldn't help but panic.
Father, if we divide our forces like this, if we are discovered, we will definitely be unable to fight back. And I don't know what is going on with the second grandfather. Luo Xing couldn't help but worry. Luo Su shook his head and pretended to be calm and said, "Don't worry, we will definitely be safe this time.
Your second uncle's side is in the martial emperor realm.
They can attract firepower there. They would never expect that we would go to the farther side. If we take the route back, we will definitely be able to return to the Luo family safely." But Luo Su couldn't make up his mind, because what he was facing this time was no ordinary fish or shrimp. It's a large group of super masters. I'm afraid that at this time, the other three major families have already come out to hunt them down.
Maybe not far behind them.
And in addition to the three major families, there are definitely some powerful casual cultivators, or some small sects who want to fish in troubled waters.
Either the Ascension Order or the barrier breaking pill is a hot potato.
Now these two pieces of potato are in the hands of the Luo family. Even though he is the head of the Luo family, Luo Xing can't help but feel his heart beating wildly. It's just that as long as he returns to the big formation of the Luo family, no matter how powerful the other three families are, he has no choice but to watch us pocket the barrier breaking pill and the immortal Ascension Order.
Not good.
Luo Su, who was sitting in the carriage, suddenly seemed to feel something, and his expression suddenly changed.
What's wrong? Are they already chasing us?
Luo Xing said with a nervous look on his face.
Don't worry about anything with the box. Don't worry about anything. Go home quickly. Find the Supreme Elder.
Luo Su took out two brocade boxes, which contained the barrier breaking pill and the immortal Ascension Order. It's too late to leave.
Old Ghost Luo, you are going to die here today.
A tall and burly figure suddenly appeared directly in front of the carriage and stopped the vehicle.
Zhao Wudi, do you have to be the enemy of my Luo family?
Luo Su said coldly.
This is not a fake thing, this is a matter between the three of us.
Before Zhao Wudi could reply, another man and woman arrived from behind the carriage. The man has a tall and straight figure, with starry eyebrows and sharp eyes.
The woman is dignified and looks like a hibiscus.
Also, there are old women like Yang Jian and Duaningrong. You three really think highly of me. Luo Su looked at the three people coming in front of him and sneered. Today our three major families are here for nothing else but the order to ascend to immortality.
Hand him over and we will let you live. Duaningrong persuaded.
Luo Su laughed and said, ha, it's really ridiculous.
Do you think I am a 3-year-old child?
Seeing that the atmosphere was gradually solidifying, Duaningrong spoke. We are all at the martial king level, and our strength is equally matched.
Now we are 3 against 1. Do you think you still have a way to survive now? Not always.
After saying that, the spiritual power of the whole body was running, absorbing spiritual energy from all around crazily, and the thin body seemed to start to inflate like a balloon. In an instant, it went from a skinny little old man who seemed to be half buried in the ground, to a strong man.
Middle-aged man. Is this the Deadwood Kung Fu?
I didn't expect that the Deadwood skill that was auctioned in the Imperial City 10 years ago was acquired by you, it seems that you have reached great perfection in cultivation. But even in the Mahayana realm, you still have no chance of winning if we are 3 against 1. Although Duaningrong and the others were surprised, they were still sure of victory.
How will you know if you don't try?
Luo Xing snorted coldly, a gleam flashing in his eyes. Then he half knelt down, put his palms on the ground, and shouted Deadwood Prison. Suddenly, the entire floor cracked, and all kinds of withered tree roots continued to grow from the ground, and then continued to grow. It only took an instant to wrap up all 4 martial kings. From the outside, it looked like a huge bird's nest-like thing, wrapping up all 4 martial kings.
Ah, this move is really amazing, but now you, old ghost Luo, can't even run away even if you want to. It's equivalent to being conceited and cutting off your own retreat. This Deadwood begging for mercy move is really amazing. Even the king of martial realm didn't even react and was trapped directly. Luo Su's face was cold and he didn't speak. He just watched quietly as they continued to instill his spiritual power into the roots of the trees underground. There's no time to chat anymore. We have to get out of here quickly and get the Ascension Order. After that, whoever gets the Ascension Order will depend on their ability. Yang Jian said calmly. Duaningrong and Zhao Wudi also nodded in agreement. Then let's kill Luo Su first. Although we can't destroy the Luo family, we can still cut off one of his arms.
Zhao Wudi uses a long spear, which looks like a swimming dragon and targets people's vital points. However, Luo Su was entangled with the Deadwood Kung Fu and could not get close. Yang Jian used a pitch-black long sword, which was also unable to get close and had to be entangled in countless dead trees. The dead trees were constantly entangled and he could only protect himself. Seeing this situation, Duaningrong took out a fan from the storage space.
It was an extremely beautiful folding fan. 5 elements fan fire is coming.
Picking up the fan, he fanned it violently and huge tongues of fire spurted out in all directions. Countless dead trees naturally began to lose their ability to bind hands and feet.
But there is still some distance between Zhao Wudi and Yang Jian if they want to get close.
Ha ha ha, if I die here today, you can all be buried with me. Luo Su spat out a mouthful of blood, as if some secret technique had been activated.
The dead trees that had spontaneously combusted kept popping up like bamboo shoots after a rain.
Moreover, it is also starting to sprout new dead trees on the basis of the original dead trees. It is like a small strong force that cannot be killed. It is growing more fiercely than at the beginning, constantly covering all 3 of them.
Damn it, if you keep your hands on it, we may die here today. Don't forget the Ascension Order. That is our goal. We must not be delayed here for too long. Yang Wudi roared.
Immediately, the momentum increased sharply, the spear shook, and a piece of red cloud was sprayed out, and the flames burned blazingly. This Deadwood technique is a wood-type technique like this fire-type and thunder-type technique, which is the most restrained. Unfortunately, at the King of Martial Realm, although they may not be very proficient in certain fire-type techniques, they can still use them by analogy.
Similar means.
Yang Jian was also quite unwilling to be outdone, but instead of using fire-based techniques, he directly displayed an extremely powerful sword move. After creating a vacuum area without deadwood, he took out a talisman from the storage ring.
It was torn open violently, and there was a roar of thunder in the sky, and a huge lightning fell down for 9 days, struck down, and directly hit Luo Su. Xuanjie Talisman, Thunder-Inducing Talisman.
Generally speaking, for an ordinary martial king, with just one move like this, he would be half disabled, or at least lose a layer of his skin. But unexpectedly, although Luo Su was hit by the lightning strike, he seemed to be only slightly injured, and he still controlled all the dead trees to pester them.
In the prison of dead wood, Duaningrong, Yang Jian, and Zhao Wudi are besieging Luo Su.
Fortunately, the deadwood technique was extremely powerful, and countless dead trees surged out from the surface, constantly entangled the other 3 martial kings. Although it can't cause a lot of substantial damage, it can give Luo Su a lot of breathing time, so that he won't be killed directly. However, Duaningrong and the others began to use fire attacks, and Luo Su gradually couldn't keep up. Suddenly, Yang Wudi exerted force and broke through the blockade of countless dead trees. Old Ghost Luo, you are old and deserve to die.
Just let me give you a ride.
Yang Wuti raised his spear, stepped forward, and pierced Luo Su's throat with the tip of the spear. Luo Su barely dodged, but the tip of Yang Wuti's spear moved and turned into countless spear shadows, rushing towards him without giving him any chance to breathe. Just when the tip of the spear was about to touch Luo Su, a shield appeared out of thin air beside him, blocking him and receiving the fatal blow. Deadwood Shield. Bang! There was a sound of fine iron clashing, the deadwood shield and the spear tip colliding with countless sparks. Yang Wuti was shocked, his body was shaken away, and the tiger's mouth was slightly numb. But without any hesitation, Yang Wuti came back with another shot, and then another shot aimed directly at the vital point. The sound of countless collisions of fine iron spread throughout the long street. Originally, the Deadwood prison involved Luo Su's great mental strength. At this time, there was another person approaching, and it was impossible to avoid him mentally. In the end, Team Deadwood was stabbed with a bullet pointed directly at the chest. Bang! Luo Su was not pierced, but was knocked out. It's a very dangerous thing. Fortunately, it has inner armor, otherwise this shot would be really dangerous. Luo Su once again escaped a fatal blow. But once the Deadwood prison was broken, it lost its stability and could no longer trap the other two martial kings. Upon seeing this, he ran straight towards Luo Su, wanting to kill him right here. Go ahead, save time and kill him directly. Let's get the ascension order. The wind blew, the sword light, the gun light, 3 different attacks attacked Luo Su at the same time. Boom! A shocking loud noise resounded throughout Xingyang town. For a time, gunpowder smoke filled the air, the dust dispersed, and the entire Deadwood shield that was propped up again was smashed into pieces. Di Shengmen. The leader in black was furious because they found that there was nothing in the carriage. They have been tricked. Be careful and chase them to Luo's house. They can escape, but the monk cannot escape from the temple. His eyes returned to Dong Xuanmen. You should be dead by now, it must be, it goes without saying. When the dust gradually dispersed, the 3 of them took a closer look and found that Luo Su had appeared on the spot safe and sound for a long time. There was a transparent light shield surrounding him, and countless waves of light condensed on it. It's the formation plate, it can't be broken except by the Emperor Wu. The 3 of them looked at each other, without saying too much, and rushed towards Luo Su from 3 different directions. Because they know the power of this formation disc, but no matter how powerful the formation disc is, it is still a dead thing. Luo Su, no matter how powerful he is, how long can he sustain this formation disc? And a treasure like this consumes an absolutely huge amount of spiritual power. Without too many words, the 3 of them used the most powerful skills in their lives to attack the opponent's board. Countless attacks fell on the light shield of the formation disc, causing countless ripples throughout the formation disc, even trembling slightly. The aftermath of the attacks caused the floor tiles on the surrounding streets to break into powder. Look at me breaking your turtle shell! Yang Jian roared loudly, and his spiritual energy circulated randomly throughout his body. His body was like a bow, his sword was hidden in his waist, and he stabbed forward. This move is a very ordinary forward thrust, and the speed seems very slow, but the majestic power contained in this sword is enough to crack mountains and crack the ground. Zheng. The tip of the sword connected with the array plate, making a huge sonic boom. Countless shock waves suddenly rose all around, and the surrounding houses were collapsed or rolled up into the sky. The array disc was trembling extremely, and the runes on the light were also fluctuating. Take advantage of his illness to kill him. Although this formation is said to be unbreakable except by the martial emperor. But in the end, the 3 peak martial kings attacked. As time passed by, as strong winds blew through the light shield, the entire array was finally broken due to insufficient spiritual support. At the same time, Luo Su, who was in the center of the array, became a target. Countless attacks were directed at him. Boom! Luo Su turned into powder. What was originally a gratifying scene was greeted by 3 gloomy faces that looked like dripping water. What's going on? Where is the ghost man Luo? They are very clear about how much their own strength is. Even if they are 3 against 1, they cannot directly beat a strong man of the same realm into powder. The only explanation is that Luo Su here is fake,
just a puppet, or simply an illusion? We have been fooled, Mr. Luogue. He would rather abandon such a powerful array to hold us back. Go to Luo's house quickly, he will definitely return to Luo's house, we will go there to catch him, we must catch him today. Get the Immortal Ascension Order. Duaningrong calmly put the array away, looked at the two of them, and said, how about we break into the Luo family first, and after we get the Ascension Order, we can discuss the gains and losses. The other two people also thought there was no problem and nodded in agreement. The three of them all know that the Luo family is not easy to break into. In terms of strength, the Luo family is the strongest family in the entire Qingyun town.
Not to mention the masters, the most important thing is that he is not a native of Qingyun town, but a wanderer from other places. To be able to start from scratch, to be able to build the fourth largest family under the noses of the three major families in Qingyun town, his strength should not be underestimated. Especially in the Luo family, there seems to be a large formation left. According to rumors, it can kill martial saints, but there is no evidence to prove it. But the only thing that is certain is that the formation is extremely powerful. Okay, then let's fight in. Grab the Immortal Ascension Order. Nia, Zhao, and Yang, the three leaders of the family, were so aggressive that they rushed straight towards the Luo family. Luo family. Compared to the Nia family, the Luo family's door is even more grand. The door alone is made of golden nanmu worth 10,000 taels of gold. The door was closed, the Luo family was quiet late at night, and there seemed to be a hint of conspiracy in the air. Zhao Wudi took a big step, waved his spear, and the entire Luo family's door shattered. Death, whoever stands in my way dies. Hand over the Immortal Order. Where the hell is old Ghost Luo? The Zhao family members shouted urgently. Zhao Wudi, Yang Jian, and Duaningrong all came together to kill the Luo family. The guards outside the door did not resist at all, just like toys, but with two casual sword rays, their heads were chopped off. In the Luo family, the three of them were like wolves entering a flock of sheep. Enough! A voice belonging to Luo Su sounded. He was on the steps not far away. Zhao Wuji held a gun in one hand, pointed the tip of the gun at Luo Su, and said gloomily, hand over the Ascension Order, and we will retreat, otherwise the Luo family will be exterminated today. Zhao Wudi's tyranny and arrogance were vividly displayed at this moment. Ha ha, today I want to see what qualifications the three of you have to make my Luo family exterminate. Get up! Following Luo Su's loud roar, the entire Luo family was covered by a huge semicircular blue barrier. The entire barrier was filled with cold murderous intent and majestic power. No one would doubt the power of this formation. Now. War. Or retreat. Chunfeng Trading Company. Brother Feng, there is something I don't understand, and I hope you can tell me. Ah, brother, just tell me. Who is it that he would put these two precious treasures, the Ascension Order and the Broken Bill, up for auction? Nia Yun couldn't help but become curious about this. Hearing this, Fengsun hesitated for a while. What? Are you embarrassing me? If so, I won't ask. I'm just curious. Nia Yun saw this and gave him a step up. After a moment of silence, Fengsun said, actually, what he said doesn't matter. After all, according to the strength of that force, he is not afraid of being chased or anything like that. The person who auctioned the Immortal Ascension token and the barrier-breaking pill was a person belonging to the forces of the Soul Living Valley. Why are they auctioning it? According to normal logic, they should have no shortage of training resources. As for why these two things are being auctioned, I don't know. I just know that the people who came here are very powerful. Maybe they just don't like these things, and they might be in the way if they are left on them. Fengsun reluctantly found a reason to fool himself, but after thinking about the reason, it seemed that he couldn't even fool himself. Looking back, the Luo family. Fight or retreat? This choice lies before the three family heads. If the three of you don't have the courage to enter the battle, then please go back early. After all, it's already late at night. Fengsun's voice came slowly from the earthquake, and his calm voice revealed a strong sense of confidence. Fight! I want to see if this so-called grand formation is that powerful. After saying that, Zhao Wudi held the spear tightly with both hands, his clothes moved automatically without wind, and his whole body's spiritual power was poured into the tip of the spear. The momentum around him increased, and the spear pierced the formation fiercely. 8-step spiritual technique Oolong Thorn. When the other two saw this, they also used their strongest skills. Countless strong winds and frightening sword light, these three different attacks came together, and there was a faint tendency to unite, hitting the formation directly. Boom! A violent sonic boom resounded across the sky, and Zhao Wudi and the others were blown away by the formation. The formation flew far away, collapsing countless walls and houses. Cough, cough, cough. The force of the blow just now caused all three of them to be injured to varying degrees, but the horror in their eyes could not be hidden. This great formation is truly what it says. 3 of you, our Luo family has no intention of being your enemy. If we leave like this, I will pretend that nothing happened tonight. An old and loud voice suddenly exploded from all around, deafening, and then a terrifying momentum spread out from the Luo family. This momentum did not belong to King Wu nor Emperor Wu. He belongs to Wu Zong. The 3 of them are all shrewd people. They know that by tonight, the Immortal Order may have completely missed them. It's not that there are no strong people in the Wuzong family, but that the incident happened suddenly, and then the strong people in the Wuzong were basically not allowed to go out easily and needed to guard the family. Thinking that these 3 people are like cabbage, they are as angry as a cabbage. He looked at the Immortal Ascension Order that seemed to be very close to him in the formation, but he didn't dare to take action. Zhao Wudi stood there in a daze, staring with desire. If you don't leave quickly, I won't have such a good temper anymore. The old voice shouted again. Just one sentence made the 3 people vomit blood in shock. Yang Jian and Duaningrong were okay, only slightly injured. But Zhao Wudi, who was closest to the formation, suddenly seemed to have lost his soul. He was knocked over and did not get up for a long time. You two, I have something important to do in my little girl's family, so I'll excuse you. Duaningrong did not hesitate and immediately fled into the distance, leaving only one sentence lingering on the spot for a long time. Your Excellency, how offensive this is. Yang Jian took one look, and the formation also fled. Only Zhao Wudi stopped for a long time, staring at Luo Su closely, but he was not reckless. After a final deep look, the direction of the Shang Xian Ling Ling also left directly without too much hesitation. In the Luo family, Luo Xing, Luo Shang, Luo Kuang, and the 3 brothers were also shocked and broke into cold sweats. They couldn't help but ask in unison. Speaking of why the ancestors wanted to let them go, couldn't they just kill them? Luo Su didn't speak, just smiled bitterly, and then fell to the ground. He was seriously injured. Everything before was just pretending. Father! Seeing this, the 3 Luo brothers also hurriedly crowded around their father to help him up. Suddenly, a white-haired old man appeared next to him. His robe was dragged to the ground with a sound, his face was yellow and his beard was white. The 3 brothers originally wanted to take action directly, but when they saw this man's appearance, they all fell to their knees on the ground and shouted, "Ancestor! There is no need for you to worry here. You go and take care of other things in the Luo family. There may be some rats coming out to cause trouble during this period. Remember to pay attention." Then he took Luo Su and disappeared. Only the 3 brothers of the Luo family were left stunned for a long time. After they came to their senses, they went to work in the area they had managed before. Rainy night. The heavy rain poured down, washing away the bloody atmosphere in the entire Qingyang town. Changfeng Trading Company. Brother, who do you think will win this time? The Yang family, the Zhao family, the Nia family, or the Luo family? Nia Yin looked at the heavy rain outside the window and seemed a little peaceful at the moment. It's hard to say. After all, the Luo family is not a local force in Xingyang town, and its true strength has not been revealed. Feng Sun responded calmly. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Why was there someone knocking on the door in the middle of the night? Feng Sun seemed to know something and went to open the door. There was an attendant standing outside the door. He whispered a few words into Feng Sun's ear and then retreated. Ha ha, what a coincidence, brother, this time the three masters of the family went out to hunt down the head of the Luo family, and the Luo family actually killed a strong martial emperor in order to keep the Order of Immortality. Originally, the Ascension Order was about to be obtained, but the ancestors of the Luo family came forward and directly drove away the heads of the other three major families, and finally saved the Ascension Order.
Then the other three major families have nothing to lose?
Haha, the other three major families didn't suffer particularly big losses, just some insignificant people died. And besides the Luo family, the biggest gain tonight is your Nye family. The set of arrays obtained by Duaning Rong of the Nye family.
Feng Sun smiled. He, is that old woman?
She is really thoughtful, and she was able to grab the array in front of the other two families. Nye Yun thought to himself and continued, but Brother Feng, I am very curious. That array disc is so powerful.
Why is it put up for auction? Doesn't it have any shortcomings?
Hearing this question, Feng Sun's obviously speaking voice paused for a moment, and then said, Brother, I don't treat you as an outsider, so I'll tell you directly.
Of course there are shortcomings. Although this array is claimed to be.
It cannot be broken except by the martial emperor, but the spiritual power consumption is very huge, and it is difficult to activate it for a long time without reaching the level of the martial emperor. After Nye Yun finished listening, he suddenly felt speechless. It can't be broken without a martial emperor, but it requires a martial emperor to drive this thing.
Isn't it useless to cooperate with this thing? This damn auction house is really evil.
But Nye Yun didn't say these words out loud, he just cursed in his heart.
Brother Feng, I'm very curious, what exactly do you do in Shanfeng Trading Company?
Because there was too much discussion here, I changed the topic and asked the doubts in my heart. Feng Sun rolled his eyes after hearing this, looked at Nye Yun and said with a smile on his face.
Brother Nye, I won't hide it from you.
The owner of this firm is named Feng. After saying this, both of them looked at each other and smiled. At noon on the second day, Nye Yun called Nye Feng out when he went to practice. The two of them went back to Nye's house together, pretending that nothing happened. Cultivation has no time, time flies. Half a month has passed by in the blink of an eye, and today is the beginning of the family competition. Let's go, Nye Feng, today is an important day.
Nye Feng responded.
Nye Yun smiled, then waved his hand, and the two of them strode towards the family's training ground together. There were only hundreds of boys and girls standing in the huge training ground paved with blue bricks, and the noise was endless. In the middle of the training ground stands a huge black stone monument, the spiritual testing stone. This kind of stone tablet is very valuable and cannot be equipped by ordinary families. Next to the stone tablet are two elders who act as testers and guards. On the high platform in front of the training ground, a number of senior members of the family were sitting, but the positions that would ultimately belong to the family were always vacant.
Duaning Rong sat on the right side of the main seat.
Other elders were sitting or standing. The boys and girls in the court seemed to be on trial. They were more or less nervous and even hesitant. But Nye Feng and Nye Yun's calmness attracted everyone's attention.
That Nye Feng, why is he not nervous at all? Is he planning to break the jar? That must be the eldest young master.
I heard that he has recovered and can practice now. Even if he recovers, he won't be able to reach the realm of a warrior in a month. He will still be kicked out after all. Gradually some voices came from the crowd.
Slowly hearing these rumors, Nye Feng whispered, Brother, do you think we can pass this competition? But Nye Yun didn't speak. He only responded with a relaxed and comfortable expression and a smile.
Seeing that everyone was almost here, Duaning Rong stood up and said loudly, You are all the new blood in the family.
You will be the mainstay of the family in the future.
You should know how important this competition is to you. The rules of the test are that those in the family who are over 20 years old and have a cultivation level above the third level of a warrior can participate in the formal competition. Otherwise, those who fail can only manage some of the family's secular shops. After the test is completed, if anyone is dissatisfied, they can challenge their companions who are above the third level of the warrior realm. If the challenge is successful, they will still be judged qualified. Now that everyone knows the rules, let's start the test. As Duaning Rong said her last words in a deep voice, the boys and girls on the field suddenly became nervous. Next to the soul testing stone, the indifferent elder took a step forward, took out the roster and began to call the names. The cold voice made the person who was called unbearable and felt a little scared. Sitting next to Nia Yun, Nia Feng's slightly uneasy heart calmed down. He only glanced at them occasionally, and the people around him, like Nia Yun, no longer paid too much attention to them. The people around him were called out one after another, with all kinds of emotions bursting out, either the joy of success or the anger of failure. Nia Lingyu. At this time, the cold voice of the elder made Nia Yun raise the corners of his eyes slightly, and his lazy eyelids finally opened. Nia Feng, who had been paying attention to Nia Yun, looked up when he saw this appearance. Nia Lingyu was the Nia family's first genius after Nia Yun. At the same time, Nia Lingyu was also paying attention to Nia Yun. Second-level martial artist. Above the spiritual stone, strong light burst out, and upright and large fonts hung on the body of the monument. Nia Lingyu, second-level martial artist, advanced level. Looking at the spiritual stone, the indifferent elder nodded slightly and announced in a deep voice. Listening to the elder's cold voice, Nia Lingyu's expression did not change, but his eyes kept looking at Nia Yun. To him, this former genius was more attractive than the elder. He was also curious about what level Nia Yun could reach after resuming his cultivation in 2 months. After the elder's voice came out, it instantly caused a commotion in the middle of the huge training ground, and envious eyes were directed at Nia Lingyu. A second-level martial artist? A 20-year-old second-level martial artist is indeed quite talented, Nia Yun said lightly, rubbing his chin. Yeah. Nia Feng rubbed the hilt of the sword with his fingers, and his eyes casually glanced at Nia Lingfei, who was surrounded by a crowd like stars holding the moon. After Nia Lingyu's climax, only one of the dozen or so people behind had reached the third level of warrior, and the rest were eliminated. Nia Feng. The elder's cold voice came out again, resounding throughout the audience. Go ahead and let them see your state after taking the chi-gathering pill. Nia Yun said calmly. Nia Feng nodded and jumped onto the high platform. All eyes turned to this brother who was very similar to Nia Yun. Under the gaze of everyone in the field, the young man's steps were a little hurried, and his big hand stretched out and slapped heavily on the black spiritual stone, and the spiritual power surged in his body. As the spiritual power continued to pour in, the spirit-detecting stone gradually began to emit light. Fourth-level warrior. Looking at the dark spiritual stone, there are 4 huge characters. Everyone had different emotions, either happy or annoyed. But this had nothing to do with Nia Feng. After the elders announced the results, Nia Feng turned around and jumped off the platform, returned to the crowd, and returned to Nia Yun's side. As more and more people failed to pass, the atmosphere on the training ground gradually became dull. Those clan members who failed almost all looked dejected. But every time a new companion is unqualified, there will always be a vague expression of schadenfreude on these people's faces. Sitting cross-legged on the blue stone bricks, Nia Yun was too lazy to watch other people's tests. According to past practice, most of the tests of hundreds of people were destined to be eliminated. There were fewer and fewer people in the training ground who had not been called, and in the end, only a few people including Nia Yun were left. A young man in front of Nia Yun was called out and got up to take the test, but he ended up sadly failing. For the remaining dozen or so people on the field, everyone knew it very well. If it were not for the sake of fairness, it might not be possible to just wipe out all the remaining people. Nia Yun. Under the dark spirit testing stone, the elder shouted out the last spot with complicated eyes. Brother, it's your turn. Nia Feng pushed Nia Yun's shoulder and said softly. Nia Yun, who was closing his eyes to recuperate, raised his head slightly, opened his sleepy eyes, and looked around the training ground. The gloating looks around him made him couldn't help but sneer softly. It seems there are still a lot of people there. If you don't believe that you have recovered and are waiting to see the joke, then I'll give you a long look. He stood up slowly, moved his neck from side to side, and looked at the indifferent elders on the high platform, as well as the senior officials above the stands, who smiled slightly. Taking a deep breath, Nia Yunlong strode toward the dark spiritual stone like a tiger. The sudden surge of self-confidence between his brows caused some of the tribesmen who wanted to laugh out loud to stop an embarrassment. Under the complicated gazes of the audience, Nia Yun came under the spirit testing stone. Looking at the young man in black in front of him, the elder also sighed with victory in his heart. He was the first to witness the number one genius in Xingyang town back then, and he also saw the genius's degradation step by step over the years. If no miracle happened today, this should be the last time he saw this young man in the family. According to rumors, Nye Yin got an opportunity in the Monster Mountain range and killed Nye Yin when he came back. I don't know whether it is true or not. Nye Yin, on the other hand, had indeed not seen him for a long time. It was true at this time. After all, Nye Yin's impression of him among many clan members was not very good. Amid the nervous gazes from the audience, Nye Yin's chest rose and fell slightly, his palms slowly stretched out, and he gently placed them against the cold black stone tablet. With spiritual power surging throughout his body, Nye Yin had no intention of hiding his cultivation. Firstly, he doesn't have that ability, and secondly, he needs to gain enough attention to protect himself. All eyes were focused on the stone tablet at this moment, and they knew very well that this test might be the last test for the former number one genius. The steel was slightly calm. After a moment, a bright light appears. The huge fonts on the stone tablet made everyone present seem to have their hearts stop beating. Martial artist. 9th level. Silence, the whole place, deathly silence. Everyone in the field was shocked and looked at the 4 big characters on the stone tablet. The rumors are true, Nye Yin has really recovered. I don't know who whispered this in the crowd. In an instant, the entire crowd was boiling like a pot exploding. On the stand. Duaningrong's eyes narrowed slightly as she stared at Nye Yin. The 2 elders beside him also looked in disbelief. Because they had heard some rumors of this kind, but they couldn't believe that in 2 months, a monk fell out of the chi refining realm. 2 months. A mortal can directly cultivate to the 9th level of a warrior. This kind of cultivation speed is simply astonishing. The elder next to the spirit detecting stone looked blankly at the big characters on the stone tablet, and the indifference on his face had long been replaced by shock. Nye Yin, warrior, 9th level, advanced level. He took a deep breath, as if he wanted to let out the shock in his heart, but the elders pretended to be calm voice still couldn't conceal the trembling of shock. Listening to the elder's announcement, the already extremely silent training ground became even more silent. Gollum, the sound of someone swallowing saliva suddenly sounded in the training ground. In the center of the crowd, Nye Lingyu was in high spirits, with a smile on his lips and his eyes fixed on Nye Yin. It takes 2 months to complete 2 realms. This speed is simply unheard of. Even Nye Yin, who was at his peak at that time, could not achieve such a speed of cultivation. However, this heart-stopping fact actually appeared under everyone's gaze. On the periphery of the training ground, those tribesmen who were about to watch Nye Yin's joke also looked blankly at the 4 big characters on the stone tablet and murmured in a low voice, how is it possible? Looking up at the big characters on the stone tablet, Nye Yin let out a sigh of relief. The suddenly complicated looks around him suddenly made him think that he had returned to his peak period. After taking a deep look, Nye Yin, the soul detecting stone in front of him, smiled meaningfully. With a gentle breath, Nye Yin slowly walked down the platform under the gaze of everyone in the audience. Brother, you have actually reached the 9th level of warrior. Nye Feng came over to greet him with a happy face. Now that the test is over, let's proceed to the next one. The unqualified tribesmen have the right to challenge the qualified tribesmen. Remember, you only have 1 chance. Duaningrong stood up and laughed loudly. As soon as these words came out, there was some commotion in the training ground. Those who were just 1 step away from passing the exam were looking at those qualified tribesmen with fiery eyes. Facing the provocative gazes one after another, those qualified tribesmen also stood ready. After all, the 3rd level of warriors is not a big gap. The family sets this rule to allow them to feel pressure. Only when you are under pressure will you be motivated and practice hard. The tribesmen who are in the 2nd level of warriors are also very clear about it. Although they are inferior to others in terms of realm and have great disadvantages, this is their only chance. Regardless of success or failure, let's win. Nye Lingyun, Nye Bing, Nye Hong, Nye Yun, Nye Feng. Suddenly, the atmosphere on the field became weird. One after another, fiery things continued to pass over the qualified masters.
Everyone was secretly choosing the best opponent to deal with.
Niafeng, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly raised his eyebrows.
He was surprised to find that most of the eyes were on him. "Brother, it seems you look like a soft persimmon." Nie Yun patted Niafeng's shoulder with his big hand and smiled. At this time, some people in the calm field finally couldn't bear it any longer. A strong young man stood up and said loudly, "Cousin Niafeng, please. Go ahead and let them see what you have accomplished this month.
You have used so much of my liquid medicine and chi gathering pills.
Don't embarrass me."
As he spoke, he put his palm on Niafeng's shoulder with a slight force, pinching Niafeng so hard that it hurt from grinning. The young man's words seemed respectful, but when he looked at Niafeng, there was still a trace of disdain in his eyes, because Niafeng's legs were disabled, which was a well-known thing in the Nie family. Even if his level has improved, the disability of his legs will still be a drag. Looking at the sturdy young man who took the challenge first, the other unqualified tribesmen suddenly felt a little regretful, as if they had missed out on the qualified spot. At that moment Niafeng jumped onto the high platform. Without the slightest hesitation, Nie Yun in the audience narrowed his eyes slightly and looked up and down at his opponent. However, he did not recognize all the family members, but he still had some impression of this young man. If I remember correctly, this young man should be named Niechingmu, and he belongs to the Great Elder faction. He used to make things difficult for himself and Niafeng when he was down and out. On the stage, Niafeng clasped his fists and bowed, and said loudly, "Please enlighten me." Niafeng dragged his stiff legs and walked to the stage step by step under the gaze of everyone. He cupped his fists and bowed, and said loudly, "Please enlighten me." Until this challenge point is reached, the use of any foreign objects, including weapons, is only allowed. Only hand-to-hand combat is allowed. Seeing that the two were already in place, one of the elders shouted in a cold voice. Putting his palms on his chest, one after the other, a faint white spiritual energy lingered on them. Niechingmu took a deep breath, then stepped hard with the soles of his feet, and rushed straight towards Niafeng. There are no dazzling martial arts in low-level combat, especially when weapons are limited. It is just the simplest collision. The steel opener. The figure quickly approached Niafeng, and on the slightly bent right palm, the spiritual energy condensed slightly, and with a fierce slash, it struck Niafeng's chest diagonally. The monument opener is a low-grade yellow-level martial arts skill. Only tribesmen who have reached the 5th level of chi refining are eligible to learn it. An oncoming breeze blew Niafeng's hair, and his dark eyes narrowed slightly, staring closely at the palm that was getting closer and closer. Just when the palms of his hands reached his chest, Niafeng took a small step to the side without haste. After a month of tempering his body in a medicinal bath, coupled with Nie Yun's practice of his close-quarters skills, his reflexes have become extremely good at this moment. This little step was enough to avoid Niechingmu's attack. He turned his body slightly to one side, straightened his fingers, and used his palm as a sword to stab his throat. There are no fancy techniques. This month of medicated bath quenching has made Niafeng's body extremely hard. Put. There was a muffled sound, and Niafeng's finger had already pierced Niechingmu's throat. Yichingmu's ruddy face turned extremely pale in an instant, and blood suddenly poured out. He pulled out his fingers and heard a muffled sound. With a plop, Niechingmu's body fell to the floor tiles. The blood in the aorta continued to flow out as if it was free. After a while, the entire surrounding area was stained red with blood. "Sorry, my brother said that anyone who bullies me should die." Niafeng looked at Niechingmu's body at his feet and said to himself. "Silence, all silence." Niechingmu's defeat was very unexpected. It's not that he lost unexpectedly, but that he lost too quickly. Who in the entire Nie family doesn't know that Niafeng has disabled legs, and that Niafeng has been practicing swordplay since he was a child, but now he has given up weapons in hand-to-hand combat? Even if Niafeng has the advantage in terms of realm, there is no doubt that Niechingmu cannot lose. The great elder on the stand had eyes like eagles and said gloomily, "This little guy is cruel and ruthless, and his physical strength is only stronger than that of ordinary martial arts masters, except for extreme cases who specialize in physical training." Nie Aoki's death at his hands was not unjust, it was just that he underestimated the enemy and died in a hurry for quick success. Niafeng shook the blood from his fingertips, turned his head and looked at the stunned elder, and said calmly, "It should be over, right?" After swallowing a gulp of saliva, the elder who woke up quickly nodded. He was about to shout and announce the results of the competition, but was suddenly interrupted by an angry scolding. "Wait a minute!" The woman in the audience looked at Niechingmu, who was covered in blood and turned into a corpse on the stage. She bit her red lips tightly and shouted in hatred. The elders all frowned and shouted in a deep voice, "Nyayu, what do you want to do?" Nyayu looked at Niechingmu, who had been taken down for treatment, jumped onto the stage vigorously, stared at Niefong resentfully, and said angrily, "Niechingmu is your cousin no matter what, how could you be so vicious?" Looking at Nyayu, who looked like he was asking a question about his guilt, Niefong was obviously a little stunned. He had never experienced such a battle before, and he didn't know what to do for a moment. Just when Niefong was at a loss, a warm hand suddenly placed on his shoulder, and a voice belonging to Nyayan sounded from behind. The cold voice and momentum were not inferior at all. First, he started this fight. Secondly, Niefong did not use any foreign objects in violation of the law. No one in the family knew that Niefong had practiced swords since he was a child, and Niechingmu was very good at physical skills. In such a competition, Niefong had already suffered a big loss and was now dead. Well, it's just that the skills are not as good as others, not others. Third, the family elders didn't say much about this. If you jump out here and bark, who do you think you are? Nyayan narrowed his eyes slightly, raised a dangerous arc at the corner of his mouth, and continued, "In other words, do you think your power is greater than that of the elders? What do you regard the elders as? What do you regard the head of the family as? What are the rules of the entire Nye family? If it was Niefong who was lying down at this moment instead of Niechingmu, would you be angry at Niefong for doing this? He, Niechingmu, is a human being, but my brother is not a human being? Besides being unruly, Nyayu, besides showing favoritism, what else can you do?" Nyayu's heart froze as he was being scolded by Nyayan's series of firecracker-like words and put on big hats one after another. His pretty and rosy cheeks turned white, then red again. With his proud temper, how could he be taught such a lesson in public by someone younger than him? Jade hands clenched, took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and said coldly, "I don't care how you argue, I only know that Niefong killed my brother, and now I challenge him. If you have the ability, Niefong, you can next." "Nyayu, get down. You are not allowed to act recklessly here. The rules of the competition are for warriors below the 3rd level. You have no right to come up." The two elders on the side yelled angrily. Nyayu bit her lip stubbornly and stared at Nyayun with resentful eyes. Niefong behind him said coldly, "Don't you dare to accept it?" Idiot, Nyayun cursed in his heart. Niefeng's battle just now seemed ordinary, but in fact it consumed a lot of spiritual power. Now it is definitely not a wise move for him to fight Nyayu, who is a 6th level warrior. You shouldn't even dare to accept a woman's challenge. Looking behind Nyayun at Niefong with a cold look, Nyayu felt relieved and said coldly. As soon as these words came out, Niefong, who was at a competitive age, suddenly couldn't sit still, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and the fierce light in his dark eyes was revealed. It seems that he is ready to fight this long-legged woman at any time. At this moment, Nyayun completely let go of his aura, instantly suppressing Nyayu's murderous aura until he could not move. Nyayun's momentum continued to rise, and the 9th level warrior's strength was clearly visible. With his right hand held empty, the snow-white wind shadow knife flashed out. The momentum increases again. Holding the knife in one hand, the tip of the knife pointed directly at Nyayu's eyes. A trace of cold air overflowed from the blade, and the stabbing pain in his eyes continued. "If you want to fight, I will fight with you to the end. You wouldn't even dare to accept a challenge from a loser, right?" In full public view, in order to protect his younger brother, Nyayun did not hesitate to take out his weapons and directly suppress him with his realm. Nyayun said coldly, "Nyayu, you are a stinker. It is unjust that you are much older than Niefong, and your level is even higher. You have also entered the Tibetan scripture pavilion many times to select exercises. It is difficult for such a strong person to challenge you. It's fair to say that the Nye family's children have all been humiliated by you. If you really want to beat me, I, Nyayun, will fight with you until the end." Hearing this, Nyayu's eyebrows were furrowed and her face was as gloomy as water. Okay. Just as the three of them were entangled endlessly, the elder on the side shouted angrily with a gloomy face, shocking the three of them and shutting up for a moment. The old man's gloomy face was like dripping water. The elder walked over angrily and shouted at Nyayu, "You have no right to challenge now, go back immediately. If you dare to disturb the order of the scene again, I will put you in confinement for a month." After venting his anger towards Nyayu, the elder Chang breathed a long sigh of relief, turned his head, looked at Nyayun helplessly, and said with a wry smile, "Young master, please go down first, your challenge is also against the rules." Because he is a fool now, and everyone knows that Nyayun is no longer the useless person he was before. The current Nyayun did not say that he killed Nyayu. Even if he was killed on the spot as an elder, the Nya family would not offend anyone for him. A genius who can make the whole family prosper. Nyayun shrugged indifferently, turned around and got off the ring. Seeing this, Nyefeng took 3 steps and 2 steps at a time, and followed him down. After being angrily scolded by the elder, Nyayu bit her red lips and left the ring angrily. Looking at the funny scene that ended, the elder finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then announced, "Life or death is determined by fate, Nyechingmu, his skills are inferior to others, this challenge, Nyefeng wins." With Nyefeng's head on blow this time, no one chose to challenge him. After confirming that no one wanted to challenge, the candidates to participate in the competition were decided. In this competition, instead of fighting as usual, we went to the back mountain to hunt monsters. The more monsters we hunt, the more corresponding points we get. Since most monsters below the 3rd level there is no crystal core, so the most significant features of the monster are used as evidence to convert points. A 1st level monster is worth 1 point, a 2nd level monster is 10 points, and so on. The competition lasts 4 days. After the ETH day, the points will be counted at the entrance of the back mountain. If you fail to arrive after the time, it will be deemed as a waiver. In this competition, number 1, a low-grade Shen level weapon, a low-grade Shen level skill, 10 Qi gathering pills, and 1 foundation establishment pill. Number 2, a set of Shen level low-grade exercises, 10 Qi gathering pills, and 1 foundation establishment pill. Number 1, a set of Xuanjia low-grade exercises and 5 Qi gathering pills. Number 4, Duaning Rong cleared her throat and said loudly, "Now, the competition begins." Following Duaning Rong's order, everyone on the training ground ran towards the back mountain, afraid of falling behind others. After everyone had almost left, the 2 brothers Nyayun leisurely followed the end of the team, and then slowly approached as they approached. It was as if the 2 of them were not here to participate in the competition, but to enjoy the mountains and rivers. Nyayun walked in slowly, and after checking that no one was around, Nyayun rolled up his sleeves, slightly bent his fingers, and gave Nyefeng a dunk on his forehead. "Oh, brother, why are you in pain?" Yiyan covered his head and began to cry. "It hurts now, you have to remember, otherwise you will die in the future. If I weren't here today, if you really take action against that stinky guy, although he may not kill you because you are the son of the family master, there is an % chance that you will be seriously injured or even crippled. Don't forget your father, he rarely cares about family affairs anymore and has been traveling for a long time. You have to remember that you should never show your emotions on your face. You should not be fooled by such a low-end provocation method. I know, I will definitely pay attention to it in the future." Nyefeng covered his forehead with his hands and nodded seriously. The back mountain of the Nye family is actually a branch mountain range of the Monster Mountain Range. If you go deeper, you can enter the Monster Mountain Range. Let's go, DJ's monsters are boring to kill. We want Poison's name, and that's only possible by hunting those high-level monsters. After speaking, Nyayun led Nyefeng to the depths of the Haoshan Mountains. Go! Neither of the 2 brothers had any desire to take action against the ordinary beasts or first-order demon beast Nyanyun they encountered along the way. As long as they were not looking for death or directly hit the muzzle of a gun, they would generally not take action. As we walked, the trees around us became taller and taller, and it felt familiar again, as if we were back in the primeval forest, where the trees were usually towering. At this time, Yiyan finally discovered their 1st-level target. 2nd-level monster Blacking King Snake. This is a huge black snake, somewhat similar to Black Flame in appearance, but slightly smaller in length, only nearly 10 meters, about the thickness of a bucket.
Go deal with him alone, and remember to give me your last breath if you can.
Nia Yun patted Nia Feng on the shoulder and pushed him out. The second-level monster is still relatively difficult for Nia Feng, but with Nia Yun beside him, there will be no problem. The blacking king snake felt that someone was approaching, raised its head, hissed out the snake message, and looked at Nia Feng, who was approaching unhurriedly, with an attitude about to attack. Nia Feng took out his long sword, pointed the sword's edge at the snake's eyes, and said lightly in his heart, "Come on." Hiss. The blacking king snake, protruding from the snake letter, let out a low roar and charged towards Nia Feng's direction. Opening his bloody mouth, he could only smell a gust of fishy wind rushing towards him, which was disgusting. So fast. This was the only thought in Nia Feng's mind for a moment. He didn't have time to think about his body and rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the impact. Oh! A large tree, as thick as 7 or 8 people could hug it, was directly smashed into 2 pieces by the blacking king snake's collision. Thump! The broken tree trunk fell to the ground with a muffled sound. A lot of dust was raised. The blacking king snake raised its head and stared at Nia Feng with a cold gaze in its narrow eyes, but compared to this weak human being, most of the blacking king snake's attention is still on Nia Yun, who is watching the battle not far away, because in his perception, only Nia Yun can pose a threat to himself. This weak human in front of him, it's just food whoosh. Without Nia Feng's reaction, the blacking king snake rushed towards Nia Feng again, this time faster, turning into a black shadow, opening its bloody mouth, and pounced on Nia Feng. Nia Feng's eyes were firmly fixed in front of him. With a swipe of his wrist from one side of his body, he hit the corner of the blacking king snake's mouth with a precise sword. He immediately opened a deep wound in its bloody mouth and blood spurted out. "Come out!" Hiss! The blacking king snake screamed in agony. Its tail was like an iron whip, and it was thrown out with a whistling wind, hitting Nia Feng's chest. Clang! There was a sound of gold and iron clashing. Nia Feng held the sword across his chest and held it with both hands. He was able to block the blow, but the huge force still caused Nia Feng to fall out again and fly away. How many feet away? Injury for injury. A typical play style of injuring the enemy by, and damaging yourself by. Nia Feng held his hands on the ground, and his breath was already sluggish at this moment. Nia Yun, who was not far away, looked up and saw a large gash in the mouth of the blacking king snake. But it was not fatal. On the contrary, Nia Feng took a solid blow. Now his energy and blood are surging and his breath is weak. But at this moment, the blacking king snake was obviously angry because of the wound on its head, and its cold snake eyes were filled with crazy killing intent. Immediately, the blacking king snake pounced on Nia Feng again. This time his deadly fangs have appeared and are about to swallow Nia Feng alive. Nia Yun's pupils shrank suddenly. He was ready to save Nia Feng at any time, but at the same moment Nia Yun left. A miserable scream resounded across the sky. Without thinking much, Nia Feng summoned Black Flame with a thought, only to see a black python that was larger than the blacking king snake appear in front of him out of thin air. Opening his big mouth, he bit the blacking king snake and kept wrapping it around its body. At the same time, Nia Yun dodged a few times and came to the front of the blacking king snake. 7 kills with the wind knife, storm kill. The knife came out and instantly struck the opening where Nia Feng split the scales. Hiss! There was another scream that echoed through the sky, and nearly 1/3 of the body of the blacking king snake was cut open by this knife. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the blacking king snake at the early stage of the second level, and gain 500 experience points, 500 spiritual power points, and 200 points. Find the weak point, draw the sword, attack, and put the sword away, all in one go. Nia Feng was left standing there staring at Nia Yun. But Nia Yun was also extremely shocked. Time goes back to the previous moment. The blacking king snake bared its deadly fangs and rushed towards Nia Feng. At this critical moment, the last moment when the fangs are close to the body, Nia Feng's body moved slightly, and the long sword in his hand penetrated directly into the eyes of the blacking king snake at an extremely tricky and strange angle. Then the black flames flashed out. Generally speaking, It is generally accepted in the world of immortality that when monsters and human monks fight in the same realm, the monsters generally have the upper hand. Because he can also use various offensive techniques to attack monsters, and at the same level, the monster's body is much more powerful than that of human monks. In the same realm, it is very difficult for human monks to defeat monsters head-on, but there are some geniuses who can do it. Especially the sword strike just now was very strange, as if it was made by nature. It pierced into the eyes of the Black Eagle King Snake. Looking at Niafong now, he was looking at the sudden appearance of an even bigger python with a vigilant look on his face. His intuition told him that this giant python was very dangerous, but it was this giant python in Niayan who saved him just now. Don't worry, this is the monster beast that I have conquered in my inheritance, Niayun said immediately upon seeing this. After hearing this, Niafong doubtfully put down his hand to grab the sword, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to adjust his breathing on the spot. After a while, when Niafong finished adjusting his breath, Niayan said again, "What was the sword move you just made called?" Looking for gaps, Niafong didn't hide anything after hearing this, and then said, "I learned this move accidentally from the basic swordsmanship in my sleep. It is intended to find gaps in airtight attacks and break them with one blow, even if there are no gaps. Gaps can also be created." "You mean to say that you figured out this weird sword technique by yourself in your sleep?" Niayun was a little shocked. He knew that Niafong had practiced swords since he was a child and was very good at swordsmanship. However, Niayun in the previous life did not pay much attention to Niafong. However, he did not expect that he was such a genius and could understand himself. Such a weird swordsmanship. "Yeah." Niafong raised his head and looked at Niayun and nodded his chin. Hearing the affirmative words, Niayun almost burst into laughter. Ordinary people's swordsmanship is divided into 5 levels: beginner, minor, deshang, perfect, and ultimate. If you switch to swordsmanship, Niayun is still in the entry-level stage, but Niafeng's swordsmanship is obviously not in this category. He has at least reached a small level of success. Just call him Black Flame. Seeing Niafong still looking straight at the giant python beside Niayun said. Later, Niayun ordered Niafong to pull out the fangs of the Blacking King snake as evidence for statistics. As for the remaining snake body, it is a good thing. It contains blood and essence. Whether it is bones or skin, it can be used to refine weapons or even be sold. But now Niayun obviously does not have that leisure. Because after breaking off the 2 fangs, the entire snake body was directly swallowed by the black flames. For monsters, whether they are monsters or humans, anything that contains powerful energy and blood is a great tonic. "Hey Yin, can you find the place where the yin-yang fruit grew?" Niayun secretly asked Hey Yin through the system. Although this back mountain is connected to the Monster Mountain Range, Niayun has never walked through it to the Monster Mountain Range from here. Hey Yin hesitated for a moment, then nodded towards Niayun. "Okay, now Black Flame leads the way, and the 2 of us are looking forward to the end of the competition," Niayun said with a smile, because in this Monster Mountain Range, if Black Flame leads the way, he can reduce unnecessary troubles, and if he wants to gain points, it will be very convenient to hunt other monsters. The system panel belonging to Black Flame was opened in the system, Pet, Black Flame Python level, currently early stage of level, skill, Fire Breath, spitting out flames to burn the enemy. Thick skin scale armor greatly improves physical defense. Burn, the body's own temperature rises sharply, and all enemies touched or attacked by skills will have a burning effect. While walking, Niafong suddenly came closer and said worriedly in a voice that only 2 people could hear, "Brother, this giant python of yours seems so dangerous to me. Is he really reliable?" Niayun cast an affirmative look and said with a smile, "This monster is the monster responsible for guarding my mysterious inheritance. It is absolutely reliable. Now he is following me to protect me personally. In this regard you don't have to worry too much." And Hey Yen, who was leading the way, listened seriously to Niayun's nonsense on the side. Then Niayun pretended to take something out of the storage bag, but in fact he took out a talisman from the storage space, handed it to Niafong, and said, "Your attack methods are too simple now. You can use these talismans." When Niafong saw a handful of talismans being handed over, he quickly shook his head and refused. "No, brother, I can't accept it.
This is too expensive. Why are you so polite to us too? Just take these talismans with you and treat them as if they are here for you to keep for me. Nia Yun said with a smile.
After hearing this, Nia Fong accepted the talisman half-heartedly.
This large number of talismans is not a single talisman, but contains Meyer talisman, Mist talisman and Ice Cone talisman, each in its own quantity. Among them, the ice pick symbol is the least. Of course, Nia Yun himself doesn't have many ice pick talismans.
As the two of them went deeper and deeper, the level of the monsters around them gradually increased, and ordinary beasts gradually became invisible.
The second level late-stage monster, the Black Shadow Leopard.
A black panther the size of an ox, with fur like a mink and as black as ink. He was growling lowly, wanting to drive out the three people who had intruded into his territory completely.
Kill. The level of the Black Flame is now level 3, and the benchmark for the human realm is that of a martial artist.
Coupled with Nia Feng's weird swordsmanship, killing monsters and upgrading this time is much easier than in the Monster Mountain range.
Black Flame rushed forward and entangled the Black Shadow Leopard. The Black Shadow Panther's advantage lies in speed, and his defense is weak. He is typically positioned as an assassin. But what do assassins fear most? The most fearful thing is that something like Hyan's face will be directly exposed. After the face is exposed, he will bite it and not let go, and then entangle it. After the Black Flame controlled the Black Shadow Leopard, Nia Fong killed this second-level monster in an instant with one sword after another. The poor Black Shadow Leopard, a majestic second-level monster, didn't even resist at all, and died directly under the sword. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the second-level late-stage Black Shadow Leopard and gaining 1400 experience points, 600 spiritual power points, and 300 points. Then Nia Fong once again acted as a tool and cut off the ears of the Black Shadow Leopard. As for the other parts of the body, Hei Yan was no longer polite and swallowed it in one gulp. A one-stop service that destroys corpses and eliminates traces is really nothing short of amazing. Just as he was talking, Hei Yan suddenly sensed a rustling sound coming from the distant grass, and then transmitted the situation to Nia Yun through the system. Who? Come out sneakily! Nia Yun shouted loudly, and at the same time Nia Fong raised his eyes and became alert, looking into the grass in the distance. I saw a man slowly walking out of the grass not far away. He raised his hands and kept saying as he slowly walked out, "Don't do it, don't do it. Master, I am Nia Shuz and I have no hostility." Nia Shuz, Nia Yun chewed the name at the corner of his mouth, and gradually remembered it a little bit. This person was his former classmate in the martial arts hall. When he walked completely in front of Nia Yun, the man suddenly knelt down on the ground, crying and wailing, "Master, you have to make the decision for me. I haven't killed many monsters in the back mountains, but I found a third-level 9-leaf vitality grass. I originally thought that even if my results were not very good, I could get some rewards by taking this vitality grass back. However, Nia Hong and the others snatched it away. You beat me, master, I was wronged, you must make the decision for me." This sudden scene left everyone at a loss for a moment. However, seeing this scene, Nia Fong was quite moved. He quickly stepped forward and tried to help the man up, but his several attempts were to no avail. He just kept kneeling on the ground, crying and begging Nia Yun to seek justice for him. "Is the Nia Hong you are talking about Nia Yan's brother?" Nia Yun said calmly after thinking for a while. "It's him." Nia Shuz responded affirmatively. Just as he was talking, Black Flame twisted its huge body to Nia Shuz's side and surrounded him circle after circle. The coercion of a monster belonging to the Black Flames continued to permeate the air, suppressing Nia Shuz's heart. The depressive atmosphere made Nia Shuz's body tremble unbearably. But he still kept talking and asked the young master to seek justice for him. Listening to his sincere pleas, Nia Fong was a little moved. He looked at Nia Yun and twitched the corner of his mouth. "Brother, what should we do?" "Then what do you want to do? Tell me." Nia Yun didn't feel any emotion after hearing this answer. Instead, he stared into Nia Feng's eyes and asked back. "I listen to my brother, I will do whatever you say." Nia Fong responded immediately without any hesitation, his tone was very sure. When Nia Yun saw this, a sharp light flashed in his eyes.
But the words that came out of his mouth were still as warm as the spring breeze: "Get up quickly and lead the way. As the eldest young master of the family, I must uphold justice for you this time. As a member of the family, I can't possibly let you suffer injustice in vain."
"Thank you, master, thank you, master."
Niashu was overjoyed when he heard such an answer and quickly kowtowed in thanks.
"Hurry up and lead the way for us."
Nya Yun strode forward and helped him up. During this process, he even patted the dust off his body, dirt and fallen leaves from his hair very thoughtfully.
"Okay, I'll lead the way."
As he said that, he rushed in one direction into the depths of the monster mountain range. The two of them and the snake also hurriedly followed.
During this process, Nya Yun sent a message to Hei Yen and said, "Wait a minute, if there is any accident, please protect Nya Feng." Hei Yen looked up at Nya Yun.
He didn't understand why he did this, but he still received an affirmative answer. "You try to stay away from this Niashu's, keep a safe distance, and don't get too close."
Nya Yun stepped forward and whispered in a voice that only two people could hear.
Nia Feng also had a puzzled look on his face after hearing this, but he nodded, not much to say. As they went deeper and deeper, Niashu took them outside a valley. He looked up at the valley, which was hundreds of meters high. The edges of the valley were all towering like cliffs.
Wherever it can be seen, the only exit is a narrow corridor, a typical Yixianshan landscape.
In other words, if you encounter an ambush here, you only need to block the exit, and no matter who it is, you will be a turtle in the urn. When Nye Yun saw this landform, he knew that the show was going to start soon. The team formation of 4 people now looks like this. As the leader, Niashes walked at the front, followed by Nye Yun, Nye Feng, and Hei Yen at the back. Wait a minute, if something unexpected happens after you go in, among the 3 talismans I gave you, there is one talisman called the Smoke Talisman.
Don't be reluctant to part with it. Use them all. Nye Yun whispered.
Communication with Nye Feng cannot be done directly through voice transmission, which is still not very convenient. After hearing this, Nye Feng's eyes widened a lot, because although Nye Yun gave him not many smoke charms, there were more than 30. Using more than 30 talismans together is something only a wealthy person can do. But Nye Feng didn't say much and nodded calmly. After seeing Nye Feng's response, Nye Yun once again sent a message to Hei Yen, "You won't have to protect Nye Feng in a moment. This terrain is very suitable for you. You must be exhausted after holding it in for so long. Let's see your current fighting power." The reason why Nye Yun dared to sneak in alone was not because there was something wrong with his brain, but because it was a member of the Nye family. For such an important competition that determines the allocation of future resources, the family's emphasis is no different from the emphasis China placed on the college entrance examination in the previous generation, or even more. Therefore, Nye Yun had reason to believe that there were elders monitoring the entire competition to prevent clan members from cheating. This is a rule for safeguarding rights and interests, a rule for allocating family resources, and an unspoken rule. It is an unspoken rule that does not allow people of high level to interfere in the competition. It was this rule that gave Nye Yun the courage to follow. And the most important thing is that when Duaning Rong announced the rules at the beginning of the competition, he did not explicitly prohibit fighting. In other words, this competition seems to be about hunting monsters and gaining points, but in fact it is no different from fighting in the ring. It is even more complicated than a one-on-one fight in the ring. This is a chaotic battle. Originally, with such a large sum of money, a bug-level realm like Black Flame would not be allowed to exist, but unfortunately Black Flame is only at the 3rd level now, which is completely in line with the family's bottom line. After all, no matter what I say, there is an unfounded inheritance in it. When the time comes, if you have any questions, you can just refer to inheritance. After all, luck is also a part of strength. The passage looks very narrow, but when you get closer, you can see that it is actually several feet wide. It is no problem for 2 or 3 people to walk side by side. After Niashes led the 2 of them out of the sky, a scene suddenly opened up. Nye Yun looked around and calmly analyzed the terrain and other favorable factors. Mountains rise up on all sides here. It is more like a big bowl than a valley, and Nye Yun and the others are currently at the bottom of this big bowl. The only exit from this big bowl is the passage behind him. If someone blocks this passage, then everyone in this big king will be a turtle in the jar. Master, the 9-leaf vitality grass is in the middle of this valley and will be here soon. Niashes watched Nyayun look around and take stock of the environment, but did not move forward and spoke. But there was a bit more tension and anxiety in his words out of thin air. A smile appeared at the corner of Nyayun's mouth, a meaningful smile. Let's go, I also want to seek justice for you quickly. But this time, Niashes led the way, but from time to time he looked back to see if Nyayun and Nyafeng were falling behind. Slowly, the three of them and one snake reached the depths of the valley. Young master, that's the 9-leaf vitality grass. Just go and pick it. Niashes pointed at a rhizome-like plant that looked like a small banana tree on the cliff in the distance. Just as Nyayun was looking around, Niashes walked away from this place without looking back. But no matter how fast he is, can he be as fast as Black Flame? Not far away, Heiyan caught up with him, and Niashes was restrained by Heiyan's huge body and huge entanglement. This made all the bones in Niashes' body creak and crack. Among Nyayun and the other three, in terms of speed, Heiyan was of course the best, so as early as they entered the valley, Nyayun asked Heiyan to keep an eye on Niashes. As expected, the next moment, many people emerged from the dense primitive jungle. All of them were holding weapons and had a fierce look in their eyes. At a glance, there were 7 people. All of these people looked very familiar, especially 2 of them, Nyahong and Nyayu. As for the others, they were all people who had fallen into trouble after they were deposed earlier. It seems that you have already made up your mind to deal with me together, right? Nyayun said coldly, looking at the familiar faces around him. To be honest, your talent is too terrifying. You have reached the 9th level of martial arts in just 2 months. If it were anyone else, I would have avoided you for fear of not being able to do it. But your mistake is that you should not have killed Nyayun. Today this is your burial place. The enemy was extremely jealous of Nyahong when they saw each other. Nyahong saw the enemy who killed his brother so close in front of him and gritted his teeth and said, Nyayun, this matter has nothing to do with you. If Nyafeng is killed, my brother will make Nyafeng pay for it with his life. Nyayu, who was wearing a long skirt, had the delicate facial features on her face twisted together due to extreme anger, and shouted in hatred. That's right, you jumped from a useless person to the 9th level of a warrior in 2 months. Your speed is too fast, I can't let you go. Others who had issues with Nyayun in the past, or who were afraid of Nyayun's revenge later, also spoke out. If you kill me, aren't you afraid that the elders will blame you? Nyayun touched his nose indifferently and said lightly. Ha, there is a quota of death in the big pen every year, who will know if I kill you? Now 3 against 7, the advantage is mine. You can capture him without any effort, and I will keep your whole body. Hearing Nyayun's speech, it was as if Nyahong had heard a big joke and responded with crazy laughter. After hearing this, Nyayun also nodded slightly, and then walked casually to Niashes, who was trapped by the black flame and was about to suffocate to death. Everyone was deeply surprised when they saw Nyayun's appearance, but for a moment, no one came forward. They all wanted to see what kind of medicine Nyayun was selling in his gourd. Walking to Niashes' side, the wind shadow knife in his right hand flashed out, and the sword was finished. Niashes. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the 3rd level warrior, gaining 700 experience points, 500 spiritual power points, and 200 points. The current situation is 3 versus 6. On Nyafeng's side, there is a monster in the martial arts realm, a warrior at the 9th level, and a warrior at the 4th level. On Nyahong's side, the highest level martial artist is Nyahong, and the other 6 people range from 3rd level martial artist to 9th level martial artist. Nyayu is a 6th level warrior. In this duel, everyone knows that Nyayun's side is at an absolute disadvantage. This was also the reason why the 7 of them, including Nyashes who had just been killed, dared to surround and kill Nyayun here. Nyafeng, tell me what we should do now. Nyayun narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at the 7 people surrounding him, and said with a smile. I listened to my brother. Nyafeng held swords in both hands and looked at the 6 people around him warily. Okay, then kill them. As soon as he finished speaking, countless smoke began to spread from Nyayun's side to the surroundings. The 2nd grade yellow grade talisman, the smoke obscuring talisman. The smoke was very strange. It was not as choking as the smoke from burning firewood, nor was it as warm as the steam produced when boiling water.
Its only function is to make people confused.
The next moment, Nyayan slapped his palm fiercely, and a dozen talismans were thrown out from the ground.
Yellow grade 4th grade talisman, the swamp talisman.
Suddenly, the surrounding ground instantly turned into a quagmire, sinking everyone into it,
including Nyayan and Nyafong.
In just a moment, without saying much, the two brothers took out an ice-pick talisman and shot it at the people who were stuck in the quagmire, unable to move quickly, and whose cultivation was the weakest. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the third-level warrior, gaining 600 experience points, 500 spiritual power points, and 200 points. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the fourth-level warrior, gaining 700 experience points, 600 spiritual power points, and 300 points.
Instant kill. Kill 2 people instantly.
What was originally a 3 vs 6 situation instantly turned into a 3 vs 4 situation, with first-level warriors, 9th-level warriors, 7th-level warriors, and 5th-level warriors. But the situation remains not optimistic.
Once they get over it, one of us is bound to face a 1-on-2 situation.
Even though the 2-in-1 snake are very confident in their own strength, it is still wrong. Now we are in a vast white fog, and everyone is unaware of the surrounding situation, including Nyayun, who was stuck in the quagmire and restricted in movement. Then Nyayun grabbed Nyafong, spiritual energy poured into his back, and a wide white wing instantly appeared.
Take the black flame into the body space.
With a flutter of his wings, his feet moved away from the mire, passed over the heads of the other 4 people, and stopped outside of the mist.
Nya and Yun looked at each other without saying anything.
They took out a handful of ice-pick talismans again and tore them open one by one.
Countless ice picks appeared in the void and shot into the fog. Suddenly, various chaotic sounds appeared in the fog.
Because he couldn't see the target clearly, many of Nya Hong's injuries were even caused by his own people. Nyayan put away his pair of broad white wings and said calmly, "Wait a minute, the 3 of us must focus our fire to attack the lone person. If it is 3 against 4, we are still at a disadvantage." But Nyayan has no investigative means, so he can only let He Yin play this role. After all, He Yin has only declined in realm and strength. His other aspects, such as physical hardness, hearing and smell, are still at the 6th level. As time passed, various voices appeared in the fog. Southwest, suddenly, Hyan seemed to sense something, turned his head, and ran straight away. Immediately, the 3 of them moved together, and the fastest one was naturally Black Flame. It turned into a black shadow and immediately wrapped around the person who appeared. The scales on his body began to heat up, as if magma was flowing in the flesh and blood, and the temperature of the snake's body rose sharply. The next moment, Nya Yun and Nya Fong arrived. One knife seals the throat, one sword stabs directly between the eyebrows. There was no chance to resist.
Another instant kill.
Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the 5th-level warrior, gaining 1000 experience points, 600 spiritual power points, and 300 points. Ding, congratulations to the host, the low-grade Huang-level sword, the Wind Shadow Sword, has been upgraded to the middle-grade Huang-level weapon. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting, the current situation is 3 vs 3. Now there are still 1 left on the opposite side, 1 is a 1st-level warrior, 1 is a 9th-level warrior, and 1 is a 6th-level warrior. Nya Yun was silently calculating in his heart. Then Nya Yun took out another handful of talismans, about 20 or 30, and gave half of them to Nya Fong.
Throw it in different directions in the fog, Nya Yun said with a smile.
When Nya Fong heard this, he nodded sharply, and the 2 of them immediately followed the mist in different directions and began to use the talismans. Because Nya Yun was not sure where the remaining 3 were hiding in the fog.
So it can only be covered with firepower.
Although a yellow-level talisman like this could not cause a lot of substantial harm to Nya Hong, who was in the martial arts realm, it was still possible to harass him.
Sure enough, not long after, there were screams again in the mist.
Another person broke away from the swamp and rushed out of the mist with difficulty. But what a coincidence, the position where he rushed out happened to be Nya Yun's position.
"Hi, are you okay?"
Nia Yun heard footsteps coming towards him and naturally greeted him with a smile. But Nia Yu, who broke out of the mist, was in a state of embarrassment, and his clothes were torn many times by ice-pick charms. His proud figure revealed large tracts of white skin, which was quite fascinating. Needless to say, Nia Yu is indeed a beautiful woman. But on weekdays, he has excellent expression management skills, but when he saw Nia Yun at this moment, his beauty turned pale. Without saying too much, Nia Yun rushed over with a long knife in hand. 7 kills with the wind knife wind assassination. This move is the fastest and most concealed among the 7 wind knife kills. The current situation does not allow for delay, and the 2 are suppressed by their realms. I intend to seal my throat with 1 blow. But at any moment, I thought that Nia Yu was too weak, and the knife to seal his throat directly turned into a knife to kill the owl's head. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the 6th level warrior, gaining 1100 experience points, 600 spiritual power points, and 300 points. Instant kill again. The current situation is 3 against 2. The opponent still has Nie Hong, a 1st level martial artist, and a 9th level warrior. Hey Yen, in the fog, can you determine the specific locations of the remaining 2 people? Nia Yun said. No problem. An affirmative reply came from Hei Yen. The 3 of them gathered together again, outside the mist. Nia Yun took a few glances and found that a lot of the fog had dissipated. He took out a handful of smoke talismans from the space inside his body and tore them open again. A thicker smoke began to spread from Nia Yun to the surroundings. Pick the soft persimmon first, let's go find the 9th level warrior. Nia Yun said in a deep voice. Then the 3 of them entered the mist again, and Black Flame seemed to be unbound by the mire. Crawling in the mire was still as smooth as walking on flat ground, but Nia Fong and Nia Yun couldn't do it, so Nia Yun still carried Nia Fong in fluid low altitude beside Hei Yen. Since I got these wings, I haven't had much time to practice flying. Fortunately, Black Rock is not very fast, so it is not particularly difficult to maneuver. However, this also meant that Hei Yen was unable to move forward at his full speed. But what does it matter? Anyway, the other 2 people were trapped in the quagmire, their movements were restricted, and they could only wander around like headless flies. Boss, 100 meters ahead is the 9th level warrior. But he is moving very fast. He seems to be running away. Go right up and kill him. You must not let him escape. After all, it would not sound good to hear that the eldest young master of the Nye family was slaughtering members of his family wantonly during the competition. The 9th level warrior moved in a wrong direction. To be precise, he ran in the wrong direction. He wasn't running towards the sky, he was running in the opposite direction, but that's no wonder, because he was running in the opposite direction to the exit, so the fog did become lighter. That's why he thought that side was the exit, but in fact it was a dead end. Hurry, hurry, we're about to break out of this damn fog. Damn Nia Yun, why does he have so many talismans? When I go out and find him, I will cut him into pieces. Looking at the fog getting lighter and lighter before his eyes, a seed called hope ignited in his heart. Behind him, 100 meters away, Nia Yun took out 2 more talismans. A handful of mire talismans turned the ground into a mire again. A smoke talisman, in just a moment, countless dizzy and disorienting swallows once again filled this relatively light area. Poor this 9th level warrior, the joy has not warmed up his heart, and his feet instantly turned into a swamp, and the surroundings were shrouded in smoke. Changes just for a moment, this poor 9th level warrior was lost in the fog again. This 9th level warrior is named Nia Yusen. The weapon in his hand is a jet black long bow. He belongs to the lineage of the Great Elder. Before he was deposed, he was very flattering to him. After the same person was deposed, he screamed the most cheerfully when he was put into trouble. Whoosh! Black Flame's body, which was as thick as a water tank and more than 10 feet long, turned into a black shadow and bullied Nia Yusen directly in front of him. The dark scales exuded traces of red light, and the scorching temperature caused the surrounding air to distort. After the bloody mouth was opened, the whole person seemed to become smaller standing in front of him. Spiritual energy gathered in the mouth, and a huge pillar of fire shot out from the mouth. But Nia Yusen also had ears and eyes in all directions. When he saw something was wrong,
he quickly jumped into the air and barely escaped the blow. Okay. This is the time. Nya Yun secretly shouted. At this moment, Nya Yusen was in the air, with nowhere to draw on his strength. His old strength had been exhausted, and new strength had not yet been born. It's almost like a living target. Although the Black Flame realm is above it, the price paid for having a huge and powerful body is that it is slightly lacking in speed, so that the attack will be dodged by Nya Yusen, who is in a lower realm. Call out. A ray of sword light struck, piercing Nya Yusen's eyebrows. At the critical moment, Nya Yusen held his big bow in front of him and withstood the blow. Clang! The tip of the sword collided with the bow body, and there was a sound of gold and iron clashing, which was deafening. Nya Feng was thrown away by the force of the counterattack. Nya Yusen lost his center of gravity in the air. 7 kills with the wind knife. Kill with wind and thunder. At this moment, Nya Yun flashed out and appeared on the side of Nya Yusen. He held a knife in both hands and raised it above his head. His spiritual power gathered at the tip of the knife to make the sound of wind and thunder spread in the air. Then he aimed at Nya Yusen's throat and slashed down. As the distance between the knife tips gets closer and closer. At this time of life and death, Nya Yusen's body suddenly burst out with potential, forcibly reversing the position of his body that had lost its center of gravity. Swish! The light of the knife passed by, and the tip of the knife was stained with blood. Put! Just as Nya Yusen stabilized his figure, one arm and a small half of his body fell to the ground. Blood spurted. Oh, I didn't expect you to still have 2 brushes. This won't kill you. When Nya Yun saw this, he spoke in surprise. Nya Yun. You and I have no grievances in the past and no enmity in recent times. Why do you treat me like this? Nya Yongxi looked at Nya Yun in front of him with eyes wide open. All his skills are based on this long bow, and now it would be more uncomfortable to lose one of his arms than to lose his daintian. Naturally, he was furious. After hearing this, before Nya Yun could say anything, Nya Feng couldn't bear to draw his sword. The blade of the sword was filled with cold light and said angrily, "What the hell, you are the one who added insult to injury when my brother was deposed. What's more, you are the one who added insult to injury. You secretly colluded with Yanwatang to deprive us of our supply of spiritual stones. What shame do you have to say such a thing?" When Nya Yusen heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched and his Adam's apple moved up and down, but he didn't say a word for a long time. Go ahead and kill him, so that you won't have long nights of nightmares. Nya Yun shouted. The two of them moved together and attacked in a group in the quagmire. The lights of swords, shadows of swords and blazing flames flashed continuously. Black Flame, a 3rd-level monster, Nya Yun, who was in the same realm, and Nya Feng, who was only a 4th-level warrior, but had outstanding combat power. This kind of fighting power is obviously not something that Nya Yusen, who has lost an arm, can withstand. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the 9th-level warrior, gaining 1500 experience points, 1000 spiritual power points, and 800 points. Ding, congratulations to the host for improving his level. He is currently a level martial artist. Ding, congratulations to the host's internal space for being upgraded. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting an ebony bow. After a few seconds, as the system prompt sounded, Nya Yusen died tragically under Nya Feng's sword. Now, Nya Yun has already figured out the nature of this system. Whenever a boss dies, as long as Nya Yun has caused damage to him before death, Nya Yun can gain experience. Listening to the system prompts coming from the system, Nya Yun couldn't help but take a sip of the corpse on the ground. Damn, I'm so poor. Because most of the things Nya Yusen revealed were monster parts needed for the competition, and the rest only had an ebony bow, which could be looked at a few times, but the rest were ignored. At this time, Nya Feng had already picked up Nya Yusen's storage bag and wanted to hand it to Nya Yun. Nya Yun shook his head and refused. Keep it for yourself. When Nya Feng heard this, he was stunned for a moment, nodded, and put it away. One last thing, don't let your guard down. Nya Yun patted the dust on his clothes and said lightly. The pair of white and wide wings behind him flapped, and Nya Feng lifted off the ground. Through this period of secret training, Nya Yun has become very proficient in flying, but he is not good enough to fight in the air.
This is why he chooses to only fly and fight on the ground. However, the noise of the battle just now was still a bit loud, and Nia Yun and the other three could not wait to find the last remaining Nia Hong. Nia Hong had already heard the news and came over. Looking at Nia and Yun in mid-air, a giant python in the quagmire, and the body on the ground with half of its body cut off. Nia Hong obviously didn't understand what was going on. At this moment, the effectiveness of the talisman gradually reached its time limit, the fog gradually dissipated, and the quagmire gradually solidified into land. Slowly, I was able to see the surrounding scene clearly, and the smell of blood around me was self-evident. Now 3 against 1, I have the advantage. If you catch me without any effort, I will leave your whole body. Nia Yun was in mid-air, with the broad white wings behind his back vibrating slowly. He held a knife in one hand and Nia Fong in the other, looking down calmly. Nia Hong said. Shocked, very shocked. Nia Hong's eyes widened in disbelief. You actually have a flying spiritual weapon. It seems like your inheritance has a great background. Nia Yun, you must be upright and above board. If you have the ability, we will challenge you to a fight to the death. Nia Hong pointed at Nia Yun with a finger and said loudly. He tried to use his so-called self-esteem or face to restrain Nia Yun. But who is Nia Yun? He is synonymous with despicability, he is a coveter of interests, he is the incarnation of the devil, and he is the most poisonous snake lurking in the dark night. How could he put himself in danger because of this so-called face? However, there was a Japanese country on the Blue Star in the previous life. The so-called Bushido spirit was very similar to this face-saving spirit. He commits suicide by cesarean section at every turn. In fact, to put it bluntly, it is just a stupid way of brainwashing. People are driven by profit, and if they are affected by other people's praise or slander, then there is no doubt that this person will not achieve great things. After hearing this, Nia Yun moved, but the smile on his lips became stronger and he replied, okay. As soon as these words came out, both Nia Hong and Nia Fong were a little stunned. I don't know what Nia Yun was thinking, but then Nia Yun said again, are you going to fight against the 3 of us alone, or will the 3 of us fight against you alone? Hearing this, everyone present twitched their mouths crazily. But even though they were 3 against 1 at this moment, there was no fear on Nia Hong's face. Instead, he showed greed, and extreme greed. Ha, 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 I originally wanted to save my strength and find trouble with kneeling you, but since you have such a treasure, I will accept your inheritance. Nia Hong stretched out his tongue and licked his chapped lips, laughed crazily. Ridiculous, arrogant, uneasy, all kinds of weird atmospheres filled the place. Nia Hong put his hands in front of him. His palms moved slightly, and something appeared on each of his hands. A snow-white and translucent long sword appeared in the palm of his right hand. In the palm of his left hand, he held a bead that was pitch black and filled with evil aura. The beads in his left hand were gently thrown into the air, and a strong evil aura began to spread around. Slowly, the bead began to grow in size, and gradually turned into a black tiger as strong as a buffalo. This is, Nia Yun once bought a monster illustrated book, but at this moment he was still a little unsure. He could clearly feel a dangerous aura from the dark tiger in front of him. The 4th level monster, the evil tiger, is usually born in places with extremely strong evil spirits. It is extremely murderous and has extremely strong attack power. He added with a solemn look in the eyes of the black flame snake. Current situation. 3-2. They are, respectively, 3rd level monsters, 9th level warriors, and 4th level warriors. Opposite, a 4th level monster and a 1st level martial artist. Although they have a slight advantage in numbers, they are completely disproportionate in terms of strength. Brother, what should I do? Seeing this situation, Nia Yun couldn't help but panic and asked in a low voice. Nia Fong, there is a space magic weapon in my inheritance that can take you in. Please don't resist later. Nia Yun replied in a low voice. At the same time, under Nia Feng's instruction, the black flame instantly turned into a black shadow and rushed forward, showing this aura of disregarding death and fighting to the death. At the same time, Nia Yun once again took out a smoke talisman, a quagmire talisman and an ice cone talisman. The ground once again turned from solid ground into a quagmire. The air itself has dissipated, and a lot of fog has filled the air again, making it impossible to clear the direction. When Nia Hong saw this, he also held the sword in both hands and was on full alert. Part of his mind was used to defend against the ice pick, and the rest was used to defend Nia Yun and Nia Feng. After all, these ordinary ice picks cannot cause much substantial damage to him. But as time passed by, the fierce battle they imagined did not appear. Even the evil tiger did not have a fight with the black giant python in the fog. Instead, he was lost in the smoke, stumbling around like a headless fly. Nia Hong called back the evil tiger, one person and one tiger, standing opposite each other, fully alert to the white fog around them. Be prepared for sneak attacks by Nia Yun and the others. After a while, the fog dissipated. Swamp restoration. At this moment, Nia Hong took a closer look to see if there was any trace of Nia Yun anywhere in the middle. There was not even a fart. Nia Yun. He ran away. Unwilling to be angry, various emotions suddenly surged into Nia Hong's heart. It was like a punch hitting cotton, very uncomfortable. At this time, his mood could hardly be expressed in words. Nia Yun, you and I are at odds with each other. Only Nia Hong's roar was left, echoing continuously in the valley. 9-leaf vital grass. Why is Nia Hong so angry? That's of course because, in just a short period of time, Nia Yun slaughtered almost all of his team members. If he is not angry, who is? He finally set up such a trap, and even went to great lengths to acquire a third-level 9-leaf vitality grass as bait. The purpose was to kill Nia Yun, but now, all the team members around him were killed, which made it more difficult for him to compete for the first place in the competition. But the only thing that makes Nia Hong a little bit relieved is that the 9-leaf vitality grass is still there. At least he won't lose too much. When Nia Hong looked back at the 9-leaf vitality grass on the cliff, he was shocked to find that the 9-leaf vitality grass had disappeared. Nia Hong was stunned for a moment and then reacted randomly. Nia Yun. I will kill you. Ah! Heart-rending roars echoed in the valley. His eyes were drawn back to the moment before the battle between Black Flame and Evil Tiger was about to begin. The moment the smoke talisman enveloped his vision, Nia Yun took both Nia Feng and Hei Yin into his body. Earth escape hides underground. Nonsense, in this situation where the strength is completely unequal, whoever is tough will definitely have something wrong with his brain. And he immediately moved away. After making a big circle, he escaped to the cliff and took away the 9-leaf vitality grass. At this point, I have to admire that this earth escape is really easy to use. Even if it is a nearly vertical cliff, it is still as if walking on flat ground. It's just that the speed of consuming spiritual energy is faster. Above the valley, Nia Yun was crawling on a reverse slope. This place, viewed from top to bottom, has an unobstructed view, but on the contrary, the dark room leaks. He made no sound, covered up his breath, and stared at Nia Hong in the valley, his eyes slightly narrowed. It's actually a 4th-level evil tiger. I just killed one of his sons, Nia Cheng, and didn't dig up his family's ancestral graves. How about dealing with me in such a big way? It seems that the water is still a bit deep in this competition. Take out a few chi building pills from the space in your body, treat them as jelly beans, and usually throw them into your mouth and chew them twice. Speed up the recovery speed of spiritual power, and wait until the spiritual power is almost restored. It is not suitable to stay here for a long time. Leave first. I want Nia Yun to escape immediately. After a few sticks of incense, Nia Yun Yuan waited until he reached a safe enough place before he stopped, found a rock crevice and got in. It was at this time that Nia Yun had time to focus on the space inside his body. The space inside the body is void and empty, and everything is pitch black. Nia Feng is different from Hei Yin. The connection between Hei Yin and Nia Yun comes from the system, so even if Hei Yin enters the inner space, they can communicate with each other. But as soon as Nia Feng entered the inner space, he fell into a deep sleep. Moreover, the current space in his body is roughly in the shape of a cube, and after the upgrade, the area and volume have expanded a lot. Previously, the area of the internal space was about 40 cubic meters, which was about the size of a small room. But the current space in the body has an area of cubic meters, which is twice the size at the beginning.
Next to Nya Feng, there is an extremely huge black python.
Its body is as thick as a water tank, its pitch-black scales and its inverted triangular head make it look chilling.
It is black flame.
However, He Yan was quite happy at the moment, because the place was much wider and he would not be squeezed while sleeping. The volume of 40 cubic meters is indeed enough for a giant python with a body length of more than 30 meters. It is definitely enough for sleeping, but Nya Yun has too many things to hold it. Nya Yun stuffs almost everything into it, including a barbecue rack.
All kinds of spices, pots and pans, firewood.
His storage bag was filled to the brim. He couldn't hold it anymore, so he filled it into the inner space. Putting aside some other clutter, he looked at a corner of the space inside his body. This corner was particularly wider than other places.
This was deliberately arranged by Nya Yun.
Only a small amount of things were put in, but they were all extremely valuable things, such as the wind shadow knife, yin yang fruit roots, 6th level demonic beast crystal core, soul condensing pill, and the 9-leaf vitality grass just obtained. Looking at the 9-leaf vitality grass with buds sprouting out and resembling a small banana tree, Nya Yun showed a happy smile on his lips.
After all, who doesn't like things picked up for free? This 9-leaf vitality grass is amazing. Each of its leaves can be picked directly and then taken to treat injuries.
For those with low cultivation levels, it can be called a holy medicine for healing, and its leaves can regenerate, which means that having one plant is equivalent to having unlimited healing elixirs. Nya Yun carefully took inventory of his current equipment, especially the talismans, which consumed a lot of money. There are only 31 smoke talismans left, 27 Meyer talismans, and the saddest thing is the ice cone talisman, with only 10 left. First of all, the talisman itself is a one-time prop and is consumed very quickly. Secondly, the level of Yi Yun's talismans is relatively low. If used individually, the effect will be minimal, so it is better not to use them. Just when Nya Yun's consciousness was about to exit the space inside his body, he caught a glimpse of a large black bow lying among a pile of barbecue spices. It was the ebony bow obtained from killing Nya Yun before. With a thought, the ebony bow appeared in his hand. Looking carefully, the top and bottom of the bow is covered with simple wooden textures, and the entire body is forged from ebony.
Call up system panel information. Ebony bow, a top-quality yellow-level weapon, made of a whole ebony wood. Its power depends on the user's physical strength, within the range that the bow can withstand, and the arrow.
With a thought, a burst of arrows appeared in his hand. Iron arrow, made of fine iron, with medium power, it can break through ordinary armor and warrior-level defenses. After reading the system introduction, Nya Yun secretly said, "The stuff is good, but the quality is a bit low. Also, there aren't many arrows." After looking at the space inside the body, I took a general glance and found that there were about 80 arrows. It seems like a lot, but in fact, no matter how much of these consumables you have, it feels like it's too little. Turning his eyes again, Nya Yun saw it again. On the mysterious stone he had photographed at the auction, it was said that the stone basin was so big that it took up space wherever it was placed. It seemed to be gnawed by insects. Of hollows, Nya Yun spent 1,000 spirit stones to buy it. In his spare time during cultivation, he had turned over this broken stone and looked at it countless times. So far I don't know what use it has. He even used the wind shadow sword to split it with all his strength, but in the end, it was so shocking that the tiger's mouth was numb, and not even a white mark was left on the stone. Generally speaking, Nya Yun can sum up this broken stone in one word: it is very hard. Apart from this, there was no other discovery, but Nya Yun always felt that he must have something special about this stone. Later, he had no choice but to throw it away in the internal space. With a thought, Nya Feng, who was sleeping in the inner space, immediately appeared next to Nya Yun. Nya Feng let out low groans in his throat, as if he was sleeping comfortably. He slowly opened his eyes in a drowsy manner, obviously unaware of what had just happened. But then he reacted instantly, rolled his body to the side suddenly, stood up, and strode several meters away before looking back. He looked at the person in front of him fiercely. After seeing the person's face clearly, his nervous heart relaxed as if a huge boulder had landed on the ground. Yes, the vigilance is good, but we must keep up our efforts. Not far away, Nya Yunxiang Nya Feng strode towards him, nodded and smiled. After hearing this, Nia Feng scratched his head in embarrassment.
After holding it in for a long time, he looked at Nia Yun and said, "Well, how is Nia Hong?" "Don't worry about him, he's just a clown." Nia Yun put an arm around Nia Feng's shoulder. Nia Yun's words were full of confidence.
After hearing this, Nia Feng also raised the corners of his mouth. The image of the big brother in his heart was inadvertently added with a strong color again.
Dusk was falling at this moment. Originally, Yin Yang Pond was far away from Qingyang town.
Moreover, Nia Yun and the others still set out from the back mountain of Nia family.
They had to take a detour from the branch of Monster Mountain to enter the main vein.
According to the current pace, it would be a bit reluctant to go to Yin Yang Lake today. Thinking of this, Nia Yun immediately wanted to show off.
He couldn't get there today anyway. So he turned sideways and looked at Nia Feng, as if he was thoughtful, and asked, "Do you want to eat hot pot?" "Huh? What is hot pot?" Late at night, the moon and stars are sparse.
On top of the blazing bonfire, there is a huge alchemy furnace, and it is not a problem for 2 or 3 people to lie down in the pot. The boiling soup and mixed spices inside are boiled at high temperature, making it very fragrant. Beside the campfire were 2 teenagers with similar faces and similar ages.
"Nia Feng, go cut some more meat. This is not enough," Nia Yun said as he used chopsticks to fish out the cooked meat slices in the big alchemy furnace.
Nia Feng stuffed his mouth with all kinds of cooked food, mumbled in response, and then walked aside and came to the body of a black shadow leopard. However, this black shadow leopard had no limbs, only the next section of the fleshier torso was here. Standing still, he drank some water from the water cup made of bamboo tube. All I heard was gulu, gulu. After several sounds, he managed to put the mouthful of food into his stomach.
Hiccup.
After burping with satisfaction, Nia Feng took out his sword the next moment, used the tip of the sword to pick up a meaty part of the black shadow leopard, and lifted it into the air. For a moment, the shadow of the sword flashed, and the wind of the sword flew everywhere. Within a few seconds, the fat piece of leopard meat in the air was cut into pieces by the sword wind. Nia Feng moved his wrist, drew a circle with the sword, gently picked up the pieces of meat that were about to fall to the ground, and threw them into the air again. The sword flowers were dazzling, and the sword reflected the orange light of the bonfire, flickering in and out of the forest. The sword dance stopped, and the long sword lay horizontally in front of him. There is a row of meat slices neatly arranged on the sword body. Upon closer inspection, each piece of meat is evenly thin and thick, like cicada wings, crystal clear. Nia Yun, who was not far away, was stunned for a moment when he saw Nia Feng's superb swordsmanship. Weapons such as swords, guns, clubs, etc., all come from the same lineage. If you are proficient in one weapon, you can learn the rest by analogy, but you are not that precise. Now Nia Yun's sword skills are primary sword skills, and if he changes to sword skills of the same level, he will be primary swordsmanship. But Nia Yun was convinced that it would be difficult for him to cut at least 2 or 3 kilograms of leopard meat into such uniformly thin slices in just a few breaths at his current level. However, although swordsmanship is elementary, it is actually not inferior. If an ordinary person wants to get started with swordsmanship, it will take at least 2 or 3 years. As for reaching the elementary level, it would take at least 5 or 6 years to reach the elementary level, provided there is a mentor to accompany you, no shortage of resources, and no mistakes in practice. But not everyone wants to have a system like Nia Yun and can directly use points to redeem levels. But Nia Feng was the same age as himself, and was also disliked in the Nia family. His cultivation resources were limited. When he was injured, he couldn't even afford the gauze to wrap it up. He could only expose the wound to the air and wait for the wound to be healed. It will get better on its own and you won't get infected. My own situation is not much better than Nia Feng's. However, even in such an embarrassing situation, it is really rare for Nia Feng to be able to practice swordsmanship to such an extent. Just as he was thinking about it, Nia Feng returned to his side holding a piece of meat from a sword. With a flick of his wrist, the pieces of meat on the sword fell into the boiling soup. Gollum! Under high-temperature cooking, in just a few breaths, the thin slices of bright red meat began to roll in the pot. When the meat turned white, Nia Yun scooped it out with a large slotted spoon that had been placed in the pot in advance.
Place it on a small jar aside to dry first.
Randomly, he stood up, slightly bent his index and middle fingers, and hit Niafeng's forehead with a dunk.
Hey, brother, what are you doing? Isn't this meat well cut?
Niafeng covered his forehead and asked with some confusion.
This is your first time. You have to remember that the first rule of the family is that the meat you eat must be plump and tender.
You said that if you pour so much meat into the pot at one time, of course you think that the meat that is eaten directly is nothing, but the meat that has been cooked for a long time will become old and the texture of the meat will become poorer and the taste will not be delicious. The same goes for eating vegetarian dishes. Vegetarian dishes can be eaten raw, but if they are blanched, the texture will become more tender. However, this time there is no preparation in advance.
There are not many vegetarian dishes, so I won't go into details. Remember?
After hearing this, Niafeng nodded thoughtfully.
Go and get that small jar of water over there.
Niayun lowered his head to eat and pointed at a small jar not far away with his chopsticks. After Niafeng brought it over, Niayun looked inside, reached out and fished out a half-palm-sized piece of fungus-like plant from the clear water, and said to Niafeng, "This thing is called rock ear, a kind of ordinary plant. Common medicinal materials in the world only grow on cliffs and cliffs. They are rich in nutrients, can remove heat and nourish, and taste very delicious, but they grow very slowly. A rock ear like this half a palm long must be at least 10 years old." Niayun kneaded the rock ear with one hand, feeling the touch from his fingertips, and continued, "When the rock ear is first picked, it looks a bit like a small piece of dry stone. It cannot be eaten at this time, but after soaking in water, it becomes soft and tender, similar to black hairy belly.
Try it.
Use chopsticks to pick up a relatively plump piece of rock ear, put it into the pot, rinse it thoroughly, then hand it to the bowl in front of Niafeng, smiling slightly." Niafeng nodded slightly, picked up the rock ear with chopsticks, dipped it in the sauce carefully prepared by Niayun in the bowl, and then put it directly into his mouth.
Ugh!
Unexpectedly, the next moment, Niafeng vomited out because it was too hot. As soon as I spat it out, it was still in the air, so I quickly caught it with my hands so that it didn't fall to the ground.
Puff up your cheeks and blow gently twice.
After it cools down, add the dipping sauce and put it in your mouth again.
Seeing Niafeng enjoying the taste, Niayun also nodded with satisfaction and asked, "How do you feel?"
"Frog, conversation not bad, the taste is dry and plump, the texture is crispy and the inside is full of umami, I want more." After saying that, he reached into the water jar and fished out a large handful of rock fungus, and then carefully put it into the pot to avoid splashing the soup. In the mortal world, ingredients like this are difficult to pick and taste delicious, so they are extremely expensive and cannot be enjoyed by ordinary people. However, for Niayun, who has Earth Escape, these are just easy things.
That's all. The amount of rock fungus in the clear water jar is about 5 or 6 kilograms.
If it were a mortal picking it, it would take at least 3 or 4 days to complete it. Niayun could finish it in just one stick of incense. It's not that Niayun doesn't want to pick more, but it's really hard to find this thing. Firstly, it only grows on cliffs. Secondly, this thing is not a social plant. Unlike moss or other plants, it grows as one plant. It is a big lump, but scattered and long, and it is very laborious to pick it. Just as I was thinking about it, there was a rustling sound of various trees, flowers and plants being squeezed from the jungle, as if something huge was approaching. Niafeng's hands and eyes moved, and he immediately put down his bowls and chopsticks, drew out his sword, and looked around cautiously.
The sound is getting louder and closer.
After the behemoth with a human head faded away from the cover of the night, his true face was revealed, Black Flame. After seeing clearly that the person coming was Hei Yan, Niafeng was so angry that he didn't fight out. He struck the top of Hei Yan's dark scales with his sword, leaving a series of sparks on the hard scales. This was followed by Niafeng scolding, "Damn you, that snake will make such a loud noise just like you."
I was so nervous for a long time.
But now Hei Yan rolled up his snake tail and hung it down in mid-air, like a hanging dog's tail grass. He scratched the place where Niafeng had just struck, his eyes full of provocation. This look in Niafeng's eyes was no less than a huge stone thrown into a calm pool of water. He held the sword in his hand and raised his eyebrows, wanting to teach this ungrateful snake another lesson.
"Stop. At this time, Niayan stopped him. After hearing this, everyone stopped what they were doing. After all, one is his brother and the other is his pet, which is very respectable. Then He Yen was minding his own business, opened his big mouth, and spit out the prey he had caught while out patrolling the environment. It is about half the size of a millstone, and its overall color is close to the color of deadwood. Its eyes are the most prominent, a pair of blue eyes, and there are various poison sacs of different sizes on its back. It is the blue-eyed poison frog. Blue-eyed poison frog, a second-level early-stage monster. The attack power is one of the weaker among its peers, and the poison sac contains paralyzing toxins, which will slow down the target's movements. The knife came out and penetrated straight into the head of the blue-eyed poison frog. In an instant, emerald green blood flowed along the tip of the knife and around the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the second-level monster and gaining 600 experience points, 500 spiritual power points, and 200 points. Then he took out a dagger that had been exploded before, carefully peeled off all the poison sacs on the poison frog's back, placed it in a small clay pot, and put it into the body space. After doing all this, Niayan breathed a sigh of relief and said to Niayan, "Take this poison frog to the nearby river, clean it, and cut it into small pieces. No need to make it into slices of meat, different ingredients have different ways of eating." At the end of the day, Niayan also reminded him, fearing that Niafong would chop him into pieces again and it would not taste good. Then He Yen followed Niafong to the bonfire. Niayan used chopsticks to pull out the elixir from the furnace. The 4 leopard legs that were originally sunk at the bottom of the pot appeared directly on the edge of the pot, revealing their true appearance. Open the chopsticks and directly clamp a leopard leg. With a slight lift of the wrist, the leopard leg and the hot steaming soup it carries draw a beautiful parabola in the air. Angmu. He Yen opened his big mouth and swallowed it directly, and a squeaking sound came out of his mouth. The same goes for 4 leopard legs in a row and various chunks of meat. After a while, Niafong came back carrying the skinned and washed poison frog. When he walked to the alchemy furnace, he slightly tossed the poisonous frog in his hand and threw it into the air. The sword at his waist was instantly drawn out. As usual, the sword wind was fierce. Listening to the sound of swords lingering in my ears, watching the poisonous frogs in the air being dismembered, it was as if time had paused at this moment, and even had some artistic beauty. Slap, slap, slap. Your swordsmanship is so good, who taught you? As the poisonous frog meat fell into the soup pot, Niayan also asked what he had always doubted. It's no wonder, after all, given Niafeng's current situation, he couldn't find a good master to teach him swordsmanship. However, Niafeng's swordsmanship was very outstanding, and it would not be an exaggeration to say it was superb. After hearing this, Niafeng lowered his head and thought for a long time before replying, "No one taught me this. I went to the Tibetan scripture pavilion to read a lot of sword manuals. At first, I practiced according to the sword manuals. Later, I gradually felt that the sword manuals all the things were too simple, so I just thought about it and practiced it by myself. The move I had before, searching for a gap, was something I figured out when I was practicing swordplay." The 2 brothers stared at each other for a long time by the campfire. Looking at Niafeng's clear, innocent and sincere eyes, a strange color flashed across Niayan's eyes very quickly. What did he mean by saying that? Aren't he afraid that I would expose such a clumsy lie? But why did he say that? He is not a naturally stupid person, how could he not think of this? No. Maybe what he said is true. You can reach your current state by understanding the way of swordsmanship on your own. If that's the case, you can make good use of it. Whether what he said is true or false has nothing to do with me. My interests have not been lost anyway. Thoughts were swirling in my mind, and various thoughts flashed through my mind one after another. Although I thought about it so much, it was only a matter of a moment by the campfire. After thinking about it, Niayan laughed loudly. It seems that my brother is not a genius in swordsmanship. Come and eat meat. Eat a big gulp. This frog meat is very tender. And put some freshly cooked leopard meat slices and frog meat into the middle of Niafeng's bowl. Of course, I can't forget He Yen who was always looking eagerly next to him. It's just that he didn't show any signs of eating. He even said that several times, the saliva from his big mouth almost fell into the pot.
After 3 meals, Niafong was sent away to find water to clean the pots and bowls. As for safety issues, Niayan believed that with Niafeng's superb swordsmanship, washing pots and dishes would not put his life in danger, otherwise it would only mean that Niayan was blind. Soaking them in poison, Niafong was sent to clean the alchemy furnace, while Heiyan curled up next to the bonfire and began to rest with his eyes closed. Niayanza started meditating on the spot, and he was not idle now. He had to seize all the time to arm himself so that he could confidently deal with all situations that occurred in the competition. Take out the poison sac that was just peeled off the blue-eyed poison frog from the inner space. In addition, there are also a large number of materials purchased at the auction, which contain a large amount of poison. He took out the mortar and carefully put the poisons he had prepared into it. The poisonous sac of the green-eyed poison frog, the heartbroken grass, the bloodless fruit, the rotten sunflower seeds, and the snake leaves. As one poison after another was put into the mortar, the pestle in his hand began to work harder and harder. Time passed slowly, and by the time Niayan finished all this, it was already late at night. Niafong had already washed the furnace and was meditating with his eyes closed not far from Niayan. Okay, now all the auxiliary medicines are ready, all that's left is the last main medicine. Thinking of this, Niayan thought and looked at Heiyan beside the bonfire, who was happily sticking out his tongue to warm himself up. After feeling Niayan's gaze, he suddenly opened his huge snake eyes. Yes, black flame is poisonous, but its toxicity is inflammation poison, which is generally difficult to detect when the body is in a high temperature state. A few minutes later, the clay pot the size of a water cup was filled with inflammatory venom. View information. Level, black flame snake venom, the poison is inflammatory venom. The poisoned person will have fever all over the body, their movement will become sluggish, and their consciousness will be blurred. Note, the venom must be in direct contact with the target's flesh and blood to have an effect. Otherwise, even if it is drunk directly into the abdomen, it will not have an effect. Then Niayan didn't pay attention to Heiyan's resentful eyes and started minding his own business again. Add this last poison into the prepared Shirquan tonic. After a while, the whole mortar showed a strange green pattern, and at the same time, the air began to be filled with a foul and pungent smell. Then Niafong took out a clay pot the size of a water jar from the space inside his body, poured the Shirquan tonic in the mortar into the water jar, and then placed the arrows in the space inside his body with the tip down, and put them vertically into the pottery jar. In the jar, until the tip of the arrow is completely submerged in the Shirquan great tonic. He stood up and came to the alchemy furnace. Without avoiding Niafong, he selected some fine iron suitable for refining arrows from the space in his body, which even included a small part of iron mother. Stuffing the metal materials into the alchemy furnace, he didn't stop until most of the alchemy furnace was filled. He placed his palms against the wall of the alchemy furnace and muttered silently in his heart. Alchemy. At the same time, spiritual power surged throughout his body and began to rush crazily into the alchemy furnace through his hands. In the alchemy furnace, the spiritual power turned into fire and the temperature soared. The fire of spiritual power quickly covered Jingtia's entire body. The fine iron and iron mother began to slowly melt under the high temperature of the spiritual fire, and within a few minutes, they turned into a black liquid the size of a wash basin. As the spiritual power output continued to increase, the temperature inside the furnace also continued to increase. A large amount of gray-black impurities are extracted, accompanied by a large amount of pungent green smoke. Half an hour later, as the last trace of impurities was removed from the liquid, it was also announced that the first step of refining the arrow was officially completed. At this time, the metal solution is only 1/3 of the original size. Then striking the iron while it was hot, Niayan stuffed more than half of the refined iron and iron mother into the alchemy furnace, began to continue refining impurities. As time went by, the volume of the metallic liquid began to gradually increase. It was not until it occupied most of the space of the alchemy furnace that Niayan could no longer stop and slowed down the output of spiritual power. Without much time to waste, Niayan used a free hand to take out a handful of chi building pills from the space inside his body. He stuffed it into his mouth like eating jelly beans and began to replenish his own lost spiritual energy. Moreover, during the training process, the interval cannot be too long. Otherwise, if the temperature in the furnace drops, the metal liquid will solidify and form, and all the previous efforts will be in vain. When the spiritual energy in the daintian was almost restored, Nyayin began to increase the output of spiritual power, and the temperature in the alchemy furnace rose again.
Another hour passed.
The metallic liquid mixed with iron mother in the alchemy furnace was gradually separated into a small ball by Nyayin. Under the control of Nyayin's weapon refining skills, the small ball of metallic liquid slowly changed its shape, gradually condensing from a ball of oval liquid into the shape of an arrow. Senhin's sharp edge spread out from the tip of the arrow, as if it could even cut through the air.
Wait until the arrow is completely solidified.
Ding, successfully refining the weapon, proficiency +1, view information. Fine iron arrow, middle grade yellow grade, made of a mixture of fine iron and iron mother. It is very sharp and can cause fatal damage to targets below the level of a martial artist. Very good, continue.
After reading the message, Nyayin became even more motivated.
After the refiner has completed the most difficult task of extracting impurities in fusing materials, the rest is actually very simple. For the next 2 hours, Nyayin spent all his time condensing arrows. When the sky got slightly brighter and the early morning glow dyed the horizon red, Nyayin finally completed the goal of forging arrows.
The long period of mental consumption has made Nyayin a little exhausted. In addition to consuming a lot of spiritual energy, refining weapons also consumes a lot of mental energy. But if Nyayin had high-level flames, he could reduce the consumption of spiritual power to a great extent. After putting all the items such as the alchemy furnace and arrows into the body space, making sure that nothing was left out, he found a relatively flat ground near the bonfire and fell asleep. When Nyayin woke up again, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning.
Black flame has long since disappeared, and Niafeng is practicing his sword on the side. However, the sword moves are very simple, and they are all the most basic.
Picking, splitting, and stabbing are really nothing to see.
The bonfire was still burning nearby, looking at the prosperous bonfire and piles of new firewood that had been chopped and ready to be put in at any time.
Nyayin smiled.
Come to think of it, there weren't too many words between the two brothers, and they each did their own thing.
He practiced sword. Nyayin began to count the results of last night.
Count the number of arrows carefully, and then subtract the 83 arrows you got at the beginning.
Nyayin refined a total of 52 arrows last night.
After counting, he sighed inadvertently. I originally thought that I could refine at least 100 arrows, but the materials used now contain too many impurities, and the quality of the refinement cannot be improved if they are mixed with impurities.
If impurities are removed and refined, the quantity will not increase.
I want to refine it again, but my spiritual energy consumption cannot keep up.
Pon whoosh.
As Nyayin loosened his fingertips, a sound of air tearing came from his fingertips.
Elementary archery. An arrow was shot, and the dark arrow turned into a black light and shot up into the sky. The tip of the arrow accurately penetrated into the wings of a blue-scaled eagle.
As a miserable scream came out, it seemed to have lost power and fell straight from the sky.
A few breaths later, as the blue-scaled eagle landed, a notification sound finally came from the system.
Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the first-level demonic beast green scale eagle, and gaining 100 experience points, 100 spiritual power points, and 100 points. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the feather of the green scaled eagle. Alas, no matter how small a fly is, it is still flesh, Nyayin couldn't help but murmured. Then he pressed his toes a little harder, jumped up a few times, and quickly shuttled through various obstacles. As if he was as light as a swallow, he crossed hundreds of meters and arrived at the body of the green-scaled eagle in a matter of seconds. He stretched out his hand and pulled out the arrow from the green-scaled eagle's body, and put it into the space within his body.
But it's okay to do this once or twice.
It would be too troublesome if we had to recycle it like this every time. With a thought, he glanced at the system panel. Now the number of monsters he has killed has reached 56, including 34 first-order monsters, 22 second-order monsters, and no third-order monsters yet.
But this does not prevent Nyayin from being happy now.
Because combined with the points gained from the green-scaled eagle he just killed, Nyayin's points finally exceeded the mark. As the two of them went deeper, half a day later, they finally saw a pool of hot and cold water.
It's Yin Yang Lake.
After a long time, Nyayin came to this pool of water again.
The one who has the same feeling at this moment is definitely He Yan, but because of the system, he will subconsciously and selectively forget about Nia Yun's use of forced subjugation on him. Brother, what kind of place is this? The pool in front looks so strange. Nia Feng said this abruptly from the side, which directly pulled Nia Yun back from his memories. However, after carefully sensing it for a moment, Nia Yun also noticed something was wrong. The two may have different strengths and attack, but they both have different shortcomings. The only thing in common is that the two Nia Yun brothers are deficient in investigation. So even if I sense something is wrong at this moment, I don't know the specific situation, so I can only stay where I am and dare not act rashly. At the same time, the black flame as thick as a water tank raised his triangular snake head, his eyes flashed around, and the snake letters in his mouth were constantly spitting out, collecting the surrounding smells in the air. Suddenly, a sharp light flashed in the eyes of the black flame snake, and the blood vessels under the pitch-black scales quickly turned red like magma, as the temperature of the surrounding air soared sharply. Black Flame suddenly opened his mouth big enough to swallow a large millstone, and sprayed out a red fire snake carrying countless heat waves towards an inconspicuous corner. In an instant, everything the fire snake passed was ignited by high-temperature flames, and the fire spread rapidly to all directions. Slowly, as all the surrounding obstructions burned, the flames became higher and higher, and gradually they had the potential to reach the sky. However, the two of them did not let down their guard at all. They stared closely into the flames and held their weapons tightly, ready to deal with various emergencies at any time. Nia Yun and Nia Feng lacked the ability to detect, and Black Flame did not belong to the category of detecting monsters, but at this moment they could only rely on Black Flame's innate perception. The fire gradually grew larger, and a huge black shadow slowly appeared among the flames that reached the sky. The black figure seemed to be immune to the flames with temperatures of several hundred degrees. It walked towards Nia Yun and the others step by step. Every time they landed, they could feel the vibrations coming from the ground beneath their feet. Only when he was completely out of the center of the high-pitched fire did Nia Yun finally see clearly what this black shadow the size of a mountain was. A giant four-legged lizard. The fourth-level monster _______ iron-backed giant monster lizard. The giant Gila monster is famous for its size and defense in the monster mountains. It is difficult for ordinary attacks to break through its scales. What is extremely inconsistent with its size is that the giant Gila monster is also surprisingly fast and aggressive. While it is extremely strong, it also contains poison in its mouth. In the Demonic Beast illustrated book, there is a comment about the iron-backed giant monster, a king-level existence among fourth-order monsters. The fourth-level monsters benchmark against the human realm, which is also the martial spirit realm, which is a much higher realm than Nia Yun. Even if it is Black Flame, its realm and strength are the fastest to recover, and it is still at the early stage of the third level at this moment. The two of them and the snake now look like a few-year-old baby meeting a fat man weighing hundreds of pounds in front of this giant lizard. Visually, there was a sense of powerlessness coming over me. Nia Yun's eyes moved and he whispered something to the other people. Then the rest of them nodded slightly as if they understood. The next moment, the two of them rushed towards the iron-backed giant lizard in three directions. Nia Feng and He Yan were getting faster and faster, eager to rush in and fight to the death. As for Nia Yun, he was also speeding up, but when he was halfway through, he suddenly turned around and ran straight towards Yin Yang Pond. Even if the iron-backed giant monster reacted at this moment, it would not be able to stop it. But when Nia Yun arrived at the edge of the Yin Yang Pond and squatted down, preparing to open up the space in his body and take in the entire Yin Yang Pond, he suddenly discovered it. There were many shallow strands of black liquid floating in the pond. The pond water is polluted. The purpose of Nia Yun's visit was simple. Because the volume of the space inside his body had expanded, he wanted to come over and collect the Yin Yang pond water into the space within his body. After all, how could a pond that could breed such a heaven-defying thing as the Yin Yang fruit be an ordinary thing? Even if you don't talk about it, if you plant the rhizome of the Yin Yang fruit again into the pond, there is hope that it will produce Yin Yang fruit again. The water of Yin Yang pond alone is a rare treasure. But now, the pond is filled with venom and has been completely polluted. Apart from the iron-backed giant monster lizard, no other creature can use this Yin Yang pond.
Obviously, all Nyeyun's fantasies were completely shattered at this moment with the arrival of these traces of venom.
Nyeyun stood up and looked at the iron-backed giant monster lizard that was being entangled by Black Flame and Nyefong. Countless thoughts were tumbling in his mind.
After weighing the pros and cons, Nyeyun breathed a long sigh of relief and uttered 3 words.
Kill him.
Iron-backed giant monster. As soon as he said this, Heian and Nyefong, who were still adhering to guerrilla tactics, suddenly became fierce in their offensive and no longer held back. Holding the hand empty, with a thought, he took out the ebony bow from the space inside his body. Whoosh, whoosh, 3 consecutive arrows were fired from the bow. The arrow was powerful and heavy, carrying the force of breaking through the air and the sound of a sonic boom as it rushed towards the giant Gila monster. The targets of the 3 arrows are all at one point, 1 foot below the monitor lizard's neck. This area is not protected by bones, and the 3 inches below it are where the aorta is. As long as the giant lizard can be shot and wounded, and the various carefully prepared tonics on the arrows are used, it may save a lot of energy for the subsequent battle.
Clang! Clang! Clang!
But the expected flying flesh and blood did not appear. Instead there were 3 sounds of gold and iron clashing. It was as if the 3 arrows Nyeyun had just shot were not directed at the iron-backed giant monster lizard, but instead were shot at the iron plate. But Nyeyun himself also understood that according to the strength with which he had just drawn the bow, even if the shot was really shot at an iron plate it would definitely be able to penetrate it. Drawing out the wind shadow sword, several people jumped into the battlefield, 2 of them and 1 snake, attacking from 3 directions, front, back, and side. His gaze shifted to the Gila monster's eyes.
Currently, he is facing 3 freaks and a snake.
It is obvious that his realm is 1 level higher than his. According to common sense, he should be the winner by crushing him.
But for some reason, this little snake in front of him.
His body was actually stronger than his own, so strong that even his own claws could barely leave a mark on him. As for the other 2 little humans, they were as slippery as loaches and couldn't be caught at all, but it didn't work, because these 2 people seemed to have a clear understanding of each other, and their moves went straight to the vital point. For a moment, the giant Gila monster, which was originally at an advantage, was gradually suppressed and beaten under unclear circumstances.
When monsters and humans fight, the only advantage is that humans know how to think.
If any human monk was besieged at this moment, even if he was in a superior realm, he would already be considering a retreat if he could not gain an advantage.
But monsters are different. As long as their realm is not high and their spiritual intelligence is not activated, they are just beasts following their instincts. Now as time passes by, the giant Gila monster's physical strength is also rapidly depleted. The sharp claws and giant tail were constantly pulling in the air, making a sound of breaking through the air. The surrounding sand, stone and trees were like autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. It was immediately destroyed.
As the iron-backed giant monster looked up to the sky and hissed for a while, its body size once again skyrocketed based on its original size.
The speed of the random iron-backed giant monster suddenly increased and crashed into Nyeyun. Brother, get out of the way. Boss, run.
It was as if time had stopped at this moment. Sharp as dagger's teeth, it's close at hand.
A foul smell came from the mouth of the iron-backed giant monster. Hide? It's too late to hide at this time.
There is no way to avoid this distance. If he was bitten and the poisonous poison of the iron-backed giant monster was added, it would be very difficult for Nyeyun at this moment.
Almost certain death.
At this critical moment, countless images flashed through Nyeyun's mind. The next moment, the wind shadow knife in his hand disappeared, replaced by a stone the size of a wash basin, blocking it in front of his chest and acting as a temporary shield.
Bang!
The giant lizard and the stone collided, and a loud noise resounded for miles around.
Boom!
There was another loud noise, but this time it was the sound of trees snapping. Nyeyun was knocked several feet away, and did not stop until he broke several large trees as thick as a double or an arm. Flying sand, shrubs, broken branches, and broken trees completely buried Nyeyun. Heian, you go grab that 4-legged lizard, and I'll go save my brother. Nyefong dropped these words and rushed towards the pile of ruins where Nyeyun was buried without looking back. At this moment, Niafong was like a crazy ferocious beast, with red eyes, and his speed was as fast as a hurricane. In just a few breaths, he reached the ruins several feet away in an instant.
What is the most important thing for a swordsman? In addition to your own life, it is your own sword. Sword. It's the swordsman's second life.
But at this moment, Niafong threw his sword aside and used his hands frantically to dig at countless sandstone shrubs above the ruins, completely unprepared for anything around him. This is deep in the monster mountain range.
This is in the middle of a battle.
There is a fourth-level monster next to him, staring eagerly.
Niafeng's move was seeking death. No different. The iron-backed giant monster took a few breaths at this time.
It was hit by the mysterious stone, and it was a bit blinding, but it slowly recovered. Seeing this, he wanted to kill Niafong and resolve the battle quickly, so he rushed over again. But this move completely angered Black Flame. He Yengue is a 6th-order martial emperor-level monster, and he dominates wherever he is, but at this moment, he is indeed being suppressed and beaten by a 4th-order monster, and he is still trying to protect himself under his nose.
The people were beaten until their life or death was unknown. Heian was angry, completely angry.
The scales all over Black Flame's body were trembling slightly at this moment. This was not a sign of fear, but a manifestation of his murderous intent. At this moment, his pride as a 6th-level monster does not allow it to act so wantonly. The arrogance of the 6th-level monster must be maintained with blood. The speed of the Black Flame increased dramatically, turning into a black shadow and catching up with the iron-backed giant monster lizard. Its body is thick as a bucket wrapped around the 2 hind legs of the giant lizard at extremely high speed, causing it to fall to the ground. Then the body began to wrap around the monitor lizard. At the same time, the temperature of the surrounding air increased sharply.
Visible to the naked eye, the air around Black Flame actually experienced spatial distortion due to the high temperature.
In an instant, a heat wave swept hundreds of meters around, and the monitor lizard suddenly felt something was wrong, and began to struggle hard. Its claws and teeth continued to eat and scratch Haiyan's body. The surrounding area was gradually filled with the smell of roasted meat.
But Heian didn't care at all.
At this moment, Heian just wanted this lizard to die so that all the shame could be washed away. Black Flame was originally a 6th-level monster, but was forced to suppress it by the system until it reached the early stage of 3rd level. Its attack, speed, etc. were all suppressed. Although the tiger is now in peace and bullied by the dog, after all, a camel torn apart by hands is still bigger than a horse. If we just talk about the strength of the physical body, Haiyan's is the physical body of a real 6th-level monster. For a monster of the level of the iron-backed giant monster, it can be crushed to death with just one finger. There is almost no pressure at all. His eyes turned and came to Niafong. At this moment, Niafong struggled to open up all kinds of fallen branches and leaves piled up like a hill, and finally found Niayan, who was pressed at the bottom.
At this moment, Niayan's internal organs were in severe pain.
Although he looked slightly embarrassed and had no obvious external injuries, his entire internal organs were almost displaced. After staggering twice and being helped up by Niafong, he took out a handful of blood-tonifying pills from the space inside his body, just like eating jelly beans. Regardless of whether it could be fully absorbed or whether it would be a waste, it was directly inside Wang Zui's plug. I had deliberately distanced myself, but unexpectedly, I was still approached. Looking at the giant python entangled with the black flames in the distance, Niayan whispered to himself. At that moment, all the attributes of this iron-backed giant monster lizard, whether it was speed or strength, were greatly improved. It seems that this iron-backed giant monster lizard has some hidden talents and skills. Fortunately, there was a stone that blocked him just now. Otherwise, with such a collision, even after a month of medicated bathing to temper the body, a layer of skin would have to peel off even if he was not dead. But it was also because he knew in advance that this mysterious stone was unrivaled in its hardness, otherwise Niayan would not have done this. While he is sick, kill him. Niayan panted heavily and looked at the giant lizard that was completely restrained by the black flames. A sharp light flashed in his eyes and he shouted in a low voice. As soon as the words were spoken, both of them moved. With a thought, Feng Yingdao started again, used Earth Escape, and disappeared instantly.
As for Niafong, he didn't have good long-range attack methods, so he threw out all the dozen or so ice pick talismans left in the storage bag. In an instant, countless ice picks measuring more than a foot gathered around Niafong. Because of the appearance of the ice cone, the cold air spread and the surrounding temperature dropped a lot. Whoosh, whoosh, the moment countless ice picks completely condensed, they shot straight towards the giant lizard at high speed. But before the cold ice pick could hit the monitor lizard, it was vaporized into traces of water vapor by the heat wave caused by the high temperature around Heian. Seeing this, Niafeng wisely gave up the idea of long-range attacks, quickly picked up the long sword that had just been thrown on the ground, and ran straight towards the giant lizard. 7 kills with the wind knife wind assassination. Suddenly, the ground under the giant lizard's belly shook violently. Nia Yun came out directly from it, holding the wind shadow knife in his hand, and struck the soft belly of the giant lizard heavily with the knife. Clang! When the knife went down, Nia Yun felt as if it was not striking on flesh, but as if it was striking on steel, cracking out a series of sparks. But this knife was not ineffective. Although it did not cause much damage to the monitor lizard, it still left a wound over a foot long and 2 inches deep on the monitor lizard's abdomen. But for the monitor lizard's rock-thick skin, this wound did not damage the muscles or bones, nor the internal organs, so it could only be regarded as a skin injury. Blood slowly flowed out, dyeing the land under the giant lizard's body red. For a moment, the monitor lizard was in pain, and the bright red blood further stimulated the monitor lizard's animal nature, and it began to try even more crazily to break free. But how could the black flame at this moment be what he wished for? Those narrow snake eyes were filled with icy cold murderous intent at the moment. Feeling the strength of the struggle, Heian tightened his body more and more, not giving the giant lizard any chance to break free. The lizard's frantic struggle is getting more and more intense. Because he felt it, the wind shadow knife was poisonous. That's right, the blade of foaming Dao had long been coated with poison by Nyayun. Although the monster beast has not activated its spiritual intelligence, it is not stupid. At this moment, the giant lizard also knows that if he cannot break free before the poison fully attacks, he may end up here today. So 2 different forces began a supreme contest, a contest of absolutely pure physical strength. On one side is the infinite potential unleashed by the dominant lizard in order to survive, and on the other side is the endless murderous intention of the dominant lizard fighting for pride. Then, by chance, he rolled to a raised stone, and Black Flame actually turned the giant lizard over. Take advantage of his illness and kill him. Both Nyayun and Niafong realized this rare opportunity. He took action in an instant, and the sword and sword suddenly appeared in the dense forest. Sword technique: find a gap. 7 kills with the wind knife kill with wind and thunder. 1 knife, 1 sword. In order to seize this hard-won opportunity, both of them burst out with unprecedented speed and strength at this moment. A figure jumped high into the sky and descended. The cold light of a sword pierced the giant lizard's left eye from top to bottom. The spiritual energy in the whole body was running wildly, and all the muscles, bones, flesh and blood burst out with all its strength. The hilt of the sword was submerged until the tip of the sword passed from the giant lizard. It was stabbed out of his throat. In an instant, blood spattered around dozens of meters around like a fountain, and the giant lizard looked up to the sky and roared, shocking the forest. He began to struggle crazily again, and the giant clawed tail began to continuously attack the black flames wrapped around him crazily. The aura of the iron-backed giant monster lizard was getting stronger and stronger at this moment, and the murderous aura filled the surrounding area, and it was bound to kill all of them. Sudden. The knife went from bottom to top, with an indomitable momentum, piercing like the right eye of the monitor lizard. The speed was so fast that the monitor lizard did not react until the tip of the knife penetrated into the monitor lizard's brain, and was only resisted by the hard skull. Stay, unable to break through. The crazy movements of the monitor lizard and the sharp claws raised in the air stopped abruptly at this moment. The next moment, the 2 of them were blessed with the same thoughts. One person holds the hilt of the sword with both hands, and the other holds the hilt of the sword tightly with both hands. Crazy spiritual power circulated throughout the body to the palms and fingertips, causing the clothes to rise without wind. At this moment, a high-temperature heat wave and the surrounding fire formed a huge vortex above the 2 of them. Nia Yun and Nia Fong looked at each other without saying anything. The next second, they twisted hard and instantly shattered the Gila monster's brain into pieces. At this moment, the world is silent. The flames that can directly roast the human body at high temperatures seem to have lost their original temperature. Take a breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. Suddenly, the giant lizard's raised head gradually lost its support, and its eyes filled with endless anger and unwillingness gradually lost their original ferocious look. Boom! The giant lizard's body fell to the ground, causing countless ashes to fly into the sky. Nia Yun and Nia Fong stabilized their center of gravity, their body and mind did not shake due to this, and the strength in their hands was still not reduced by half. At this moment, we were so close that we could even smell the burnt aroma of the skin and flesh emitted by the monitor lizard due to the high temperature. Boom! Due to the reaction force, the huge body bounced slightly for half a minute, then completely fell to the ground, and finally stopped moving. Ding! After the war ding, congratulations to the host for killing the 4th level monster and gaining 10,000 experience points, 1,600 spiritual power points, and, ding, congratulations to the host for getting a share of the venom of the iron-backed giant monster. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 1st volume of the skill Iron Cloth shirt. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the poisonous fangs of the iron-backed giant monster. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a tendon of the iron-backed giant monster. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the claw of the iron-backed giant monster. Ding, congratulations to the host for the advancement of the Wind Shadow Sword, the best yellow great sword. As system prompts came one after another, it was also revealed that the giant Gila monster was completely dead. As the giant Gila monster completely lost its resistance, Black Flame finally pulled out his body limply and lay on the ground next to him, no longer moving. Without the main heat source of the Black Flame, the surrounding high temperature began to slowly drop. Although his physical strength has not changed, Hyan's physical strength and endurance have correspondingly dropped a lot. It is still a bit difficult to cross a big realm and fight against another demonic beast that is famous for its physical body. This is like a martial arts master who has practiced iron sand palm for more than 10 years, turned into a vegetative state, and suddenly recovered one day. Although his iron sand palm skill is still there, it is obviously impossible to reach the previous peak level in a short period of time, because that level is not only a matter of skill, but also the effect achieved by the cooperation of 20 whole body spirits. Black Flame's current situation is also like this. After a short rest, Nia Yun and Nia Yun pulled out the weapon stuck in the monitor lizard's eyes. After pulling it out, the blood stains on the weapon had turned into dark brown blood spots due to the high temperature, looking like old rust. After instructing Nia Fong to dig out the crystal core, Nia Fong strode to Hei Yan, who had lost all strength, took out a large handful of blood-replenishing pills from the space in his body and stuffed it into Hei Yan's mouth. "You've worked hard, let's take a good rest." After saying that, he took the Black Flame into the space inside his body. As for Nia Fong, he had been given a lot of elixirs to him earlier, and just now it was confirmed that he still had some left, so he didn't give them to him anymore. Just when Nia Yun was about to help Nia Fong collect the loot, an extremely unpleasant scream suddenly came from the primitive jungle behind him. Even though Nia and Yun had never learned animal language, were unable to communicate with animals, and could not understand the meaning of this scream, they could still hear that this sound contained unparalleled anger. The next moment, as the ground trembled, an iron-backed giant monster lizard, even bigger than the one just now, appeared with steps that could shatter the earth, with angry eyes open and a long scarlet tongue spitting out. In front of Nia Yun and the others. Roar! This larger monitor lizard came to the body of the dead monitor lizard, which had been scalded by the high temperature. Looking at the hollow eyes on the corpse, it let out a mournful roar. There were even traces of tears visible in the corners of his eyes. Then the bloodshot eyes the size of lanterns stared at Nia Yun, and the two opened their mouths and let out another deafening roar. After all, Gila monsters are not as spiritual as humans. They will only act according to their instincts without thinking at all. If the person in front of them can kill their spouse, can they kill themselves? Even though they were tens of meters apart, Nia Yun and Nia Fong could still feel the power of this giant lizard. Now Nia Yun's heart felt like 10,000 straw horses passing by. Damn it, this monitor lizard doesn't live alone. Brother, what should we do now? Nia Fong was also a little overwhelmed by this formation at the moment, and he stammered and asked Nia Yun. Nia Yun touched his nose and said, "Get ready to run away." Now that He Yen is exhausted, what else can he do? While the two were talking cautiously, they were also guarding against the larger giant lizard to prevent it from suddenly becoming violent, and they did not dare to make too many moves for a while. Suddenly, the larger iron-backed giant monster lizard showed a look of fear on its face and screamed continuously towards somewhere in the distance, but this scream was no longer as powerful as before, but it revealed a strong sense of panic and fear. The next moment, he ran towards the dense forest behind him without caring about whether Nia Yun and Nia Fong were his wife's murderers. At this moment, seeing this situation, Nia Yun, who had been born in 2 generations, was also in a state of confusion. Just when they were thinking about what was going on, a powerful pressure suddenly came from the primitive jungle behind Nia Yun and others, pressing on them. The pressure suddenly made me breathless. Gradually, the pressure became stronger and stronger. After a few breaths, 2 figures appeared on the towering tree crown. One person is wearing a yellow warrior uniform, with extremely strong muscles, and his figure is very large among ordinary people. The other person is wearing a linen robe, which looks ordinary, but there is an indescribable danger exuding around him. When Nia Yun and Nia Yun turned around with difficulty and saw the face of the old man Azabu, they were suddenly shocked. "Nia Chang! What are you doing here?" Nia Fong couldn't help but let out a soft breath. With the appearance of Nia Ching, a kind of uneasiness in Nia Yun's heart completely burst out at this moment. Enemies are extremely jealous when they meet, not to mention the pain of losing a son and the hatred of killing a son. "Ah, Nia Yun, you are the eldest son of the family, but you actually killed the blood relatives of the family. How can you have the face to participate in the family competition and get involved in the position of the head of the family? Today I will clean up the family for the old head of the family. Nia Yun, you killed my brother, and today next year will be your death anniversary." Nia Chung stood on the canopy of a tall pine tree, looking down at Nia Yun. His cold words made the surrounding temperature drop a few degrees. But Nia Hon, standing next to Nia Chang, was more like an angry lion, roaring at Nia Yun. Elder brother, Nia Fong held the sword tightly in his hand, stared at the 2 people above him, and spoke to Nia Yun uneasily. Nia Yun also analyzed the current situation very calmly at this moment. Now that He Yen is exhausted, the battle has declined seriously. He is only at the 1st level of martial artist. Although Nia Fong has weird sword skills and excellent attack power, he is only at the 4th level of martial artist. In terms of strength, he is only at the same level as Nia Yun. But now they are not facing mindless monsters, but living people. Nia Hon, a 1st-level martial artist, doesn't have much of a problem, but he owns a 4th-level monster, and it's also a ferocious tiger known for its ferocity. The great steward of the Nia family, Nia Chang, broke through to the Dzogchen realm of martial arts as early as 10 years ago. Now he has been practicing in the realm of martial arts for 10 years, and his strength has long been unfathomable. What to do? Nia Yun's eyes narrowed into a dangerous slit. Disaster. Nia Yun took out the last handful of chi building pills from the space in his body, stuffed it into his mouth, and swallowed it while enduring the discomfort. The wind shadow knife appeared in his hand. He raised his head, narrowed his eyes slightly under the cold gaze, and looked at Nia Ching. His aura was as strong as any. "Old man, if you want to kill me, just try." The tip of Nia Yun's sword was pointed directly at Nia Chang. The blade trembled slightly and radiated cold light, as if he was already looking forward to the next battle. Unbelievable. After Nia Hon laughed evilly, he took out the black evil bead from his arms and gently threw it into the air. A strong black evil spirit began to spread out around the bead with the bead as the center. Slowly, the bead began to grow in size, and gradually turned into a black tiger as strong as a buffalo. The 4th-level monster, the evil tiger. The next moment, 2 people and a tiger jumped down from the sky, like hungry eagles pouncing on food, and attacked Nia Yun and the other 2. "Come on, old man, I will cut you into pieces." Nia Fong also shouted angrily when he saw this. He had to fight tooth and nail if he wanted to rush forward. But before Nia Fong could rush out, his vision was obscured by a white mist. At the same time, countless ice cones around him condensed in mid-air and shot toward the sky at extremely fast speeds. Hee hee, what a trick.
Nia Cheng, who was in mid-air, saw countless ice cones shooting towards him. With just a wave of his hand, a gust of strong wind appeared like a ghost claw, directly smashing all the ice cones in front of him in mid-air. When countless powerful attacks fell to the ground and kicked up countless mud, they were all in vain.
At this time, Nia Yun was nowhere to be seen, but there were countless disgusting mire on the ground. Nia Cheng finally reacted at this moment. In an instant, he was filled with anger. He changed his fingers into claws and slammed into the quagmire at his feet. Bang! All the land with a radius of several hundred meters seemed to have been hit hard by a meteorite, sinking more than half a meter deep, and all the mud made the sound of evaporating water vapor. Father, I let Nia Yun run away again, what should I do now?
Nia Hong struggled to steady his center of gravity and asked with some worry. This kind of escape technique is very strange. I have never seen it before, but I have just hit him. But we must kill him in the competition, otherwise if this matter spreads, we will die when we return to Nia's house.
Nia Cheng said sadly.
His eyes dropped, deeper and deeper into the ground.
Hundreds of feet underground, Nia Yun's body appeared in an underground cave.
At this moment, his body was in tatters, with broken bones and tendons, and his clothes were stained red with blood. Resisting the urge to fall to the ground, he bit off a piece of flesh from the tip of his tongue, exchanging pain for a moment of clarity. Taking advantage of this short period of waking up, Nia Yun moved all Hei Yan and Nia Feng out of the space in his body, and then fell to the ground unconscious.
Moments before falling into coma, Nia Yun seemed to hear Nia Feng calling his name. Endless coma.
Now Nia Yun's consciousness seemed to be in a completely dark and silent space, unable to control his body, and unable to open his eyes in his sleep.
He is conscious, but he can't do anything now. This feeling is so familiar. This is so similar to lying in a hospital bed waiting to die with a terminal illness in my previous life. Slowly, Nia Yun's consciousness began to sink into this dark space. I don't know how long it took, but Nia Yun reluctantly opened his eyes. He saw black flame resting on a rock not far from him. He felt the abundant spiritual power in his body, the tourniquet that was already wrapped around his body, and Nia Feng who stayed by his side with a look full of exhaustion. Nia Yun also smiled helplessly.
He knew that this was because Nia Feng kept pouring spiritual energy into his body when he was unconscious. Nia Feng had no treatment methods and could not treat me, but he knew that as long as the spiritual energy in the body is sufficient and the physical body is nourished by the spiritual energy, it will speed up the recovery of injuries on its own.
This is common sense in the cultivation world.
So Nia Feng started to transport spiritual energy into Nia Yun's body day and night, but this situation was very dangerous. If the spiritual energy attributes conflicted, it would probably directly lead to mutual repulsion of the spiritual energy in the injured person's body, leading to sudden death. Directly instilling spiritual energy into other people's bodies rarely happens.
Firstly, it is dangerous. Secondly, it is thankless. If you want to avoid mutual exclusion, there are 2 points.
First, if your own spiritual power and the injured person's spiritual power belong to the same attribute, you can directly instill them, but there will still be mutual exclusion, but it is smaller than other spiritual energies with mutually exclusive attributes. A lot, within the acceptable range. The other is to purify your spiritual energy, which is to continuously purify your own spiritual energy, remove your own breath, and then instill it into other people's bodies. It's just that this method is thankless and the conversion efficiency is extremely low, so few people will use it. Under normal circumstances, without special reasons, everyone's spiritual power has no attributes at the beginning. Nia Yun and Nia Feng are like this, so there is no problem in directly instilling them. Hiss. After carefully feeling the current condition of his body, although he was well prepared, he still couldn't help but scream out in surprise. Almost all the bones were broken into several pieces, the internal organs were basically not intact, all were damaged and displaced, and a lot of flesh and blood on the body was also missing. Fortunately, they released Nia Feng and Hei Yan before they fell into coma and bandaged their wounds. Otherwise, if he had such a serious injury and fell into coma, he would probably die from excessive blood loss before he woke up. Died. Mobilizing the brain that had become sluggish due to severe pain, the consciousness sank into the system space.
Open the mole panel and start looking for healing medicine that suits you. Nia Yun is also weak in healing wounds, and currently he can only use elixirs instead. The things in the store are very expensive, but there is no way. Who makes Nia Yun's alchemy level low?
Blood-enhancing pills are very low level and not very effective, but if you pile them up, you can still achieve the effect. But now his injury is difficult to heal even if he takes low-level blood-replenishing pills as food. Although the 9-leaf vitality grass obtained previously can treat Nia Yun now, that 9-leaf vitality grass is not yet mature. Taking it now will not only greatly reduce the effect, but also possibly damage the foundation of the 9-leaf vitality grass, causing the leaves produced later to be less effective than before. So after much consideration, I decided to open the store and take a look first. After searching in the store for a while, Nia Yun found an elixir that suited his liking. Jade Dew Pill, a low-grade Xian level elixir, a healing elixir. It is especially effective in treating injuries caused by various traumas. The effectiveness of the elixir was very suitable for Nia Yun's current situation, but when he turned his eyes and saw the price in the lower right corner, he still twitched his eyes. A total of 10,000 points. Fortunately, I had worked hard to accumulate points for so long, and finally reached more than 1,000 points. This time, one pill wiped out my old bottom. And after pondering for a while, Nia Yun decided to give up the Rain and Dew pill and choose another white jade pill that was less effective but only had more than 4,000 points. In this current situation, points cannot be squandered and some should be kept for emergencies. Ding, do you want to buy white jade pill? Yes. Ding, the purchase was successful. In the blink of an eye, my more than 1,000 points have shrunk by less than half. To say it doesn't hurt is definitely a lie. After buying the white jade pill, with a thought, it appeared in my hand. The name of the pill appeared in my hand. It was as clear as white jade, crystal clear, and exuded a strong medicinal fragrance. But now Nia Yun didn't have the leisure time to appreciate it. After opening his mouth and swallowing, he began to use the 9-turn mental method with all his strength, spreading the medicinal power throughout the internal organs and the 8 extraordinary meridians. Cultivation is timeless. 2 days pass by in the blink of an eye. Nia Yun stood up, put away his thighs that he had been sitting cross-legged for a long time, and stretched his body. His body made a crackling sound because he had not moved for a long time, which made Nia Yun feel comfortable. Brother, tell me why Nia Qing is so brave and dares to kill us. Isn't he afraid that the family will know? The biggest doubt that had been lingering in Nia Feng's mind for the past 2 days finally surfaced as Nia Yun woke up. In the past 2 days, in addition to running his exercises to heal his injuries, Nia Yun also figured out some things and said slowly. After all, I have had too little experience. I thought I was overthinking it, but I didn't realize it. I still underestimated the depth of the pool. Logically speaking, as the nominal successors of the Nia family, no matter how serious a crime we commit, we will not die. The current situation can only show that the power of the family leader has begun to be suppressed by the power of other factions. Hearing this, Nia Feng was also confused and quickly asked, why? Isn't it because Nia Yun died, so he wants revenge? After hearing this, Nia Yun also chuckled and said loudly, the most powerful evidence is that this competition is definitely monitored by family elders to prevent fraud, and it is abnormal for Nia Qing to come in so openly and hunt us down. Secondly, it is clear that Duaning Rong has promised me that he will resolve the conflict between himself and the chief steward. As the acting head of the family, if you cannot guarantee this reputation, I am afraid it will be difficult to convince the public. However, in the end, Nia Qing was personally chase. If I hadn't reacted quickly, even if I had the inherited escape technique, I would have been shocked to death in the ground. Furthermore, just as a great housekeeper, he would not have the guts to kill a young master like me. In addition, the head of the family has been traveling for many years and has not returned for many years. Now he may live or die, so Duaning Rong was asked to be the acting head of the family. It didn't matter at first, but as time goes by, some people may be tempted to take the position of head of the family. When he said the words ready to move, Nia Yun's tone unconsciously turned gloomy. As for why Nia Qing was able to find him very accurately, Nia Yun had no doubts about this. This is a good explanation. The high-temperature flames released by the black flames caused fires.
The flames could be seen from miles away. In addition, the battle time, it's been a long time, I've been looking all the way, but I can't find it, so there's a ghost. If I guess correctly, after this competition, the entire Nya family will undergo a major reshuffle. Cave. After calming down, Nyayan began to look at the loot this time. The first is Iron Cloth Shirt, the only exercise book released. View profile. Iron Shirt volume, fragmentary volume. After learning the physical skills of the Shin level, the physical defense cannot be broken except by a martial artist. Attachment. Iron Cloth Shirt is divided into 3 volumes, upper, middle and lower, which respectively correspond to the chapters that cannot be broken except by a martial artist, cannot be broken except by a martial spirit, and cannot be broken except by a martial emperor. Do you study? After seeing the introduction, I couldn't help but sigh. What a good thing, such a powerful technique, there is no reason not to learn it, so I chose it without hesitation. Study success. After learning the Iron Cloth Shirt, although there was no special earth-shattering sound, Nyayan could still clearly sense that his body had undergone great changes, especially in terms of strength and physical strength. His strength is more than twice as strong as before. You know, Nyayunka still tried his best to temper his body in medicinal baths for more than a month. Under such circumstances, Nyayan's strength is unimaginable if he is improved by another level. The Iron Cloth Shirt is rolled up and cannot be broken except by a martial artist. In other words, even if you stand still now, as long as the opponent's strength has not reached the realm of a martial artist, you will not be able to break through your defense at all, and even if Joseon's spiritual power is exhausted, you will not be able to break it. Worry, strong defense is accompanied by absolutely powerful physical strength. He made a fist with his hand and punched the air lightly. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind roared past Nyayun. Just a slight swipe without using full strength was actually able to create a sonic boom. Nyayun was also very satisfied with the power coming from his body. Similarly, the first volume was so powerful, so what kind of scenery should the middle and lower volumes be like? Although the space in the cave is large, it is all sealed. Any sound at all is easily detected. However, Nya Feng and Hei Yan received unusual side glances. After seeing that the sound came from Nyayun, they did not let it go too far. I continued to meditate mentally and started practicing. With a thought, the system panel of the Wind Shadow Knife appeared in front of him. Wind Shadow Knife, a top-grade yellow-level spiritual weapon. The attack speed is increased by 30%, the attack power is increased by 40%, and there is a 0% probability of triggering a one-hit kill. It can grow. After reading the entire introduction, a burst of joy came over me. Nowadays, the Wind Shadow Sword has become a top-grade yellow-grade spiritual weapon because it killed the iron-backed giant monster lizard. This is an unexpected surprise. You don't need to worry about the others, but the probability of killing with one hit is changed from in before to in now. Although the probability is still very small, one day, this one-hit kill will happen. What's the probability that he will become 100%? This is also a big windfall. But in this situation, just improving one's own strength is of little use, one has to improve other people's. After taking a look at the system panel, I saw that I still had more than points, and exchanged 2 spirit gathering pills. Yellow level spirit gathering pill, it can speed up the speed of absorbing spiritual energy for cultivation. For low-level monks, there is a certain chance that they will advance directly. Price, 1,000 points. Just when Nyayan's consciousness was about to exit the system space, Nyayan's peripheral vision caught an object, which instantly aroused his strong interest. Heavy Rain Pear Blossom Needle, it is a concealed weapon and a consumable item. The needle is coated with highly toxic substances. There are no specific conditions for use. If someone falls under the King of Wu, he will die if he touches it. Price, points. Goodbye to you later. Originally, Nyayun saw the previous introduction and was very satisfied with this thing. Moreover, anyone under King Wu would die if he touched it, which was very suitable for Nyayun's current situation. Just when Nyayun thought that everything seemed to be moving in a good direction, he took his last look at the selling price. My heart suddenly went cold. Damn it, 100,000 points. I have to wait until the year of the monkey and the horse to afford this rainstorm pear blossom needle. The key is that this thing is still a consumable, so it cannot be acted upon rashly.
After his consciousness exited the system space, he called the other two people over and gave them one spirit-gathering pill each. Niafong originally declined, but he couldn't stand the pressing situation now, so he had to accept it. However, Heiyan was not so mother-in-law, so he just opened his big mouth and waited for Niayan to feed him. After swallowing the elixir, the two of them began to practice in their own way on the spot. Taking advantage of this time, after Niayan ate some dry food he had brought with him and rested for a while, Niayan began to observe his current position. Based on the speed at which he escaped before unconsciousness, his current position was at least several hundred meters away from the ground.
Scan all directions. This is a typical underground cave, surrounded by various stalactites hanging from it.
The lighting uses its own luminous stones, which are scattered throughout the cave, giving the dark cave adds a hint of brightness.
Close your eyes and concentrate.
Feeling the coolness of the air blowing against your body also confirmed that this was not a dead hole, but the same as the outside world. Otherwise, Niayan would really consider changing places, but now, if you are not picky about the environment, this is a very good secret room. He turned his eyes around and looked at the two people who were getting better at practice. After watching for a while, he found a relatively flat piece of ground far away from them.
I moved the alchemy furnace I bought from the auction house.
To be honest, generally speaking, for alchemists, an alchemy furnace is not good for alchemy treasures except for refining alchemy. The same goes for the weapon refiners. This is their business. It can be said that they are afraid of breaking when holding it in their hands, and they are afraid of melting when they are held in their mouths.
There was only Nya Yun.
The same alchemy furnace was used to fire pots, make pills and refine weapons.
The main thing is that it can be used for multiple purposes.
Then Niayan took out the items that exploded from the space inside his body when he killed the giant Gila monster.
Venomous fangs, lizard sinews, claws, etc.
Niayan did this for no other reason than to refine a long bow of his own. There are only a few ways to improve your strength, including weapons, techniques, realms, elixirs, formations, etc. But now there is no time, and no changes can be made in a short period of time in terms of skills and realm. Although there are systems for elixirs and formations, apart from purchasing them in the mall, they cannot provide much help in a short period of time. Moreover, Niayan complained more than once that the things in this mall are really expensive. After much deliberation, Niayan decided to start with weapons. It is impossible to replace the Wind Shadow Sword, but now there are enough materials to make a long bow of your own, which can just make up for your shortcomings in long-range attack.
Just do it.
There are mainly 3 types of materials for refining a longbow, including high-grade ebony wood and meteorite iron as the bow body. The 4th-level monster, the lizard skin and sinews of the iron-backed monster lizard are used as bow strings. Originally, if it was to be used as a bowstring, the best thing would be dragon tendon, but for Niayan now, this thing is completely unrealistic.
But there are also alternatives, which are snake tendons or python tendons.
Speaking of python tendons, Niayan unconsciously glanced at Heiyan who was breathing and practicing not far away.
Let's forget about this. It doesn't seem very realistic.
Niayan murmured with regret, but did not make a sound.
Otherwise, if Heiyan hears it, he will have to fight with him.
Now looking at the materials here, Niayan couldn't help but sigh.
Fortunately, there is a system, otherwise I wouldn't even think about refining weapons.
This time, refining the long bow can only succeed, not fail. If it fails, it will be troublesome to find another sinew that can be used to refine a long bow.
Throw everything into the alchemy furnace.
The 9-turn mental technique began to run wildly in the daintian, accumulating spiritual energy, and the surrounding spiritual energy began to gather in its direction. He closed the alchemy furnace, pressed his hands against the furnace wall, and secretly shouted in his heart,
"Alchemy!"
Immediately, the violent spiritual power in his body, like a beast, found an outlet and continued to surge towards this place.
Time began to pass minute by minute.
1 stick of incense, 2 sticks of incense.
Gradually, big beads of sweat began to emerge from Niayan's forehead one by one.
After practicing the 9 turns of heart technique, the recovery speed of spiritual power increased by 80%, but now Niayan is still extremely labored. Ding, refined successfully, proficiency +1, ding, congratulations to the host, the level of the weapon refining skill has been improved. It is currently an intermediate weapon refining skill. As the system beeped, Nyayan suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, but he was a little unable to stabilize his body due to the loss of strength.
The reason has to be the materials Nyayan chose.
For him now, it is still a bit advanced. It is just like a child playing with a big axe, just nonsense.
But fortunately it was successful.
Not caring about resting, he opened the alchemy furnace and saw a dark long bow lying quietly in the alchemy furnace. Nyayan's originally worried look completely disappeared, replaced by a look of joy on his lips. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a longbow. Ding, please host name the new weapon.
Chasing souls.
After thinking for a while, Nyayan gave this answer. Many years later, when an old friend asked why this bow was called this name, Nyayan told others in a simple and unpretentious manner because it is handsome. Soul Chasing Bao Shin level low grade ordinary longbow, no special abilities, attack +30, hit rate +20% attachment. Because the bow and arrow forging technology is extremely poor, it was originally a weapon refining that was destined to fail. However, because the materials used were too precious, it barely reached the Shin level.
Nyayan looked happy when he saw the first half of the introduction.
But as soon as he saw the second half of the introduction, Nyayan's smile suddenly solidified on his face. And chasing soul transformation, no, this is not an insult.
Co-author, I just failed to refine the weapon.
I just managed to succeed because of the awesome materials. Nyayan thought about countless possible situations before refining, but this was the only situation that Nyayan never expected. Forget it, I can't worry about that much. Now that I have refined the bow and arrow, I still need the matching arrows and quiver. Now when it comes to refining arrows, Nyayan has ready-made materials, which are the fangs of the iron-backed giant monster. As for the fangs, I roughly counted them, and there were 20 or 30. In addition to the toxins on the venom, because the monitor lizard eats carrion, it also exudes a strong stench. I carefully pinched the poisonous fawn with my index finger and thumb and looked at it. If this thing was made into a poisonous arrow, I would then soak it in the Shaquanda tonic I made. Tisk, tsk, that taste must be very good. Nyayan said with a bad smile in his heart. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as he is shot, there is almost no way to survive.
It's just that arrows made of poisonous fangs cannot be used for many purposes.
After all, the materials are rare and can only be used as trump cards. However, 20 or 30 arrows are enough. After all, his main means of attack is not bows and arrows. For Nyayan, bows and arrows have always been the most important weapon. It was just used as a tool to supplement long-range attacks. He never thought of becoming an archer. Similarly, the main materials for refining arrows this time are the fangs of the iron-backed giant monster as the tip of the arrow, the ebony wood as the arrow shaft, and the feathers of the green-scaled eagle that Nyayan shot down from the sky a while ago. It just fits. Although when it comes to the calculation of the competition, monsters below the third level must use the most prominent parts of the monster's body to settle points, but Nyayan can still afford 1 point for such a first-level monster.
Without much hesitation, he still threw all these things into the alchemy furnace like a hodgepodge.
After the whole body's spiritual power was fully restored, he took out a large handful of chi building pills from the space in his body and stuffed them into his mouth as if for free. However, he did not swallow it, but kept it in the innermost part, so that he could wait until his spiritual power was insufficient.
Timely as a supplement. Take a deep breath and relax your body.
Putting his hands close to the wall of the alchemy furnace, he whispered in his heart the art of refining weapons. Then the 9 turns heart technique began to circulate crazily in the meridians throughout the body, and countless spiritual powers spurted out from the daintian. After circling around the sky, they began to flow along the arms and continuously towards the alchemy furnace.
Refining arrows is much easier than refining an entire bow. After a while, the temperature in the alchemy furnace slowly dropped. As expected, when the temperature of the alchemy furnace stops, the refining will be completed. Wait until the temperature inside the alchemy furnace stops dropping. A reminder sound came from the system. Ding, refining failed, proficiency +1, what?
I was still looking forward to Nyayun, but when I heard this voice, I was stunned on the spot. I'm sorry, I can make a bow and arrow successfully, but I failed to make an arrow. Unable to bear it, Nyayun began to curse at the system in his heart. After a while, after calming down, Nyayun prepared the materials again and started refining arrows for the next time. How to put it, after all, failure is the mother of success. If you fail this time, what if you succeed next time? It still requires the same steps, just like a hodgepodge, throwing in all the ingredients at once. After turning on the weapon refining technique, he began to transport spiritual energy into the alchemy furnace to act as fuel to provide flames. Oh, it would be great if I had my own flame. Then I wouldn't have to use the spiritual fire to refine the weapon so hard. I could just use the flame I had conquered. It would be easier and more convenient. At this time, Nyayun secretly made up his mind that if there was a chance in the future, he must get his own kind of flame. Otherwise, you will be exhausted every time you refine weapons or elixirs, and the efficiency will be too low. Finally, wait until this time the refining is over. Ding, refining failed, proficiency +1, fuck. Why the hell did she fail again? Damn, come again. Nyayun was not convinced and immediately started refining for the third time. In the end, with Nyayun's unremitting efforts, the more than 20 fangs of the iron-backed giant monster were finally refined into 13 arrows. The failure rate is nearly half, which is really depressing. After carefully affixing the feathers of the blue-scaled eagle to the 13 arrows, it was officially announced that it was done. Poison Fang arrows, the best yellow-level arrows, with a chance of poisoning the opponent. Used in conjunction with soul chasing, it can increase the hit probability by 20% and the poisoning probability by 30%. Okay, the quality of this arrow is not bad, especially it can be used together with soul chasing, and it can increase the hit rate and poisoning rate, which is even better. Now that I have all the bows and arrows, I still need a quiver to equip them with arrows. Although Nyayun usually stores arrows and other things in his body, there is no need to worry about details. Anyway, he has them all, so there is no shortage of this one and the quiver. At worst, after refining him, he would specially use it to hold these poisonous fang arrows and put them in the space inside his body, so that they can be distinguished easily, right? Just do it. There are only a few materials for refining the quiver. The main materials are ebony wood and the skin of the iron-backed giant monster. There are no other materials to start refining directly. Ding, refined successfully, proficiency +1, ding, congratulations to the host for getting a quiver. Hey, I didn't expect it. This time it was a one-time success. Hurry up and open the profile and let me be healthy. Quiver, the best yellow grade, used to store arrows. Used in conjunction with soul chasing, it can be used to recycle arrows. Recycling an arrow consumes points and spiritual power that vary according to the quality of the arrow. Hiss. When Nyayun saw this, he took a breath of cold air. This quiver was really like a heifer basking in the sun, so awesome. It is actually possible to recycle arrows. Although it requires points and spiritual power, Nyayun is very happy to be able to avoid the trouble of retrieving arrows with a little points and spiritual power. And according to what the quiver said, as long as you have enough spiritual power and points, you can use those fang arrows at one time and keep recycling them. In other words, as long as you still have points and spiritual power, you can shoot unlimited fangs. Arrow, is this any different from cheating? Before Nyayun could become completely happy, the system beep sounded immediately. Ding, congratulations to the host for refining the soul chasing set. Reward, an intermediate archery skill book. Ding, congratulations to the host for improving the soul chasing level, check the detail information. Soul Chasing Bow, level 50 Shin level, attack power +60, hit rate +80%, hitting the target has an % chance of poisoning it each time you shoot an arrow. You use your own spiritual power as the basis for the arrow, and it consumes 50 points to launch. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect that the bow and arrow I obtained in the end would be so powerful. After reading the entire introduction, Nyayun secretly admired it. Thinking of the contents, Nyayun was ready, but he also revealed a smile on his face. Now that the bow and arrow are refined, it's time to take out the mule and horse for a walk. With the bow and arrow in hand, Nyayun looked around and spotted a house-sized granite not far away. This piece of granite is a self-contained piece, covered with moss, and you can even vaguely see that the rock is covered with small underground springs and small tributaries flowing quietly on it.
Intermediate archery.
He held the bow in his left hand and stood in front of him. The big bow had no string, but when the fingers of Nyayun's right hand slowly stretched to the original position of the bowstring, a pitch-black bowstring slowly, like a worm, extended from the two sections of the bow towards the middle. In just a few breaths, the stringless black bow had its own string.
There is no arrow in the bowstring.
The fingers of Nyayun's right hand gently rested on the dark bowstring constructed of spiritual power. The next moment, the 9 turns of mind technique in daintian began to operate, and violent and surging spiritual power was injected into the bow body. Gradually, the bow and arrow began to exude a gloomy aura, and with the continuous injection of spiritual power, an arrow-like shadow slowly appeared above the bowstring.
Continuing to inject spiritual power, this arrow is constantly condensing into reality.
Finally, with the blessing of the violent spiritual power of the 9 turns heart technique, a dark and sharp arrow was completely formed at Nyayun's fingertips.
Draw the bow, and the bow becomes the full moon.
Whoosh! A black light flew out instantly and penetrated directly through the granite that was the size of a house.
Moreover, the power was extremely concentrated.
There was no rock or broken rock around the hole where the arrow was shot. It penetrated directly through the granite and continued to penetrate deeper.
It was not until the spiritual power was exhausted that it dissipated.
Nyayun strode to the arrow hole and observed carefully.
Not long after, the surrounding rocks pierced by the arrow holes began to become soft and black due to erosion, and another stick of incense time passed. This piece of granite was directly corroded by toxins into a pile of black slag. Extremely sharp and carrying deadly toxins, what a great bow! Nyayun, who witnessed all this, sincerely praised the excellence of soul chasing. And it's not the limit of soul chasing. After all, Nyayun just tested the power a little and didn't fully activate the 9 turns heart technique. According to Nyayun's speculation, as long as it is within the endurance range of chasing soul, the more spiritual power he injects, the greater the power of the condensed arrow will be. But correspondingly, the physical strength of one's own body must also be improved, otherwise it will be impossible to draw this bow and arrow. The strength of the bowstring is also determined by the intensity of the spiritual power injected. Although Nyayun just fired a simple arrow, but when he pulled out the bow and arrow condensed by using up to % of his spiritual power, Nyayun was surrounded by it. Yun's current physical strength is also somewhat difficult. Ready to go out after taking a look at Nyayun and Heiyan, seeing that they were not about to wake up yet, Nyayun didn't care too much. Pulling out the foaming knife, with the sword's light flashing, Nyayun chipped a huge boulder in front of him like a millstone into a square shape. After making careful corrections and making sure that the surface of the stone remained flat, Nyayun removed the talisman paper and talisman pen from the storage bag. Because of the previous battles, the talismans on Nyayun's body were already stretched thin. Taking advantage of the current time, Nyayun quickly replenished the talismans. Nyayun's emphasis on strength can be said to be meticulous. Although the written talismans are all relatively low-level talismans, it is undeniable that when these low-level talismans are stacked to a certain number, they can indeed produce unexpected effects. On the stone table, with the faint light of the luminous stone, the talisman paper was carefully spread out. Dipped in cinnabar. Elementary talisman making technique. The pen tip gathered spiritual power, leaving red marks one after another on the talisman paper. The talisman pen in his hand danced rapidly, and the pen drew the entire talisman like a dragon and a snake, and finally placed a stroke in the middle of the talisman. Ding, successfully making the talisman, proficiency +1, ding, congratulations to the host for getting a smoke talisman. Very good, you succeeded the first time, keep going.
For the next 2 consecutive days, except for necessary rest, Nyayun spent all the remaining time making talismans. Ding, successfully making the talisman, proficiency +1, ding, congratulations to the host for getting an ice cone. Ding, congratulations to the host for raising the talisman making skill level to the intermediate level. As the last system sound fell, large beads of sweat continued to appear on Nyayun's forehead. After shakily putting down the talisman pen in his hand, he sat down on the spot and began to recover his strength. When it comes to making talismans, spiritual power is not a problem. Nyayin cultivates the 9-turn mind technique and can recover his spiritual power nearly twice as fast as a person of the same level. There are currently 2 factors that restrict Nyayin from making talismans: the level of the talisman making technique and one's own spiritual power. Because the level of talisman making technique is too low, there will be a certain failure rate in making talisman. But now that Nyayin's talisman making skills have been upgraded to the intermediate level, the impact of this has been greatly reduced. Then only the aspect of mental power is left, but for Nyayin, the only way to recover mental power is by sleeping. There are no other methods, but the means to restore mental power are too expensive. For example, Nyayin has been paying attention to the soothing pill sold in the store for a long time, and it is specially used to restore mental power, but this elixir sells 4 points. This selling price is absolutely unacceptable to you, Ayun. Therefore, we can only use the simplest and most effective method: sleep. After resting for a long time, there were suddenly a few sounds similar to things breaking in the quiet cave. Such unusual sounds naturally aroused Nyayin's vigilance. You must know that they can be hundreds of meters underground now. If they are not careful, they will be buried alive. But after checking twice, Nyayin discovered that the sound just now came from Nyafeng, who was in retreat. Suddenly, Nyafeng, who had been in seclusion for 2 days, opened his eyes filled with a ray of light. After feeling it carefully, Nyayin discovered that Nyafeng's current state had actually reached the 6th level of a warrior, jumping directly from the 4th level of a warrior to the 6th level of a warrior. But after thinking about it carefully, I feel relieved. After all, Nyafeng's talent and foundation are not bad, but he just doesn't have enough resources to support his practice. The continuous battles in the past few days had already drained away all his body and potential. Now when a spirit gathering pill is taken down, it is like nectar after a long drought. With this accumulated experience, I was able to jump directly to the next level, jumping from the 4th level of warrior to the 6th level of warrior. Brother, I feel full of strength in my body now. Nyafeng clenched his fists tightly and said excitedly to Nyayin. Ha ha, not bad, not bad. Nyayin laughed loudly, stretched out his right hand, and patted Nyafeng's shoulder hard. At the same time, He Yin, who had been silent for a long time, also heard movement. It's just that his movements are not as dramatic as Nyafeng's, but his progress is still not to be underestimated, and he has suddenly stepped from the early stage of the 3rd stage to the middle stage of the 3rd stage. Of course, this is not entirely due to the spirit gathering pill. After all, it had swallowed some crystal nuclei before, and when the 7 Nyahong men besieged him, they killed so many people and took some crystal nuclei from them. A considerable part of it went into Hyan's belly. Even if the settlement of the competition did not require crystal nuclei as a basis, and if you, Nyayin, strongly prevented it, it is estimated that these crystal nuclei would not even be visible by now. Nyayin didn't have much to say about He Yin. Because of the system, the two signed a master-servant contract. Although Nyayin never treated He Yin as a servant, the two could indeed reach a certain level through the system. The minds are connected. Just looking at each other without saying anything, Nyayin waved his hand and put the black flame into the space inside his body. Don't resist me. I will put you into the magic weapon. We have to return to the ground first. After that, after Nyafeng closed his eyes and relaxed his whole body, he also took him into the space inside his body. Previously, Nyayin had not figured out what the space in his body could do besides being able to hold it. But now Nyayin is almost done. Basically, the space inside the body can be understood as a small world, and then this small world can increase as Nyayin's realm level increases, so that the area and space will increase accordingly. Nyayin has absolute power of life and death in this small world. But the premise is that the realm and strength of the creature in this small world must be lower than Nyayin. Otherwise, if he is put into the body space and he causes resistance, it may cause damage to the body space. As for the consequences of damage to the internal space, although it is not very clear, Nyayin knows with his toes that it is definitely not a good thing. Earth escape technique. In an instant, Nyayin seemed to have merged with the soil and began to swim towards the ground. After arriving on the ground, after experiencing several consecutive days of darkness, it was a bit uncomfortable to return to such sunny ground. Brother, it's almost half time for the competition.
Do we have to hurry up and hunt the monsters? Niafeng said anxiously.
After Niayun heard this, he responded to Niafeng very calmly.
Wait, capture orders. Wait. Wait for what?
When Niafeng heard this sentence, he suddenly became confused and couldn't help but ask.
Niayun still stood there and looked into the distance, without looking back, and said slowly, since this competition is a reshuffle within the family, that means that all the rules listed before may no longer apply. Without waiting for Niafeng to speak, Niayun continued, besides, the rules set by the family before did not say that robbing other people's achievements is not allowed. After saying that, Niafeng looked at his brother with a meaningful smile on his face. So, tell me, what should we do now?
Niayun turned around and looked at the face that was as childish as his. After listening to this, Niafeng pondered for a while, and suddenly seemed to have an epiphany. He raised his head instantly, with a bright light in his eyes, and replied in a hurry, since they are already in such a mess, why not make them even more messy?
Say it.
The two brothers also had a smile on their lips.
An hour later.
Niayun and his two men found their first target on a flat ground.
Niayun. What do you want to do?
It is forbidden to kill each other in the family.
Do you want to break the family rules?
A young man holding a spear was half kneeling on the ground, holding a spear in one hand.
The tip of the spear reached the sky and the tail of the spear touched the ground.
He leaned on it with difficulty to maintain his balance. The other hand tightly covered his chest to prevent excessive bleeding from the wound, and shouted angrily. But on his chest, there were several wounds that were deep enough to see the bones, and they were bleeding out continuously. At this moment, Niayun and Niafeng, holding swords, slowly came closer. At the same time, there was still a trace of blood on the tip of Niafeng's sword.
Stop talking nonsense.
Either hand over all your prey, or you will have to suffer a lot. Niayun twirled his fingernails boredly, curled his fingers and spoke casually, as if it was not him but someone else who was robbing the tribesman with a butcher knife. After the young man heard what he said, his blood suddenly filled his heart and he vomited out a mouthful of old blood.
Clang!
There was a harsh metal collision. Niayun took advantage of the moment when the young man was distracted and took action. Knocked down the boy's spear. Then he leaned forward, supported his body with one foot, raised his right foot to his chest, and kicked forward suddenly, knocking his entire upper body down. The boy instantly flew several meters away and rolled on the ground several times before slowly stopping his rolling body. He shook his still dizzy head vigorously, and when he was about to stand up with difficulty, he saw that the tip of the wind shadow sword was already pressed against the young man's neck. The coolness emanating from the tip of the knife and the indifferent look in Niayun's eyes made the young man who originally wanted to take action stop all his movements. The normally pampered boy now finally believed that if he really dared to move again, Niayun might really kill him.
Yeah.
Yun, if you want to kill me, you are not afraid of the punishment hall. Seeing this situation, a strong sense of fear came over me, and my speech became trembling. But before he could finish his sentence, Niayun struck the aorta on both sides of his neck with a knife and knocked him unconscious. When Niafeng saw that it was over, he quickly put his long sword behind his back, came to the young man's side in 3 steps, and began to move his hands up and down his body. This is not an adjective, but a real hand, no exaggeration.
You can keep this hairpin. It's made from the ribs of a monster. It's not cheap. Don't forget the most important storage bag, go and pick up that spear, don't waste it.
Tear off his clothes as well. They are made of fine silk and various precious beast feathers. They are worth a lot of spiritual stones, so we can't waste them. Not long after, Niayun and Niafeng left here quickly, leaving behind a naked young man. After a stick of incense, Niayun discovered another target through the earth escape technique, a young girl who was a 3rd-level warrior. Niayun had some impressions of this girl, as if he had met her at the beginning of the competition, but he couldn't remember the details and had no impression. The next moment, Niayun appeared behind the young girl. The 5 fingers of his right hand were put together in the shape of a knife. With a fierce force of breaking through the air, he slashed diagonally from above, hitting the girl's snow-white head firmly.
on the side of the neck.
After several months of tempering his body in medicinal baths, coupled with his own ability to roll up the iron cloth shirt, which is said to be indestructible except by martial arts masters, Nyeyun's physical strength and power far exceed that of people of the same level. At this moment, it was a realm-crushing, a physical suppression, and on the basis of a sneak attack, it was natural that he succeeded directly.
Boom! Boom! The girl's body was stiff for a few seconds due to the violent blow, and then her fragile and boneless body fell to the ground. Due to the ground's reverberation, she bounced a little before completely stopping on the ground. While rushing on the road, Nyeyun stacked all the useless things he had just grabbed into the space inside his body, and here Nyeyun sold all these things to the system mall and recycled them to earn points.
Yes, this is the second way Nyeyun has figured out these days to earn points besides killing other people or monsters. That is, you can use the recycling function of the system mall to sell items and earn points. A rough estimate of the robbery just now shows that the young man who just robbed contributed more than 400 points to Nyeyun. What a concept! Don't forget that Nyeyun only got 1,000 points after killing the iron-backed Gila monster with great effort and risking his life some time ago. This time, if you make a small robbery, you will get less than half of the previous profit, and the risk is simply incomparable. Thinking of this, Nyeyun couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Seriously, there are no corpses in the gold belt that kills people and sets fire, and repairs bridges and roads. It is not surprising that Nyeyun can have such a sigh, in the country where Nyeyun lived in the previous life, China. He came from a period of economic change and transformation. Nyeyun was a witness of this era and also a victim of this transformation. More than 20 years in his previous life also allowed him to see through some rules. China's economic structure is mainly based on the demographic dividend equivalent to a free, large and cheap labor force, which in turn serves as an advantage in the market. Under this model, it can greatly promote the development of GDP, gross domestic product, and add countless jobs. Nyeyun is one of the ordinary workers. But there is a huge disadvantage in this demographic dividend model, that is, the bottom class will never have money. Why? Because low-level workers like Nyeyun, who have no strength, no background, no resources, and no connections, are the cost. Because they work overtime, they work 996, and their wages are not high, so the cost is not high, the price of the goods will not be high. In this environment, it is simply impossible to get rich through hard work, and it is also meaningless. Because in this model, bottom layer equals cost. If the bottom layer has money, it means that the cost has increased. Then the increase in the cost of goods will inevitably lead to a decrease in quantity. In order not to lose money, business owners will inevitably increase the price of goods. What will happen in the end? That is to recreate the economic crisis of the last century. Bottom wages and prices are soaring. So, wealth lies in spells, not labor. Nyeyun was still sighing here, and the black flames in the space inside his body came again. Boss, I feel a human breath from the southeast. In order not to attract attention, under normal circumstances, black flame is kept in the space within Nyeyun's body. There is a benefit to the body space, and it is a huge advantage that makes it different from other storage bags. It can store living things. And Nyeyun can control everything inside. It's not an exaggeration to call it a small world. It's just that the area of this small world is indeed a bit small. What specific realm can it be sensed? Nyeyun replied cautiously in his heart. After all, the current family competition has completely changed. Everything he has experienced in the past and present life has made Nyeyun well aware of the principle of being cautious in sailing the ship of 10,000 years. As he said this in his heart, Nyeyun stretched out his left arm and waved his hand, signaling Nyefeng, who was following behind, to stop and make no noise. This inexplicable move naturally filled Nyefeng's face with doubts, but out of trust in his brother, Nyefeng stopped his movements in time and stood straight on the spot. The surrounding trees rustled in the wind, and the birds hiding in them began to chirp and come out one after another. After this quiet and weird atmosphere lasted for more than 10 seconds, the black flames in the space in the body finally transmitted the sound again. The distance is a bit far, and the aura is relatively messy, but there are no less than 10 people in total. The one with the highest level has reached the second level of martial artist, and the rest are also at the peak level of martial artist. Black Flame finished speaking.
but Nia Yun's brows furrowed into a big chuan. Thoughts kept swirling in my mind.
Among the entire Nia family participating in this competition, Nia Lingyu is the only one who has reached the second level of martial arts.
There are no less than 10 people.
It is normal for Nia Lingyu to have followers around him, but the strength of the followers are all at or above the peak of warriors, which is a bit abnormal. The entire Nia family has participated in the competition and has reached the peak of martial arts.
There are only a dozen or so people in total. Nia Lingyu's hands and eyes can't reach the sky.
Except for Nia Yun, everyone else must have been bribed. Suddenly, Nia Yun's mind exploded, and an idea took root and spread in Nia Yun's mind. Perhaps, the winner of this competition has already been decided. Nia Feng saw that Nia Yun's expression suddenly became uncertain, and he couldn't help but feel a little worried.
He called out softly, "Brother, what's wrong with you?" The kind reminder from Nia Feng directly interrupted Nia Yun's thinking.
He shook his head vigorously, trying to get all kinds of thoughts out of his mind, and then he became certain in his mind. No matter what, there's no point in guessing.
It's a mule or a horse. You can tell if it's a mule or a horse.
Then Nia Yun briefly told Nia Feng the previous situation. Nia Feng had never asked about his brother's possession of a black flame python, and just regarded it as something obtained from the mysterious inheritance.
But this black flame python can actually use spirituality to seek good fortune, avoid disaster, and explore the environment for its owner. This is not as simple as an ordinary monster. Brother's black flame python is most likely a spiritual beast that has opened up its spiritual intelligence. This thought flashed through Nia Feng's mind instantly. The corner of his eye swept over Nia Yun, and a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seems that my brother's inheritance is really powerful. This smile is a sincere smile without any interests involved. For Nia Feng, the two of them have long been indifferent between you and me. His brother is everything to him. But this obscure smile only stayed on his face for less than half a breath. In addition, Nia Yun's attention was all on the road and the surrounding environment. Because of Nia Feng's leg disability, his speed always lagged behind Nia Yun. Naturally, didn't notice. Keep moving forward without making any noise, without stopping. But the further forward, the more frightened Nia Feng became because the distance forward has gradually exceeded 500 meters. This distance is the range of spiritual consciousness at the peak of the martial arts realm, and it has now exceeded this range. Slowly, the further they walked, the more Nia Feng became amazed. Now here, it is more than 1,000 meters away from the starting point. This kind of spiritual consciousness has already entered the category of a strong martial spirit. The black flame python is a pure physical combat monster. This kind of strength of spiritual consciousness is not what it can possess. My brother must have some pets with very powerful spiritual consciousness. It's just that it's not convenient to tell me, so it is said that the black flame python sensed it. But Nia Yun didn't know what Nia Feng was thinking now. If he knew that this area was really detected by the black flame python, he didn't know what his expression would be. Although the black flame python is a demonic beast known for its physical body, it cannot be resisted because it is a 6th-level demonic beast. Although it has been suppressed by the system and is now only in the middle of the 3rd level, the skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Although the strength of the spiritual consciousness is not as strong as before, it is still enough. As for why Nia Feng guessed that Nia Yun had other monsters, he had to mention the difference between monsters and humans. No matter how genius or monster a person is, it is difficult for him to have a monster beast of the same realm as him as a pet. Because in the same realm, if a monster beast and a human monk are one-on-one, in most cases, the monster beast will definitely have the advantage. There is no doubt about this. That incomparable physical body that ignores attacks, its extremely powerful recovery power, and its daunting close speed are destined to make the monster almost invincible in the same realm. According to common sense in the cultivation world, if you want to kill a monster of the same realm, at least 3 monks need to work together to help. And this is a kill, not a capture alive. If you want a pet animal, you must capture it alive, and to the greatest extent, you must not harm it. Otherwise, it will cost a lot of money to treat it, and whether the treatment is good or not is another question. There is a fundamental difference between the two in terms of difficulty.
So no matter what Nia Feng thought, he couldn't have imagined that Black Flame was actually a 6th level monster. He will only turn his thoughts to other pets or treasures.
1,600 meters. 1,600 meters. 1,600 meters.
A full 2,000 meters of visiting distance. As the distance continued to lengthen, Nia Feng became more and more shocked. He thought to himself, I am afraid that only the divine consciousness of the king of martial realm can do this. Nia Feng was still thinking secretly in his heart, but Nia Yun had already discovered the target this time. They were a group of young men and women wearing different clothes. Nia Yun himself thought they were members of his own clan, but when he took a closer look, he suddenly felt something was wrong. There were very few peak-level warriors in the clan who participated in the competition. Nia Yun had met most of them in person, and even if they were not familiar with them, they could still call out their names. But these people not far away all have unfamiliar faces. Nia Yun couldn't help frowning as he looked at this group of people, and he felt a little dazed for a moment. Who are these people? Why do they appear in the competition? Suddenly Nia Yun saw a face in the crowd. After staying on his face for a few seconds, doubts filled his heart. Suddenly, Nia Yun seemed to have thought of something, and his pupils suddenly shrank. There was a group of people hiding in the dense forest of the valley 500 meters away. At this moment, Nia Yun was lying on a slope, looking down from a high place, and his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle-tip. Because he recognized two of the people in the group. Luo Xing and Yang Zian. One is the eldest young master of the Luo family, Luo Xing, and the other is the darling of the Yang family, Yang Zian. Nia Yun had quite an impression on these two people. The first time Nia Yun and the former met was in the auction house, competing for the mysterious stone. At that time, he thought that Nia Yun was the one hired by the auction house to raise the price, so he gave the stone to Nia Yun. And Yang Zian, Nia Yun saw her at first sight, because he was indeed something special. When Nia Yun first entered the Monster Mountain range to experience an upgrade, the first person he killed was Yang Zian's younger brother. After Nia Yun returned to Qingyang town, he did some research and found out that the Yang family had gone crazy looking for Yang Yun. They even posted a reward notice at the gate of the city, offering a reward for clues. And what do the dozen or so peak warriors around him do? One doubt after another kept lingering in Nia Yun's mind. Crunch! At this moment, a very inappropriate sound sounded beside Nia Yun. It's Nia Feng. He moved his body slightly, but while moving, his disabled and stiff legs accidentally stepped on a dead branch that had long since rotted, making a soft sound. Normally, this little noise would not be enough to attract any attention, but now there is such a tense and noisy atmosphere. It's like a bolt from the blue. Who? Yang Zian, who had extremely sensitive senses, was the first to realize something was wrong and shouted in the direction of Nia Yun. This sound immediately attracted the attention of everyone else, and the next moment they all rushed towards Nia Yun. Fuck! Run! Seeing this situation, Nia Yun did not hesitate and immediately chose to run away. Just kidding, Nia Yun is not some brainless and passionate young man. What he was facing now was not a general in the family. Instead, there were a dozen opponents who were in the same realm as him or even several realms higher than him. In just a blink of an eye, after taking Nia Feng into the space within his body, he used the earth escape technique, and his body immediately merged into the earth, and he quickly escaped deep into the ground. No matter what the purpose of this group of people was, no matter whether they were enemies or friends, at least in their current state, Nia Yun did not dare to face them directly. What's more, this kind of person is obviously evil at first glance. Tens of breaths later, two figures immediately appeared on the spot where Nia Yun left. It was Yang Zian and Luo Xing. After looking around carefully, Luo Xing turned to the girl with long purple hair next to him and said, "Are you sure there was really someone here just now?" "I'm sure that my spiritual power is very powerful in increasing the five senses," Yang Zian said with a very sure tone. At the same time, the other dozen or so peak warrior realm people also arrived in an instant. Search! No matter who it is, he can't run far. Seeing the people around her gathered around, Yang Zian waved her hand and said coldly, "We must not ruin our plan because of such a trivial matter. We will see people alive and dead or corpses.
Seeing Yang Xian's determined tone, Luo Xing immediately agreed without any hesitation.
Before he finished speaking, the remaining dozen or so peak warriors immediately centered on the original spot and quickly rushed towards the front in different directions.
After a stick of incense. After 2 sticks of incense. After 3 sticks of incense.
But as time passed by, each of the warriors who had just been sent out used messenger talismans to report back the situation. Without exception, no trace of anyone was found.
In addition, although this place also belongs to the Nye family's sphere of influence, it is already close to the edge. Going south is getting deeper and deeper into the Monster Mountain range. It is absolutely impossible to go in this direction.
It is impossible for any cultivator not to know how dangerous it is in the Monster Mountain range.
But what about the other 3 directions?
The north side was restricted, because they came from the north. If the eavesdropper had the strength to pass by them openly in front of them, there would be no need to escape. Then there are only 2 directions left, east and west. To the west is a dead-end road, and at the end is a bottomless cliff.
So the eavesdropper just now most likely ran towards the east.
But the problem is, from the time of eavesdropping to being discovered by Yang Xian and others, it only took a total of 20 breaths. Unless it was Nye Lingyu, the first genius of the Nye family, they couldn't think of anyone who could run away without a trace in such a short period of time. But at this time, their intelligence showed that it was impossible for Nye Lingyu to appear here. But no matter how much they thought, they never imagined that the person they were looking for was actually standing still at the same place at this moment. It's just tens of meters underground in the same place. The earth escape technique allows one's body to fuse with the soil.
It is extremely powerful in terms of concealment and mobility.
The only drawback is that the consumption of spiritual energy is terrifying. For an ordinary warrior at the peak level, he would have been completely exhausted in just 10 minutes.
It's the kind of person who is really exhausted of spiritual power, with no spiritual power at all in his daintian.
If anyone else had encountered this situation, they would have been thousands of miles away. But Nye Yun, an expert and brave man, just stayed where he was and didn't move.
Nye Yun is different from others.
He never fights an uncertain battle, so he has a very sufficient reserve of elixirs and talismans, especially chi-tonifying elixirs, which are life-saving things. He has hundreds of them stored in his body. But this is not where his confidence lies in taking risks. His confidence lies in the fact that he has practiced the 9 transformations of mind technique. Don't forget what is the first skill given to Nye Yun by the 9 turns of mind technique. The spiritual power recovery speed is increased by 80%. With this, Nye Yun is completely unafraid of protracted battles in any duel at the same level. According to Nye Yun's estimation, if there is no interference from other external forces and there is supplementation, the chi building pill in the space inside Nye Yun's body, it is not a problem to operate the earth escape technique for an hour or 2 under the current conditions. Putting the 2 together, this is the confidence Nye Yun dares to stay. Although he was dozens of meters underground, Nye Yun could still clearly hear the conversation just now on the ground. But even with the earth escape technique, Nye Yun was still very nervous.
After all, the Yang family's spiritual power is a powerful skill that can only be practiced by direct bloodline.
Because this technique is extremely effective, it is extremely famous throughout Xingyang town, and this unknown poem is even widely circulated among major families.
Exactly.
In the cold winter of the 12th lunar month, the sky is covered with snow, and the birds in thousands of mountains have no bows or strings. Where can I find the traces of all things, all in the spiritual world? It is unknown who composed this poem, but it has been circulated in Xingyang town for many years and can even be passed down orally. It just proves the powerful investigative ability of Yang Jialing Yi Gong. It is precisely because of this that Luo Xing has no doubts about the results of Yang Xian's investigation. But now Nye Yun is more concerned about the conversation on the ground. We must not ruin our plan because of such a trivial matter.
We will live and die or see corpses. Plan? What's the plan? This sentence immediately made Nye Yun feel a little uneasy.
He felt that this competition was about to change.
Cave Beasts in Unknown Valley Cave has a wide entrance, with room for 3 or 4 adults to enter side by side.
Moving his eyes forward, the cave was heading downwards with a certain slope. Looking inside, even if the sun was shining brightly during the day, the cave was still extremely dark, making it look a bit eerie. But the further you go, the wider the space in the cave becomes. At this moment, deep in the cave, there are 3 people wearing the smart clothes of Nya family disciples. The leader has sword eyes and starry eyebrows, his upper body is as tall as a spear, and his long hair is neatly combed behind him. This person is none other than Nya Lingyu. He started practicing Qi at the age of 8 and broke through to the warrior realm at the age of 14, only 1 year behind Nya Yun. Before Nya Yun was deposed, his glory would always be overshadowed by Nya Yun. When people in the tribe mention the word genius, they only think of him, Nya Yun, who broke through to the warrior realm at the age of 13 and is the number 1 in the Nya family in the past century. But he subconsciously ignored another genius who was only a few months behind Nya Yun, but who had also broken through to the warrior realm. He is Nya Lingyu. He is the favorite to win this family competition. It is the lineage of the great elder Nya Chibai that has reached the pinnacle of family power, gradually raising the hope that everyone expects. After Nya Yun's daintian was shattered, he was the well-deserved number 1 genius of the Nya family. But at this moment, he was very cautiously looking ahead and waiting. In the realm of martial arts, as long as it is not particularly dark, you have reached the point where you can see at night. In addition, many luminous stones for lighting are deliberately placed around Nya Lingyu and the others, making the dark cave seem like daylight. Slowly, there was a rustling sound, which could not be detected and began to slowly approach them. The sound sounded like someone changing clothes, but also like the caressing of leaves. As the sound grew louder, Nya Lingyu and the others could clearly see a huge creature appearing in front of them. One glance at the senses. Black. Incomparably black. An extremely huge black spider slowly crawled out from the dark corner. The whole body is covered with hair like wolf hair, more than 2 meters in diameter, 2 on each side, a total of 8 spider legs over 3 meters in length, dark and as straight as a spear. With every step forward, the slender front part of the spider legs they will pierce into the soil silently. The moment this big spider saw Nya Lingyu, its 8 spider legs moved rapidly, and even brought up a series of illusory shadows. In just the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Nya Lingyu, raised his 2 front legs and stabbed towards Nya Lingyu's throat. As soon as the front legs are lifted, the entire spider's abdomen will inevitably be exposed. And with this exposure, Nya Lingyu recognized his type with just one glance. With the long sword in hand, he thrust it upwards, using the spider's huge body as a fulcrum, and rolled towards the bottom of the spider, thus avoiding the blow. At the same time, the position at this moment has undergone some subtle changes due to the incident just now. Now it was the spider that was surrounded by the 3 people. On the spider's abdomen, there are some messy white stripes. These stripes are in sharp contrast with its black body. These white stripes actually outline a terrifying and ferocious human face on its abdomen. Xiaowu, this is a human-faced demon spider, be careful of his sudden attack and his poison. Nya Lingyu took a deep breath and said this sentence in a calm voice. Because although the man-faced demon spider is powerful, this second-level peak man-faced demon spider is obviously still within the range that he can handle. What's more, there are 2 Deadpools around him who have been adopted by their father since childhood to protect him. This does not violate the rules of the competition, because the adopted son of a family elder can be counted as a clan member. The human-faced demon spider has always been known for its violence. Even if it was only for the second-level peak, even if there were 2 martial arts masters outside the country, Nya Lingyu, who was regarded as the second-level martial artist, it took a lot of effort to kill this human-faced demon. The spider was taken care of. The current man-faced demon spider is no longer as majestic and domineering as before. The 8 spear-like spider legs have been chopped off and now only 3 are left to support the unstable body. The 2 rows of vertical eyes were also injured by hidden weapons. Only a bloody mess was left. Now he is lying softly, like fish on a chopping board, with more air coming in and less air coming out, falling to the ground, ready to be slaughtered. Brother, you, just let me finish him off, and I won't bother you to do it yourself. The taller of the 2 Deadpools said in a flattering tone. As he spoke, he walked forward quickly and came to the man-faced demon spider. He held the mountain-cutting sword tightly with both hands, raised it high above the head of the whole country, and then slashed down, trying to split the human-faced demon spider in half alive. The man-faced spider, a second-level peak monster, has a high probability of producing crystal nuclei in its body. However, even if no crystal core is produced in the brain, you can still use the spider's legs to take them back as a trophy to earn points. The knife went down, carrying the power of breaking through the air, and struck firmly on the strong shell of the man-faced demon spider. When the knife went down, sparks flew everywhere. The man-faced demon spider made no movement, as if it was completely dead. Another knife, and it went down hard. But before the sword struck, the human-faced demon spider exploded. The huge body exploded without warning, and blue and highly poisonous spider blood splashed out in all directions. This human-faced demon spider, at the last moment of its life, would rather blow itself up and fight to the death than show any thought of begging for mercy. The surrounding sand, gravel, and soil were instantly corroded, and sizzling black flames erupted. Because the incident happened suddenly, almost all of Nia Lingyu and the other two people were caught in the attack. Especially the nearest Nia, whose dead attendant, he was the closest, and the one whose whole body was corroded the most. Almost all the skin on his body seemed to be burnt. As for Nia Lingyu, who had the highest level of cultivation, his clothes were completely ruined at this moment. Trash! Nia Lingyu felt the pain coming from his body and cursed. But then he began to treat the Deadpool, who suffered the most severe corrosion burns. After all, this was the power left to him by his father as a guarantee. Otherwise, according to his nature, this deadbeat would have been dragged into prison and tortured until he was disabled. After taking out a healing pill, he gave it to the Deadpool. The three of them began to adjust their breath and make adjustments on the spot. But before time had passed, 2 rows of eyes with a faint green light appeared behind Nia Lingyu and the others. P.S. I have to take a day off to fall in love with my girlfriend. Who? The appearance of such an untimely sound at this time immediately made Nia Lingyu feel chills, and he suddenly became vigilant. The three stood up, pulled out the weapons they were wearing, and looked at the entrance of the cave where they came from. They were highly concentrated and fully prepared to deal with it. The footsteps echoing in the cave gradually grew from a slight friction that could only be heard with a pricked ear, to a level that was loud and clear. A few breaths later, on the road where Nia Lingyu and the others came, a dozen people slowly walked up. After taking a closer look, he was surprised to find that all of them were at the lowest level of a warrior, the peak level. They are divided into 2 teams. The 3 people in front formed a team, and the others spread out to form another team, following the 3 people one after another, blocking the entire empty space at the entrance of the cave with no room for escape. But after Nia Lingyu glanced around for a week, his heart was calm and unruffled. When he saw the leader of the team in front, he couldn't help but look startled. Then in an instant, his eyes narrowed into a dangerous slit, and he said in a cold voice, "Nia Bing, what do you mean?" That's right, the leader of this group is Nia Bing, the son of the second elder of the Nia family. Nia Bing, do you know the consequences of colluding with outsiders to harm family disciples? Nia Lingyu glanced at Luo Xing and Yang Zian, who were coming hand in hand, as well as the dozen or so thugs at the peak of the martial arts realm behind them. He said again in a stern voice. The murderous aura around him spread out to all directions without any concealment. There were constant attacks in the empty cave. Echoed Nia Lingyu's words. As the Nia family's #1 talent, he is not a flower vase, but he is the Nia family's #1 who has outright killed him. Stop talking nonsense. Nia Lingyu, today next year will be your death anniversary. No matter how talented you are today, you will die here. The #1 in the family competition can only be me. If you want to blame me, I can only blame you for not being born at the right time. Nia Bing did not hide the killing intent in his eyes and responded in the same ferocious voice. Go on, kill him for me. He raised the giant axe in his hand and pointed it at Nia Lingyu, with a ruthless look in his eyes as he shouted in a low voice. Brush, brush. A dozen figures moved in response and ran towards Nia Lingyu and the others, but they did not launch an attack immediately. Instead, they scattered around, trying to surround them first and completely cut off his escape route. No, we must not be surrounded. We must break out immediately. Otherwise, we will have a narrow escape today. When Nia Lingyu saw this, he was secretly shocked and immediately prepared to retreat deeper into the cave. But after all, they had just experienced a battle with the man-faced demon spider, and both their mental and spiritual power had been greatly depleted. In addition, there was also a wounded person, so he didn't go far before he was surrounded by people. All of a sudden, various attacks broke out, including swords, flint, spears and poisonous arrows. Their weapons collided with each other, and various explosion sounds were heard. The sword intent continued, and the sound of slashing came one after another. Under this situation, Nie Lingyu still showed a fierce offensive, causing the enemies on the other side to be continuously injured and reduced in number. Although Nie Lingyu was extremely talented and resisted with all his strength, he was unable to defeat the four-handed opponent with his two fists. He quickly suffered many injuries on his body, and his neat and luxurious clothes quickly turned into a tattered beggar's attire. At the same time, on the other side, Nie Bing bowed slightly to the other two people and said softly with a hint of compromise, "You two, now we are grasshoppers on the same rope. Please give me a helping hand to kill them. Nie Lingyu, when I win the first place in the competition, everything I promised before will be fulfilled." Luo Xing on the side, after hearing this, raised his head and laughed 3 times in response. "Ha ha, what are you talking about? We are all brothers. Since we are here, we will naturally go all out." His Chinese character face, a full beard, and an exaggerated heavy knife on his back made this scene particularly terrifying. Take people's money to eliminate disasters for them, and I will spare no effort. As Yang Xian's clear voice sounded, the 3 of them went hand in hand to kill Nie Lingyu and the others. "Nie Lingyu, you should just surrender. Do you think you still have the need to resist? The 3 of us are at the same level as you, and the rest of the people you brought are also at the peak warrior level. With such a huge disparity in strength, do you think you can still make a comeback? A chance?" Luo Xing looked contemptuous and said with a smile. Now the strength gap between the two sides is very different. In terms of numbers, Nie Lingyu's side is very disadvantaged, with only 3 people. Moreover, among the 3 of them, only he has reached the realm of martial arts masters, while the other 2 are only at the peak of martial arts realm. If it were any other time, the peak warrior realm, although not a top character, would still be an outstanding player among the crowd. But at this moment, facing more than 10 peak warriors and 3 martial masters, it seems a little stretched. After carefully sensing the auras of the 3 strongest people, an imperceptible light flashed across Nie Lingyu's stagnant face. Although the 3 people opposite him are all in the same martial arts realm as himself. But Luo Xing, who is the highest among them, is only a second-level martial artist, and the other 2, Nie Bing and Yang Xian, are only first-level martial artists. He is at the 4th level of martial arts master, and with all kinds of methods available, he might not be able to defeat 1 against 3. But even so, the situation is not optimistic. After all, those dozen thugs who were at the peak level of warriors were not just beautiful vases. Once they all rush over and one of them cannot resist, it will be easy to die on the spot. After thinking about it, if you want to kill me, you can try it. Under this situation, instead of being nervous, Nie Lingyu chuckled, then took out a palm-sized, compass-shaped object from his arms and slapped it on the ground. Instantly, with the compass as the center of the circle, a semicircular light shield bloomed, and at lightning speed, Nie Lingyu and the others were enveloped in it. The light shield extended outward until the entire space of several meters in radius was enveloped. After the cover, the photomask stopped extending outward. At this moment, Nie Lingyu stood up slowly with the formation plate in hand. He looked at Nie Binghan with a gloomy face and said, "You are very good. In order to plot against me, you actually united with other families to deal with me. It's just a pity." Just as he was talking, Nie Lingyu suddenly changed the subject. "It's a pity. After all, you still missed a move. This Earth Volcano in teleportation array was obtained from the auction house at a huge cost. Its defensive power is not to mention that of a martial artist. Even if it is the king of martial realm can also withstand the time of a stick of incense, but it only takes a few breaths for me to teleport away from here. You will lose this round after all. I will truthfully report to the family what you have done. When the time comes, according to the clan rules, you just have to wait for Xing Fadong to serve you, and your whole family will be implicated because of you." After saying that, he looked at lovers Luo Xing and Yang Xian again, and his words were still sharp.
And you two families actually dare to assassinate the heir of the Nye family, so be prepared to bear the wrath of the Nye family. Luo Xing and others frowned, but did not speak. However, Nye Bing seemed to be an irrelevant person, holding his hands on his chest, quietly looking at Nye Lingyu in the light shield. See you after the competition. After leaving these words, Nye Lingyu used all his spiritual energy to pour into the array. In an instant, white light enveloped the entire cave, completely dyeing the place into a white halo. Just when Nye Lingyu's figure was about to completely dissipate and escape into the channel opened by the teleportation formation, an accident happened suddenly. Nye Mo, who had been silent since he stood up, was actually at the last moment when the transmission was completed. A knife. It hit the array plate and forcibly interrupted the transmission. Loyal Deadpool. Puff. Nye Lingyu felt a sweetness in his throat. Qi and blood surged into his heart, and he immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood. You? Nye Lingyu looked at Nye Mo and was so angry that he couldn't express it in words. His eyes were splitting, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Seeing this scene, Nye Bing couldn't help laughing proudly. Ha 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 ha, surprise or not, unexpected or not, I have been planning for this moment for 7 years. Without waiting for Nye Lingyu to say anything, he continued, I have put a lot of effort into cultivating him. What do you think of this gift, my dear young master Nye? At this moment, Nye Lingyu was already in tatters, covered in blood, and looked like he was at the end of his fight. Nye, who had already died in the melee just now, and Nye Mo's rebellion was like the straw that broke the camel's back. Now, Nye Lingyu. One person is facing the encirclement of more than a dozen people, and each one of them is the best among their peers. There is no way out now. It can be called a desperate situation. Cough, cough, cough. The violent cough caused by the backlash of the formation disc opened many wounds on the chest. Covering the wound with one hand, he retreated step by step until he was pressed against the wall of the cave, unable to retreat. Originally, he at least had the option of dying together, but the backlash was too severe. This time, he directly became a piece of fish on the chopping board. Pulling himself together, he gasped for air and leaned against the wall of the cave, using his other hand to hold his sword on the ground to stabilize his body. His eyes glanced around, especially towards Nye Mo. His murderous intent was extremely awe-inspiring. Nye Lingyu, you will die here today, so you should give up your struggle. We can keep your body intact. Nye Bing spoke again. After all, a skinny camel was bigger than a horse. He was also afraid that Nye Lingyu had some trump card, but he did not investigate it. Nye Lingyu, who slowly sat down on the ground with his back against the cave wall, looked at Nye Bing in front of him, who was trying to persuade him to surrender. After a long sigh, he seemed to have really given up the struggle and said with a sad face, now that I'm going to die, can you please let me be a sensible person? Although this sentence was meant for everyone present, Nye Lingyu's eyes were always fixed on Nye Mo, never leaving, and his tone was extremely angry. It was a cold winter and the mountains were covered with heavy snow. If it hadn't been for my father to kill you, you were picked up from the snowdrift, and you didn't know you had died in the belly of that wild dog. You are not related to my Nye family and have adopted you for more than 10 years. You touch your conscience and say, I am yelling you. But I'll wait for you to show off at all. Over the years, you have eaten my food and lived in my house. You have been protected from the wind and rain. You have practiced with me. Regardless of your father's objections, I have taught you the upper-level cultivation method. The resources for cultivation have not been inferior to yours. When you reach a bottleneck, I will also invite experts from the family to help you clear up your doubts and help you reach the peak level of a warrior you are today. Why did you betray me? Especially when it came to the last sentence, Nye Lingyu almost roared in a hysterical tone. A pair of bloody eyes stared intently at Nye Mo, the traitor who had done bad things at this critical moment. That kind of angry look in his eyes, as if he wanted to eat him alive the next moment. Seeing the arrogant number one genius in the family with disheveled hair, Nye Bing began to laugh wildly from the bottom of his heart. In order to avoid long nights and dreams, it's better to just kill him. Luo Xing said worriedly. But by this time, Nye Bing was no longer anxious and simply rejected the idea. Then let you be a wise man before you die. As he said that, he looked at Nyamo and waved his hand, and then Nyamo took a few steps forward and walked to the middle of the crowd. This Nyamo has been very calm and sophisticated since he was a child, which is why he was selected as Nyelingyu's personal bodyguard. But at this moment, he lost his usual composure, and his face was filled with a crazy smile. It was the excitement of a wish coming true, the madness of being about to get revenge. Nya Lingyu. He roared with a ferocious face and kept talking. Don't you want to know? Then why not tell you? You said that it was your father who picked me up from the snowdrift that winter, and it was because of you that I achieved what I have achieved now. But, as he spoke, Nyamo's expression changed from madness to grief, and he continued to talk with red eyes. But, do you ever remember that your father slaughtered an entire mortal village of hundreds of people because a mortal child accidentally bumped into him? That includes my parents. But in order to keep me alive, my parents buried our infant brothers and us in the cold snowdrift, but unfortunately, we were still found. Do you know why I didn't die? Nyamo asked with red eyes and bloodshot eyes. Because my bones are very good, reaching the level of a genius, almost as good as you. It is precisely because of this that your father kept me. He thought I was still young and ignorant. But what he didn't know was that I was born with early intelligence. Although my memory was very vague, after many years of secret investigation, I finally knew the truth of the matter. 8 years ago, my brother had a hidden disease due to his mission and was unable to complete the training you said was required. He was trained more and more continuously. In the end, his body could not support it and he was trained to death by you. 3 years ago, my lover, Tweety, he was assigned to you as a bodyguard, but you coveted his beauty and defiled him. Even so, you still didn't let him go, and sent her to the monster mountains to collect rot. In the end, she was infected with rot and died in the monster mountains. Not even a complete corpse was left behind. Over the years, you said that you have led me well, but in fact, you just want to train me to be your thug. Everything about me is controlled by you. The more Nyamo talked, the more excited he became. So, you've been planning everything from the beginning, right? Nyelingyu couldn't help but interrupted Nyamo's words. As a slave, you must have the consciousness of a slave. If it weren't for my father, no matter how talented you are, would your mortal family be able to afford the resources for your cultivation? They are just a few mortals. I don't know how many people are willing to exchange them for your current glory and wealth. Don't be born in a world where you are blessed and don't know how blessed you are. Listening to Nya Lingyu's arrogant and nonchalant tone, Nyamo, who had endured it for more than 10 years, finally became angry. Shut up! I will kill you today to avenge my parents. Before he finished speaking, Nyamo rushed towards Nya Lingyu with a fine steel sword. Weak. This battle was the first time the Nya family faced off against his personal bodyguard. Hey, that's interesting. Don't worry, this kind of good show doesn't happen often. Nya Bing saw the scene in front of him, and the smile on his lips became stronger and stronger. Now Nya Lingyu is at the end of his career, while Nyamo is at his prime. Although he is at a disadvantage, his abilities are all pure killing skills. After being a swordsman for more than 10 years, and now he suddenly bites the master, he has a great advantage. I want to see what Nya Lingyu should do. The cave is wide, the ground is rugged, and the rocks are jagged. There are constant footsteps beneath you, endless echoes in your ears, and the blood in your heart is boiling. This battle was what Nyamo had been thinking about day and night for the past 20 years. Eyes pulled back. Nyamo ran towards Nya Lingyu and instantly closed the distance between him and Nya Lingyu. Suddenly, he turned his palm over and several 3-inch steel needles appeared in his palm. Nya Lingyu's expression was as usual, without any change. He quietly watched Nyamo advance quickly, his body motionless, but the long sword in his right hand was slowly raised. Suddenly, Nya Lingyu's feet suddenly moved, and he took several large steps in succession. Instead of retreating, he advanced and rushed towards Nyamo. This situation was beyond everyone's expectation, but Nyamo quickly adjusted his mentality and shot the steel needle in his hand forward. Nya Lingyu rushed over, and in a flash, the steel needle missed him. The distance between the two people continued to close, and the surrounding atmosphere seemed to have an unyielding coldness. Clang!
At this moment, the two weapons connected, making a harsh sound of weapons clashing, and both of them were knocked back a few steps.
Damn it, I'm going to kill you. Nyamo was furious and rushed over again.
But this time, due to his rage, a flaw was revealed, and Nyelingyu seized the opportunity. One sword cut off the hand tendon.
Ah!
In an instant, Nyamo let out a miserable cry, and the severe pain caused his body to tremble slightly. Bullying him again, Nyelingyu pointed the tip of his sword straight at his throat, leaving no room for killing with every move.
Clang!
At this last critical moment, Nyamo held his long knife across his throat, acting as a shield, and reluctantly made the killing blow, but the powerful force still penetrated the blade and hit the fragile throat. In an instant, he took several steps back and felt like the world was spinning. His vision went dark, and he fell to the ground without moving again.
It seems to be different from what I thought. Someone murmured. It's boring. I thought there would be a good show. Nyabing frowned in displeasure.
At the same time, Nyamo felt filled with despair.
Yes, he gave up.
Now he only feels that his eyelids are heavy and he wants to sleep and be done with it. But scenes from his past slowly began to emerge in his mind.
Childhood.
Husband, this is our child.
With such a talent, what name should we give them?
Run quickly, take Chinger and the others away as far as possible, don't come back. This child has a good talent.
Let's keep him here without killing him. He can be brought back to the mansion to be properly trained.
Youth. Brother, I may not be able to accompany you until the day of revenge.
I have to go to accompany my parents first. You must not fail. Mo, you already know that, right? I'm no longer clean and I'm not worthy of you. Tomorrow I'm going to collect mulch from the Monster Mountain Range. Just forget about me. And, now. As a slave, you must have the consciousness of a slave. You should be humble by birth, and you should dedicate everything to me.
Ah!
What? What?
I am so capable of losing, how could I fall here, how could this be?
I want you to die. I want you to die. I want you to die.
For father, for mother, for the souls of more than a dozen people in my family. For my brother.
For my love. I want you to die. I want you. Boom, 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 boom.
His heart was like a huge drum beating continuously in his chest, his eardrums were shaking, and Nyemo's eyes now bloomed with a breathtaking light. I can't just fail here. The enemy is right in front of you, and you have been forbearing for decades just for this moment.
I want revenge. For my family, I have to stand up. For my lover, I have to stand up.
For my brother, I will stand up. Nyemo clenched his fists tightly, and the suffocating pain in his throat left him at this moment. He felt as if there was a lion in his chest, waking up from his deep sleep, opening his huge mouth inside and roaring continuously. At this moment, it seemed as if he was not fighting alone. My family, lovers, and brothers are all looking at me, I can't fall.
This moment.
He felt that his body was filled with inexhaustible power.
It's an unprecedented feeling. At the same time, in the eyes of outsiders, Nyemo's aura was also rising.
Although he was still at the peak of the warrior realm, the next moment, a voice came from the void.
It seemed like something was broken.
Immediately afterwards, a more powerful aura began to appear on Nyemo's body, slowly replacing the initial aura that lacked stamina.
What's going on?
The crowd fell silent.
He actually broke through during the battle. He broke through to the realm of a martial artist. Someone shouted. Immediately. Everyone was shocked. What a talent, you can actually break through in battle. Yang Xian's lips moved slightly.
Luo Xing's eyes narrowed slightly, and the look he looked at Nyemo began to contain some vague murderous intent.
It's really exciting. Let me witness the duel between two geniuses.
Nye Bing smiled with great interest. However, Nyemo was not in the mood to care about this now. All he could think about now was revenge. He only has one thought in his mind now: revenge. Did you achieve a breakthrough? Nia Lingyu lowered his eyes and watched Niamo slowly stand up step by step.
You will die today.
Niamo roared, raised his long knife, and rushed towards him at an extremely fast speed.
The figure even brought up after images.
Nia Lingyu didn't speak, just watched him rush over quietly.
Then a cold light flashed in his hand. Swish!
A burst of sword light flashed.
1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds.
How could this happen? The next moment, Niamo's eyes darkened.
The head is separated. Thump. Niamo just fell to the ground. He just died. Died on the road to revenge. Because you are too weak.
Nia Lingyu said softly.
With the best move.
All the sounds in the cave stopped abruptly at this moment. The wonderful expressions of the other people in the cave were completely frozen on their faces.
The whole cave fell into dead silence for an instant.
Nia Lingyu held a sword in one hand and stood upright, but the wounds on his body were constantly dripping with blood, and soon his clothes were dyed blood red.
Call. A gust of cold wind blew away everyone's shock.
Nia Lingyu's hair trembled slightly due to the wind, and his tall body stood upright, as if the seriously injured person was not him at all. His cold eyes slowly scanned the crowd, but he said nothing.
A sword. Kill the same level instantly.
This, Yang Xian's pupils trembled. We can't keep this person, otherwise if we give him time to practice, in more than 10 years, the Nia family will be the only one among the 4 major families.
Luo Xing thought to himself. Everyone has evil intentions at the moment. I can't keep you.
Nia Bing shouted with a ferocious look on his face. In an instant, everyone attacked Nia Lingyu together.
Then let's die together.
Nia Lingyu laughed 3 times, took out 2 green talismans from the storage bag, and held them in his hand.
This is Thunder Talisman.
Nia Bing, who was at the front, reacted first and wanted to escape, but it was too late.
Boom boom boom. Xuanjie Talisman, Heavenly Thunder Talisman.
Just put it to use in Nia Lingyu's hands. In an instant, thunder fell from the sky, but Nia Lingyu and the others were in an underground cave. Therefore, the 2 thunder talismans did not strike down, but struck the ground above the cave.
The first thunder talisman made the cave extremely unstable.
Debris began to fall continuously, and cracks were everywhere as far as the eye could see.
The second thunder talisman fell, directly cut through the entire cave.
The next moment, the cave collapsed.
Boom, boom, countless rubble poured down, and everyone was buried. Suddenly, an extremely uneasy vibration was felt for miles around.
The deafening sound spread for more than 10 miles. The dust spread all over the sky and gradually turned into a gray-black sky, blocking the sunlight. Where the man-faced demon spider's cave used to be, a big hole now sunk in. Tisk, TSK, it seems the fight is over and it's our turn to play. On a high slope not far from the battlefield, there were 2 young men with very similar faces, leisurely eating wild fruits and basking in the sun. One of them pulled a handful of grass blades and wiped his hands, and said lightly. After hearing this, the other person hurriedly stuffed all the sweet and sour wild fruits into his mouth in 3 or 2 gulps. The juice in his mouth flowed horizontally, and he did not forget to nod his head at the same time.
These 2 people are Nia Yun and the others. Eat slowly, don't rush for a while.
Seeing Nia Feng's panic in front of him, Nia Yun also said with a smile in his eyes. After discovering that there were people from other families, Nia Yun immediately felt something was wrong. But he did not act rashly. Instead, he followed Nia Feng carefully from a distance, trying to see if he could fish in troubled waters. This is not because Nia Yun is arrogant, but because he is confident in his own strength and escape skills.
After all, if you can't fight, you can still run. Get up. It's time to get to work. The fight was so fierce. I don't know who was so unlucky, and I don't know if there is anything good left. Nia Yun thought to himself inadvertently. Not long after, the 2 of them arrived at the cave entrance of the collapsed man-faced demon spider. To be precise, it can't even be regarded as a cave entrance.
It would be an exaggeration to say that it is a sinkhole.
What appeared in front of Nyayan now was a sinkhole with a diameter of more than 100 meters and a depth of several feet. It might be a little difficult for Nyefong to go down from this height. Then he turned to Nyefong and said, "You are on guard here. If anything happens, use this talisman to send a message to me." With that said, Nyayan took out the transmission note instrument that he had exchanged from the system not long ago from his storage bag and handed it to Nyefong. Zimu Talisman, a special talisman with no fixed grade. It is related to the realm and strength of the refiner. It is divided into two categories: Zimu Talisman, 1-to-1 sound transmission, cheap, and relatively simple to refine, and Group Talisman, contrary to the former, expensive to make, and difficult to refine. By pouring spiritual energy into it, you can communicate with the Harmony Talisman. Note, not a one-time use, it can be used continuously as long as it is not damaged. Whether it is weapons or talismans and elixirs, their grades from high to low are arranged in the order of heaven, earth, black, yellow, and mortal. Generally speaking, Huan-level talismans are sufficient for transmitting talismans, but in order to ensure that no accidents occur, the talismans that Nyayan redeemed were all top-quality yellow-level talismans. The best Huan level, this is the existence of half-step Shin level. This is not because Nyayan has points but no place to spend them, but if the transmission instrument is a yellow level 1, although it is not a one-time consumable, it will be worn out. After a long time, it will still have to be replaced. So simply, Nyayan gritted his teeth and got rid of a pair of top-grade yellow-level talismans. Don't ask why you don't buy Xuanjia, because it's just too expensive. After taking the talisman, Nyefong immediately left the place without any hesitation. After Nyefong left, Nyayan used the earth escape technique and escaped towards the ground. The man-faced demon spider's cave has long since disappeared. Now Nyayan can only rely on his own senses to wander around underground like a headless fly to see if he can pick up some good things. 50 meters underground, still going down hundreds of meters underground, still nothing was found. Whether to continue diving, he heard a slight sound in his ears. Following the sound, Nyayan used his earth escape technique to escape. Not long after, a man was found between a huge boulder. Ha ha ha, a good start. Because he was underground, there was no way to take out the wind shadow sword and use it, so Nyayan sneaked to the man's side. When he got closer, Nyayan discovered that the man was seriously injured and on the verge of death. He was hanging with only one breath left. He died because of this boulder, and he lived because of this boulder. It was this boulder that injured him, and it was also this boulder that resisted all the gravel, allowing him to survive until now. But the lion fought the rabbit with all his strength, and Nyayan did not let down his guard because of this. After reaching his side, he stretched out his big hand and grabbed the man's throat. The iron cloth shirt was running, and there was a sudden force. Click! Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the 8th level warrior, gaining 1500 experience points, 1100 spiritual power points, and 700 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a yellow level high-grade longsword. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a bottle of poison elixir. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting, what a poor man. Then Nyayan took off all the valuable things on his body. Of course, the most important thing is the storage bag, which I will definitely not forget. I was so busy that I started looking for the next target. Miles away. After a burst of emerald green light flickered vaguely in the void for a few times, a person suddenly fell out of the void. Ahem, cough, fortunately, I'm better at it. This person was Nye Lingyu. After coughing out a few mouthfuls of blood, he recalled the big explosion just now, and a look of pain appeared on his face. It's just a pity that there are 2 thunder talismans and these 2 formation discs. With that said, Lingyu lifted it up and put it away, looking at the formation disc in your hand. It was covered with cracks and it was obviously no longer usable. This is not the earthly volcano in formation disc, which has been destroyed by Nye Mo long ago. The other teleportation formation disc is prepared by Nye Lingyu in case of emergencies. I didn't expect it to actually come in handy. Now that there is such a big commotion, the family will probably send someone to check it out later. Picking up the leaked spider cave. People with a smile.
The only fly in the ointment is that apart from the fact that the first one is luckier and still has one breath left, it provides me with a little experience. The rest of them were crushed by countless rubbles. Nia Yun would feel a little nauseous when he went to pick off their belongings. But it was only at the beginning. It wouldn't matter once you get used to it later. Slowly, the 10th. Number 11. Number 12. Hey, this one is pretty good. He's actually still alive. He was able to survive until now even though he had to bear it hard. The big hand stretched out, grabbed the throat, and with a strong force, broke the entire neck. Even if he wanted to resist, he couldn't resist as his whole body was pressed by gravel. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the 9th level warrior, gaining 1800 experience points, 700 spiritual power points, and 500 points. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the green leaf sword. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a bottle of spirit gathering pill. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a pair of personal underwear. Ha ha, finally there is someone richer. Go ahead and take off everything else on his body. Just when he was about to start looking for the next target, it was time for Nye Fong to send a message. His tone was urgent and a little anxious. Brother, let's go quickly. The family has sent someone over. I saw Nya Hong. I think Nye Ching will be here soon. Nya Yun cursed secretly in his heart. What a damn thing, why come at this time? He sensed that there were several people alive just in front of him. This was all from experience. There is no other way. Send a message to Nye Fong and go in one direction and let him go first. Nye Yun then looked around and found 2 more people who were still alive. Reach out. Hard. Just like dealing with a chicken, one hand cut off his throat. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the 9th level warrior, gaining 1800 experience points, 700 spiritual power points, and 500 points. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the 9th level warrior, gaining 1800 experience points, 700 spiritual power points, and 500 points. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the horn of the red-blooded beast. Without stopping too much, he took the storage bag from them and fled quickly. Soon. Next to the sinkhole in the man-faced spider's cave. Nye Ching is here. Immediately afterwards, 2 family elders came from the family and were sent to check the situation. After all, it is difficult not to notice such a big movement. With such power, it must be the Sky Thunder Talisman. I just don't know how Nya Lingyu is doing. He must be fine. A younger elder murmured with a solemn expression. I sensed it. There are still people alive. Please save them quickly. Another older elder said with joy in his heart, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off him. The next moment, the 3 elders jumped down from a height of several feet without too many tricks. After once again confirming the location of the survivors through spiritual consciousness, the rescue started directly, splitting mountains and rocks, and digging into the ground. As for Nye Ching, he was also among them. Firstly, in this situation, he had no shirking responsibility and had no reason to leave. Secondly, he also wanted to see who could force Nya Lingyu to use the Sky Thunder Talisman. After all, the person who could force Nya Lingyu to use the Sky Thunder Talisman was in the Nye family. Still only a few. Thirdly, it was a luxury hope, because Nya Yun, who was as slippery as a loach, was nowhere to be found in the Monster Mountain range. We can only hope that Nya Yun is among them. Southwest orientation. In a hidden underground cave. Nya Yun and Nye Fong sat facing each other. There was a pile of storage bags on the ground that looked like a small mountain. Nye Fong looked at these storage bags and his glasses were about to come out. Brother, are we going to get rich? Nye Feng's voice was still trembling a little, and his words were full of excitement. Ha ha ha. This kind of business must be fun without capital. Thinking of how many points the 2 of them could get by hunting monster beasts diligently. Grab it now. There are 7 or 8 storage bags. Although there is no statistics yet, all the things in these storage bags, but after thinking about it, those who can cultivate to this level are not from poor families. By the way, this is for you. Niayan said, taking out the green leaf sword that had just exploded from his storage bag, and handed it to Nia Fong. This sword is of a high-grade yellow rank. It is a solid and good sword. Haven't you never had a handy weapon? You can make do with this first, and I'll find you other weapons later. After hearing these words, Nia was not a hypocritical person and took the sword with both hands. Stand up and take a few steps back, holding the scabbard with one hand, gently moving the other hand. The Aoba sword was unsheathed. He turned his wrist slightly to hold a few sword flowers, and his body moved slightly, but just these few movements made Niayan a little surprised. Because the seemingly random moves were extremely natural, without any awkwardness of using a new weapon. Niayan even felt that with this sword, Niefeng's combat power could be increased to several levels. What do you think of this sword? Niayan said with a smile. Very good. It's much better than the previous one. I couldn't use my full strength on that sword before, for fear that it would break. Nia Fong nodded and said casually. That is to say, until now, because of the weapons, you have never shown your true full strength? Niayan asked with a black line on his face. Nia Fong did not reply, but nodded sincerely. I originally thought that I was already very low-key, but I didn't expect that Nia Fong was even more low-key than me. Holding a sword that is not easy to use, he has been fighting with him, and he has to worry all the time whether the sword will break on its own. Then Niayan took out 3 green leaves from the space inside his body and handed them to Nia Fong. 9-leaf organic grass, grade, 2nd grade efficacy. The leaves can be picked directly and taken. It can heal injuries in the realm of warriors. The effectiveness for warriors is halved. It has a slight inhibitory effect on toxins. Attachment: 9-leaf vitality grass is a special spiritual grass that can use spiritual power to promote the growth of leaves. Now Niayan has 2 storage places, one is an ordinary storage bag, and the other is the internal space. The storage bag is used to hold some miscellaneous items, but the internal space is different. It is used to hold more important things, such as the wind shadow knife, 9-leaf vitality grass, and black flame. The competition is about to come to an end, and it may be difficult to take care of you then. These are the leaves of the 9-leaf vitality grass, which can be taken directly to heal injuries. The effectiveness is 1 level better than the blood replenishing pill. Don't use it unless necessary. Nia Fong took it with both hands and nodded solemnly without saying a word. Rain Pear Blossom Needle Spider Cave. It's the scent of those 2 little bastards. Nia Qing's brows moved and he could distinguish the auras of Nia Yun and Nia Yun. So he made an excuse and left the scene in large strides. Time waits for no one. The competition is about to end. If I can't kill Nia Yun, I won't be able to escape death once the incident comes to light. At this moment, Nia Qing was very anxious. He secretly used his secret technique, desperately searching for the aura that was about to dissipate, and followed it. Previously, because this secret method was too costly to use, and because of the superiority of his realm, he never thought of using it, so Nia Yun was allowed to escape. By the time he made up his mind to use it, Nia Yun's aura could no longer be found. Every time he thought about this, Nia Chang wanted to give himself a few big mouths. Now that he finally found Nia Yun's traces again, he naturally couldn't make any more mistakes. After transmitting a message to Nia Hong and leaving his directions for him to follow quickly, he immediately hurried towards the direction Nia Yun left, rolling up countless remaining leaves on the ground. In the cave. After explaining everything, Nia Yun started looking for the target again. But this time the targets are no longer monsters, but those participating in the competition. Not long after leaving the cave, there was suddenly a powerful aura pressing towards Nia Yun and the others from behind. Not good. In just a moment, Nia Yun realized something was wrong. He kept moving his hands, trying to use the earth escape technique to lead Nia Fong away. But my own speed is fast, and that figure's speed is even faster. In just a blink of an eye, the figure in linen clothes came closer, stretched out his palm, gently grasped Nia Fong, and directly detained Nia Fong in midair. Little bastard, I finally found you. I couldn't catch you, so why can't I catch him? Nia Qing smiled ferociously and put some force in his hands. You'd better come out on your own, or I'll kill your brother. With Nia Qing's eyesight, he could naturally tell the difference between the two brothers Nia Feng and Nia Yunju. The two of them look very similar, but the only difference may be their eyes. Nia Yun's eyes were calm, showing no emotion. But Nia Feng was different. His eyes were full of edge, like a peerless sword ready to draw blood at any time. There was silence all around. Nia Qing twisted his neck left and right, and applied slight force to Nia Feng's palm. Crack, click. The sounds of broken bones began to come from Nia Feng's body. His whole body was broken, and blood flowed out of his body like a fountain. Rivers of blood flowed out of Nia Feng's body. Pat, pat. Fell to the ground. But Nia Feng only frowned. A pair of tiger mothers stared at Nia Qing without making any sound. Come out. Nia Qing yelled and increased his intensity again. Nia Qing was extremely panicked now. He had no way to deal with Nia Yun's escape skills, so he came up with this strategy to force Nia Yun to submit. But now the only thing he is getting is more and more fear. He was not afraid of Nia Yun's strength. He was afraid that if Nia Yun was really that kind of ruthless person who regarded brotherhood as nothing, then wouldn't he? The more Nia Qing thought about it, the more panicked he became. Old man, if you can, kill me, otherwise I will make you regret what you did today. What you did? What you did? This voice came out from Nia Feng's teeth, word by word with difficulty. When these words are spoken, it is tantamount to adding fuel to the fire. Really? But you don't have this chance anymore. Nia Qing was not angry but smiled. I heard that you have been practicing swordplay since you were a child. Now I will cut off your arm and destroy your meridians. I will make you live but not die. I will make you unable to take revenge in this life. Nia Yun, if you don't come out, I will cut off your brother's arm. Nia Qing roared again. This time, he used his spiritual power. His voice spread throughout the forest and shook people's eardrums. The strength in his hands continues unabated. Nia Feng's face had turned red to the color of pig liver at this moment. At first, his limbs were broken and bleeding, but now all his orifices are bleeding. Ha 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 ha! Nia Qing began to laugh crazily, as if he had seen his end after the competition. Good, good, good. Nia Yun. Didn't you expect that you are such a ruthless person who doesn't even care about your own brother's life? Nia Qing even said the last sentence in a growling tone. But what responded to him was still the incomparable silence and the flying birds. Despair. Just when he was about to really kill Nia Feng, a sound broke through the air from behind him and hit his back. This is a black arrow condensed from spiritual power. He didn't dodge, he turned around and with just one palm blow, the arrows were scattered, turning into bits of spiritual power and scattered in all directions. His eyes were fixed, and a figure appeared in the distance, and he could only be heard saying loudly, "Don't you just want to kill me? Come on." As he said that, Nia Yun spread his hands on both sides of his body, showing no defense. Don't think I don't know. As soon as I put him down, you will run away with your brother. Nia Qing was as delighted as hearing the sound of nature when he heard this voice, but he still did not relax his vigilance. If you don't kill me, you won't have a chance. Nia Yun smiled coldly, then turned around and prepared to leave. Don't leave, little bastard. Die. Nia Qing felt anxious when he saw this. He no longer cared about Nia Feng and rushed directly in the direction of Nia Yun. Chasing the soul is in hand. With the bow full, he shot 3 arrows in a row. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Nia Yun's 3 arrows were shot towards Nia Qing in a very tricky angle. Without any pause, the arrows condensed with spiritual power came to Nia Qing's side, and were either dodged nimbly, or simply shot away by the palm of his hand. The distance between the two was only 100 meters, and within a few breaths, Nia Qing was already approaching Nia Yun. You little bastard, take your life. An angry shout burst out from Nia Qing's mouth, which not only contained the pain of killing his son, but also vaguely contained a hint of relief. The spiritual energy gathered in the palm of his hand, and the powerful spiritual energy fluctuations around him even began to make the ground unbearable, causing cracks. At this moment, Nia Yun unhurriedly took out an inconspicuous black box about a foot long from the space inside his body. The other section of the black box looked coldly at Nia Ching, who was rushing towards him. Perhaps the pain of losing his son made him furious, or maybe he simply didn't believe that Nia Yin could hurt him, so he didn't notice it at all.
20 m, 10 meters. 5 meters.
The distance was getting closer and closer, as if Nia Yin's life was in his hands. The powerful spiritual pressure oppressed Nia Yin's body, and even his movement was somewhat restricted. Nia Yin looked at Nia Ching, who was getting closer and closer with the wind and residual clouds in front of him, and just whispered one sentence, which was very concise: goodbye. The black box that had been lifted up a long time ago did not reflect any light under the sunlight, and he gently pressed the button. At this moment, Nia Ching remembered a strange sound in his ears. The sound was like the clang of metal colliding with each other, and it was also accompanied by a harsh buzzing like a hornet's nest. Stormy pear blossom needle showed his true power at this moment. Numerous silver needles contaminated with poison kept flying out of the black box, hitting the target in front of them. Puff 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 puff. Along with a series of strange sounds, Nia Ching's originally fierce eyes turned into shock and despair. The blood bar above his head began to decrease rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ding 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 ding. Countless silver needles penetrated Nia Ching's body and hit the mountain wall behind him, making crisp sounds. At this moment, Nia Ching's footsteps finally stopped. His posture was still in an offensive posture, but countless bursts of blood bloomed on his body. Now the blood bar on Nia Ching's head has bottomed out. The distance between him and Nia Yin was only a few steps at the moment, but for the few steps that were usually easy, only a few steps could take Nia Yin's life.
But now it has become an insurmountable chasm.
At the next moment, his body finally lost its support and fell completely to the ground. Blood flowed out from his body, which was beaten like a sieve by the heavy rain, and gathered into bloody rivers on the ground.
Spike. It turned out to be a direct kill.
Surprisingly, Nia Yin had already learned the power of the rainstorm pear blossom needle from the system, but at this moment, the corners of his eyes were twitching constantly. The blood bar is emptied. Ding, congratulations to the host for the kill, huge explosion. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the great perfection of martial spirits and gaining 9,000 experience points, 1,300 spiritual power points, and 800 points. Ding, congratulations to the host for improving his level.
He is currently at the 2nd level of martial arts master.
Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Deadwood Ghost Poem secret book. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a bottle of spirit gathering pill. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a bottle of body tempering pill. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 50,000 spiritual stones.
Ha! This is the real explosion.
A total of spirit stones can be said to be a step towards a well-off life.
When I go back, I can take my brother to the inn for a meal. Nia Yun couldn't stop snickering in his heart. Puff.
With Nia Ching's death, the power restraining Nia Fong also dissipated, and Nia Fong fell heavily to the ground. At this time, Nia Fong had multiple fractures all over his body due to the huge pressure, and his face was as red as a pig's liver. Hoo. Sitting on the ground, panting for a few breaths. After he recovered, his eyes focused on Nia Ching, who had been beaten into a sieve. Nia Ching was already dead, but obviously regarding what had just happened, simply dying was not enough for Nia Fong to let him go. Dragging his injured body and walking on stiff and straight legs, he walked step by step to the body. Stalled. Then the sudden green leaf sword in his hand came out of its sheath, bringing up fierce sword winds and slashing towards the corpse.
I fucked your grandma. I'm going to tear you into pieces. Obviously, the scene just now had completely stimulated Nia Fong.
The long sword in his hand kept swinging out, and every time the sword struck, it would inevitably cause a mass of blood and flesh to fly.
After dozens of breaths. Cough.
Because of Nia Feng's violent use of spiritual power and the serious injuries on his body, he began to have backlash, and then he gradually stopped. At this moment, Nia Ching's corpse was not as broken into pieces as it was, but it was still pretty much cut into pieces. Then he slowly walked up to Nia Yun, with red eyes. Brother, do you think I'm a waste?
Nothing can help you.
As he spoke, there was even a hint of choking in his tone at the end.
It's okay, I'm here, you just need to be behind me. Nie Yin reached out and patted Nie Feng's shoulder, softly comforting his brother's fragile self-esteem. Boss, there is another person following us. At this moment, Hei Yan started to warn in the space within his body. Oh, what kind of strength? Nie Yin raised his eyebrows. It's around the early stage of the martial arts realm. It's too far away to know exactly how strong it is, so I can't say for sure. Is that so? After Nie Yin thought for a while, he still had the answer in his heart. If you were given a chance to prove yourself now, would you like it? Nie Yin gently stroked the back of Nie Feng's head and said with a gentle smile. Yes. After hearing this, Nie Feng's head, which had been slightly lowered, suddenly lifted up, his eyes flashing. Nie Yin did not speak, but once again took out 2 leaves of 9-leaf vitality grass from the space in his body. There was no verbal communication, just a movement of eyebrows, and Nie Feng already understood the meaning. The next moment, he directly took the blade with both hands, stuffed it into his mouth, then crossed his legs and began to adjust his breathing. The medicinal power of the 9-leaf organic grass is not only very strong, but also very mild. Taking advantage of this time difference, Nie Yin came to Nie Qing, who had been chopped into 8 pieces. Looking at the corpse chopped into pieces, Nie Yin was secretly speechless. Nie Feng's swordsmanship is very weird. In terms of attack power alone, it can even rival Nie Yin himself. But the most important thing is that Nie Feng is only a 6th level martial artist, but Nie Yin is already a martial artist. The thought flashed through his mind, and Nie Yin pressed it down. After all, now is not the time to think about this. He released the black flame from the space inside his body and pointed at the corpse on the ground. Hey, good stuff, good stuff. Hei Yan opened his big mouth and swallowed the corpse into his belly, grinning from side to side. If only Nie Yin hadn't been able to hear it, this scene would have been a bit scary. A giant black python was eating human corpses while laughing loudly. After taking care of the body, Nie Yin took out a mud talisman, placed it on the ground and patted it gently with his palm. In an instant, the hard and compact land turned into a swamp full of water, and the blood spattered on the ground was instantly swallowed up by the swamp without a trace. Not long after, a burly young man in a yellow robe hurried over and happened to bump into Nie Feng, who was sitting cross-legged. Okay Nie Yin, I finally caught you, don't even think about running away today. Not everyone can tell the difference between the 2 brothers Nie Feng and Nie Yin. In addition, the anxiety of rushing on the road left him no time to think, why is Nie Yin here? But in recent days, being oppressed by his father has given him an obsession to kill the 2 brothers Nie Feng and Nie Yin. A dark and wide mountain-cutting sword appeared in his hand, and with the rapid movement of his body, it rushed towards Nie Feng's. Nie Feng watched Nie Hong approaching gradually, without showing any anxiety. After being treated with the 9-leaf vitality grass, although his injuries were not completely healed, they no longer affected his activities. He stood up, holding the sword behind his back, and carefully looked up and down at Nie Hong, who was getting closer and closer. It seems that you are what my brother said, a chance to prove yourself. I know, let's do it. With a movement of his wrist, the Qingye sword was placed across his chest and slowly turned around, with the tip of the sword pointed at Nie Hong. Chaos Cloak Sword Skills. I saw Nie Hong coming in front of him, and the black sword suddenly struck Nie Qing's face in an extremely weird arc. If this blow had hit hard, it would have definitely split Nie Feng in half and left him dead on the spot. As the knife slashed down, the sound of a tsunami-like tearing of air suddenly hit my ears. It's the sword wind produced by the weapon. It made the surrounding sand, stones, leaves and even Nie Feng's hair tremble slightly. Sword battle looking for gaps. Nie Feng's right hand seemed to be moving casually. The tip of the sword gently touched the side of the blade, and then spiraled up the axe blade at an extremely weird angle. The sword in his hand was like a snake. Generally. Clang. There was only a slight clash of weapons, and then Nie Hong's attack actually deviated directly from the original direction and struck the ground beside Nie Feng. But Nie Hong's blow was powerful and heavy after all. Although it deviated from the direction, the force was still transmitted to Nie Feng's hand, making him numb. Boom! With a sound, the knife directly opened a huge hole in the ground. Silver light flashed.
Taking advantage of the fact that Niehong's old strength was gone and new strength was not yet regenerated, Niefeng took advantage of the victory and struck directly at Niehong's chest.
Boom! A very strange sound came from Niehong's body.
The green leaf sword stopped on Niehong's skin and could not advance any further. Swish, swish! Niefeng suddenly felt something bad and immediately retreated violently.
Next second,
at the place where Niefeng stayed, a giant black tiger full of evil energy suddenly appeared. The sharp tiger claws on the huge tiger palm just missed and hit the open space.
Boom! For a time, the ground for several meters in radius sank 3 inches, revealing deep cracks. Roar!
After this inevitable blow was dodged, Haishahe clearly felt angry. Just a moment ago, Niayun sent a message to Niefeng, asking him to roll diagonally downwards in advance.
It was precisely because of Niayun's reminder that he dodged the blow. Otherwise, Niefeng will definitely die. This is interesting.
Niefeng, who had just dodged a fatal blow and walked away from the line of life and death, was obviously a little excited.
Niehong, if we have the ability, we will fight alone. What is your ability if you bring out a pet? The face of the Nie family has been completely ruined by you. Niefeng's calm tone was full of provocation.
Ah, what a good boy, you are so brave.
You dare to kill my brother.
Niehong laughed 3 times, exhaled a trace of turbidity in his mouth, put the incident of the failed attack behind him, and answered. Then he mentioned his exaggeratedly huge axe again. Niefeng rushed towards Niefeng again, but Niefeng, who had experienced a hellish experience, saw this scene again. He did not panic, but quickly calmed down and retreated. The black evil tiger stayed where he was, Niefeng kept retreating, and Niehong kept chasing Niefeng. The distance between the black evil tiger and its master keeps getting farther and farther. Bastard, can you only run? The plot development was wrong, and Niehong couldn't help but feel a little angry. Niefeng ignored it until the distance was more than 100 meters away.
Go!
A low shout suddenly sounded in Niefeng's mind, and Niefeng reacted instantly.
The second form of the sword technique. Shut up!
There was a flash of silver light, and he rushed towards Niehong with an incomparable aura of determination.
Well done, just go and die.
He didn't take Niefeng's attack to heart at all. He just wanted to go down with an axe and chop Niefeng into pieces.
7 kills with the wind knife, foaming kill. At the same time, Niayun used his earth escape technique and arrived behind Niehong.
The knife slashed down diagonally, splitting his entire back with a wound deep enough to show the bone. With just one strike, the blood bar on Niehong's head was reduced by 2/3 in an instant. When the knife went down, along with the roar of the 9 turns heart technique in the body, it directly chopped off most of the spine, completely making Niehong lose his ability to move. You can even vaguely see his heart in the chest, beating hard continuously.
Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. What?
Severe pain came, and the movements of his hands stagnated, and he turned his head and looked back in a daze. His eyes suddenly widened in an instant.
He saw another Niayun.
Instantly, a strange and uneasy feeling quickly spread in my heart. At this moment when he was lost in thought. In front of him, the cold light in Niefeng's hand had already arrived.
Swish! Silver light flashes. An undetectable line of blood appeared on Niehong's throat.
Slowly, the bloodline began to expand outwards, getting larger, and oozing blood.
The next moment, the heads were separated, the health bar is cleared.
Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the first-level martial artist, gaining 500 experience points, 500 spiritual power points, and 200 points. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a fine iron black axe. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a tranquilizing necklace. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a bottle of rejuvenation pill. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a high-grade Huang level skill. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting, it's okay.
Now the only one left is the black evil tiger. Niayun glanced at Niefeng and raised his eyebrows, as if to say, are you okay?
Niefeng nodded slightly, indicating that he had no problem.
the line of sight changes 100 meters away. At this moment, Black Evil Tiger and Black Flame were fighting each other, forgetting everything. The third level monster, the Black Evil Tiger. It has always been known for its killing, extremely ferocious, and has few rivals among monsters of the same level. The sixth level monster, the Black Flame Python. It is also an overlord-like existence among monster beasts, but now it has been suppressed to the second level. Nowadays, the two sides are fighting in a somewhat indifferent manner. But now is not the time to enjoy their fight. Niayun obviously doesn't have such pleasure. Then Niayun and Niafong took long strides and came to the area where the two were fighting. I have to mention this. The hierarchy between monsters and beasts is extremely strict. Those who are born in superior positions, like human monks, can use weapons, pills, other talisman formations and other clever means to surpass the challenge. But this kind of situation is completely impossible to happen in the group of monsters. Monster, in every realm, his strength almost grows at a crushing level. But unfortunately, he encountered Black Flame. Heiyan's physical body directly crushed He Shahu, and it was not an exaggeration to say that he was pressed to the ground and rubbed. The situation was originally not good for He Shahu. During the battle, he was at a disadvantage. Now with the addition of Niayun and Niafong, his defeat was already certain. But Niayun and the two were still very cautious. They never got very close to this third-level monster. Instead, they continued to harass it from a distance with the soul-chasing bow or ice cone talisman in their hands. The main combat power is still relying on Heian, who is constantly using his fiery and powerful body to consume He Shahu. The Black Evil Tiger's health value continued to decrease. Every time the Black Evil Tiger is about to counterattack, various arrows and ice picks will attack the weak parts of the Black Evil Tiger. For example, the eyes, throat, or mouth began to attack, so he had to distract himself to avoid or resist these attacks. These attacks don't have much practical effect. They can hurt but are not fatal, but they are enough to distract him. Roar! The Black Sand Tiger roared again, shaking the forest. The sinister energy on his body kept coming out, and it began to become more and more intense, and he wanted to make a final desperate counterattack. But Heiyan didn't give him a chance, wrapping around his upper body and restraining He Shahu's body. Aiming at the Black Evil Tiger's throat, he breathed out a large amount of scorching red flames, directly burning through the entire Black Evil Tiger's throat and turning him into a ball of fire. The entire body was burned directly. In the end, I could only lie down straight on the ground, motionless again. However, well, you're not dead yet. Niayan's eyes revealed surprise, because this breath of flames had burned through the entire body of the Black Tiger, including his internal organs and blood. There were already flames and black smoke coming out of his body, as well as the burning smell wafting in the air. Logically speaking, no living thing could survive with such injuries. How is it possible to be alive? However, the system prompt has not sounded for a long time. In this case, it can only prove that this Black Shark Tiger is really not dead yet. It seems that this Black Shark Tiger is really not simple. Suddenly, in the next moment, only the body of the Black Evil Tiger was burned. With the flames all over his body, he rushed straight towards Niafong, who was at the lowest level. Before dying, he would pull someone to support him. The dignity of the Black Evil Tiger as a monster cannot be trampled on. He already has a death wish. Niafong, get away! Niayun yelled, feeling very anxious inside. With the Wind Shadow Sword in hand, he ran straight away to stop the Black Evil Tiger. Heian's eyes were also about to burst, but facing this fatal blow before his death, his sudden speed made Heian a little beyond his reach, and he was unable to react. In the warrior realm, facing a third-level monster, there is absolutely no choice to survive. In other words, Niafong must die. The Black Evil Tiger carries huge pressure and Niafong was getting closer and closer, and gradually only 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters, and 2 meters remained. So close, Niafong could even smell the fishy smell in the mouth of the Black Evil Tiger. Hum! A special aura descended around him, causing Niayan's eardrums to buzz. It was as if time had stopped at this moment, and everything around him slowed down. Time seemed to have stood still at this moment.
The third form of the sword technique, shattered body. At this moment when time was frozen, a giant sword suddenly appeared above Niefeng's head.
A huge sword swung down and struck the black evil tiger's body.
The sword light overflowed, and it continued to cut the black evil tiger's body at a speed that could not be caught by the naked eye. The fourth style, through the heart.
The next moment, the giant sword stood on top of the black evil tiger's head, with the tip of the sword facing down, and Niefeng's palm pressed down gently in the air. The giant sword pierced directly into the heart, pinning the huge body of the black evil tiger to the ground, and we lost all life.
Pat, pat. The body of the lifeless black evil tiger was cut into pieces of meat, scattered on the ground like leaves after autumn.
Ding!
Black evil pearl ding, congratulations to the host for killing the third-level monster, the black tiger, and gaining 4,000 experience points, 1,300 spiritual power points, and 900 points.
Spike. Instant kill.
A third-level demonic beast was defused with a fatal blow before its death, and then its body was cut into countless pieces.
Puff.
Before Niayan could react from the shock, Niefeng fell to the ground. At this moment, Niefeng's face was not pale at all, and his eyes were lifeless, just like a terminally ill person before his death. Niayan looked at this pale face, and a flash of light suddenly flashed in his mind.
In just an instant, Niayan noticed something was wrong.
Just now, Niayan used the rainstorm pear blossom needle to directly assassinate Niaqing. So he knows what kind of things a powerful martial spirit, compared to third-level monsters, will probably explode, and how much experience they can gain.
But why does this black evil tiger only have so little experience now? And nothing fell off, which was abnormal. If this was an ordinary low-level beast, this would all be normal. But the black evil tiger is in the third level, but it is not weak at all. It can even be said to be the existence of an overlord. Why? Just when Niayan lowered his head to think, behind him, the broken pieces of the black evil tiger's body slowly made an imperceptible sound from the position of its head. Countless pieces of flesh and bones dissolved and turned into black evil energy that slowly gathered and condensed into a black bead, hanging in the air. Whoosh! The time for condensation was extremely short, just a few breaths, and the black bead had already shot out at an extremely fast speed, making the sound of hunting through the air. Hearing this voice, Niayan was shocked.
He suddenly turned his head and saw only a tiny black shadow, flying towards the distance. Without hesitation, he stuffed Niefeng into the space inside his body, unfolded the white crane wings behind him, and chased after him.
Niayan has an iron cloth shirt in his cultivation.
His physical body is powerful and his speed is the best among his peers. Coupled with the speed brought by the white crane's wings, although he cannot perfectly display his power, it is still far superior to ordinary martial arts.
A powerful person.
But that black shadow was very fast. If Niayan only relied on his current speed, he would be completely shaken off in a short time. No, damn it, I can't just let you run away like this. With that said, he took out a green pill from the space in his body and took it. Quick travel pill effect, increase the user's speed by 30% within one stick of incense, but the consumption of spiritual power will also increase by % accordingly. Note, this elixir cannot be used repeatedly within a day, or used in combination. Niayan exchanged this elixir from the mall for emergencies, but he didn't expect to use it at this time. After taking one oral dose, the spiritual energy in the daintian began to be consumed more violently. At the same time, traces of lush green floated out from the daintian, around him. At this time, Niayan felt as if the wind resistance around him had decreased a lot, and he seemed to be more friendly to the wind around him. The speed immediately increased greatly, and the distance from the black shadow began to be shortened to a degree visible to the naked eye.
If it were an ordinary person, he would eat this quick travel pill.
It may not even last as long as a stick of incense, and my spiritual power will be exhausted.
But, is Niayan an ordinary person?
The 9 turns of heart technique in the body begins to run wildly, and the spiritual power is transported throughout the 8 extraordinary meridians, and the recovery speed of spiritual power is instantly increased by 80%. This was not enough. Niayan quickly grabbed a handful of chi building pills from the space inside his body, stuffed them into his mouth like worthless jelly beans.
Damn it, a quick travel pill costs more than 1,300 points. If you, a piece of shit, run away, then I will really lose blood today. Heart is bleeding.
After all, for killing a third-level monster, Martial Spirit Realm, the system only gave you 800 fucking points.
It's so damn hard to earn points.
Half a stick of incense time has passed. The black bead, which was already exhausted from running for its life, gradually slowed down at this moment, but just when it was about to be caught up, it speeded up and ran forward for some reason.
You fucking. I thought I was within reach, but now I was far away again.
According to Nyayan's current strength, he is still unable to use the soul-chasing bow to attack at full speed. The Ice Cone Talisman is fine, but the Ice Cone Talisman is too weak. It doesn't play any substantive role, like this, it doesn't even have any interference effect.
Hyan, do you have any ideas? If you have any tricks, use them quickly.
The time dragged on longer and longer, and the time limit for using the Jishingdan became shorter and shorter.
Nyayan became anxious inadvertently. After all, if you go deeper into the depths of the Monster Mountain range, Nyayan must consider the stakes between the risks and benefits of continuing to pursue. After all, deep in the Monster Mountain range, once you encounter a 4th level or even 5th level monster, with your current strength, you may die without any bones left. Only a fool would do such an extremely dangerous thing. But what is the situation now? Now it was Nyayan who had taken the quick travel pill and was chasing the black evil bead.
Then he ignored the black evil bead and just ran towards the depths of the Monster Mountain range. Long-range attacks either have no effect or cannot be used when driving at full speed.
How to do.
Just when Nyayan was thinking about whether these 1,300 fucking points were going to be in vain, he was thinking about whether to give up.
The speed of Haisha Zhu unexpectedly began to slow down. Then he rushed straight into a narrow crack in the mountain wall. Ha 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 ha.
Nyayan was overjoyed to have the opportunity to see this situation.
I can't catch you on flat ground. How can I still not catch you in the fucking land?
Earth escape technique. Without too much hesitation, Nyayan crashed straight into the mountain wall in mid-air. Then, just before the collision, he quickly used the earth escape technique in his body. In an instant, Nyayan melted into the mountain wall like water. Along the rock crevice, down dozens of feet. It was extremely small at first, only half the size of a bowl. Gradually, the gap became larger and larger, and it became further and further away from the ground. The black shadow at this moment has gradually manifested and condensed into a black bead, lying quietly on the ground, as if exhausted, not moving anymore. Next up was Nyayan, who had escaped. When I saw the black evil pearl not far away, I felt happy and was about to reach out to grab it. Suddenly, my heart trembled. Inside the burrow, the rich aura around him was so dense that it was almost turning into a solid white mist, rushing towards Nyayan. After just taking a slight breath, Nyayan felt refreshed as never before. The next moment, Nyayan's pupils widened, and he could no longer suppress his excitement, and shouted loudly, "Spiritual pulse!" Lingshire mineral veins, commonly known as spiritual veins. In short, it is the place where spiritual stones are born. Whenever spiritual veins appear, at least millions of spiritual stones can be excavated. As many as tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Every spirit stone vein is the lifeblood of a sect, a force, and a big family. Each of the 4 major families in Xingyang Town tightly controls a spiritual vein as the foundation of the family. If this spiritual vein is discovered by the other 3 major families, the delicate balance between Xingyang Town will be broken. At that time, the Nia family will become the target of public criticism and will definitely be surrounded and suppressed by the other 3 major families. Every spirit stone vein is a treasure that countless people are eager to pursue. Cultivation of immortality pays attention to dharma, wealth, lovers, land, timing, geographical advantages, and harmony. During the journey of cultivation, it is not only the natural talent that makes you powerful, but also the accumulation of endless resources to be able to surpass the world. Throughout the ages, countless talented monsters have died prematurely due to lack of resources. This is also the reason why the more outstanding a person is, the more likely he is to join a powerful family rather than become a casual cultivator. People. Whether it is in this world or in China in the previous life. It cannot be an isolated island. He needs to exchange trade, exchange favors, protect each other, bribe and exploit, oppress, threaten, drive away, and survive. Various factors will force you to surrender and become a loyal lackey.
If not, that means it's hard to move even an inch. But this world is different from China.
In this world, as long as you are strong enough, you can be superior to everyone, and you can even fight against a family of thousands of people on your own, a dynasty of tens of thousands of people, countless sects.
You can even achieve eternal life.
With just one vein of spirit stone, he can help you cultivate your immortality without worrying about resources. You can even get spiritual stones by mining veins.so as to buy more powerful techniques and treasures. Once an individual obtains a vein of spiritual stone, it is no exaggeration to say that it will skyrocket.
Countless thoughts flashed through my mind like lightning. By the time Nie Yun reacted, it was already half a moment later. He quickly picked up the black evil bead on the ground and put it into the space inside his body. Use all your mind to suppress it to ensure that he won't cause any trouble. He quickly walked to the cave wall with long strides, and gently pulled down some soil with his hands. What he saw were countless fragments of milky white spirit stones and milky white light spots everywhere. Nie Yun carefully dug out a fist-sized spiritual stone from the stone wall. After careful sensing, he discovered that it was a low-grade spiritual stone. After repeating the same process several times, you have already determined that this should be a low-grade spiritual stone vein. But even if it is a low-grade spirit stone vein, this is no small matter. Although the value of low-grade spirit stones is not high, it cannot support the large number. One low-grade spirit stone is nothing, but 1,000, 10,000 pieces, 100,000 pieces?
The scale of this spirit stone vein is not yet known. But for now, for Nie Yun, there are mountains of gold and silver all over the place, just waiting for Nie Yun's little hands to make a fortune to dig them out. Wherever you pass, wherever you see, within 100 meters, there are these kinds of inferior products, large and small, dotted here and there, hidden in the stone walls or under the soil. The thought separated a line of mind and entered the space within the body. The empty hand stretched forward, held the surface of the black evil bead, and tossed it gently, and couldn't help but think in his heart. It seems that the Nie family has not discovered this spiritual vein yet. At least that old guy Nie Ching doesn't know about it. Otherwise, how could he let me discover this spiritual vein? Then I thought about it. This spiritual vein, since the black evil pearl can come, it means that the black evil tiger should have known about this spiritual vein before he was alive. Now that his two masters are dead, the suppressed animal nature has regained some consciousness, so in the instinct the trend is back, ha 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 ha. Thinking of this, Nie Yun laughed in his heart. It seems that God is really merciful and actually gave me a mine. With this mineral vein, I no longer have to work hard to carve talismans and refine elixirs. With this mine, if I see anything, I will buy it. However, now is not the time to dig for spiritual stones, everything must be done with caution. 3 days later. 3 poles in the sun. It is now the last day for the big draw to end. Now, all we have to do is wait for the sun to set and the points to be collected at the end of the competition. The entrance to the mountain behind Nie's house. At this moment, it was already bustling with people and crowded. The family competition is the most important competition of the Nie family once a year, and the results will be known soon. The market is open, bet on Nie Lingyu to win the first place, the odds are, per 1. If you suppress Nie Bing, the odds are 1 to 1. If Nie Yun makes it out of the demonic beast mountain range alive, you'll pay 9 for 1. The sounds of opening bets came one after another. In a place like this, while waiting, there are naturally some people who want to profit from it, and many betting markets are opened. The family did not stop it. After all, survival in the world of immortality requires resources. Reasonable competition is still allowed by the family. But as soon as these sounds came to Nie Yun, his painting style suddenly changed. As night falls slowly, everyone coming out of the back mountain has a proud smile on their face. After all, no matter how many points they have, if they can come out alive, they will be recognized by the Nie family. This is important to them. It is already the highest honor. At the entrance to the back mountain, a large piece of flat ground has been cleared in advance. There is a high platform that has been built for a long time, and there are people in power who are vaguely divided into three factions.
Duaning, the wife of the patriarch who represents the clan leader's lineage. And the great elder representing Red Vein, Nye Chi Bai. And the second elder who represents Dongmai, Nye Dongtu.
The three main figures were sitting on high seats, their eyes like torches, carefully examining every Nye family member who had returned alive from the Monster Mountain range. Their eyes were extremely complex and their expressions were gloomy. Obviously they already know that someone in the competition colluded with outsiders to attack and kill the family's children. But this matter is of great importance, so we can only suppress it first and not cause panic. When the big deal is over, it is time to settle the accounts.
Nye Lingyu is back. Suddenly someone shouted from the crowd. Immediately, the crowd exploded.
The undisputed number one genius of the Nye family and an unrivaled martial artist, he embodies all the hopes of the great elder Nye Chi Bai and his family to ascend to the position of head of the family. With many auras added to him, the children of the Nye family were full of respect and admiration for Nye Lingyun. At this moment, even the great elder Nye Chi Bai showed a satisfied smile, nodded towards Nye Lingyu, and waved to him.
After Nye Lingyu responded respectfully, he stood next to Nye Chi Bai.
But the second elder looked at Nye Lingyu very covertly, his eyes were full of murderous intent, and jealousy was burning in his heart.
However, he hid it very well and no one noticed it. Tell me, Nye Lingyu, can he take first place?
What fucking nonsense, you're a 4th level martial artist.
He's the strongest being in the entire family competition.
If he doesn't take first place, who will take first place?
That's not certain. Nye Bing's strength is not bad, and among the younger generation, Nye Bing's popularity is not low. Yes, I think Nye Hong is also possible. He is the son of Butler Nye.
I heard that he has successfully practiced the random cloak axe technique.
That axe technique is amazingly powerful. What do you guys think Nye Yun will be? It is said that he seems to be able to practice.
Achievements? I think it's good if he can make it out of the Monster Mountain range alive.
Ha ha ha, the crowd began to talk about it. This seemed to be an insignificant pleasure to them. Obviously they did not think that Nye Yun could come out alive. The sky is getting late and the sunset is gradually setting in the west. Countless torches are erected on the flat ground, illuminating the night like day.
The great elder sitting on the right side of the high position looked at the time and was announcing the end of the competition. Suddenly there was a commotion among the crowd.
Nye Yun.
Difficulties. A long time passed and night fell. At the exit of the Monster Mountain range, no clan members gradually appeared anymore. The great elder looked at the setting sun on the horizon, stood up and said loudly to everyone present, "The time is up, the competition is over, and the points will now start to be tallied. Anyone who comes will give up." Before he could finish his words, the second elder on the side began to object with a gloomy expression.
"Great elder, it's inappropriate for you to do this. It's not until dark that the big deal is over. Besides, Nye Bing hasn't come out yet."
As soon as these words came out, the surrounding tribesmen also began to discuss quietly.
Is this competition so cruel?
Not even Nye Bing has reached the level of a martial artist.
Stop talking, didn't you see that Nye Lingyu looked like a beggar when he came out just now? That's right, I guess it's enough, on the high platform.
Rules are rules, you can't make exceptions just because of one person. No, Nye Bing is so talented. He must be the hope of the family in the future. If you kill his qualifications like this, you are endangering the family. You have ulterior motives. Just when the two elders were arguing endlessly, Duaningrong finally spoke. The 30-day time limit has not yet come. The big deal will not be over until the sun sets.
Great elder, you are too impatient.
Now that the heads of the family have spoken, there is nothing more to say. Naturally, I continued to wait. As time passed slowly, the second elder was also very anxious in his heart. Why hasn't Nye Bing come out yet? I also thought that when Nye Lingyu came out, his clothes were in tatters. It was obvious that he had been in a fierce battle. Could it be that something unexpected happened when ambushing Nye Lingyu? Thinking of this, the second elder's heart suddenly trembled, and he no longer dared to think about it. He could not accept that his son died in the Monster Mountain range.
Have you noticed that there are many high-level favorites who have not come out for this competition?
As the night grew darker, some rumors began to spread.
It seems so. Nia Bing hasn't come out yet, and Nia Hong hasn't come out either. Then you ask Nia Yun, can he come out alive? There is still room for discussion, but this sentence about Nia Yun was ridiculed by many people as soon as it came out. What are you thinking? So many masters in the martial arts realm have not come out, how can a waste come out?
The only possibility is that he found a hole in the Monster Mountain range and hid for a month.
This sentence attracted the approval of many people.
After a while, I saw that no one came out of the Monster Mountain range, and the second elder was completely heartbroken.
The great elder stood up and announced to everyone again, this is the grand competition. This time, although the second elder was full of reluctance, he had no reason to refute.
Slow. Before the words could be finished, a low shout interrupted the great elder's voice.
Who is it? Everyone's eyes turned away at this moment.
In the distance, two thin figures appeared in everyone's sight. One person was strutting, and the other person was limping and walking side by side. When they saw the very similar faces of the two people.
It's Nia Yun.
Wow. There was a commotion among the crowd. I didn't expect him to really come back, it was unbelievable. Just now, when the crowd was still discussing whether Nia Yun could come back alive, they didn't expect that Nia Yun would actually come back.
Ha ha ha, a good-for-nothing brother and a lame brother, they are a perfect match.
Perhaps he found such a nook and cranny in the Monster Mountain range and hid with dry food for a month before surviving until now. Many tribesmen began to make all kinds of weird taunts because their brothers didn't come out.
Nia Yun. The competition is over and you have been eliminated.
Some people who were watching the fun and not taking it too seriously began to boo and shout outside the venue.
Different from the wonderful expressions of other disciples, the first elder's face turned gloomy like the second elder's at this time. Nia Yun was a man for 2 generations. He has already seen clearly the warmth and coldness of all kinds of people.
Regarding the current scene, he has a panoramic view of everyone's expressions, but his expression remains unchanged.
You're a bunch of old guys.
Sooner or later I'm going to put my wind shadow sword on your necks and hack you all to death. Although he still doesn't know who is targeting him, Nia Yun is very clear that no matter who it is, this person must have a lot of power in the family. Even if he targets himself like this, his deposedness may have something to do with this person.
Who is it?
So everyone is looking at Nia Yun, and Nia Yun is also looking at everyone.
Quiet. How can there be any noise at the competition site?
The great elder shouted in a deep voice, then changed the topic randomly and looked at Nia Yun with sinister eyes. Nia Yun, the competition time has passed. According to the rules, you are considered to have abstained.
This statement immediately caused an uproar. Nia Yun.
Entering the warrior realm at the age of 13, he was the former #1 genius in the Nia family. 7 years ago, due to going out for training, his daintian tendons were accidentally destroyed, and he has been a disabled person ever since. Half a year ago, he entered the Monster Mountain range for unknown reasons. According to legend, he received a remarkable inheritance and regained his cultivation qualifications. On the eve of the competition, he returned to the family with the strength of a 9th-level warrior, which attracted countless tribesmen to look at him with admiration. Some people even speculate that Nia Yun may be the biggest dark horse in this family competition. But now, is this biggest dark horse about to fall off the stage before it even starts performing? Nia Yun was not bound by family rules just because Nia Chibai was the elder, nor did he grovel because his realm was much higher than his own. Instead, he puffed up his chest and strode to the center of the venue with Nia Feng under the gaze of everyone. Blocking Nia Feng behind him, he cupped his fists and said loudly to Duaning Rong, who was sitting on the high platform, I would like to inform my family master that I have something unclear. Even if I have to be disqualified from the competition, I would like to ask my master to clarify my doubts. Nia Yun's voice was high and loud, spreading throughout the entire venue, and he was very particular about his words, calling Duaning Rong the head of the family instead of the acting head of the family. As the young master of the Nia family, Nia Yun was so respectful to him, which gave him a lot of limelight, both in terms of appearance and appearance. Sure enough, Duaning Rong was very impressed by these words, and she was secretly happy. She even had the slightest idea of letting Nia continue the competition.
But it doesn't matter.
Duaning responded, her voice was still cold, but her eyes showed a hint of hidden joy.
Have you ever remembered the rules of the competition that you announced 30 days ago?
Nia clasped his fists and took a step forward with a loud voice. Duaning smiled slightly, and she was also curious about Nia's question. Of course I remember, there is a limit of 30 days, latecomers will forfeit, and the ranking will be based on the points gained from hunting monsters.
Do you have any doubts? Ha ha ha. Nia raised his head and laughed. For a moment, everyone was confused by Nia's actions.
Then, since the head of the family has said that the competition will end within 30 days, why do you, Great Elder, announce that the competition is over before the sun sets in the sky?
You are ignoring the rules. Do you still have this Nia family in your eyes? What are your intentions?
The head of the family didn't even announce the end of the competition, but you jumped out and started barking like a wild dog.
Who do you think you are? Could it be that you think your rights are greater than the head of the family?
Nia suddenly turned his head and stared at the Great Elder as he said these words, every word precise. Various high-sounding hats were snapped off one after another, and the Great Elder's face suddenly turned blue at this moment. This situation was something he had never imagined. A junior dared to contradict him like this. At this moment, everyone could see that the Elder's face was gloomy and scary, and he said angrily, "You sharp-tongued boy, I will do it for you today. Father, let me teach you a lesson and let you know what it means to respect your elders." But the next moment, the furious Elder stood still, feeling like he was in an ice cellar, with the cold air coming straight from his back. "What did you say?" Duaning shouted coldly and looked sharply at the Elder who was about to suppress Nia directly. No one doubts Duaning's strength to be able to take the position of the head of the family. Even if he is just acting as the head of the family, it is something that no one can do. The current Great Elder wants to give himself two big mouths. In his desperation, he actually forgot that Nia was the young master, the son of the family head, and the son of this hag who no one dared to offend. The misunderstandings are all misunderstandings. I broke the rules. I hope the head of the family will punish me. In desperation, the eldest elder could only apologize to Duaning with a smile. After the competition, I will go to the criminal law hall to receive my punishment, and my salary will be reduced by % this month. Yes, yes, yes. After hearing this, the Great Elder quickly agreed. It was supposed to be a scene of thunder and wrath, but it was done with just a few light sentences. May I ask the head of the family, can my brother and I continue to participate in the competition? Nia, who was standing next to him, still clasped his fists and said respectfully. Duaning looked at Nia with more and more kindness. Nia Phone, return to the competition. Now I announce that the competition is over and the points will begin. The cold voice spread to everyone's ears and was clearly audible. Oh, open! A small group of people in the crowd jumped for joy, even happier than the person involved. Pay 9 to 1. What a fortune! I can stop taking missions for a long time, ha ha ha. Some are happy and some are sad. The happy thing is that they have made a lot of money, but the sad thing is that they didn't buy it. I bow my head in regret. Only 97 of the original 32 contestants came back, not even a 1/3 chance. Those who haven't come out yet will probably be killed by monsters. It must be said that this kind of competition is extremely cruel, but it can be seen from everyone's eyes that this time they come back differently. It can be said that it has begun to transform. Come on, beat Nia to win the championship, you will lose 3-1, don't miss it if you pass by, the biggest dark horse of this year has appeared. Some tribesmen with business acumen began to shout desperately and started to open the market again. 10 statisticians composed of elders began to count the scores of each contestant. However, Nia took a step back and waved his hand to let Nia Phone count the points first while he walked back. Came to a gambling board. I weighed myself 50,000 spiritual stones. The 5 spirit stone bet? Just like that, Nia calmly turned around and walked to a gambling room where people were shouting. A group of gamblers saw Nia approaching and consciously made way for Nia to walk to the gambling board easily.
When everyone was curious about what Nyayan was going to do, they heard Nyayan come to the front of the disciple who just opened the gambling game and said something very flat. I am crushing spirit stones, crushing myself first. Nyayan's voice was not loud, but as soon as he said this, the surrounding people could hear needles dropping. The disciples around were shocked when they heard it. 50,000 spiritual stones. A total of 50,000 spirit stones. You must know that the monthly salary of an ordinary disciple in the chi training stage is only 20 spiritual stones. Without eating or drinking, it would take 200 years to accumulate 50,000 spiritual stones. This move is worth spirit stones. How rich must Nyayan be? Young Master Nyayan, are you kidding? The disciple was obviously a little frightened when he heard the numbers, and said tremblingly. Do you look at me like I'm joking? Nyayan looked at him calmly. Just tell me, do you dare to accept the bet of spirit stones? 50,000 spirit stones. According to the odds he just said, one loses 3 for 1. Once Nyayan gets the first place, he will get 20 spirit stones with interest. This is a veritable burst of wealth. But if Nyayan did not win the first place, then he would have spirit stones in his account, which is an extremely large income. Heart. Very exciting. But when I thought that once I lost money, I might even have to pay for my underwear, another basin of cold water poured down on me. Hey, give me a reaction, or I'll go to another market. Nyayan urged when the disciple in front of him didn't respond for a long time. That young Master Nyayan. This amount is too huge. I can't make the decision. Please allow me to report it to the superiors. After being interrupted by Nyayan and brought back to reality, he responded quickly, fearing that the rich man would run away. He had no doubt that Nyayan could produce such a huge amount of spiritual stones. After all, there are so many people watching. If you are the young master, making fun of him will only lower your status. Hurry up, it will be my turn to count the points later. Nyayan nodded in agreement, his expression completely nonchalant. Nyayan recognized the clothes on this disciple. He belonged to the spiritual medicine garden. As the name suggests, the elixir garden is a place where elixirs are grown. They can be said to be one of the richest places in the entire Nya family. Nyayan also noticed this and planned to take advantage of this competition to make a profit. And just open a gambling game like this, it can never be his own behavior, there must be someone behind him, who will be behind the elixir garden. Naturally, he is the powerful elder of the spiritual medicine garden. The disciple quickly took out the musical instrument. After pouring spiritual energy into it, the talisman flashed slightly. It didn't take long, dozens of breaths later. A middle-aged man walked over from the gathering place in the spiritual medicine garden. He was dressed in elegant clothes and had a dignified appearance. He held a folding fan in his hand and walked slowly towards Nyayan. When he saw someone coming, he hurriedly went to greet him excitedly. Senior brother, you are here. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, then looked at Nyayan and smiled. I am Nyape, the chief elder disciple of this term in the spiritual medicine garden. Young Master Nya, I have accepted your bet of spirit stones on behalf of the spiritual medicine garden, but we do not accept verbal promises. I hope you can understand. Nyape's tone was gentle and humble, and even if he made an offer, it was somewhat irresistible. Ha ha ha, if I like a cheerful person like you, step back. Nyayan smiled slightly, and then took out the storage bag that he had taken from Nyeching. After pouring his thoughts into it, he immediately moved. Suddenly, the spiritual stones crackled like beans falling to the ground, and scattered on the ground like free stones. This sound immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the audience, and even the referee who was counting the points looked slightly sideways. Just grabbing a handful of the spiritual stones here can provide you with several months' salary. Where did this kid get so many spiritual stones? Duaningrong, who was in a high position, narrowed her eyes and thought. Ah, young master, you are so courageous. When the spirit stones appeared, Nyepe's consciousness swept over them several times in a row, and when he confirmed that there were exactly spirit stones on the ground, he suddenly took a breath of cold air. Everyone! Now young Master Nya is betting spirit stones to place himself first. The odds are 3 to 1.
I, Nye, take over this bet on behalf of the spiritual medicine garden. The odds remain unchanged. If there are still calls, my elixir garden will take it too. After collecting the spirit stones in his storage bag, he looked at the surrounding disciples and said, "It must be said that this was a very successful campaign. No matter whether Nyeyun wins or not in the end of this bet, everyone will remember Nyepei's existence, so that he can stand out in front of senior officials and look familiar. To put it bluntly, even if Nyeyun really wins in the end, Nyepei will not lose anything.
The existence of this kind of gambling must be tacitly approved by people at the elder level.
Even if he loses money, it cannot be such a small thing.
Pay the money myself." Under the night, illuminated by firelight.
The 10 statisticians who had just stepped forward also began to report the scores they had recorded one after another. But most of them are only in the disciples' points, which are in the range of 2 to 300. There are only a few with crystal nuclei, and most of them are obvious parts of some zero-level monsters, such as teeth, ears, tails, and nails, which are used to count points. Later, when it was Niefeng's turn, Nyeyun found a relatively wide open space, and his painting style suddenly changed. He did not take them out one by one like other disciples, but directly. He lifted up the storage bag, turned it upside down, and started pouring it out. The obvious parts of various monsters were poured out of the storage bag as if they were emptying garbage. The statistician was by his side, carefully recording the scores.
117, 236.
335, soon Niefeng's score directly exceeded the 400 mark, attracting everyone's attention. Finally, Niefeng took out several crystal cores and placed them gently on the ground. The final score calculated by the statistician is, Niefeng, the points are 572 points.
Boom!
With this sentence, the crowd immediately exploded.
Fuck, first order monster crystal core.
If I'm not mistaken, this Niefeng is only a 6th level warrior.
How did he hunt down a 1st level monster?
It is extremely difficult for a 6th level warrior to hunt down a 1st level monster.
You must know that within the same realm, the combat power of monsters can absolutely crush human warriors, and there are several 1st level monsters. Crystal core. Isn't Niefeng too powerful?
As soon as the scores came out, Duaning Rong, who was sitting on the main seat, was secretly shocked. She tapped her knuckles on the chair unconsciously. I didn't expect that Niefeng, who has been ignored by me all the time, actually has such strength. In the end, Niefeng's monster hunting points were fixed at 631 points. This is twice or even 3 times that of ordinary disciples. This has broken the record, surpassing the same level, far exceeding the same level.
The audience around the open space couldn't help but burst into excitement. Suddenly, Niefeng was in the limelight. All kinds of extremely complimentary words were thrown at Niefeng as if they were free of charge. Some female disciples even gave Niefeng flirtatious glances.
At this moment, in their eyes, Niefeng's disabled and stiff legs turned into elegant dance steps. All of this made Niefeng feel a little overwhelmed, and he could only hurriedly come to Nyeyun's side, like a little boy who was inexperienced in the world.
Ah, don't be nervous. Nyeyun patted Niefeng's shoulder and whispered in his ear, "How does it feel to be in the spotlight?"
Such an intimate move made many female disciples of the Nye family have wild thoughts, and their pretty faces turned red. They also thought if they could take advantage of Niefeng, when you become stronger, you can directly cling to him. That is really like a sparrow flying on a branch and turning into a phoenix. From now on, you no longer have to worry about survival, and you can enjoy endless glory and wealth.
Next, Nya Lingyu.
The statistician shouted a name from the stage.
Breaking! Nya Lingyu. With a shout, the entire audience's attention was instantly focused.
Almost everyone in the Nye family agreed that the number 1 spot in this family competition must be him. After all, the strength of the 4th level martial artist is outstanding in this competition. With such strength, hunting monsters is naturally like chopping melons in vegetables. Nye Lingyu met everyone's gaze, walked slowly to the open space, and said to the other 9 people and the statistician around him, "Please give me some space."
No, isn't such a big place enough for him to store his trophies?
Although his realm is indeed a little higher than ours, he is too crazy. The disciples who had reserved a large open space were all complaining now. But Nia Lingyu ignored those gossips, and instead seemed to enjoy it as he watched others make more space for him. Then, like Nia Feng, he also turned the storage bag upside down, and countless trophies, such as fangs, ears, horns, hair, etc., all poured out at once. 109, 243. 366, the scores keep soaring. The loot taken out became less and less, but in the end it still broke through the 400 mark. After 400 points, what Lin Yun brought out was no longer trophies, but me one after another, complete crystal nucleus. 433, 486. 500. This time, Nia Lingyu directly broke through the 500-point mark. The points are directly close to Nia Feng's score. 600. Beyond again. Nia Lingyu's score reached an unprecedented level of. At this moment, Nia Lingyu stood in the center of the field, with a faint smile on his lips. There was an arrogant confidence in that smile. Finally, Nia Lingyu took out the last trophy from the storage bag and slowly handed it out. When the referee looked at the trophy lying quietly in Nia Lingyu's palm, he couldn't help shouting, "Third Order Crystal Core." At this moment, his points exceeded 800. Nia Lingyu's statistical points are 832. Boom sounded. The crowd exploded. This score was the highest in history. You know, when the clan leader participated in the competition for the first time, he scored 700 points. This time, Nia Lingyu directly scored more than 100 points. He is indeed the number one genius of the Nia family. Seeing this scene, the great elder's speechless anger dissipated a lot. Looking at Nia Lingyu, his eyes were full of joy, and he really seemed to be getting more and more satisfied the more he looked at it. If there is a chance in the future, we must send Nia Lingyu to Kanglin College for further study. I believe that with his strength, if he gets the resources in the Imperial City, his achievements in the future will be immeasurable. Who in the family will dare to oppose him by then? In the end, Nia Lingyu's score was fixed at 903 points. Breaking the record and surpassing history, all the disciples on the scene were excited. Suddenly, Nia Lingyu became the focus of the entire family's attention, and the limelight directly overshadowed Nia Feng not long ago. Duaning Rong walked up to meet Nia Lingyu, patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Good job." Seeing this, all the Nia family children also showed extremely envious expressions on their faces. After all, being able to be personally commended by the family leader was an incomparable honor for them and could make countless family members envious and jealous. But Nia Yun was the only exception. Looking at Nia Lingyu's satisfied smile on the high platform in the distance, Nia Yun looked at Nia Feng with some confusion and turned to look at Nia Feng beside him and asked in a low voice, "Is 903 a high score?" After hearing this, Nia Feng's face became stiff and he said with a livid face, "Back then, the clan leader only scored more than 700 points when he participated in the competition for the first time. This Nia Lingyu actually scored 900 points." Seeing Nia Feng's livid expression, Nia Yun also became playful. "Then why don't you guess what my score is?" "Brother, shouldn't you?" Nia Yun smiled and nodded without saying anything. At this moment, everyone in the Nia family already believed that Nia Lingyu was the first in the competition. After all, that's 900 points. Who else can match the results of the previous clan leader? In 30 days, if they are all zero-level monsters, there will be a total of 900 monsters. That is 900 monsters that can attack beastly monsters. Even if there are 900 pigs that won't resist, it will be difficult for you to kill them for a month. You won't be able to kill them all. That's a total of monsters. What's more, not all the monsters he killed were zero-level monsters, there were also first-level ones, and even second-level ones. Simply so scary. For this, the contemporary patriarch personally praised him. Who can win this honor? There is only Nia Lingyu. After this climax, the rest was a bit dull. The remaining disciples emptied all the loot in their storage bags, and none of them scored more than 400 points. The disciples around who were watching the excitement didn't bother to watch at all. There were even some disciples who didn't mind the excitement and started shouting outside the venue. "Just give the number 1 award to Nia Lingyu. Now isn't this a waste of everyone's time? Who can surpass him?" the 4th-level martial artist was the strongest and hunted the most monsters. The other strong competitors all gave up for some reason. After everyone saw it, Nia Lingyu's number 1 ranking was well-deserved.
Nia Yun. The statistician looked at the last person on the list and shouted. Nia Yun is coming up, Nia Yun is coming up. I don't know what her grades are like.
Among them, there are some who are watching the excitement, and some who are worried. After all, those spirit stones caused quite a stir before the start. Anyone who is not a fool would not take out so many spirit stones as a bet without being sure.
Nia Yun, I advise you to give up. You can't score higher than mine. Don't humiliate yourself again.
Nia Lingyu relied on his high status and spoke condescendingly to Nia Yun with an extremely unkind tone.
With his current talent, in the eyes of the family, even if Nia Yun really recovered, he would still be on an equal footing with Nia Yun.
Now, there are thousands of disciples of the Nia family, and all their attention is focused on Nia Yun. After all, Nia Yun's identity is somewhat special, he is the young master of the Nia family. Everyone wants to see what kind of results this young master can produce and whether he has recovered. Nia Yun listened to the discussions of the people around him, especially the ridicule of Nia Lingyu, and didn't say much. He just found an open space, then let the referee, and then waved his hand towards the referee, indicating him to go further away.
Oh, I learned it in a useful way. Come on, don't take the ink time. No, I don't even look at my own strength. I just pretend to look like him.
Zhou Xiaoren made noisy jeering noises, surrounding the air like an overwhelming river.
Quiet, this is a family competition, no noise is allowed.
At this moment, the elder of the execution hall shouted coldly, like thunder, which shocked everyone.
Nia Yun said to Nia Feng behind him without even looking back. Brother, let me show you what it means to be in the limelight, called a gap.
Seeing Nia Yun walking to the middle of the competition venue under everyone's gaze, Nia Feng couldn't help but reveal a smile as if he was watching a show. Although he didn't know how much loot Nia Yun had in his hands, he knew that it was definitely much more than himself.
Nia Feng's score should not be only 630.
Before leaving the Monster Mountain range, Nia Yun had handed Nia Feng several overstuffed storage bags many times, but Nia Feng refused to accept them. He wanted to see what level he could achieve in the competition with his own strength.
Eyes pulled back.
Nia Yun took a leisurely stroll and walked to the place where Nia Lingyu stood at the beginning. At this moment, the venue had been cleared, leaving ample space. Looking around, the eyes around me include speculation, doubt, and disdain. Finally, Nia Yun's eyes fell on the elder statistician beside him. Elder, please step back, I need some space. With the lessons learned from Nia Lingyu, now even though the elder does not believe that Nia Yun can surpass Nia Lingyu, the steps under his feet subconsciously moved back.
Nia Yun, can you please hurry up? It's too tiring.
That's it, don't make a fool of yourself again, just come down here. He twisted his neck and made a creaking sound.
Listening to these words, Nia Yun responded with actions.
He took out a bulging storage bag from his waist and threw it into the air with a little force on his wrist. The next moment, the wind shadow sword appeared in his hand. The firelight reflected the captivating light of the sword.
Chopped down. Boom.
There was a crisp sound from the void, like glass and china being shattered. The storage bag shattered in mid-air and exploded into powder. Suddenly, countless items fell directly from the void to the ground due to the broken storage bags, forming piles of hills.
Fuck me.
A storage bag requires hundreds of spirit stones at least.
Nia Yun is such a waste of money.
Just chop the storage bag into pieces.
Can't he take it out one by one?
It has to be said that Nia Yun's move really caught people's attention, and people around him were shocked by Nia Yun's unconventional move. Before he could react, another storage bag flew gently into the air.
Shoo!
The sword light flashed. With another knife, the storage bag exploded again, and another mountain-like pile of loot fell from the void and piled on the ground.
Nia Yun did this 4 times in a row.
Everyone was frightened by Nia Yun's wealth, but when they thought of the spirit stones that Nia Yun just took out not long ago, they consciously kept their mouths shut. Please ask the elders to tally up the scores.
Nia Yun stood aside and said with cupped hands.
At the center of the competition, the elder statistician was also shocked by this scene. He had seen ups and downs in his family for decades, but this was the first time he encountered such a thing. He couldn't help but be stunned, but as an elder, he was just lost for a moment, and then he came to his senses. After his spiritual consciousness swept away, he let out a long sigh of relief. The feathers of the blue-scaled eagle, the horns of the clay bull, fortunately, they are all 1.0 level monsters. Nya Yun's appearance had already attracted the attention of everyone present.
Now Nya Yun would do such a thing again.
There were piles of trophies like mountains.
Without any notice, 2 more elders took the initiative to come and count them. 107, 157.
236, Nya Yun's score skyrocketed during the counting of many elders, but similarly, his mountain-like loot also decreased rapidly.
In less than half a moment, Nya Yun's loot was almost bottomed out.
At this moment, his score had reached 445. Just when everyone thought that this was all Nya Yun's strength.
Boom! Another storage bag was split open in mid-air.
Another mountain-like pile of loot fell directly from the void and hit the ground, making a series of crackling sounds.
Everyone around was stunned. How the hell does it feel like you don't need money? Where did Nya Yun get these trophies? Where did he get so many storage bags? Didn't everyone only get one before the competition?
As the area where the loot was accumulated became larger and larger, the statistical elders who came to help were also retreating.
Back off, back off. Back again, back again. Go back a little more, go back a little more. Back away, back away.
There's no way to retreat. As an elder, you can't just be drowned by the corpses of a group of monsters.
That would be too embarrassing. Boom!
Only a crisp sound was heard in the void, and another knife was struck.
Before many elders could react, another storage bag was split open in mid-air. Now Nya Yun's trophies were almost covering his thighs.
Squatting down a little and accumulating strength, Nya Yun jumped out of the trophies and jumped to the top of the hill made of trophies. Seeing Nya Yun stop his movements, it seemed that he had finally taken all the loot in his hands, and several statisticians began to hurriedly count the points of this large mountain of loot. Nya Yun's score at this moment seemed to be on a rocket, constantly soaring upwards. Only a dozen breaths had passed, and Nya Yun's score had already surpassed that of most of the contestants. However, the current scores are only a drop in the bucket compared to this mountain of loot. The scores are getting higher and higher, and the amount of loot at this moment is getting smaller and smaller.
Because the 0-level monster can only be counted as 1 point.
Although the stack of loot looks exaggerated, the actual number of points is far less than imagined. In the end, Nya Yun's score was fixed at 699 points.
There is still a gap of more than 200 points from Nya Lingyu's score.
Nya Yun, give up struggling,
you can't surpass me, just be your number 2 with peace of mind. Nya Lingyu also mocked when he saw this scene. This Nya Yun is quite good.
Although all the points are stacked with 0-level monsters, with his current talent, as long as he concentrates on training, he can become a strong man in time.
Do you want to win him over? The second elder thought to himself.
The 2 Nya Yun brothers were at odds with the acting head of the family. Although they did not show it, it was already a tacit secret among the top brass of the Nya family. Nya Lingyu is the first in this competition, there is basically no suspense, the great elder thought in his heart.
But why do I still feel uneasy?
Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed in his mind.
No! Nya Yun never took out the crystal core from the beginning to the end. He still has a backup plan. The great elder reacted, but it was too late. That's right. Getting number 2 is your limit, so just accept your fate.
Nya Lingyu was still looking at Nya Yun with a condescending attitude at this moment. There was disdain and pride in his eyes, but more of it was pity for the weak.
Is it?
Then you have to take a good look at whether I accept my fate or not. Nya Yun raised his head and grinned at the corner of his mouth. Just when everyone thought that Nya Yun's score would be fixed at 699 points. At this moment, Nya Yun took out another storage bag. However, this storage bag was not as bulging as the previous ones.
On the contrary, it was very dry, as if it did not contain many things.
Nie Lingyu looked at the shriveled storage bag with a look of disdain on his face. There is more than 200 points difference between you and me.
Just because of the garbage monsters you hunted, you can't catch up with me even if it is full, let alone you have the nerve to take it out if it is so dry? Center of the venue.
The storage bag in his hand was gently turned over, spiritual energy was poured into it, and with a thought, the storage bag opened.
Ding! Ding! Clang! Clang!
On the cleared ground, a large number of crystal nuclei fell from mid-air to the ground, making countless crisp sounds.
Elders, please tally the scores. Nie Yun's shout, which he used his spiritual power, could still be clearly heard hundreds of meters away.
The weak disciples' eardrums were sore from the shock. The powerful colleagues were so shocked when they saw the crystal cores everywhere in front of them.
There are crystal nuclei all over the ground.
Even elders rarely see such a scene, let alone other disciples under the age of 20. There was a large mountain of trophies in front of them. Without exception, they were all zero-level monsters that Nie Yun had killed. What appears now is Nie Yun's real achievement. Obviously, the appearance of this large number of crystal nuclei shocked everyone present. This is not a question of a few or a dozen coins, this is a problem of a lot. Just like taking out the garbage, Nie Yun poured out a large puddle on the ground directly from the storage bag, which made the statisticians and elders a little dumbfounded. But after all, he was in a high position and had never seen any big storms. It only took him a few breaths to regain his composure and start counting scores. At this moment, Nie Yun's score began to soar from 699 points, instantly breaking through 900 points and surpassing Nie Lingyu's score.
Reached the 1,000-point mark. But the momentum is still decreasing and the scores are still skyrocketing.
In the end, under everyone's expectations, Nie Yun's score was finally fixed at 2,700 points.
What? Nie Lingyu stood up in shock.
He could not accept this result. You must know that the crystal nuclei in his hand were not only hunted by himself, but also hunted by many bribed family masters in Deadpool, and snatched from others. In the end, he collected such a large sum of money.
Of points. Thinking of this, Nie Lingyu cursed secretly again. Damn Nie Mo, if you hadn't betrayed me, how would my points be so low? Cutting you into pieces won't extinguish the hatred in my heart. Ha 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 ha. He only heard Nie Yun laughing loudly, looking at Nie Lingyu who had a gloomy face and said loudly, Nie Lingyu. When I was all-powerful, you were still playing in the mud. Today, let me tell you, what the hell is it called? Gap. After saying that, something appeared in Nie Yun's hand again. As the thing in Nie Yun's hand appeared, ripple-like fluctuations of spiritual power suddenly emitted outwards, centered on Nie Yun. When everyone reacted, they took a closer look. It was a crystal core the size of a fist, lying quietly in Nie Yun's hand. Why is the spiritual power fluctuation emitted by this second-order crystal core so strong? This is a collective question that arises in the minds of many disciples. But just for a moment, some disciples with a slightly higher realm felt something was wrong and cried out in surprise. No! That's not the second-order crystal nucleus. Then he said with a solemn expression, that's the third-order crystal nucleus. The crystal core of a third-order monster. Some disciples with sharp ears were shocked to the point of hearing the voices of the elders and cried out. The unexpected loss of voice this time was not very loud, but it was like an echo in the valley, echoing one after another in everyone's ears. At this moment, everyone's eyes changed from puzzlement and confusion at the beginning to shock now. But just for a moment, doubts broke out again among the crowd. This is impossible. What level is Nie Yun? How could he kill a third-level monster? Impossible, how could it be a third-order monster? Could this be a more powerful second-order monster? The third-level monster was so shocking that even the elders sitting on the high platform had expressions of surprise on their faces. Doubts and jeers from the audience came like waves one after another. Unlike ordinary disciples, the elders are the powerful people in the family. With their knowledge, they can naturally tell the difference. The crystal core in Nie Yun's hand was naturally not a counterfeit, it was a genuine third-order crystal core. That's right, the crystal core in Nie Yun's hand is the crystal core of the iron-backed poisonous lizard in the Monster Mountain range. Elders, I wonder how many points I can get with this crystal core. Nya Yun said calmly.
An elder statistician standing nearby stepped forward, took the crystal core in his hand, and carefully checked the authenticity of the crystal core in his hand. As his spiritual consciousness penetrated, the look of horror on the elder's face became more intense. Finally, with a hint of disbelief and a trembling tone, he announced to everyone, the third-order monster crystal core is confirmed to be correct. Nya Yun's total points are 3,700 points. The elder statistician's words were like a thunder exploding in everyone's hearts. Among the many expressions of disbelief, Nya Lingyu was the first to bear the brunt.
No way, this is impossible. He's cheating.
Nya Lingyu shouted, his voice full of anger, as if Nya Yun and him had sworn hatred. But as he shouted, many people who didn't know what was going on began to be incited by him. There was a storm outside the court, and the words cheating, cheating suddenly appeared in everyone's mouths as if they were the truth. When the statistician next to Nya Yun saw this scene, his face turned pale and he was a little at a loss. He looked at the head of the family sitting on the high platform. Duaningrong narrowed her eyes slightly, and an extremely powerful pressure suddenly spread from her body and stuck in everyone's throats. With just one hand, this big trouble was solved. After a few breaths, Duaningrong held her chin with one hand and leaned on the armrest beside her seat and spoke calmly.
Nya Yun, where did your crystal core come from?
This plain voice was full of unquestionable domineering and even a hint of hidden murderous intent. It seems that as long as Nya Yun tells a lie at the next moment, he will directly end up with his body and head missing. This sentence spread all over the world, and many elders were suddenly shocked. Because they remembered that a few years ago, the head of the family disappeared and other families put pressure on the Nya family because of the Tianyulan incident.
Duaningrong had this tone and killed everyone in front of the 4 major families. She was seriously injured and the other 3 major families were frightened. Immediately returning to the family, his reckless behavior was naturally opposed by all the elders. Call her an enemy. She is said to be a benevolent woman. Say she has no foresight. Call him stupid.
The results of it?
Duaningrong faced the impeachment of the elders with her seriously injured body.
She took 8 elders including the elder of the execution hall, the elder of the elixir garden, and the 3rd elder of the Nya family at that time, the 3rd elder, and the 4th elder.
All. Cut off the head.
In front of all the senior members of the Nya family, their corpses were chopped into minced meat.
At this point, no one in the Nya family dared to oppose her. Later, she took the position of acting head of the family on the grounds that her husband was missing and the family could not live without a leader for a day. Under the platform. After the noise around him was suppressed, Duaningrong put away his pressure. However, Nya Yun was not included. At this moment, Nya Yun felt as if there was a huge mountain pressing down on him. The strong pressure made all the bones in Nya Yun's body begin to creak. In the daintian, the 9-turn mental technique began to run wildly, maintaining the operation of the iron cloth shirt to resist this powerful pressure. But even so, Nya Yun's body remained upright, with no fear in his eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "For the record, my family leader, I found this crystal core by chance from an abandoned cave when I was hunting monsters in the Monster Mountains. I hope the head of the family will learn from this." If he were to directly say that he killed this 3rd-level monster by himself, even if it were true, no one would believe it. In the eyes of all of them, it was simply impossible to hunt down a 3rd-level monster with a strength that was not at the level of a martial artist. In their eyes, Nya Yun was still a 9th-level warrior when he first participated in the competition. A warrior would basically not take action against a 1st-level monster of the same realm. Relying on the help of skills, talismans, etc., he could win, but he would inevitably be injured. If you are unlucky, you may die. It has happened. In a battle within the same realm, monsters have an absolute advantage. Fighting across 2 realms in a row was undoubtedly a risk to death, but Nya Yun not only won, he also fought against a demonic beast that was far more powerful than humans, and obtained his crystal core. If I really said that, I would definitely be arrested and studied in minutes. The mysterious inheritance tiger skin I pulled off a few months ago would bring disaster to my life. Because it is too shocking. You fart, why didn't I find it? I am Nyayan definitely cheated, and his grades will be invalidated.
Such rhetoric, which anyone with a discerning eye would know to be a lie at a glance, could not be concealed from anyone present. In an instant, countless disciples spoke out in rebuttal.
The rules of the family competition don't seem to stipulate that the crystal core must be hunted by oneself, right?
Nyayan's body did not move, but his tone suddenly became louder. The unkind tone revealed arrogant confidence.
Duaningrong is also very confused now. He knew that Nyayan must be lying, but he couldn't expose this lie. First of all, there is indeed no rule in the rules of the competition that the crystal nuclei picked up do not count. Secondly, the probability of this happening is almost zero. This lie is too clumsy. It can only mean that someone is helping Nyayan. Who could it be? Is it the first elder or the second elder? Why do they want to help Nyayan?
These are troubled times, and the top-end combat power of the entire Nya family is myself and the two elders. If one person is missing, the Nya family will fall into extreme trouble. The same thoughts began to overflow in the minds of the first elder and the second elder. They almost unanimously believed that this third-order crystal core was secretly given to Nyayan by Duaningrong during the competition, but they did not dare to say anything. They had seen Duaningrong's terrifying combat power a few years ago, so at this moment they all looked at their noses with their eyes, and their hearts with their noses. They sat on the sidelines and waited for Duaningrong's reaction. Nyayan's expression remained unchanged, but he was sneering in his heart. Someone in the family wants to harm me. I am in the light, he is in the dark, and I am a polished commander with no roots and no influence in the family. I can just use this third-order crystal core to create a so-called backer for myself. To protect yourself.
As for why Nyayan didn't go and tell Duaningrong directly?
She is Nyayan's stepmother.
If Nyayan is in danger, shouldn't he help him? No.
Because from Duaningrong's indifferent attitude towards him over the years, it can be seen that he has no good impression of him. And in Nyayan's heart, Duaningrong was also the number one suspect.
After a few breaths, Duaningrong glanced at everyone and responded sternly, "A warrior's practice pays attention to the law. Partners, land, wealth, treasures, favorable weather, place, and people. Sometimes luck is also a part of strength."
There was a brief pause. Nyayan's results will be counted this time.
Let's continue counting.
As Duaningrong fell, Nyayan's score of points was completely sealed.
3,700 points. No doubt number one in this competition.
He said that Nya Lingyu's score was 4 times that of Nya Lingyu, which was 5 times higher than the previous record of the family patriarch. Several statisticians and elders held the roster in their hands. After getting the permission of the family leader, they began to announce, "I declare that the number one in this competition is, Nya, Patriarch, I refuse to accept." Before the elder could announce the ranking, Nya Lingyu, who was standing next to the great elder, interrupted. This shout immediately attracted everyone's attention. After all, at this time, if you say you are not convinced, wouldn't this be a disgrace to the head of the family? What's the difference between this and touching a tiger's butt? I don't object to what the head of the family said. Luck is sometimes a part of strength, but the most important thing in a warrior's practice is strength. So, what do you want to say? Duaningrong narrowed her eyes slightly and said calmly, "I will now challenge Nyayan." As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was surprised. "Fuck you." As soon as he said this, Nyefong exploded and retorted directly, "What level are you? What level is my brother? You challenge him, why are you so shameless? The entire Nya family, you have completely lost all my dignity as a warrior." That's right, Nyayan looks like a 9th level warrior. Nya Lingyu is a 4th level martial artist. This challenge is indeed unreasonable. In an unobtrusive corner, the great elder's face was as gloomy as water. According to Nya Lingyu's temperament, it was naturally impossible for him to say such words. These words were naturally ordered by the great elder. After all, if they could win the first place in a large sum, they would be able to obtain more resources allocated by the family in the future. So even if Nyayan didn't cheat now, he still had to ask Nya Lingyu to stand up and correct him, saying that Nyayan had cheated. When the head of the family disappeared a few years ago, almost all the elites of his lineage disappeared with him. Therefore, even though Duaningrong's lineage is extremely strong now, it is still in a state of decline. If he is not corrected, once the coffin is settled and number 2 is placed, the lineage of the family will really be unable to suppress it.
As for being wronged? Ha ha ha. History is written by the winner.
When he develops and takes control of the family, there will be no such thing as injustice. So now Nya has to cheat even if he doesn't cheat. No matter what happens today, even if he offends Duaningrong, Nya cannot safely take away the first place. According to the rules, once a challenge is issued, the challenger cannot refuse and must accept it. But this stipulation is for the same realm, so Nya, you can refuse. The elder's voice echoed in the ears of everyone present.
Thank you for your kindness, elder, but I choose to accept, in an empty and supposedly lively venue.
At this moment, there was a dead silence.
Nyayan's answer obviously exceeded everyone's expectations.
In their opinion, even a fool could see that this competition was unfair. One has the strength of a 9th-level martial artist, while the other has the strength of a 4th-level martial artist.
Having crossed a huge realm, how can we overcome such a huge gap? There is no way to fight.
This is almost a losing situation. Moreover, the head of the family had just spoken, allowing Nya to refuse the challenge. In their opinion, Nyayan's refusal at this moment was the best solution. After all, no one would be optimistic that a 9th-level warrior could leapfrog an opponent who was a 4th-level warrior. What's more, the martial artist realm is still the Nya family's number 1 genius who has long been challenged by leapfrogging, the favored son of heaven Yelingyu. As for the crystal core of the 3rd-level monster? Who would believe that Nya hunted it himself? Everyone in the audience subconsciously forgot about this matter.
Why? Because no one believes it. Brother, are you sure? Nya Feng reminded quietly from the side.
Nya tilted his head, looked at Nya Feng and smiled slightly, stretched out his hand, lightly hammered Nya Feng's chest, and then turned to look at everyone.
As the young master of the Nya family, how can I not fight?
I, Nya, accept your challenge. Nyayan's loud voice spread throughout the entire venue, and every word fell into his ears clearly. At this moment, Nya not only exceeded everyone's expectations, but even Nya Lingyu himself did not expect that Nya would actually accept his challenge.
Who in the Nya family doesn't know that he, the so-called young master of the Nya family, is a veritable loser who cannot cultivate? Nya won't really recover, will he?
Now that he accepts the challenge with all his heart, it only shows that he is an arrogant person. Even if he really regains his strength, there is nothing to be afraid of. There was a roar among the crowd, causing an uproar. Immediately countless voices and various remarks were made. The older elder looked a little thoughtful.
Nya is so confident, is it possible that he has really recovered?
Then should I consider joining the team in advance to avoid being affected later? Okay, I have the guts. I won't bully you, I will suppress my strength to be in the same realm as you, and fight with you in the same realm in an honest and fair manner.
Nya Lingyu replied with a cold shout.
Nya Lingyu's words were very clever. He not only put forward his idea of a fight, but also said that he wanted to fight in the same realm before everyone else. In this way, even after the war, it will not be true, saying that the small bullies the big, and the state suppresses the others. For the righteous, they still pay great attention to reputation. This is a necessity for them to rise to power. They must only by obeying the crowd can you rise to the top. As expected, hearing Nya Lingyu's impassioned speech caused many young girls to look at Nya Lingyu with confused eyes. Just a few words before and after, his upright character was established in an instant. In the cheers that rang out from the crowd, it was not only Nya Lingyu who benefited, but also the people of the great elder's lineage behind him.
Damn, there's so much nonsense, I'm going to fight. Nya strode towards Nya Lingyu.
The surrounding Nya family disciples were also very smart and immediately stepped back. Where the two were about to meet next, a large open space was opened for Nya and Nya Lingyu.
Without any instructions from the family head, an elder took the initiative and came between Nya and Nya Lingyu.
He took out a small octagonal exquisite array disc from the storage bag on his waist and placed it gently on the ground. Pour spiritual power into it. The next moment, a semicircular transparent light with a radius of tens of meters appeared with the array disk as the center, covering Nya Yun and Nya Yun.
The elder's voice echoed around.
This is called Water Prison Barrier.
Its main function is to trap enemies. I am honored to be able to use it as an arena today.
The elder stood in the middle of Nya Yun and Nya Lingyu, separating them.
Then he said loudly, "This challenge is only about high and low, and it will end as soon as you click. No, today he and I are not only competing for superiority, but also life and death."
Nya Yun interrupted the elder without mercy and looked at Nya Lingyu calmly. "I don't know if you dare."
"You dare, what do I have to fear?"
Nya Lingyu laughed ferociously. Although he didn't know why Nya Yun would put forward such a condition, this was indeed the result he wanted most.
Within the boundary.
There are two challengers, one is the current number 1 genius of the Nya family, and the other is the former number 1 genius of the Nya family. This is a veritable battle for talent. What kind of sparks can the two geniuses collide with? Now, I declare the challenge, begin.
The small episode did not affect the progress.
The elder was also someone who had seen the scene. When he saw that the head of the family on the high platform did not say anything to stop it, he immediately understood. With just a few words, the atmosphere on the field was completely aroused. Listening to these words, all the competing disciples of the entire Nya family felt some excitement in their hearts. As the elder's last words fell, everyone's attractive eyes were all focused on the two figures within the barrier.
But they didn't move. Surprisingly, after announcing the start of the battle, neither of them made any moves. The two of them just stood quietly 5 or 6 meters away from each other, watching each other without making any move.
"Nya Yun, it is a regret in my heart that I have never had a fight with you. I thought I would never have another chance in this life. I am sincerely happy that you have regained your strength, and I am honored that you can give me this as my chance." As a leader of the younger generation, Nya Lingyu had to be polite first, no matter whether his words were his original intention or not. But these words coupled with his handsome face once again captured the hearts of many female disciples.
"Today you will be my stepping stone to the top and you will be honored for it. In the Nya family, there can only be one person between you and me."
Many of Nya Lingyu's words were like a breeze blowing on his face. Although his tone was gentle, he couldn't help but reveal the coldness in his words. Nya Yun twisted his neck, dug his ears with his little finger, looked at the bright blood strips on Nya Lingyu's head, curled his lips in disgust and said, "You fucking talk too much." Then he held his right hand empty, and a snow-white long knife suddenly appeared in his hand out of thin air.
"Take your life."
As he said that, he suddenly exerted force on his feet, and his body turned into a black shadow and rushed directly towards Nya Lingyu. Geniuses Nya Yun obviously didn't follow the routine and rushed directly towards Nya Lingyu, slashing straight in the face with his backhand.
Clang!
The long sword at Nya Lingyu's waist was instantly unsheathed. The moment the swords collided, sparks flew everywhere. The crisp sound of metal clanging penetrated the barrier and reached the ears of everyone in the Nya family.
"Nya Yun, if you want to make a sneak attack, you are too young."
The two sides fought, and sparks flew, but they did not recede. Instead, the two sides got close again and began to compete with absolute strength, both wanting to directly crush the other side with their strength.
"The first place in the competition can only be me. You have no chance. Do you understand?"
The two of them were now so close, only a sword and a sword separated them. In the constant wrestling between the two sides, Nya Lingyu's words were chattering like maggots attached to the bones. Nya Yun slowly raised his head, his dark eyes met Nya Lingyu's eyes, and he slowly uttered a few words. "You talk so much damn nonsense. Take a step back. Turn around and hit him with another backhand. 7 kills with the wind knife, storm kill. Good come." Nya Lingyu kept using the seals in his hands to attack with swords in both hands. Boom! There was another collision of weapons, and with a loud noise, the two of them were blown away.
Nya Yun glanced at his chest.
In the blow just now, his chest was cut with several wounds by the sword energy that escaped.
At this moment, his clothes were completely destroyed.
Good sword.
Nya Yun admired sincerely.
He has a scroll on the iron cloth shirt that he cultivated. Although it is a broken scroll, it can still be unbreakable by non-martial arts masters. Just a few wisps of sword energy leaking out can break through his defense.
How could he not be frightened?
However, Nie Lingyu's side was not having a hard time either. Feeling an extremely overbearing force coming from the sword, his arms were numb from the shock, and he almost dropped the sword, feeling extremely horrified in his heart.
Why is this beast so strong?
As the ancients said, take advantage of his illness and kill him.
Nie Yun didn't give Nie Lingyu any chance to breathe.
A bright light flashed in his eyes, and with a ferocious look, he rushed towards Nie Lingyu again. There was nothing fancy. With a strong physique, he came to Nie Lingyu in a few flashes. The wind shadow knife was in hand. The 7 kills of the wind knife had been brewing for a long time. One blow after another, the blade turned into countless snow-white blades, slashing at Nie Lingyu like a violent storm. Wind and thunder kill. Killed by wind and snow. Wind and cloud kill. Storm kill. The wind knife kills 7 times, a total of 7 styles. Every move he performs has the power to change the situation. Since Nie Yun obtained this secret book, no matter how busy he is, he will take time to practice hard every day. He has already practiced it to perfection. At this moment, the foaming sword is like an arm, and he can use it to his satisfaction. As expected, the wind sword's 7 kills were used continuously. Various scenes emerged around the two of them. Suddenly there was a sudden gust of wind, suddenly there was an attack like raindrops, and suddenly there was an attack like a thunderstorm. Various attacks and countless tricky angles continued to attack Nie Lingyu. As the saying goes, take the first step and take the lead every step of the way.
Nie Yun seized the opportunity.
This desperate style of play immediately made Nie Lingyu a little unable to resist. Within the barrier for a while, Nie Yun chased and beat him fiercely, and Nie Lingyu was defeated step by step.
This scene stunned everyone. How can it be like this? Has Nie Yun really recovered? He is no longer the useless piece of shit he was before with his daintian broken?
If Nie Lingyu is not his opponent, then he may really be the number 1 among the younger generation of our Nie family.
The countless pairs of eyes outside the barrier revealed indescribable shock.
His attacks, his sword skills, are terrifyingly fierce. This is the common thought in the minds of many disciples.
Enough! Nie Lingyu was angry. He was born to be like a star holding the moon. When had he ever been so humiliated?
With a sudden stamp of his foot, a sword swept out, like a poisonous snake, heading straight for Nie Yun's throat. This blow went straight to the vital point, extremely sharp and extremely vicious. If this blow was successful, even if Nie Yun was protected by an iron cloth shirt, he would still end up with his head separated.
Brother, run away.
Outside the barrier, Nie Fong yelled anxiously.
Danger!
Suddenly, Nie Yun's hair suddenly grew cold. The 9-turn mental technique in the body and the iron cloth shirt were running wildly at the same time, suddenly stopping their progress. The tip of the sword brushed against Nie Yun's throat. A little bit, just a little bit. Nie Yun broke into a cold sweat in his heart. He was just a little bit away from entering the gate of hell.
Ha, I'm quite capable, and I actually dodged it. Nie Lingyu spoke in slight surprise.
In his opinion, it would be difficult for even an opponent of the same level to dodge this blow. Unexpectedly, Nie Yun could actually dodge it.
Oh shit!
Nie Yun rushed towards him again, but this time Nie Lingyu learned his lesson and quickly retreated, deliberately keeping a distance from Nie Yun to prevent him from getting close. After all, not long ago, he had personally experienced Nie Yun's terrifying strength. He could not withstand even a few blows from that powerful and heavy sword technique.
Outside the enchantment, the crowd was stunned.
From the beginning of this competition to now, it has only been a few minutes. Most of the time, they did not make any movement, and the actual fighting time was only a dozen breaths. But in these 10 breaths, Nie Yun completely shattered the invincible image that Nie Lingyu had established among the younger generation. Interesting, this Nie Yun is actually so ferocious.
The second elder narrowed his eyes, thoughtfully. Within the boundary.
Regardless of whether you have recovered or not, even if I have to bear the infamy of Xingji today, you must die here. A sneer sneered from the corner of Nie Lingyu's mouth, and murderous intent boiled in his heart. Nie Lingyu's fast-moving figure suddenly turned around, raised his sword in his hand, and threw it in the direction of Nie Yun. The long sword turned into a phantom, cutting through the air with a sharp sound and flickering light and shadow. Ding! Sparks fly. The long sword in mid-air was directly slashed by Nie Yun. What's going on? Is Nie Lingyu giving up the game? Nie Yun's attack is so fierce, why do you want to throw the sword out now? Damn it, fight the match fixing. Refund the money. Outside the court, countless disciples saw this scene and were immediately confused. They didn't know why Nie Lingyu did what he did. Beat up the drowning dog. How could Nie Yun let go of such a good opportunity? Just when Nie Yun was about to take another step, he suddenly felt something was wrong and rolled hard to the side. Whoosh! I saw the long sword that had just been slashed away by Nie Yun, in a way that defied physics and at a weird angle, quickly passing by the location where I was just now. Nie Yun broke into a cold sweat in his heart. If his reaction was just a second slower, he would probably be stabbed to the core. This is the art of sword control, geniuses. Is this the art of sword control? Among the crowd, a few older disciples noticed something and exclaimed. How is it possible? Isn't sword control a high-level secret skill that can only be mastered by the martial spirit realm? Nie Lingyu is so young, how can he master it? The words in everyone's mind were not completely lost. Because they couldn't explain the secret technique of controlling flying swords. If it wasn't the art of sword control, what should it be? Okay. That's it, let everyone be shocked by your talent. The great elder secretly rejoiced in his heart. Nie Yun, just die in peace. This flying sword is a peerless flying sword that he spent several years of hard work and half his life savings to forge. He comes from the imperial city. The Yen family, headed by the great master of weapon refining, forged it with his own hands. Asking himself, he has been training Nie Lingyu for many years, and he knows that his swordsmanship is not inferior to his own. If his level improves over time, his strength will soar to the sky. Coupled with the assistance of pills for many years, it was enough for him to master the high-level secret technique of sword control at a great level ahead of time. Although he is not invincible, he is enough to stand out among the disciples of the same level. Nie Lingyu's long hair was disheveled, blowing in the wind, and the pressure was released. The strength of the martial artist realm was clearly visible at this moment. Boundary reinforcement. In a corner where no one was paying attention, the elder began to pour spiritual energy into the array plate in his hand quietly, covering up all the aura of the martial artist realm emanating from Nie Lingyu. He looked into the barrier with complicated eyes. Nie Yun, who told you to offend the wrong person, inside the field. Now a flying sword was hanging in the air, white gang chi slowly flowing along the sword's body, and the tip of the sword pointed at Nie Yun in the distance. Every time the sword is inhaled, you can feel the chilling air around you, which will increase by 1 point. 4th level martial artist, are you starting to get serious? Nie Yun murmured. In the entire Nie family, you are the first person who can make me take action with all my strength. Nie Lingyu's eyes were indifferent and his tone was calm. My name is Nie Lingyu, and you are not unjust if you die by my sword. Remember to say my name on the road to hell. The king of hell wants you to be reincarnated. Feeling the aura coming from Nie Lingyu's body and the faint hint of danger in the sword in his hand, Nie Yun's eyes showed a solemn look for the first time. The foaming Dao was put into the body space, and the next moment the soul was in his hand. Passive skill, intermediate archery. Take a bow and see the full moon. The next moment, 3 illusory black arrows composed of spiritual power were quickly shot towards Nie Lingyu's vital parts. Oh, it's just a little trick. Nie Lingyu felt disdainful and didn't even dodge. With a casual swing of his long sword, the 3 arrows were immediately scattered and turned into spiritual energy. Dots of black light disappeared into the void. Nie Yun's body was so powerful that he shot more than a dozen arrows in just an instant. Nie Yun, where is your dignity as a warrior? Fight me head on. Although these arrows would not cause any harm to Nie Lingyu, they were enough to cause some trouble to him, and he suddenly became angry. Now Nie Yun is truly regarded as his opponent in his heart, and it is worth his full effort to win this competition. Holding a long sword, the whole person turned into a shadow and rushed towards Nyaeun at an extremely fast speed, vowing to make Nyaeun's blood splash on the spot. The figure changed, but in the blink of an eye, Nya Lingyu crossed dozens of meters and arrived in front of Nyaeun. The long sword struck like a poisonous snake coming out of its hole, with the sound of howling wind, and at an extremely tricky and cruel angle. Stabbed Nyaeun's throat. Nyaeun looked indifferently at the sword tip that was slowly enlarging in his pupils, and a meaningful smile was lightly outlined in the corner of his mouth. At the same time, a talisman that looked like a marsh talisman appeared in his hand. The best yellow-grade talisman, Swamp Talisman. The difference between Swamp Talisman and Mire Talisman can be several times different in effect. In just an instant, the entire ground within the barrier turned into a swamp. The sudden appearance of the swamp made Nya Lingyu stagger under his feet. Opportunity. Nyaeun saw the opportunity and stepped forward in an instant. 7 kills with the wind knife, storm kill. This was the most violent blow among the 7 wind sword kills, and Nyaeun was using it with all his strength at this moment. Carrying the flickering sword light in violent hurricane, he slashed towards Nya Lingyu. Swish! Blood splattered everywhere. This was Nyaeun's first successful attack, but at the critical moment, Nya Lingyu reacted and blocked it. Fuck, Nyaeun is cheating. He used the talisman, he cheated. Fuck you. When we made the rules just now, I didn't seem to say that you can't use talismans. Besides, Nya Lingyu can also use them. Sounds like this started to come and go in the surrounding auditorium. Due to the reinforcement of the barrier, they could not sense the changes in Nya Lingyu's state, but they could see the scene of Nyaeun using the talisman. The Great Elder was also extremely shocked. Nya Lingyu was actually injured? Within the boundary. Damn it! It was just a little bit close. Nyaeun secretly hated himself for not being fast enough. The blow just now was supposed to be a direct decapitation, but because he was not fast enough, Nya Lingyu was able to react and only cut off one of his ears. Now half of Nya Lingyu's clothes were stained with blood, and he covered his ears tightly with one hand. He gathered his spiritual power at his feet and stood on the swamp. His eyes were extremely gloomy. Very good, you have completely angered me. I will cut you into pieces. Nyaeun's knife just now was extremely sharp. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have died on the spot. 10,000 spirits sword Ju 10,000 snakes come out of the cave. The long sword in his wrist rotated rapidly, and the shadow of the long sword continued to increase in his hand. 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 3, and 3 becomes thousands. The phantoms seemed to have condensed into substance, and they continued to gather behind Nya Lingyu. The huge number seemed to block all the light of the sun. This is the sword control technique. There is also the Wanling Jianju's last move, 10,000 snakes leaving the cave. Either of these two techniques alone is not inferior to the Xian level technique. Especially the latter, the difficulty of this move is far greater than that of sword control. It is said that when creating this move, it was inspired by the legendary move Return to the Clan of 10,000 Swords. Someone with a keen eye revealed the techniques used by Nya Lingyu. After hearing this, everyone else's expressions changed wildly. With these two styles in hand, even an ordinary person would dare to come into contact with a powerful martial artist. Then everyone seemed to have thought of something. Nya Lingyu is only at the level of a martial artist. Nyaeun, he is dead. This is what everyone thinks. The phantoms of the long swords continued to rotate around each other, turning into a fierce stream of swords, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and shot straight towards Nyaeun like the sky and the earth were covered. Nyaeun, with such an overwhelming attack, he gave up Nyaeun's thoughts of escaping. There is no way to avoid it. Nyaeun remained calm in the face of danger and narrowed his eyes slightly. With such a fast speed and such a close distance, it would be impossible for ordinary people to hide. But Nyaeun, is he an ordinary person? A thought moves. Earth escape technique. Geniuses almost at the same time he escaped to the ground. Boom! Countless kendo shadows were like a torrential downpour, one after another hitting the location where Nyaeun was just now. For a moment, the ground trembled and dust and mist rose everywhere. What's the result? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the two of them at this moment, wanting to know what the outcome would be and looking at them one after another. Where is the person? Why is he missing? He won't be beaten into scum, right? Many disciples glanced at it and found that Nye Lingyu was the only one in the huge barrier, and they couldn't help but feel doubts in their hearts. Senseless. All stunned. At this moment, not only everyone outside the barrier was confused, but even Nye Lingyu who was inside the barrier was confused. He knew very well that although his two moves were unmatched in power, they would not directly beat Nye to pieces. So, what about people? Where did people go? Look there, a sharp-eyed disciple exclaimed. Everyone looked in the direction pointed by his finger, and saw an extremely strange scene. White smoke. Lots of white smoke. A lot of white smoke kept coming out of the ground like wisps of thin threads, slowly condensing in mid-air, and slowly spreading to the surroundings. Ingron, who was on the high platform, murmured softly, "What an exquisite escape technique. If Nye Lingyu couldn't deal with it, he would probably be in trouble here." However, such an exquisite escape technique definitely consumes a large amount of spiritual energy. Nye Yun, how long can you hold on, in the boundary? White smoke filled the air, cutting off the sight of everyone inside and outside. Everything you see is a vast expanse of white. Although I escaped into the ground and was covered by the dust raised by Nye Lingyu, it is inevitable that no one will notice. We must fight quickly to avoid long nights and dreams. Nye Yun thought to himself. The spiritual power consumption of Earth Escape technique is not very fast. If someone else uses Earth Escape technique, they must come to the ground within a few dozen breaths at most, otherwise they will exhaust their spiritual energy and be trapped underground. Feeling that the spiritual power in his daintian was slowly decreasing in a way that was visible to the naked eye, Nye Yun didn't panic at all. At this moment, the power of the 9 turns of heart technique was revealed. The recovery speed of spiritual power increased by 80%, nearly double the speed of spiritual power recovery, coupled with the fact that he stuffs chi replenishing pills into his mouth regardless of loss. The speed of recovery of spiritual power in the daintian is much greater than the speed at which Earth Escape technique consumes spiritual power. Nye Yun hardly has to worry about the consumption of spiritual power. In other words, he has unlimited blue bars. Long before the competition started, just in case, Nye Yun spent a full 5,000 points to buy a lot of elixirs and high-level talismans in the mall, and put them on him for emergencies. The Swamp Talisman is one of Nye Yun's choices. It is a high-end version of the Swamp Talisman, but its effect can be several times greater. And now the white mist that fills the barrier is no longer an ordinary smoke talisman, but the same high-end version, the top-grade yellow-level talisman, the Mist Talisman. This talisman has roughly the same effect as the smoke talisman, except that its grade will be higher, its effect will be stronger, and it can confuse people of higher realms. Nye Yun slowly used his Earth Escape technique and came directly under Nye Lingyu's body. 7 kills with the wind knife, kill with the wind shadow. This move is the most secretive move among the 7 kills with the wind sword. Suddenly, Nye Yun suddenly appeared behind Nye Lingyu. When the sword comes out, it is like lightning, leaving no shadow or trace. Clang! Sparks fly. Once again, Nye Lingyu noticed it and blocked it with his sword. The sound of swords clashing appeared in everyone's ears. Because of the fog, the specific battle situation could not be seen, so it was even more disturbing. If he misses a hit, he immediately escapes into the ground. All of Nye Lingyu's attacks fell into the air. He slashed out several swords towards the swamp at his feet. The sharp sword energy actually cut out several half-meter deep ravines in the swamp, revealing the solid ground under the swamp. Nye Yun! You hidden rat! Do you dare to come out and fight me openly? By hiding your head and showing your tail like this, you have completely disgraced the Nye family's brave image. Nye Lingyu was very angry now. Every time he fought back, Nye Yun would run away, leaving him with a feeling of powerlessness as if he was attacking with all his strength but hitting the cotton. Maybe in the previous life, Nye Yun might have been stimulated to stand up and fight openly with him. But now, Nye Yun is no longer the so-called reckless person. Navigating the ship with caution is his lifelong motto.
Now, the situation on the field has been firmly controlled by Nyayun. Now what Nyayun needs to do is to slowly torture Nyelingyu, consume his spiritual power and blood volume, and finally be able to win steadily. But dreams are beautiful, but reality is often unsatisfactory. Suddenly, Nyelingyu glanced at the steamy swamp under his feet and said coldly, "Very good, you forced me." With that said, Nyelingyu took out a blue-colored talisman from his storage bag, which was filled with light thunder. "Nyayun, go to hell." A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Nyelingyu's mouth, as if he had already seen the scene of Nyayun being chopped into dust and charred. This talisman is exactly that. Shen level low-level talisman, the Heavenly Thunder Talisman. He held the Thunder Talisman between his index and middle fingers, and then suddenly slapped his palm on the swamp. Boom! In an instant, the next moment, in the 9 days outside the water prison barrier, countless dark clouds rolled together, and white lightning kept appearing among them, and then a lightning as thick as a bucket suddenly struck down. Boom! There was an unprecedented loud noise, and countless disciples in the underground realm were directly shaken by the loud noise, and their 7 orifices were bleeding. The crowd looked. I see. The water prison barrier was broken. Originally, the Sky Thunder Talisman was a single target attack, but it was different when it fell into a swamp full of water. Wind helps fire. Water helps thunder. The sky thunder that shattered the barrier of the water prison hit the swamp directly and turned into an electric light, which began to spread in the swamp at an extremely fast speed. He didn't think Iron Cloth Shirt could block the power of the Xuanjie Sky Thunder Talisman. Nyayun had no choice but to jump up from the ground and leap into the air away from the swamp water to avoid the attack. It is dangerous to come out, giving up one's own advantages and using one's shortcomings to attack the other's strengths, but if one does not come out, Nyayun is likely to be struck alive by lightning underground. I caught you, all snakes come out of their caves. On the ground, Nyelingyu's eyes turned ferocious and he shouted loudly. Terrifying energy fluctuations followed the sword in his hand and rioted out of his body. A fierce sword energy rose from the ground into the sky, carrying countless sword shadows, and shot towards Nyayun in the air like an overwhelming force. Nyayun was in mid-air at the moment, with nowhere to draw on and no way to escape. In an instant, Nyayun's heart trembled violently and his hair stood on end. It felt like being stared at by a ferocious snake. Nyayun smelled something extremely dangerous in this blow. The breaking of the barrier has completely dispersed the fog. At this time, Nyayun was in mid-air, and the attack was coming in an instant. Even if he desperately tried to expose the precious flying magic weapon like the wings of the white crane, it was still unavoidable. In the pupils, countless sword shadows continued to expand. The massive attack whipped up countless strong winds, which made Nyayun's robes rustle. How to do? Everyone's minds were surprisingly highly concentrated at this moment. Countless sword shadows gathered together and turned into a giant black snake, flying into the air from bottom to top, opening its bloody mouth full of fangs towards Nyayun. But Nyayun didn't move at all in mid-air. Since there is no way to avoid it, then fight. At this moment, Nyayun's eyes flashed with light, as if he was blessed in his soul. The wind shadow knife in his hand moved with the wind, following the rhythm of his fingertips, trembling slightly, excited. Killed by wind and snow. Killed by wind and rain. Killed by wind and thunder. Storm kill. The wind shadow kills. Every move of the wind sword 7 kills flashed through Nyayun's mind like a revolving lantern. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed in Nyayun's pupils, and an extremely powerful aura burst out from Nyayun, and he said softly, 7 kills with the wind sword, 2 kills in 1. 2 kills combined into 1, 4 times the combat power. As soon as the knife came out, an extremely powerful sword light burst out from the tip of the wind shadow knife and rushed straight towards the black giant snake. Boom! The 2 extremely powerful attacks burst out with their strongest power at this moment, making a deafening sound. The loud noise like thunder made people's hearts tremble a little. Protect the family disciples. The moment the water prison barrier was broken, several elders immediately stood up and used their powerful spiritual power to form a larger barrier to completely block the aftermath of the 2 attacks. Put. After the bang.
Yu suffered a severe backlash from the attack, and suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. His face suddenly turned pale. He covered his chest with his palms, feeling the severe pain from the backlash in his body, and exclaimed, "You are not a warrior at all.
Realm, you are a martial artist." The sound was heard by everyone, causing a commotion. What? Nyan actually broke through the martial arts master? Why so fast?
Impossible, it's impossible to reach the realm of a martial artist just now.
Many people were shocked by this news.
Looking at Nyan again, I saw that not far in front of him, Nyan's dark eyes were looking at him indifferently, as if he was looking at a dead person.
Ding, congratulations to the host for understanding the advanced sword technique on his own. Ding, because you realize the advanced sword technique on your own, you will be rewarded with 5,000 experience points. Ding, because you will be rewarded with 500 points for mastering the advanced sword technique on your own. Ding, reward a rejuvenation pill.
Ignoring the beeps coming from the system, I calmed down and carefully understood the 2-kill-1 move just now.
That is power, powerful power.
2 kills combined into 1, a full 4 times the combat power, poured out in one go.
This single move almost consumed % of the spiritual energy stored in Nyan's daintian.
From the day he obtained the 7 kills of the wind sword, Nyan would take time to practice hard every day, combining 2 kills into 1. Before that, he had practiced it privately no less than tens of thousands of times, but he never succeeded.
Every time it feels like I almost succeeded.
In the crisis of life and death just now, Nyan finally broke through the layer of window paper and successfully used 2 kills in 1. 4 times the combat power. Nyan, if you can give Xiaoyu a few points now, I will definitely give you the most satisfactory reward afterwards. Just when Nyan felt the power in his heart, an inappropriate sound transmission sounded in Nyan's ears.
Is it?
Nyan murmured, then a trace of ridicule appeared on his lips, and he looked up at the owner of the voice on the high platform, the Great Elder.
But my dear First Elder, it may not seem too ridiculous for you to say such things at this time, right?
Nyan looked at the First Elder, his lips moved slightly, but he did not make a sound. With a sudden force on his feet, he stepped on a large wave on the swamp. He raised his knife and rushed towards Yu in the distance. At the same time, with a flip of his wrist, a talisman appeared in Nyan's hand.
I'll also let you taste the taste of the talisman. The best yellow level talisman, the Ice Dragon talisman.
With a flick of his finger, an ice dragon larger than an ice pick appeared beside Nyan and shot straight in the direction of Yu.
Water helps the ice.
The ice dragon brought with it unparalleled cold air, causing the water vapor in the swamp to condense into frost.
Yu's body movement suddenly stagnated, and he leaned down.
From a distance, he could feel the cold air carried by the ice dragon scratching his skin. In the end, he barely managed to escape the ice dragon's attack. The next moment, a feeling of danger surged into my heart. Nyan's body appeared behind him like a ghost. Looking at Yu's back, Nyan seemed to see Yu's frightened eyes. The wind shadow sword was raised above his head. 7 kills with the wind knife, 2 kills in 1. The next moment, silver light flashed. The Jiuzhuan mind technique was running wildly, and violent spiritual power spurted out along the tip of Nyan's knife. With one slash, Yu's head suddenly disappeared.
Blood spurted out from his neck. Boom, boom, boom.
Yu's head opened its eyes wide, and rolled down on the swamp in terror.
At this moment, the audience is silent.
Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the 4th level martial artist, gaining 2,000 experience points, 800 spiritual power points, and ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 snakes sword technique. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a thunder talisman. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a bottle of body tempering pill. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Nyan at this moment, and the faces of all the disciples of the Nye family were filled with expressions of disbelief. The genius who broke through to the warrior realm at the age of 13 and tied with Nyan for the top spot in the Nye family. The owner, the Great Elder, is supported by everyone in his lineage and is the heir. He enjoys a huge amount of cultivation resources and the Nye family's top skills. With the help of such a huge amount of resources, he achieved great results in the competition. The previous head of the family at the same time in the Yuan dynasty was the great elder Nie Qibai's lineage has reached the pinnacle of family power, and is gradually raising the only hope that everyone hopes for. After Nie Yun's daintian was shattered, he was the well-deserved number one genius of the Nie family. In this competition, he is the person with the highest level among the entire Nie family disciples, and he is the well-deserved favorite to win the championship. But even he, who had such an outstanding talent and a high aura, was beheaded by a waist with a broken daintian. Heads fall. First place, killing people and seizing soldiers to give to Yunxiao when everyone began to recall Nie Lingyu's cultivation progress and felt sorry for him and felt unworthy. Some people would involuntarily think of Nie Yun, but these people with a little more savvy put aside their grudges and seriously began to think about Nie Yun. Considering Yun's age and the speed of his cultivation, a feeling of shock suddenly rose in his heart. 7 years ago, Nie Yun was attacked by a mysterious person while out for training, which caused his daintian to be shattered and he was reduced to waste. In the past 7 years, Nie Yun had given up on himself and had not practiced at all, or was unable to practice at all. He had always been in the qi refining period, and even at one point, he couldn't even defeat the domestic slaves at home, and became everyone's laughingstock. However, half a year ago, Nie Yun went to the Monster Mountain range, and according to him, he obtained a so-called mysterious inheritance. Just a month later, he directly killed Nie Yanliwai as soon as he came back. Then, at the family competition 2 months later, he appeared in front of the family again with the strength of a 9th-level warrior. Now half a year has passed, and Nie Yun has jumped directly to practice qi. The two realms of a warrior have now broken through to the realm of a martial artist. If Nie Lingyu's cultivation speed makes people envious, then Nie Yun's cultivation speed makes people fearful. Putting aside Nie Yun's childish face that had gone through hardships, some insiders couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. They only now remembered that Nie Yun was only 13 years old 7 years ago. 7 years later, that is 20. Nie Yun's maturity, calmness, and even sophistication in the battle once covered up everyone's guesses about Nie Yun's true age. Many people at this age have just reached the realm of warriors. However, the waist that once had a broken daintian has already entered the palace on this road. 20-year-old martial artist. The ancestor of the Nie family hundreds of years ago founded the Nie family and built the 4th largest family under the noses of the other 3 major families in Xingyang town. With such amazing talent and beauty, at the age of 20, he seemed to have just reached the level of a martial artist. Whenever they think of these things, many people swallow secretly and look at each other in confusion. The smell of blood from Nie Lingyu's body became stronger and stronger in the audience, and everyone reacted from the shock. Nie Yun! What are you doing? On the high platform, the great elder looked at Nie Lingyu who had lost his head and roared angrily. Nie Yun! Why do you want to be so cruel to your family members? When he saw Nie Lingyu's head falling to the ground, the great elder instantly felt that his sky was falling. Nie Yun, why did you kill me? Even Duaning Rong was very angry and scolded Nie Yun. After all, a genius like Nie Lingyu can definitely become a strong man once he grows up. This will be a completely beneficial outcome for the family. But no one expected that Nie Yun could actually cut off Nie Lingyu's head without anyone reacting. Faced with the pressure of 2 powerful men, the head of the family and the elder, Nie Yun was obviously a little reluctant. The bones in his body began to crackle continuously, as if there were thousands of pounds of boulders pressing down on him. How can you blame my brother for this? If you want to blame it, it's also Nie Lingyu who overestimates his capabilities and insists on challenging my brother. Now that the barrier was broken, Nie Feng entered the field and quickly came to Nie Yun's body, opening his hands just to share more of Nie Yun's pressure. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Nie Feng disregarding his own safety, standing in front of him and arguing for himself, Nie Yun felt warm in his heart and started laughing. Laugh wildly and openly. Of course it is wrong for me to kill someone, but if someone wants to kill me, can I just surrender without mercy? On the stage, life and death depend on destiny. Just because he is your only son, can he ignore the family rules? Nie Yun struggled to speak under the pressure of 2 mountains, but he said these few words extremely well. In just a few sentences, this matter was directly brought from the personal level to the family level, and everyone in the Nie family was directly dragged into the water. Duaning Rong, who was still a little angry, was stuck by these 2 sentences.
He was at odds with Nya.
It could be seen from the fact that he had been deposed and ignored for 7 years. This was no longer a secret in the Nya family. He was still a little angry at first, but now he wants to let's see what the great elder thinks.
Nya words were also very vicious.
If the great elder recognized Nya Lingyu's privileges, it would mean that his prestige in the family would be affected or even reduced. When the people in the family who support him see this, they will definitely be shaken, and their support for him will be reduced, and accordingly his rights will be shaken. And the head of the family is at the scene, so he also don't dare to mess around. But if he said otherwise, then he would have no reason to attack Nya, and he could justly kill his son and escape unscathed. This is worse than letting him eat shit.
With 2 simple words, Nya once again put the great elder into a dilemma. The current great elder is tightly controlled by the power in the family.
He wants revenge, but he is unwilling to give up the rights he finally has. The look he looked at Nya looked like he was about to eat him alive. There is no doubt that if looks could kill, Nya would have been killed thousands of times by the great elder. After a while, under the very resentful eyes of the great elder, he said a word and then left.
On the stage, life and death are determined by destiny.
It's Nya Lingyu who is not good at learning.
I can't blame anyone else.
As this sound fell, a series of system prompts came like a tsunami. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task of winning the competition. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning first place in the competition, mission completion 100%. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the mission reward of 100,000 experience points, 80,000 spiritual power points, and 50,000 points. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 body tempering elixirs. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a nourishing pill. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a random plot mission card. Listening to the system prompts that followed one after another, as well as the various dazzling rewards, Nya was dazzled for a while. After coming here for a while and recovering, Nya walked up to Nya Lingyu's body in front of everyone, bent down and picked up his snow-white long sword. To be honest, Nya really thinks that this sword is very good, but it brought a lot of trouble to Nya just now.
Nya, haven't you always had a sword in your hands? This sword will be yours from now on.
The long sword was thrown out gently. Nya stretched out his palm and took it very naturally. After Nya caught it, he held the hilt of the sword with one hand, put the index and middle fingers of the other hand together to form a sword finger shape, and stroked the sword body from the tail upward. The sword moved with him, holding 1 or 2 sword flowers. Suddenly the shadow of the sword flashed, and the skin felt painful from being stabbed.
Yes, it is a good sword.
Then this sword will be called Yunxiao from now on.
Whatever you want.
Nya glanced at him and responded nonchalantly.
Off the field. Now everyone was stunned by Nya move.
Not only did he kill his only son in front of the great elder, he actually started dividing the spoils on the spot.
Anyone who sees this kind of scene will not be confused. At night, there are stars.
The orange fire emitted from the huge bonfire lit around them reflected on everyone's face.
Nya had already touched Nya Chibai's reverse scale by killing Nya Lingyu.
Even though the city was as powerful as him, it was hard to suppress his mood. But now, Nya and the others are actually discussing the ownership of their son's weapons in front of everyone in the Nya family.
This is trampling on him in front of everyone.
Under a loose robe, his fists were clenched, his nails were deeply embedded in his palms, and strands of blood began to overflow from his palms. Nya Chibai was now on the verge of rage and might take action at any time. But in the end, Nya Chibai still forcibly suppressed his furious emotions and did not stay too long. He paused for a moment, and then turned into an afterimage and left the scene of the competition at the back of the mountain, leaving only the fallen leaves that had been rolled up in place, falling helplessly in the air. After Nya Chibai left, there was a faint sigh from the crowd. In the eyes of almost everyone, Nya move was extremely stupid. From then on, the great elder and him were basically in a life and death situation. Even if he was the son of the family leader, his life would not be easy in the future. In the family, it is a big taboo to disrespect the seniors. Why? Because in a family, the elders are often in charge, and those in power have more resources and can control the resource allocation of the entire family.
Now, the head of the family is missing, and Duaning Rong, the acting head of the family, is at odds with Nia Yun. Under such circumstances, Nye Chi Bai, one of the three powerful elders, has been offended to death. I'm afraid Nia Yun's life will be difficult in the future. Many people in the crowd gloated about his misfortune and even said, if it were me who was in the barrier, even if I can win, I will put some water in the end. By then, the great elder will have all the face and feel better, and maybe I can win the favor of the great elder. As soon as these words came out, they immediately attracted the approval of countless family disciples, and at the same time, they also deepened everyone's contempt for Nia Yun. But who knows that Nia Yun did this intentionally? There are only a handful of people in the Nye family who can mobilize so many people to target me in a family competition. There are only a handful of people in the Nye family who have such great ability. Nia Yun thought to himself. The first objects of suspicion are the three elder-level figures currently in power. They are the second elder Nye Longtu, the first elder Nye Chi Bai and the wife of the family leader Duaning Rong. She is also Nia Yun's stepmother. Nia Yun's intention in killing Nye Lingyu was to alert the enemy and see if he could find any clues. After all, Nia Yun was in the light and the enemy was in the dark, which was very detrimental to his situation. But what exceeded Nia Yun's expectation was that Nye Chi Bai could even endure the pain of losing his son. Nye Chi Bai is a great person. He can endure the pain of losing his son as much as he wants. Nia Yun marveled in his heart. After just one try, Nia Yun's view of the entire Nye family changed. The Nye family's pool is a bit deep. Now that the first elder is left, only the head of the family and the second elder are left here, and there is no doubt who will be the first in this competition, just when everyone thought that the competition was about to be settled. Snapped, a clear sound of applause came from not far away, and a group of people dressed in the same uniform had arrived hand in hand. Under everyone's puzzled eyes, they stopped 100 meters away from the owner of the house. Originally I didn't want to interrupt this wonderful competition and disturb everyone's enjoyment, but I really have something important to do, so I ask for your forgiveness. I saw a mighty and strong man in luxurious clothes and carrying a long spear. He said in a calm tone. His voice was as loud as a bell, echoing in everyone's ears. Why do you young family members come to my Nye family? The second elder took one step forward and stared at the person who came before him. His tone was full of unkindness. I don't do anything, I just want to ask you how many people you want to beg for. Without waiting for the strong man to answer, a group of people came again from the other side. This man looked fierce, with a long scar on his face extending from his forehead to his chin, and a tiger-headed sword hanging on his waist. One can't help but feel a little chilly when looking at it from a distance. The former is Yang Feng, the elder of the Yang family, and the latter is Luo Quanghu, the elder of the Luo family. In the huge open space, the four major families of Qingyang town suddenly gathered together. This change in the plot not only confused many Nye family members, but also Nia Yun himself. Yang Feng, who was carrying a spear, said straight to the point, we are here to redeem people. We also ask the head of the Nye family to raise his noble hand and return our little girl. Hear this, almost everyone was stunned for a moment. What do you mean, did the family arrest someone? Did they arrest someone from the Yang family? A flash of light flashed through Nye Yun's mind, and he suddenly thought that he had seen disciples from other families gathering together in the Monster Mountain range. Is it related to this matter? Nye Yun murmured secretly in his heart. Although he didn't follow him in the follow-up because he was afraid of causing complications, he probably knew what the outcome would be. Almost everyone, no matter what happened, was buried underground. Because Nye Yun also went to pick up a leak once, so he remembered it very clearly. What made him most regretful was that people from the family came quickly, so he did not pick up anything good. At that time, Nye Yun also used his spiritual consciousness to investigate. Although Nye Yun's spiritual consciousness is not very strong, he can only barely sense a distance of a few meters. But because of the earth escape technique and being underground, Nye Yun's five senses were amplified several times. But he clearly felt that many people in the ruins were still alive. If my young master makes any mistakes, there will be no need for your Nye family to exist. Luo Quanghu lives up to his name, with a gloomy and ferocious face, coupled with his tall figure that has great visual impact, an invisible pressure suddenly weighs on everyone's hearts. That's such a big tone. You really think that everyone in my Nya family is incompetent? Many elders stood up indignantly. Although their level of strength was not as high as that of other members of his family, this was the Nya family, don't lose face. Luo Quanghu couldn't bear this tone, his whole body burst out with murderous aura, and he was about to draw his sword and start fighting. But when he was about to pull out the tiger head sword at his waist, he was forcefully pushed back by a hand that appeared from nowhere. Then from behind Luo Quanghu's huge back, a thin middle-aged man slowly walked out. Brother, it's better not to be too impulsive. It's not good to fight and kill. After stopping Luo Quanghu's movements, the middle-aged man raised his head, allowing everyone to see his face clearly. Brothers Long and Tiger from the Luo family are actually here. Now there's something good to watch. Such a big move by the three major families naturally attracted many people who did not mind the excitement to watch in the dark. I saw the middle-aged man with a haggard face, his eyes gloomy, looking around, and finally looked at Duaningrong and said calmly, Master Duan, why don't we discuss this matter in another place? All right. Duaningrong nodded in agreement. As the words fell, Duaningrong took a big step and disappeared immediately. Just when everyone was wondering where the head of the family was going, members of the other two major families also disappeared from the crowd unknowingly, leaving only fierce hurricanes in their place, kicking up dust on the ground. With everything that happened in front of him, Nya Yun had roughly figured out the context of the matter after a short brainstorm. If you guessed correctly, those people in the Monster Mountain range should have come to ambush Nya Lingyu. The ruins they saw there should have been a cave before. During the fight, they accidentally collapsed the cave, causing a landslide. In the end, there was so much movement that Nya Yun was lured to pick it up. But it's strange that they went to such great lengths to ambush Nya Lingyu. Let's put aside the risks for now. The intelligence alone is a big problem. How do they know Nya Lingyu's location? And even if they know his location, it is basically impossible for an heir like him to say that he does not have followers around him to protect him. Wait, if someone betrays Nya Lingyu, as soon as the last thought popped up in my mind, it became out of control, start thinking uncontrollably in countless possible directions. If that's the case, then it all makes sense. There are many people alive in the ruins, and the elders of the family rescued them very quickly. Logically speaking, many people will be saved, or captured. Nya Yun himself was not a reckless person. He connected the whole thing with just a few existing clues. After sorting out all the ins and outs, he was secretly glad in his heart. Fortunately, the murder of Yang Yun was not discovered, otherwise we would be in trouble. Then he breathed a long sigh of relief and let out the tension in his heart along with the turbid air in his chest. However, since both the Luo family and the Yang family have come to ask for people, it means that people from their families ambushed Nya Lingyu. Of course, this is nonsense, but why has the Zhao family been holding back? This question immediately jumped into Nya Yun's mind at the next moment. According to common sense, weakening the strength of other Nya families is a result that everyone else will benefit from. This kind of thing has always been a win-win situation for both parties. It is said that the Zhao family is completely unaware, or other families want to. It's impossible to do it alone even if you think about it. Suddenly, Nya Yun frowned as if he thought of something. It seems that since the Immortal Ascension Order, the Zhao family has become more restrained for some reason. After thinking for a long time, Nya Yun shook his head vigorously, throwing away all the doubts in his mind. This is not something I can care about or control now. What are those brain cells doing? After clarifying all his thoughts, Nya Yun finally put down the huge stone hanging in his heart, turned around and walked in one direction. Where did it go? Naturally, I went in the direction of the elixir garden to collect the money. You know, Nya Yun bet a full spirit stones before the competition started. Nya Pei's figure is still very outstanding among the Nya family disciples. With just a glance, he found his figure. He waved to Nya Foam in motion for him to come over. Then the two of them took long strides towards he walked over. Everyone looked at the Nya Yun brothers who were striding toward them, and they all moved out of the way. After all, no one wants to offend this murderous god. He is someone who dares to kill even the great elder's son. 50,000 spirit stones, the odds are 3-1. I'm here to collect the money. Nya Yun's calm voice sounded in front of Nya Pei. Nya Pei was obviously at a loss at this moment. He never thought that Nya Yun would win. But the scene that appeared now really slapped him in the face. The bet is to beat Nya Yun to win the first place in the competition. Although the family has not yet announced who will be first in this competition, but based on the current situation, it is self-evident who is first. But 20 spirit stones are not a small amount of money. Do you want to give it to him? Nya Pei has never thought so quickly in his heart. It seems that he has been thinking for so long. Many things, in fact, only a few breaths of time have passed. Why do you want to cheat? Seeing Nya Pei lowering his head and not responding for a long time, Nya Yun's eyes suddenly turned sideways. The wind shadow knife in his hand was unsheathed, and the tip of the knife was directly pressed against Nya Pei's neck. 20 spirit stones, give me every penny. If you dare to lose one, think about what will happen to Nyeling you. Nya Yun smiled ferociously, his eyes gleaming fiercely, but his words revealed there is a fierceness and viciousness that is not belonging to his age. Women have a strong nature, and Nya Yun and others also have the idea of climbing the dragon and clinging to the phoenix, wanting to climb up the branches and become a phoenix, but such a scene scared the flowers in their greenhouse and their faces suddenly turned pale. Damn it, pay for it. Nya Yun said, using the wind shadow knife in his hand harder. The tip of the knife on his neck went deeper, and strands of blood oozed out. For this kind of businessman, Nya Yun naturally understood that either he didn't take action or he had to do it with thunderous means. Otherwise, they have many ways to drag you down and some ways to kick the ball. But this place is no different than Earth. There are legal constraints and moral constraints on the Earth, and many things are off limits. While providing safety to ordinary people, it also gives many people the opportunity to take advantage of loopholes. On Earth, it is absolutely impossible for an individual to be stronger than the collective. The most basic nature between people is that they are inseparable. We are all made of flesh and blood. But this is a world of high martial arts. Respect power. As long as the strength is strong enough, it can be done, and personal power is superior to the collective. It is absolutely possible to make one person the enemy of the world. Nya Yun's move was also very simple. 20 spirit stones were a huge sum of money. The most direct thing is that this is a huge amount of money that is enough for the elixir garden to be spent for a long time. If you don't go and ask for it now when the competition has just ended and he has sufficient financial reserves, he will wait for you to ask for it at another time. I will find any reason to stall you, tell you that there is insufficient funds and insufficient turnover, and it will delay you for a year and a half. Can you afford it? Originally, what Nya Pei was thinking was, can you delay it for a while, or, don't give it? But Nya Yun didn't follow the routine and actually took action directly. This was something he never expected. Be willing to admit defeat when gambling. As a human being you must be able to afford to lose. Why don't we cut off his hands and feet first? I just want to try the power of this Yunxiao sword. Nya Feng walked to the side with a limp step and said jokingly. No, young master. Young master. If you have something to say, I will give it to you right now. Nya Pei said hurriedly with his whole body trembling. He had no doubt about the authenticity of this sentence. After all, the last person who died could still smell the blood now. But, say so. But where could he get a full 20 spirit stones? First Nya Pei was suddenly sweating. The cold tip of the knife on his neck kept reminding Nya Pei that this was not a joke, he would really die. His trembling hands touched all over his body and took out all the valuable things on his body, including the storage bag, and handed it over. Nya Feng, who was on the side, saw this, his eyes moved, and he took it first. He looked into the storage bag with his consciousness, his face suddenly stiffened, and he said displeasedly, "Brother, there are only more than 4,000 spiritual stones in this. Everything else added up is only spiritual stones. Although it is said that there are 20 spirit stones, which is far less than, in fact, for ordinary disciples, this is a very huge wealth. You must know that before Nya Yungang traveled to this world, his body's spiritual stone salary was only a few yuan per month. It must be thought that this spiritual stone has been accumulated by Nya Pei for many years, otherwise it would not be so much. But, this is not the result Nya Yun wants. Nya Yun snorted and said in a cold voice. Do you really think that I dare not kill you?
A pair of black eyes, as dark as an abyss, without any ripples, but the murderous aura that burst out from them made Nye Pei feel terrified. Young master, do not, do not, do not. I'll prepare it now, I'll prepare it now, I'll prepare it now. The series of urgent voices were full of fear, even with a hint of crying, as if they were afraid that if they spoke slowly for a second, they would be dead like Nielingyu. Then, Nye Pei's right hand touched a green ring on the index finger of his left hand, and the next moment a special telegraph instrument appeared in his hand. Okay, you old boy actually has something as advanced as a storage ring, right? Nye Feng, who saw the scene on the side, suddenly became interested and reached out his hand to grab it and take a good look. Nye Pei instinctively wanted to resist, but Nye Feng's physical body had been tempered by Nye Yun's special medicinal bath. Although it was not as good as those monks who specialized in physical training, the physical strength was far beyond that of ordinary warriors. The final result, it was Nye Feng who forcefully tore the ring off his finger. What's more, he didn't dare to resist. After all, there was a knife on his neck. Activate the musical instrument and pour spiritual energy into it. After a few rays of light flashed on the surface of the musical instrument, there was no more movement. Young master, you think, how about, let's put down the knife first. Nye Pei tremblingly raised his hands, placed them on the wind shadow knife, and gently pushed the tip of the knife away without daring to make any big movements in the process. Don't play any tricks, or you will be responsible for the consequences. After removing the wind shadow knife, Nye Yun did not put it into his body. Instead, he held the knife in one hand with the tip of the knife facing the ground and placed it by his side. Nye Yun himself is already a public figure that has attracted much attention, and now that it is a family competition, most of the famous people in the family will appear here, so there is not too long to wait. In just 10 breaths, a middle-aged man with a well-built figure and a mustache on his upper jaw walked through the crowd and came to Nye Pei's side. Pair, are you injured? Let me take a good look. Before the middle-aged man could say anything, an old woman came out from behind him and hurriedly walked to Nye Pei's side, checking her up and down. His injuries. Nye Yun, you hurt my pair. Why did you hurt him? Are you so blind to money? When the old woman saw the bright red wound near Nye Pei's neck, she became furious. She pointed her finger at Nye Yun and cursed loudly. You are a useless piece of shit who can't cultivate. How dare you hurt my pair? Your life is not worth even one of his hairs. You are worse than a beast. The old woman's voice suddenly stopped for some reason, and when everyone looked back, an extremely shrill scream followed. The old woman's arm was cut off by the roots, and blood spurted out for a moment. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to my brother like this? Nye Feng said coldly, his eyes filled with the urge to kill at any time, and the old woman's blood on the tip of the sword dripped from the Shabai sword to the ground drop by drop. Your brother is a waste, and you are a waste too, a dead cripple. You two are useless. When the severe pain came, the old woman actually laughed in anger, became more aggressive, and her words became more and more sharp and vicious. Swish! A flash of silver light flashed, and the old woman's other arm flew out from her body. Nye Feng held the sword in one hand, and in the fierce sword wind around him, the tip of the sword reached the old woman's throat. If you dare to insult my brother again, I will cut you into pieces. Corpse. 1,000 sections. Nye Feng spoke word by word. At this moment, Nye Feng seemed like a volcano about to erupt. The sharp sword energy continued to surround him. This violent killing intent could be felt from 100 meters away. The old woman seemed to want to speak, but the severe pain coming from her body and the feeling of death made her wake up immediately. He finally felt afraid, but at this moment, the phrase riding a tiger and being unable to dismount was reflected very deeply in him. Young master, I have something to say. Don't do it, we are doing business, and harmony makes money. At this time, the middle-aged man who appeared first, after watching the old woman's arms being cut off, finally came out with a smile on his face to smooth things over. Our spiritual medicine garden has always been honest in doing business, but the amount of these 20 spiritual stones is too large, and we can't take them all out at once. Young master, just for discussion.
Can we pay half first? We will send someone to your mansion for the remaining half later. What do you think?
The middle-aged man's words were very pertinent, and his rich and honest figure made people feel close to him. To be honest, from the perspective of a bystander, the middle-aged man was really unlucky. He originally wanted to open a handicap to earn some spiritual stones. As a result, as soon as I made a little profit, I was directly copied by Nyayun, and all the money and profits were taken away. Who can I ask to explain this? I really felt like crying when I encountered this.
This murderous master must not be offended. He dares not even give the great elder the face. He will kill his son whenever he wants. He is just an elder in charge of the elixir garden. Perhaps in the eyes of others, his status is so aloof. But compared with the great elder who really holds the real power, he is still halfway behind. Seeing that Nyayun did not respond for a long time, countless thoughts began to swirl in the elder's heart. If you say nothing, why should I believe you? Nyayun sneered. Please testify for me. I, Nye Changmu, use my reputation as the elder of the spiritual medicine garden as a guarantee.
I will first pay young Master Nyayun 100,000 spiritual stones. The remaining half of the spiritual stones will be collected within 3 days and sent to young Master.
In my house.
Nye Changmu put his right hand in front of his forehead, raised 3 fingers and said seriously. As he said that, he took out a bulging storage bag from his arms. There are 100,000 spiritual stones in it. Please count it, young Master. P.S. I accidentally broke my waist, so I stopped updating for a few days.
I'm sorry, brothers. Nyayun's eyes looked at Nye Changmu's harmless look, and he raised his chin towards Nye Fong, motioning for him to take it. Nye Fong stepped forward and took the storage bag, and looked into the middle with his consciousness. After a few breaths, Nye Fong turned around and nodded gently towards Nyayun. Nyayun raised his eyebrows slightly. The foaming knife was slowly taken off from Nye Pei's neck.
With a thought, he put the foaming knife back into his body, and put on a kind and gentle smile.
Ha 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 ha, what did the elder say? We are all a family, so there is no need for documents or anything like that. I believe in the elder's character.
Nyayun's change of reaction caused many of the Nye family disciples who were watching not to realize what was happening. I saw a few people who were at war with each other just now, and the next moment they began to talk to each other as brothers, and the speed of the change was comparable to the speed of face changing in Peking opera, or even worse.
What happened next was very simple.
The other elders maintained order at the scene, announced the end of the competition, and announced everyone's rankings.
Number 1, Nyayun, points.
Nyayun's 1 points directly broke all historical records, and he was undoubtedly no. In this competition, most of the masters of your younger generation were lost in the Monster Mountain range, so the points gap between the rankings is very wide.
As for number 2. Originally, number 2 should belong to Nyelingyu.
After all, this was a score that could undoubtedly win the championship. However, he chose to die and met Nyayun, a ruthless character. Now that he was killed by Nyayun, the original number 2 position became vacant, and naturally he was replaced by number 3 Nye Fong.
Number 2, Nye Fong, 630 points. Number 3, Nye. Since then.
In the family competition, the 2 brothers Nyayun took the second place among the top 3.
Such excellent results naturally made them famous for a while.
After hurriedly collecting the rewards from the competition, Nyayun took Nye Fong back and did not stay too long.
Brother, why are you in such a hurry to come back? Wouldn't it be better to hang out outside for a while?
There are a lot of people who are hosting banquets and restaurants for us to eat. I haven't eaten meat for a long time. After returning to his yard, Nye Fong finally asked the question in his heart, and while speaking, he inadvertently smacked his lips.
Enter the room and close the door.
Looking at Nye Feng's harmless expression, Nyayun sighed and chose a seat closest to him to sit down. Looking at Nye Fong, he raised his finger slightly, gesturing for him to sit down opposite, and then said softly, Xiao Fong, you have to remember that everything has 2 sides. I really had no choice but to kill Nyelingyu.
If I could, I wouldn't want to kill him.
But there is no way. Our current situation in the family is very dangerous. Someone wants to harm us, and wants to kill us. This can be seen from the fact that Niacheng can lead a third-level monster in the Monster Mountain range to chase us down.
We can report it to the family. Let the family uphold justice for us.
Niafeng suddenly remembered the scene where he was almost killed by Niacheng in the Monster Mountain range, and blood suddenly surged into his heart, and he couldn't help but retort.
Niayun shook his head with a wry smile. Do you think the top family officials don't know about this kind of thing?
This kind of thing can happen because someone in the family wants us to die. That's why I killed Nielingyu in such a high-profile way to gain everyone's attention. Although this will cause a certain degree of loss of freedom and privacy. But it can make people in the dark use evil weapons, so that at least in the family, at least here, we will not be brutally murdered. Niayin stretched out his index finger, pointed at the ground beneath him, and continued speaking.
Reputation is mutual.
If you use it well, it can bring you unexpected resource opportunities. But if you use it poorly and indulge in it, it will lead to death.
So don't get obsessed with it. Improving your strength is the key.
As he said that, Niayin patted Niafeng's shoulder hard twice with his palm. Brother, I understand, Niafeng said with a heavy nod after listening for a while. Then Niayin took out some things from the storage bag and pushed them on the wooden table in front of him. Among them, 2 bloody items were very conspicuous.
Those are 2 bloody ginseng sticks.
Niafeng naturally recognized this ginseng. It was one of the spirit stones that Nia Changmu returned not long ago. However, he had not come into contact with it so closely. Instead, he counted the number of spirit stones and put them away.
Where did Niayun put the storage bag?
Niayun pointed to the bloody ginseng on the table and said calmly, "These are 200-year-old blood ginseng.
Swallowing them will be good for your injuries and your legs.
These are a total of 10 chi-gathering pills, 10 body-tempering pills and 1 foundation establishment pill.
You can take them all.
Although your leg disease is an old injury and it is very troublesome to treat it, you can rest assured.
As long as I am here, I will definitely cure you."
Niafeng was about to refuse, but Niayin stopped him. Although I don't know where your powerful swordsmanship comes from, I can see that it is too reluctant to use this kind of swordsmanship in your current state.
I won't be able to use these pills for the time being.
You can use them to practice well.
If you want to help me, your realm strength is still too low.
Niafeng originally wanted to say something, but after listening to everything Niayin said, he remained silent for a long time and did not speak. Then he put everything on the table into the storage bag, walked stiffly to the bed, sat cross-legged, took out a small porcelain bottle containing the chi-gathering pill, poured the pill into the palm of his hand, and lay on his back.
Take it orally and start meditating.
Seeing this, Niayin opened the door directly, took out the wind shadow sword in the yard and started practicing the 7 kills with the wind sword.
He has a system. He doesn't have to breathe out spiritual energy and practice like other people. He just needs to keep practicing his skills. A knife. A knife. Still a knife.
It was such a boring move that Niayin practiced over and over again.
Wind and thunder kill. Wind and cloud kill. Storm kill.
7 kills with the wind knife, 2 kills in 1.
Cut out.
The moment the snow-white tip of the knife struck out, an extremely sharp sword light bloomed and turned into a white bolt, shooting towards a rockery in the yard. The next moment, Daomong sank into the rockery and nothing happened.
Okay?
Just when doubts arose in Niayan's heart, the rockery suddenly broke into 2 pieces out of thin air, and the upper half slipped directly from the section.
Is it this silky smooth?
Niayin took a few steps forward and placed his palm on the place where the sword light had just passed.
The cross-section was extremely smooth.
The sword light even passed through the wall more than 10 meters behind the rockery, leaving a line on the wall that could directly see the line outside the courtyard.
Gap. Feeling the smooth touch between his palms, Niayin sighed. Sure enough, enjoy the silky smoothness. After sensing the current daintian, he stopped the operation of the 9 turns heart technique.
According to the current situation, although you have mastered the combination of 2 kills, there is still a possibility of failure.
Moreover, this move is extremely consuming and will directly consume nearly % of the spiritual power in your Niayin Dantian.
If I didn't have the 9 revolutions heart technique and a huge amount of chi replenishing pills to restore my spiritual power, I wouldn't be able to withstand such consumption.
Close the knife. Only then did Nya realize that he was already sweating profusely. He glanced around and found that Chunlan and Xiaju were already waiting not far away. Although the noise just now was not loud, it was enough to arouse the vigilance of the 2 attendants. Chunlan, Xiaju. Nya waved to them and motioned for them to come over.
Nya took out a storage bag from his waist, threw it over, and said lightly,
"Here are 1,000 spirit stones.
Go to the best restaurant in Xingyang town and book the best food and wine for me.
They will be delivered to me here tomorrow morning."
Nya pointed to the position beneath him. "Also, take care of everything here."
"Yes." The 2 maids responded and immediately withdrew.
After Chunlan and Xiaju all exited the yard, Nya also turned around and entered the room door, sitting cross-legged on the bed.
Nya was certainly not a fool.
He knew how much a table of food and wine cost. Even the best food and wine cost only 200 to 300 bailing stones.
This is Xingyang town, not the imperial city, so naturally there aren't that many precious delicacies to speak of. As for why Nya gave so much?
According to Xingyang town's consumption level, if you buy Yizhua's most expensive food and wine, you will still have at least 500 or 600 spiritual stones left over for 1,000 spiritual stones. If you 2 divide it equally, each of you can have 200 to 300 spirit stones.
For a person in the warrior realm, this is equivalent to 2 or 3 months' salary.
What Nya has to do is to use money to subtly bribe these 2 maids. His eyes returned to his eyes. Looking at Niafeng, who was breathing and practicing on the bed, Nya felt a warmth that he had never felt before in his heart. Slowly, the scene of Dabi appeared in front of my eyes again.
"Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to my brother like this? If you dare to insult my brother again, I will cut you into pieces. Corpse. 1,000 sections. Brother, run away.
Hey Yen, you go grab that 4-legged lizard, and I'll go save my brother."
Is this what family feels like? I really haven't experienced it yet. What an amazing feeling.
In his previous life, Nya lost his parents very early, and he managed to survive by struggling in society.
The current self is so similar to the past, every step is like walking on thin ice. The persimmon under the light late at night.
The orange flames on the candle lamps danced constantly on the lampstand, bringing a dark orange light to the room. Nya was practicing the 9 transformations of mind alone, 1 week, 2 weeks.
36 weeks.
Ding, congratulations to the host for breaking through the 9 transformations of mind.
The time of a stick of incense flies by in the blink of an eye.
After running for 99 and 81 days, Nya finally opened his dark eyes and exhaled a breath of turbidity. I don't know where this 9 transformation mind technique came from, but it's so difficult to practice.
But everything has 2 sides. For colleagues who have difficulty practicing, the power of the technique is self-evident.
The 80% spiritual power recovery speed on the first level alone is enough to benefit Nya greatly. Nya stretched out his hand and waved it in front of him, and a transparent system panel that only Nya could see suddenly appeared in the void. Xuanjie lower grade skills, the remaining chapter of the 9 transformations of mind. There are 5 levels in total, currently practicing to the 2nd level. Effect of the skill, the recovery speed of spiritual power is increased by 150%. Passive skill, deterrence. For a target with a lower level than yourself, when launching an attack, you can suppress the opponent's strength by at least 15%. The greater the level gap, the more obvious the strength suppression. Once the level gap between the 2 sides is 2 big realms, you can directly use coercion to make the enemy surrender.
Didn't you acquire new skills? Nya murmured after reading the panel.
Forget it, life will be unsatisfactory 9 times out of 10, so you can't expect everything to go as you wish.
But it's not a complete gain.
The spiritual power recovery speed has increased from 80% to %, which is almost doubled. It's a passive intimidation skill, but it feels a bit useless. The idea behind this skill in Nyayen's mind is, nonsense, he's weaker than me.
Can't I just kill him?
It's simply unnecessary to suppress and weaken his strength. He raised his eyes and looked out the window. Except for the light of the fire, he saw nothing but darkness.
It was already early in the morning. Nya Yun looked out the window and slowly fell into deep thought. Nya Lingyu is dead.
He is almost the leader of the entire younger generation of the Nya family.
His death is the perfect opportunity to establish his authority.
He threatened Nya Pei in front of everyone, regardless of the family hierarchy, and ruthlessly demanded 20 spiritual stones from the elder, forcing him to sign a letter. All of this is not as simple as the superficial meaning, but Nya Yun uses all of this to establish his own prestige and ensure his own safety. After all, this time, if he hadn't suddenly realized that 2 kills combined into 1 during the battle, the outcome of the battle would really have been unknown. The rehearsal for 7 kills with the wind knife in the first half of the night further confirmed Nya Yun's thoughts. The unstable success rate, the terrifying consumption of spiritual power, and the backlash of failed executions are all things Nya Yun needs to consider. Thinking about how I was in the ring with a bunch of chi boosting pills in my mouth, I was really lucky to be able to use 2 kills and 1 twice in a row. But this time it was a lucky escape.
But what about next time? He has no doubt that the next time will be even more dangerous than this time. So the enemy is in the dark, I am in the light. It will be very detrimental to yourself.
Regarding this situation, Nya Yun's approach was very straightforward.
Since you are in the light, you should be bolder and stand directly under everyone's sight, just like a spotlight, letting everyone focus on you and look at you, so that those in the dark can throw a tantrum. Because no one dares to pinch a persimmon under the light. But even if all the mechanisms are exhausted, they are not as powerful as themselves. With a flip of his palm, 3 small porcelain bottles appeared in Nya Yun's hands. There are 4 porcelain bottles, 2 of which are body-tempering pills that were exploded before. The other 2 bottles, one is the soul rejuvenating pill that was rewarded by the competition, and the last bottle is the rejuvenating pill that was exploded from killing Nya Hong. Because I haven't had time, I haven't checked what the rejuvenating pill is. Pseudo-rejuvenation pill, a low-grade mysterious elixir that can quickly restore injuries and spiritual power, okay? Fake? Isn't this thing a knockoff? As soon as this idea popped up in my mind, a notification sound came from the system. Ding, this elixir is not a copycat, but a simplified version of an advanced elixir refined by simplifying the recipe. Nya Yun raised his brows, rubbed the cold surface of the porcelain bottle with his fingers and murmured, the simplified version of the elixir has a low-grade Xian grade, so the full version must be of the earth grade. Tisk, TSK, the Nya family still has this good thing, we have to find a way to get the pill recipe. With a move of his fingers, the rejuvenation pill was absorbed into the space within his body. His mind swept over Hei Yen, who was yawning peacefully in the corner, and Nya Yun inadvertently revealed a wry smile at the corner of his mouth. Nowadays, although the space in Nya Yun's body is 90 cubic meters in size, this space is even several times larger than the space of an ordinary storage ring. But even so, nearly 1/2 of the space still has to be freed up for Hei Yenting, and the remaining half is the space where you, Nya Yun, can put things. Looking at Hei Yan's huge snake body, Nya Yun smiled bitterly, what a sweet burden. On weekdays, in order to hide from others, he would still hang a storage bag on his waist like everyone else, but it contained all kinds of sundries, only extremely important items like the yin-yang fruit and the wind shadow knife. Nya Yun would put things into the space inside his body. Who, looking at the 3 remaining porcelain bottles in his hand, Nya Yun couldn't help but chuckle. Half a year ago, when I was on the verge of death, a long-dead herb rhizome was given to me. Now that I have the strength, I can actually eat this kind of high-level elixir as a jelly bean one day, which is really a bit emotional. Shin Nurturing Pill is a low-grade Shin-level elixir that can nourish the soul and enhance consciousness. After opening the porcelain bottle of the nourishing pill, a fragrance suddenly spread out from the porcelain bottle. Regardless of the efficacy of the pill, the fragrance alone showed that this pill was not an extraordinary thing. Then he raised his head and swallowed the nourishing pill into his mouth. P.S. Ahem, brothers, let me tell you something. I put it on the shelves. Well, it was quite sudden. I think so too. Originally there was a button to apply for listing in the author's back end, but I accidentally clicked on it. According to what was said in the author group,
the book would not be put on the shelves until at least 32 words, so when I clicked on it and saw no response from the editor, I didn't care. I thought it would be a big deal if I got criticized. As a result, 2 days later, the editor suddenly sent me a message: "The book is on the shelves, please keep updated." What? What? Is it on the shelves? But I didn't reach the word count. The editor's response to me was that my background data was pretty good, but the number of words was a little off, but not by much, so they directly approved my application for listing. Okay, it was quite sudden. Ha 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 ha. I am a new author. If you can see this, it means that all brothers approve of my work. I would like to thank you for your support. Strictly speaking, this book is not my first book. My first book was a 10,000 plus word unique book published many years ago when I was still in junior high school. At that time, due to academic reasons and family problems, I had no choice but to stop reading. Later, my family even moved the computer host directly to my bedroom. Only if I perform well in their eyes can I be mercifully rewarded for playing. 1 or 2 hours, but I was still updating at that time. There were no mobile phones at that time. In order to get a computer and meet their expectations, I suddenly advanced from the bottom of the class to more than 30. This class is the only key class in the school, and a few more points can lead to higher rankings. Later, after the high school entrance examination, I was admitted to the key class of middle school in our county. At that time, I was already ready to work hard at home during the holidays and write novels. But when I got home, I discovered that my parents had discovered the outlines I had written in my notebook. Under the guise of doing my best, they tore several of my outlines into pieces in front of me. Thrown in my face. I don't know how many of you brothers exercise regularly. There is a kind of arm strength bar for training arm strength. I don't know if you have seen it. Brothers who haven't seen it can search online. In order to allow me to concentrate on my studies and to help me find my way back, my dad beat me with a 60 kilograms arm bar. How should I put it? He beat me like a down-and-out dog. I didn't fight back. I didn't want to resist at all, so I just sat by the bed and let him hit me. How about it? Did you think he would show mercy? The left little finger was fractured, the left forearm was fractured, the right clavicle was fractured, 3 ribs were broken, and the left calf was fractured. He threw me to the ground and hit me with the stick one after another. The beatings made my whole body convulse with pain and I curled up in the corner like a downtrodden dog. I was beaten and said the words, "I will never write again." I was beaten and I personally deleted all the saved manuscripts in TXT format on my desktop. I was beaten and I personally deleted all the published content. I was beaten and half of school was started. I still use crutches throughout the semester. Later, in order to prevent me from secretly writing again, they directly sold the computer. After 3 years of high school, I never saw a computer at home again. They unlocked the door to my room so they could monitor my every move. I'm not worried at school. They don't worry about me boarding, so they would rather spend an extra 2,000 or 800 yuan a month to foster me in a relative's home very close to the school than pay yuan a semester for boarding. In order to monitor me in real time. My grades in the college entrance examination were average, neither good nor bad. I directly enrolled in a school that was very far away from home. They said that I became indifferent after I was admitted to college. I stopped talking to them, stopped getting close to them, and never got close to them. I took the initiative to contact my family. They could no longer monitor me, but in order to make me surrender, they began to slowly reduce my living expenses. From the initial $1,000 and $2,000 per month, it was slowly reduced to $1,000 per month, and then to $1,000 per month. $800 a month. Before that, I had no contact with my family for half a year, which cut off my living expenses, but I still didn't ask them for money. As a result, they started bombarding my counselor and friends and classmates with phone calls. You should also imagine that later, he came to my school and beat me up in the dormitory. He slapped me hard on the face in front of all the classmates in the dormitory, and a tooth fell out. He scolded me as an ungrateful beast, he scolded me as emotionless, he scolded me as ignorant of filial piety, he scolded me for going to a university and not being able to recognize good deeds after I read a few words, and he scolded me for reading so much.
The book does not understand the principles of life. Later the counselor came and asked me to kneel down and admit my mistake in front of the counselor. Because this is a family matter in our family, and my mother has been acting recklessly, the counselor and the security guards who came over didn't know what to do for a while. The more people there were, the prouder my dad became, as if I was a puppet in his hands. There are more and more people. I fell to my knees. I knelt down in front of everyone. I knelt down in front of my father and kowtowed to the floor tiles of the dormitory. This scene was filmed by many good people and uploaded to the internet. It seems to be on the hot list, so I can't tell you which school I went to. Later, the school was afraid of causing a big fuss, so it forced all students to delete the video. The next day, the counselor had to check everyone's photo albums and social software. Originally, according to my father's intention, my study career was over and I would work in a factory and start sending money to my family. Hey, they also thoughtfully told me that they were considerate of me when I first started working, and that I only needed to send them 1,000 yuan every month. Ha 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 ha. That night I was already in a state of resignation. I am already thinking about where to work where the salary will be higher. Then the counselor persuaded me, saying that I studied very hard, and basically every scholarship would go to me, so my family wouldn't have a big burden. In addition, other relatives are trying to persuade me, saying that it's hard for my family to have a college student. Even if I have to work, I have to wait until I finish my studies before working. At least I can earn more, right? In this way, my reading career can continue. Now my living expenses are, per month, which is barely enough every month. Now my life consists of classroom, canteen, part-time job, dormitory, 4 o'clock in one line. I will work part-time whenever I have time during holidays. Fortunately, I have good grades and can take on some tutoring jobs in elementary and junior high schools. This is the easiest part-time job I can find. If you don't have a tutor, you can basically serve dishes in a mansion on the other side of Luyang River. The subway is direct, and the round-trip fee is yuan. Because you have 2 meals a day, you can save a day's food expenses. In addition, how to use the remaining time? Play games? Forget it, I don't have that intention anymore. Fall in love? Ha, I am famous in the whole school, who would like me? So, considering my current situation, in January this year, I took up the business of writing novels again. I am very grateful to the editors of Zonghun Grape for picking me up when I encountered obstacles in submitting articles all over the internet. At that time, my beginning was terrible, and the title of my book was also terrible. In short, it is not an exaggeration to describe it as a piece of shit. But the editor at Putao was really patient in teaching me how to write. I was very moved at the time. I even praised Haikao and said that one book made him a god that day. I would go to Beijing to ask him to wash his feet and order him the 24 most expensive ones. Young model Ovo hey hey. After signing the contract, I originally planned to update it, but problems came up again in my life. I won't go into details. For now, this book is a work I created in a very limited time. It is my honor that this book can win the favor of all brothers. Finally, I also ask all brothers to support the genuine version. Wontons, thank you. In the early morning, birds are chirping, and through the sunlight, you can see wisps of white cold air floating in front of you. The morning sun is still hiding behind the mountains on the horizon, refusing to show up like a shy girl, but it can't help but scatter countless orange golden rays along the edge of the mountaintop, reflecting the red glow in the sky. Nya family. In a rather elegant courtyard, 2 young men with similar faces stood on each side, constantly practicing the weapons in their hands. The wielder of the sword flips the weapon in his hand and makes a move. Every move he makes will cause turmoil in the surrounding air. The sword may be as fast and violent as a thunderstorm, or it may be a dense attack like wind and snow that makes people overwhelmed. The sword wielder's movements are slow and his moves are simple, nothing more than chopping, slashing, stabbing, and picking. However, every sword seems to be full of flaws but gives people a vague feeling of danger. These 2 people are Nya Yun and Nya Feng. At this moment, 3 days have passed since the end of the competition.
During these 3 days, the two brothers Nyayan stayed at home and concentrated on digesting the results and improving their strength. After a big competition, all the talismans and elixirs on Nyayan's body had been exhausted. Just in case, in the past 3 days, Nyayan had completed a major update of the elixirs and talismans through continuous practice of alchemy and talisman making. The Smoke Talisman, the Quagmire Talisman, and the Icecone Talisman, these 3 extremely practical talismans have become difficult to use due to Nyayan's improvement in Realm. Therefore, all the talismans have now been replaced with more advanced talismans, namely the Mist Talisman, the Swamp Talisman, and the Ice Dragon Talisman. Moreover, the 3 new talismans that Nyayan is equipped with are all of the highest quality yellow grade. At the same time, Nyayan's talisman making technique has also been promoted from intermediate to high level due to the increase in proficiency in these 3 days. After taking the nourishing pill, Nyayan's spiritual consciousness can now reach the level of being separated from the body. Previously, Nyayan's spiritual consciousness was limited to internal organs. Even if he wanted to use his spiritual consciousness to view items, he had to get it. This can only be achieved by close contact. But it's different now. Nyayan's consciousness can directly cover a 10-meter radius. Within this range, no disturbance can escape the detection of his consciousness. As for healing, Nya Hong popped a bottle of rejuvenation pills. There were 10 pills in one bottle, plus a 3rd-level 9-leaf vitality plant obtained in the competition. Especially the latter, can be regarded as the biggest gain from this competition. With a thought, a panel appeared in front of Nyayan's eyes. 9-leaf vitality grass, a 3rd-level elixir, its leaves are comparable to 2nd-level healing elixirs. The leaves can be obtained by pouring spiritual power into them to induce leaf growth. In 3 days, Nyayan used spirit stones and mental techniques to continuously produce leaves in the space within his body. In just 3 days, Nyayan produced nearly 100 leaves. These 2 alone are enough for Nyayan to heal his injuries. In terms of replenishing spiritual power, Nyayan abandoned the most common Chi building pill and directly replaced it with an enhanced version of the Chi building pill, the Super Chi building pill. This kind of elixir is much more effective than the Chi building pill, and it is not difficult to refine, which is one of the reasons why Nyayan likes him. As for Niafeng, after obtaining a large number of high-level elixirs, in just 3 days, his level jumped directly from the 6th level to the 9th level. He was only 1 step away from breaking through to the level of a martial artist. In 3 days, the strength of Nyayan and Nyayan has undergone earth-shaking changes. Family aspect. Because this competition was much more brutal than previous years, the leaders of the younger generation of the Nye family, Nye Bing, Nye Hong, and others died directly in the Monster Mountain range. Nye Qing, the Great Steward, disappeared in the Monster Mountains during the competition and was suspected to have died. The corpse is now in Haiyan's belly. The remaining 2 major families, Luoxing and Yang Xian, were seriously injured and were in a state of hanging their breath. They were redeemed after paying a large sum of compensation to their families. And on the grounds that the elders cannot interfere with the grudges of the younger generation, it was agreed that a month later there would be a ring competition between the younger generations of the 4 major families. In just 3 days, the sky above Qingyang town became 3/3 taller. Young master, breakfast has been prepared. Please enjoy it. Chunlan walked towards Nyayan with a graceful figure. Her eyes towards Nyayan were full of passion. Who doesn't know now? The young master is at the height of the sun. If he can get close to him, it will only be a matter of time before he leaps onto a branch and turns into a phoenix. Thinking of this, the cold voice in the past was now mixed with a bit of charm, making people's ears tingle. After dozens of breaths, Nyayan finished practicing the last move, put away the knife, looked at the unmoved Niafeng and said softly, "Xiao Feng, it's time to eat." This sound seemed ordinary, but in fact it contained hidden spiritual power, which directly brought Niafeng, who was obsessed with sword training, back to his senses. "Ha! Have you eaten? You can finally eat. What do you want to eat today?" "I want braised lion's head. There are also steamed lamb, steamed bear paws, steamed deer tail, roasted flour duck, roasted chicken, roasted goose, braised pig, braised duck, soy sauce chicken, bacon, pine flower belly." Seeing this greedy look, Nyayan smiled relievedly and patted Niafeng's forehead. Inside the room, All kinds of delicacies bought from restaurants outside have been placed on the entire 8 immortals table. At a glance, there are at least 40 or 50 dishes. The tangy fragrance has aroused everyone's appetite since the door opened. Niafong took 3 steps and 2 steps to reach the table. He reached out and grabbed the most conspicuous roast chicken on the table into his arms. With a gentle tug, he broke off a chicken leg and put it back on the original plate. Amidst the sound of gnawing at the roasted chicken that was bigger than his head, he managed to say, "Brother, I'll give you the chicken leg. The rest is I know you don't like to eat them, so I'll help you get rid of them all." Seeing such a scene, even the 2 maids who had served Duaningrong for many years couldn't help laughing. Niayin sat next to Niafong with a slight smile on his face and said softly, "Eat slowly, there is still more." Although Niayun and Niafong are brothers, for some reason, Niafeng's intelligence seems to be inherently different. It is also because of this that many years ago, while trying to catch crickets, I was accidentally bitten by a venomous snake, causing my legs to become paralyzed. With a glance, Niayin felt an unknown fire in his heart when he saw the 2 maids holding back their smiles. 2 bitches. If I hadn't kept you useful, I would have torn your mouths apart. The expression in his eyes remained unchanged. He suppressed the anger in his heart, forced a smile on his face, and said, "Sit down and eat together, we are under the same roof, don't be so formal, we will all be a family from now on." Boom, boom, boom. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Obtained, and the addict chooses a method T. In this seemingly warm scene to outsiders, there was an untimely knock on the door outside the hospital. Benedict, the sound came again, echoing in the courtyard. Xiaozhu, who was beside him, went to open the door very wisely, while Chunlan continued to stand there in portee to Niayun and the other 2. The next moment, a middle-aged man wearing a capable warrior's attire was seen entering the courtyard under the leadership of Xiaozhu. He strode into the house and came to the 2 brothers Niayun. "Young master, this is what Elder Changmu asked me to give you." With a plop, he knelt down on one knee directly towards Niayun, lowered his head and said respectfully, and handed out an already filled storage bag on his waist. Xiaozhu, who was standing next to the man, saw this, took the storage bag, and twisted her plump waist and tight buttocks to Niayun's side. He slowly bent down and handed the storage bag forward with both hands. But rather than saying that she was handing over the storage bag, it would be better to say that he was handing over the 2 towering waves and the deep trench that made people unable to extricate themselves. For a moment, they were happy together. Niayin didn't squint, he held the storage bag in his hand, scanned it with his spiritual consciousness, and found that there were the remaining, spiritual stones in it, a lot of them. "It's been 3 days since I said it. Elder Changmu deserves to be the richest man in the Nie family. He is truly honest." Niayin tossed the storage bag in his hand, weighed the weight in his hand, and laughed softly. "Don't dare." The warrior quickly responded, "By the way, this is a gift that Elder Changmu asked me to bring to the young master." As he spoke, the middle-aged man took out an exquisite sandalwood box from his storage bag. He stood up and walked forward, placing it gently on the wooden table in front of Niayun. Seeing that Niayun did not refuse, the middle-aged man took advantage of the opportunity again, clasped his fists, nodded, and said in a deep voice, "Elder Changmu also said that if necessary, the spiritual medicine garden can provide some help for the second young master's leg disease." Stuff laughed. After Niayun's spiritual consciousness left his body and swept across the wooden box, he left a faint sentence, but then followed it with another sentence, "Say hello to Elder Changmu for me. I will visit the elixir garden when I have time another day. It is good." After hearing what Niayun said, the middle-aged man felt as if a huge boulder had fallen to the ground in his heart. The nervous look on his face had obviously eased a lot. Then the warrior stopped staying and quickly left the place where Niayun was. Located in a side hospital. "Brother, what's in here?" At this time, Niafong also stopped wolfing down the food in his mouth, raised his head and asked doubtfully, because even he felt that the contents of the wooden box in front of him were definitely extraordinary. Niayun stretched out his hand, touched Niafeng's forehead, and said softly, "Eat well, and don't ask around when you shouldn't." Niafong said "oh" nonchalantly, and then continued to devour all kinds of food into his mouth. Ba, noon. The sun is like fire, scorching the earth. After eating and drinking, Nye Phong led Nye Yun to the Tibetan scripture pavilion.
The top 3 in the competition can all choose a Xuanjie technique to practice in the Sutra Pavilion. In addition, number 1 can also choose a mysterious weapon.
In Nye Yun's philosophy, the skills could not escape there, so he was not in a hurry, but waited until all his injuries were healed before he came here to receive the skills.
Came under this huge ancient building again.
This is the second time he has come to the Sutra Pavilion since time travel, so he can't help but feel some emotions in his heart. Walking to the Sutra Pavilion again and seeing the old man in gray, Nye Yun cupped his hands and said, "I've met my senior. The two of us are here to receive the rewards for the top 3 in the family competition." The old man in gray clothes just glanced at Nye Yun and Nye Yun with his messy hair, and then said, "This is an important place in the Sutra Pavilion.
Please take out the token. I want to check it." "That's natural."
Nye Yun took out the 2 tokens he got from the elders at the end of the competition and handed them over. The old man did not reach out to take it, but glanced at it lightly. But with just this sweep, Nye Yun was shocked and his hair stood on end. He felt a huge danger.
"You only have 1 hour. Xuanjie Kung Fu is on the 3rd floor, and you can only move below the 3rd floor. If you want to go up to the 4th floor privately, you will encounter a restriction. Use at your own risk."
Nye Yun did not doubt the words of the old man in gray and nodded repeatedly. "After you have selected the exercises, come to me to register.
There is nothing else to say."
Nye Yun cupped his fists and raised his hands and said, "Junior, please remember this." Leading Nye Phong to push open the quaint attic door, a creaking sound rang in his ears. The dazzling light outside the attic finally turned into rays of light and shot into the hidden Sutra Pavilion. Damn it, how many skills are required to do this? As soon as Nye Phong entered the Sutra Pavilion, he was immediately shocked by the countless techniques in front of him.
They were so dazzling and countless.
We have to wait until we get shocked before we get shocked slowly.
We only have 1 hour, let's get down to business first.
The tokens in the hands of the Nye Yun brothers can only open the restrictions on the 3rd floor at most. If there is no specific token and you want to enter the Tibetan scripture pavilion to obtain advanced skills, without him, it would basically just hit the ban and be wiped out. Of course, I have never heard of anyone successfully breaking into the Sutra Pavilion. After all, the gray-clothed elder guarding the pavilion, according to Nye Yun's perception, is definitely not low in strength.
He is a great master.
3rd floor.
The skills on this floor are simply the same as those on the 2 floors below.
The exercises on this floor are no longer just placed on tall and wide bookshelves, but on square tables one after another. There is an unknown skill book on each square sandalwood table, and it is covered with a layer of restrictions with a purple halo, making it difficult for people to see clearly. Next to each ban is a palm-sized stone carving, which records the information on the inner skills of the ban. The 3rd floor is not big, and within a short time, Nye Yun visited most of the 3rd floor. The secret books of exercises that can be placed on the 3rd floor are basically of Xian level quality. There are less than 100 exercises in total, and most of them are low-grade Xian level books. Only a very few have reached the middle level of Xian level.
As for the top level of Xian level, Nye Yun searched for a long time and couldn't find any of them.
Nye Yun withdrew his gaze and turned his gaze to a stone carving in front of him.
Eagle Claw Kung Fu is a low-level Xian level Kung Fu.
It has extremely strong physical requirements for the user. It cannot be practiced without physical training.
The moves are practiced viciously. When practiced, the fingers are as hard as magical iron.
They can withstand weapons and can kill people with just one hand.
Take it, stick it, and you will die. TSK TSK TSK. Are you so domineering? I like it.
Nye Yun chuckled secretly, and then sighed, "It's a pity that it's not my goal this time." "Elder brother!" Nye Phong suddenly exclaimed, which immediately attracted Nye Yun's attention.
What happened? The distance between Nye Yun and Nye Yun was not far.
In just a few breaths, Nye Yun rushed to Nye Phong.
Look at this technique.
Nye Phong stretched out a finger and pointed at the stone carving next to the restriction in front of him.
Nye Yun looked in the direction.
There are 4 big characters written on the stone carving sunflower collection. Look back, at the beginning of the first sentence.
If you want to practice this skill, you must first come from the palace, power without leaving any weaknesses. The 8 characters that come into view. If you want to practice this skill, you must first go to the palace. When Nyayan looked at it, his face suddenly darkened, and he completely gave up the idea of choosing this technique. Even though the grade of this technique is as high as the middle grade of Xian grade. Snapped. Carrying the sound of hunting wind in his palm, he slapped Niafeng directly on the forehead, and a crisp sound echoed in the Sutra Pavilion.
Hey, brother, what are you doing? Niafeng asked reluctantly, covering his painful forehead.
What am I doing?
You dare to practice this kind of technique? I'm afraid you're tired of living. As he spoke, Nyayan raised his palms again.
No, brother.
I really think this movie Ghost Shadow fan tracking is very good.
Why are you hitting me? How dare you say he's good? No matter how high his rank is, he can't practice this kind of skill.
Nyayan seemed to have come to his senses, his tone slowed down, and he asked with a frown, what did you just say? I said, I think this Ghost Shadow fan tracking is very good.
If we can't beat it in the future, we can just run away.
Niafeng covered his forehead and said with pain.
Nyayan looked in the direction of Niafeng's finger again and followed his direction.
This time, Nyayan discovered that the direction he was pointing was not the sunflower collection in front of him, but the exercise right behind the sunflower collection.
This misunderstanding is huge. Brother, don't you think, cough cough cough? This is so embarrassing for her mother.
He avoided Niafeng and looked at the stone carvings next to the technique that Niafeng was interested in. Ghost Shadow confused tracking steps, movement skills, low-grade Shen level. After practicing, the speed can be greatly improved, and the body can turn into a ghost, making no sound.
When the cultivation is completed, it can leave many ghosts behind, which is extremely confusing. Good technique.
Nyayan glanced at it and admired it sincerely. There are countless practitioners in this world, including martial arts weapons, elixirs, talismans, and all kinds of rare and strange treasures, but their core remains unchanged. In short, it is just 6 elements: attack, defense, detection, treatment, movement, and storage. Currently, Nyayan is not lacking in attack, defense, treatment, and storage.
Speed and detection are the only weaknesses.
To put it bluntly, just using the mist talisman will not only disrupt the opponent's sight, but even oneself will become completely blind. You can only rely on Black Flame's powerful perception range to determine the enemy's location, otherwise this mist talisman will really kill 1000 enemies and damage 800. Therefore, Nyayan's idea is to take this opportunity to choose exercises to try to make up for his own shortcomings without leaving any weaknesses in order to deal with various accidents in the future.
Hey, brother, the technique I chose is okay.
Niafeng was like a child waiting for praise, with a smile on his face and his head raised happily.
Okay, it's a very good technique, just right for both of us. Nyayan nodded slightly and said calmly.
After receiving Nyayan's affirmation, Niafeng did not hesitate, took out the token and gently placed it on the semicircular light shield that flashed with prohibition. Then circles of cyan ripples flashed on the mask, like a stone thrown into a calm pond. After a few breaths of time, the originally rich and flickering light mask gradually dimmed, revealing the original appearance of the technique under the original restriction.
Wait first. What's wrong? Niafeng was slightly confused. Let's go shopping first. If you can't find someone more suitable, then choose him.
Nyayan pointed around and said.
Okay.
Finally, after walking around on the 3rd floor, Nyayan still couldn't find the technique that he was satisfied with. An hour is neither long nor short, but it passes quickly, and now there is less than a quarter of an hour left.
There's nothing we can do about it. 9 times out of 10 things in this world are not what you want, and you can't have everything go as planned, right? It's just you.
Finally, when the time was about to end, Nyayan retreated and chose a restricted technique. Daintian is a secret investigation method, a low-grade Shin class. The only effect is that the hearing can be greatly improved, and no movement within a radius of 100 meters can escape the perception. If you put your ears close to the ground to activate the exercise, the hearing distance of the exercise can be increased 10 times. A full 1,000-meter detection distance is already very powerful for a martial artist. If you practice normally and your spiritual consciousness reaches a range of 1,000 meters, you must at least reach the realm of King Wu. In this world, the cultivation techniques are roughly divided into 3 types: magical powers, techniques, and secret techniques. Strictly speaking, they are all similar, but there are many differences. Take the most common Kung Fu as an example. The birth of a Kung Fu is definitely the painstaking work of a martial arts master. He has all kinds of strange functions, either powerful attacks or ultimate defense. Zhao Zhao has its own system and can deal with various dangerous situations. But secret arts and supernatural powers are different. The former often cannot form a system of its own, is difficult to practice, and has a single effect. Once targeted, its effectiveness is basically useless. But on the contrary, secret techniques are often very powerful, and no matter how effective they are, they can basically far exceed those of the same level. This alone is enough to cover up the shortcomings of the secret technique, but if a family disciple wants to practice the secret technique, the family elders will usually dissuade him. Unless necessary, do not reveal which secret method you practice, otherwise you will be easily targeted. The last kind of magical power is an extremely different kind of existence. Its effect is often single. It is often found in the blood inheritance of powerful monsters. It cannot be hunted and robbed like the crystal core. Only a few geniuses can realize it on their own. My own magical powers. And this magical power is extremely powerful, that is, it is not bound by specific grades. The power of any magical power depends on the user's own realm strength. You are a genius who has realized your own magical powers, but your realm is only the warrior realm, so the power of your magical powers is not even as powerful as a low-grade yellow-level skill. But on the other hand, if your strength reaches the sky and you are unrivaled, then the power of the same magical power you can display can even far exceed that of heaven-level techniques. There is no lower limit or upper limit to magical power. It is as strong as you are. It is the most powerful existence among the 3, and also the most difficult to obtain. As far as the current Nia family is concerned, it is estimated that it would be difficult to find a high-grade Xian-level Kung Fu in the Sutra Tiding Pavilion where Nia Yun is, let alone magical powers. Therefore, Nia Yun can find a secret technique that suits him. I am already very content. Now Nia Yun must try his best to avoid any shortcomings. Nia Foam has already chosen speed-related techniques, so there is no need for Nia Yun to waste this hard-won opportunity to choose techniques for the sake of speed. Then according to the 6 elements of practicing combat power, Nia Yun decisively decided on the direction of investigation. Finally, I chose the secret method Earth Listening. Although the secret method has a long detection distance, it has great limitations. It must have its ears firmly pressed to the ground to take advantage of it. If it is flying, in mid-air or in water, the effect will be greatly weakened. Thinking of this, Nia Yun, for some reason, thought of the popular poem that was spread in Xingyang town. In the cold winter of the 12th lunar month, the sky is covered with snow, and the birds in thousands of mountains have no bows or strings. Where can I find the traces of all things, all in the spiritual world? This poem describes the Yang family's secret method, Lingi Gong. This technique is recognized as number 1 in Xingyang town in terms of its power and investigation. Nia Yun still covets this. What a pity. Why didn't you use the spiritual intention skill after killing that Yang Yun? What a poor guy. Nia Yun became so angry when he thought of the son of the Yang family that Nia Yun killed in the Monster Mountain range half a year ago. After all, he is still a young master. Why can't he even use the spiritual power he practices at home? What Nia Yun didn't know was that Lingi Kung Fu was a family tradition of the Yang family. In order to prevent leaks, it had always been passed down by word of mouth and had never been recorded in written books. And not all Yang family members can practice this technique, but they need to meet certain conditions before they can practice it. But unfortunately, Yang Yun was the outcast who couldn't meet the conditions. That's why he coveted the loot in Nia Yun's hands in the Monster Mountain range, because it was his hope for promotion. This is also the fundamental reason why Lingi Gong has not been revealed, because Yang Yun, that poor guy, is not qualified to learn it at all.
Of course, Nia Yun didn't know this at all. Well, 9 times out of 10 things in life will be unsatisfactory, so you can't just expect everything to go smoothly. Maybe if you have the chance, see if you can show off your spiritual power in the competition in a month's time. The decision will be yours now. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Shin level low-grade secret technique Earth Listening. Ding, do you want to spend 1,000 points on learning? Yes. The first floor of the Sutra Pavilion. Are you sure you want to choose these 2 techniques? The old man in gray glanced at the 2 exercises held in their hands. We're sure. Both Nia Yun nodded affirmatively. Just make sure. I'll register you. Now you can go to the rightmost room on the first floor. There are pens and ink prepared in advance. You are making copies. According to regulations, techniques above Shin level are not allowed to be borrowed, so even if it is a reward designated by the competition, you can only take out the copy. The old man in gray clothes said calmly. Junior, I understand. An hour later. Nia Yun and Nia Feng checked again and again, and after confirming that the contents of the manuscript in their hands were the same as the original, they returned the original to the old man in gray. Then he left the Sutra Pavilion with the manuscript and went to the Weapon Pavilion to choose weapons. The third floor of the Sutra Pavilion. Looking at the backs of Nia Yun and Nia Yun, the gray-clothed old man's cloudy eyes gradually showed a trace of clarity. Aren't you going to choose an offensive technique? These 2 interesting little guys. Looking at the direction in which Nia Yun and Nia Yun left, the old man in gray murmured. Then he waved his sleeves, and 2 cyan restrictions suddenly appeared above the 2 exercises in front of him. P.S. I spent a day today reviewing all the previous plots repeatedly. Because most of the previous content was typed on mobile phones, it is inevitable that there are typos, and all of them have been changed. After finishing this 4-family arena match, the protagonist will download the dungeon, and I will give you some fun OVM. After Nia Yun and others left the Sutra Pavilion, they walked directly in the direction of the Tibetan Soldier Pavilion. Because both of them are important places of the Nia family, they are both in the core areas of the Nia family, so the distance between them is not very far. The 2 brothers walked side by side, one with a steady pace and dark eyes like abyss, while the other was looking around curiously at the flowers and buildings along the way, as if he were just walking around. Brother, why didn't you realize that the Nia family has so many spectacular and beautiful buildings before? Nia Feng asked like a poor boy who had just entered the prosperous world, full of curiosity about everything. No wonder he asked this question. Since he was a child, he rarely goes out because of leg problems caused by poisonous snakes. He has always locked himself in his room and practiced swordsmanship. This situation lasted until 7 years ago, when my daintian was destroyed by a mysterious person. This incident directly caused the 2 people's status in the Nia family to plummet. Over the years, their spiritual stone salaries have been continuously withheld, which itself belongs to the fringe area of the Nia family, naturally has fewer opportunities to come to the core area. For some reason, after hearing these words, Nia Yun's Gujing Wubwa felt a little strange in his heart, and he said, What does this little Nia family mean? Just hang out with me and I will take you to see all the great places in the world. Although Nia Yun's voice was soft, his eyes were full of determination. Brother, is it true? Nia Feng's eyes suddenly flashed brightly, and he suddenly turned around to look at Nia Yun beside him, his voice full of excitement and excitement. When did I lie to you? Nia Yun laughed several times, his eyes filled with doting on his younger brother. When you enter the Tibetan Armed Forces Pavilion later, you can pick and choose. If you like it, we will take it directly. Even if you don't need it, it will be fine. Then take it back and show it. Tibetan Army Pavilion. Looking from a distance, it is another simple and towering attic. Look over there, is that young Master Nia Yun? It's a bit like, they are going in this direction to the Tibetan Armed Forces Pavilion. It should be so. Look at the man walking side by side with him. His walking posture is very strange. A passing disciple pointed in the direction of Nia Feng. The disciple who was walking with him saw this and quickly pressed his hand down. What are you doing? Do you want to die? Nia Feng is pure and kind by nature and will not argue with you, but his brother Nia Yun is not someone to be trifled with. He would even dare to kill the only son of the great elder if he is unhappy. If you want to die, don't take us with you. Situations like this happen from time to time along the way, and all the other disciples they met invariably kept their distance from Nyayun. However, Nyayun was also happy that there was no obstacle in front of him, so he could naturally reach the entrance of the Tibetan Armed Forces Pavilion very quickly. Different from the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion, compared with the crowds over there, this place seemed much more lively. There was even a long queue at the entrance of the Tibetan Soldier Pavilion. After all, no matter how powerful the technique is and how high the level is, it will be difficult to gain entry without several years of hard training. But weapons are different. As long as they are in hand, they can immediately exert their power. Therefore, a high-grade weapon is the most direct way to improve one's strength. Nyayun is here, Nyayun is here. Go, go. The closer we get to the Tiangbing Pavilion, the more people there are, and the huge square seems a bit crowded. But as soon as these people saw Nyayun coming, they all cheered up and made way for Nyayun and the others. The front of the team in the Tibetan Soldier Pavilion. In front of Nyayun and Nyayun, there was a teenager who looked like a teenager in the middle of the two. He seemed to be lowering his head and thinking about something. I have been saving spiritual stones for half a year. I should be able to buy a mortal level weapon when I enter the Tibetan Weapon Pavilion. After all, now that my cultivation level has improved, the weapons used by ordinary people are no longer suitable for me to use. By then, with good soldiers and heroes, you can get more souls by hunting monsters. Suddenly, he seemed to feel a strange movement in the crowd around him. He looked back with some confusion, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Nyayun. Immediately, the young man was so frightened that he took a few steps back and ran away. He didn't care that the team he had been waiting in line for several hours just gave up. Am I really that scary? I think I'm quite kind. Nyayun rubbed his chin and looked to the side and said helplessly. Nyafeng raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Nyayun beside him, and shrugged. Maybe. What he didn't know was that after he killed Nyelingyu, the title of number one among the younger generation was already welded to his head. Combined with his series of actions, in the hearts of the younger generation of the Nye family, Nyayun can be said to be a perfect image of a devil who was fearless. Who can see it and not be afraid? Walking to the Tiangbing Pavilion and looking at the guards on both sides, Nyayun took out the token he had prepared and handed it out. I'm here to receive the weapons as a reward from the family competition. The guard took the token and looked at it carefully. After finally confirming that there was no problem, he returned the token with both hands. Please come with me. The guard lowered his head and said respectfully. Although Nyayun was the most popular among the younger generation of the Nye family at this time, it did not mean that everyone in the Nye family knew him, including the guards who were stationed at the Tibetan Armed Forces Pavilion all year round. But that guard was also a discerning person. Even if he didn't know Nyayun, he could roughly guess from the reactions of the people around him that the person in front of him had an extraordinary identity. Especially when he opened his mouth to receive the weapon as a reward for the family competition, it confirmed what he was thinking. The interior of the Tsangbing Pavilion is actually similar to the Tsangjing Pavilion, except that there are more people here, making it less deserted. The two followed the guards to the entrance to the third floor of the Tibetan Armed Forces Pavilion. The Xian-level weapons shown on the token are only available on the third floor of the Hidden Arms Pavilion. I am not qualified to go up there. Entering from here is the third floor, so I can only send it here. Farewell. The guard cupped his hands and said respectfully. Nyayun nodded slightly and followed the direction of the guard's finger to a door. The guards at this entrance are much stronger than the ones at the entrance just based on their breath sense, and the last ones have actually reached the realm of warriors. This is an important area of the Hidden Soldier Pavilion. You need a token to enter. Please forgive me. Before Nyayun could get closer, the guards all looked at him. If ordinary disciples want to buy weapons, the first and second floors are enough. Once you need to go to the third floor, you must strictly check your identity. After all, the weapons on display on the third floor are all Xian-level weapons. Nyayun cooperated and took out the token from the storage bag and threw it over. The guard on the third floor penetrated the token with his consciousness, checked and confirmed the token, and returned it. After receiving the token, Nia-yun and Nia-yun both walked inside, but were stopped again by the guard with his hand stretched out in front of him. "Ha? What do you mean? Is it possible that the token is fake?" Nia-yun frowned and said displeased. "Nothing. Your token is of course true, but it only says that you can go in alone. His words are not included in this." The guard in front said as if he was fulfilling his duty, his eyes constantly glancing at Nia-phone behind him as he spoke. "And, according to the regulations, he can't even enter the Tibetan Armed Forces Pavilion without a token, not to mention this is an important place on the third floor. So please ask him to leave the Tibetan Armed Forces Pavilion immediately. Brother, how about I wait for you outside?" When Nia-phone saw this, he didn't want to embarrass his brother, so he leaned close to him and said softly. Nia-yun seemed not to have heard. He raised his brows and narrowed his eyes into a dangerous slit, staring at the guard. "I didn't quite hear what you just said. Please say it again." "The token can only let you in alone, he is not here." Boom. Before he could say anything, the guard flew sideways for several meters and hit a pillar on the side. This slap broke the guard's bones and tendons, and directly shattered half of his face. His face was ferocious, his facial bones were protruding, and blood trickled out from half of his face, staining half of his clothes red. "You!" Severe pain hit him, and the guard was furious. He roared, stood up, and subconsciously pulled out the long knife from his waist. Clang! The next moment, many guards unsheathed their swords, their murderous auras palpable, and surrounded Nia-yun, blocking all his escape routes. Nia-yun looked around and said calmly, "Do you know who I am? Thanks to brother left-hand reflection for the tip. Ovo pay attention." Surrounded by dozens of warrior-level guards, Nia-yun spoke calmly. "Do you know who I am?" "I don't care who you are," the guard leader roared with half his face shattered. Although he is just the leader of the guards, who in the Tibetan Armed Forces Pavilion should not be polite to him? There are even a lot of people who come to curry favor with them by sending them spiritual stones and spiritual fruits. When have you ever experienced such a shame? Then the leader strode forward, drew out the long knife from his waist, and slashed diagonally down at Nia-yun's body. Hee, it's interesting." Nia-yun gently stretched out a hand and reached for the long knife. "You don't overestimate your capabilities," the guard sneered. "I just wanted to teach you a lesson, but I didn't want you to seek death on your own." Iron shirt. Clang! The long knife in the guard's hand was blocked by Nia-yun with his hand, and he could not move forward even half a step. The moment his flesh palm collided with the tip of the knife, there was a harsh sound of metal colliding. Withered wood poison palm. Snapped. Nia-yun gently grasped his hand, and the long knife in his hand instantly broke into two pieces. "What?" The guard looked at the long sword with only half of it in his hand in astonishment, and was stunned. Nia-yun did not speak, but stared at the guard in front of him quietly, placing his palms in front of him and moving his fingers with force. Creak, creak. Only the sound of shattering weapons could be heard continuously coming from Nia-yun's hands, which was particularly harsh in such a quiet atmosphere. Pat, pat. He opened his fingers slightly, and the fragments of the long knife that were originally held in his hands had now turned into pieces of scrap metal the size of soybeans, falling from Nia-yun's hands to the ground. The guard stared blankly at the half-length sword in his hand, his eyes were about to burst, and he said angrily, "He wants to force his way into the hidden soldier pavilion and capture him." Dropped with a bang. The other guards stepped forward one after another. The other two guards closest to Nia-yun were attacking fiercely with their long knives. One of them attacked and the other attacked. They cut at Nia-yun's hands and feet with clear division of labor, hoping to directly make Nia-yun lose his mobility. "Do you really think I'm easy to bully?" Nia-yun narrowed his eyes and sneered in his heart. His big hand reached forward, stretched out his hand, and grabbed the throat of the leader of the guards in front of him. He then used his body as a shield and stood in front of him to block the two incoming knives. Ah! In an instant, a shrill scream came from the leader's mouth. At this moment, there was a deep wound on his back, and the sole of his leg was cut off abruptly. Next second, Nia-yun's figure disappeared from the spot. Iron shirt.
The iron cloth shirt is rolled up and cannot be broken except by a martial artist. At this moment, Nya Yun was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. His fists, feet, shoulders, and elbows suddenly turned into murderous weapons, and every blow was accompanied by a scream. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and broken limbs were scattered everywhere.
The momentum is overwhelming and unstoppable.
The powerful physical strength can knock these guards out of action with just a light touch.
Don't leave me behind in a fight.
Nya Feng held the Yunxiao sword in his hand and followed Nya Yun as he rushed towards the surrounding guards. The Lingxiao sword in his hand is as cunning and sharp as a spiritual snake, with every move hitting the vital point, vicious and vicious.
But after counting interest,
there were only lamentations and screams on the ground, and blood flowed all over the ground.
Brother, can you prepare in advance before the next fight?
Nya Feng shrugged, with an excited look on his face. I wasn't even ready, and the fight started.
I only killed 4 people individual.
Nya Yun glanced at the people lying on the ground.
Most of them were disabled or knocked unconscious by Nya Yun.
Only a few guards died directly.
I sighed in my heart.
Try not to kill anyone within the family, so as not to be caught and cause unnecessary trouble.
What should we do?
Nya Feng suddenly panicked when he heard this.
It's not that good, just be careful next time.
After Nya Yun left these words, he took a few steps and came to the front of the leader of the guards. He stretched out a big hand, with veins popping out in his palm, and grabbed his neck suddenly, lifting his whole body up into the air. He turned slightly sideways and looked at the ID tag hanging on his waist.
Nya Lei, right? Do you know who I am? If you dare to attack me, do you know the consequences?
I'm warning you, no matter who you are, forcing yourself into the Hidden Arms Pavilion is a capital crime. Nya Yun's big hands were like iron pliers, strangling his throat, causing his face to turn red. Like a pig liver purple, his voice was a little choppy, as if he was going to die in the next moment. I just have used the telegraph instrument to inform the elders that you are dead.
Really?
Nya Yun chuckled softly and stretched out his other hand to wipe the blood that was accidentally spattered on Nya Lei's clothes. After wiping it carefully, he threw it aside as if throwing away garbage. I'm just waiting here for your so-called elder to come over.
I want to see what he can do to me. Nya Yun's disdainful voice followed him as he landed, and even though he was seriously injured, he clenched his fists. There were not many disciples on the second floor.
At this time, people were surrounding them because of the sounds of fighting and wailing. What everyone saw was that the wailing guards and the leader of the guards who Nya Yun used to exploit his colleagues were thrown aside by Nya Yun like garbage, lying on the ground like a dead dog unable to move. This scene made many disciples' pupils tremble.
This is the Hidden Soldier Pavilion. Nya Yun is so lawless. Are you really not afraid that the elders will come out and suppress him directly?
It won't be enough to suppress him, but at least he has to be imprisoned in Xingfei to shed 2 layers of skin. When the elder comes out, I'm afraid there will be a good show. Everyone was watching behind him, and many good people began to talk continuously. But a few breaths of time. A middle-aged man hurriedly walked out of the door behind the guards. When Nya Lei saw this person from the corner of his eye, he roared loudly as if he had found a life-saving straw.
Elder! He wants to force his way into the scripture collection pavilion.
He also killed many of our brothers. You have to make the decision for us. The roar of unwillingness and anger resounded throughout the entire Tibetan Armed Forces pavilion, and the vicious eyes looked at Nya Yun, as if looking at a dead person. Shut up, the elder shouted, interrupting him. Then in Nya Lei's sight, the elder walked up to Nya Yun, bowed his hands and said, "My subordinates are ignorant, so please, young master, calm down." These words hit Nya Lei's heart like a bolt from the blue, shocking him to the point of being stunned. Let me ask you, if you have disrespectful eyes and refuse to worship your master, how should you deal with it according to the clan rules?
Nya Yun's plain voice echoed in the pavilion of the Tsangbing Pavilion. Be 100 sticks and face the wall for 3 days.
Very good, as long as you remember. Nya Yun then changed the subject and shouted coldly. Then if they commit the crime below and try to kill me, how should they be dealt with according to the clan rules? According to the clan rules, he shall be punished. The sonorous and powerful voice of the elder spread to everyone's ears, and also reached Nialei's heart. Suddenly, his mind exploded with a bang, and he began to feel extremely fearful in his heart.
Elder, no! I can't die. Please save me.
He ignored the blood flowing on his body and the broken soles of his feet, and began to crawl towards the elder. His bloody palms tightly grasped the elder's calf.
Cowardice. Fear. Plead. Sobbing. Regret.
The elder was unmoved, just watching Nialei begging at his feet with cold eyes, unmoved in his heart. Perhaps because there were so many people around him, it would damage his image, so he finally said something indifferently.
It's useless to beg me. Go and beg the young master. If he is just a bit generous and doesn't care, then everything will be easy to talk about.
After hearing these words, Nialei seemed to have seen the last glimmer of hope for life, and crawled to Niayen's side. He knelt down with a plop and slapped himself repeatedly.
Young master!
I'm sorry, I can't see the mountains, it's just my small belly. Please, master, please forgive me this time. With each word, Nialei slapped harder. At this moment, he was extremely afraid of death, for fear of missing this only opportunity. At this moment, in the eyes of many Nia family disciples, they looked at Nialei, who usually relied on his connections to show off his authority over everyone. Now he was kneeling on the ground, slapping himself repeatedly, and begging Niayen to let him go while slapping him back. They couldn't help but feel a little surprised.
Is this still the same Nialei who always works for the tiger? It doesn't matter. This person is very generous.
Niayen chuckled, looking down at Nialei who was kneeling in front of him, and gently placed his hand on his head. Regardless of the severe pain in his spine, Nialei straightened his back, held Niayen's hand firmly, and began to please Niayen desperately. His heart felt as if a boulder had fallen to the ground at this moment, the pressure in his heart was released, and he was just feeling happy about the rest of his life. Suddenly, a word came to his ears, like a devil's whisper, which made him fall into an ice cave.
In the next life, just pay attention.
Then, amid the shocked eyes of many Nia family disciples, Niayen suddenly exerted force on his right hand, and the white and red brains burst out from his hand. His whole head was broken.
Organizations few, pass.
Nialei's body, whose head was crushed, fell to the ground so weakly. Tick, tick. The remaining milky white and red substance in the hand fell along the fingertips bit by bit on the simple dark wooden floor. On the floor, bright red blood and pale brains flowed silently in all directions.
At this moment, the audience is silent.
Elder Fold, save me. Before everyone could react, they heard intermittent cries for help coming from below. They were the guards who were seriously injured by Niayen but did not die. But looking at it now, they are not far from death. At this moment, each of them began to have difficulty breathing, and their faces turned purple and turned black, like rotten wood. Along with their bodies twitching slightly, white foam continued to pour out of their mouths. After using all his strength to say that sentence, within a dozen breaths, there was no more movement.
Why do you think this technique is called deadwood poison palm?
Niayen secretly laughed in his heart, of course it is poisonous. However, before that, the iron cloth shirt that Niayen practiced was too overbearing. As a result, the person is already completely cold before the toxin takes effect.
But it makes sense to think about it. If you can kill him with just one slap, why should you poison him? Isn't that just nonsense and a waste of time? This is the end.
All the guards on the third floor were dead.
Young master.
You do this, which makes it difficult for me to explain to my superiors. The elder's face was obviously ugly, and there was a bit of anger in his words. In this way, in a short period of time, even if he wanted to save people, he could not do anything.
It's hard to explain? What's not easy to explain? Niayen pretended to be confused. Just say it, I did it. It was Niayen who did it. Isn't this very simple?
Niayen walked up to the elder, stretched out a finger and pointed at his chest, then looked into the elder's eyes with a bright smile, then spread his hands and tilted his head and said with a smile, "You can report it and I'll bear any punishment.
But now I want to go in, are you going to stop me?"
The elder looked gloomy, but in the end he turned sideways and made way for him.
The implication was self-evident.
When Nye Yun and Nye Yun's figures completely disappeared step by step into the corridor on the third floor. The elder's livid face softened slightly, and he looked at the guards who came from downstairs after hearing the news and said angrily, "Why are you still standing there?
Don't you have eyes?
Get this place cleaned up quickly."
Yes.
While many guards were busy carrying the body, the elder just glanced at him and walked away. The third floor of Zangbing Pavilion. After passing the third floor, you need a token to enter.
Now that you have entered the third floor, there are only Nye Yun on the entire third floor.
The biggest difference between the Zangbing Pavilion and the Tsangjing Pavilion is that the tokens for each of the Tsangjing Pavilion's exercises can be exchanged for practice.
The Tibetan Weapon Pavilion is much more relaxed.
Because warriors fight, weapons are often damaged, so as long as you have spirit stones, you can come in and choose weapons.
Only the third floor and above require tokens.
There are not many weapons stored on the third floor, but they are all of mysterious order level and are not sold to the outside world. They cannot be purchased with spirit stones. They can only be redeemed with tokens from family mission rewards, in order to encourage the clansmen to work hard to complete more missions.
This is also a way to manage a family.
If high-grade weapons can also be purchased through spiritual stones, then there will inevitably be some wealthy tribesmen who will directly take over all the weapons and then sell them at a higher price. By then, it will only be more difficult for the clan members of the low-level monks to practice, and the family will be in a vicious cycle, unable to become strong, and destined to be weak.
This is a situation the family absolutely does not want to see.
This is also the reason why in previous lives, China has classified actors, businessmen, etc. as low-level people from ancient times to the present. With their existence, behind the wanton accumulation of wealth is the poverty of life at the bottom.
So, what's the point?
The hemp rope is cut at the thinnest part, and misfortune only seeks out the miserable.
It's just that someone enjoys your blessings and leaves you with misery.
But without their existence, the trade economy will grow slowly, and the energy of young and middle-aged people will have nowhere to go. Naturally, the crime rate will soar. At that time, various axe gangs and Qinglong gangs will spring up like mushrooms after a rain. The situation is unstable and is not conducive to the development of trade and economy.
Therefore, the response measures taken by the upper class can be roughly divided into two aspects.
On the one hand, we strongly support their development and promote women are the first to have fun so that we can use our money to pursue idols, travel to poetry in distant places, consume ahead of schedule, and pursue and enjoy a high-quality life.
Let us be willing to become appendages of entertainment and eventually die in this era of entertainment to death. Don't always try to improve yourself. People around you will dislike it and will pull you down. Everyone is a high-value person, and they all go to high-end and decent jobs, so who will do the dirty work at the bottom? People. When we are young, we tend to be arrogant and think that we are the protagonist in this world. After facing the head-on blow of reality, we will fall into a choice, or we can just go with the crowd and lose sight of everyone. Or break the rules and create a new order. The sky is dead, the yellow sky should stand, the age is in Jiazi, and the world is prosperous. On the other hand, we must impose heavy taxes on such people. The death of the second generation of Qin is inseparable from his various exorbitant taxes and miscellaneous taxes. Therefore, the upper class knows very well that those who win the hearts of the people win the world. Food is the most important thing for the people. If they can't even eat, how can they talk about governance, so they dare not impose heavy taxes on everyone in the world. They are also afraid that under their own rule, they will not be able to maintain the foundation laid by their ancestors. But it is still okay to impose heavy taxes on a small group of people. Why? Because they are rich enough. Cutting off people's wealth is like killing one's parents. Therefore, tax evasion is a serious crime. Whichever of the two harms each other is the lesser. It can only be like this, and it must be like this. Nye Yun glanced around the third floor and said, "Let's take a stroll around. If we find a weapon we like, we'll grab it right away." In terms of decoration, there is no difference between the Tibetan Soldier Pavilion and the Sutra Tibetan Pavilion. Nye Yun stepped forward and looked at a dark red cherry spear in front of him.
The stone carvings on the side said, Purple Blood Overlord Spear, a low-grade Shen-level weapon, weighing the 4th level demonic beast Sabertooth. It is extremely sharp. The body of the gun is made of purple blood sandalwood. It is full of elasticity and as hard as steel. It's a good weapon, but it's a pity that it's not suitable for me. If this weapon were placed in the outside world, it would cost at least, or, spiritual stones. It only needs 1 token to redeem it here.
Nia Yun murmured.
If you want to obtain high-grade equipment in the family, it is not a long-term solution after all.
There are too many limitations, and there are always people watching.
You have to find a way to dig out the spiritual veins in the Monster Mountain range. Rather than the hassle of refining elixirs and making talismans with his own hands, Nia Yun prefers to spend money to buy them directly.
Nia Yun has never been a miser.
For him, spirit stones are just a resource and a tool to assist in practice. In his heart, the only way to improve his own strength is to improve his strength. But it doesn't work if you have the spiritual stone with you. If you don't have any force with you, you will only be targeted by countless wolves. Every husband is not guilty, and he is guilty of his crime. Only when spiritual stones are circulated in exchange for resources can they play their due role. If you blindly keep money and save money instead of finding ways to use it to improve your own realm and strength, that is what a fool would do.
But this place is different from the earth. Here, spirit stones represent currency, and spirit stones are a type of resource that can be used directly.
In this way, different forces, families, trading houses, dynasties, etc. will become complacent and stop trading. The rich are rich and the poor are barren.
Are you willing? No one is willing to give in.
With a sharp weapon in hand, the murderous intention arises. In this world of the jungle, if you don't steal other people's resources, others will come to steal your resources. If you don't kill others, others will kill you. You think you are noble and you are soft-hearted. In this world, you will only die faster. Only cruel and ruthless. Only by becoming stronger can you protect yourself and not be robbed. Only then can we survive. This is also the reason why people in the world continue to fight, because this is the basic principle of how this world operates. All forces, whether it is a family, a sect, a dynasty, whether it is this world or the earth, the real root is nothing more than 2 words: resources. Without resources to eat, you will starve to death. Without the resources to drink, you will die of thirst. Without the resources to practice, you will become weak and sooner or later you will be exploited and die. Skin you, eat your flesh, refine your soul. If your cultivation is weak, you won't even be able to make your own decision about death. Look at those who have gone before you and judge yourself. If you fall behind, you will be beaten, never forget it forever. Nia Yun's eyes were as deep as a deep pool, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His expression was extremely cold, but there was a blur in his eyes. Whether it's a family, a sect, or a casual cultivator, whether it's here or on Earth, every organization is like this. They will set up high and low positions, give different levels of resources and rights, and clearly define promotion rules so that people in lower positions can continue to work towards the goal. Climb up high. Because it is human nature to pursue fame and wealth. It is like a carrot hanging in front of a donkey. It will peel off the deepest desires in your heart layer by layer and amplify them as you climb up. Level, I long for a higher level, another level. Leaders, chief disciples, elders, these are just the smallest carrots in the system. They use them as bait to lure those who are clean and self-sufficient into falling into the trap of exploitation, but it is precisely this trap that is disguised as a wonderful thing that can make people a sense of pride, belonging, feeling superior to others. But as everyone knows, the moment they stepped into this trap, the value they generated began to be exploited by those in power. In order to prevent the subordinates from seeing the truth, the superiors often brainwash them by unifying values, concepts of honor and disgrace, high and low power, and asymmetrical welfare resources. Supplemented by the spiritual enslavement control of religion, entertainment, etc., we are made to be obedient, give up thinking, give up self-improvement, and become a loyal dog to create value for them. Exploited by them. This is the truth of the system, but most people in the world don't understand it and will only foolishly work for others.
No matter where they are, the essence of all organizations is only one redistribution of resources. The higher the level of authority, the more resources there are. There are many people in the family who are higher in cultivation than themselves. Why don't they dare to do something to them? I killed all his men in front of the elder of the Tsangbing pavilion. Why didn't he even dare to say a word? He killed the great elder's only son in front of everyone, shattering their hope of a rising lineage. Why didn't he take revenge? Why? Because of rights and status. Because I am the young master of the Nye family. Because I am the only person in power who will be the head of the Nye family for 100 years. Because my identity, status, rights, and resources are higher than all of them. So they are afraid of my identity and my status. If one day I lose this identity, lose this status, lose all these things, then the person who adds insult to injury will be enough to make me irrecoverable. However, after a brief absence, various thoughts flashed through Nyayan's mind, and he chuckled, feeling helpless and melancholy in his heart. After all, he was just an ordinary person in his 20s. How could he have experienced such a life and death experience? Matter. He shook his head gently, and all the depression accumulated in his heart turned into a poem, and he could only hear him chant softly. In the morning he was Tian Shilang, and in the evening he ascended to the hall of the Son of Heaven. There will be no seeds, and the man should be self-improvement. Thanks, brother left reflection for the reward. Ugh, level, the soul accumulating bead. Nyayan wandered aimlessly in the huge Tibetan Armed Forces pavilion. Nyayan softly chanted the 6 elements of cultivation in the world of cultivation: attack, defend, move, heal, store, detect. But for now, Nyayan has no obvious shortcomings, so we can only see if we can find better alternatives. If any Shen-level weapon here were sold to the outside world, it would cost less than 10,000 spiritual stones. Nyayan sighed as he walked around. If a cultivator with ordinary qualifications follows the family system and ethics and honestly hunts monsters in exchange for spiritual stones, he may not be able to afford a complete set of Shen-level spiritual weapons in his lifetime, was thinking. Suddenly, Nyayan's heart trembled and his pupils shrank suddenly. In the space within the body, a stone with pits the size of a wash basin was trembling at an extremely weak level. How is this going? Nyayan was filled with doubts. After the mysterious stone was bought by him at the auction house, no matter how much Nyayan studied it, he could not figure out its function. But in a family competition, Nyayan became even more curious about this stone after he used a mysterious stone to fight against a 3rd-level monster in the Monster Mountain range. After leaping over the level and receiving a blow from the iron-backed viper lizard head-on, and finding himself still alive, Nyayan became even more curious about the stone. But a good woman can't make a building without rice. Even if he checked all the Nye family's classics, he couldn't find any relevant records about such a stone. Therefore, Nyayan has always regarded it as a very precious and hard weapon-making material. But now the strange movement of the mysterious stone really aroused Nyayan's interest. Okay, I don't want anything anyway, just let me see what kind of treasure can make you react. Nyayan walked forward. The further forward he walked, the more frequently the mysterious stones in his body trembled. Finally, Nyayan's figure stopped in a corner of the Tsangbing pavilion. In front of him was a long sandalwood table that no one cared about. There were 2 things placed on it, a forbidden and sealed xianbing and a stone carving introducing information about the xianbing. Although the Tsangbing pavilion has dedicated personnel to take care of and manage it, there is still a light layer of dust on the wooden table that can be seen with the naked eye. Is this it? Nyayan thought to himself. But this thing is so unpopular. It's so dusty. Not to mention that there will be dedicated management to clean it regularly. There are so many people entering the Tibetan Armed Forces pavilion every day. No one really takes a fancy to it. After a while of slander, Nyayan looked at the stone carvings used to introduce xianbing. Soul accumulating pearl, an auxiliary spiritual treasure that can nourish the soul of the holder, heal soul injuries, clear the mind and eyesight, and avoid going crazy. Grade, top grade Xian grade. Note, this item is a damaged product and its efficacy will be reduced. Looking forward, it feels good. The grade is so high, even if it is useless.
When the time comes, if you take it out and resell it, it will also be a considerable income. But when he saw the back, Nyayan's face suddenly froze.
What do you mean? I thought you had such good eyesight.
The result was as bad as mine, and I actually chose a defective product. Nyayan clicked his tongue at the mysterious stone in his heart. At this time, the mysterious stone seemed to hear what he was thinking, and the trembling amplitude became slightly larger. Feeling the trembling of the mysterious stones in the space inside his body, he actually felt a trace of emotion from it, which seemed to be excitement, eager, anxious, anger.
Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed in Nyayan's mind. Damn it, can't this stone be a living thing?
Thinking of this, Nyayan's heart was shaken, his brows were furrowed, and he couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his mind suddenly penetrated into the space within his body. In an absolutely dark space, Nyayan's consciousness turned into a pair of transparent white hands, constantly turning over the mysterious stones to check, but he found nothing as before. Nyayan's eyes flickered with light, and after a long time he said softly, "Since you saved my life, I'll let you do it this time.
Place the token on the light shield of the scattered light."
After a few breaths, the restriction dissipates, revealing the true appearance of this mysterious weapon. His big hand reached out, held the bead in his hand and took it out. The bead itself was emerald green, but it was covered with cracks, as if it would break apart at the slightest touch. There are restrictions on the beads that prevent them from being stored in storage bags or in the body space. He held it in his hand and played with it for a while. It looked like a toy called marbles that Nyayan played in his previous life. It was just a few sizes bigger.
Nyayan couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. It was all broken like this, can it still be used?
He held the soul-accumulating pearl in his palm, and even though he was restricted, he could clearly feel the coolness coming from the large marble in his palm.
Nyayan couldn't help but sigh in his heart.
If it weren't for the fact that it was a defective product, its effectiveness would be greatly weakened.
How could it have been left on the third floor for so long without anyone paying attention to it?
If someone takes him back with the idea of picking up a leak, thinking that it can be repaired and finally picking up a big leak, then all kinds of precious materials, high repair costs and finding a suitable weapon master will be enough to make him lose money.
There are no children left.
Since he couldn't put it in his storage bag, Nyayan could only continue shopping with this large marble in his hand. It didn't take long before the two brothers met again.
"Xiaofeng, what do you fancy?"
Nyayan looked at Niafeng, motionless in front of a long sandalwood table.
"Nothing, I chose 2 pieces of gold inner armor."
Niafeng pointed to the 2 long tables in front of him.
Golden inner armor?
Nyayan let out a sigh in his heart, and once again thought of Yangyun who died tragically in his hands in the Monster Mountain range, and that time he exploded with a golden inner armor.
Destiny is really a coincidence.
Nyayan followed the direction of his finger and looked at the stone carvings on the side. There is a row of large characters written on it: purple gold heart protection shirt, purple fire gold excavated from the bottom of the volcano is softened and woven using a special process. The material is extremely soft and lightweight, and does not affect body flexibility. It can greatly improve the defense of the upper body, but compared with other products the defensive power of the armor of the lower grade is % weaker, the lower grade of the Xian rank. At a glance, I looked at another stone carving. Snow silkworm soft gold clothes, made from the silk of the 5th level monster snow silkworm and high quality soft gold. It has extremely strong defense, low grade Xian level.
Not bad, it's a good thing. Is there anything else you like? Nyayan nodded in praise.
Just as Niafeng was about to say something, his clear eyes stopped when he saw the large ball in Nyayan's hand.
After a pause, he said with some confusion, "Don't we only have 1 token? According to family rules, isn't 1 token only able to be exchanged for 1 collection?"
After hearing this, Nyayan did not answer immediately, but had a slight smile on his lips. He casually fell back and sat directly on a long sandalwood table. He looked at Niafeng and said calmly, "The heaven and earth are like a big chessboard. All living things are chess pieces, moving according to their own rules. The 4 seasons have rules. Spring, summer, autumn and winter cycle in sequence. Water flows to lower places according to rules, and heat rises to high places according to rules. People naturally have rules, and everyone has their own positions, desires, and principles.
Take the Nye family as an example. Strength is respected and boundaries cannot be crossed. This is the rule.
As a rule, he always wears a mask in front of the world, so you can't see his true face clearly. The word rules hangs above your head like the sword of Damocles, making people intimidated and frightened. People of the lower class, looking up at the mask of rules, will see the command to obey appear on it. For middle-level people, if they look straight at the mask of rules, the name use will appear on it. If a person from the upper class looks down at the mask of rules, the mask of rules will dissipate, and his true face will be revealed, with two words written on it, called creation. Everyone has their own rules, every industry has its own rules, and every social group has its own rules. But here, you only need to understand one truth, that is, the strong is respected. The sun shines on the west mountain, and the deep pavilion courtyard. You're saying that Nyayun killed all the guards on the third floor in a rage and took 3 Xian-level spiritual treasures out of the hidden soldier pavilion, right? Nye Chibai's broad gray robe covered his figure. He was leaning on a platform made of various precious animal furs. He placed one hand on the jade armrest beside him and tapped the armrest with his knuckles as if casually. He looked at the person in front of him who came to report with cold eyes and shouted coldly.
Nye Chibai's strength was so strong.
Even if he didn't do it deliberately, the pressure emanating from his body was far beyond what an ordinary guard like him could withstand. Just one word made the guard stand upright, almost unable to hold himself up. He was covered in cold sweat, and he said quickly with a trembling voice, "It's not that I didn't want to stop it, but it happened too fast." But he said it was the family master's word. "It's a very important matter." None of us dared to stop. After finishing speaking, the guard's head immediately lowered even lower, and he no longer dared to look directly at Nye Chibai. The room could hear a pin drop for a while. Time passed very slowly. At this moment, the guard felt that one breath felt as long as a spring in autumn. If Nyayun were present, he would be able to identify him as one of the guards of the Tibetan Armed Forces Pavilion. Nye Chibai's tone changed, he chuckled, and ejected a porcelain bottle from his fingertips, landing safely in the guard's arms. "Go down first, you did a good job. This little yuan dan is a reward for you."
"Yes. Thank you, Great Elder, for the reward."
The guard quickly stretched out his hand to hold the porcelain bottle in his arms, bowed his head in agreement, took 3 respectful steps back, then turned around and hurried out.
"This is the little yuan dan.
With this pill, plus the spiritual stones I have accumulated in my daily life, I can completely break through to the realm of a warrior. Then, with the spiritual stone salary I receive from my family every month, I can increase by %. In this way, I will be able to pay off the debt I owe to the spiritual medicine pavilion in less than 2 months, and then I will no longer have to face the fat man." When I think of Nye Changmu's face, he also has a mouse beard. With such a mustache, the guard kept feeling disgusted.
"My wife is about to give birth soon, so I will buy some supplements later."
"Oh, by the way, we have to prepare some good spiritual herbs in advance for that brat who hasn't been born yet to warm up his body. My parents have been in poor health recently.
I will go back and tell them the news later."
They will be very happy. The more he thought about it, the more joy appeared on the guard's face, and the faster he rushed in a certain direction. No matter which world it is in, the tilt of resources will cause some random crumbs of fur dropped by the upper class people, which is enough to make the lower class people stop going crazy. After the guards had completely retreated and the footsteps could no longer be heard, a woman hurriedly walked out from behind the high-erected screen behind Nye Chibai's desk. As she walked, her tone was a little panicked. "Mr. Yes, that was the order from the head of the family."
Could it be that damn Nyayun has really reconciled with Duaning wrong?
The more she talked, the more she thought about, and the more anxious she became. There was even a hint of crying in his last tone. He stood directly opposite Nye Chibai and cried in a broken tone, "Miss Sir, what do you think we should do?
Are you're not going to avenge us? Sit down. It's unbecoming to cry all the time."
Nye Chibai was a little sullen and said in a strong tone. "Then tell me, what should I do?" The sound was louder than the other, and the woman didn't frighten Nye Chibai at all, and retorted directly with a cry in her voice.
Bai snorted coldly.
Otherwise, you women have no brains and are not suitable for power.
You don't understand the rules of the family system at all. What family decree? What's so important? Is there something in the family that I don't know about? That's completely bullshit.
This is nothing more than an excuse for Nyayun to get 2 more spiritual treasures. The woman caught a hint of the topic and looked at Bai hurriedly. What a Nyayun, he actually hid the spiritual treasure of the military pavilion.
This is a serious crime.
Husband, you have great power, catch him quickly. Bai didn't wait for the woman to finish speaking and interrupted directly.
Shut up. What do you know? You can't move Nyayun with this matter. Do you think the elder guarding that Sangbing pavilion is blind?
After finishing speaking, Bai couldn't help but think to himself. Among high-level officials, who has never done this kind of thing, it's just that everyone has a tacit understanding not to go too far.
Gradually, all senior executives will abide by this unspoken rule.
If you jump out and speak out at this time, it will be detrimental to yourself. And this Nyayun, he chose the quantity very well. He only took 3 Xian-level spiritual treasures. In addition, he still had tokens in his hand, which was just at the bottom line of the family's patience. As long as he took 1 more, he would have it.
Reasons were used to make things difficult for Nyayun. Hey! Husband, what should we do?
Feeling that her husband seemed to be really angry, the woman suddenly softened her tone, but still continued unwillingly. This won't work, that won't work either. Is there nothing we can do about that beast like Nyayun? He is so murderous, is he really not afraid of provoking public anger? At that time, even if he is the son of the clan leader, it will be very difficult for him to succeed as the head of the family. But the strange thing is that Bai was unexpectedly silent for a long time this time, and then said with cold eyes, there is something wrong with Nyayun. He was originally disabled because of his daintian, and his cultivation level has regressed to almost nothing.
He has given up on himself and the family.
7 years, no progress in his cultivation in these 7 years. At that time, everyone saw that he had become a useless person, so they didn't take him seriously at all, and just allowed him to live in the family and fend for himself. At that time, including me, I felt that he had lost his threat, so I didn't pay much attention to him. But now, I feel that I was wrong, all of us underestimated him. Nyayun is not only thoughtful and cunning, but also extremely tolerant. After enduring it for 7 years, it suddenly broke out and became a blockbuster. Moreover, he is very familiar with the rules of the family system and knows how to survive in the family. Since he came back from the demonic beast mountain range, everything he did was very sophisticated. First, kill Nyayun first to eliminate the spy I planted around him. Secondly, Duaningrong was at odds with Nyayun, which was an almost open secret in the family. However, after Nyayun came back from the monster mountain range, he had dinner with Duaningrong. Thirdly, there is something strange about winning the competition. Do you really think that all the so-called points in Nyayun's hands were hunted by himself? Someone was definitely helping Nyayun secretly. Fourth, after the competition, I wanted to encourage Nyaching to avenge his son, so as to hinder him, but he disappeared inexplicably. With my ability, I couldn't find any clues. It was really strange. Each of these incidents shows that Nyayun is not simple. We may have seriously underestimated him before. The woman was in disbelief when she heard that Bai, who had always been a serious man, suddenly praised his son killing enemies so much. Husband, do you think too highly of that Nyayun? He is just a brat who has just grown up. Bai glanced slightly, and the woman in front of him said calmly, since ancient times, those who have achieved great success have not asked about their origins or age. Those who judge people by their appearance are the most stupid. Suddenly, a glimmer of light flashed in Bai's eyes. But even if you are such a genius, you should never mess with me. As he spoke, Bai used his fingers fiercely and played with the armrest carved from diamond in his hand. In an instant, the big arm broke into countless pieces of powder and scattered all over the floor. The blood-red setting sun on the horizon reflected on Bai's face through the window lattice, showing coldness and determination. But to Nyayun, these seemed to be insignificant. After all, if you have too many lice, you won't be itchy. Now he has something more important to do.
The night is late, the moon and stars are thin. The frost-like moonlight fell on the street, making the ground look a little bright. At this moment, thousands of lights in Xingyang town are lit up, and every household has returned to their homes, but there are still many night market-like downtown areas with bright lights and the sound of shouting and selling. A black shadow was moving swiftly and silently through various hidden corners. If an ordinary person accidentally encounters him, he will only see an afterimage. His figure appeared in every corner of Xingyang town. After finally confirming that no one was following him, he relaxed, took a breath, and used the earth escape technique to escape in one direction. It was already evening after he came out of the Tsangding pavilion, and it was not until late at night that Niayan sneaked out of Nia's house alone. After a few sticks of incense, Niayan came to a remote corner, took out the black robe that he had prepared long ago from his storage bag, and put it on himself. The black robe was large enough to cover Niayan completely, making it impossible to see his figure. The brim of the hat in front hung low to Niayan's forehead. Not enough. Niayan whispered, turned his palm over, took out another black and white mask and put it on his face. Niayan looked at his reflection in the puddle at his feet, looked at it carefully, and after making sure that nothing was missing, he strode towards a huge attic. The attic is very large, with a height of no less than 10 floors. It is made entirely of golden nanmu and has an antique flavor. You can smell the fragrance of the wood itself even before you get close. You can see a couplet hanging on the door from a distance. In the first couplet, the place where treasures are gathered welcomes wealth from the east, west, south, and north. In the second line, heroes from all over the world make friends from all over the world. Hangbiao, children and old people are not bullied. Finally, I looked up at a huge plaque hanging in the middle of the towering pavilion, with 4 big characters written on it: Changfeng Trading Company. Hello, it's too late today. The store is closed now. If you need to buy items, please come back tomorrow morning. The guards had already noticed Niayun, who was dressed in black robes. When he approached, the guards took the initiative to come forward and greeted him. I'm not here to buy anything. Oh? Then you are. I want to get rid of some idle stuff that I don't need. Please come with me. The conversation between the two was very concise. After hearing this, the guard glanced at Niayun meaningfully, then nodded, and led Niayun, who was wearing a black robe and mask, into the business through a side door. The guards led Niayun into a living room, sat down, and then left. During this period, the two of them did not communicate with each other. What do you want to do when you come to the trading house in the middle of the night, covered up tightly? For their guards, they already knew this kind of thing, and they were no longer surprised. After all, there are always some things that come from dirty sources, but if you want your business to grow big, you will inevitably have to deal with these dirty things. Not long after, a middle-aged man strode towards Niayun. I wonder if this fellow Taoist does need to do something? Looking at the expressionless black and white mask in front of him, the middle-aged man considered his words carefully. Please call Manager Feng out. I have a lot of good stuff here and I want to discuss the price with him. Niayun deliberately lowered his voice and tried to make his features less obvious. Okay, please wait a moment. After hearing this, the middle-aged man took a deep look at the unknown man in black robe and mask in front of him, but still left a word and exited the room. The time seemed extremely long during the waiting process, but Niayun was not in a hurry and sat quietly on the chair with his eyes closed to relax. After about a stick of incense, a shrewd-eyed middle-aged man stepped into the living room where Niayun was. I wonder what you need to do when you come here late at night. Fengsun said straight to the point as soon as he came up. He stared at the masked man in black robes in front of him, his eyes full of the shrewdness of a businessman. Niayun opened his eyes, but did not reply immediately. Instead, he looked at the door. Please rest assured, when I came in, the entire living room had already activated the soundproof barrier, so no one would know what we were talking about. After hearing this, Niayun Kai managed to stay on guard, and then smiled and said, Brother Feng, long time no see. Fengsun suddenly felt that the voice sounded familiar, and then under his gaze, Niayun slowly took off the mask. Ha, why are you, brother? Fengsun raised his eyebrows and stepped forward with a smile on his face. Then he seemed to sense something and said in surprise. Your aura, martial artist? And your aura is calm,
and you have a faint breakthrough to the middle stage of martial arts.
Nyayan said nothing, lowered his head and poured tea.
Then he smiled and handed the teacup to Fengsun, motioning for him to sit down. After a few eye contact, Fengsun spoke first. I don't know, should I call you Master Nya, or should I call you little brother? There was a smile on the corner of his mouth, but the light in his eyes kept flickering.
Just call me by my name. Mr. Nya is just a false name.
Nyayan waved his hand indifferently, and then changed the subject. The family competition is over. I have a lot of things in my hands that need to be dealt with.
I don't know if you can take it this time. Fengsun lowered his head slightly, took a sip of the tea in the cup, then played with the cup in his hand with his fingers, and then said lightly, it's hard to say what's in the imperial city, but in Xingyang town, there is nothing that I, Fengsun, dare not accept. Boom. The teacup in Nyayan's hand was pressed heavily on the table, making a crisp sound. Brother Feng is a very cheerful person.
Then he stretched his hands to the back of his neck, pulled it upward, and took off his large black robe, revealing the clothes that Nyayan was originally wearing. Then, Nyayan stretched his right hand to the left side of his waist, untied the rope made of purple blood vine, then pulled hard and threw it onto the table. The belt-like rope was instantly pulled away from Nyayan's waist, and 6 bulging storage bags were tied to it, obviously full of things.
Brother Feng, just click and count.
Nyayan shrugged and pointed to the 6 storage bags on the table. Fengsun randomly grabbed a storage bag and peered into it with his spiritual consciousness. It was full of various items, including elixirs, weapons, techniques, and spiritual stones. Another one, the same thing, everything is there, piled full. The 6 storage bags in a row are all filled with mountains of various materials, and they are not shoddy things. Even Fengsun also saw many second-order monsters, and even the furs, claws and other precious materials of third-order monsters. Many things made this middle-aged man who has been in shopping malls a little surprised. I've heard a long time ago that Mr. Nya was very popular in the competition and won the first place, but, your number.
I'm afraid you didn't rob everyone.
Almost. Look at how many spiritual stones these can be exchanged for. As Fengsun continued to pinch the unknown magic formula between his fingers, his spiritual consciousness penetrated into the storage bag again. If an ordinary person is faced with such a large number and variety of items, they will feel dizzy just by taking a glance at them, and they will not know where to start. However, as Fengsun's hand squeezed the magic formula faster, each finger gradually turned into afterimages.
Nyayan sat aside and took all this in his eyes.
He said nothing and just sipped the tea quietly.
Half a moment passed in the tea room.
As Fengsun withdrew his consciousness from the last storage bag, he slowly raised his palms and compared the numbers. Our business can give you this price for these things. The moment he saw the price, Nyayan felt a little surprised. Because before coming, he had already carefully calculated the value of these 6 storage bags, including the purple blood vine and the 6 storage bags themselves, according to the market price. But the number given by Fengsun was at least % higher than his expected price.
I don't know, is Mr. Nya satisfied with the price?
Nyayan glanced at Fengsun quickly and calmly, but saw that Fengsun was still the same kind person, without any change.
Satisfied, very satisfied.
I have long heard that Brother Feng is a cheerful person, and it turned out to be true when I saw him today. He thought over and over in his mind but couldn't come up with any results. He simply opened his hands and smiled as if he were seeing an old friend for many years. While laughing, he took out a list that he had already prepared, pressed it gently on the table, and pushed it to Fengsun.
In front of.
Brother Feng, please help me replace the spirit stones with the things on this list. Fengsun took the list from Nyayan's hand, glanced at it, and raised his eyebrows. His many years of business experience allowed him to calculate in an instant how many spiritual stones were needed for this huge list. The number of spiritual stones has already exceeded the value of 6 storage bags. There are a total of 13 spiritual stones here, plus the 12 spiritual stones sold earlier. The total is 25 spiritual stones. Before Fengsun could speak, Nyayan took out a round storage bag from the other side of his waist, pressed it on the table, and pushed it towards Fengsun. In a word, price is not an issue, the product must be the best. 25 spirit stones were Nyayan's entire wealth, but even so, he did not hesitate at all. Feng Sun's spiritual consciousness reached into the storage bag and carefully checked the number of spiritual stones. After confirming that there were no problems, he took out a transmission talisman and poured spiritual power into it. The lines on the surface of the talisman lit up slightly and flickered. After a few times, it dimmed.
There are a lot of these things and it will take some time. Please take a rest, Mr. Nya.
As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Sun stood up and left the living room.
Boom.
Listening to the soft sound of Feng Sun closing the door gently at the end, Nya Yun was a little nervous and could finally relax. This time, he directly sacrificed all his wealth. Although Nya Yun looked so calm and relaxed on the surface, in fact, he was already heartbroken.
But he had to do it.
For him, only strength is the most important now, and he must seize every opportunity to improve his strength. Now Nya Yun's situation seems to be full of glory and power, but in fact, if he makes one wrong move, he will die without a burial place.
On the face of it, the 4 major families' arena competition in a month's time will definitely be a bloody storm. Secretly, he killed Nielingyu, and the Great Elder would never let it go. In addition, there is another person who Nya Yun has to consider.
It was the mysterious man who destroyed him 7 years ago. Nya Yun had a vague feeling in his heart that he would see him soon. All these internal pressures weighed on Nya Yun's heart, making him breathless. Therefore, he must do whatever it takes to improve his strength all the time. Identity, power, beauty, wealth, these things are all fucking bullshit.
Relying on those external things is unreliable.
Only by being strong can you ensure the safety of yourself and your brother. Tuck tuck tuck. I don't know how long it took, but there was another long-lost knock on the door outside the living room.
Enter.
Nya Yun suddenly opened his eyes, with a little anticipation in his eyes, and spoke softly. Only a creaking sound was heard the next moment. The sandalwood wooden door was slowly pushed open by Feng Sun. 3 steps behind him, followed closely by a gorgeous woman wearing a vermilion cheongsam holding a tray in both hands.
As soon as this woman appeared, a fragrance seemed to appear in the room. A body fragrance for mature women.
The tight-fitting cheongsam with a deep V and low cut puts the shape of the towering mountain peaks and the deep grooves in front of your eyes, which makes people fascinated. The slim-fitting red color makes this plump body look even more uneven. Coupled with that face that I feel pity for, and the gorgeous red lips, people can't help but want to embrace her at one glance.
Take pity on me.
Nya Yun's gaze paused slightly on the woman's body. It's not because of how charming this woman is, but because he is worried that this woman will expose his identity. After all, he doesn't want to expose all his trump cards to the family so early. But just this slight pause was noticed by Feng Sun's keen eyes, and he smiled secretly in his heart.
Even if you are a heroic young man, you will still be a beauty.
Similarly, the charming woman also noticed the glance that Nya Yun looked at her, and she was extremely happy in her heart.
She couldn't help but think to herself, is this the young master of the Nya family who has become famous in recent times? He just looks a bit ordinary, however, he seemed to have glanced at me just now, he must be interested in me. If I can climb into his bed, even if I just become a concubine, it will be better than working in this business for the rest of my life. The more she thought about it, the harder the woman in red twisted her waist when walking. But Nya Yun had no idea about this. He just glanced at it casually, who knew there would be so many ideas popping up. As Feng Sun approached, Nya Yun's thoughts were instantly pulled back. He glanced at the woman in red and then at Feng Sun, as if to say, can this person be trusted? Feng Sun took Nya Yun's gaze and nodded affirmatively, which completely dispelled Nya Yun's doubts. Brother Feng, you can be regarded as a hidden beauty in a golden house. Nya Yun took the initiative to speak. It doesn't count, Mr. Nya is joking. Feng Sun took over with a smile. This is an adopted daughter I adopted in the early years, named Xia Hong, who has always been with me doing some chores. While talking, Feng Sun suddenly changed the subject. If Mr. Nya likes it, I will give him to you, how about it? Ha ha ha. Nya Yun chuckled and did not answer. This tea is good. It is soft in the mouth and sweet after the first sip. I feel a lot more energetic after 1 cup. Can I take some back later? Master Nya, whatever you want.
Fongsun laughed boldly and said, pointing to the woman behind him and motioning for him to come forward.
Master, please take a look.
Xia Hong, who was wearing a red cheongsam, bowed slightly and said. The proud front and back curves and the bottomless ravine were all visible under this bow. In this situation, it would be difficult for any young talent to remain calm. But Niayan's attention did not stay on him or the deep ditch at all.
Instead, it was all on an earth-colored ring on the tray. This is ginseng, improved medicinal bath formula. What is this? Seeing the ring, Niayan seemed to have thought of something.
He paused, but still asked. This is a storage ring. It has the same function as a storage bag, but it is more convenient to carry, and the space inside is several times larger than that of a storage bag. But because of this, it's refined. It's more than 10 times more difficult than a storage bag. Fongsun paused, and then said, I just saw Mr. Nia carrying a bunch of storage bags with him. I'm afraid there are still suitable storage treasures for the time being.
These items have been backlogged in my business for a long time.
I took it upon myself to give this precious yellow ring to Brother Nia. Niayan gently held the precious yellow ring with his index finger and thumb, and penetrated it with his spiritual consciousness. He found that the various items he needed had been neatly arranged in the precious yellow ring by category, making it very easy to count the quantities. In addition, Niayan also discovered that the space in this precious yellow ring was 15 cubic meters, which was larger than the combined space of his 6 storage bags.
Thank you, Brother Fong.
Then I would rather obey your orders than be respectful.
Niayan didn't talk nonsense.
Adhering to the idea of not taking advantage of the bastard, he directly put the ring in his arms, cupped his fists and said. It's getting late, I'll go back first. Fongsun nodded slightly, then looked at Xia Hong aside, gave a hidden look and gave instructions.
Xia Hong, see Mr. Nia off for me. Xia Hong immediately understood the meaning. Niayan did not refuse.
After all, it was not easy to directly refute someone's face on someone else's territory. The woman in red robe was in front, leading Niayan into a hidden side door, and then kept walking forward. The passage was very dark, but for Niayan, who was in the realm of a martial artist, with the help of the weak light, it was like daylight and had no effect. All the details of the scene in front of him were taken into his mind, especially focusing on the woman in front of him, and he was extremely vigilant. If he launches a sneak attack on me in such a narrow space, there will be almost no way for me to dodge except using the earth escape technique. Along the way, Xia Hong's delicate fragrance belonging to a mature woman continued to radiate outwards. Especially in this small and cramped space, the plump peach buttocks swayed left and right in front of Niayan, making it even more tempting. It wasn't until Niayan's black robe completely disappeared into the dusk that Xia Hong, who was dressed in a red robe, turned around and returned to the auction house.
How's it going? Did you talk to Mr. Nia about anything?
Seeing Xia Hong come back, Fongsun took the lead and spoke directly.
No, he was talking to someone.
Hey, I tried to talk to him several times, but he ignored me.
Xia Hong sighed.
This was the first time in his life that he had doubts about his beauty. That storage ring costs at least 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones.
Is it really worth giving it away like this?
Fongsun was silent for a long time, lowered his head and took a sip of tea, and finally said lightly.
I feel like he is very unusual. Maybe we can make long-term investments early.
Originally, Niayan and his wife lived in the outer courtyard of Nia's family, in a relatively remote place. But since they won the first place in the family competition, the family wanted them to move to the core area, but Niayan subconsciously wanted to refuse. Because he has too many secrets, he is not suitable for being in crowded places, but when he thinks that there are 2 spies monitoring him, he doesn't have to be so particular.
Simply move to the core area of the Nia family's inner courtyard. The environment here is indeed much better than the courtyard where I lived before.
There are rockeries, flowing water, birds and koi, pavilions, and even a large bamboo forest in the courtyard. In a certain room, a bluestone floor rippled like a pebble jumping into a calm pool. Nia Fong, who was practicing with his eyes closed, seemed to feel something. He suddenly opened his closed eyes and looked at the ground. Those eyes seemed to be filled with sharp energy, like a peerless sword ready to be unsheathed at any time. When he could clearly see the figure slowly appearing among the circles of ripples, Niafong immediately stood up and walked towards that person.
Brother, how is it? This figure is none other than the dusty Nya. All the best.
Nya nodded slightly, said softly, and found a chair to sit down.
Now Nya can be said to be penniless.
After working hard for more than half a year, he returned to before liberation.
But what's the point?
While Nya was thinking about it, Niafong had already handed the poured tea to Nya's hand. After raising his head and drinking down the tea, he gently placed it on the table, turned to look at Niafong who was looking at him, and said with a smile, "You go to practice first, I want to think of something by myself." After hearing this, Niafong nodded heavily, turned around and walked towards the bed. Looking at Niafong who had entered the state of cultivation again, Nya couldn't help but feel an inexplicable warmth in his heart. But his eyes were lost, only for a fleeting moment. He turned his palm and took out an antique wooden box from the space inside his body. It was early in the morning, and something was delivered from the spiritual medicine garden together with Lingshur.
I never had time to open it and see what was inside.
Opening the lid of the wooden box, there was a blood ginseng that was more than 50 years old and had several rings on it.
Its rhizome is thick and strong, as big as your forearm.
The essence and blood contained in it can make you feel full of energy and blood, refreshing and refreshed even if it leaks out. Nyayan's fingers gently caressed the blood ginseng's body and murmured, "It's interesting to win over her, but it's a good medicinal material for refining essence and blood pills. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a centennial blood ginseng strain. Century blood ginseng, it can be used to significantly increase and repair the lost qi in blood. It can enhance physical strength and recovery ability. If ordinary people take it, it has the effect of prolonging life. If the kidney qi is deficient, it can also supplement it. Ding, congratulations to the host for a Xian level elixir. This elixir is compatible with the medicinal bath formula.
Can the formula be improved? Ha! Is there such a good thing?
When Nyayan saw this blood ginseng, his original plan was to refine this blood ginseng into essence and blood pills to treat Niafeng's legs. But such a change suddenly occurred, which made him slightly stunned. It is very rare to obtain a 100-year-old elixir nowadays. If I want to use it as the main medicine to refine it, it will be a middle-grade Xian level essence and blood pill. With my current level of alchemy skills, I am afraid I will have to wait until the year of the monkey. After weighing it up, Nyayan made a decision.
Yes. Think silently in your heart.
Ding, improving the medicated bath formula requires 1,200 points.
Do you want to improve it?
Yes.
Nyayan's brows trembled slightly, and after glancing at his remaining points balance on the system panel, he affirmed again. After this sound, the system fell into silence. But Nyayan was not in a hurry. He just sat down and waited quietly. His left hand rested on his right thumb, stroking the precious yellow ring he had just obtained. On the way back, he had already claimed the treasure with blood. It's just that I was in a hurry just now, and I never had time to look at this earth-colored ring carefully. It doesn't have many decorations like other rings. The whole ring is in the state of a thumb ring. It is completely yellow and has an ordinary ring surface with almost no decoration. Precious yellow ring, a top-quality yellow-level storage ring, containing 15 cubic storage spaces. It is a rare and top-quality spiritual treasure among low-level monk storage instruments. Note, this spirit treasure cannot store living objects. Please avoid being damaged during battle, otherwise all the items stored in the space will be scattered. Can't we store living things?
Nyayan was slightly surprised at this sentence, and then smiled and said, "Then the space in my body is a bit interesting." The space in his body is not only capable of storing living things, but he also keeps a 50-meter-long giant python inside. It takes about 2 or 3 sticks of incense.
Ding!
Modified version of medicinal bath formula has been improved.
Do you want to check it?
Yes. With a thought, a blood-colored scroll suddenly appeared in Nyayan's sea of consciousness. He opened the scroll quickly, and under the bloody light, Nyayan could see the content of no more than 1,000 words. After a while, Nyayan opened his eyes, and his consciousness retreated from the sea of consciousness. This new body tempering formula is based on the original body strengthening formula, deleting 21 medicinal herbs with mild properties, and adding an additional 37 medicinal herbs with strong properties, and these 37 medicinal herbs are based on centennial blood ginseng as the main medicine. Such a drastic change not only does not make this formula invalid, but it also has the function of tempering the blood essence on the original basis. With the already tempered bones coupled with the surging energy in blood, Nye could already foresee that if he used this prescription, his physical strength would be increased to an unprecedented extent. But in the last sentence of this new formula, in addition to blood ginseng, there is also an elixir that is particularly highlighted. Shuetang flower. The age of the blood tang flower must be at least 50 years, otherwise it will not be able to achieve the ultimate effect of tempering blood essence. Ideally, the age of Shuetang flower should be consistent with the age of the main drug to achieve the optimal blood-quenching effect of this formula.
Shuetang flower? Nye was constantly thinking in his mind.
Nowadays, if you want to quickly improve your strength within a month, this new medicated bath formula is undoubtedly the best choice at present. But Nye went through the memories in his mind and found no impression of this Shuetanghua.
Where could he find it? Trading firm?
It would have been better if he had known it earlier, but Nye was penniless now. I don't know about the so-called idiosyncratic things like the order of learning and the specialization of skills.
Doesn't the spiritual medicine garden know about it?
Nye chuckled. Looks like I have to go to the elixir garden system today. The seed is showing symptoms again, and tomorrow some elder will cultivate the elixir.
In addition, there are a lot of chores in the family.
It is laborious and time-consuming, and there is really no energy left to practice in the hall. Nye Changmu, who was wearing a loose green robe, was facing a pile of documents in front of his desk.
He pinched the slender mustache on his upper jaw and sighed.
Who?
Come out.
Suddenly, Nye Changmu shouted loudly, stood up quickly, and looked sharply behind a door curtain. Elder Changmu, don't be so excited in the middle of the night. A burst of laughter came from behind the door curtain, but no one was there, which made Nye Changmu alert. Green aura gathered in his palms, and his whole body tensed, ready to take action at any time. But after seeing the face of the visitor, he immediately changed his previous harshness and turned into a respectful expression, and hurriedly stepped forward and bowed.
I wonder why the young master came here late at night.
With a respectful look on his face, and an exaggerated and hypocritical smile under his mouse-like mustache, it was hard to associate him with his previous ruthlessness.
Didn't I say in the early morning that I would visit you when I had time? Could it be that you forgot?
Nye walked slowly to Nye Changmu, pulled out a chair and sat down, looking at Nye Changmu with a smile on his face.
Who the hell? The visit will come in the middle of the night?
Even though Nye Changmu had scolded her countless times in his heart, the smile on his face never diminished even a little.
Admirable.
There are always many disciples in the spiritual medicine garden, and the affairs are complicated.
There is no rest at this hour. It seems that the elder is still very concerned about family affairs.
Over the years, I have seen your contribution to the family and kept it in my heart.
I am very optimistic about you.
Glancing at the various documents piled up on the table, Nye slowly spoke out the typical twists and turns within the system.
Young master, please clarify.
Listening to Nye's words, Nye Changmu began to murmur in his heart. The thoughts of leaders have always been unpredictable. So he bowed to Nye on the chair again and said, You must also know that Nye Fong and I lost our mother when we were young.
We grew up together, ate and slept together.
There is a saying that goes, elder brothers are like fathers. In my heart, his affairs are my affairs, and I have always treated him. He always obeys his advice, and his leg disease has been a worry of mine for many years. Nye looked at the elders who were gradually gaining enlightenment, and said with a sneer in his heart, Among the mysterious inheritance I obtained, there is a prescription that can treat Nye Feng's leg disease, but there are some medicinal materials in the prescription that I can't find at the moment. I have no choice but to love my brother very much, so I am extremely sorry for disturbing you late at night. While talking, Nye also took out a prepared list from the precious yellow ring and handed it to Nye Changmu. Hearing this, Nye Changmu suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, and he also heard what Nye meant.
Isn't it just the elixir? I thought it was something. It's just a few elixirs. Is it difficult for me? And it's just a few elixirs, and it can still be a good friend of the young master of the Nye family, so why not do it? Thinking like this, Nye Changmu took the list with respectful hands, but when he saw the various medicinal materials on the list, his figure suddenly froze. On the list, there are no less than 100 kinds of medicinal materials, and most of them are either extremely rare and rarely used, or they are extremely precious. Even in the medicine warehouse, there are not many in stock and they are strictly controlled. Young master, you, Nye Changmu carefully considered his words and spoke to Nye Yun hesitantly, for fear of accidentally offending the evil star. Nye Yun saw what he was thinking and said it directly, giving him a reassurance. Elder Changmu, you also know that I am no longer the cripple I used to be. I have recovered. A living genius and a dead genius are two different things. The interests and values of the two are completely unequal. Now that Duaning Rong is the acting head of the family, I have a bad relationship with her, so naturally I can't beg her. If you can help me, I promise that I owe you a favor. Nye Yun straightened his back, narrowed his eyes slightly, looked down upon Nye Changmu in front of him, pointed his finger at his chest. Furthermore, I am the son of the clan leader. When my father comes back in the future, this family will still be in my hands. When the time comes, if you help me, you have the power to follow the dragon, and I also know that you have my rights are limited, and I have been suppressed by several powerful elders. When I take the position, I will knock down all the great elders. Don't you have any idea about this position? As he spoke, Nye Yun's whole body revealed a sense of absolute confidence. In this brightly lit and elegantly decorated hall, Nye Yun's soft words hit Nye Changmu's heart. Yeah, don't I want to? A quarter of an hour later, Nye Yun escaped from Nye Changmu's attic and returned to his courtyard. I thought I would negotiate a lower price, but unexpectedly I agreed directly. Under the moonlight, Nye Yun hummed softly. His purpose was very simple, he simply wanted the shuetang flower. The reason why he prepared such a long list was just to confuse his vision. Nye Yun's lion's mouth had already been opened, waiting for Nye Changmu to discuss the price with him, but unexpectedly, he actually agreed to Nye Yun directly and collected all the medicinal materials within a quarter of an hour. It seems that he has also felt the disadvantages of the system. Nye Yun rubbed the precious yellow ring on his thumb and thought to himself. Looking up at the moon, Nye Yun's eyes were blazing, and his thoughts were floating around. In the past, he followed the rules and went to the martial arts hall to receive his monthly spiritual stones, but he would always be beaten severely. Now, with just a few words, he can make people willingly offer hundreds of precious elixirs. The difference between before and after seemed to be caused by Nye Yun's recovery of his own cultivation qualifications. But in fact, it was because of his identity. His daintian had been abolished before, and his reputation as young master was in name only. Naturally, no one would come to curry favor with him. If you don't add insult to injury, you will have accumulated great virtue. Now, his daintian has recovered, his strength is outstanding, and he is a high-ranking member of the family. Under the system, all lower-level members will be exploited willingly. It only takes Nye Yun's slightest hint and someone will bribe them. You don't even need to give a hint, some connections take the initiative to rely on you, and some women throw themselves into your arms. This world is like this, so why not on Earth? People in this world are ridiculous. Stolen, robbed, cheated, if there is even the slightest loss, they will resist fiercely and cry out for injustice. But they are willing to bribe, give gifts, give women, and give chastity to the upper class, but they are afraid that they will not do it right. To have such an unexpected harvest tonight is just because of the power of the system. Nye Yun sneered in his heart and couldn't help but think of that bunch of rat whiskers again. Anyone in the family who can achieve the status of elder is at least in the realm of King Wu. However, Nye Changmu has been an elder for several years, but his cultivation has not improved. Why? Is it because he doesn't work hard? Ha ha. Nye Yun sneered this as systemic exploitation and oppression. Family elites like Nye Changmu naturally don't need to bribe others, but their time will be occupied by various chores, either sitting or sitting their so-called, the family's attention. If he spent all this time practicing, Nye Changmu would have reached the middle stage of King Wu, or even the late stage of King Wu. But the subtlety is that the family's cake is so big. If you want to get it but don't want to pay, the consequence will be to be eliminated.
Similarly, elders such as the first elder
and the second elder who have real power don't want you to if you can cultivate so quickly. If you really want to be on an equal footing with them, then who will they command? How do they control you? Who wants to have another piece of their own cake divided? So I consciously drag and press it's a beautiful name.
I'm very optimistic about this person, but he still needs a lot of training before he can be entrusted with important tasks.
Ha ha. This is the truth of the family system. If you can't see through this, no matter how powerful you are, you will be nothing more than a shackled dragon and tiger, a slave at the mercy of others, and an obedient dog. Intermediate alchemy? Nya Yun chuckled, God is really helping me.
Immediately, various medicinal materials such as bone-washing flour, blood-strengthening grass, and purple golden moss were quickly purified under Nya Yun's superb techniques of intermediate alchemy. Yes, now that all the auxiliary drugs are ready, the next step is the main drug of the formula. As he spoke, Nya Yun looked at the few medicinal materials on the ground.
Century-old blood ginseng, let's start with you.
Nya Yun stretched out his hand, took out a smaller one from the only 3-century-old blood ginseng plants on the ground, and threw it into the alchemy furnace. Nya Yun originally only had 100-year-old blood ginseng in his hands, which was sent from the spiritual medicine garden after the competition. The remaining 2 plants were listed on the list and were obtained directly from Nye Changmu. Throwing the blood ginseng into it, the burning stone flame began to slowly approach the blood ginseng, using its own temperature to roast the essence of the medicinal liquid in the blood ginseng. This process is slightly more difficult than other medicinal materials. But Nya Yun was not in a hurry. Years of experience have taught him that hot tofu cannot be eaten in a hurry, so he still needs to be patient and slow to extract it. Slowly. A quarter of an hour later, the medicinal liquid of this century-old blood ginseng was extracted. Take out the porcelain bottle and carefully fill the solution. But at the same time, the half hour of using the flame elixir was up. Is it time for 1,000 points? Nya Yun couldn't help but show a look of physical pain on his face. The expression flashed past and was suppressed by Nya Yun. The next second, another flame-generating pill was redeemed from the system and appeared in Nya Yun's hand. Next is the shuetong flower. An hour later, Nya Yun returned to his original place, opened the door and strode out of the room. Nya Feng, who was alert to the surroundings outside the house, immediately sensed Nya Yun's departure. Elder brother, Nya Feng opened his mouth to speak, but seemed to think of something and suddenly paused. Nya Yun didn't reply, just looked at Nya Feng and nodded gently. Arriving in the courtyard, Nya Yun noticed the firewood ash on the edge of the white clothes of Chunlan and Xiazhu, and he confirmed in his heart that while he was extracting the medicinal solution, Chunlan, Xiazhu, and Chunlan were sitting next to the bathtub. Did not leave. This made him feel more relieved. Little Lord. Seeing Nya Yun coming, Chunlan and Xiazhu naturally did not dare to neglect and hurriedly stood up to salute. Nya Yun nodded slightly and then came to the tub. This is a specially prepared large circular bathtub, nearly 3 meters in diameter and waist high. Sitting cross-legged in it is just enough to expose your mouth and nose for breathing. The 2 maids kept adding water and firewood to the side. Nya Yun stood aside and slowly poured many porcelain bottles into the bath barrel according to the proportion and order in the formula according to the medicinal bath formula in his mind. It was fine at first, but the addition of various medicinal liquids slowly dyed the bucket of boiling water into a green or blue color. As the boiling water vapor continued to churn, it changed into various brilliant colors. This scene is a bit like the scene in Nya Yun's previous life where the legendary witch made medicine. But as the medicinal liquid of the last century-old blood ginseng and the medicinal liquid of the shuetan flower dripped into the bathtub, it was like water and milk blending together, and the entire bathtub was dyed blood red in just an instant. Xiaofeng, take off your clothes and go inside. Nya Yun pointed to the bathtub and said to Nya Feng. After hearing this, Nya Feng felt a little palpitated when he looked at the bucket of blood, but he still took off his clothes on the spot and slowly entered the boiling bathtub. After a while, his forehead was filled with water drops, and he couldn't tell whether they were water drops or sweat drops. Relax your body, don't resist, and run the exercises to absorb the medicinal power. Yin stared closely at Niafong in the tub and whispered instructions. Looking at Niafong gritting his teeth with a look of pain on his face, it was obvious that the formula this time was much more painful than the last time. As Niafong operated his skills, the thick blood energy in the bathtub water began to adhere to Niafeng's body, turning into wisps of blood and drilling into Niafeng's body. What followed was bursts of painful screams from the pain that Niafong endured. The blood color in the bathtub was slowly fading. 2 hours later. After the medicinal bath was over, the whole bucket of blood turned into clear water again, while Niafong was as weak as he could, leaning against the bathtub, breathing heavily. "Brother, this thing is much more powerful than the previous medicinal bath." Niafong leaned against the inner wall of the tub, breathing heavily and laughing. After taking a few breaths and regaining his strength, Niafong jumped out of the tub and stretched out his hands to check in front of his eyes. Feeling the power in his body, Niafong let out a long breath. Then he looked at a willow tree about the size of a couple's arms about 3 feet away, and took 3 steps at a time before arriving in front of it. One punch. A whistling sound of tearing apart the air suddenly appeared in my ears. The speed of this punch was so fast that only the afterimage was left. Boom! A loud noise resounded throughout the courtyard. The willow tree that the two people were hugging was actually pierced by Niafeng's punch. So strong. Niafeng was a little in disbelief. He looked at his fists and the willow tree in front of him. He just wanted to try it. Did he really punch through it by himself? Do you feel uncomfortable or is there something else wrong? Yin walked aside and said with great concern. No, I feel that my physical body is much stronger than before. This medicinal bath is so magical. Niafeng shook his head and said with a twinkle in his eyes. That's good, that's good. Yin smiled and nodded slightly. Then Yin took out some spirit-gathering pills and gave them to Niafeng, saying that he should practice first so as to experience the effect of the medicinal bath and consolidate the foundation. This consolidation lasted 5 days. During these 5 days, Yin not only watched Niafeng's every move, but also gave him a second medicinal bath. Because he was afraid that Niafeng couldn't bear it, he diluted a lot of the medicinal solution the first time. But the facts made Yin even more excited. In the second medicinal bath, Niafeng even stepped from the peak of the 9th level of martial artist to the 2nd level of martial artist. This is the end. Yin was completely relieved about this new medicated bath formula and began to seriously start his own medicated bath. Since it is your own medicinal bath, the elixir you choose is naturally the best. Having prepared everything, just like 5 days ago, Yin looked at the bucket of steaming boiling water in front of him. Under the dancing of Chunlan Shaju's 2 pairs of dexterous little hands, Yin took off his clothes, stepped into the tub and sat down cross-legged. Outside the bathtub, Chunlan Shaju kept adding firewood and water to control the water temperature, while Niafeng stood by with a serious face, like the most loyal guard. In the bathtub, Yin sat cross-legged. As soon as Yin's body came into contact with blood and water, he felt waves of heat surrounding him. Then, under the operation of the Zhouzhuan mind technique, the heat that surrounded him began to turn into wisps of blood and penetrate into Yin's countless pores. In an instant, waves of heartbreaking pain hit his body like a tide. This feeling is as if countless steel needles are constantly piercing your bones, and the skin, flesh, internal organs, etc. are like being cut with a dull knife, constantly being torn and torn again. The pain reaches the bone marrow. Even Yin, who was a cultivator with an iron cloth shirt, frowned when facing such pain. Under Yin's control, the 9 turns heart technique, the iron cloth shirt, and the 2 profound level techniques began to operate in an orderly manner, absorbing the vast blood energy in front of him. While Yin was concentrating on tempering his body, something unexpected happened to the black flame in the space within his body. Python. Body space. In an absolutely dark space, a 50-meter-long black python, as thick as a millstone, curled up in a corner. Under normal circumstances, this giant python blending into the night would naturally not attract anyone's attention. But at this moment, there were bursts of creaking sounds coming from the giant python. Every time the sound was heard, it was like a sudden thunder, echoing in the space inside the body. With every sound of bone collision, the body of the giant python will tremble slightly. At the same time, the whole body of the python seems to be wrapped in a layer of black moving mist, which makes people see unrealistically. The snake in contact with the mist, the scales slowly fell off inadvertently. When Heiyan looked inside his body, there was a pitch-black bead in his belly, which turned out to be the black evil bead. When the black evil bead was first obtained by Nyayun, Heiyan made a request for the black evil bead. Although Nyayun hesitated about this, he still directly gave the black evil pearl to Heiyan. After all, although this thing is good, it will not be of use for a while if left to him, but it is definitely an opportunity for Heiyan. At this moment, the black evil pearl is like a trapped beast fighting, relying on its remaining survival instinct, frantically rejecting the spiritual fire of the black flame, trying to prevent itself from being refined. Heiyan's pair of narrow snake eyes revealed a gloomy and cold color. The black evil bead is formed by condensing the natural evil energy. This kind of spiritual object cannot be completely refined even if he stays awake for more than 10 days. Moreover, it is now facing the problem that the spiritual power in his daintian is about to run out. Now there are two choices before him. One is to continue refining and try to refine the black evil pearl before the spiritual power is completely exhausted. This way everything will be fine. However, once the spiritual power is exhausted, it has not yet been refined into the black evil pearl beads, then he is likely to suffer backlash and be seriously injured. Second, stop refining now. Although the hard work of the previous 10 days will be in vain, it can effectively control the advancement and retreat of spiritual power and minimize losses. But Heiyan was obviously not interested in either option. He chose the third option and continued refining while replenishing his spiritual power. But in this internal space, if Nyayun didn't let him out to contact the spiritual energy, how could he recover his spiritual power? This is a very crucial question. Heiyan looked at a certain location in the inner space, and his snake mouth opened into a huge smile. There were countless miraculous elixirs, rare spiritual herbs, and expensive talismans neatly placed there. Surprisingly, it was Nyayun's entire fortune that he had earned through selling iron and steel. Nya family. Nyayun's medicinal bath lasted 2 hours longer than Nya Feng's. As the last ray of blood in the bathtub was absorbed by Nyayun, Nyayun opened his eyes at this moment, and a ray of light shot out from his eyes, feeling the surging power in his body. Nyayun even had a feeling that if he met Nya Lingyu again, he would be able to tear him alive with only his physical body without even using the wind sword 7 kills. And this feeling doesn't seem to be illusory. It was already dark now, and it was almost morning. Go prepare some food and come back. Nyayun stood up and walked into the room while giving instructions to Chunlan and Xiaozhu. For the next time, Nya and Yun practiced in the courtyard without leaving home, stuffing the spirit-gathering pill and foundation establishment pill into their mouths like jelly beans. He didn't pay any attention to the shocked expressions on the faces of Chunlan and Xiaozhu. During this period, Nyayun checked Nya Feng's legs more than once, and he didn't know why he had some heart palpitations every time. He couldn't trust anyone, and he knew that he had nothing to do with Nya Feng. But for some reason, he felt an indescribable feeling of closeness to this so-called younger brother. I looked at my remaining points on the system panel and saw that I was still more than half the price of purchasing the Yulu Snow Toad pills. If nothing happens, I will be able to cure you soon. Suddenly, Nya Yunmeng's expression changed. Body space. At this moment, the body of the black flame snake was broken into pieces, and black flames were constantly coming out of its flesh and blood. The scorching heat burned its flesh and blood, and the air was filled with the smell of meat. As the black fire on his body burned bigger and bigger, it even had the momentum to sweep through the space within his body, instantly arousing Nyayun's alertness. Are you kidding me? All his property is here. What if it catches fire? Boss, help me. After receiving the intermittent sound transmissions from Heiyan, Nyayun did not hesitate and used his control over the space in his body to help Heiyan control the black fire. Gradually, the fire began to become smaller, and black fire no longer spewed out. Suddenly, a crisp sound sounded from the void. As if something was broken. It was with this crisp sound that in just a moment, black flame was enveloped in a larger black flame. The entire body instantly turned into a huge black fireball. Roar! Black flame roared out in pain. Such a roar caused some vibrations in the space within the body. What happened?
There was no time to think about what happened.
Nyeyin mobilized all his mental power and began to help Yin suppress black fire with all his strength. At the same time, various elixirs began to appear free of charge, and were put into Yin's mouth under the control of Nyeyin's spiritual thoughts. Gradually, the black fire slowly extinguished with the cooperation of the two. At the same time, Hyen's body actually began to mutate, and the flesh, scales, etc. on his body began to regenerate at a strange speed visible to the naked eye. Especially the scales, after being calcined by black fire, the color of the scales becomes deeper and hotter, and the hardness is several times stronger than before. The size has grown again, the length has increased from 50 meters to 60 meters, and the width has also increased from the size of a millstone to about 1 foot, which is equivalent to the height of 2 adults. Ding, the pet black flame python successfully absorbed the black evil bead. Ding, congratulations to the host, the pet black flame python has successfully evolved.
Would you like to view detailed information?
Yes.
Pet, alien black evil python level, late 2nd level, 5th level cultivation is suppressed, skill, fire breath, spouts out evil breath to burn the enemy. Black evil scale armor, the physical defense is greatly improved, and the scale armor has a regeneration function.
Burning, the body's own temperature rises sharply, and any enemies touched or attacked by skills will have a burning effect. Evil Chi domain, create a field full of evil gas and flammable poison.
Any creature entering it will be poisoned.
Evil fire control, you can control evil fire and attack outside your body. Evil illusion, creates an illusion within a certain range, which can confuse the enemy's 5 senses, causing them to go crazy and attack surrounding targets.
Suddenly, 3 more skills were added than before. How do you feel?
Nyeyin's consciousness called softly from the side. Yin suddenly opened his snake eyes and said with vigor, I have absorbed all the black evil pearls, and I have also undergone considerable changes. As he spoke, a wisp of evil black flame burst out from the center of Yin's eyebrows. This is a brand new flame that was born after the black evil pearl was absorbed by me and merged with my natal demon fire. I named it evil fire. Nyeyin felt it for a moment, then raised his eyebrows and praised, it's really extraordinary. Because this evil fire not only combines the deadly high temperature of the black flame's natal demon fire, but also the violent evil energy in the black evil tiger's body.
What about your current strength?
Although Nyeyin knew that Yin was still at the 2nd level, he still couldn't help but ask this question. Because now he could faintly feel a sense of danger from Yin, just like the first time he met in Inyang Pond. With the help of this evil fire, no one at the same level can match me. If it is a life and death fight, even the 3rd level will not be afraid. Every word Yin spat out was very resounding.
It is good.
Nyeyin looked at the dark and shiny black flames in front of him with satisfaction. The 2nd and 3rd levels among monsters correspond to the human level martial artist and martial spirit realm respectively. In this way, this black evil bead is really useful. Right place. The palm transformed from spiritual thought touched Yin's scales, feeling the magical texture coming from the palm, and an idea suddenly flashed in his mind.
What would happen if Hyen was also given a medicinal bath? However, this idea was rejected by Nyeyin as soon as it appeared. The reason is simple. No money.
Card finished meals. Nyeyin sat cross-legged on the bed, feeling this hard-earned moment of peace. He turned his palm and a metallic card appeared between his index and middle fingers. The card was all gray-brown, with a very weird pattern on it, like a monkey with many octopus-like tentacles growing out of its back.
I've had it for so long, it's time for you to put it to use.
Ding, whether to enable the plot mission card. Yes. After the plot mission is started, the host will enter a specific space with ideology to complete the mission. During the mission, the host can exit the space and return to the real world at any time, but if it enters again, the mission will start again. Note, injury in the consciousness space will be fed back to the host body with the same damage. Note, when the consciousness space dies, the host dies. The plot mission card is opening. Please wait, host, please be prepared, you are about to enter the plot space.
10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Buzz. As the last beep from the system fell, Nyayun's vision suddenly went dark, accompanied by severe tinnitus reverberating in his skull. Almost the next moment, Nyayun suddenly opened his eyes and looked around. Now his surroundings were no longer in the room he was in. Instead, we were in a narrow, moss-covered mountain stream that was only large enough for one person to walk sideways. The cliff was damp and the silt smelled bad. Such close contact made Nyayun feel sick. This damn system is so unreliable. What a lousy place to choose. Nyayun couldn't help cursing, and used the earth escape technique to escape directly from the mountain stream. The scene outside the mountain stream suddenly appeared in front of him, making his field of vision suddenly widen. What appeared in front of him was an extremely huge stone forest. What the hell is this place? Nyayun looked up at the tall and rugged stone walls around him. In this space, the surrounding stone walls are at least 52 meters high. The top of the stone wall is also completely sealed, but in the middle of the stone wall are dots of fluorite inlaid with stars. Countless densely packed brown stone pillars hung down from the top wall. The fluorescent stones on each stone pillar emitted a little bit of soft fluorescence. Although the light was dim, it was enough for Nyayun to see clearly what was around him. Nyayun stood there and looked up. The thick stone pillars looked like big trees growing upside down. However, the extra branches were removed, leaving only the main trunk. The surface of the stone pillar is not smooth, and is filled with small, dark and deep holes one after another. Countless stone pillars, large and small, hang down from the ground, forming a very spectacular inverted underground stone forest in this space. Nyayun exhaled a breath and took in such a shocking scenery. The uncanny workmanship of nature has always been so magical. Ding, the plot begins. Background: this huge lower stone forest is occupied by a group of extremely powerful stone monkeys. They are born to feed on stones, but they have a very serious love of home, so they will not leave their nests too far. In the underground stone forest, Indiana, the centermost stone pillar, lives an extremely powerful magical monkey king. Mission: kill the monkey king. System prompts sounded in Nyayun's mind one after another, until Nyayun frowned slightly and slowly uttered a few words. This task is really simple and crude. Nyayun did not act rashly and raised his eyes again, frowning and staring at the dark caves of different sizes on the stone pillars. He turned his right hand over and took out a pitch-black stringless bow and arrow, pouring it with spiritual power. A bowstring composed of colorless spiritual energy extends from both ends of the bow to the middle and is connected to each other. Holding the bow in his left hand and resting his right hand on the bowstring, he condensed the illusory spiritual power and shot out an arrow. Whoosh! The illusory and colorless spiritual arrows drew a straight path in mid-air and shot into one of the small holes on the stone pillar with great accuracy. In the cave, a sharp and angry voice came instantly. With a whoosh, a brown monkey sprang out from the black hole, jumped into the air, and pounced on Nyayun with its teeth and claws open. Intermediate archery. Whoosh, whoosh! Within one breath, Nyayun shot 3 arrows in succession. Although the monkey was in mid-air and could not use force to dodge, his tail was extremely flexible. With its continuous swings, it actually drove its body to continuously tumble in the air, successfully dodging the 3 spiritual arrows that were shot in the face. But at this moment, the monkey's old strength has been exhausted and new strength has not yet been born. Nyayun seized the opportunity. Take your bow, full moon. Whoosh! A long-awaited and thicker spiritual arrow struck the stone monkey like a poisonous snake spitting a message. An arrow shot through the monkey's eyebrow and came out from the whole body. With a plop, the monkey fell from mid-air to the ground, losing its breath. He died. The amazing thing is that it didn't leave a drop of blood. Its gray body suddenly turned to stone, transforming from a flesh and blood body into a lifelike statue in an instant. The posture of the statue and the expression on its face are just like the way the monkey fell to the ground before it died. Brilliant! After 2 breaths, the surface of the stone monkey statue began to make creaking sounds. Countless cracks quickly covered his body from the inside out. Then, with a croaking sound, the complete sculpture shattered into pieces. Pieces of small stones were scattered on the ground.
Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the mid-level first-order monster Emeraldite Stone Monkey and gaining 800 experience points, 600 spiritual power points, and 400 points. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a pair of stone monkey eyes.
Niayun went through this process in many places and tried it dozens of times.
In the end, it was determined that most of the strength of this group of stone monkeys was in the range from level 0 to early stage 1. Only a very small number of them reached the middle stage of first stage, and then they felt a little relieved. He has an iron cloth shirt on him, which is indestructible to non-martial masters, second level.
It is easy to deal with some first level or even 0 level monsters. But the prerequisite for doing this is that you must not get into a fight.
Otherwise, once the spiritual power consumption is too great, it can no longer support the spiritual power consumption of iron cloth shirt. By then, no matter how strong the body is, it will be difficult for 2 fists to defeat 4 hands. Niayun began to slowly walk towards the stone pillar closest to him. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Niayun's eyes were always fixed on Shizhu's movements, so that he could react as quickly as possible if something went wrong. After walking to the 7th step, a pair of densely packed green eyes suddenly flashed in the black hole on the stone pillar closest to him.
In an instant, a talisman appeared between Niayun's index and middle fingers. The update has been completed today and we are working hard on the next chapter. The best yellow-grade fire dragon talisman. The moment the talisman shattered, a fire dragon several meters long appeared out of thin air beside Niayun. Under the guidance of Niayun's spiritual power, it turned into a red silhouette and shot into the small black hole quickly. Squeak! A series of shrill screams came from the black hole, followed by all the stone monkeys on the entire stone pillar roaring angrily, and they poured out in the direction of Niayun. At a glance, hundreds of stone monkeys jumped down from the sky, and their densely packed figures rushed towards Niayun. Just in time. Niayun smiled at the corner of his mouth.
He had 3 ice dragon talismans in his left hand and 3 fire dragon talismans in his right hand. Under the simultaneous stimulation of Niayun's huge and powerful spiritual power, 3 ice dragons and 3 fire dragons appeared on his left and right sides respectively.
Go with.
Niayun pointed towards the monkey group, and the ice dragon and fire dragon rushed forward instantly. Extreme heat and extreme cold reached their peak at this moment, and 2 different energies exploded in their bodies, causing a chain reaction.
2 heavens of ice and fire. When did a bunch of dark and uneducated beasts experience such high-level services? In an instant, more than half of the monkey group died under this blow. Before they even had time to land, their bodies exploded in mid-air and turned into a rain of countless small stones, which crackled to the ground. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the Emeraldite Stone Monkey and gaining 100 experience points, 100 spiritual power points, and 100 points. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the Emeraldite Stone Monkey and gaining 100 experience points, 100 spiritual power points, and 100 points. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the Emeraldite Stone Monkey and gaining 500 experience points, 500 spiritual power points, and 200 points. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the Emeraldite Stone Monkey and gaining 500 experience points, 500 spiritual power points, and 200 points. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the Emeraldite Stone Monkey and gaining 1000 experience points, 600 spiritual power points, and 300 points. Less than % of the remaining monkeys survived.
Except for a very few lucky characters among the % of the monkey group, all of them are elites among the elites, and all of them are at least mid-level first order.
Recklessly? No.
Niayun is a civilized man, he doesn't have such barbaric ideas. The % of the monkey group already numbered nearly 100, and he would not be stupid enough to act as a target for a group of monkeys. So at the moment when he activated the talisman, Niayun quickly retreated hundreds of meters to distance himself, as if his soles were greased with oil. During the process of chasing Niayun, % of the elite monkey group actually evacuated most of them because their love for home dominated their hearts. In the end, there were only 8 stone monkeys that actually came after them, but all of these 8 were at the late first level of cultivation. Niayun, who was several hundred meters away, had the wind shadow knife on his shoulder, his fingers rising and falling regularly on the handle, and the tip of the knife floating slightly with the rise and fall of the handle.
He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the monkeys eagerly. Squeak!
When the 8 stone monkeys stared at the green round pupil monkey eyes and rushed towards Nyayan with their teeth and claws open.
Storm kill! Nyayan's heart moved, and he made his killing move.
The wind shadow sword in his hand slashed diagonally towards the nearest stone monkey. I saw a flash of coldness. The stone monkey jumped in the air, unable to use any force to avoid it, and its body was struck by the blade. He didn't even have time to scream, and the next moment he was cut into 2 sections by the blade. In an instant, the body turned into a stone sculpture.
Boom!
With a crisp sound, the stone sculpture fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the emeraldite stone monkey and gaining 1800 experience points, 700 spiritual power points, and 500 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a pair of stone monkey eyes.
Squeak!
Witnessing the tragic death of their companions made the remaining 7 stone monkeys even more angry. They roared fiercely and charged towards Nyayan menacingly, vowing to avenge their companions. Nyayan stood there, feeling extremely calm and looking in all directions. At this moment, the stone monkeys had surrounded Nyayan from all directions. Their attacks were of various kinds and from tricky angles.
One stone monkey even took advantage of Nyayan's unpreparedness and jumped to Nyayan's feet.
It suddenly rose up and hit Nyayan's chin with its hard monkey head from bottom to top.
Boom!
After a muffled sound, a huge impact force burst out instantly. Such force made Nyayan throw his head back, and a faint feeling of dizziness hit Nyayan's mind. In this moment of confusion, the stone monkeys seized the opportunity and launched all kinds of attacks on Nyayan with their sharp claws, bites, and headbutts.
Iron shirt.
At the critical moment, he activated his iron cloth shirt and was able to block the attack of the monkeys. There was no showiness, Nyayan fought and retreated, slashing with his sword. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the emeraldite stone monkey and gaining 1800 experience points, 700 spiritual power points, and 500 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a pair of stone monkey eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the emeraldite stone monkey and gaining 1800 experience points, 700 spiritual power points, and 500 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a pair of stone monkey eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the emeraldite stone monkey and gaining 1600 experience points, 600 spiritual power points, and 400 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a pair of stone monkey eyes. Nyayan took advantage of the habits of this group of stone monkeys and did this again and again. After a quarter of an hour, he successfully hunted half of the monkeys in the stone pillar. According to this progress, in one more stick of incense time, all the monkeys on this stone pillar will be wiped out. Nyayan was thinking as he stuffed the super chi replenishing pill into his mouth. These monkeys have the highest level of cultivation in the late stage.
It is difficult for them to hurt me one-on-one.
However, once they are under siege, they may be at risk of injury, so they can attack from a distance and never engage in close combat.
Set combat goals.
After burning a stick of incense, Nyayan successfully destroyed all the stone monkeys in the stone pillar, and Nyayan directly occupied the stone monkey black hole on the stone pillar to nurse his injuries and restore his spiritual power. In order to facilitate the distinction, Nyayan named the stone pillar under him the first stone pillar.
Having a base makes it much easier to explore.
Nyayan discovered that the stone monkeys not only loved their families, but also that the stone monkey group and the stone monkey group did not seem to be a whole. They all had their own territories, so as long as the distance between them was long enough, most of the stone monkeys would not pursue them anymore. Once I return to the range of the first stone pillar, no matter how angry the stone monkey is, he will basically retreat on his own initiative.
This is actually easy to understand. To put it bluntly, it can only be explained by the word profit. Each stone monkey group is equivalent to an independent country. There are boundaries and principles between countries. These two can be collectively called rules. Once one party breaks the rules, a war will inevitably occur. Once a war begins, it never ends. Either you die or I die. It is filled with huge risks and huge benefits.
When the benefits gained from breaking the rules are far less than the risks, no beast would do such a stupid thing that harms others and does not benefit oneself, even in the world of monsters. Buzz. As the last beep from the system fell, intense tinnitus sounded like ripples in Nyayan's head. Then his consciousness became increasingly blurred, and his vision went dark. In an instant, Nyayan opened his eyes again. At this moment he has come to the plot space again. The somatosensory sensation coming from the body. We are still in the familiar narrow, smelly and humid crevices of the mountain stream, and we are also familiar with the start of being completely naked. The next second, Nyayan pinched the magic formula with the fingers of his right hand and used the earth escape technique to escape from the narrow gap in the mountain stream. The huge stone forest appeared in front of Nyayan again. Looking at this spectacular stone forest in front of him, Nyayan no longer had the feeling of appreciating the beautiful scenery before. Observe the surrounding area to make sure it is safe. He did not stop the movements in his hands, fully absorbing the lessons from the last sneak attack, adhering to the concept of learning from every experience. The first thing he did was to take out the purple gold heart protective shirt that had been stored in the body in advance, and put it on the body. After putting on the armor, take out a new set of clothes and put them on your body. Then check the items in the body space again to see if there are any omissions to avoid making mistakes at critical moments. After preparing everything, Nyayan focused on the towering stone pillar closest to him. Let's go to the first stone pillar. The last time he entered, Nyayan discovered a shortcoming of his own. Although he had the soul-chasing bow for long range and the wind shadow sword for melee, he lacked powerful group attack methods. Although the power of Fulu bombing was also good, but it can only deal with zero-level monsters and some early-level first-level monsters. Once the strength of the monsters rises to the middle of first level, it will be difficult for the talisman to have immediate power. Last time, for this reason, Nyayan was helpless among the monkeys. Because he was worried about being besieged, he had to set aside part of his mind to observe his surroundings. With his mind distracted, he accidentally attacked from behind. In the past few days, every time he thought about this, Nyayan smiled bitterly. I really underestimated these spiritual beasts. Sure enough, none of the things born and raised by the earth are simple. Even if my spiritual wisdom is not yet developed, I can't be so careless. I was too negligent. However, although Nyayan does not have powerful group attack methods, it does not mean that others do not have them. When they were still 100 steps away from the first stone pillar, the stone monkeys in the cave opened their green and round monkey eyes, staring at this unkind foreign guest. Nyayan raised his hand, and a huge black python suddenly appeared next to Nyayan out of thin air. The python was more than 60 meters long and more than a foot wide. As soon as its huge body appeared, it fell on the ground. On the ground, it seemed that the earth was shaken, and waves of light dust were raised. As soon as such a giant thing appeared, Nyayan, who was 8 feet tall next to him, suddenly looked a little petite. Looking at the huge black flame in front of him, Nyayan didn't say much. He just stretched out a finger and pointed at the black hole where the monkeys lived on the first stone pillar, and softly uttered a sentence, "Burn these bastards to death, monkey." Hei Yan suddenly had an idea in his mind. He twisted the python's body and slowly lifted nearly a third of his body. His pair of narrow and cold snake eyes stared closely at the small finger pointed by Nyayan Yuan on the first stone pillar. The black energy in the belly of the black hole is constantly accumulating. From the gap in the slightly open snake mouth, wisps of black evil fire seemed to appear, and quietly leak out into the air. As Nyayan turned his wrists, dozens of talismans instantly appeared on his left and right hands. With the powerful recovery ability of the 9 turns heart technique, Nyayan was not afraid of any attrition war. On this basis, Nyayan boldly activated all the talismans. In an instant, nearly % of the spiritual power in his body was poured into the talismans. The next moment, dozens of ice and fire dragons appeared around Nyayan, turning into red and white in the direction of the black hole. 2 bolts shot in at extremely high speed. Boom, boom, dozens of talismans were suddenly dispatched, making loud noises one after another. Squeak! Countless angry roars came from the cave. Nyayan's move of 2 layers of ice and fire directly killed almost all the middle and lower levels of the monkey group. The remaining monkeys who survived were all strong among the monkey group. They gathered towards the entrance of the cave and wanted to rush in. When they came out of the cave, the hatred of their tribesmen being killed and the wails of their wives and children who were seriously injured and had their limbs broken constantly stimulated their minds. They wanted to rush out of the cave, find Nya, find the invader, and kill him, revenge for the clan. Only by killing him can their anger be quelled, and they will fight to the death. Secret technique: earth listening. Nya, who was lying on the ground with his ear bent, had already reached an astonishing 1,000 meters in exploration range. At this moment, he keenly felt that the time had come. This is the moment. Nyayan's palm that had been raised in the air suddenly pressed down in mid-air. At the same time, the long-charged flame in Hyan's belly suddenly spurted out from his mouth, turning into a huge and blazing black fire pillar, heading towards the black hole. Came inside. Evil breath. Squeak. Various screams sounded in the black hole, each one louder than the other. At the same time, the system notification sounds in Nyayan's mind also sounded one after another. Although Nyayan was not as good as the stone monkeys who lived there all year round, he had carefully explored the environment and layout of the stone pillars. The black holes that are the habitat of the stone monkeys on each of the stone pillars are actually the products left after the stone monkeys eat the stones. Therefore, each black hole seems to have only one entrance, but the layout is extremely twists and turns. Complex. Nyayan's Ice and Fire 2-layered Sky Talisman Bombardment, in addition to clearing out the weak monkeys in advance to prevent them from making trouble, also has another effect, which is to attract the monkeys deep in the black hole, those places that the talisman cannot reach, and kill them. Angered and attracted. Obviously Nyayan succeeded. This was much faster than killing him himself. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the Emeraldite Stone Monkey and gaining 1800 experience points, 700 spiritual power points, and 500 points. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a pair of Stone Monkey eyes. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the Emeraldite Stone Monkey and gaining 1800 experience points, 700 spiritual power points, and 500 points. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a pair of Stone Monkey eyes. Ding, congratulations to the host for improving his level. He is currently at the 4th level of Martial Arts Master. After dozens of breaths, the system prompt slowly decreased, and the sound in the black hole gradually disappeared. 10 breaths later, Nyayan, who was lying sideways on the ground, used his listening function to confirm that there was no more sound in the cave. He used the earth escape technique and escaped into the black hole of the stone pillar. He unfolded his spiritual sense and began to carefully investigate. After confirming that nothing had slipped through the net this time, Nyayan exited the black hole and said to Hei-Yen in his heart, "Destroy this stone pillar." Yes. Black Flame's huge python body wrapped around the first stone pillar like a huge black vine, and then the body suddenly exerted force. Although Hyan is only at the late 2nd level now, his physical body is actually at the 5th level. Under this huge force, this stone pillar was crushed like tofu by Hyan's python body. The following 2nd stone pillar, 3rd stone pillar, 4th stone pillar, number 12 stone pillar are all like this. If you fall down in the same place once, you should remember it and don't fall down again. As the saying goes, one learns from one's mistakes. Nyayan looked at the number 13 stone pillar in front of him with a slight sarcasm. This was where he failed last time. Now that I have destroyed all the stone pillars, I want to see how you can sneak attack me. Get interesting in the room, on the bed. Consciousness returns instantly. Nyayan was a little confused, a huge sense of trance filled his mind, and his chest was filled with abnormal pressure. Puff! For a moment, he lost control of his mind and spat out a large mouthful of blood. The surrounding walls and beams were all stained with blood, and waves of heartbreaking pain hit him from behind. His head tilted, his body was exhausted, he fainted, and fell backwards. Nya Phone, who had been protecting Nyayan at the side, had quick eyes and quick hands. He reacted instantly and reached out to hold Nyayan's back. However, the touch from his fingertips and palm made him frown. He looked slightly to the side and looked at his hand. His palms were covered in blood, and his pupils suddenly opened wide. When he turned Nyayan over and took off his clothes so that his back faced him, he was suddenly shocked. I saw that the purple gold heart protective shirt that Nyayan was wearing was torn and stained with blood. There was a huge bloody claw mark on his bare back, almost covering the entire back. The wounds caused by the claw marks were deep enough to see the bones.
It was as if Nia Yun was to be torn apart completely. This can't be an injury caused by practice. Is this what happened?
Although Nia Yun had told Nia Fong in advance that he would be involved in some special practice and might get injured and would need to be there to protect him, this kind of injury was not like what normal practice could cause. Nia Fong asked himself that his eyes had never left Nia Yun, so there was no way Nia Yun would leave the room. So since he didn't leave, how to explain the horrific injuries behind him? But now is not the time to think about this. Nia Fong shook his head violently to throw all these distracting thoughts out of his mind. He took out an exquisite white porcelain bottle from his storage bag and carefully poured out a green pill the size of a dragon's eye.
In the palm of your hand. A low-grade Shin-level product rejuvenation pill.
Nia Fong gently fed the rejuvenation pill into Nia Yun's mouth, and then placed his hands on Nia Yun's chest. The spiritual power slowly entered Nia Yun's body through his palms and walked for several days.
Help Nia Yun to use the medicine.
The injuries on the back also need to be treated. After Nia Fong dissolved the medicine with a worried look, he placed Nia Yun on the bed with his back facing up, revealing the complete and terrifying claw marks on Nia Yun's back. The flesh and blood around the injury were turned outwards, and the bones broken, dislocated internal organs, massive bleeding, meridians, etc. were almost half destroyed. The bleeding has stopped, but if the injury is recovered with the rejuvenation pill alone, the effect may not be enough. As he spoke, Nia Fong began to take out the vitality leaves from the storage bag. One by one, he placed the vitality leaves in the palm of his hand.
Nia Fong slowly used his spiritual power to crush them and extract the juice.
The juice dripped bit by bit into the gully created by Nia Yun's terrifying claw marks. Although Nia Fong doesn't know the art of refining medicine, he can still simply extract the medicine liquid. However, the impurities in it may not be completely removed, but these are harmless for treating trauma.
After half a day,
Nia Yun regained some consciousness with difficulty and felt the power of the medicine flowing in his body. He forced himself to open his eyes against the excruciating pain in his back. He saw Nia Fong, who was concentrating on meditating next to him, and grinned, "Thanks a lot." When Nia Fong saw Nia Yun wake up, he felt relieved as if a huge stone had been lifted from his heart, and said with a smile,
"Brother, you finally woke up."
Nia Fong originally wanted to ask what happened to Nia Yun's injury, but Nia Yun seemed to be unable to catch his breath, which immediately triggered a violent cough, interrupting what Nia Fong wanted to say. After taking a breath and running the iron cloth shirt to suppress the pain coming from his body, Nia Yun began to get up with difficulty and took out a rejuvenation pill from the space in his body and swallowed it, running the 9 turns of heart technique to absorb the power of the medicine.
Recover from injuries.
This time the injury is more serious than ever before. Nia Yun's eyes gradually became serious as his spiritual consciousness reached out and he looked inside at his limbs, bones, and internal organs.
The Monkey King's attack was at a tricky angle and extremely powerful.
Although the purple gold heart protective shirt cut most of the power, the remaining power was absorbed by the iron cloth shirt, leaving less than 2% of the real strength. It affected Nia Yun, but with only 2% of the force, Nia Yun suffered broken bones and tendons, and was seriously injured. This shows how vicious the Stone Monkey King's sudden attack was. That Monkey King's strength has reached at least the 4th level. He is only slightly weaker than the Black Flame and White Crane we met in Inyang Pond. He is extremely powerful and extremely cunning at the same time. He knows how to use monkeys to fight to reduce me, and Black Flame's spiritual power reserve will finally seize the opportunity like an assassin in the dark night and kill with one strike. The more I thought about it, even though Nia Yun was a man of 2 generations, I couldn't help but feel a little scared. If Nia Yun hadn't been careful these days and polished himself to the peak fighting state, he might have fallen into the trap of the Stone Monkey King. While healing his wounds, Nia Yun used a spiritual thought to penetrate into the space within his body to check the situation of the black inflammation. In a void and dark space, Black Yan's whole body is filled with black mist. The black mist adheres to the body surface and continues to go in and out with every breath of Hei Yan. Every time the mist goes in and out, it will be accompanied by a low neighing sound from Hei Yan. When Nia Yun's spiritual thoughts entered the inner space, Hei Yan slowly opened his closed snake eyes.
How's the injury? As soon as he met Nia Yun, he asked directly.
Although he controlled the space in his body and could use the power of the space in his body to directly explore, he did not do so. The external injuries are no longer serious, but because I overused my demon power and damaged the origin of the demon core, it will be difficult to recover for a while.
He Yan did not tell lies.
Although his physical strength is as high as 5th level, his realm is only in the late 2nd level. This is like a 3-year-old child wielding a big hammer. Although it is powerful when used, overuse will cause serious damage.
Will hurt yourself.
Nia Yun nodded slightly. His mind went to another corner of the space in his body, and moved a bunch of green things. The palm transformed by spiritual thought picked up a green light, which was the stone monkey eye. The stone monkey is a strange creature. The demon core of ordinary monsters is stored in the brain, but the stone monkey's demon core it became their unique eyes. Some people call this thing demon core, while others call it crystal core. In fact, they are both the same thing, but they are called by different names. Although the rejuvenation pill has an excellent healing effect, I'm afraid it will have little effect if your origin is damaged. See if these stone monkey eyes are helpful to you. As Niayan said this, the pile of stone monkey eyes at his feet moved to Heiyan's mouth.
Heiyan didn't say much. He opened his huge mouth and swallowed all the stone monkey eyes in his mouth, and then said slowly, "The effect is there, but if the source is damaged and you want to recover, you need the 3rd level stone monkey eyes. 3rd level, although Niayan now has many treasures on his body, all of which are hundreds of times better than the 3rd level stone monkey eye, such as the 5th level white crane demon core, the earth level soul condensing pill, and the yin yang fruit, etc., but the level of black flame is too low. Once these things are taken, the body will explode and die in an instant. It seems we have to find a solution in the stone forest." While thinking about Nia Yun, he asked, "What do you think of the Monkey King?" Nia Yun had long felt that there was something fishy about this stone forest. From the beginning, when the monkey group was weak and lured him into the encirclement, to the monkey group avoiding himself and Black Flame's spiritual exploration, to the strange recovery of the destroyed stone pillars, the Monkey King's sneak attack, etc., I'm not sure, but I smelled a familiar scent from the monkey. What breath!
The Black Flame stirred up the scales and slowly exhaled a large mouthful of black air in the direction of Nia Yun.
Nia Yun was puzzled, but he didn't dodge more.
Instead, he stood quietly and let the black energy envelope him. Not long after, the scene that Shen Nian saw in front of him was from the dark inner space to a primitive jungle. Looking around, a pool of water suddenly appeared in front of him. One side was extremely hot and steaming, and the other half was bone-chilling cold.
The edges are covered with frost. Nia Yun frowned at the familiar scene in front of him and lost his voice. Yin Yang Pond?
Immediately, he realized something was wrong, and after concentrating his thoughts, he came back to his senses and found that he was still in the space inside his body, and the black flames in front of him had already finished spitting out the black energy.
Are you? This is my innate secret technique, evil illusion, which can create an illusion to confuse the enemy.
I smell a similar smell from that monkey.
Is it an illusion? Nia Yun's eyes suddenly seemed to light up.
If the Monkey King also possesses some kind of hallucinatory ability, then everything that happened before will make sense. But after the joy, problems followed one after another. The opponent standing in front of Nia Yun now is a very cunning Monkey King who knows how to control countless low-level monkeys and 4 third-level stone monkeys. He has the power of illusion and has a cultivation level as high as the 4th level. Nia Yun's realm is only the 4th level of martial arts master. Among monsters, it is equivalent to just entering the middle of the 2nd level. Although Black Flame's physical body is at the 5th level, his strength is only the late 2nd level. With such a disparity in strength between the two sides, this is obviously an act seeking death. But what Nia Yun had to do was how to survive this kind of death-seeking behavior.
Kill the Monkey King.
No matter who it was, this situation would be extremely difficult and impossible to deal with, but Nia Yun seemed to be not one of them. Before his spiritual thoughts dissipated, he left a sentence that echoed in the space within his body. Funny, really funny, things are starting to get interesting, at attacking or moving above the 9 heavens. Plot space. A man and a python stood side by side in front of the underground stone forest. Facing the huge stone forest, both of them looked a little small. Nyeon looked like a young man, wearing a black warrior's attire, with a wolf's back and a wasp's waist, his black hair tied up, and the snow-white wind shadow knife slung behind his back. He looked at the black giant python standing beside him and smiled brightly. There is a saying that goes well, which is to gain wealth and honor from danger. If I take the jade eye of the Monkey King and give it to you to devour, not only will your origin be restored, but your cultivation will also be able to go further.
Hei-yen didn't speak, but the carriage-sized python nodded slowly.
Hei-yen's cultivation level was forcibly suppressed by the system to be at the same level as Nyeon, but as Nyeon's cultivation level progresses, this restriction will be lifted step by step. Of course, during this period, Hei-yen can also practice on his own to speed up the process. This is due to the fact that Nyeon fed him an unknown amount of monster flesh, and crystal nuclei. The smile at the corner of his mouth slowly faded, and he looked further away again, looking into the huge stone forest. His face began to show an unprecedented seriousness, and his mind began to constantly recall information about the stone monkey.
The defensive ability of the stone monkey is not outstanding among the monsters.
The stone monkey king was facing me slaughtering his descendants, but he still endured and chose the attack method of sneak attack, which was even more exposed from the side. It has the weak point of low defense. If the method is right, the Monkey King is not unkillable. Nyeon was certain in his heart, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. The Monkey King is cunning and must take the initiative. Otherwise, it will be too passive to wait for him to gather the monkeys and attack us again.
After whispering a few words to Hei-yen, one man and one snake began to split into two groups.
Nyeon pinched the magic formula and disappeared where he was, without knowing where he was going. Black Flame, on the other hand, relied on his powerful body to twist and turn into a black shadow and rush through the stone forest, attracting attacks from countless monkeys. But these attacks are not painful to Hyen, who has a 5th-level body. With the terrifying high temperature and powerful body, he rushes all the way. Wherever he passes, there are broken bodies of stone monkeys and broken walls, with a devastating force. The target is directly at the Monkey King stone pillar. Behind him was a large group of dark, angry monkeys chasing Black Flame, but once the distance was too far, many stone monkeys would slowly retreat back to their nests. The huge stone forest caused by this suddenly became extremely commotion. As the Black Flame entered the stone forest deeper, slowly the second-order stone monkeys began to appear. They rushed towards the Black Flame, trying to stop the Black Flame's progress. The mantis arm is the car. At this moment, Hei-yen was like a high-temperature black train. He could not see the whole picture clearly. He could only vaguely see a long black shadow traveling through the stone forest. Any enemies that blocked his progress would be burned to death and crushed to pieces. In this way, with Hei-yen galloping all the way, he rushed to the center of the stone forest in one go, where he finally stopped. 2-meter-tall stone monkeys appeared in front of him. Their bodies were several times larger than other ordinary stone monkeys. They bared their teeth and claws, roared and howled, and stood in front of Hei-yen, entangling him. Then slowly, a stone monkey 3 meters tall and with an even more terrifying aura walked out of the dark stone cave. He was clearly the king among the stone monkeys. The stone monkey king is furious. How could he allow a black snake to be so unruly in his territory? The nearly 3-meter-tall stone monkey king, with 4 third-order stone monkeys, surrounded the huge black snake in front of him and began his best siege. The black snake is so big that the stone monkey king's entire body is not as big as the black snake's head, but this does not affect the stone monkey king's determination to kill the black snake. If you run wild on your own territory and let you run away, how can I still be the king? The 5 stone monkeys swarmed up and attacked the black snake's vital points. The black snake wanted to move forward, but countless monkey paws and fangs attacked, blocking his progress. They wanted to retreat, but the low-level monkeys who were chasing after them one after another, under the call of the Monkey King, bravely rushed towards the high temperature that was enough to kill them. Countless stone monkeys crawled all over the black snakes. All of them seriously affected Black Snake's actions. The stone monkey king's flexibility and cunning were fully demonstrated at this moment. He controlled the monkeys to besiege the black snake, making the black snake overwhelmed and exposed its flaws. His monkey claws are sharp and his fangs are terrifying. He knows how to seize the opportunity. The position of each claw is a key point,
and it can leave a deep claw mark on the scales of the black snake. He is the only one in the stone forest. A character who can physically threaten Black Snake. Countless low-level stone monkeys restrained the black snake's movements. The Stone Monkey King led 4 third-level stone monkeys to continuously attack the vital points of the black snake's huge body. For a time, the black snake was beaten and unable to fight back, and was retreating steadily. If you continue, the results can be imagined. The black snake is in danger. "Boss, are you okay? I can't bear it any longer." Hyan endured the beatings of countless monkeys and said to Nya Yun, "Look up." Nya Yun used the earth escape technique to merge with the ground. He was now in the ceiling directly above the black flame. He looked down with an expressionless expression on the scene where the black stone monkeys were swarming up to besiege the black flame, and stared at the Monkey King. Sun Tzu said in The Art of War, "Those who are good at attacking will move in the 9 heavens." In this short period of time, a total of 500 swamp talismans were placed on Nya Yunding's wall, and the surrounding area was within 1,000 feet of radiation. "Monkey King, I don't know, how should you deal with it?" Nya Yun smiled jokingly, and then suddenly clenched the palm of his right hand. Boom! Long! Hundreds of swamp talismans were all activated in an instant, and the solid stone surface on the top wall of the stone forest began to slowly turn into a sticky and smelly swamp under the influence of the swamp talismans. Countless stone pillars hanging upside down from the top wall are not immune. The roots of countless stone pillars began to become swampy. As the swamping of the roots became more and more serious, then the roots could not bear the weight of the stone pillars. What followed was that countless stone pillars were like divine spears descending from the sky, one by one. The ground fell. And below the divine spear, there were countless groups of stone monkeys summoned by the Stone Monkey King, who were besieging Black Flame. The moment the stone pillar fell, the black flames were absorbed into Nya Yun's body. Countless monkeys watched as the huge black snake they were besieging suddenly disappeared. Before they could react, each one looked like a meteorite. The huge stone pillar fell towards them. Boom! 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 This loud sound hit the ground, and as the stone monkey was frightened, it raised dust all over the sky, and the system prompts began to ring continuously. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the Emeraldite Stone Monkey and gaining 1800 experience points, 700 spiritual power points, and 000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a pair of stone monkey eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the Emeraldite Stone Monkey and gaining 1600 experience points, 600 spiritual power points, and 000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the Emeraldite Stone Monkey and gaining 1800 experience points, 700 spiritual power points, and 000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a pair of stone monkey eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the Emeraldite Stone Monkey and gaining 1600 experience points, 600 spiritual power points, and 000 points. Success. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the Emeraldite Stone Monkey and gaining 1800 experience points, 700 spiritual power points, and 000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a pair of stone monkey eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the Emeraldite Stone Monkey and gaining 900 experience points, 600 spiritual power points, and 000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the Emeraldite Stone Monkey and gaining 1000 experience points, 700 spiritual power points, and 000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a pair of stone monkey eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the Emeraldite Stone Monkey and gaining 1600 experience points, 600 spiritual power points, and 000 points. This spectacular underground stone forest created by uncanny craftsmanship is no longer a huge stone forest with criss-crossing strands and complex terrain suitable for ambushes and sneak attacks. Under Nya Yun's gaze, with Nya Yun as the center, it turned into a completely unobstructed plain of underground ruins with a radius of thousands of feet. Either don't do it or never do it. This is the experience summed up by Nya Yun and his 2 generations.
The stone forest echoed with the roars, wails, anger, and pain of the stone monkeys. On the top wall, countless stone walls turned into swamps, turning into muddy water dripping down, and a rainstorm of muddy water started falling in this underground grotto.
Nyayan finished his earth escape technique and appeared on the top wall.
Then he jumped down from a height of 40 to 50 meters, crossing a space of 40 to 50 meters, almost there was no space between them, and it crashed onto the ruins of the stone forest.
Nyayan twisted his neck and stood up slowly.
Centered on him, a large hole was created for several meters around him. In the midst of countless muddy and foul-smelling mud rain, Nyayan walked to a high place and narrowed his eyes slightly, leaving only a slit to observe his surroundings.
These stone pillars have limited lethality when they fall.
At most, they will kill the first and zero-level stone monkeys.
The second-level stone monkeys will only be injured at most.
For those third-level stone monkeys and the Stone Monkey King, it is just a matter of time to escape.
It's just a matter of time.
While thinking about it, Nyayan took the initiative to stop and removed the defense of the iron cloth shirt. The consumption of spiritual energy in his daintian suddenly stopped. In such an undefended situation, if it falls among the stone monkeys, then it can be said that the target will definitely die. But as time passed, the mud rain became smaller and smaller, and roars and howls continued to be heard from the surrounding ruins. Several stronger stone monkeys had broken free from the ruins, but they did not attack Nyayan.
Just roaring at Nyayan from a distance.
As for the more low-strength stone monkeys who were lucky enough to survive, they fled directly. Nyayan stood there, motionless, and allowed more and more stone monkeys to break free from the ground.
The number of surviving stone monkeys is not large. A rough count is less than % of the initial number.
Except for the lucky ones who survived, the rest are all elites and at least have reached the second level. But their eyes were full of fear of Nyayan, including the third-order stone monkeys who looked at Nyayan from a distance and did not dare to get close. Monkeys, foxes, wolves, these monsters neither have the sharp claws and tusks of tigers and leopards, nor the terrifying physical strength of bulls and elephants. Therefore, if they can survive, they often have wisdom beyond ordinary beasts, so they are famous for their cunning, and because of this, they lack a brutal and bloody spirit in their hearts. Once they find that the enemy is too powerful to defeat, or they are seriously injured, and the situation is unfavorable, they will run away immediately. It is precisely for this reason that Nyayan will adopt such a strategy. If what is in front of him is not a group of monkeys, but jackals, tigers, leopards, crocodiles, lions, cattle, and elephants. The more injured these monsters become, the more violent they become. Then Nyayan will there is no need to think about it, it must be retreating. Nyayan looked at the scene in front of him jokingly, all of which was what he expected. In the first 2 times, no matter how brave Nyayan and Heian were, under the pressure of the Monkey King, the monkeys would attack him without fear of death, because in the monkeys' understanding, their king was the king. A true strong man, Nyayan is absolutely weak. If you can't scare them with a small slap, just give them a painful slap all at once, so that they will remember it. To be afraid of Nyayan, this is what Nyayan wants to achieve. The first step, to solve the problem of monkey siege, has been achieved. Now start the second step and wait. What are you waiting for? He was waiting for the Stone Monkey King to take the initiative to attack. Nyayan took the initiative and cleared away the troublesome fish first, but when he actually faced the Monkey King, he still had a fatal problem that he had not solved. He couldn't see through the Monkey King's illusion. Even Black Flame could only react at the moment before the Monkey King took action. The so-called wealth is obtained through danger. Since you choose to take risks, you must be aware of paying the price. A cold light flashed in Nyayan's eyes. Patience. At this time, the patience of both sides is competing. Both sides want to wait for the other side to show their flaws. When the flaws are revealed, the battle will end. Wait. Wait. Boss, it's on your right. Suddenly, Heiyan's voice came into his mind. Squeak. The next moment, a roar came from Nyayan's ears, and the figure of the Stone Monkey King suddenly appeared on his right. Iron shirt. 9 transformations of mind. Black evil scale armor. A fierce light flashed in Nyayan's eyes. The 9 turns of heart technique and iron cloth shirt were operating to the extreme. His whole body was instantly covered with dark and shiny scales.
For the first time, Nyayan's defense power reached at its peak.
Countless black energies suddenly erupted from Nyayan's scaly body, forming a huge python that swallowed up a space of tens of meters in an instant.
Evil illusion.
The Stone Monkey King's giant lantern-like monkey paw that exuded this cold killing intent was about to hit Nyayan's head, when Nyayan's evil illusion suddenly struck, confusing his mind and speed.
Not even half a beat slower.
Nyayan seized this hard-won opportunity and violently crushed a green talisman in his hand. In an instant, a thunderbolt struck straight down from the void and hit the Monkey King.
It is the low-grade Xian level, Heavenly Thunder Talisman.
The powerful thunder struck the Monkey King's brain in an instant, causing his body to freeze for a breath. A breath is nothing in normal times, but it is between life and death.
One breath is enough to kill. Beat up the drowning dog. Ghost Shadow fans follow the steps.
Nyayan stepped hard with his toes, and his speed suddenly increased several times. His figure was as virtual as a ghost, leaving ghosts behind him, and instantly bypassed the Monkey King's body and came to the Monkey King's back.
Clang! Draw the knife.
The snow-white wind shadow knife was immediately unsheathed, and then wisps of black evil fire clung to the blade under the control of Nyayan's thoughts. As soon as the black fire appeared, the mud rain covering 100 feet in radius was instantly evaporated by the terrifying high temperature on the blade, turning it into ashes.
Make countless white smoke.
Amidst the countless white smoke, a long knife burning with black fire was held in Nyayan's hand. A huge and dangerous aura condensed on the tip of the knife. He held the knife with both hands and raised it above his head. He shouted softly in his heart, 7 kills with the wind sword, 2 kills in 1. 4 times the combat power. Swish! A snow-white blade with a black tail flame was instantly swung out, and it struck hard at the Monkey King's back, vowing to chop the Monkey King alive.
Ha 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 ha, do you think you're the only one who can make a sneak attack? Bastard!
Nyayan smiled ferociously, as if he had already seen the scene where the Monkey King was cut in half. Suddenly, the flesh and blood from the Monkey King's back suddenly exploded, and the surface layer of flesh and blood flew everywhere. In the deep layer of flesh and blood, a strange big red flower could be seen constantly squirming, and a group of coquettish red light shot out from the center of the flower's face.
The pollen rushed towards Nyayan. Boss, it's an illusion, get away.
The change happened so fast that Nyayan was not even prepared and was hit directly.
In Nyayan's eyes, the Monkey King's position moved half a meter to the left.
The tip of the foaming knife twisted and slashed hard, splitting the Monkey King in half alive.
Boom!
But the fact is that the Monkey King who should have been split in half is still alive. The tip of the knife only hit one of his arms, and then the light of the knife penetrated directly. The arm was cut off and gradually turned to stone in mid-air at a speed visible to the naked eye. It turned into a stone-carved arm. The sword light that passed through the body created a ravine on the ground that was about a foot deep and tens of meters long. The Monkey King was horrified. If the knife struck him, he would be severely injured. The fear of death came to his heart. He no longer had the idea of killing Nyayan at this moment. He just wanted to run away. He just wants to survive. The black fire attached to the tip of the knife gradually spread to the Monkey King's body. The high temperature and the fear of death made the Monkey King afraid to stay any longer. He howled in pain and fled towards the back.
Haha, I'm finally dead.
Almost at the same time that the Monkey King disappeared, Heiyan's voice exploded in Nyayan's sea of consciousness, directly shocking Nyayan out of the illusion.
P.S. Don't panic, let me finish the next chapter. Ovo dies. Where is the Monkey King?
After discovering that the Monkey King was missing again, Nyayan did not hesitate and immediately used the earth escape technique to escape underground to guard against a sneak attack. Compared to before, the situation now is pretty good.
I just need to concentrate on dealing with the Monkey King.
The monkeys were frightened for a while and will not pose any threat in a short time. I just need to kill the monkeys before they regain their calm. Killing the Monkey King will complete the mission and exit the plot space directly. Nyayan was thinking like this, but the next moment, the air began to be filled with a strange fragrance, and even penetrated into the ground as time went by. Under Nyayun's astonished gaze, this strange fragrance slowly gathered the monkeys that had fled in all directions, and began to slowly approach Nyayun's position on the ground again. Nyayun looked at this unreasonable scene in front of him in shock. The next moment, Nyayun and Heiyan reacted at the same time, and said in unison, "There is something wrong with this strange fragrance. The mud rain on the top wall has become smaller and smaller, as if it has dried up, and continues to expose the hard stone wall under the top wall." After swallowing more than a dozen super chi replenishing pills in succession, the earth escape technique did not stop for a moment. He continued to escape underground to the outskirts of the stone forest, keeping a distance from these stone monkeys to avoid being trapped. As the strange fragrance spread, more and more stone monkeys that had originally collapsed began to overcome their fear and continued to gather on the ground above Nyayun's head.
Now that I have exhausted all my means and still can't kill the Monkey King, what should I do? Keeping hiding like this is not an option. There will always be a time when my spiritual power is exhausted. Do I have to quit and start over again? Nyayun absorbed the food in his body. The power of the super chi building pill restored the spiritual power of daintian, and his brows were squeezed into a big chuan. At this moment, Nyayun was at the edge of the stone forest, meters underground. This was the maximum depth he could dive into. If he went any further, he would encounter an inexplicable resistance and be unable to move forward. Nyayun was trapped. "Boss, maybe we still have a chance." The black flame in the space inside the body suddenly spoke and passed into Nyayun's mind. "How to say?" Nyayun suddenly came back to his senses and asked, placing his hope on Heiyan. After all, Nyayun had no other choice at this moment. Although the time was relatively short, I was able to identify it based on the outline and features, Heiyan said slowly and paused. The big bloody flower behind the monkey head should be the demonic blood flower. This is a very strange plant that feeds on blood. It has extremely powerful hallucinogenic abilities, but it inherently lacks the means to attack, so it is extremely difficult to survive independently. He usually parasitizes other monsters and sucks their blood to survive. The more powerful blood he sucks, the faster he advances. For this reason, he often reaches a subtle symbiotic relationship with the host. The more Nyayun listened, the more something felt wrong. "According to what you said, I shouldn't have a chance now. But there are 3 shortcomings of the demon blood chaos god flower. One is that it has no means of attack and it is difficult to survive independently. The other is that no matter what ability it uses, it must suck blood to act as spiritual power. The more intense the battle, the more blood it sucks. There are many, and in the end his physical body is not much stronger than the monkey head." "What do you mean?" Nyayun seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes suddenly lit up. "Although the battle just now was short, the illusion was activated long before we started the war. In order to avoid your sword, boss, the demon blood chaotic flower appeared directly from the monkey head. The monkey head was affected by it at the same time. The amount of blood sucked is not a small amount. Coupled with the strange fragrance just now, if I guess correctly, the strange fragrance should be the nectar of the demonic blood god flower to control the herd." The more Heiyan spoke, the brighter Nyayun's eyes became. "Why doesn't the Monkey King control the monkeys himself?" Apparently, according to what Heiyan said, the monkey is probably at the end of its tether. Although my 2-kill attack just now avoided the vital point and cut off only one arm, the demon blood chaos flower directly exploded the Monkey King's entire back, plus the Sky Thunder talisman. With such an injury, if there is no treatment method, I'm afraid the Monkey King won't be able to survive for long. The more he thought about it, the brighter Nyayun's heart became. Avoid its edge. After figuring this out, Nyayun felt relieved. He came to the top wall again and took out the only 200 swamp talismans he had on him. In this arrangement, each of his pictures was far apart. After activating it in batches, countless mud rain began to fall in the stone forest again. Gradually, the floral fragrance that filled the air began to be diluted by the mud rain in the swamp. After burning the incense and feeling that the fragrance of the flowers was no longer smellable, Nyayun appeared in the top wall and immediately pulled the black flame out of the space in his body. Black flame. As soon as the black flame came out, the huge python body directly hit the ruins of the stone forest, causing the stone forest to shake. Countless stone monkeys looked over,
but what greeted them was the huge pillar of scorching black flames spurting out from Hei Yan's mouth as big as a carriage. Squeak! At this moment, the fragrance of the flowers had dissipated. In an instant, the terrifying scene of the gods blocking the gods and Buddhas before the black flames appeared in the minds of the monkeys again. Many stone monkeys with low strength were frightened and ran away. With the first one taking the lead, the rest of the stone monkeys, regardless of their strength, basically fled in all directions. Go and kill the Monkey King directly, so as not to have long nights and dreams. Nieyun stood on top of Hei Yan's head with a low look and said in a deep voice, "Now or never." I saw a giant black python that was 60 meters long and more than 1 foot wide, like a high-speed train, rushing through the ruins, pointing straight into the deepest part of the stone forest. Monkey King's stone pillar. It has become a ruin, and the Monkey King is no longer there. In deeper places, there are still a large number of stone pillars remaining, which have not been eroded by the swamp talismans. A quarter of an hour later, Nieyun finally found the Monkey King. But at this moment, the Monkey King has lost his previous appearance. Instead, he is lying on the ground, his body turned into a stone sculpture, scattered in pieces on the ground. The Stone Monkey King is dead. Another stone monkey, slightly smaller than the Stone Monkey King, was stepping on the body of the Stone Monkey King with 1 foot, holding the Green Monkey King's eyes in both hands and screaming, swearing to the surrounding stone monkeys. Own status. There are several bodies of stone monkeys scattered around. They are obviously stone monkeys who failed in their bid for the throne. The new king defeats other contenders, then defeats the old king, and ascends to the throne. The new king's strength is only at the peak of the 3rd level. If the Monkey King was not seriously injured, he would have no chance of ascending to the throne. The glory of the past is fleeting, and once it loses power, the monkey is not as good as the dog. The Stone Monkey King of a generation, in order to protect his tribe, fought against foreign enemies and was seriously injured. He did not die at the hands of his enemies, but was beaten down by his own tribe, leaving his body intact. Interesting. Nieyun was far away, watching all this with cold eyes, and his heart was clear. The Stone Monkey King is dead, and the demon-blooded flower parasitizing on him will naturally find another host. It slowly crawled out from the body of the old king, shook its petals towards the new king and stretched out roots as thin as hair. The new king did not resist, but seemed to enjoy it. He closed his eyes and allowed this big and charming red flower to climb up his body. His roots were swaying and dancing, and finally took root deeply in the new king's body. Just when this charming big flower was about to invade the new king's body and live with it. Nieyun is here. You killed the Monkey King. What about my mission? Then I have to hand it over to you. He was dressed in black, with a wolf's back and a wasp's waist, standing on the head of the black-flamed python, looking down with cold eyes. This is the new Monkey King. Nieyun remembered very clearly that the mission asked him to kill the Monkey King. When the new king saw Nieyun, the invader, his eyes widened with anger. At the same time, the roots of the big bloody flower on his body began to dance. The pollen spread rapidly around, and red light shot out from the center of the flower and flew towards Nieyun. You still want to besiege me? Nieyun sneered in his heart. He slowly raised his right hand towards the new Monkey King, holding a small and flat box in his hand, with 16 simple and obscure characters engraved on it. When you go out, you will see blood. When you return, it is unknown. When you are in an emergency, a hidden weapon. King of Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle. Flip the switch. The sound was like the clang of metal colliding with each other, and it was also accompanied by a harsh buzzing like a hornet's nest being poked. The next moment, countless silver needles stained with poison continued to fly out from the black box in his hand. Like a violent storm, the silver needles turned into a sheet of silver light and shot towards the new king. The poor new Stone Monkey King had just ascended to the throne, and the big coquettish flower on his back was instantly shot into a sieve by countless silver needles. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the 3rd level stone monkey and gaining 40,000 experience points, 3,000 spiritual power points, and 0000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the 3rd level demon blood god flower and gaining 45,000 experience points, 3,000 spiritual power points, and 0000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for improving his level.
His current level has been upgraded to Martial Artist level 5. Completed and the harvest is great. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for killing the 3rd level monsters Stone Monkey King and gaining 40,000 experience points, 3,000 spiritual power points, and 0,000 points.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for killing the 3rd level monster Demon Blood Chaotic Flower and gaining 47,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for improving his level.
His current level has been upgraded to Martial Artist level 5. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Iron Shirt medium volume.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for obtaining Monkey King Nectar.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for obtaining a pair of level 4 Monkey King eyes.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for obtaining a pair of level 3 Monkey King eyes.
Ding! Congratulations on completing the host task. Ding! Exiting the plot space. 3, 2, 1.
Before Nyayun could step forward to look at the stone monkey's body, his eyes suddenly went dark.
The next moment, consciousness returns to reality.
Nyayun, who was sitting cross-legged on the couch, slowly opened his eyes, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and began to count the gains this time.
This time I entered the plot space and gained a lot.
Nyayun chuckled in his heart. This is not just a loss, but in just half a month, his own cultivation has been directly upgraded from the 3rd level of martial arts to the 5th level of martial arts.
His strength has greatly increased. This speed would be too shocking if told.
In addition, a large number of monster crystal cores were harvested, including a pair of stone monkey eyes of the 4th level stone monkey. Whether these were used or sold in exchange for resources, Nyayun was worth a fortune.
A small fortune.
Nyayun's consciousness sank into the space inside his body and he looked at his other 2 harvests, one was a scroll and the other was an earthen jar. This is what Nyayun cares about most, apart from the pair of 4th order Monkey King eyes. Nyayun's spiritual consciousness turned into a palm and stretched out towards the scroll.
Ding! View details? Yes.
Iron Cloth Shirt middle volume, this is part of the mysterious body refining technique. After successful practice, the physical body cannot be broken except by martial arts. Note, Iron Cloth Shirt is divided into 3 volumes, the upper, middle, and lower volumes, which respectively correspond to the items that cannot be broken except by a martial artist, cannot be broken except by a martial spirit, and cannot be broken except by a martial emperor. Note, learning this technique requires 3,000 points. After taking a closer look, Nyayun felt happy. Destiny is really interesting. Stone Monkey, the one with the lowest defense, actually revealed the Iron Shirt middle roll, which is famous for its defense. Nyayun looked at the last sentence of this system panel, then looked at his points balance, frowning slightly.
Originally, I only had more than 15,000 points.
In order to be able to kill the Monkey King, I have spent 10,000 points to redeem the Heavy Rain Pear Blossom Needle.
Now I only have 5,000 points left. If I deduct another 3,000 points, then I only have 2,000 points left. This point is a very dangerous value for Nyayun, because if something happens, the points will be difficult to turn around. There's only half a month left for the 4 major families arena competition, and it's bound to be a bloody storm. If we take 10,000 steps back, even if we run into trouble, we can solve it with the elixirs and talismans we refine. After thinking over and over again in his mind, Nyayun was determined. The benefits outweigh the risks, and there is great potential for this. Ding! Do you want to spend 3,000 points to learn Iron Cloth Shirt? Yes. Ding!
Congratulations to the host, successful learning. At the same time as the system beeped, the Iron Shirt that was not running in Nyayun's body spontaneously started to run, and after 36 great circles around his body, it fell silent again.
Nyayun looked at his palms and didn't feel anything was wrong.
Then he looked at the balance of only 2,000 left on the system panel and couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Saving money is like drawing threads, and spending money is like running water. What the Monkey King exploded was the Iron Cloth Shirt, which is already a very valuable treasure, so what the demonic blood chaos godflower parasitized on the Monkey King's body must not be of inferior quality. Nyayun thought this in his heart, and looked at the earth-colored earthen pot with an unattractive appearance that was exploded by the demon blood chaos flower in the space inside his body.
Ding! View details? Yes.
Monkey King honey, this thing is the essence condensed by absorbing the blood of the stone Monkey King from the demon blood chaotic flower. It has an extremely powerful hallucinogenic effect and is fatally attractive to monsters below the 3rd level. The stronger you are, the smaller the impact will be. With the corresponding beast control methods, you can directly control the beast herd. Note, it is detected that the host does not have the ability to control beasts. Use this item with caution.
Use with caution. Use with caution.
If there is no corresponding means of controlling the beasts to control the herd, once exposed to the air, the host will face the risk of being besieged by a tide of beasts.
I don't have the ability to control beasts. Using this thing indiscriminately is really the same as seeking death. No wonder the system reminds me like this.
However, although this thing has great side effects, it is still a powerful method.
I just want to see if I can find the way to control beasts later. It's a technique.
When he saw the first half of the sentence, Nyayun almost raised the corners of his mouth, but the last sentence forced Nyayun to suppress his smile. Since ancient times, when there is sacrifice, there must be gain, and when there is gain, there must be loss.
The above are gains, and the next is losses.
The back of the purple gold heart protective shirt was damaged, and most of the elixirs, talismans, vitality leaves, etc. were consumed.
Especially the swamp talisman, not a single one was left by Nyayun. All these things need to be refined again to prepare for emergencies.
Fortunately, Nyayun is lacking everything now, but the only thing he is not lacking is various materials. He shifted his gaze again and looked at the crouched black python beside him.
At this moment, although Hyan could not see any obvious trauma on his body, his aura was very sluggish.
Because if you want to use the ability of Black Flame, then the consumption caused will be borne by Black Flame itself.
The level of Black Flame is too low, and the consumption of innate secret skills is too high. Once the high-intensity battle is over, new injuries will be added to the old ones. Disease, the sequelae begin to show. Have a good rest, thank you for your hard work.
Nyayun's spiritual thoughts were conveyed to Haiyan's mind softly, and then his thoughts moved to remove the pile of stone monkey eyes that had been piled up like a hill in the body space in the pair of 4th-order stone monkey king eyes.
Placed in front of Haiyan.
Such a huge amount of monster crystal cores are used by beast pets. If others see it, they will probably scold Nyayun for sending heavenly creatures. In general, although there were losses this time, we gained a lot.
Now we have to quickly replenish the consumed talismans and elixirs. After speaking, Nyayun began to refine it.
While Nyayun was concentrating on refining and replenishing the talismans and elixirs, the outside world began to quietly change. Xingyang Town, Changfeng Trading Company.
Changfeng Trading Company is the only neutral and trustworthy force in Xingyang Town other than the 4 major families.
His power is huge, with branches all over the Shenwu continent, but he never interferes in the interests of any force. He strictly abides by the rules and remains neutral, so he enjoys great credibility in the world of cultivation.
Xingyang Town is just a small branch of it. But just one branch is enough to make the 4 major families fearful.
A great monk once said that Changfeng Trading Company controls more than half of the cultivation resources in Shenwu continent and is the richest top force in the entire continent. At the headquarters of Changfeng Trading Company, it is even called the #1 trading capital in the world by the cultivating community.
There are even rumors in the cultivation world that there is an attic in its headquarters. All the treasures in the world are hidden inside.
There, a sentence spread, was recognized by the world, and spread throughout the Shenwu continent.
As long as you can afford the price, you can buy anything you want here.
Changfeng Trading Company, in a splendid and luxurious living room, a burly middle-aged man sat in front of the desk, holding a piece of letter paper in his hand, with a playful smile on his lips. I want to be in my territory. Do you want to hold an arena competition?
It's kind of interesting.
If you look carefully, you can see 4 marks of different shapes printed on the letter paper. Those are the marks of the 4 major families.
He gently put the letter down, tapped his knuckles on the table, seemed to think for a while, and then looked at the strong young man beside him and asked, "Sooner, in this arena competition between the four major families, the Nyayin you were talking about, he should also participate. Tell me more about this person."
The strong young man sitting opposite him is Fongsun.
Fongsun nodded and said slowly,
"Although I don't have much contact with Nyayin, I can see that there is a ferocity in his bones that is different from ordinary people. According to my investigation, since Nya Jingshan, the head of the Nya family, disappeared 7 years ago, within only 2 months, Nyayin was retaliated by a mysterious person while he was out training, destroying his daintian and interrupting the meridians throughout his body. Since then, Nyayin's cultivation has been stuck in the early stage of Qi training, with almost no progress in 7 years. Even as the investigation deepened, I found that his status in the Nya family was actually so embarrassing that even a slave dared to humiliate him wantonly." As Fongsun spoke, the topic suddenly changed, but all this changed half a year ago.
"Oh, what happened?"
The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and asked with interest. "He went to the demonic beast mountain range. According to what he said, he obtained a mysterious inheritance left by a certain senior and used it to repair his daintian and meridians. After returning to Nya's family from the demonic beast mountain range, Nya was uncharacteristically different. There was a mass killing in the family, and even in the family competition, Nya Lingyu, the number 1 genius of the younger generation of the Nya family, was beheaded in public.
He won the first place in the family competition. Wait a minute, then what kind of strength is Nya Lingyu?"
The middle-aged man seemed to have grasped the point of the topic and suddenly interrupted Fongsun's words. "Return to father, 4th level martial artist." Fongsun paused and said in a deep voice. From a cripple with a broken daintian and severed meridians, in just half a year, he crossed the 3 realms of Qi training, martial artist, and martial arts master, and finally reached the middle stage of killing martial arts masters in a big competition, and became famous in one fell swoop. The middle-aged man tapped his fingers on the table regularly, and his eyes were filled with light. Interesting, as the president of a trading bank, the middle-aged man also knows a lot of rare treasures. In his knowledge, there are not many treasures like this that can repair the daintian and quickly increase the strength. An existence that triggers competition among major forces. Whether what he said is true or false, Monster Mountain will intensify its search efforts to find out the clues of the so-called inheritance.
As for Nyayun, you can move around more to get closer.
If possible, try to his inheritance was acquired. If a treasure like this that can repair the daintian and quickly increase strength is placed in the Great Yuan Imperial City, many people will be interested. The middle-aged man tapped his knuckles on the table regularly, his eyes full of shrewdness.
"Kids, remember." Fongsun responded in a deep voice from the side.
The middle-aged man looked at the letter paper on the table again, waving the pen and ink in his hand, writing in quick succession, and adding a few words in the blank space.
"We have to join in the fun when it comes to the arena. Luo family."
To inform the family leader, all the family members under the age of 25 have gathered here.
"Please give instructions to the family leader."
An elder said respectfully to the head of the family on the high platform. In front of everyone, there was an old man with a thin body and a haggard face. If ordinary people saw this scene, they would only think that he may not have much time left. But everyone present knew how powerful this old man was and respected him.
The head of the Luo family, Luo Su.
Luo Su glanced at the people in front of him and suddenly said, "I believe you all know why you are here, so I won't go into details. In 3 days, we will have the arena match agreed with the other 3 major families." As he said that, Luo Su's expression suddenly became solemn, and his tone suddenly became high-pitched.
"This competition is about the face of everyone here. The dignity of the family.
For the sake of the glory of the family, I ask for your full help." After saying that, Luo Su actually bowed slightly towards these young people.
"Fight for the glory of the family, and I will fight to the death."
The leaders of the younger generation in the audience, who had never seen such a scene before, were all excited and shouted in unison.
"7th generation disciple, Luo Langtian, please fight."
Suddenly a person stepped out from the crowd. He was tall and tall, his eyes were sharp, and his aura was exuding. He had reached the middle stage of martial arts.
7th generation disciple, Rosen, please fight. 7th generation disciple, Luo Ningbing, please fight. As expected of me, the son of the Luo family. If you win the competition, the head of the family will be proud of you. As more and more people came forward, Luo Su shouted. I will obey the order of the master of the family. The other younger generations roared loudly. Young family. Father, take me with you. I want to see him too. Yang Xian shook her waist-length purple hair and looked playfully at the unsmiling middle-aged man in front of her. This person is clearly the head of the Yang family, Yang Jian. Yener, don't be ridiculous. Your cultivation is still in the early stage of martial arts. It is too reluctant to participate in this competition. He is not like the competition in the family that can be clicked and stopped. It is a real life and death. Yang Jian rejected Yang Xian's idea without hesitation. Take Yener with you, let's see the world. Just when he was about to reprimand his playful daughter, a sudden voice directly interrupted his words. The two of them looked around. If anyone else dared to interrupt him, according to Yang Jian's fiery temper, they would have to peel off their skin even if they didn't say anything. But when he saw the owner of the voice, Yang Jian's eyebrows raised, and he actually acquiesced. Father, please relax. Don't say that bringing Yener will result in one less quota for the competition. Even if I am the only one going, no one can defeat me. The young man smiled proudly in front of Yang Jian, and his aura was exuding. He was actually a peak martial artist. Zhao family. The tall and burly Zhao Wudi held his fists in his hands and shouted, if you don't succeed in this battle, you will be benevolent. Suddenly, a group of monks below all knelt down on one knee and slapped their chests with their right fists, making a heart-shaking beating sound, followed by a tsunami of shouts that resounded throughout the mountains. If you don't succeed, you will become benevolent. Cultivation has no time. 3 days pass by in an instant. During these 3 days, in addition to refining talismans and elixirs, Niayan also continued to take the foundation building pills and spirit gathering pills purchased from the trading company. There's no other way, I'm rich. If ordinary disciples saw that the elixirs they regarded as treasures were stuffed into their mouths by Niaphone like jelly beans for free, their jaws would drop in shock and they would curse violently. In just 3 days, the strength of the 2 people and 1 snake has undergone tremendous changes. The first is Black Flame, which has entered the peak of the 2nd level from the late 2nd level. When converted into a human realm, it is almost the 9th level of a martial artist. Next is Niaphone. While protecting Niayun, he never neglected his cultivation for a moment. With so many pills in Niayan's hands, he poured them down regardless of the cost, and his strength improved by leaps and bounds. He directly stepped from the peak of a martial artist to the 3rd level of a martial artist, and was only 1 step away from entering the middle level of a martial artist. Finally, Niayun was the one who gained the most. After fighting in the plot space for more than half a month, his cultivation has reached the level of a 5th level martial artist, and he has also acquired a powerful body refining method, Iron Cloth Sherd Mineral Roll, which cannot be broken without martial arts. During these 3 days, Niayun also swallowed the foundation building pill and the spirit gathering pill. However, since Niayun had swallowed these pills long ago, the effect of these pills can be said to have been greatly weakened. If not, Niayun might really plan to break through to the late martial arts stage in one fell swoop. However, the ideal is full, and the reality is very skinny. Internal space. Looking at the powerful and breathtaking black python that was 2 people wide and 60 meters long, Niayan had another thought in his mind. Now, the space in Niayan's body has expanded into a spherical space with a diameter of 10 meters. If this space is compared with an ordinary storage ring, it can be said to be very, very huge. However, nearly 5/6 of the space in Niayan's body was occupied by black flames, which seemed very embarrassing. Fortunately, even though there is only 1/6 of the space left, there are still more than 100 cubic meters. Compared with the one Niayan wears, the precious yellow ring is nearly 10 times larger, which is enough for Niayan to store some important things. Otherwise, Niayan would probably have to carry 10 or 8 storage bags on his body. That scene was too inconvenient for Niayun. I have to think of a way to expand the volume of the space inside my body. The last time I expanded the space was to break through to the realm of a martial artist.
Then according to the urinary properties of the system, if I break through from a martial artist to a martial spirit, the volume of the space in my body should also further expand.
Nia Yun thought so in his heart. Ode.
Suddenly, there were bursts of sound piercing the air in the middle of the yard, and illusory black shadows were left wherever the figure passed behind, like ghosts, heading straight in the direction of Nia Yun. Ha ha, brother, I finally learned this ghost shadow follower. The ghostly figure stopped in front of Nia Yun, revealed his face similar to Nia Yun, and laughed. Okay. Nia Yun smiled at Nia Feng and nodded lightly. But, brother, we obviously learned the same technique and started at the same time. Why did you understand it so quickly? Nia Feng was very puzzled and looked at Nia Yun in front of him and said. Why? Why else? Because I have a system. This is what Nia Yun is thinking, but when he speaks, he changes to another set of words. Everyone is different and has different talents. To cultivate, you must be down to earth and take one step at a time. Don't give up on yourself. Remember that hard work can make up for your weakness. Just like me, I practice non-stop every day, rain or shine, so I can understand the techniques faster and better than you. As he spoke, Nia Yun patted Nia Feng's shoulder to show encouragement and comfort, thinking to himself. Nia Feng is not simple. He was able to master 2 Xian-level techniques that he had no contact with before in just 1 month. This can be called a genius. If an ordinary person wants to master the Yi Shen level skills to such an extent, it would take 1 or 2 years of hard work, but Nia Feng only reached this point in just 1 month, and he still has 2 skills at that. Nia Feng frowned, but seemed to have listened, and nodded solemnly. The 2 brothers Nia Yun shared the techniques they acquired from the Sutra Pavilion. After all, both of them were auxiliary techniques for low-grade Xian level people. Only in this way could the benefits be maximized. Benedict. 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 There was a knock on the door outside the yard. Chunlan went to open the door and welcomed in a plump woman with a handsome face. Under the leadership of Chunlan, she arrived in front of Nia Yun and Nia Yun. She bowed to Nia Yun. Her graceful figure was clearly revealed in front of Nia Yun. Her red lips parted lightly. You 2 young masters, the master of the house invites you to come forward. Go discuss matters. He walked in front of Nia Yun and Nia Feng. He couldn't tell who was Nia Yun and who was Nia Feng, so he simply lowered his head and said softly without looking. His voice was so soft that people couldn't help but want to hug him. She entered her arms and felt pity for him. Nia Yun and Nia Yun were each half lying on a rocking chair carved from precious wood. A round table was placed between them, with many spiritual fruits placed on it. Neither of them looked at him, but concentrated on peeling them. Holding the skin of a grape like spiritual fruit, Nia Yun finally agreed softly after a long while. Got it, we'll be there later. Yes. The plump woman bowed her head in agreement. After she exited the courtyard, Nia Feng slowly stood up from the rocking chair. Brother, if you count the time, the arena competition will be tomorrow. I'm afraid. Nia Feng looked to the side, where Nia Yun, who was still sitting in the rocking chair and eating spiritual fruit leisurely, hesitated to speak with some worry. Nia Yun didn't say a word. He just put the spirit fruit into his mouth. Feeling the refreshing feeling and increased spiritual power in his mouth, he stretched lazily and stood up from the rocking chair, and then slowly replied. What are you afraid of? In the worst case, the soldiers will come to stop us, and the water will come to cover us. Let's go. As he spoke, Nia Yun took a fist-sized spirit fruit from the table and walked outside. On the way out, Nia Yun turned around and looked at Chunlan, Xiazhu and others in the garden. With a flick of his fingertips, 2 pills shot into each of his arms, leaving a sentence that echoed in the yard. You 2 just stay at home and have a good time. You don't have to go anywhere. These 2 spirit-gathering pills are enough to help you break through the realm. Chunlan, Xiazhu and the others immediately felt flattered and quickly bowed and saluted. However, when they looked up again, Nia Yun and Nia Feng had already disappeared. This young master is quite good to us. After a while, after confirming that Nia Yun and Nia Yun had gone far, Xiazhu murmured softly. Before he finished speaking, Chunlan interrupted in a deep voice, remember what we are here to do, and don't forget the master's methods. As soon as these words came out, Xiaozhu shivered all over as if he thought of something terrible.
At the same time, thousands of meters away,
Niayun slowly stood up from the ground and gently swept the dirt on his ears with his palms.
Secret technique earth listening, it's not a waste of my energy, it can be of some use. In the Grand Presbytery,
several masked men in black robes were respectfully reporting to the Great Elder in front of them. Great Elder, during this reconnaissance of the monster mountain range, we encountered a small-scale monster tide, and many people died. Many high-level monsters have also begun to appear frequently in the periphery of the monster mountain range. I suspect that the beast tide that occurs every 5 years may be brought forward.
I know, let's go down first.
Nie Chibai frowned, and after thinking for a long time, he waved his hand and asked everyone to retreat. After everyone else left the courtyard, Nie Chibai turned towards the door behind him and whispered softly, "Come out."
With your cultivation, do you think you can avoid my divine thoughts?
Under Nie Chibai's gaze, a woman wearing soft armor slowly walked out from behind the door.
You can take part in the arena match tomorrow instead of you. Don't let me down.
Nie Chibai just stared at her, but there was no joy or sorrow in his eyes.
Yes, the armored woman responded in a low voice. Nya family, meeting hall.
Many people from the human tribe came here early and gathered in small groups, their eyes full of expectations.
I'm coming.
Suddenly, the crowd seemed to see something and suddenly became commotion. I knew that Nie Shui would definitely come back from this competition. I just didn't know that she had gone out to practice for half a year.
I just didn't know where her strength was now. Is she the strongest of our younger generation? That's a good idea.
Don't forget that Nie Chiawu has already broken through to the late martial arts stage.
Is the one next to Nie Xuan Ye Qingshu?
I have been pursuing him for so many years and still haven't won him. I'm still pursuing him shamelessly.
How shameless? Hey, tell me, will they cause trouble for Nie Yun later?
In the meeting hall, as soon as every genius enters, the crowd will start a discussion. The look in his eyes showed both envy and jealousy. The few who have just entered are all world-renowned geniuses among the younger generation of the Nie family. In a few decades, when the current elders step down and take over the authority of the elders, they will be able to dominate the Nie family. Everyone who entered was surrounded by many tribesmen and came to the center of the meeting hall. After everyone stood still, Nie Chowu looked at the only woman present and said calmly, "You have been out practicing for half a year.
It seems that you have gained a lot."
To each other, you have been in seclusion for a year, but I don't know if your injuries have healed. Nie Shui looked at the burly man in front of her with cold eyes and responded lightly.
Don't worry about a minor injury.
You'd better think more about what to do when Nie Yun comes. Nie Chiawu laughed and pointed directly at Nie Shui's pain points. Sure enough, as soon as these words came out, Nie Shui's face suddenly turned gloomy. Before Nie Shui could say anything, Nie Qingshu beside her suddenly opened his eyes angrily, took a step forward, and defended, "You don't have to worry about it, we will handle it ourselves." Nie Chiawu looked at Nie Qingshu with mocking eyes and sneered, "I have only been in seclusion for a long time, and so many interesting things have happened in the family. I also want to see if this once useless young master has grown 3 heads and 6 arms. Young master has arrived." At this time, the guard's announcement came from outside the meeting hall. This sentence was not loud, but it silenced the entire meeting hall for an instant. Many tribesmen looked outside the door with different eyes, watching the 2 young men with similar faces walking towards them. The number 1 genius in the Nie family. Young master, Nie Yun. If asked, who in the Nie family is the most famous now? There is no doubt that it is the young master, Nie Yun.
Seeing Nie Yun's arrival, the great elders headed by Nie Shui suddenly looked so gloomy that they seemed to be dripping with water.
Nie Yun and Nie Yun walked into the meeting hall hand in hand. Many unkind glances were immediately noticed by Nie Yun and Nie Yun, and they looked at each other.
"Brother, these people are so strong."
Nie Fong seemed to feel a faint sense of oppression and reminded Nie Yun softly. Nie Yun said nothing, but stretched out his hand to block Nie Fong behind his body. Nie Yun and Nie Fong, these two are quite interesting. Nie Chiawu looked at Nie Yun and Nie Yun with burning eyes, as if he was looking at a rare treasure. While Niayun was thinking about what was going on around him, Nieshue, surrounded by everyone, strode towards Niayun.
Is Nieshue planning to teach brothers Niayun a lesson? Nieshue is Nie Lingyu's sister.
She has been practicing abroad all year round.
Her cultivation is unfathomable.
It is not something that Niayun, a small martial artist, can compete with in his early stage.
It seems like something good is about to happen. Everyone was talking, and many people were gloating about the misfortune.
Niayun's fierce power in the competition a month ago had already spread throughout the family.
Killing Nie Lingyu would mean forming a deadly feud with the Great Elder.
Nieshue came in front of Niayun and Niayun, stretched out a hand, blocked their way, and said in a cold tone, "You too, who is Niayun?
Who are you?" Niayun raised his head and responded calmly.
In his memory, he had no impression of this person.
I'm asking you a question, answer me.
Nieshue stared into Niayun's dark eyes, her eyes slightly narrowed, and her voice became colder.
Swish!
Suddenly, there was a flash of silver light, and a snow-white sword pointed straight at Nieshue's throat and ran towards it. His sixth sense, developed through years of experience outside, made him keenly aware of a hint of danger. The long sword at the waist was instantly drawn out, twisting the waist, and the second strike came first. The sword bearer collided with the incoming sword with great force, trying to chop it away directly. But the next moment, the snow-white long sword suddenly became extremely cunning. The hard sword body seemed to turn into a cunning spiritual snake in an instant. It took a step forward and directly entangled the long sword, and followed the trend to direct the attack direction.
On hard ground. Ode.
On the hard rock ground, with this sword, a crack several meters long was cut open, raising a cloud of dust. The blow was so powerful that even though Niefon was prepared, he was still shocked and numb.
Use a sword?
Nieshue slowly walked out of the dust, narrowed her eyes into a dangerous slit, and said in a calm tone. You must be Niefon. I have long heard that you are proficient in swordsmanship. Although you are only at the early stage of martial arts, you are proud enough to be able to take my sword. She had just returned to the family and didn't know much about them. All she knew about Niayun and Niayun was that they used different weapons. After Nieshue walked a few steps and stabilized her figure, she was about to attack when she suddenly took a closer look and found that this long sword looked unusually familiar. These are two little beasts, you are looking for death. She recognized the sword in Niefeng's hand, which belonged to Nie Lingyu. Suddenly, he was filled with rage, and spiritual energy surged around his body. He slashed at Niefeng with the long sword in his hand. The momentum was overwhelming, as if he was going to chop Niefeng alive.
Hack him!
Niayun's eyes turned ferocious and he shouted lowly. His right hand was suddenly clenched, and the wind shadow knife was immediately taken out from the space in the body.
7 kills with the wind knife, storm kill.
Niefeng followed closely behind, the spiritual power of Yunxiao sword blooming in his hand. Sword technique, seal the throat. Just when the weapons were about to come into contact, a dark wall suddenly appeared out of thin air between them.
Clang! Clang! Clang!
The 3 attacks hit the wall that was created out of thin air, making a harsh sound, as if they hit a steel plate, directly blocking all attacks on both sides. The black wall dissipated, and a figure slowly emerged among the 3 people. With a wave of his hand, the 3 people were instantly blown away several feet by an invisible force.
Just one move, stunning everyone. Awesome, who is this person?
All the disciples of the younger generation widened their eyes in disbelief and couldn't help but exclaimed. They didn't know how strong Nieshue and Niefeng were, but they knew how fierce Niayun was.
That is a demon who kills people at every turn.
He is the leader of the younger generation of the Nie family today. And they, in front of the man in black, blocked the attacks of 3 people with just one move.
The elder of the execution hall.
There were many disciples who were a little closer, with clean faces and a little fear in their expressions, and they bowed their hands and bowed.
The peak of King Wu, the elder of the execution hall, Nie Tianxue.
At this moment, all the disciples looked at the old man in black with ardent eyes.
Only then did everyone see clearly the old man's appearance.
He had a resolute face and was dressed in a black elder's uniform. His clothes were neat and meticulous. Tianxue stood in the field, looked at Yun and others, and said sternly, "Private fights are prohibited in the family. If there is any grudge, you can sign a life and death certificate and go to the ring. You three will each be fined 30% of your salary this month as a warning. Follow your example." With Tianxue's appearance, when everyone looked at the seats on the high platform, it was already filled with senior family members. Duaningrong sat high up in the main seat, while the other powerful elders sat on both sides. "Tomorrow is the time for us to hold an arena match with other families and settle the grudges of the past. The rules of the competition are very simple. There is only one restriction. The age must be under 25 years old, and the person with the most individual wins wins. As for the final winner's reward, after negotiation between each family, it was decided that each family would give 1 million spiritual stones and a mysterious level spiritual treasure." Duaningrong sat on the Taisher chair and spoke gently. The audience was silent, and no one dared to make a sound. "If I take first place, I will get rich. There are 4 million spiritual stones and 4th level mysterious spiritual treasures." After Duaningrong finished speaking, exclamations gradually appeared from the audience. "Next, the tribesmen whose names are called will come out." Elder Xingtong held a thin roster in his hand and began to name people one by one. Naturally, Yun and Feng were included in this list. It was not until they returned to their residence that Yun sat down slowly, sneering in his mouth. 4 million spiritual stones and 4 Xian-level spiritual treasures. That's really generous. As the saying goes, there must be a brave man under a heavy reward. The 4 major families have always had grievances for a long time. Taking this opportunity, it seems that they are going to take action. Forcing the younger generation under the age of 25 can not only avoid the huge damage caused by battles between high-end combat forces, but also effectively reduce the strength of the opponent's family. Once this battle is lost, the loser one family will inevitably be in decline in the next few decades, and its strength will be greatly reduced. Yun suddenly looked out the window, thinking in his mind. "If I can get this first prize, such a huge sum of money, it will really help my practice." Begins the second day, Changfeng Trading Company, Arena. A huge circular arena covering an area of tens of thousands of meters. There is a ring on the ground in the center of it. The ring is more than 10 feet above the ground. There are countless formations engraved on it. It can withstand the full attack of the King of Martial Realm without being damaged. The arena can accommodate 10,000 people at the same time, and 5 towering stands have been set up in advance around the arena. Each of the 4 major families and trading houses occupies one of these 5 stands. They were spread around the arena in turn, covering the arena that was hundreds of meters in size. At this moment, the arena was already crowded with people. Most of them were monks from other sects who had heard the news, or were casual cultivators from all walks of life. There were also members of the 4 major families who were not qualified to participate, so they went to watch on their own. On the public table, the guards of the trading house were wearing armor and holding weapons, guarding every entrance and exit with fierce eyes. Many people sat quietly in their seats, not even daring to speak out. Today's battle is of great significance. His victory or defeat may affect the pattern of Qingyang town for decades to come. No blind person would dare to cause trouble on such an occasion, otherwise he would offend the entire Qingyang town. If he did not have monstrous strength, he would surely die without a burial place. Suddenly, on the towering ring in the center of the arena, a middle-aged man fell from the sky. He had a big belly, but his eyes were extremely shrewd. Surprisingly, it was Feng Shangping, the president of Changfeng Trading Company. I saw him slightly salute to the other 4 stands, and then I heard his powerful voice, which spread throughout the entire arena. "Dear family heads, we are all old friends, so I won't go into details. In this arena competition, personal victory is the only criterion, and the top 3 with the most wins can directly share 4 million spiritual stones and 4 Xian-level spiritual treasures." As the last sentence fell, all the spectators present were all stunned. They had a total of 4 million spirit stones. Although I don't know what the next 4 Xian-level spiritual treasures are, even if these 4 spiritual treasures are useless to me, even if they are the lowest Xian-level low-grade ones, I can sell at least 300 to 400,000 of them,
Stone. Just with this huge sum of money, as long as I have enough time, maybe I can reach the realm of King Wu, and then I can directly become the elder of the clan, take control of the power, and then reach the pinnacle of life and marry by Fume. Of course, this is just out of the imagination of ordinary disciples. In reality, if you want to practice to the realm of King Wu, these spiritual stones alone are far from enough. Therefore, the most important things in cultivation are dharma, wealth, partners, and land. Except for the powerful practice methods. The top one is wealth. What is wealth? There are resources over there. There is a saying in the cultivation world that as long as there are enough resources, pigs can become extremely powerful. I am thinking here, but there is no sloppiness in the arena. Just as the president of the commercial bank finished speaking his last words, a man stood up from the stands, tapped his toes, and floated, like a peerless master performing qigong. He easily crossed hundreds of meters and landed in the center of the ring. "Nia family, Nia Qingshu, please give me some advice." I heard him shouting loudly, and as he spoke, the glimmer of his eyes was still glancing at Nia Shui in the direction of the Nia family. Seeing that she had no reaction, it was inevitable that he would feel a little disappointed in his heart. "You are still too good to look down on me. It doesn't matter. As long as I can achieve good results in this arena competition, you will definitely be impressed by me." Nia Qingshu secretly encouraged himself while waiting for his opponent to take the stage. "Then let me come and meet you." In the stands belonging to the Luo family, a young man carrying a black giant sword suddenly jumped out. He jumped dozens of meters from the high platform and slammed directly into the ring. "Luo family, Luo Xing, come and learn." He had a square face and a beard that made him look very burly, but his tone was unkind and he looked at Nia Qingshu with an extremely provocative look. After a month of treatment in the family, not only did he recover from his injuries, but his cultivation level had actually broken through from the second-level martial artist to the third-level martial artist, reaching the peak of the early martial arts master. Nia Qingshu frowned slightly, feeling unhappy. He wanted to be the first to appear and leave a good impression on Nia Shui, but the people who came up now were only in the early stage of martial arts, so how could they be their opponents? Even if you win, what will you do if you have the reputation of being too weak to win? Is there no one left in the Luo family? Why send such a weak person to the end? Nia Qingshu spoke in confusion, then waved to Luo Xing with pretense and magnanimity, as if to shoo away flies. "You'd better admit defeat on your own, the gap in strength between you and me is too big, be careful of punches and kicks." "Not necessarily." Luo Su shouted low, and before he finished speaking, he rushed towards Nia Qingshu with a heavy knife in hand. "Really reckless." Nia Qingshu made a sound of disdain in his heart, and then took out a green whip from the storage bag, flicked his wrist lightly, and shook it open. The green whip was 3 feet long. A green whip changed unpredictably in his hand, causing phantoms to appear one after another. Suddenly, the area within 3 feet of Nia Qingshu's body suddenly became a restricted area and could not be entered. Brother Qingshu has already mastered the 8-foot-long snake whip. The emphasis of this technique is to use softness to overcome strength. It can just restrain Luo Xing's heavy sword. I can only say that this Luo Xing is unlucky enough. As soon as he came on stage, he encountered an opponent who restrained himself. This Luo Xing is simply looking for death. The sharp-eyed tribesman recognized the weapons and techniques in Nia Qingshu's hands. Many tribesmen also agreed. "Luo family. Master, I'm afraid Luo Xing is a little reckless. I'm afraid he might lose this competition." An elder from the clan said worriedly. "It doesn't matter." Luo Su looked indifferent, stroking his beard gently, his eyes flashing, looking at Nia Qingshu in the ring below. "He can die." On the ring, the 3-foot-long green whip turned into a series of blue shadows under the shaking of Nia Qingshu's wrist. It was airtight and had no flaws. It seemed to be closed, just like a restricted area. With just a few whips, Luo Xing was forced to do it. Out of the range of 3 feet around the body. This is a classic way of fighting long weapons against short weapons. But Luo Xing, who was forced out, didn't care. He stood quietly 3 feet away as if watching a show, with a heavy knife on his back, his hands folded in front of him, his eyes joking, as if he was watching a clown. Nia Qingshu.
Seeing Nie Qingshu's eyes moving over, Luo Xing raised his eyebrows at Nie Qingshu with a mocking smile on his face. As time passed by, Nie Qingshu frowned when he saw Luo Xing ran showing no intention of attacking. At this moment, Nie Qingshu did not dare to look behind him. He seemed to feel that the woman he loved and liked was looking at him in the audience, feeling unhappy. Thinking of this, Nie Qingshu couldn't help but feel even more anxious. At this moment, he saw Luo Xing in front of him, with a sarcastic smile on his face, and the nameless fire in his heart was instantly ignited. Luo Xing! What kind of man are you? Come and fight me! As he spoke, Nie Qingshu suddenly took a few steps forward, and instantly pulled the 3-foot-long green whip into his hand. He raised it high and turned into a green afterimage. The carrier roared through the air and headed towards Luo Xing's position. Swing down! Snapped! There was a loud and ear-piercing sound, and the green whip struck Luo Xing. However, unlike the impression of the skin being torn, the bones being broken, and the tendons being broken, Luo Xing raised the heavy knife above his head and took the whip himself. He reached out and grabbed a section of the green whip, and then the heavy knife in his hand flew out in an instant as his body turned, turning into a black shadow that continuously enlarged in Nie Qingshu's pupils, and the wisps of blade energy seemed to pierce his eyes. People! He wanted to hide, but Luo Xing held the weapon tightly and there was not much room for him to move. In this crisis, Nie Qingshu decisively let go of the whip in his hand and dodged awkwardly to one side. But the edge of the heavy knife still rubbed against Nie Qingshu's abdomen, cutting a small wound and bleeding continuously. Nie Qingshu's heart was trembling at this moment. Fan Fan had hesitated to give up the weapon just now, fearing that the exaggeratedly heavy knife was about to hit him. What about people? After he rolled on the ground for a few times and stabilized his body, he looked up again, only to find that Luo Xing's figure had disappeared on the ring. On the ground of the Nie family stand, someone exclaimed, "Be careful behind you." Withered wood palm. A whisper came from behind Nie Qingshu, as if with a joking smile. Under Luo Xing's smile, the palm with a rotten color slowly moved towards the back of Nie Qingshu's neck. Click! With just one blow, Nie Qingshu's fragile neck suddenly softened, and his entire head went limp as if there was no support. His body fell to the ground, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. The Nie family, Nie Qingshu, was defeated. Luo family, Luo Xing, win. As the referee elders in the trading house slowly fell into the arena, after confirming Nie Qingshu's death, he turned to face the entire arena and announced the result of the competition. Is that person dead? Some people in the audience were surprised. Is this so exciting just from the beginning? It's not in vain. The fight was so enjoyable. The audience suddenly became noisy, with all kinds of applause coming and going. What's more, they started placing bets on the spot, betting on who would win the next game. Compared to the noise in the audience, the Nie family's stand seemed a bit quiet. What a waste, Nie Shui said angrily in his heart, his face as cold as frost. I thought he was so confident that he would perform well as the first one on stage. But he was killed by an early-stage martial artist. What a shame! It was a disgrace to the family. Many tribesmen also denounced in their hearts, as if they regarded Nie Qingshu's failure as something that was not allowed by nature. Is it interesting to kill a middle-level martial artist with an early-stage martial artist's cultivation level? Duan Ningron's eyes were slightly cold, as if he could see through everything. Based on that palm just now, Luo Xing's withered wood technique has probably reached a small level, but this cannot be a reason for him to cross the level and kill. The root cause is that Nie Qingshu's foundation is too weak. I'm afraid that the cultivation level that the elders in the clan gave me the pills was not achieved by myself. In addition, due to the high level of self-discipline, Luo Xing got hold of it through carelessness. Is there no one left in your Nie family? How could you send such a weak person to the stage? Luo Xing, who had won the victory, did not step down. Instead, he continued to stand on the stage with a mocking look on his face. He returned Nie Qingshu's words intact, "Let Nie Lingyu come out, I want to show off with him." As soon as these words came out, others might not feel any difference, but everyone who belonged to the great elder's lineage had their expressions darkened, especially Nie Shui, whose expression was extremely gloomy. Provocation, this is a naked provocation. Master, I invite you to fight and go up to the stage to kill him. Suddenly, Nie Shui turned around and faced Duaning Rong, who was sitting firmly on the high platform, with a solemn expression.
Accurate. This short word, the cold voice revealed an indescribable majesty. Obviously, Duaning Rong was angry.
There is a distance of several hundred meters from the family's high platform to the central stage of the arena, and they need to cross the crowded crowd of the arena. But Nie Shui just took out a few spirit stones from the storage bag and threw them into the air. Then with a little tip of the toes, it was like a light swallow stepping on the snow, leaping into the sky, stepping on the spiritual stones that were moving at high speed in the air, and the body flew directly across the distance of hundreds of meters like a dragonfly touching water, and finally fell lightly into the air.
In the arena. Good form.
His figure was like an autumn swallow floating in waves, which made everyone in the audience applaud in admiration.
This superb spiritual control must have been gained through many years of life and death fighting. This junior is pretty good. Some casual cultivators with strong cultivation couldn't help but admire.
How can a mere martial artist in his early stage dare to be so arrogant? Nie Shui snorted coldly, swiped the long sword in his hand, and set off the sword wind hunting. Let me learn your clever tricks.
Late martial arts master? Luo Xing's expression changed instantly, and he shouted, the one I want to challenge is Nieling Yu. Who are you? Kill your people. Nie Shui didn't say much and came to kill with a sword. Nie Shui is fine if she doesn't take action.
Once she does, it's a killing move, and her moves are as fast as lightning. A long sword danced like a silver snake in Nie Shui's hand, the sword glowed like a tide, and the attacks continued, seemingly endless. And Luo Xing, who was still showing off his prowess in the last game, was now in a state of disarray, struggling to support himself and barely accept the attack.
Everyone in the audience was amazed and couldn't take their eyes away.
Especially the many casual sword cultivators who saw such exquisite sword moves stood up and clapped their hands in applause.
Clang!
Suddenly, Nie Shui's Hengjian directly held Luo Xing's heavy sword at an incredible angle, and then threw out his leg, hitting Luo Xing's side like a whip. With such a heavy blow, Luo Xing was kicked back dozens of feet before he stabilized his body. But now that his heavy sword has been surrendered by Nie Shui, the situation is not optimistic. He raised his head, and in his eyes, Nie Shui's rushing figure became bigger and bigger, and the tip of the death sword seemed to be very close. A raw desire filled his heart, and he mustered up the greatest strength in his life and shouted, I surrender. The moment the words fell, the elder referee appeared in the middle of the two in an instant, and with just one move, he stopped Nie Shui's murderous offensive. There was only an arm's length between the two of them. At this distance, it was just a slap in the face for Nie Shui to take his life. But this ordinary distance has become an insurmountable chasm at this moment. Anger surged in Nie Shui's eyes, and she hated herself for not being able to go faster. Damn, it was just a little bit close. In this competition, the Nie family, Nie Shui, wins. After the Luo family members came to the stage to pick up Luo Xing, they looked at Nie Shui, who was left alone on the stage, and announced to everyone. Immediately afterwards, another 5 or 6 rounds passed in the ring. However, Nie Shui was obviously still angry and continued to defend the ring. He took action with anger. Disciples from the Yang family, Zhao family, Luo family, and other 3 major families came to the stage to challenge one after another, but Nie Shui was directly killed on the stage by Nie Shui. The attack was so fast that they didn't even have time to surrender. Only the disciples of the Yang family are generally higher in cultivation than other families. They can barely compete with Luo Xing and Nie Shui, but they still cannot stop Nie Shui's overwhelming power. Strange, why the people from the Yang family are generally stronger than the children of the other 3 major families. Nie Yun looked at the competition on the stage, and a question suddenly appeared in his mind. In this competition, the Nie family and Nie Shui have won 8 games in a row. But before Nie Yun could think about the result, his thoughts were interrupted by the loud cheers from the arena. It is good. Nearly 10,000 people in the audience were shocked by the horrific results, and then there was a roar of applause like a mountain roar and a tsunami. This son's fighting ability is far higher than that of his peers. In time, the Nie family will definitely add a strong martial king. Zhao Wudi sat firmly on the Grand Master's chair, staring at the field with a faint look in his eyes. If we can't kill him early, when he grows up, the Nia family's strength will increase by 3 points.
In the arena,
Nia Shui is still not tired, standing proudly on the stage, and even has a vague tendency to continue fighting. Among the Nia family, except for Nia Qiuwu and Fengyun, the other younger generation clan members are beginning to feel restless.
Nia Shui is too strong.
The younger generation of the Nia family, and even the entire young generation of Qingyang town, were somewhat breathless under the faint pressure. Nia Feng sat firmly on the chair, stared at Nia Shui on the stage, and spoke slowly. "Brother, she is so strong."
Nia Yun raised his eyelids and looked into the field.
He didn't speak, but looked away within a few seconds and continued peeling the spirit fruit in his hand.
The Nia family is so big, so yin and yang are so weak?
It's really embarrassing to have to rely on a woman to fight in the ring. Suddenly, a disciple under the Yang family's high platform stood up and shouted loudly. Hearing this, Nia Shui raised a cold eyebrow, suddenly pulled out the sword from her waist, pointed it at the man, and said in a cold voice, "If you want to die, just go on stage. If you don't step down, your blood will be splattered on the spot today." The disciple took a fierce step forward, and his momentum was not weak at all.
Come on, and I'll kill one."
Nia Shui raised her head and smiled proudly. In the eyes of the Nia family, the scene looked like the goddess of victory who was undefeated in all battles in ancient Greek mythology.
"You don't know what is good or bad."
The Yang family disciple snorted coldly, then turned around, faced the Yang family's high platform, bowed suddenly, and shouted, respectfully, "Young master, take action." Several Yang family disciples around him followed closely behind him, bowed and saluted, faced the Yang family's high platform, and shouted together, respectfully, "Young master, take action." With these people taking the lead, the rest of the Yang family's children also bowed, faced the Yang family's high platform, and shouted, respectfully, "Young master, take action."
Throughout the arena, many people looked puzzled.
Only Nia Yun, who had been concentrating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes, with a playful smile on his lips.
"It's interesting. Among the younger generation of the Yang family, there is such a master? It seems that the water in Xingyang town is still very deep."
Just under the arena, when many people were confused, suddenly, they saw a figure suddenly appearing in mid-air in the Yang family stand. The figure seemed to be stepping on the void, shrinking to an inch, and moving tens of meters in mid-air towards the ring step by step.
That speed is even worse than lightning. Oh my God! There were many weak people in the audience who exclaimed in surprise. Everyone felt the same and were shocked. Flying in the sky. Is he the Wuzong? Many people cried out. Impossible.
If he is the Wuzong, then the entire Qingyang town is dominated by his Yang family, and it is impossible for the other three major families to have affairs. This absurd idea was put forward, but was rejected by the crowd in an instant. But who could explain a scene that was inconsistent with common sense? There was a moment of silence among the crowd. The powerful men from the other three major families around them reacted almost at the same time. Their eyes widened, and they said in extreme surprise, "The success of Zongyun ladder is a half-step martial arts spirit." The person who came was clearly a powerful martial artist at the peak level, and his cultivation was extremely advanced, reaching half-step to the martial spirit level. There are already very few people who can cultivate to the realm of martial arts before the age of 25, and those who can cultivate to the middle stage of martial arts on their own are even rarer. Nia Shui and Nia Qiuwu of the Nia family, who are approaching the age of 25 and can reach the threshold of the late martial arts master, are already regarded as the proud sons of the Nia family.
It is impossible to imagine how strong it can be if it is stronger?
Before the age of 25, he was half a martial artist. If he had not died young and allowed to grow for decades, Xingyang town would have changed. Among the shocked eyes of many people, only a group of Yang family disciples showed excitement. They looked at the man walking in the void as if they were gods, and bowed again and shouted, "Welcome, young master." Under the gaze of everyone, the man with his feet on the void slowly landed on the stage with his hands behind his back, like a banished immortal descending from the dust. He looked at Nia Shui and said lightly, "It's you, want to kill me?" Nia Shui's pupils were shocked, as if she had seen something unbelievable. This goddess of victory's expression changed for the first time since she took the stage for 8 consecutive victories. Nia Yun Nia Shui has been practicing with the great elders since she was a child. Her training speed has always been far higher than that of her peers. Her sword skills are even more outstanding and unrivaled. Coupled with the fact that he went out into the demonic beast mountain range many times and continued to hone his cultivation between life and death, his strength ranked high among his peers in the Nye family. In his heart, he considered himself to be the proud man of heaven. But today, when I saw Yang Hao, I realized what it means that there are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the world. However, Nye Shui was not afraid. Although he was shocked, his many years of wandering on the edge of life and death had created his fighting spirit. At this moment, not only was he not afraid, but he was extremely excited. Please. Nye Shui looked solemn, holding the sword tightly in her hand, and stretched out her other hand forward and raised it slightly to the side as a sign of petition. You do it. Yang Hao still had one hand on his back, and the other hand slowly pulled out the long sword from his waist. The tip of the sword pointed diagonally at the ground without any defense at all. This look is one of disdain, contempt, and even more disregard. When Nye Shui saw this, she couldn't help but feel furious. Although the person in front of her was stronger than her, he was also a top figure in the family. How could he be humiliated so easily? He let out a soft drink, and his whole body was stimulated by spiritual power, and terrifying energy fluctuations burst out from his body. Waves of extremely sharp sword energy condensed into an overwhelming shadow of the sword around him. It was the Wanling sword technique used by Nye Lingyu back then. At this moment, the same technique was used by Nye Shui, and its power was several times greater. This is the most powerful attack in the Wanling sword technique. Nye Shui is going to fight with all her strength. Nye Qiuwu frowned slightly and stared at the field. Thousands of sword shadows gathered together and turned into a giant snake. With a flick of Nye Shuihao's wrist, he rushed straight in the direction of Yang Hao. This move was so powerful that it whipped up countless strong winds in the ring. But Yang Hao still stood there without moving. Everyone's hearts tightened when they saw this. Does he want to die? As the sword shadow virtual snake pounced towards Yang Hao, the distance got closer and closer, so close. Yang Hao disappeared. What? Before anyone could react, they heard an extremely painful scream that echoed in all directions. On the ring, Yang Hao had already ducked behind Nye Shui and chopped off his right arm with a sword. Suddenly, blood surged out, splattering in all directions. Yang Hao's figure flashed again and he was above Nye Shui in an instant. Nye Shui used her only remaining arm to protect herself in front of her, but Yang Hao obviously didn't intend to hold back and stepped down hard, slamming Nye Shui onto the ring. Bang! Like boulders colliding, the dull sound made people's hearts tighten. Nye Shui's towering peaks were now deeply sunk. Without timely treatment, Nye Shui might have died here. One sword and one kick, Nye Shui was seriously injured. The whole place was dead silent. On the ring, Yang Hao remained motionless, standing proudly with his hands behind his back. But who else dares to fight me? Among the other three major families, no one spoke at this moment. Yang Hao stood in the void, came through the air, shrunk to an inch, and with that almost ghost-like speed, the power of the blow had deeply shocked everyone. Nye Shui, who had won 8 consecutive victories, could not stop his sword or kick. Among the young generation in Xingyang town, who else could resist him? Yang Hao's eyes slowly looked towards the high platform of the Nye family. Duaning Rong, the head of the Nye family who once single-handedly killed the 3 major families. Then, he smiled meaningfully. He put his long sword into his storage bag, leaned over to pick up the long sword that Nye Shui had dropped on the ground, grabbed Nye Shui's throat with one hand, and threw it towards the young family's high platform, the long sword in his hand fiercely throwing the ground. It turned into a sharp light and hit Nye Shui. The sword's power did not decrease, and it brought Nye Shui's body to the young family's high platform. Does anyone from the Nye family dare to fight? Yang Hao's indifferent and calm tone echoed in the silent arena. Provocation, contempt, and disdain can all be heard in these short words. Junior, don't be so arrogant. Suddenly, the great elder stood up and roared angrily, and a coercion belonging to the powerful martial emperor suddenly attacked him. It was so fast and powerful that he vowed to kill him here. The gap in strength between the two was too big, and Yang Hao simply couldn't dodge the blow. Bang! A loud noise resounded throughout the nearly 10,000-meter arena. Some weaklings were even shocked to the point where their eardrums were shattered and their orifices were bleeding. Elders are not allowed to interfere in the fights between juniors. Do you, the Nye family, want to take the lead in breaking the rules? When everyone looked around, they saw a rickety old man with gray hair standing in front of Yang Hao, suppressing all the power of the great elder. This is Yang Yuanqing, the eldest elder of the Yang family. Legend has it that he has not left seclusion for many years. I didn't expect that he would come this time. There were powerful casual cultivators in the audience. They recognized the human legs and exclaimed, "It is not the intention of my Yang family to break the rules. It is just the elders of the clan who love their children so much. The elders will step aside for the time being and take the clan members to heal first." Duaningrong took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in her heart, and said slowly, "Is there anyone in the family who is willing to compete with this young talent?" Duaningrong glanced at everyone in the Nye family. Although his tone was gentle, the majesty and anger contained in it made people tremble. At this moment, almost everyone's eyes were focused on one person, the so-called strongest of the younger generation of the Nye family, the only one who could compete with Nye Shui, Nye Wu. "Brother Wu, are you sure?" A young man next to Nye Wu asked him cautiously. Nye Wu exhaled a breath of turbid air and said solemnly, "Nye Shui and I are about the same strength, so the chance of winning today is probably less than 30%, then how about we?" Before the young man finished speaking, Nye Wu suddenly turned around, faced the Nye family's high platform, and shouted loudly, "Nye Wu, please fight." "Correct." Duaningrong. With a cold expression on his face, he slowly uttered one word. He knew that Nye Wu's resignation would probably be a disaster. If something cannot be done, don't worry about your face or your dignity. Give up immediately and keep the green hills. Don't be afraid of running out of firewood. I will bear any responsibility for you. Suddenly, a divine message sounded in Nye Wu's mind, with a solemn tone. He recognized the owner of the voice and slowly turned his head to look at the second elder sitting on the Grand Master's chair. That was his father. Nye Wu nodded slightly, then jumped off the high platform, moved several times, and landed in the ring. Seeing Nye Wu on stage, Yang Hao's disdainful eyes softened a little, and he said with some uncertainty, "You are quite interesting. I hope you can make me happy." Nye Wu took out a dark iron rod about 10 feet long from his storage bag with a solemn expression. "Start." With the final sound of the referee elder, Nye Wu took action first and came to Yang Hao's side. He swiped the long stick in his hand and set off waves of biting wind. This stick was so powerful and heavy that it seemed to have a huge force, so that Yang Hao did not dare to take it hard. He kept stepping on the vertical ladder and moved a few meters to avoid this stick. Nye Wu followed closely. Without giving him any chance to breathe, he jumped into the air, raised the black stick above his head, and slashed down with all his strength. This blow contained Nye Wu's full blow, as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him. Bang! The arena with a radius of 100 meters was shaken by this blow, raising dust several meters high. However, when the dust dispersed and everyone took a closer look, they saw Yang Hao standing in the field without any injuries, and the long sword in his hand was pressed against Nye Wu's neck. "The strength is good, but the speed is too slow," Yang Hao said to Nye Wu in a calm tone. The tip of the sword in his hand advanced 3 points, leaving a shallow blood mark on his neck. "Do you want to continue?" At the same time, the second elder on the high platform of the Nye family suddenly became frightened and stared at Nye Wu. "Nye Bing is dead, and I don't have much life left. In the frozen lineage, only Nye Wu is left to take the lead. Don't be brave. Otherwise, this frozen vein will be eaten by other factions in the family immediately after my death." The more he thought about it, the more nervous the second elder became, and there were faint cracks on the armrests of the Grand Master's chair he was holding. On the stage, Nye Wu's mouth was dry. He thought about risking his life, but when he thought of Yang Hao's terrifying strength, he was not sure at all. It was not that he had never thought about fighting to the death, but he also thought of what his father had just said to him. Finally, his lips moved slightly, slowly opening and closing, and squeezed out 3 words from his throat that he had never said in his life. I surrender. As soon as these 3 words came out, Nietzsche's back suddenly bent, as if all his energy had been sucked away, as if he had aged dozens of years in that moment. Nietzsche was defeated with 1 sword.
Young master is mighty. Young master is mighty. Young master is mighty.
Up and down the Yang family stands, almost all the Yang family members waved their fists and shouted. The Nie family is the largest family in Xingyang town, and Nietzsche was the strongest among the younger generation of the Nie family. Now that she was defeated by Yang Hao with 1 sword, it meant that as long as Yang Hao did not die young, Xingyang town would have a different world in a few decades. Everyone in the entire arena felt sad at this moment. A sense of sadness arose, as they witnessed the death of an old overlord, and saw the rise of a new king.
Nietzsche returned to the Nie family high platform under the escort of the merchants.
At this moment, no one laughed at his cowardice. After all, it was not shameful to lose at the hands of a peerless master. Yang Hao still stood proudly on the ring, looking around. None of the younger generations of the other 3 major families dared to come out to provoke him. They all lowered their heads, not daring to look directly into his eyes. The noisy arena in the past was as silent as death at this moment.
Yang Hao was seen standing in the center of the ring and said calmly, "My brother Yang Yan died in the monster mountain range more than half a year ago. If he was attacked and killed by a monster, then he would be dead. I would only think that he brought it upon himself. But my brother was killed by someone. His spiritual treasure was forcibly taken away, and his body was destroyed after his death." Then he opened his eyes, shouted angrily, drew his sword, and pointed it at the Nie family tower. "Kill my people. Kill my brother. Seize his spiritual treasure. Destroy his body. How can I not avenge such a bloody feud? I, Yang Hao, have broken through the barrier this time just to learn your profound sword skills. Nia Yun. Come down and fight me to the death." Nia Yun? What a strange name. Who is Nia Yun? This is a question that appears in everyone's mind.
Suddenly, many people seemed to have thought of something and exclaimed, "It seems that the good-for-nothing young master who caused a lot of trouble in the Nie family some time ago was named Nia Yun."
As soon as this statement came out, many people also remembered it.
Some time ago, a man named Nia Yun caused quite a stir in the Nie family. He seemed to be known as the #1 genius in the Nie family.
Is he really the one who dares to kill Yang Hao's brother?
Even if he is the murderer, but facing Yang Hao with such terrifying strength, does the so-called first genius of the Nie family really have the courage to take the stage?
Many people in the audience shook their heads secretly.
If something like this happened to me, I would not dare to step out of the family even if I was beaten to death. After Yang Hao finished speaking, he stood still, motionless, staring at the Nie family's high platform. The whole body is full of momentum, as if a peerless sword is ready to be unsheathed at any time.
Nie's high platform.
At this moment, when everyone saw that Yang Hao was going to fight Nia Yun by name, they all looked at Nia Yun with surprised expressions.
Is what is supposed to come finally coming?
Nia Yun sighed softly in his heart, and then slowly stood up under the incredulous eyes of everyone in the Nie family. Just this small movement, the eyes of everyone in the 4 major families, and the eyes of tens of thousands of people in the entire arena. At this moment, it's all focused on this.
Brother?
Nie Fong stood up quickly, stretched out his hand to hold Nia Yun and whispered, "Don't go, sit down quickly, he is too strong."
Then Yang Hao's strength far exceeds all of us.
Your own level is even worse than that of the dead Nie Qingshu. If you take the stage, you will definitely die. After being treated with powerful healing methods in the family, Nie Shui, who was barely able to stop her injuries, looked at Nia Yun and spoke with difficulty. "Young Master Nia Yun, Yang Hao's strength has reached the half-step martial spirit realm, and we are no match for him. With your talent, you can surpass him in just a few years. Don't show off your courage." At this time, Nie Qiaowu also spoke anxiously to persuade. He didn't want to see a rising genius in his family die in front of him, even though he had no good impression of Nia Yun before. "Young master, please think twice." Many people also spoke one after another, and even enemies who had a quarrel in the past also spoke out to persuade him. They usually fight to death within the family, but that is all internal fighting. Even if the beating is severe,
the blood of the Nye family is still flowing in everyone's body. You and I will still be members of the Nye family until death. But at this moment, foreign enemies are attacking and they want to kill people by name, but their thoughts at this moment are surprisingly the same. Protect Nye Yun. Nye Yun, you can choose to refuse. Duaning Rong, who was sitting on the Grand Master's chair, suddenly spoke. Her voice was not loud, but it clearly echoed in the ears of everyone in the Nye family. No, that's not necessary. The corner of Nye Yun's mouth curled up with a smile, and he turned around and walked off the high platform. Everyone in the Nye family looked at Nye Yun's turn back, as if looking at a madman. That's all, I don't know whether to live or die, I deserve to die. Nye Chewu looked at Nye Yun's back complicatedly, comforting himself in his heart. The masters who were originally on the stage usually jumped off the platform or performed various miraculous and elegant movements. But when he arrived at Nye Yun's place, he walked down the steps step by step in a simple and unpretentious manner. From the Nye family's high platform to the central arena, there is a distance of several hundred meters, and one needs to pass through the crowded crowd. Nye Yun didn't care, he walked step by step. Every time he took a step forward, the crowd in front of him would scatter away like a tide, forming a vacuum where only Nye Yun existed. A few hundred meters away, Nye Yun was walking like this step by step. No one was optimistic about Nye Yun. This was a duel without any suspense, and the outcome was already clear in everyone's minds. Time seems to pass very slowly, and the world seems to stand still at this moment. Nye Yun was like this, walking alone, standing in the center of the vacuum zone, being watched by tens of thousands of people in the entire arena. In the arena, whether they were the four major families, small sects, or strong casual cultivators, they all looked at Nye Yun with expressions of admiration and sigh. What I admire about him is that he has achieved such achievements at such a young age. In time, he will definitely become a strong man. Even when faced with a strong man like Yang Hao, he still dares to face the edge. This kind of mentality is something that not many strong men have. What I sigh is that the young master of the Nye family is still too young and does not understand the principle of a man being able to bend and stretch. Among the younger generations of the four major families present, which one is not amazingly talented? How could there be a lack of strong warriors in the later stages of martial arts? But do they dare to take the lead? Do they dare to speak out now? They lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at the people in the ring. They hid behind the elders of the clan and did not dare to take a step forward. It is said that those who understand current affairs are heroes. Nye Yun, why do you have to show off? I'm afraid that today, the Nye family may lose a genius. Words like this echoed in everyone's hearts. Just like that, Nye Yun took the stage under the spotlight. Yang Hao stood on the stage with his arms folded across his chest, staring at the delicate and thin young man in front of him, and said coldly, "Are you Nye Yun?" "I will not change my name and officer surname, young master of the Nye family, Nye Yun." Nye Yun looked at Yang Hao without fear. "Good boy. You do have some courage." Even he admired Nye Yun at this moment, and then looked at Nye Yun's empty hands. "Are you going to fight me like this? Take out your weapons, don't let me kill you like this." Yang Hao's momentum increased, he became more and more dangerous, more and more sharp, as if he would explode with a shocking blow at any time. Nye Yun's expression remained unchanged, his pair of ancient black eyes looked at Yang Hao quietly, and he just said lightly, "I don't need to use weapons to kill you." Shameless talk. Yang Hao roared angrily, stamped his feet, and disappeared in an instant. The speed was too fast to be caught by the naked eye. In an instant, he crossed dozens of meters and arrived in front of Nye Yun. "Kill you and pay homage to my brother's spirit in heaven." "Bare hands, Dad, why is he so fast?" Outside the ring, a 7 or 8-year-old girl looked at the skinny old man with disheveled hair next to him and asked childishly. "His name is Su Wuhu, and he is a famous casual cultivator in Xingyang town. His cultivation is extremely powerful. In his early years, he traveled around the world and came to Xingyang town. He built a cave outside the town and settled there ever since. It does not belong to any force, nor does it participate in the struggle of any force. It has been practicing alone all its life. No one knows how strong his cultivation is.
They only know that not even the 4 major families in Changfeng Trading Company are willing to provoke this person easily. Looking at the old man, I saw him looking into the field with a solemn expression, and then said slowly, "This is the secret technique of the Yang family, the Zhongyun ladder. It has always been famous for its speed. It is said that when you practice it to the peak, you can rival the Wuzone, and the ground is flat and the sky is blue. The Yang family is able to gain a foothold in Qingyang town by relying on this family secret technique. It is so fast at the same level that few people can come close." In the early years, the current head of the Yang family entered the Monster Mountain range. He was once a martial king. With this secret technique, he escaped with his life in the hands of a 6th-level monster. He has become famous ever since. Ah! If you are so powerful, doesn't that mean that the brother who just came on stage is very dangerous? The child seemed to understand, and suddenly covered his mouth with both hands. That Nye boy, he is in big trouble. Su Wuhu nodded slowly, and then turned his attention to the ring again. In the arena. At this moment, Yang Hao and Nye Yun were very close. Yang Hao's figure was erratic and his speed was extremely fast. Suddenly, he appeared in front of Nye Yun, and the tip of the sword emitting cold light carried a sharp sword wind and struck towards Nye Yun's neck. "Kill you and pay homage to my brother's spirit in heaven." Nye Yun stood still, his consciousness spread out, and everyone within 100 meters radius was under his surveillance. To others, the vertical ladder was too fast to be caught by the naked eye, but to Nye Yun now, it was like a movie that had been slowed down more than 10 times. Just when everyone thought that this competition was about to end, they saw Nye Yun slowly stretched out a hand, and in an incredible way, struck the terrifying sword that could kill him directly. "Grab it in your hand. Withered wood poison palm." Nye Yun's hands are now filled with the smell of dead wood and decay, as if they are old and weak. This sword, which is enough to split the big bluestone of the millstone, is actually held in Nye Yun's hand like a toy. How can it be? Yang Hao's expression changed drastically. The swordsmanship that he had been proud of for many years seemed to have lost its effect at this moment. "Show your true strength, don't let me kill you like this." Nye Yun grabbed the sword with one of his big deadwood hands, looked at Yang Hao who was only an arm's length away, and said lightly, "Pretend to be a ghost." Yang Hao obviously didn't believe it at all. He shouted angrily, abandoned his sword and dodged again. When he came to Nye Yun's side, he roared violently, clenched his fingers into a fist, and punched Nye Yun in the chest. No one could see this punch clearly. It was as fast as lightning and left only an afterimage. It seemed to tear the air apart, condensing all the physical strength of a strong man with half a step in the martial spirit realm. And what about Nye Yun? Then he slowly pushed it out with a palm and faced it with a bang. Boom! There was a muffled sound and a huge backlash, making Yang Hao's arms feel numb. Not good. Yang Hao felt something bad in his heart and retreated instantly. This punch gathered all his strength and was enough to penetrate a 10-foot thick iron stone. Not to mention a mid-level martial artist, even 10 of them would not be able to withstand his punch. And the touch in his hand just now was like a direct blow on steel. He stepped on the Zhongyun ladder and ran dozens of meters away in no time. At the same time, he was secretly cursing the information for being wrong. This Nye Yun was not a swordsman at all, but a rare body refining expert. And the physical strength is only stronger than him. At this moment, Yang Hao looked at Nye Yun with a solemn look that he had never seen before. At this moment, Nye Yun let go of his palm, took the hilt of the sword in his hand, and threw it in the direction of Yang Hao. Suddenly the long sword turned into a sharp arrow and rushed towards Yang Hao quickly. No, hide quickly. This sword shot directly at Yang Hao with the power of breaking through the air. The speed was so fast that Yang Hao's pupils trembled. He stepped on the Zhongyun ladder and swerved to the side, but the robe on his chest was still cut open by this blow. The power of the long sword did not diminish, and it flew straight back. It didn't stop until it reached the edge of the ring and collided with the barrier, making a harsh collision and buzzing sound. It finally stopped and landed on the ring. Yang Hao's figure followed closely behind him, and he flashed to the edge of the ring in an instant. He stamped his feet violently, and the powerful repulsive force caused the long sword to fly directly into the air.
He waved, held the long sword in his hand, and looked deeply into his eyes. Looking at Nya Yun. If you surrender my weapons, I really don't know what to do to you, but now, you are too arrogant. Although he said so, Yang Hao never relaxed when he looked at Nya Yun. This is a powerful opponent that has never been seen before. Is it? Nya Yun smiled meaningfully. What? Only a scream was heard, and Yang Hao's hands began to be corroded by the deadwood poison, and white smoke like burnt flesh emitted from his palms. Crackle! The sword fell from his hand. What did you do to me? Yang Hao mobilized the spiritual power in his body to seal all the meridians in his hands to slow down the spread of poison, and shouted angrily. Nya Yun said nothing and just walked towards Yang Hao step by step. Every step he took seemed to step on Yang Hao's heart, causing violent beatings. Nya Yun, you forced me to do this. Yang Hao roared angrily, and then his eyes suddenly widened and were covered with bloodshot eyes. Blue veins popped out all over his body, and his momentum increased. All the toxins turned into black smoke at this moment and were excreted from the body. No, my brother has used a secret method. I have to fight hard. Yang Ziyan cried out loudly on the Yang family's high platform. Nya Yun. I admit that you are the most powerful opponent I have ever encountered, and the most amazing genius I have ever seen in my life, Yang Hao praised, but his eyes were cold and he did not stop the rhythm of the secret method at all. It's a pity. This boy from the Nya family is very talented, but he just doesn't know how to hide his clumsiness. Su Wuhu couldn't help but shook his head and sighed. Many other monks in the field also expressed regret after hearing the evaluation of Su Wuhu, a powerful casual cultivator. Nya Yun was amazingly talented, and his appearance was like a shooting star. After a brief period of brilliant brilliance, it was about to end. In just this moment, Yang Hao's aura surged, almost twice as strong as when he took the stage. Did he break through the martial arts spirit? On the high platform of the Nya family, many Nya family disciples asked questions. It's still a little bit worse, but it's at least twice as powerful as before. Nya Yun, it's dangerous. An elder said in a deep voice. In the arena. Yang Hao stretched out his palm and gently held it in the air. The long sword that fell to the ground flew back to his hand automatically. Pointing the tip of the sword diagonally at the ground, he slowly walked to the center of the ring, less than 10 meters away from Nya Yun. Huge spiritual power was poured into his long sword. The figure of the long sword slowly rose up and the sword body trembled. In the end, it turned into a giant spiritual sword several meters long, hanging above his head. Nya Yun, with just one move, I'll send you on your way. Yang Hao shouted loudly, and the giant sword above his head flew out. At this moment, the eyes of nearly 10,000 people in the arena were looking at Nya Yun, who was still motionless on the ring. Their eyes were full of sighs and regrets. In their hearts, Nya Yun had no chance of making a comeback and could not even admit defeat. This giant sword flies very fast and very slowly. Just when the giant sword was less than half an arm's length away from him, Nya Yun suddenly chuckled, "Is this your last trump card?" Immediately, everyone looked in horror, and saw Nya Yun stretching out a pair of palms exuding the aura of rotten wood, slowly moving forward, and grabbing the edge of the giant sword. The sharp edge of the sword seemed to have no effect on Nya Yun's palm. Nya Yun suddenly clasped his hands together, and the giant sword, which was several meters long, was instantly shattered into countless auras. His body within it also appeared and fell to the ground, turning into countless fragments. This huge sword, which was enough to kill any peak martial artist, was actually smashed to pieces by Nya Yun with a pair of fleshy palms. Nya Yun's eyes were deep, and he stood there unscathed, looking at Yang Hao in the distance. Nya Yun asked himself, this Yang Hao is really strong, and he deserves to be hidden away by the Yang family for many years. Whether it is the physical body, strength or cultivation, it is infinitely close to the martial spirit realm. Even the final sword, which was executed at a huge cost by activating the secret technique, already had the power of a 3-point martial spirit. The sword struck just now would have killed anyone with a martial spirit. It's a pity that he met Nya Yun. The person I met was Nya Yun, who practiced the iron shirt middle roll and claimed that his physical body could not be broken except by martial arts.
No matter how powerful Yang Hao's sword was, it was not wielded by Wu Ling. No matter how powerful it was still like paper in front of Nie Yun's iron cloth shirt roll. This is what makes Nie Yun dare to take the stage and challenge him. With this physical body, he is enough to dominate under the martial spirit. This is impossible. Yang Hao's eyes widened with anger and he couldn't believe it at all. This sword was his hidden trump card that he had practiced for more than 10 years. He was confident that with this sword, he could even compete with the real martial arts spirit. But now he was beaten to pieces by Nie Yun with his bare hands. How terrifying was Nie Yun's body! Not only Yang Hao, but also the pupils of everyone in the entire arena were shocked. Everyone looked at Nie Yun with horror in their hearts. Admit defeat immediately. Yang Hao is indeed a genius hidden in the Yang family. This kind of mentality is rare and valuable. When he sees that his opponent is invincible, he wants to admit defeat immediately. But because of his arrogance, he was too close to Nie Yun at the moment. If he gave up at this moment, Nie Yun would be in front of him before he could say anything. He needs to quickly distance himself now and then admit defeat immediately. Yang Hao's speed suddenly increased, his feet stepped on the void, his body flashed one after another, and he retreated towards the rear. You've beaten enough, now it's my turn. Nie Yun slowly clenched his right hand into a fist, took a step forward, and disappeared from the spot. Ghostly figures flashed behind him, and the whole person shot out like sharp arrows. Xuanjie movement technique, ghost shadow confused tracking steps. Ah, ah, ah. Amidst the roars of countless ghosts behind him, Nie Yun crossed a distance of 100 meters and came to Yang Hao's side in an instant. Before Yang Hao could even react to what happened, Nie Yun had already punched him. Only attack but not defend, the ultimate level of strength, the mysterious secret method Hangshan fist. Boom boom. Suddenly there were thunderous and harsh sounds in the air. Everyone saw that many white auras appeared around Nie Yun's fist. The white aura suddenly appeared around Nie Yun's fist, and then disappeared instantly. No! At this last moment, Yang Hao put his hands in front of his chest, his body was filled with precious light, and his defenses were fully activated. Nie Yun's punch was so fast that it completely exceeded Yang Hao's imagination. Everyone's eyes were focused at this moment. I saw a pale and thin palm crossing Yang Hao's hands, and then slowly, as if powerlessly, lightly printed on Yang Hao's chest. Yang Hao's body was beaten into a bloody mist, and his body, which was comparable to a martial spirit, was punched through by Nie Yun. This genius who had been hiding in the Yang family for more than 10 years, whose cultivation, physical body, and strength were infinitely close to those of martial arts, died under Nie Yun's fist. His chest was punched through, and every rib was protruding, making Yang Hao's body hang horribly on Nie Yun's arm like a broken ragdoll. Nie Yun looked like he was throwing away garbage. He shook his hand slightly and threw Yang Hao stuck on his arm to the ground. He said with an indifferent expression, "I told you, I don't need a weapon to kill you." In his 20s, his cultivation level was close to that of Wu Lingjing. He was the son of the head of the Yang family and the future leader of the Yang family. For more than 10 years, Yang Hao, who had been placed high hopes by countless people and regarded as the future supporter of the Yang family's Tianzhu, died. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the 9th level martial artist and gaining 9,000 experience points, 1,000 spiritual power points, and 800 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mysterious secret method Zhongyu ladder. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mysterious secret method spiritual intent. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy of Xuanjie swordbook. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a piece of incomplete spirit armor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 15 crystal cores. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting. The system's beeps began to sound continuously, bombarding Nie Yun's mind. But at this moment, no one in the entire arena spoke. It was so quiet that one could hear a needle drop, and everyone stared at what was happening in front of them in stunned silence. "Grandpa, is he dead?" The girl looked at Lake Sumu and asked tremblingly. "He died." Suwoohoo said slowly, with a glint in his eyes, as if he was curious about this boy from the Nye family, and smiled at the corner of his mouth. With one punch, the aura appears. This punch broke the sound barrier. As a martial artist, I can kill martial arts spirits with one punch, and I will be the number one in the younger generation. Suwoohoo's gaze was like a torch, and there seemed to be light flowing continuously in his eyes. This one of the top experts in Qingyang town gave the final word for this game word by word. Everyone present heard Suwoohoo's words and expressed their agreement, and then cast admiring glances at Nye Yun. Because they knew that they had just witnessed the decline of a family and the rise of a king. The first person of the younger generation. If he had not died young, what would he have accomplished decades later? Everyone was confused. A month ago, Nye Yun killed Nye Lingyu in the family competition and regained the title of the Nye family's number one genius. This caused a lot of trouble. But at that time, no one took Nye Yun seriously, and they only talked about it occasionally as a joke after dinner. At the beginning of the competition, Nye Yun's cultivation was not outstanding. It could even be said that he was at the bottom among all the participants. Everyone has doubts about him, and many people regard him as a stepping stone and want to step on him as a vote of trust. But now, Nye Yun used Yanghao's life to prove it to the four major families, to Qingyang town, and to those who look down on him. They are wrong. Used the posture of a martial artist to kill martial spirits. At this moment, Nye Yun proved to everyone that the person standing in front of them was a peerless genius. Among the four major families in Qingyang town, everyone must truly value one person. His name is Nye Yun. At this moment, I saw him with an indifferent expression and dark eyes like abyss, standing next to Yang Hao's body with his hands behind his hands. His unremarkable face was deeply imprinted in everyone's minds at this moment. Everyone saw him glancing around and speaking calmly, in a low voice and in an unhurried tone. Who else? The whole place was as silent as death. No matter it was the tens of thousands of people in the arena or the family children in the stands of the four major families, no one dared to speak at this moment. From the time Nye Yun came on stage to when he punched Yang Hao to death, the process seemed very long, but in fact it only took a few dozen breaths. But whether it was a cross-level challenge, physical resistance, breaking a sword with bare hands, or the last punch that broke the sound barrier, everyone present was deeply shocked. If Yang Hao is so powerful, he can also attract the attention of the other three major families. Then Nye Yun has directly become a thorn in everyone's side and a thorn in the flesh. In a few decades, Qingyang town may change its surname to Nye. Many strong casual cultivators thought in their hearts. This son must not be kept. A cruel idea appeared in the minds of the other three major families one after another at a miraculous speed. The Nye family stand. Many tribesmen who were not optimistic about Nye Yun had their eyes widened at this moment, with disbelief on their faces. Nye Fong held the hilt of the sword tightly in his hand and looked at the stage with a smile. Nye Shui was trembling in her heart. He didn't understand why Nye Yun was so powerful. Nye Yun, I'm not as good as you. Nye Wu looked at the field, feeling proud, and then sighed in his heart. The great elder looked at the field, his heart was particularly complicated, his eyes were dark, as if he was planning something. Nye Yun, I didn't expect that despite all the odds, I still underestimated you. Duaning Rong cast her eyes into the field and looked at Nye Yun, who looked like a god of war, with an expression that seemed thoughtful. Many young men and women with low cultivation outside the ring looked at the invincible young man on the ring who was like a god and demon, and felt that they had never lived as wonderfully as today in their entire lives. Man, that's how it should be. Many people looked at Nye Yun's position and sighed in their hearts. Today, in the four major family arena competition, many families lost their troops and generals. The young master of the Nye family, Nye Yun, is famous in Xinjiang. Nye Yun stood on the stage, his expression indifferent, neither happy nor sad. For him now, relying on his iron cloth shirt rolled in the middle is enough to surpass the younger generation. If all methods are used, then even a strong king of martial arts will dare to fight. Who will win and who will lose is yet to be determined. Only attacking but not defending, the ultimate level of strength. This Hangshan fist is really true. If I hadn't cultivated the iron cloth shirt middle roll, I'm afraid that this punch would destroy my own arm. It may also be scrapped.
Nie Yun's right hand was slowly hidden under his robe, trembling slightly uncontrollably. In the blow just now, his right fist obviously could not withstand such a huge force. I don't know what level this 9 revolutions of heart technique is. It's just a secret technique recorded in the fragments, but it's so terrifying. Although Nie Yun was horrified, his face remained expressionless. He suppressed all discomfort and stood on the ring, making it impossible for anyone to see any clues. He raised his eyes and looked at the other 3 major families around him. All the younger generations who were caught by his gaze lowered their heads. Is there anyone who dares to fight me? Nie Yun spoke again, his tone light and airy, as if he was saying hello to the boy next door. The whole place was still silent. Boy Nie, it's just a competition in the ring. You're too harsh. The young family stand. Yang Jian stood up slowly and said angrily towards the arena below. The methods are so cruel. If word spreads, it will disgrace our reputation for justice. We have never seen this technique of yours in Xingyang town. The technique you practice is probably not a magic technique. Seeing this, the other 2 masters also stood up and made trouble. For a moment, the 3 martial emperor level experts looked at Nie Yun. The pressure of the martial emperor came like a mountain. Such a powerful pressure left Nie Yun unable to hide, and all the meridians and bones in his body were making creaking sounds at this moment. Aren't you going to take action yet? Nie Yunxiang supported his body and sneered in his heart. The next moment, Nie Yun felt as if a breeze was blowing on his face, and the pressure on him like a mountain suddenly dissipated. I didn't know when Duaning Rong appeared in front of Nie Yun. She faced the 3 masters and shouted coldly, "There is no eye for fists and kicks in the ring. This is the rule that was established at the beginning. Could it be that these few people want to bully them? Too small?" Everyone was silent. What are you doing? Suddenly, Yang Jian roared angrily, his aura became even more majestic, as if he was about to take action at any time. Duaning Rong frowned, turned around and looked sideways in confusion, her face suddenly stiffened. In the arena. Under the protection of Duaning Rong and in full view of everyone, Nie Yun knelt down, slowly reached out and groped on Yang Hao's body, and pulled off all the valuable objects on his body that had not been exposed, leaving only a naked body lay on the ground. At this moment, Nie Yun had Duaning Rong blocking him, so those pressures had almost no influence on him. He put the storage bag into his arms and put the other things into the precious yellow ring, then stood up slowly, looked at the young family stand, and said with a smile, "Our Nie family has always paid attention to the virtue of diligence and thrift in housekeeping. As the young master of the Nie family, I must lead by example." Then he kicked Yang Hao's body violently and kicked him towards the Yang family's high platform like a ball. The almost naked body fell into the crowd of Yang family disciples with a bang. "Old man, if you don't accept it, come down and fight me." Nie Yun's voice echoed everywhere in this silent arena where a needle could be heard. "Master Duan, you have really raised a good son." Yang Jian suppressed the restless spiritual power in his body, gritted his teeth and looked at the 2 people in the center of the ring. To each other, to each other. Duaning Rong sneered, and her momentum did not drop a bit. "If you are not convinced, you can send someone down to fight again, and my Nie family will take over." At this moment, even though Yang Jian was filled with anger, he remained silent for a while. Yang Hao was trained by him personally, and he knew Yang Hao's weight very well. With Yang Hao's strength, he is at the absolute top level among the younger generations of the 4 major families, and there are very few who can match him. Now that Yang Hao is not Nie Yun's enemy, who among the younger members of his family will be Nie Yun's opponent? If we continue to send people to challenge, it will be nothing more than a dead end. In the end, it will only consume the family's vitality. Let's go. After Yang Jian was silent for a long time, he snorted coldly, then turned around and left the arena. At this time, the referee elder of the trading company came to the ring, walked to Nie Yun's side and announced loudly. "In this game, the Nie family and Nie Yun win." As soon as he finished speaking, Duaning Rong suddenly looked at the other 2 major families and said softly, "2 family heads, will this competition continue? The young master of the Nie family is really the best among people. In this game, our Luo family will admit defeat."
On the high platform of the Luo family, Luo Su, with a withered face, said with his fists clasped.
It's because my skills are inferior to others. Zhao Wudi snorted coldly and left immediately. Because both of them know that among today's younger generation, no one can beat Nia Yun. The four major families left the second one.
Under such circumstances, there was no need for the second battle originally planned in advance.
The winner of this competition in the arena is Nia Yun.
Then the president of the commercial bank personally stepped down and announced Nia Yun's victory.
With these words spoken, the final ending was confirmed.
On top of the stands, Nie Chouwu came to the edge side, clasped his fists towards Nia Yun and said, "Young Master Nia Yun, your talent is unparalleled, your strength is the best among the younger generation, and you single-handedly saved your family from the fire and water.
I admire you, Nie Chouwu.
After today, the younger generation of the Nie family should respect the young master." As soon as Nie Chouwu finished speaking, a person suddenly stood up in the elixir garden that was originally nestled in the corner and shouted loudly, "Welcome to the young master for his triumphant return." He was dressed plainly and elegantly, holding a folding fan in his hand, like a handsome young man. This person is clearly the chief disciple of the elder of the spiritual medicine garden, Nie Pei, who lost 200,000 spirit stones to Nie Yun in the family competition.
Congratulations on your triumphant return, young master. Congratulations on your triumphant return, young master. Congratulations on your triumphant return, young master.
Nie Chouwu and Nie Pei, both of them have huge influence among the younger generation, and now they are taking the lead. The other Nie family disciples also scrambled to get up and shout, for fear of being a step too late. Young master, Nie Yun, Nie Shui sighed in her heart.
He knew that Nie Yun had truly risen.
From today on, he is no longer alone.
The entire Nie family is standing behind him.
At this moment, the young master of the Nie family, Nie Yun, deserved war, part, Nie family. The courtyard where Nie Yun is now is no longer the small courtyard it was before, but has transformed into a huge mansion in the center of Nie's family. This mansion originally belonged to a certain elder, but unfortunately, when Duaning Rong used iron-blooded methods to rule the Nie family 7 years ago, this elder was on the list of survivors. So since then, although people have been cleaning the mansion every day, it has always been vacant. Now, this mansion has been simply decorated and belongs to Nie Yun, and has been officially renamed the Young Master's Mansion. This Young Master's Mansion is more than 100 times larger than the small courtyard where Nie Yun lived before.
It is more like a manor than a mansion.
There are dedicated guards at each door, and the entire mansion is covered with countless formations. There are rockeries, spiritual plants, and flowing water courtyards.
There are also independent training chambers underground.
Even Nie Yun's spiritual consciousness can vaguely feel that there is also an extremely precious small spirit gathering array hidden underneath the young master's mansion. Nie Yun strolled all the way, his pace was neither hasty nor slow, and the joy in his heart was not noticed by anyone under the deliberate cover-up. The winner's reward of the four major families' arena competition was received directly from the trading house after Nie Yun was announced as the winner. 4 million spiritual stones and 4 mysterious level spiritual treasures. With this huge income, it will be a great help for my practice,
Nie Yun said happily. Because the number of spirit stones is so huge, these things are stored in 9 storage bags.
The volume of each storage bag is a standard 10 cubic meters, and 8 of the storage bags are filled to the brim with spirit stones. Each of them stores 500,000 spirit stones, for a total of 4 million spirit stones.
Phew!
The remaining 4 Xian-level spiritual treasures were placed in the 9th storage bag. Nie Yun walked alone into the underground secret room of the mansion, activated the protection formation of the secret room, and then arranged several mortal-level warning formations around it. After making sure that no one was watching him, he threw the 8 storage bags directly into the space inside his body. Generally speaking, it is impossible for spiritual treasures in space to be stored in each other. But Nie Yun discovered that the space in his body was a very special exception, no matter how many things were packed in the storage bag. As long as you don't take it out and throw it into the space inside your body, it will only occupy a space the size of a fist. What's more, this space in Nie Yun's body stores living things, and as Nie Yun's realm improves, the volume will also expand. With these 3 points alone, it is enough to defeat any kind of space spiritual treasure that Nyayun knows. Taking out a storage bag, he controlled his spiritual consciousness and reached into it. In the center of the empty space, 4 spiritual treasures of different shapes were suspended. Nyayun controlled his spiritual thoughts and approached the spiritual treasure closest to him. Qingfeng sword, low-grade Shen class, forged from green gold and ice rock. It is extremely sharp and it's a nice treasure, but it's a pity that I can't use it. I can throw it to Nyafeng later and let him use it. Nyayun carefully examined the Qingfeng sword in front of him, and detailed information about the sword also sounded in Nyayun's mind. Immediately, Nyayun looked at another spiritual treasure with his spiritual thoughts. Black underworld stone armor, lower grade Shen class. The whole body is made of the black stone born deep in the earth's veins. It has excellent defensive power, but because it weighs more than 1,000 kilograms, wearing it will seriously slow down the user's speed.
Oh! After reading the introduction, Nyayun's eyes suddenly lit up. What a baby!
Normally, in this kind of competition, no one would bring out their best stuff. Most of them would choose some relatively inferior products or useless spiritual treasures as rewards. After all, rather than making enemies, I would rather put it in my own secret room to eat dust.
This is human nature.
Before this, Nyayun himself owned a Shen-level spirit armor, but it was accidentally damaged when he was doing the Monkey King copy.
He was still annoyed about what to do.
If he wanted to repair it, it would cost a large amount of spiritual stones. Because this kind of spiritual armor was damaged, it would be difficult to repair, so the price of the spiritual stones he had to pay might be higher than buying a new spiritual armor.
The price of A is even higher.
For Nyayun, the spiritual treasure now is like giving him a pillow when he feels sleepy. His eyes were fixed on the words excellent defense. As for the words weighing more than 1,000 kilograms that followed, he didn't even glance at it. For his current physical strength, lifting more than 1,000 pounds is simply a piece of cake. What's more, his current method of movement is still based on earth escape, and his body shape is integrated with the earth, which will not affect his movement at all.
It can be said that this spiritual armor is simply made for Nyayun.
As for the spirit armor that was damaged before, it is naturally eliminated now. At some time, Nyayun will take it to the trading house to sell it in exchange for other useful resources.
The remaining 2 spiritual treasures are a yellow rope and a white flag. Nyayun's spiritual thoughts first approached the rope.
Hanjiang rope, lower grade Xuanjie, using spiritual power to control the Hanjiang rope with spiritual thoughts, it can directly shoot out the bound target. Once the target is restrained, the speed of spiritual energy in the target's body can be slightly slowed down. If the strength gap between the user and the target is huge, the spiritual energy in the target's body can be directly imprisoned.
Yes, this is also a good treasure.
Nyayun praised him. At this moment, only the last big flag was left among the 4 Shen-level spiritual treasures, and Nyayun's spiritual thoughts immediately turned around to explore. Low-grade Xuanjie, now a flag, it can store all kinds of flames as accumulation, and release them at one time, which is very powerful.
Yes, they are all good things.
Nyayun's spiritual thoughts were explored one by one, and he kept nodding in praise.
But these are not what Nyayun is looking forward to the most.
He remembers that after killing Yang Hao, 2 secret techniques exploded in succession. Among the 2 secret techniques, he has no interest in the Zhongyun ladder, but he has been coveting the spiritual intention technique for a long time. After all, it is known as the most powerful secret method for investigation in Xingyang town.
Nyayun has long experienced it, how can it not make people excited?
With a thought, he clicked on the system, and there were 2 volumes of secrets floating in the space within his body.
Ding!
Secret technique ghost shadow tracking and secret technique Zhongyun ladder can be integrated with each other.
Fusion? What do you mean?
Nyayun frowned slightly and said in confusion.
Ding!
When the various skills and secret techniques acquired by the host have similar grades and similar effects, they can be fused through the system. If the fusion is successful, the new technique or secret technique will become more powerful. If the fusion fails, both will dissipate. Attachment 1. The techniques or secret techniques learned by the host cannot be integrated with each other.
Attachment 2. If there are already learned skills among the skills that the host fuses, the failure of the fusion of the skills will not be affected. Is there such a good thing? Niayun raised his eyebrows slightly. After a brief introduction to the system, he had a rough understanding of what the so-called fusion was. Anyway, I don't have that much need for the Zhongyun ladder since I have Ghost Shadow Follower, so I might as well choose fusion and get a chance. Yes. Ding. Do you want to spend 3,000 points for fusion? Niayun was slightly startled, and glanced at the points value on his system panel. It was no more, no less, exactly 3,000. Is this damn system also trying to rip off people? Is it really such a coincidence that it happens to be 3,000? Niayun couldn't help but curse in his heart, but after some consideration, he still chose yes. As soon as Niayun finished speaking, the system was silent for about 10 breaths, and then the prompt tone came again. Ding, the fusion is successful, the new secret method is unnamed. Unknown secret technique. The middle grade Shin level technique is the fusion of the lower grade Shin grade Kung Fu Ghost Shadow Tracing Step and the lower grade Shin grade secret technique Zhongyun ladder. It is extremely fast and looks like moving when it is moved. With the ability to control the air, every move will leave behind a roaring ghost that confuses the enemy. Ding. Please name the new secret method. Okay. It's actually a middle grade Shin level secret technique. I picked up something good this time. The smile at the corner of Niayun's mouth could not stop. Then let's call you Ghost Shadow. Ding, named successfully. As soon as he finished speaking, Niayun felt that there was a mysterious information in his mind. And one last treasure. Niayun thought in his mind. High-grade Xuanjie, secret technique, spiritual intention Ju. Can temper and expand the scope of spiritual consciousness. What? These few words gave Niayun a shock that could not be described in words. Divine consciousness is the human body's consciousness released from the body. If you want to expand the scope of your spiritual consciousness, it is recognized in the world of cultivation that there is only one method. It is to improve one's realm. As the realm improves, the scope of spiritual consciousness will also expand. Niayun had never heard of such a secret method that could temper his spiritual consciousness and expand the scope of his spiritual consciousness through secret methods. No wonder this spiritual intention technique is called the most powerful secret reconnaissance technique in Xingyang town. It really deserves its reputation. Niayun calmed down his emotions and said with a smile, if the Yang family knew that I had obtained their family's secret method, would they jump in a hurry? At the same time, there was another throbbing in his heart. After knowing in detail the power of the Lingyi Ju, he felt afraid of his previous stupidity. I think that when he first met Yang Xian in the Monster Mountain range, he hid only a few dozen meters underground. Fortunately, Yang Xian was weak and did not have spiritual consciousness, otherwise he would not know how to die. In the cold winter of the 12th lunar month, the sky is covered with snow, and the birds in thousands of mountains have no bows or strings. Where can I find the traces of all things? All in the spiritual world. This poem, which has been circulating in Xingyang town for a long time, sounded in Niayun's mind again. At this time, an idea suddenly came to Niayun's mind. War, part, attack, defend, detect, store, heal, move. Among the 6 elements of practice, Niayun was weak in investigation, but he could not find a very suitable technique or secret technique, so he was forced to choose a general among the short ones, and chose the earth listening skill to use with generals. I haven't even started to grasp the secret technique of hearing the earth yet. I have mastered this secret technique of spiritual intention, which is known as the strongest investigation technique in Xingyang town. Now that I have the spiritual intent technique, the secret technique of must listen seems a bit redundant. If I had known this earlier, I should have chosen a more useful secret technique in the Sutra Pavilion. Niayun sighed secretly in his heart. But isn't that the joy of life? No one knows what is waiting for them next moment. Ding! The levels of secret technique earth listening and secret technique spiritual intention technique are too different and cannot be integrated with each other. Ding! Do you want to learn the Lingyi Ju? Yes. Ding, I don't have enough points. You need 3,000 points to learn this secret technique. A penny stumps the hero. Nyayan's face suddenly turned ugly. It seems that daintian can be used for a while longer. 3,000 points is not much. I'll have enough by killing a few more people. With that in mind, Nyayan put down the spiritual intent Ju for the time being. Then he looked at the Nahua flag, which was the one of the 4 spiritual treasures that Nyayan was slightly interested in. With a thought, a large flag 1 foot high appeared directly in Nyayan's hand. The flag was a little heavy, but for Nyayan, it was obviously no problem. The flagpole of this big flag is red, but the flag surface is a very disharmonious pale white. Can you store flames and use them all at once? It's interesting. Looking carefully at the big flag in front of him, detailed information about this big flag appeared in Nyayan's mind again. His thoughts sank into the space inside his body, and he looked at Heian, who was sleeping soundly in the corner. He lightly tossed the 1 foot high flag in his hand, and it landed directly in front of Heian. Excuse me, please spit out some fire and let me test the power of my newly acquired treasure. Nyayan smiled slowly. Heian's pair of narrow snake eyes opened slightly and looked at the white flag that was as high as his own head in front of him. He let out a heavy snort, and the wind coming out of his nostrils caused the flag to flutter. Then he was very disdainful and spit a black fireball the size of a millstone towards the white flag. The temperature of the fireball was very high. Heian originally thought that this ball of fire would be enough to burn the big flag directly, but he saw that the black fireball spitting out was actually swallowed directly by the surface of the white flag. Okay? Heian's expression, which was still unhappy at first, suddenly became interested when he saw this scene. He stood up slowly and carefully looked at the big white flag in front of him, and found that it was actually intact. Randomly, wisps of black energy began to emerge from the python's body, as if black magma was flowing in its blood vessels. Energy began to gather in the mouth, and the surrounding temperature soared. When the black flames finished accumulating power, the bloody mouth suddenly opened, and a black fire pillar as thick as a bison spurted out, carrying terrifying high temperatures and violent evil aura, and rushed straight towards the white flag. The Nahua flag is located in the center of the black fire pillar. At this moment, it is like dew after a long drought, and it begins to continuously absorb the flames. As he absorbed it, wisps of black began to appear on his pale white flag. This was a manifestation of the accumulation of evil fire in the flag. After about 1 stick of incense, the originally pale flag had now become extremely dark and filled with evil spirits. He stretched out his hand and took the flag out of the space inside his body, holding it in his hand. Nyayan could feel the dangerous aura contained in this big flag without even needing to penetrate it with his spiritual thoughts at this moment. Let me try your power. Nyayan chuckled, looked at the wall of the secret room, then held the flagpole with both hands and waved it heavily. The next moment, a black fire dragon that looked like it could swallow a wild bull surged out of the flag and rushed towards the place where Nyayan's flag was waving. Boom! The wall of the secret room, which was specially reinforced with green sandalwood stone, was blasted with countless cracks by the fire dragon at this moment. The entire young master's mansion was shaken suddenly by this blow. Nyayan walked forward slowly, stretched out his hand to touch the cracked wall, and murmured, "This power is probably comparable to a strike from the peak of martial arts." Thinking of this, Nyayan suddenly smiled. Now, in addition to the heavy rain pear blossom needle, I have another trump card to protect myself. It's just that these 2 trump cards each have their own shortcomings. The Nahua flag needs to be charged with flames in advance before it can explode with the power just now, and it can be released all at once. If you want to use it next time, you need to recharge it. The interval between attacks is too long, and it is impossible to achieve sustained output. The heavy rain pear blossom needle has no such worries. It can be used at any time and is extremely powerful. If anyone touches it, it will lead to death. It is the strongest trump card in Nyayan's hand. The only drawback is that it is too expensive, and you can only use it once with 10,000 points. And these 2 trump cards have a common fatal flaw: once the distance is too far or the enemy detects it in advance, there is a possibility of being avoided. This flaw also destined Nyayan's 2 trump cards to be used lightly unless absolutely necessary.
Otherwise, Nia Yun would be really helpless once he was targeted by someone who was interested. The wall of the secret room was almost shattered by this pillar of fire, and the mortal formations arranged were naturally affected. When Nia Yun closed the formation and walked out of the underground secret room, he was told by Chunlan, who came forward, that someone had been waiting in the living room for a long time. Nia Yun was puzzled, but he still walked towards the living room, when he saw a person coming towards him from a distance.
I have met the young master. I wonder if the young master was injured while practicing just now.
This man has a middle-aged appearance, a big belly, and a pair of rat-like mustaches on his upper jaw.
He is clearly the elder of the spiritual medicine garden Nia Changmu.
What brought you here? Nia Yun frowned slightly, glanced around subconsciously, and asked doubtfully after confirming that it was safe.
Nia Changmu smiled slightly, and then handed over a brocade box from his arms.
Young master won first place in this arena competition and saved a lot of losses for the family.
After discussion with the family, we will give an additional spiritual treasure as a reward.
Nia Yun carefully took the brocade box, and after inserting his spiritual consciousness into it to ensure that there was no danger inside, he opened it in front of his face, and there was an extremely exquisite white pendant placed in the box.
This item is extremely rare. It is called the Qing Jade Pendant.
It has the ability to speed up cultivation and purify the mind. It is a rare spiritual treasure.
The family has specially told it that it must be handed over to the young master personally.
As the elder spoke, he looked around cautiously, and then secretly handed Nia Yun a wooden box. Fortunately, the elixir is ready. Before the arena competition, Nia Yun went to look for Nia Changmu late at night and asked for hundreds of elixirs and shuatang flowers from him to improve the medicinal bath formula and temper the body. It was also that night that Nia Yun and Nia Changmu reached a deal to form an alliance with each other. The spiritual medicine garden must do its best to support Nia Yun's practice to the maximum extent possible. As for Nia Yun, when he successfully takes over as the head of the family in the future, he needs to overthrow the two powerful elders Nia Chibai and Nia Dongtu to help him ascend to the throne. This is a successful investment that goes both ways. Taking advantage of his status as an ally, Nia Yun also made two demands: 1. Hundreds of elixirs and shuatang flowers. 2. Refine a pill that can cure Nia Feng's leg disease.
A month passed quietly.
Now that the competition has passed, the elixir has finally been refined.
Please step back first. I, Nia Yun, have always kept my word.
When I become the head of the family, I will fulfill the promises I made to you one by one. Nia Yun reached out with his spiritual mind and carefully checked whether there was anything wrong with the pill in his hand. After confirming that it was correct, he looked at Nia Changmu in front of him and said calmly,
"Thank you, young master." Nia Changmu responded respectfully, with excitement and unknown excitement in his tone. It took a long time until the attendants sent Nia Changmu away.
Nia Yun motioned for Nia Feng to follow him, and he followed Nia Yun with hard and weird steps into another intact secret room underground. Close the thick stone door of the secret room inside, open all the protective formations, and then arrange several warning formations around it. Suddenly, Nia Yun stopped, turned around, and looked at Nia Feng in front of him with deep meaning in his eyes.
"Brother, what's wrong?" Nia Feng asked in confusion. "Xiao Feng, I promised you that I would heal your legs."
Nia Yun said calmly, but the light in his eyes kept flickering. "Today is the time for me to fulfill my promise to you." After saying that, Nia Yun took out a wooden box and handed it to Nia Feng. Nia Feng's eyes widened, as if he had thought of something. His face was full of disbelief, his body actually froze, and he didn't know what to do.
"Don't you want to open it and take a look?" Nia Yun said again with a smile. Nia Feng reacted.
At this moment, his heart was beating like a drum. He reached out tremblingly to take the box and slowly opened the lid.
A heart-warming fragrance floated out from the box.
Looking around, he saw a red elixir the size of a dragon's eye in the mist. There were many tiny purple spots on it, just like the stars in the sky embedded in the sun. This is a middle-grade Xian-level elixir, the Purple Star Blood Tongxingdan. It has the ability to detoxify and unblock the meridians. It can just cure the leg disease you have suffered from snake venom and meridian stagnation for many years.
Nia Yun looked at Nia Feng with a smile. Looking at the round pill in the box, Niafeng was speechless for a moment. Instead, he looked at Niayun with a shocked face. Niayun raised his eyebrows and said with a smile on his face, "Take it. I think you have been waiting for this day for a long time." Taking a deep breath, I felt the fragrance of the elixir in the box, and all the shock in my heart finally turned into silence. I saw Niafeng looking at Niayun with red eyes, and nodded heavily and slowly. He reached into the box, gently picked up the round red pill, and placed it in the palm of his hand. The purple stars on the elixir seemed to be shaking, which was because Niafeng's hand holding the elixir was trembling. Feeling the surging medicinal power filling the air, Niafeng no longer hesitated and stuffed the elixir into his mouth. Boom! As soon as the elixir entered his mouth, it instantly turned into a rolling torrent of energy, rushing toward Niafeng's limbs and bones and ate extraordinary meridians with an astonishing force. Because of the infusion of this huge medicinal power, many purple star points even appeared on the surface of Niafeng's body. Suddenly, Niafeng's body began to tremble violently, with a look of pain on his face. Tighten your mind, control the power of the medicine, don't let it run around, follow my direction, guide the power of the medicine to wash out all the meridians, and remember not to leave anything behind. Niayun shouted low, and the sound rang in Niafeng's ears, and then softly with a light palm, he patted Niafeng's back, sending a ray of spiritual power into Niafeng's body. As soon as this ray of spiritual power entered Niafeng's body, it began to penetrate into various meridians under the control of Niayun's spiritual consciousness. If Niafeng was driving a car at night, he had no choice but to reduce his speed and drive slowly in order not to drive the wrong way. So Niayun's hand lit up a beacon in front of Niafeng. Niafeng only had to walk in the direction waiting for him, which invisibly reduced a lot of pressure. Niafeng guided the power of the medicine and washed the meridians throughout his body. His whole body was frantically absorbing this extremely pure medicinal power. Finally, all the medicinal power gathered in the daintian, and then erupted from the daintian, washing the meridians throughout his body for the second time. 1 great Jotian, 2 great Jotian, 3 great Jotian. Under Niayun's guidance, Niafeng no longer had any worries and began to continuously flush the meridians in his body. Under the wash of such horror, the huge medicinal power began to slowly weaken. It was a full cycle of 99 and 81 days, and this process lasted until the next day before barely ending. When the last cycle of the Great Zhou dynasty was completed, Niafeng's expression began to become actively painful, and his body began to tremble continuously. Suddenly, Niafeng fell to the ground and vomited a large mouthful of black blood from his mouth. The blood was thick and smelly. Vomit. Before Niafeng could react, his throat spasmed again and he vomited out another large mouthful of black blood. Several times in a row, until the last mouthful of black blood was spit out, Niafeng's body suddenly stopped at this moment. There is no movement. Buzz. In just this moment, Niafeng's aura began to surge continuously, and his whole body actually emitted bursts of buzzing sounds, like the trembling blade of a sword. From the 3rd level of martial arts master to the 4th level of martial arts master. From the 4th level of martial arts master to the 5th level of martial arts master. From the 5th level of martial arts master to the 6th level of martial arts master. From the 8th level of martial artist to the peak of martial arts. The surge of momentum stopped at the peak of the martial arts master, as if there was an insurmountable chasm ahead. At this moment, Niafeng's whole person was like a peerless sword that could be unsheathed at any time, with its sharp edge revealed. Suddenly, Niafeng's eyes that had been closed all day and night suddenly opened, and a sharp edge shot out. At the same time, an extremely strong momentum began to slowly spread from his body. Wu Ling! What happened? Feeling Niafeng's aura, Niayun looked solemn and frowned into the character Chuan. Niafeng's talent was not inferior to his, but the congestion of meridians and lack of resources caused by leg disease over the years had greatly slowed down his practice. The accumulation of cultivation over the years is a very huge base. At this moment, the elixir is used as a guide to expel the congestion in the body and cleanse the meridians, which is almost equivalent to being reborn. The grade of the purple star Tongshu Dan is as high as the mid-grade Xian grade. In addition to clearing the meridians and detoxifying, it also has the function of nourishing the meridians. In addition, Niafeng's strength is only the 3rd level of martial arts master,
so after clearing the stagnation of the meridians, there will definitely be a lot of medicinal power remains. With the power of this medicine, it was expected that he would achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation after a long period of accumulation.
But now such a terrifying breakthrough is obviously beyond Nyeyun's understanding.
Nyefeng stood up slowly, put his palms in front of his eyes and tried to take steps. He found that he no longer had the sluggish feeling before. He felt the spiritual power flowing unimpeded in his body, and his face showed the smile he had never felt before.
An unprecedented joy.
At this moment, he was completely free of the leg problem that had plagued him for half his life.
Brother, I've recovered.
Nyefeng turned around, moved his legs that were not completely familiar to him, and looked at Nyeyun with excitement. Nyeyun did not answer, but looked at the silver-haired and white-pupiled young man in front of him with a faint look, as if he was seeing him for the first time. He spoke slowly, with your cultivation. Seeing Nyeyun asking such a question, Nyefeng was stunned for a moment, then reacted and shouted, my cultivation level?
Brother, what's going on?
Nyefeng was also panicked for a moment and looked at Nyeyun.
Don't resist me.
Seeing this, Nyeyun simply stretched out his hand to explore Nyefeng's head. With a movement of consciousness, he followed the daintian acupoint and broke into Nyefeng's mind. He saw an invisible ball of light floating in the center of his mind, which was a ball of divine consciousness that had just been born. The spiritual consciousness has been opened, and there is no doubt about the martial spirit.
However, this made Nyeyun even more wary.
If it could be explained before that Nyeyun's nerves were tense for too long and there was something wrong with his perception, then there is no possibility of excuse now. No matter which world, energy is conserved, and gain and loss are always equal. Using the remaining medicinal power of the purple star blood tonic pill to clear the stagnation of meridians is absolutely impossible to directly push people from the early stage of martial arts to the realm of martial arts.
Among them, there's something fishy.
His consciousness searched all over the body along the meridians, but found nothing, and finally reached Nyefeng's daintian.
Ding! An unknown physique was found. The level is too low to detect. Ding! An unknown physique was found. The level is too low to detect. Ding! An unknown physique was found. The level is too low to detect. Suddenly, harsh system prompts sounded in Nyeyun's mind 3 times in a row. Unknown physique?
Nyeyun was filled with doubts and chewed on these 4 words carefully.
In this world, cultivation qualifications are based on the root bone. The root bone is divided into 1 to 10 from low to high. The higher the root bone, the faster the cultivation speed and the higher the talent. 10 is the great perfection.
But Nyeyun had heard in his previous life that there were various powerful physiques beyond Dzogchen. It is rare for a person with these physiques to appear in 100 years, but they are naturally suitable for cultivation. They are all extremely powerful, invincible at the same level, and are known as the postures of heaven. A powerful attack beyond ordinary people's understanding, a strange self-created sword technique, slaying the black evil tiger across 2 realms. Nyeyun's eyes were dark and gleaming, and all the past events flashed through his mind. If Nyefeng has some kind of powerful physique, then all this makes sense. Withdrawing his consciousness, Nyeyun looked at the nervous and overwhelmed Nyefeng in front of him, and said softly, your body is a little special, what's wrong? Nyefeng's eyes suddenly widened and he asked anxiously. You really don't know what's going on with your body? Nyeyun said slowly, word by word, staring at Nyefeng, trying to see a flaw in his expression. But as soon as the words fell, Nyefeng hurriedly shook his head, and the expressions of panic, confusion changed one after another on his face.
That's all, maybe I'm overthinking it.
This so-called physique is so mysterious. Even though I had great success in my previous life, I only heard a few words about it. Looking at Nyefeng with a puzzled face, Nyeyun also sighed in his heart. If he really knows that he has a certain physique, then even if he is deposed and loses power in the clan, he will not be reduced to the point of being bullied. He reached out and patted Nyefeng's shoulder to calm him down. Your situation is very similar to some powerful physiques recorded in ancient books. But good fortune and misfortune depend on it, and misfortune lies on the blessing. This is both good luck and disaster for you. You must not reveal this matter in front of others in the future, lest you be coveted by interested people. Nyeyun spoke slowly and solemnly. making Nia Fong feel that this was not a joke, and then nodded heavily. Then Nia Yun took out 3 storage bags from the space inside his body and handed them to Nia Fong.
Here are 1 million spirit stones and various cultivation resources.
Depending on your talent, it is enough to push your cultivation to a very high level. Then Nia Yun flipped his wrist, and 2 things appeared in Nia Yun's hands again, and he chuckled.
I believe you will be very interested in these 2 things.
What was in Nia Yun's hands was the Qing Feng sword, one of the 4 mysterious level spiritual treasures, and the mysterious level sword book that Yang Hao revealed.
You take these things.
Before Nia Fong could speak, Nia Yun continued, asking for help is like swallowing a 3-foot sword. Only by working hard to become stronger can you be able to deal with any situation that arises in the future. Nia Fong opened his mouth to speak, but thousands of words were stuck in his throat, and finally gathered into the word After putting down the resources, Nia Yun turned around, opened the formation, and walked out of the secret room.
Brother, I will definitely be able to help you one day. I want to prove to you that I am not a burden. Nia Fong looked at Nia Yun's leaving figure and secretly made up his mind.
As Nia Yun walked, he called up the system panel and checked the tasks. Side mission, collect all the scattered 9-turn mental techniques, current status, 10%, mission clue, 600 miles east of Qingyang town, by Shuangyue Lake.
Task reward, unknown.
Attachment, please do not attempt this task if you have not reached the level of martial arts master perfection.
Nowadays, normal cultivation is no longer suitable for me.
Although my realm has not reached the great perfection of the martial arts master, I have cultivated the iron cloth shirt middle roll, which is enough to be called the first person among martial arts.
I can definitely try this task. Nia Yun thought about it in his heart and suddenly smiled.
If I go out this time and can find the next part of the 9 revolutions of mind technique, it will definitely be of great help to me. He had a vague hunch in his heart that this 9 turns of mind technique was definitely not just a low-level Shen level technique.
It was far more powerful than any technique that Nia Yun knew. This time I went out to search for the 9 transformation mind technique. I definitely won't be able to come back in a short time.
I must prepare more resources with me in case of emergencies.
Shuangyue Lake Chongfeng Trading Company. Master Nia, here are some things you want.
Fengsun handed a storage ring to the person in front of him and said with a smile, "It's a pleasure to cooperate.
Welcome to come again next time."
Nia Yun nodded slightly, took the storage ring and reached out with his mind, carefully inspected the contents of the storage ring, then looked at Fengsun, chuckled and said, "It's a pleasure to cooperate." After confirming again that everything was correct, Nia Yun, led by Xia Hong, left the trading house through a secret passage. Xia Hong, a tall figure in a red robe, walked side by side with Nia Yun. The sound of footsteps echoed in the secret passage. The plump and tall softness would rub against Nia Yun's arm slowly as he walked, intentionally or unintentionally. To Nia Yun's arm. In the middle, Xia Hong tried to strike up a conversation, but when she saw that Nia Yun was completely ignoring him, she wisely shut her mouth. But the heat in her eyes did not diminish at all. Especially after witnessing with his own eyes that Nia Yun single-handedly reached the top of the young generation in Xinjiang, he was even more shocked. This is the young master of the Nia family. As long as I can have a good time with him, not to mention the sparrow flying on the branch and turning into a phoenix, at least I will be prosperous and wealthy, and have food and clothing without worries. The secret passage is very long, but it is also consumed by time. When Nia Yun was sent out of the secret door, those eyes that looked like autumn water looked at Nia Yun with a smile, her red lips parted softly and she said softly, "Congratulations, Master Nia, and welcome to the trading house again." Her voice was soft and charming, and then she bowed slowly under Nia Yun's gaze. The angle of her bow was very deep, close to 90 degrees. With her already curvy figure and the vast snow-white scenery, she stood in front of Nia Yun at this moment. More clearly revealed. Nia Yun watched all this happening with an expressionless face, his heart clear. Selecting a direction, he activated the ghost shadow zone and stepped forward, as if shrinking to an inch. He took a step of tens of meters, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. When Xia Hong raised her head with a smile, Nia Yun had long disappeared.
Xinjiang Black Market.
This is a very unusual place.
Although it is called Xinjiang Black Market, its address is not within Xinjiang town, but on a plain about 50 miles west of the town.
I have a total of 4 million spirit stones on my body. I gave Xiaofeng 1 million and some resources, and there are still 3 million spirit stones left.
Niayan kept thinking in his mind.
I sold all the damaged purple gold heart protective shirt, 9-leaf vitality grass and a lot of other things that were no longer useful due to the improvement of my strength in the trading house, and made a profit of 1.45 million. There are a total of 4.45 million spiritual stones on his body. I went on a big purchase and exchanged almost all the equipment on my body, spending 2.87 million spirit stones.
Now I only have 1.58 million spirit stones left. The spirit stones are not enough.
Niayan smiled bitterly in his heart. At this moment, he finally realized what it meant to spend money like water. When I find the next part of the 9 turns of mind technique this time, I will go to the underground spiritual veins immediately. If I can make it my own, then I won't worry about running out of spiritual stones. Last time, Niayan, the leader of the clan, accidentally discovered a spiritual vein. However, because he was afraid of being discovered by his family, Niayan's exploration of the spiritual vein was extremely limited. Freshly picked wood spirit flowers, don't miss it when you pass by. Fine copper, a good tool for refining. Take a look. Tiger grainwood, screams like this can be seen everywhere after Niayan entered the black market. The 4 major families in Changfeng Trading Company jointly divide the cake of Qingyang town, making it extremely difficult for many weak and independent cultivators to survive if they do not choose to rely on one of the forces. For this reason, many casual cultivators had to stay together and set up a market outside Qingyang town to exchange resources in order to survive.
Niayan came here just on the way.
He looked around and found nothing good. Finally, he spent 500 spirit stones to buy a unicorn horse, rode on it and left towards the west. He walked slowly, as if he was waiting for something.
Nia family. Report to the Great Elder that Niayan has already moved 80 miles west of Qingyang town.
A man in black knelt half in front of the Great Elder and said in a respectful tone. When he goes further, take action immediately. Niechibai's tone was calm, but his eyes were full of cold murderous intent.
Yes.
The man in black lowered his head and responded, then disappeared into the shadows.
In the process of cultivation, it is important to be strong, but being weak is not useless.
If you maintain your identity and stay in the family and live in seclusion, then I really can't do anything to you. Niechibai turned around and looked at the green mountains in the distance, sneering in his heart, but once arrogance arises in a person's heart, he will already be on the road to death.
The mountains outside Qingyang town are extremely vast, steep and rugged, and there are countless powerful monsters in them.
No one knows what kind of terrifying existence there is in the deepest part of the monster mountains. No matter who wants to pass through the monster mountain range, they must be alert. But Niayan looked like a stranger at the moment, with the unicorn on his hip walking and stopping all the way, as if he was traveling around the mountains and rivers, so unhappy. We traveled during the day and pitched a tent to rest on the spot at night. Just like this, we walked leisurely. 6 days later, Niayan was now more than 500 miles away from Qingyang town. He looked up at the sky and found a place to stop. Then he dismounted very quickly, and soon set up an extremely simple small tent in an open space. There was a bonfire burning outside, horses were grazing outside, and people were resting in tents.
It was a very unhappy scene.
Swish, swish, crossbow arrows like raindrops came from all directions, directly shooting this simple tent and the unicorn horse into a sieve. The next moment, many men in black appeared outside the tent, only to find that there was no one inside.
Damn it, where are the people?
The man in black shouted angrily, search for me, he is around, he can't escape, even if he digs 3 feet in the ground, he will be found by me. At the same time, thousands of meters underground, Niayan's ginseng-like right ear was deeply rooted in the soil, and he was quietly observing every move of the group of men in black on the ground 1,000 meters above. Secret method Earth listening. Although the secret method of Earth listening has limitations, its power lies in that as long as you are on the ground, your detection range can be expanded to a terrifying kilometer without being blocked by the soil. Under normal cultivation conditions, if the range of spiritual consciousness reaches 1,000 meters, it must at least reach the realm of the king of martial arts. I have offended so many people, and every move I make on weekdays must be subject to a lot of surveillance.
Now that I leave Qingyang town in a big way, someone will definitely follow me. When dealing with trouble, escaping is always the stupidest choice. Only by taking the initiative can you take control of the situation. The root ginseng whiskers slowly retracted, transformed into normal ears, and sneered, "If you can still catch me under such polar opposites, then I will admit defeat." Kneading. The magic formula with his hand, he activated the earth escape technique and continued to dive deeper into the ground. Then he turned his direction and galloped away in a certain direction. The Monster Mountain Range is a paradise for monsters, filled with rare elixirs and powerful beasts. The closer you get to the depths, the stronger the monsters become. 600 miles east of Qingyang town, this range is not far, but it is already close to going deep into the Monster Mountain Range. And, judging from the restrictions of the mission, what I have to face in this mission are at least 3rd level, or even 4th level monsters. Along the way, except for necessary rest, Nyayun was rushing to avoid unnecessary trouble. He was relatively fast, but he almost didn't dare to use the extremely conspicuous white crane wings. He spent the whole journey underground, and because of this, his spiritual power it consumes a lot of energy, and you must stop every once in a while to recover your spiritual power. And the underground is not very safe, there are also monsters. Nyayun's abilities are extremely limited underground. If he encounters a monster while traveling, Nyayun will be in a very dangerous situation due to his limited strength and exhausted spiritual power. Therefore, Nyayun did not travel very fast underground. If he encountered a powerful monster that felt troublesome, he would choose to take a detour, thus wasting a lot of time. After 3 consecutive days of traveling like this, Nyayun faced the morning glow and arrived at the top of a mountain. He took out a map from the space in his body and spread it on the ground, observing it carefully. This is the most detailed map of Qingyang town with a radius of thousands of miles, which he spent 500,000 spirit stones from Changfeng Trading Company. The distribution of the herds, mountains and rivers above are extremely detailed. Although the price is expensive, it is worth it for Nyayun. I am of low strength and enter the Monster Mountain Range. If I am unlucky and meet a powerful monster or be hunted by a herd of beasts, wouldn't I be dead? Since you can use spiritual stones to avoid some risks, why not? 600 miles. In fact, at your own speed, if you go at full speed, it will only be a day's journey if you have enough spiritual power. But this is only an ideal situation. Many beasts and dangerous places need to be avoided, so it was delayed. A lot of time. He looked around, determined his position, and found a point on the map. After comparing it carefully, he looked up at a vast lake in the distance with a smile on his face. Xuanyue Lake has arrived. Although Xuanyue Lake is right in front of you, when you look up, you find that there are things like birds' nests floating in 2s and 3s on the vast lake. At first, Nyayun thought they were just dead trees floating on the water. But as the distance between Nyayun and Xuanyue Lake got closer and closer, Nyayun's eyes became more solemn. What kind of dead wood is this? This is the lair of a group of black water foxes. The blackwaterine fox is a strange monster that likes to eat energy and is often found in places with extremely heavy energy. Didn't I say that the blackwaterine fox always lives alone? Why is there such a big group here? After visually checking that there were at least tens of thousands of black water foxes in the lake, Nyayun's expression suddenly turned ugly. The blackwaterine fox is naturally close to water, and can control water as an adult, and its combat power will increase significantly in the water. And Nyayun is not good at water fighting. If he collides head-on with these black water foxes, he will definitely have no chance of winning. And the most important thing is that in such a large fox group, there will definitely be a beast king level among them. A fox king who can command such a large fox group, how strong should he be? Monkeys, foxes, wolves, and other monsters are not good at fighting, so those who can survive are all extremely cunning. Regarding this, Nyayun already had a deep understanding of this when he faced the Monkey King in the plot space. In order to hunt down the Monkey King, I went through all kinds of troubles, and even got tricked by the Monkey King, and finally managed to kill him by luck. This damn system doesn't give out all the clues, so it just told me it's in Xuanyue Lake. The lake is so big, how can I find it? Nyayun cursed in his heart. But even if you criticize someone, you still have to find the method.
Since the system has prompted that the 9 revolutions of mind is in Xuanyue Lake, it must be related to this lake. Even if it is not in this lake, it is not far from Xuanyue Lake. But the problem now is that there are a large number of black water foxes living in this lake, which makes Niayan afraid to act rashly. I have no choice but to look around for any clues first. Niayan's brows were furrowed tightly and he let out a long sigh. He carefully activated the earth escape technique to approach Xuanyue Lake, but did not disturb the group of black water foxes, but began to explore along the surroundings of the lake. But as time passes, the day passes. Niayan returned to the top of the mountain where he had been in the morning and began to look into the distance at the vast Xuanyue Lake. At this moment, the bright moon is hanging high on the lake surface, and Xuanyue Lake reflects the full moon in the sky, forming a spectacle of a moon in the sky and a moon in the water. This is why Xuanyue Lake got its name. But Niayan had no intention of appreciating such beautiful scenery, and his face became more and more solemn. The location of the 9 turns of mind technique cannot be far away from Xuanyue Lake, but all the nooks and crannies around the lake are where I want to be. I have searched all over and found nothing. Then there is only one last possibility left. Niayan looked at the vast lake in front of him, where the moonlight was bright and clear, like a jade plate. His eyes focused on the many nests of black water foxes on the lake that were like birds' nests. His expression was solemn as never before. If you say, this the most likely location for the 9 turns of heart technique to appear is in these nests. But these tens of thousands of foxes now became a natural barrier that Niayan could not avoid. This is how to do. Just as Niayan was thinking about it, his mind suddenly tightened and he activated the ghost shadow to move violently to the side. Laugh. I saw an extremely sharp cold light passing over the place where Niayan had just been, grazing Niayan's hair, and then flew over more than 10 feet away, directly connecting to a large tree as thick as 5 people's treasures. Cut off the roots. Then before Niayan could react, a flash of green light came towards him at a faster speed and hit him directly on the back. Although it did not cause any injuries, the green light was instantly burned into Niayan's whole body. Weird inscription. Who? Hide your head and show your tail, come out. Niayan roared angrily after being plotted against him. Being able to dodge the first blow is already due to the huge increase in one's 5 senses and spiritual consciousness by the spiritual intent technique. And the speed of that green light was already far beyond Niayan's limit. Ha, I didn't expect you to dodge this knife. From the shadow in front of him, a man in black with a ghost mask slowly appeared, holding a golden knife, with a bit of surprise in his tone. Immediately afterwards, 8 men in black, also wearing ghost masks, appeared around Niayan. They blocked all possible escape routes for Niayan. Niayan glanced around and found that among the 9 people, the ones with the lowest strength were all in the martial spirit realm. Especially the man in black holding a golden sword, his cultivation has reached the terrifying king of martial realm. How dare a bunch of rats dare to plot against me? I am the current young master of the Nia family. If you dare to kill me, aren't you afraid of the Nia family's revenge? The situation was not good. Niayan yelled and tried to move out of Nia's house to delay time, while constantly thinking about ways to escape. But these men in black all wore masks, and their expressions were unknown. The man holding the golden sword drew out the golden sword, pointed it at Niayan, and softly uttered one word, kill. As soon as he finished speaking, the remaining 8 people also took out various weapons in their hands and attacked Niayan. Without any nonsense, they launched their killing moves. This is a rhythm that completely wants to put Niayan to death. Oh shit. Niayan cursed secretly in his heart and was about to urge Tudun to run away. But at this time, Niayan discovered that the earth escape technique that was always invincible was malfunctioning at this moment. The originally friendly soil under his feet was now as hard as steel under Niayan's perception. How is this going? Niayan was horrified. At the same time, the attack of 9 killers in black is approaching. Because of the failure of the earth escape technique, Niayan had already wasted a moment, and now Niayan had no way to avoid it, no way to hide. Black evil scale armor open. Iron shirt open. Black stone armor open. But these were not enough. After activating the triple defense continuously, Niayan quickly took out a golden talisman and slapped it on his body, a low-grade Shin level talisman, a golden light shield. In just a moment, Nyayan activated his strongest defensive posture.
Bang, bang, bang.
Countless attacks fell on Nyayan's body, and each blow was as heavy as a giant hammer hitting him. In the end, Nyayan was directly knocked away and broke several trees as big as two people hugging each other before he reluctantly stopped. Cough, 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 Nyayan fell to the ground, coughing up blood. He has been constantly trying to activate the Earth Escape technique, but he can't activate it at all. But the green inscriptions on his body were constantly flashing green light. If what I expected is correct, your exquisite escape technique needs to touch the ground before you can use it. This forbidden technique is specially prepared for you, the man in black holding the golden sword said hoarsely.
Who are you? Who sent you?
Nyayan's heart skipped a beat, and a bad premonition gradually arose in his mind.
Ha, you don't need to know so much, you are going to die now.
Then the 9 men in black came towards Nyayan together again. This time, the speed was so fast that Nyayan could not even feel it.
Danger!
A crisis of death enveloped Nyayan's heart. The east at the critical moment, a rotten wood-colored talisman suddenly appeared in Nyayan's hand and he slapped it on the ground. A middle-grade Xian-level talisman, the poisonous swamp. In just an instant, an area of 100 meters with Nyayan as the center turned into a stinky and poisonous swamp. The 9 killers in black never thought that Nyayan, whom they regarded as a lamb to be slaughtered, would still have such a trump card at this moment. Caught off guard, they were attacked one after another. The mud beneath their feet crawled up their legs like maggots attached to their bones, greatly slowing their movement. This middle-grade Xian-level talisman bought Nyayan 2 breaths of time at this moment. Perhaps on ordinary days, these 2 or 3 breaths are nothing. But this life-and-death fight is enough to turn the tide of the war. Nyayan's heart was quick and his hands were faster, and he clung to this hard-won time. The spiritual power in his body was surging, and the 9-turn mental method was running crazily in his daintian without stopping for a moment.
Spiritual energy as huge as a river continuously poured into the pair of white tattoos on Nyayan's back.
Swish! The next moment, under the astonished gazes of the 9 killers in black, a pair of giant white wings that were more than a foot wide suddenly grew out of Nyayan's back. Then he suddenly flapped his wings, whipping up the hunting wind, breaking free from the shackles of the corrupt swamp, and soared into the sky. Nyayan flew into the air without hesitation, fluttering his wings to escape from this place. These 9 black-clothed ghost-faced killers were very precise and ruthless, and each of them was as strong as himself. And I don't know what method was used to prevent myself from using the Earth Escape technique for a short period of time.
The enemy is strong and we are weak, the enemy is dark and we are clear, nothing can be done, run away. This is the only thought in Nyayan's heart.
The white crane behind him flapped its wings and flew rapidly in one direction.
Set me an arrow.
Suddenly, the leading man in black with a golden sword shouted loudly. The next moment, in the hands of these black-clothed killers, a crossbow appeared one after another. With constant movements in their hands, the arrows were quickly loaded, and they raised the crossbow and pointed it at Nyayan in the air.
The next second, arrows like raindrops shot towards Nyayan. Who the hell are these people? How come there are even such ghosts?
After Nyayan carefully dodged a round of arrows, he cursed in his heart.
He was keenly aware of the faint sense of danger these arrows brought to him. This is definitely no ordinary arrow.
In terms of power, it may be several times greater than the soul-chasing bow that Nyayan refined before.
Arrows are like rain.
He tossed and turned several times in the air, but unfortunately he was still hit by dozens of arrows. The arrow penetrated the outermost layer of golden light shield, then penetrated the defense of black stone armor and black evil scale armor, and finally was blocked by the iron cloth shirt with many dangers. Even so, it left a lot of injuries on the surface of Nyayan's body. Under these 4 levels of defense, even if Yang Hao is here, it will be difficult for him to hurt me.
Doesn't that mean that every arrow here is as powerful as a martial spirit's strike? Nyayan was horrified. What should I do?
The white crane wings consume spiritual energy extremely, and in addition, one has to maintain 4 levels of defense. At this moment, the spiritual energy in the daintian is being consumed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even though Nyayan carried a large amount of elixirs to restore spiritual power, this situation could not last long. If there was another round of arrow rain, it was hard to say whether Nyayun's defenses could withstand it, but the spiritual power in his daintian would definitely not be able to withstand it.
But what if we return to the ground?
His whole body was covered with mysterious runes, and he was unable to activate the earth escape technique to escape. Although Ghost Shadow Zone was powerful, Nyayun was not confident that he could use it to blatantly escape under the eyes of 8 martial spirits and a martial king.
How to do?
Nyayun had countless thoughts in his mind, constantly thinking about various possibilities. Compared to them, being able to fly is my only advantage now. Suddenly, Nyayun seemed to have thought of something and smiled ferociously towards the back. You are a bunch of bastards.
If you dare, come and kill me.
Then without looking back, he flew directly towards Xuanyue Lake in the distance.
Damn it! Hurry up and shoot him down.
The man in black with the golden sword shouted angrily. He had never experienced such a frustrating scene. 8 martial spirits and a martial king came to surround and kill a martial artist, but they actually let him escape.
If this spreads out, I'm afraid it will make people laugh out loud.
Swish swish swish. Another round of arrows like raindrops shot towards Nyayun. However, Nyayun learned these tricks and directly raised his height to even if those arrows could hit Nyayun at this distance, the remaining force would be enough for him to completely block them with his 4 layers of defense.
Chasing.
This kind of flying spiritual weapon consumes a huge amount of spiritual power.
He won't be able to hold on for long. We must not let him run away again.
The man in black with the golden sword shouted angrily. Then, the 9 ghost-faced killers in black turned into black shadows and ran towards Nyayun in the jungle.
Nyayun looked sideways, felt the remaining spiritual power in his daintian, took out a rejuvenation pill, stuffed it into his mouth and swallowed it.
Chop suey, try this. Accept the fire flag. A black flag suddenly appeared in his hand, and under Nyayun's wave, a black pillar of fire the size of a carriage spewed out in one direction. However, he did not shoot towards the men in black who were chasing him from behind, but towards the front, towards the lairs of the black water foxes gathered together.
Boom!
Many of the black water foxes' lairs on the water were smashed into pieces by this blow. Under the scorching heat, a large amount of white gas evaporated from the lake water, and large swaths of the low-strength black waterine fox cubs were directly roasted by Nyayun's blow. After wielding this blow, Nyayun suddenly flapped his wings, and with a spurt of spiritual power, he forcibly raised his height to 1,000 meters. These angry black water foxes rushed out of their lairs and found no trace of Nyayun. These 9 killers in black who came to the hinterland of Xuanyue Lake to hunt down Nyayun became the best targets to vent their anger.
Danger, damn it, I actually let him run away again.
Looking at the black water foxes that were surrounding them from all directions, the man in black holding a golden knife said angrily in his heart, "These damn black water foxes don't want to fight, let's retreat first." Then, he pulled out the golden knife from his waist and led the other killers, surrounded by thousands of black water foxes, to break through and escape towards the outskirts of Xuanyue Lake. At the same time, Nyayun, who was at high altitude, was also uncomfortable. The 9 revolutions of heart technique didn't stop for a moment, and the pills kept filling his mouth.
But the white crane wings consumes too much spiritual energy. Even so, the spiritual energy in Nyayun's daintian is always at a warning level.
Especially now that Nyayun was at an altitude of 1,000 meters, he couldn't be careless. If he made a mistake and fell from this height, he would be in danger. We have to find a place to land quickly, otherwise our spiritual power will soon be gone. Nyayun stuffed another handful of the super chi replenishing pill into his mouth and thought to himself. Now, in order to reduce the consumption of spiritual energy, he has reduced his 4-layer defense to 2 layers, minus the golden light shield and black evil scale armor, leaving only the iron cloth shirt and the black stone armor still being activated to ensure their own safety. In the past, he had not dared to use the white crane wings for investigation for fear of alerting the enemy. Now Nyayun was high in the sky, looking down, and had a clearer understanding of Xuanyue Lake. The shape of the entire lake is like an irregular disk, with water and land distributed irregularly. But if you look carefully, the intersection between the lake and the land vaguely looks like a dragon entrenched. The outer periphery of the disk is the dragon's body curled up, and the dragon's head is in the center of the disk, and this location happens to be the largest nest gathering place of the black water foxes.
Niayan took off from the outermost edge of the disc, trying to cross the Xuanyue Lake. At this moment, he was almost close to the center of the disc. Niayan turned his head and looked back, and found that most of the black water foxes had begun to surround the men in black who were assassinating him because of his deliberate anger. The foxes were like a black tide, rushing towards the men in black from all corners of Xuanyue Lake. The men in black, led by the strong man with the golden sword, continued to break through to the outside. You have to stay away from here quickly, otherwise it will be dangerous if they escape the siege of the herd and come to chase me. Niayan thought in his mind, vibrating the wings of the white crane behind him and flying forward. Dang, I found the remaining part of the 9 transformations of mind technique. While waiting for his figure to slowly pass over the disc dragon head, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Ha! Where? This system prompt caught Niayan off guard, and his vibrating wings paused for a moment. However, the system did not make any more sound. Niayan looked around, and then slowly looked at the fox nest under him at the head of the disc dragon. If I were to face this group of black water foxes alone, there would be no chance of winning. But now that the black water foxes are almost out in force, and the interior is empty at this moment, it is a good time to enter and find the 9-turn mind method. If I miss this time, I don't know when I'll have to look for the next opportunity. After thinking about it, Niayan's eyes turned ferocious, and he took out another handful of super chi replenishing pill and swallowed it directly, and then swooped down from 1,000 meters altitude. The sound of hunting through the air echoed in the wind in his ears. Wealth is found in danger. 800 meters. 500 meters. 200 meters. Niayan dived faster and faster, getting closer and closer to the lake. Finally, he stopped abruptly when he was still 10 meters away from the lake. The powerful impact brought by the high-speed dive caused the air to vibrate and a strong wind blew across the lake. After looking back again to make sure those black water foxes wouldn't come back soon, Niayan slowly let out a breath. His consciousness spread out, and everything within 100 meters radius was controlled by Niayan. He flapped his wings and began to scan above the blackwaterine fox's lair, not missing any suspicious place. Time passed by minute. Niayan had already explored all the nests for several miles around, but still found no trace of the 9 turns heart technique. He was anxious. This damn system, if you dare to trick me on purpose, I will kill you. The group of black-clothed killers were all at the lowest level of the martial spirit realm, and the leader was a strong man in the middle stage of the martial king stage. Although this group of black water foxes are numerous, if the killers want to escape, they will definitely not be able to stay with just these black water foxes. Escape is only a matter of time. Therefore, the group of black water foxes may come back at any time, once they discover that there is a human in their lair. Then Niayan would be finished. As time passed, Niayan had taken several handfuls of chi building pills. Woo! Woo! 2 fox howls sounded in succession. Niayan suddenly turned his head and looked around, and saw that some scattered blackwaterine foxes had returned, and they had discovered Niayan's presence, and they were howling to the sky to call the tribesmen. Damn it! Why did these black water foxes come back so quickly? But I haven't even noticed a shadow of the 9 turns of heart technique yet. Niayan thought to himself. At this moment, many lone blackwaterine foxes began to attack in Niayan's direction, and more blackwaterine foxes gathered in the distance. If Niayan doesn't leave now, once he is surrounded by foxes, even if Niayan can fly, he won't be able to leave if he wants to. After all, the blackwaterine fox has absolute say on the water. Niayan looked at the last place he had not searched for. This was a nest that Niayan had noticed when he was high in the sky. His position was exactly at the dragon's eye position of the disc dragon's head. It is also the largest nest in the entire Xuanyue Lake, with a width and height of 100 meters. Niayan stood in front of the nest, as if he was standing in front of a giant wall. The foxes were getting closer and closer. No matter what, if you still can't find the 9 turns of heart technique after searching this lair, then run away immediately. Niayan's heart skipped a beat, and a quick travel pill instantly fell into Niayan's mouth. In just an instant, Niayan's speed increased by 30%. With a flutter of wings, his body suddenly entered the nest from the entrance, and his consciousness spread out, carefully searching every inch. This lair is different from the lairs Nyayun has searched for before. Although its entrance is also on the lake, it is connected to the bottom of the lake. But deep inside it is a downward sloping passage. The further you go in, the deeper you go to the bottom of the lake. Finally, in the deepest part of this passage, Nyayun's consciousness captured a strange place with extremely heavy yin energy, and detected a jade slip there. Okay? Nyayun felt happy. The next moment, his body flashed and he came to the side of the jade slip. He stretched out his big hand and took it into his hand. Ding! Obtain the fragments of the 9 transformations of mind technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The current progress is 20%. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the next part of the 9-turn mental method clue. Finally got it. Nyayun was overjoyed. Hurry up and run away. Just when Nyayun was about to run away, he glanced and found a lotus growing in a spring nearby. This is the earth-level elixir, Yin Longlian. Nyayun's pupils trembled, and then he laughed loudly. I didn't expect to encounter such a good thing, so I'll accept it. Ghost Shadow Zone was activated, and he stepped to the side of the spring. He jumped into the water and dived continuously for several meters. He reached out with his big hand and plucked a black lotus flower and put it into the space inside his body. Nyayun let out a breath, just as he was planning to return the same way and swim out of the water. A sudden change occurred. In the deepest part of the spring, an unprecedented amount of yin qi suddenly erupted. An extremely huge suction force suddenly emerged, catching Nyayun off guard and sucking him into the depths of the spring. The surrounding spring water instantly turned black and was extremely cold, wrapping Nyayun in layers and pulling him downwards. Wake it up for me! At the critical moment, Nyayun roared, and his 4 layers of defense instantly increased. When he stepped on the ghost shadow, a pair of broad white wings sprouted from his back. But the white crane wings flapped their wings one after another, and the ghost shadow zone kept urging, giving Nyayun an upward force. However, the surrounding black water was wrapped in layers, and the suction force became stronger and stronger, making it difficult to resist. Call. The sound of water flowing at extremely fast speeds echoed in my ears. At this moment, Nyayun was being dragged tightly by a huge suction force, and he was moving downwards rapidly along the depths of the spring. When Nyayun was almost exhausted, the pressure around him disappeared instantly. Just when Nyayun wanted to open his eyes and look around, he found that he was falling from a high altitude. He flapped his wings hurriedly, maintaining balance in mid-air. His eyes scanned in all directions. This is a huge underground space, but it is not dark. Among the surrounding stone walls, there are many unknown crystals emitting little bits of fluorescence, which Nyayun can see clearly. This space was 1,000 meters high, and Nyayun fell from the top. In the distance, there was an extremely strange and bloody palace. Below Nyayun, on the ground in front of the bloody palace, lay the corpse of an extremely huge, unknown monster. What the hell is this place? Nyayun suddenly became alert, and he kept looking around, especially the bloody palace and the huge corpse. Nyayun did not dare to land, so he found a relatively wide cliff protrusion on the surrounding stone walls. He barely stood on it and frowned. According to the direction, I should still be within the scope of Xuanyue Lake, but it is deeper, of the ground. Nyayun raised his eyes and looked at the passage that had just sucked him here, but was now slowly closing, and murmured, "But this is good, at least here, you can temporarily avoid the siege of the black water foxes, and the attack by those black-clad killers." On the cliff, Nyayun slowly swallowed the elixir, gradually recovering his spiritual power and his own injuries. This secret technique should have a time limit. After a while, when it expires, I should be able to use the earth escape technique. I will not go down until I can use the earth escape technique and am fully prepared. Looking at the layer of green runes covering the outside of his body, which slowly began to fade over time, Nyayun thought in his mind, the secret method is indeed powerful and its effect is better than the same level of skills, but its shortcomings are also fatal. Once it is targeted by someone with ulterior motives, its effect will be greatly reduced, or even completely useless. My trump card has been almost completely revealed by those enemies. It seems that I can't rely too much on the earth escape technique in the future. This kind of thing can happen once, who can guarantee that it won't happen a second time? If you want to survive in this world, sticking to the rules and not making progress is absolutely impossible. If you are poor, you will want to change. Being poor is changing. If you are poor, you will want to change. No matter in which world, arrogance is a dead end. There are people outside the world, there is a sky outside the sky, and the strongest among the strongest. The only long-term solution is to recognize your own shortcomings, face your own unbearability, be brave enough to admit your mistakes, dare to correct them, and work hard to the extreme. Another hour passed, and Nyeyen's injuries were completely healed, and the green runes on his body had completely dissipated. Earth escape technique. The next moment, Nyeyen's body merged into the earth and tried to escape outward. It went smoothly at first, but after going 3 to 5 meters deep, it became impossible to move forward. It was as if there was a transparent wall ahead that could not be crossed. Nyeyen kept moving along the transparent wall until he had investigated the entire underground palace. He returned to the place where he was standing before and looked at the bloody palace in front of him with a faint look in his eyes. This blood-colored underground palace is covered by some kind of formation for a kilometer in radius. The spring connecting the black waterine fox's lair has been repaired by the formation. In other words, you can only enter but not exit. Nyeyen stood on a high place, looking down at the underground palace in front of him, and murmured in his heart, the level of such a huge formation is definitely not low. But my current strength is too weak, and I can't pass through the constraints of the formation. In this case, the only possible way out is this bloody palace. The white crane wings behind his back suddenly opened up, and with the flutter of the wings, Nyeyen was slowly lifted down from the cliff. Nyeyen slowly landed on the ground in front of the bloody palace, but did not move rashly. Black flame. Nyeyen suddenly waved his hand, and saw a giant black python that was 60 meters long and the size of a carriage suddenly appeared in front of him. The black python stood up half its body, its head close to Nyeyen, and its huge bloody mouth seemed to be able to swallow Nyeyen alive at any time. Exploring the path. Nyeyen reached out his hand and gently stroked the black python, with a calm expression on his face. As soon as Nyeyen finished speaking, Heiyen immediately twisted his huge python body and swam forward. It was not until a quarter of an hour later that the traces of Heiyen's huge body spread all over the underground palace, ensuring that there was no danger, that Nyeyen slowly breathed a sigh of relief. But he still didn't take it lightly. There are many methods in this world that are designed to target humans but are ineffective against other creatures. For now, it cannot be fully guaranteed that this place is safe. With that said, Nyeyen turned to look at Heiyen, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, and shouted in a low voice, "Heiyen, set this place on fire." Yes. Heiyen lowered his head and responded. Spiritual power surged within the body, and black flames continued to gather in the mouth. As the temperature of the surrounding space suddenly increased, Black Flame's huge carriage-like mouth suddenly opened. A black pillar of fire as big as a millstone suddenly spit out from Heiyan's mouth. The black fire pillar shot straight forward. The fire pillar spanned a distance of 1,000 meters and shot directly to the other end before being blocked by the formation. Then Heiyan twisted his body, turned his head, and the fire pillar turned its direction accordingly. Under Nyeyen's deliberate guidance, it burned all the corners of the entire underground palace. But there was still nothing happening around him. The black fire pillar hit the formation and the bloody palace, but it was unable to create even a single ripple. What the hell is this place? Doubts arose in Nyeyen's heart, and he now came to the side of the huge corpse. This corpse is hundreds of meters long and nearly 10 meters wide, more than 3 to 5 times the size of Heiyan's current size. At first, Nyeyen was in mid-air, far away, so he only had a vague idea of the corpse. But now that he was getting closer and feeling the faint pressure coming from the corpse in front of him, Nyeyen's eyes became more solemn. The owner of this corpse was absolutely extremely powerful during his lifetime. Nyeyen slowly stretched out one hand and touched the corpse, and a cold feeling suddenly hit his heart. Ding! The corpse of the 7th level monster Blue Waterine Python was found. What? A 7th level monster? Nyeyen's pupils shook. In the huge Qingyang town, the strongest people are the ancestors of the major families, and all of them are strong in martial arts. If the 7th level monsters were divided according to the realm of humans, they would be one level higher than the martial lord.
Nyeon slowly retracted his outstretched hand, looking at the huge blood-colored palace in the distance, and felt a turbulent wave in his heart. If this is the cave where a certain senior practiced, then this blue-watering python is most likely the pet he conquered. Even a pet's cultivation level is as high as the 7th level, so the master of this palace is very powerful.
How terrifying must it be?
Nyeon looked at the huge bloody palace standing in the distance, and the sight in his eyes gradually became serious. Because he had already explored this formation at the beginning. The scope of the formation was very large and the complexity was far beyond his imagination. With his entry-level formation realm, he wanted to break out of the constraints of this formation. It's simply a fantasy. But now, Nyeon was trapped inside, and he had no other good solution except this bloody palace.
Nyeon Chang exhaled and summoned the black flames to walk ahead to explore the way. One man and one python walked straight towards the bloody palace.
When Nyeon actually came to this bloody palace, he found that the palace was already dilapidated, with huge cracks appearing on many corners, as if it might collapse at any time, as if it had experienced some kind of extremely terrible battle.
Caused.
Nyeon stood in front of the palace and saw clearly, frowning, the evil fire in Heian's mouth is extremely aggressive, but when it hits this crumbling and dilapidated palace, it can't leave even a trace. What on earth did such a powerful palace go through to become like this? One person and one python slowly stepped up the steps in front of the palace, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, and finally arrived in front of the palace gate. The scarlet door was very dilapidated, as if it was crumbling and might fall down at any time.
Divine consciousness is revealed.
At this moment, Nyeon was surprised to find that his consciousness could not penetrate the dilapidated door in front of him. He stretched out his hand and tried to push the door, but even with all his strength, he couldn't push it half an inch. He also tried to activate the earth escape technique to directly bypass the door and escape into the palace, but it was to no avail. Nyeon stopped where he was, staring at the scarlet door in front of him, as if thinking about something. He opened his palm and grasped it, and the wind shadow knife immediately appeared in his hand. He made a cut on his palm with force, and blood immediately flowed out. Then Nyeon raised his bloody hand and printed it directly on the scarlet door in front of him. As time passed by, there was still no movement at the door in front of him.
Nyeon smiled awkwardly. I'm a little pretentious. This door doesn't seem to be open like this.
He slowly took his hand back and wiped the blood on his hand with his clothes. At this moment, the cut on his hand had healed and scabbed in such a short period of time. The wings of the white crane behind the vibration rose from the ground, surrounding the entire huge palace, not sparing any corner, and conducting a comprehensive investigation. Nyeon's heart palpitated more and more after observing at such a close range and experiencing the lingering aura left by the traces above the palace. An hour later, Nyeon returned to the scarlet door again. This door is the only door in the entire blood palace. Apart from this, there is no other entrance or exit. Since this door is here, it means there is definitely a way to enter. I may have missed something. Nyeon's black eyes seemed to be twinkling with light, and he kept thinking in his mind, maybe he has a mechanism. As soon as this idea appeared in Nyeon's mind, it spread uncontrollably. But many places in front of this gate are dilapidated. If there is really a mechanism to get in, where should it be? Nyeon was thinking as he kept walking, his eyes scanning the surroundings, not missing any detail. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. There is a floor tile on the side of the door, about 2 or 3 steps away. Its gap is slightly larger than the gap of the surrounding floor tiles by 3/3.
This is very abnormal and is obviously a sign of frequent movement.
Nyeon came to the floor tile and squatted down slowly, stretched out his hand, and pressed the floor tile tentatively, but the floor tile did not move at all. Nyeon frowned, but the strength in his hand did not decrease at all, but became stronger and stronger. Finally, under this huge force, the floor tile under him actually shook a little. It's loose. Seeing this, a smile flowed from the corner of Nyeon's mouth. Take out the foaming knife, carefully insert the blade vertically into the gap, and slowly and forcefully raise the corner of the floor tile. Then Nyeon grabbed the corner of the brick with his other hand and wanted to pick up the brick directly and put it aside, but as soon as he took hold of it, he felt something was wrong and was secretly surprised. What kind of material are these bricks made of?
It's as big as a palm and weighs hundreds of kilograms. After a short pause, he moved the bricks aside, and sure enough, he found a stone ball the size of a fist underneath. He reached out his hand, touched the stone ball, pressed it, and twisted it. After several attempts to no avail, Nyayun thought for a moment, then took hold of the stone ball and pulled hard. Creak. The sound came from the gate. The scarlet door slowly opened under Nyayun's gaze, revealing the scene of the palace inside. After carefully placing the floor tiles back in place and cleaning away any traces of use, Nyayun stepped into the door. Crunchy. With the sound of a mechanism, the door behind Nyayun gradually closed. In front of Nyayun was a broader scene on the other side. Looking up, this is an extremely spacious hall. In terms of area alone, this hall covers an area of nearly a kilometer. In the center of the hall, a huge black pyramid stands. A platform is cut out of the top of the tower, and there are stairs on both sides that can lead to the top. Other than that, there is nothing else in this hall. Nyayun frowned and released black flames to explore the path ahead. After ensuring that there was no danger, he slowly climbed up the black pyramid. After Nyayun climbed up the black pyramid, a huge black throne stood in front of him. On the throne, there was a corpse in tattered clothes, and nothing else. But Nyayun didn't dare to act rashly. His eyes were deep and he stared closely at the corpse on the throne, waiting until Heiyan came forward to explore the way. Heiyan's huge python body moved on the ground. After confirming that there was no danger, Nyayun followed the path Heiyan had taken, walked to the corpse, and looked around. The man on the throne had been dead for who knows how many years, but Nyayun still felt a strong sense of oppression. This person must have been a peerless strong man in his lifetime. Except for this corpse, there is nothing else in the entire palace. So where should I get out? While Nyayun was thinking, the changes suddenly increased. On the throne, a ray of light suddenly shot out from the corpse's head and shot towards Nyayun. The entire underground space seemed to be in motion at this moment. The speed of that ray of light was so fast that Nyayun couldn't react at all. Saints, 2-in-1 chapter, page 12, Madam, this time I went to the Valley of the Dead, and I obtained the inheritance of the Yinling Master. With this great opportunity, I will definitely step into the Wu Zone and lead the family to prosperity. The middle-aged man held the hands of the beautiful woman in front of him tightly, looking excited. Head of the Qing family, those who understand current affairs are heroes. I advise you to hand over your inheritance, and I will let you go to the Qing family. A group of masked people shrouded in mist stood in mid-air, their voices covering all directions. Ha ha! Shihuan Valley. How can people in the Devil's Path have any credibility? The middle-aged man sneered again and was seriously injured at this moment. Seeing helplessly that the family that he had lived in since he was a child was destroyed at this moment, with ruins and corpses everywhere, a feeling of sadness and anger arose from his heart. Today, even if I die, I will die with you. We will follow the clan leader to the death. In the ruins, many remaining tribesmen stood up, determined to die, and followed the middle-aged man to kill the masked men. You take Shiner and leave quickly. I'll lure away the pursuers. In a dense forest, a beautiful woman sent a ray of light into the young man's mind, and gave orders to the armored guards in front of her with an iron face. Yes. Young master, this is the last 10,000 miles divine traveling talisman. We have been seriously injured and we won't survive for long. Leave quickly, you are the family's last hope. The originally mighty armor was now very reluctant to even speak. The broken armor was stained red with blood, and his huge palm that could hold up a mountain with one hand was now very reluctant to even pick up a talisman. His heartbeat was getting heavier and heavier, as if it could burst out of his chest at any time, and his breathing was getting faster and faster. No! The young man yelled at the top of his lungs, and then suddenly woke up on the bed. Are you awake? Suddenly, a girl approached the young man, her beautiful eyes blinked, she looked at the person in front of her curiously, and said with a smile. This is where? The young man was breathing heavily. His whole body was covered with horrific injuries and he was unable to get up. He was lying on the bed and looking around in panic. Just wake up. I picked you up when I was collecting herbs in the mountains. I thought you were dead at the time. The girl's voice was gentle, she tilted her head and looked at the boy, her lips parted lightly,
by the way, just call me Shinner.
What's your name? Name, the young man murmured. What?
Suddenly, he felt as if countless steel needles were piercing his head. He had a splitting headache and his whole body curled up, roaring in pain.
Name, who am I?
Time flies by like a flash, and months have passed in the blink of an eye.
It seems that I have really lost my memory.
Under the moonlight, the young man sighed. At this moment, he had fully recovered from his injuries, but he could not recall any of his past memories.
Stupid sure too, why are you sitting there? Come and help me carry the medicinal materials. An angry yet gentle voice came.
The young man turned around and saw a simple and pure young girl looking at him with her hands on her hips. His name is Shinner, the boy's savior. Because the boy lost his memory, he has been staying at Shinner's house and doing odd jobs. And because he didn't have a name and he picked it up next to a stone, he was given the name of a stone. Here we come, the young man responded and hurriedly walked towards the girl. In this way, peaceful days passed for several years. After spending many years together day and night, they developed feelings for each other. Together they went to the mountains to collect medicines, treated the injured tribesmen from hunting monsters, traveled all over the world together, opened their hearts under the bright moon, and talked happily. They hit it off and seemed to be a perfect match. He even tamed a small water snake while collecting herbs.
Brother Sure, this little snake looks quite spiritual. Why don't we pick it back up?
Shinner spoke softly, looking at the tall young man beside her with wide eyes. The young man lowered his head and responded. Time passed little by little, and several years passed in the blink of an eye. The boy has now reached a young age, and his cultivation has advanced rapidly. At this moment, he has actually reached the realm of the martial emperor and has become the strongest person in the surrounding villages. He brought protection to the village, so that monsters did not dare to invade, others did not dare to bully, and the tribesmen lived and worked in peace and contentment under his protection. Tonight was a good day for him and Shinner to get married.
I seem to have really forgotten something.
The young man sighed in his heart as he looked at the bright red words happy around him, the lively guests, the delicious wine and delicious food. Forget it, never mind, my wife treats me sincerely, and I will definitely not let her down.
From now on, I just need to live my own life with her.
It would be great if this carefree life could continue like this. However, one day a group of mysterious people attacked the cottage. In an instant, countless people were slaughtered. The copycats continued to fight back, but their decline continued unabated. Gradually, more and more people died. In the end, only the young man was left, and he was cornered by several enemies.
Young master of the Qing family, you can make it easy for us to find him.
The mysterious man looked at the young man who was already in deep trouble and had no chance of winning, and spoke calmly. At this moment, the young man was like a wounded lone wolf, his body covered in blood and roaring angrily, "Who are you? I advise you to hand over the inheritance of Master Yin Ling, otherwise." The mysterious man waved his hand and photographed a woman into the air.
It was Shinner. Brother Sure, leave me alone and run.
Shinner shouted with all her strength. I don't know what bullshit inheritance you were talking about, let Shinner go. The young man's eyes were about to burst, and he rushed towards the mysterious man without caring about his own life. In the final battle, the young man used his strongest offensive technique, briefly repelling those mysterious men at a very painful cost, rescued Shinner, and escaped from the village. But the rest of the tribe died at the hands of that group of mysterious people without exception.
The young man took Shinner to escape through the mountains and dense forests.
In the end, he fainted due to excessive injuries. Shinner stretched out her fingers, wanting to detect the boy's breathing, but found that the boy's limbs were stiff and silent.
The boy is dead.
A few days later, when Shinner was in grief and wanted to bury the boy in the ground, the boy suddenly opened his eyes.
Am I not dead?
He was very surprised when he found out that he was still alive. But soon, he felt a splitting headache. Under the stimulation of severe pain, a memory buried deep in the deepest part of his mind emerged. A woman stood in front of him and solemnly performed a secret technique on him.
The process was very secret and no one knew about it.
Shinner, this secret technique can protect your soul when you are attacked by a fatal attack and let you live again. If this secret technique really works in the future, it means that the enemy is no longer as powerful as us.
You can resist. Remember, don't take revenge on us. I hope you can live a good life.
I didn't expect that I would gain such a huge harvest from this trip.
This is the inheritance of a saint. Nyayan secretly marveled. Chihuan Valley.
Chihuan Valley, he kept chewing these 3 words in his mouth, always feeling as if he had heard them somewhere. Suddenly, lightning flashed in his mind.
He remembered.
The person who sells the Ascension Order and Barrier Breaking Pill in Changfeng Trading Company is from Chihuan Valley. If that's the case, then this inheritance is also a hot potato. Although it is extremely precious, if Chihuan Valley finds out that he has obtained the inheritance, he will probably die without a burial place. Nyayan's dark eyes were as deep as the abyss, and he kept thinking in his mind.
He sighed, that's all, let's take it one step at a time. It's just that if this inheritance is not necessary, it's better not to use it as much as possible.
He possesses almost all the memories and inheritance of the Ghost Saint, so he has a deep understanding of how powerful the Haunted Soul Valley is. He raised his eyes again to look at the ghost corpse in front of him, and his eyes finally settled on one of the corpse's fingers, where there was a storage ring. Stepping forward and carefully taking it off, his spiritual sense penetrated into it, only to find that the storage ring had long been broken and had lost its function.
That's all, I'm still too greedy.
Nyayan sighed slightly in his heart, although the inheritance memory did not specify the specific time. It did mention that the Ghost Saint arranged the inheritance under a mountain range, not at the bottom of Xuanyue Lake. Coupled with the degree of decay of the corpse, the two judging from the combination, this time is probably at least hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. The Ghost Saint himself was on the run at that time, and all his resources had been exhausted in order to heal his wounds.
Finally, he laid down this inheritance just when he was about to die. So he didn't leave anything behind, even if there was really anything left.
What kind of thing? After so many years of erosion, I'm afraid it's hard enough to be used. Nyayan kept thinking in his mind and looked back, as if his sight penetrated the palace and came to the outside. In the inherited memory, the realm of this green waterine python has reached the level of the martial emperor. After his death, the energy dissipated from the crystal core penetrated the formation and condensed into many yin crystal stones at the bottom of Xuanyue Lake, and the black waterine foxes feed on yin energy, so they are naturally attracted to it and live here, excluding the amount of yin chi that the black waterine fox group has absorbed for hundreds of years. The yin dragon lotus obtained may be the final essence of the blue waterine python. Thinking like this, it seems to connect everything together. Under Nyayan's gaze, the corpse of the Ghost Saint on the throne gradually turned transparent, turned into little bits of light, and slowly dissipated towards nothingness. Nyayan, future generations, would like to send you a respectful farewell to Senior Ghost. Nyayan leaned slightly towards the throne, and his loud voice echoed in the huge hall. In terms of emotion and reason, he should be like this. After a long time, Nyayan looked up. There was no trace of the Ghost Saint on the throne at this moment, as if he had never appeared in the world. Nyayan slowly stepped forward, came to the throne and sat down slowly. In the inherited memory, he already knew that the palace itself was a huge earth-level top-grade spiritual weapon. It was snatched from the hands of a strong man specializing in the blood path when the Ghost Saint was fighting with the enemy, named Blood Palace. The power of his attack is comparable to that of a saint. Nyayan obtained the inheritance and now became the master of this palace, and the Black Throne is the control center of the entire palace. His spiritual consciousness slowly penetrated into the throne, and Nyayan suddenly felt that the formations in the palace were as powerful and complex as the vast stars, and he could feel the insignificance of people just in front of them. The entire palace is hundreds of meters high, more than 1,000 meters in length and breadth, and the formations emitted from the outside cover a radius of 10,000 meters. Although Nyayan received the inheritance and became a clansman of this palace, because his realm was too weak, he could only use a small part of his abilities. After some attempts, Nyayan roughly understood that he now had 2 abilities to use the Blood Palace. For the purpose of investigation, Nyayan's spiritual consciousness can achieve an unprecedented surge with the help of the power of the large array, which can already cover a radius of 10,000 meters. But there is a prerequisite. When using this function, Nyayan must be inside the Blood Palace. Although I don't know how many years have passed,
this formation still exists. It must be a peerless formation.
Nyayan thought like this, and his consciousness continued to wander through the formation, slowly looking out, and came to Xuanyue Lake above and saw the black waterine fox group.
Okay?
Suddenly, Nyayan let out a light sigh, and his consciousness extended to a certain place. In a mountain called 20 miles away from Nyayan, there were 9 masked men in black hiding in the formation, meditating and adjusting their breath. Taking a closer look, it turned out to be the killers who were chasing Nyayan. Why are they still here?
This is the biggest doubt in Nyayan's heart at this moment.
Logically speaking, if you fall into Xuanyue Lake and are surrounded by countless black water foxes, you will definitely have a narrow escape. Even if he was lucky enough to escape, he would never be able to stay where he was. If not for the accident while picking the Een Dragon Lotus, Nyayan would have run away long ago. Nyayan's brows furrowed deeper and deeper, and he kept reflecting on the scenes he had experienced.
The first time I took the initiative to expose my position to confuse the enemy's sight. This attack is understandable. But the second time I was attacked, it was completely unreasonable. Because, in order to hide for the second time, I spent almost the entire journey underground.
Only when my spiritual power was consumed too much would I come to the surface to restore my spiritual power. Monster beasts, the mountains are extremely dangerous. I had a map in my hand and had to go through many maneuvers to reach Xuanyue Lake.
How did they know their location and accurately attack me?
It would make sense if someone snitched and knew the location in advance to attack and kill him. Nyayan thought about the most likely outcome, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes.
That's not right. My coming to Xuanyue Lake to find that 9 revolutions of mind is a task issued by the system.
Apart from myself, no one else knows about it, so the whistleblower is not valid at all. Then how did they find me? The Blood Palace formation only covered a radius of 10,000 meters.
The location of the group of black-clad killers was too far away from Nyayan.
No matter how hard Nyayan tried, he could only get a rough look with the formation. Even if you take a step back, all of this is a coincidence, so how can you explain this situation now?
I fell into the ghost inheritance.
Although I can't see the light of day, I can still feel the passage of time in the outside world. At least 2 days have passed since I first came in. How can they be sure that they are still here? Many doubts gathered in Nyayan's mind, lingering.
No, there must be something wrong.
Maybe I missed something. Nyayan's thoughts were swirling in his mind, and he kept reflecting on the scenes in his past. Suddenly, his body froze, and he seemed to have thought of some possibility. Then, he took out all the items on his body and placed them on the ground. Then, using the amplification of the large array, he began to inspect each item one by one. There's no problem with this one, there's no problem with this one, there's no problem. All of Nyayan's belongings were clearly visible under the inspection of this huge spiritual consciousness, and there was no problem at all. Finally, Nyayan discovered something unusual on a pendant. This pendant is actually an additional spiritual weapon given to him by his family after the arena competition Xingyu pendant. Nyayan's spiritual consciousness penetrated it and found a mark that shimmered with spiritual energy fluctuations. Every time he flashes, he seems to be communicating with the outside world.
Is this positioning? This trace of mark is extremely secretive, hidden in the pendant.
If Nyayan hadn't used the remaining Blood Palace formation to increase his consciousness, it would have been impossible to discover it with his current strength. Nyayan smiled, and a clear laughter belonging to a young man echoed in the huge Blood Palace, but his expression was extremely cold. 8 peak martial spirits and 1 mid-level martial king.
This kind of fighting power is more than enough to hunt down a family elder.
Such a powerful lineup actually came to hunt down me, a monk in the mid-level martial arts.
This obviously doesn't want me. Come back alive. Let me think about it. Who wants to put me to death like this, Nye Changmu?
The first thing that appeared in his mind was the person who handed the pendant to him.
But he was quickly ruled out by Nyayan.
An assassination of this kind was far beyond what an ordinary elixir garden elder could control.
He was obviously just a pawn. Duan Ingrong. Nya Chi Bai.
Nye Dongtu. Various people who had interacted with Nyayan flashed in his mind. No, there are too few clues now, and there is no way to investigate.
For now, throwing the pendant away and running away may be the best choice. But that is too passive. If something happens once, there will be a second time. You must take the initiative to solve the problem once and for all, so as not to worry about it again. In this case, the only way is to see if we can get any clues from their mouths.
Nyayan looked towards the distance, in the direction of the group of men in black. But what to do? Break the situation when you encounter trouble, never choose to escape, otherwise as time goes by, sooner or later there will be consequences that you cannot bear.
Nyayan had already understood this truth in his previous life.
His eyes slowly closed, his consciousness sank into his memory, and he began to search for possible ways to break the situation in the ghost inheritance. Naturally, the first thing Nyayan thought of was the most powerful secret technique in the inheritance. He searched in his memory and found the content. Secret technique of the lower heavenly level, soul wrapping dreams, haunted by dreams. As long as you imagine the target's appearance in your mind, you can bind its soul and hold it out of the body. Cultivation conditions: you need to use the hard work of your loved one as a guide, supplemented by tinching sand, fetal yuan fruit, human face spider, before you can practice. Many complex and rare materials emerged in Nyayan's mind one by one. Some materials Nyayan knew, while some materials he had never heard of. With his memory blurred, Nyayan looked at the most important medicine again. The hard work of the one you love, Nyayan murmured, and finally gave up the idea of practicing this secret technique. It's not that he doesn't want to practice, but that the hard work of this beloved person is really difficult for Nyayan. For something as ethereal as love, it might have been possible in Nyayan's first 2 lives. But the accumulation of memories of 3 lives, the sourness of human relationships, and the helplessness of experiencing death alone. All of these made the heart of seeking truth in Nyayan's chest become even more determined. After his rebirth, Nyayan's desire for power had already penetrated deep into his bones. There was only strength in his heart, and apart from that, he had no interest in anything. A full quarter of an hour later, Nyayan suddenly opened his eyes and sighed slightly. In the inheritance of the Ghost Saint, the number of secret techniques recorded is actually not very large, but all of them are exquisite and powerful. But now my realm is too low, and there are very few techniques and secrets that I can practice, so I can't break this situation at all. On the dark throne, Nyayan smiled helplessly in his heart. Is it because he is too weak after all? Suddenly, Nyayan remembered that when he obtained the 9 revolutions mind technique just now, he seemed to have completed the task. Thinking of this, Nyayan immediately started to call up the system panel to check the properties of the 9 turns heart technique. Xuanjia high-grade Kung Fu, 9 transformations of mind, remnant chapter, cultivation progress, 5th level, total 15 levels, active skills, 1, Hangshan fist, a low-level secret technique of the Shin level. It only attacks but does not defend. Its power is so extreme that it shakes the heaven and the earth. When practiced to a great extent, one can break mountains and rivers with bare hands. It is one of the main secret techniques of the 9 turns of mind technique, and its power is comparable to that of the top-grade techniques of Xuanjia. Passive skill: 1, the recovery speed of spiritual power is increased by 400%. 2, deterrence: for a target with a lower level than yourself, when launching an attack, you can suppress at least 40% of the opponent's strength. The greater the level gap, the more obvious the strength suppression. Once the level gap between the 2 sides is 2 big realms, you can directly use coercion to make the enemy surrender. Ding! Side mission: collect all the scattered 9 revolutions heart techniques, current progress, 40%, mission clue, Black Skull Mountain. Task reward, unknown. Although there is only half of this 9 revolutions heart technique, its grade has reached the upper level of the mysterious level. The complete version will at least go straight to the earth level. If we can gather them all, it would be a good choice. Nyayan thought to himself. There are naturally earth-level techniques in the ghost inheritance, but in order to prevent them from being discovered by Chihuan Valley, no matter how powerful these techniques are, Nyayan cannot use them blatantly. After all, the current Chihuan Valley is like a mountain pressing down on Nyayan. The ghost inheritance is absolutely invisible to the light. While improving his strength, he also needs to find a powerful technique other than the independent ghost inheritance. To divert other people's attention. The 9-turn mind technique in Nyayan's hands is a good choice. I remember that after completing the task, the system seemed to give some rewards. Niayan thought to himself, and after checking the space inside his body, he found two more things: a wooden box and a talisman. Niayan controlled his thoughts and came to look carefully. The talisman was all khaki in color, with mysterious lines all over it. When Niayan saw the talisman, he felt that it looked familiar. When he took a closer look, he took a deep breath.
This is the Wanli Divine Traveling Talisman. That's right, this talisman is one of the important means used by ghosts to escape in the inherited memory, the Wanli Divine Travel Talisman. 10,000 miles Divine Movement Talisman, the best talisman of the Xian level. When activated, the user can immediately escape thousands of miles away. There is no consumption of spiritual power, no side effects, and the talisman is consumed in one time. He took out the talisman and put it in the palm of his hand. He rubbed it gently with his fingertips and sighed, "With this talisman, although this situation can be solved, it is not what I want." Niayan turned around, looked at the other wooden box, and slowly opened it. Lying quietly in it was a pill as white as jade. Spirit Breaking Pill, a middle-grade Xian level elixir. After taking it, the martial spirit realm will be unconditionally promoted to the first level realm. Ha!
Niayan was stunned for a moment, then laughed 3 times. God is really helping me. Niayan's eyes were fixed on the milky white elixir that looked like a jade carving in his hand.
The Spirit Breaking Pill. The Spirit Breaking Pill.
If you take it in the martial spirit realm, you can unconditionally improve it by 1 level.
I wonder how far I can improve after taking it. Niayan smiled, the crazy thoughts in his mind uncontrollable. Niayan's idea is not uncommon in the world of cultivation.
Many cultivators who are eager for quick success and quick gains have this idea, but all of them have paid a very painful price. The reason why the Spirit Breaking Pill is called the Spirit Breaking Pill is that the name explains its meaning very well. If a monk under the martial spirit takes the elixir, without exception, he will definitely be overwhelmed by the extremely powerful power of the medicine, and the meridians throughout his body will be exploded.
But the reason why Niayan had this idea was not because he was arrogant.
On the contrary, he had always been very clear about his position. He has cultivated to the point where he has an iron cloth shirt, and his physique has been tempered by many medicinal baths. His physical body is almost dominating under the martial spirit. In terms of physical body alone, he has reached the level of a martial spirit, but his realm has not kept up.
In a sense, Niayan is now considered half a martial spirit.
After weighing the pros and cons, Niayan felt that this matter had great potential, so he immediately took action. He sat cross-legged on the dark and spacious throne, took a deep breath, and swallowed the spirit-breaking pill between his fingers into his mouth.
Breaking pill, the cultivation level skyrocketed, feeling hot all over.
At this moment, Niayan felt as if he had taken an aphrodisiac and was unbearably hot. After swallowing the spirit-breaking pill, the pill melts in the mouth and immediately turns into extremely huge warm currents, suddenly erupting from the daintian and rushing towards all the surrounding meridians. The huge heat flow entered countless meridians and was dispersed into blazing tributaries. As Niayan used the 9 turns mental technique, the warm current gradually became hotter, and his body temperature also slowly rose as a result.
1 Sunday, 2 Sundays, 3 Sundays.
Every time this huge energy circulates in his daintian, the corners of Niayan's mouth will twitch slightly.
Although the huge power of the medicine made Niayan feel very painful, the accompanying effects were also extremely significant.
Niayan could clearly feel that the bones, flesh, blood, internal organs, and even cells in the body began to send out signals of joy, showing a state of excitement, and began to continuously devour the power of the spirit-breaking pill. Niayan's various injuries caused by the previous attack were being repaired at a very fast speed towards his peak state.
Feeling the medicinal power still surging in his body, Niayan let out a breath. Now is when the real drama begins.
Sure enough, as the medicinal power continuously burst out from the daintian, the skeletal muscles and even internal organs of the whole body were covered by this huge medicinal power.
The surging medicinal power continued to fill every corner of Niayan's body.
The muscles, bones, internal organs, and even his cultivation all over his body began to become more powerful under the influence of this medicine. But Niayan knows that his body has its limits.
If he cannot control the power of the medicine, once it exceeds the limit, what awaits him is to be exploded by the huge power of the medicine. Therefore, Nyayan could not let the power of medicine run wildly in his body. He had to mobilize his spiritual power to guide and control them all. At this time, Nyayan could already vaguely feel some burning pain in his skin. Nyayan understood that the power of the medicine had spread to his skin. His skin could no longer bear the power of the medicine and had reached its limit. After thinking about it, Nyayan also quickly activated the 9 turns of mind technique and began to control the power of the medicine in his body. Under the guidance of the 9 turns mind technique, the medicinal power that filled the whole body suddenly surged. Under the guidance of the spiritual power, the medicinal power seemed to be pulled and began to gather towards the daintian. The closer you get to the daintian, the smaller the volume of this huge medicinal power becomes. The 9-turn mental method is running, guiding the medicinal power to start to follow a specific route. After circulating in the body for a long time, it comes to the entrance of the daintian again. At this moment, countless majestic medicinal powers gathered at the entrance of daintian, and the momentum was like a dam about to release its flood. Whether we can break through or not depends on this. Nyayan shouted softly in his heart, and the next moment, the resistance in front of the majestic power of the medicine suddenly disappeared. There was no resistance, and the powerful force of the medicine rushed into the daintian, mixed with a loud noise like the falling of the 9 heavens waterfall. Boom! The moment the huge medicinal power rushed into the daintian, the earth-shattering roar resounded in his mind almost at the same time. In an instant, Nyayandu, who was sitting on the dark throne, almost fainted from the shock. Biting the tip of his tongue suddenly, the severe pain caused Nyayan to wake up briefly, and he continued to guide the surging power of the medicine into his daintian. Under the constant bombardment of this huge medicinal power in his daintian, Nyayan felt that his cultivation level began to rise to a level visible to the naked eye. Snapped! A sound like something breaking came from Nyayan's body. As this crisp sound fell, Nyayan's aura suddenly became much stronger. Ding! Congratulations to the host for improving his level. He is currently at the 6th level of martial arts master. Hearing the pleasant system prompt sound, Nyayan breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly discovered that the power of the medicine in his body had not been reduced by half at all. Feeling that the momentum around him was still rising rapidly, Nyayan chuckled, "In that case, let me see how far it can reach." Under the guidance of the 9 turns heart technique, the huge medicinal power pours into the daintian like a continuous flood. According to Nyayan's current strength, if he wanted to improve his realm by 1 level, normal cultivation would take at least half a year, or even longer, without assistance such as pills. If you hunt monster beasts to gain experience to upgrade, although it will be much faster, it also means that you have to take great risks to hunt those high-level monsters. Because for those low-level monsters, the experience that Nyayan can gain by killing them is very pitiful. Even for monsters with lower strength, Nyayan will not give any experience at all after hunting them, even if he kills them. Kill in vain. Calculating it like this, if Nyayan wanted to improve his cultivation to the 1st level, he would have to kill without sleep for 5 or 6 days, or even half a month. This was even when everything went well, and Nyayan didn't even deliberately calculate the time it would take if he got injured. Ding! Congratulations to the host for improving his level. He is currently at the 7th level of martial arts master. Ding! Congratulations to the host for improving his level. He is currently at the 8th level of martial arts master. On the throne, after 3 consecutive breakthroughs, Nyayan finally stabilized the restlessness of the medicine. Feeling the situation in his body, he couldn't help but murmur, "There is still a little remaining medicinal power. Maybe I can give it a try and get to the next level." But even though Nyayan thought this way, after weighing the pros and cons, he still chose to use the remaining medicinal power to nourish his body. Is this the late stage of martial arts? Feeling the power coming from his body, Nyayan chuckled, "If I weren't worried about the troublesome backlash if I failed to break through forcefully, I would really like to experience what it feels like to break through to the peak of a martial artist in one go." For Nyayan, skills, secret techniques, weapons, elixirs, talismans, all of these are external objects. Only strength can be relied upon, and it is the fundamental way of oneself. Only when you are strong can you cope with all changes without changing. What?
You said that geniuses know how to lay a solid foundation, that geniuses can practice step by step, and that geniuses can rely on a solid foundation to explode into powerful combat power, and even be able to leapfrog challenges?
No, Nyayin doesn't think so. What kind of bullshit cultivation requires one step at a time? Why the damn tall buildings are rising from the ground? We need to lay a solid foundation. It's all fucking bullshit. For Nyayin, what he wants is ultimate power. What you want is extreme speed. What you want is extreme arrogance. What a slow accumulation, little accumulation, bullshit. What Nyayin wants is to reach the sky in one step. No matter how solid your foundation is, no matter how outstanding your talents are, Nyayin will bully the small with his strength and suppress others with his level. The power emanating from him can make those so-called geniuses kneel down. Is there any suspense there?
During the course of cultivation, some geniuses can indeed succeed in leapfrog challenges through various tricks in the early stage. This is because the gap between the various realms in the early stage is not large. The further you get to the back, the greater the gap between realms will be, and the smaller the possibility of leapfrogging challenges.
Don't talk about the far ones, just talk about the near ones. The battle for the immortal order. 3 major families and 3 peak martial emperors went to snatch the Ascension Order.
At that time, the Ascension Order was close at hand and they were about to succeed. As a result, when the Luo family ancestor came out, he was so scared that he didn't even dare to fart and ran away in despair.
There is a realm between them. Isn't it safe to fight 3 against 1? Not sure. This is the realm, the natural chasm.
Nyayin slowly stood up from the throne, exhaled a breath of turbid air from his chest, twisted his neck, and listened to the crisp sound of the bones all over his body, and said slowly, breaking through 3 levels in a row, reaching the 8th level of martial arts. His cultivation level is already at the top level among his peers, but given the current situation, it is still a bit unsatisfactory. After all, what was before Nyayin now was whether it was the nearly 10,000 black water foxes or the 9 black-clothed killers wearing ghost faces. Both of them were existences that Nyayin Yuan could not defeat. Nyayin's brows were still furrowed. He didn't stop thinking for a moment, and he couldn't help but become more and more anxious. Now that I have taken the spirit-breaking pill, my realm has been greatly improved, but the situation has not changed at all. What should I do? Feeling that there was something wrong with his emotions, Nyayin quickly stopped, closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths to calm down. Methods are thought up by people. As long as you don't die, you will definitely have a chance. His eyes flashed, and he carefully sorted out all the available things he had. All the elixirs, talismans, etc. I have now are not enough to support me in a head-on fight with 9 killers. In terms of the system, all my points add up to only more than 13,000, which can barely be exchanged for a heavy rain pear blossom needle. Come out, but the effect of heavy rain pear blossom against the strong king of martial arts will not be very good. The more Nyayin thought about it, the deeper his frown deepened. So if I want to break the situation, I still have to find a way from this inheritance. If there is no way even from the inheritance, then I can only throw away the Qingyu pendant and risk it. With the risk of being discovered and being chased to death, I bet that I can run back to Qingyang town under their noses. As long as I return to Nye's house, I will be safe. However, for the latter, Nyayin did not want to choose it unless it was a last resort. He kept pacing on the vast ground of the Blood Palace, and his dull footsteps echoed in the empty palace. Maybe, the direction of my thinking is wrong? Nyayin was pacing and suddenly raised his head. The next moment, he beckoned the black flames into the space within his body, cast ghost shadow under his feet, and reached the edge of the formation in an instant. He raised one hand and put it on the invisible formation, and shouted softly, "Open!" As soon as he finished speaking, the large formation in front of him actually opened a gap. Nyayin has obtained the ghost inheritance, and he is the legitimate master of the Blood Palace. Although his strength is low, he can only use 2 abilities. One is for investigation, and the other is to freely control the entrance and exit of the Blood Palace. These 2 abilities may be useless in normal times, but now they are real killing weapons in Nyayin's eyes. Not enough, make it bigger. Nyayin looked at the gap in front of him and murmured in his heart. The hole in front of him seemed to be human,
and it actually slowly grew larger under Nyayun's control. It did not stop expanding until it expanded into a large hole measuring 1 foot square. Staring at the big black hole in front of him, Nyayun finally let go of his frown, and a hint of joy appeared on the corner of his mouth. This is the passage of an underground river, connecting Xuanyue Lake and the outside world. However, as time changes, it gradually dries up for unknown reasons and becomes a long, narrow and dark underground passage. Nyayun stepped into the underground passage and looked up into the distance. There was a faint light. He did not use the earth escape technique, but only urged the ghost to move continuously in the underground passage, and soon he arrived at the exit of the underground passage. Standing at the entrance of the cave, Nyayun looked at the nearby Xuanyue Lake and the moss under his feet, and thought to himself, in this underground passage, if it happens to be the rainy season, when the tide of Xuanyue Lake is high, there will still be rainwater entering. There are several reasons why this waterway is dry now. Either the lake water has shifted due to the passage of time, or the underground passage under the feet has been lifted up by external forces of humans or animals and turned into a cave. Anyway, no matter what the reason is, it has nothing to do with me. It was early in the morning. Looking at the beautiful Xuanyue Lake in front of him, Nyayun was not in the mood to appreciate it. After all, those killers were near Xuanyue Lake. In order to avoid exposing his position, Nyayun had already put the clear jade pendant into the space inside his body and suppressed it with the power of the world to ensure that there would be no accidents. He took out a pill from Bao Wang Ring. It was a turtle breath pill that Nyayun bought from Changfeng Trading Company. After taking it, his breathing could be minimized. He raised his head and took it without hesitation. Then Nyayun very cautiously took out an ordinary-looking earth-colored earthen jar from the space inside his body and held it in his arms, fearing that it would accidentally break it. This is the Monkey King honey that exploded from the stone monkey dungeon. Gently lift the lid off the jar, revealing a thin gap. In just an instant, strange fragrance appeared around Nyayun, spreading continuously in all directions. He stood still. Not long after, there were several zero-level black water foxes that were very close to Nyayun. They smelled the scent of Monkey King honey and began to slowly walk towards Nyayun. However, he was afraid of Nyayun's strength and didn't dare to get close. Nyayun didn't seem to care about this. He looked around, and then opened the lid of the earthen jar. At this moment, almost all the black water foxes within a few hundred meters of Nyayun gathered in Nyayun's direction. Very good. Nyayun chuckled softly. He held the earthen pot in one hand and retreated step by step into the cave. Following closely behind him were nearly 100 black water foxes of varying strengths. Nyayun carefully controlled the distance, neither letting the black waterine fox escape the attraction range of the Monkey King, nor allowing them to attack him. He slowly led them into the depths of the underground cave, and finally came to the Blood Palace formation. With a thought, a hole several feet wide gradually appeared on the huge stone wall. Nyayun stepped into it, and nearly 100 black water foxes behind him followed Nyayun into the formation. As the last black water fox entered the formation, Nyayun's heart moved, and the hole behind him closed instantly. Carefully seal the Monkey King honey and put it into the body space. With one hand, he summoned the black flames and fell beside him. With the other hand, he took out the snow-white wind shadow knife and pointed it at the nearly 100 black water foxes in front of him, with a smile on his lips. Meaning, kill me. As soon as he finished speaking, Nyayun and a huge black python rushed into the fox group and started fighting with them. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the black waterine fox and gaining 400 experience points, 300 spiritual power points, and 200 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the black waterine fox and gaining 300 experience points, 800 spiritual power points, and 600 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the kill, you have gained 2000 experience points, 800 spiritual power points, and 600 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the black waterine fox and gaining 500 experience points, 500 spiritual power points, and 200 points. This is already the 7th time we have hunted foxes. Nyayun sat cross-legged on the ground, regained his spiritual power inside. As his realm gets higher and higher,
the points and experience that those low-level monsters can bring to him will further decrease. Once they are lower than his 2, there is almost no experience or points gained from killing monsters in this realm. It seems that this path is not feasible. Nyayan used Monkey King honey to attract some low-level black water foxes around Xuanyue Lake. If he wanted to lure higher-level black water foxes to take the bait, he would need to go deep into Xuanyue Lake. But in this case, it would be extremely easy for those killers to discover him. After all, Nyayan's current strength is not enough to be able to collide with those killers head-on. The range of the spiritual consciousness of the peak martial arts masters is about 500 meters, and the range of the spiritual consciousness of the strong warriors is generally about 1,000 meters. In order to prevent this group of killers, they also have something like the spiritual intent technique that can enhance their spiritual consciousness. The secret technique. Therefore, to be on the safe side, Nyayan would not come within a 5-kilometer radius of the group of killers. But even within this scope, Nyayan felt a little guilty, because luring the foxes took a long time, and since he was not in the Blood Palace, he naturally could not use the Blood Palace formation to conduct investigations to determine the identity of the killers. Location: if you are just unlucky and encounter a killer who comes out to look out, and happens to bump into you, wouldn't that be nonsense? Therefore, every time you lure a group of foxes, you must minimize your exposure time as much as possible. Hunting low-level monsters to upgrade is obviously a dead end. Hunting high-level monsters and easily being discovered by killers put Nyayan into a dilemma. What can we do about it? How about swallowing the yin-yang fruit and dragon lotus in the space inside your body to increase your cultivation? Nyayan rejected the idea without even thinking about it. If he ate his own spirit-breaking pill, he would be beaten to death, and it would take a lot of effort to digest the potency. If he swallowed these 2 earth-level elixirs directly, he would definitely burst without even thinking about it. Nyayan thought like this, and unknowingly his eyes gradually turned towards the corpse of the huge green waterine python. Due to the tragic battle, the body of the green waterine python was not complete, and was broken into small pieces in many places. If we can refine him, as soon as this method popped up in his mind, Nyayan subconsciously rejected it. The strength of the green waterine python is as high as the 8th level, which is equivalent to a martial emperor level expert in the human realm. Nyayan has 2 earth-level elixirs in his hands, among which the yin-yang fruit has been in hand for a long time, but he has not refined it yet. Why? Is it because Nyayan doesn't want to? The reason for not refining it is because Nyayan himself knows that his physical strength cannot withstand the huge power of the earth-level elixir. If he refining it, he will undoubtedly be directly exploded. Under such circumstances, if you still try to refine the corpse of an 8th-level monster, this is simply a fool's errand. Nyayan must have a purpose in everything he does, and he will not waste time doing anything meaningless. Although he is only interested in profit, he acts crazy and unscrupulous. But he is very self-aware, and when faced with something he knows he cannot do, he will give up decisively. But as soon as this idea came out of my mind, it seemed as if it had taken root, and the roots spread out more and more. Even in the end, the originally dim eyes gradually revealed a trace of light. His eyes gradually focused on the green water python, and on that huge corpse. Although the realm of the blue waterine python is as high as the martial emperor level, it is far beyond what I can match. But he has been dead for an unknown number of years and the crystal core has long since dissipated. There is not much spiritual power left in the corpse. In addition, with the ghosts following him, the saint's injuries in successive battles were so severe that they could not be repaired, so the body of the green waterine python was not just a piece of iron barrel, but many bones of different lengths scattered on the ground. Thinking of this, Nyayan's eyes widened, and a storm surged in his heart. This matter is not impossible. Nyayan withstood the coercion radiating out and stepped in front of the huge black corpse of the blue waterine python. Although it had been dead for an unknown number of years, this monster still maintained its majesty. Nyayan stood in front of this huge dark corpse, looking very small. Feeling the power within it, he couldn't help but sigh. I don't know how many years have passed, but there is still such powerful spiritual power left in this corpse. This green waterine python was probably about to touch the Jiao's territory. What a pity! Nyayan secretly felt pity in his heart, but then he smiled with relief. Isn't it like this in the journey of cultivation? Compete with heaven, compete with earth, compete with people, all you want is the 1 in a million opportunity to become enlightened.
Once you make the wrong move, everything will be lost.
Who in this world does not achieve success on the basis of numerous bones? He slowly came down and picked up a small piece of dark bone on the ground, which was only as thick as his little finger. He held it in the palm of his hand and murmured in his heart, I don't know which part of the green watering python this small bone came from, but what is certain is that if I take this bone in my hand to the outside world, it will definitely cause a sensation. There is no one in the 4 major families who will not be moved. This is the corpse of an 8th level monster, and its value is immeasurable. If it falls into the hands of a master of weapon refining, he will definitely be able to refine an extremely powerful spiritual treasure. Even if he doesn't use it, selling it will make an unimaginable huge sum of money. He flicked his finger towards that small section of bone, and the black bone actually made a metallic sound. At the same time, Nyayan also felt that his fingers were hurt by the huge force of the shock, and Nyayan's pupils suddenly shone. What a treasure! If I can really refine and fuse this entire corpse into my own body, then how strong must my physical body be? The body of a dragon? The body of a divine dragon? Of course, Nyayan was just thinking about it. He is still very self-aware. It is still unknown whether Nyayan can refine the small piece of bone in his hand, let alone the entire corpse that is hundreds of meters long. With Nyayan thinking this way, Nyayan took out an alchemy furnace. Place this small piece of bone in the alchemy furnace, slowly close the lid of the alchemy furnace, and make a clear sound when your thumb and middle finger touch it. Black flame, use the fire. The next moment, a burning and prosperous black flame appeared out of thin air at Nyayan's fingertips. But what makes people feel strange is that when this black flame burns, in addition to the extremely high temperature, you can also clearly feel that it contains an extremely violent aura. It is clearly Black Flame's natal demon fire, evil fire. Under Nyayan's guidance, the black flame poured into the alchemy furnace and began to burn the section of corpse. As the flame slowly burns, the corpse didn't show any reaction at first, but later, it slowly began to make a squeaking sound. Nyayan was overjoyed. Effective! Bang! Before the smile on Nyayan's face dissipated, the entire alchemy furnace made a loud noise. The energy contained in the corpse of the green watering python was so powerful that it had just begun to be refining when the alchemy furnace could not withstand the violent energy and exploded into countless pieces. This sudden explosion caused Nyayan to be blown away. But Nyayan was not discouraged. Instead, he laughed even more excitedly. This can be done. The effect of the furnace explosion just now showed that there was no problem with Nyayan's idea. But now there is a more serious problem before him, that is, he no longer has an alchemy furnace in his hand. The elixir furnace that just exploded was the only elixir furnace he had in hand. He purchased it from Changfeng Trading Company, and its grade reached the upper grade Huang level. Other than that, Nyayan had nothing else suitable for refining corpses. However, who said that you must use an alchemy furnace to refine corpses? Nyayan chuckled and directly put the section of corpse into the space inside his body. The next moment, under the mobilization of Nyayan's thoughts, the overwhelming evil fire rushed towards the small section of corpse from all directions, constantly burning the corpse. As expected, the energy in the corpse began to resist, but this time Nyayan was already prepared. When the corpse was about to resist, the power of the world that had been prepared directly suppressed it, suppressing the rebellious energy firmly in the corpse. Don't let him cause any trouble. In the world of internal space, as long as your strength is not strong enough to surpass Nyayan, then Nyayan is a creator god-like existence, almost omnipotent. Feeling the pressure from the corpse's energy, Nyayan was actually very nervous. He was actually prepared for the worst. If something went wrong, he would immediately release that small section of bone to avoid injury to the space inside his body. But fortunately, everything went well. As the calcination took longer and longer, Nyayan gradually refined the essence from the corpse. Those strands of essence are thousands of times smaller than hair, and are almost imperceptible to the naked eye. If it were not in the inner space, even if it was placed in front of Nyayan, he might not be able to find it. The refining process lasted for 2 or 3 hours. The small section of corpse was finally completely refined by Nyayan. The remaining residue was turned into fly ash and disappeared without a trace in the burning of evil fire. The refined essence was condensed by Nya Yun into a dark black liquid the size of a grain of sand, and contained in a jade bottle. With this drop of essence, Nya Yun could feel an extremely huge spiritual power fluctuation even through the jade bottle. Nya Yun's consciousness passed through the jade bottle and carefully observed the small drop of black liquid in front of him. Is this the essence refined from the corpse of the 8th level monster? Let me try to see what effect you have. As soon as he finished speaking, Nya Yun raised his head and drank this small drop of essence. Kill someone, boom. A huge amount of energy far exceeding that of the soul-breaking pill, as this drop of essence was swallowed, suddenly exploded in Nya Yun's body like a volcano erupting. When this seemingly tiny drop of essence fell into his mouth, Nya Yun felt as if he had swallowed a drop of extremely hot magma. Under the influence of this drop of essence, his whole body began to become hot, as if all his bones and flesh were almost like it's melted. Nya Yun hurriedly calmed down his mind and began to run the 9 turns mental technique crazily to refine this drop of essence. But at this moment, Nya Yun discovered that the energy contained in this essence was so great that he found it difficult to refine it for a while. If he no longer finds a way to refine this drop of essence and allows it to continue in his body, Nya Yun's body will definitely be burned to ashes. I didn't expect that this small drop of essence actually contains such a huge amount of energy. I'm too arrogant. For now, I have to take a risk. Nya Yun sighed inwardly, and then a sharp light flashed in his eyes. While running the 9 turns mental technique, he deliberately separated part of his mind. At the same time, he continued to hold spells in his hands, and finally let out a loud shout, secret technique swallowing souls. This is one of the few secret techniques that Nya Yun can directly use in the ghost inheritance. It ranks among the best in the Xin class and is specially used to devour souls and nourish the body. Now being used by Nya Yun to refine the essence would not be considered as a disgrace to his name. With the secret technique of swallowing souls, the essence energy that was originally violent like a beast in Nya Yun's body suddenly became quiet as if a snake had been beaten 7 inches. But Nya Yun's pain had just begun. At this moment, the bones that had absorbed the essence began to fragment and then repair. Click, click, click. Sounds of cracking bones could be heard all over Nya Yun's body. It makes people tremble. What? The bones all over Nya Yun's body were constantly shattering, and the next moment they were instantly repaired, and then shattered again. Such severe pain made Nya Yun couldn't help but scream. The huge pain made Nya Yun look ferocious, but he still gritted his teeth and persisted, with no intention of giving up. He could clearly feel that his body was constantly getting stronger as it was broken and repaired again and again. It could be said that this was a veritable rebirth. Time flies like a shuttle, and the sun and the moon are like arrows. In the blink of an eye, a day and a night passed. Nya Yun, who had been sitting cross-legged for a long time, absorbed the last essence in his body and suddenly opened his eyes, with light overflowing from them. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the water escape technique. Suddenly, the system prompt sounded in his mind, and Nya Yun smiled softly. Is this an unexpected gain? My physical body is many times stronger than before, and the strength of my physical body is no less than that of ordinary spiritual treasures. Even if I don't activate the iron cloth shirt and stand still and let the enemy attack, if the martial spirit realm wants to hurt me, I'm afraid it will take a lot of effort. Nya Yun clenched his fist and felt the power in his body. He looked up at the corpse of the huge green water python in front of him and sighed. Such a huge gain is just the refining of a thumb-sized corpse. If I could refine all of this corpse into my own body, how powerful would I be? Ha, Nya Yun sneered. His eyes passed through the blood palace formation, and he vaguely felt that the group of masked killers in black were searching for him nearby and did not leave. Wait for me, I'll be quick. After finishing his words, Nya Yun strode towards the corpse of the green water python, constantly leaning down to pick up the fragmentary corpses scattered on the ground. Time continued to pass like this, and Nya Yun did not waste any time and devoted all of it to the process of refining the corpse. Therefore, Nya Yun's strength skyrocketed at an incredible speed every minute and every second. Ding! Congratulations to the host for improving his level. He is now a 9th level martial artist. 3 days later, Nya Yun achieved another breakthrough after just breaking through. Ding! Congratulations to the host for improving his level. He is currently at the 1st level of martial spirit.
Ding! Congratulations on the space upgrade within the host's body. 10 days later, Nyayun's realm broke into the martial spirit realm. But Nyayun had no intention of stopping at all, and continued to refine the fragmentary corpses in his hands. Huge amounts of energy are constantly emerging in Nyayun's body. His body, his realm, and his bones are all ready to move, as if they are extremely eager for the blessing of these essences. The energy contained in this essence is too strong. The spiritual power is roaring, the internal organs are roaring, and the bones are banging. At this moment, Nyayun's body, both his bones, meridians and blood were vaguely turning black. This is the extremely Yin power contained in the body of the green water Yin python. Nyayun absorbed the essence contained in its corpse, and naturally inherited a trace of the blood power of the green water Yin python in his body. While Nyayun's cultivation level was increasing rapidly, Heiyan's cultivation level was also unable to lag behind. As time passed, each person and the python were completely immersed in cultivation. Time flies as time flies. Half a year passed in a flash. Nyayun slowly used the secret technique of swallowing spirits to absorb the last bit of essence in his body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for improving his level. He is currently at the 9th level of martial spirit. A sound fell. Nyayun let out a breath of turbid air in his chest and slowly stood up. A crackling sound of bones came from his body. At this moment, Nyayun exuded a tyrannical aura, just like a ferocious beast. Martial spirit has reached its peak. Nyayun said slowly. His eyes were deep and he looked at Heiyan aside. I don't know if it's because of the same race and similar blood. Heiyan's cultivation speed is actually much faster than mine. He has already advanced to the martial king realm. It has reached the level of a 4th order monster. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Iron Shirt Volume 2. Ding! View details? Suddenly, the system prompt sounded again in my mind. Ha! Nyayun raised his eyebrows and said softly, View, Iron Cloth Shirt Volume 2, this is part of the mysterious body refining technique. After successfully practicing it, the physical body cannot be broken except by the martial emperor. Note, Iron Cloth Shirt is divided into 3 volumes, the upper, middle, and lower volumes, which respectively correspond to the items that cannot be broken except by a martial artist, cannot be broken except by a martial spirit, and cannot be broken except by a martial emperor. Ding! Study or not? Yes. Ding! Study successfully. As soon as the sound fell, Nyayun felt a tingling sensation all over his body, and then it disappeared in a flash. Looking up, all the smaller corpses on the ground that could be refined by Nyayun have been refined by Nyayun. Most of the remaining corpses are relatively complete, far beyond what Nyayun's current strength can refine. Slowly stretched out his hand forward and lightly drew towards the void in front of him. Swish! With the sharp edge between Nyayun's fingers, he could actually produce a sonic boom in the void with a casual blow. This claw is no less powerful than the Hongshan fist I used with all my strength. Feeling the powerful power constantly coming from his body, Nyayun took out the clear jade pendant from the space inside his body, held it in his hand, stared at it, and chuckled. Now, it's my turn to kill, can even think of leaving. Inya, we have been guarding this damn lake for half a year, when can we go back? A wounded killer in black whispered to the man in black holding a golden knife. We have tried countless times in the past 6 months to enter the center of the Fox group to find Nyayun's body, but you also know, since the tracking compass lost contact, we have completely lost Nyayun's position, and if we continue, we will be looking for a needle in a haystack. The man in black named Inya was silent for a moment and said slowly, Why don't I know what you said? But don't forget, the master's order to us is to see people alive and to see their corpses dead. As he spoke, he paused for a while, his eyes flashed, his brows wrinkled slightly, as if after some struggle he said, We will look for 3 more days. If we still can't find Nyayun's body after 3 days, we will go back. It is estimated that the pendant should have been eaten by the foxes together with Nyayun's body. Otherwise, we cannot explain why the compass and the pendant suddenly disappeared. Lost touch. Suddenly, as if he felt something, Inya's expression suddenly changed. He quickly took out a compass and held it in his hand, staring at it closely.
he saw that the originally empty disc now had a very abrupt red dot.
Nyayan stared at some light black soul-changing powder in the porcelain bottle in his hand. His face was extremely solemn, and he said softly, "Is this Wahunsan?"
This is a famous poison recorded in the inheritance of the ghost saint.
It is a low-grade poison.
It can be made with soul as the main material, plus secret techniques and the refining of various materials. Once this kind of soul-changing powder is hit, it can melt the soul of the person who hits it.
It's a pity that my level is limited.
I'm still far from the colorless, odorless, formless and quality state recorded in the inheritance, where everything will die if it touches it. After many failures, I managed to refine a bottle of defective product, but to deal with those killers should be more than enough.
This is indeed difficult for Nyayan.
The steps and requirements in the inheritance are extremely demanding, and millions of souls are often required. It is also specifically stated that human souls are the most effective, and animal souls are inferior.
It is self-evident what this means.
In other words, if Nyayan wanted to refine a real soul transformation powder, he would have to kill at least millions, or even tens of millions of people.
If there is poison, then there will naturally be an antidote.
To be on the safe side, Nyayan refined several copies of the antidote and kept it with him.
We can't blame Nyayan for being so cautious.
After all, this thing is just like the Monkey King honey.
Once used, it is completely indistinguishable between friend and foe.
It can typically damage the enemy by 1000 and damage itself by 800 moves. After walking out of the Blood Palace, Nyayan came to the underground river channel where he hunted the black water foxes. He carefully scattered these soul-transforming powders in some specific places, continuing all the way to the exit. This road is very long, nearly 1,000 meters, and the passage shows an upward trend all the way to the ground. After spending half an hour doing all this, Nyayan wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a long breath.
This thing is much more tiring than fighting.
Along the way, Nyayan was careful not to let a single particle of soul transformation powder touch his body. He never stopped drinking the turtle breath pill in his mouth, fearing that he would accidentally inhale the soul transformation powder into his body.
The next step is to invite you to enter the urn.
The corner of Nyayan's mouth slowly curved into a dangerous arc, and he smiled meaningfully. Then he took out a pendant from the space in his body and placed it in his hand.
His eyes focused on it. It was a clear jade pendant.
Nyayan smiled and slowly continued to tie it around his neck.
Everyone, I hope you don't keep me waiting too long, after about one stick of incense.
Suddenly, a green light shot towards Nyayan from the side. The speed was so fast that Nyayan could not react at all.
In just a moment, green runes were all over Nyayan's body.
Whoosh! The next moment, Nyayan was once again surrounded by 9 black-clad ghost-faced killers from all directions, and then countless crossbow arrows were fired at Nyayan. Nyayan hurriedly stood up with a look of horror on his face, urging the ghost to run towards the cave immediately. This group of 9 killers followed closely, and at the same time they kept attacking. No matter how hard Nyayan tried to dodge, he would inevitably be unable to withstand them, and his injuries gradually appeared on his body. Finally, deep in the cave, Nyayan was hit in the back by an extremely powerful swordlight. The huge force hit Nyayan's body, causing him to fly backwards and fall several feet away. Inya, who was holding a golden knife, looked at Nyayan, who was in a state of embarrassment, walked forward slowly, and said coldly, "Nyayan, we meet again." Nyayan, who was surrounded by green light and unable to use his escape technique, was now surrounded by 8 peak martial spirits and a martial king.
No matter who looked at it, this was a dead end with no solution.
In their eyes, Nyayan at this moment was like fish on a chopping board, ready to be slaughtered.
How do you know I'm here?
Nyayan was lying on the ground now, his face turned pale with fright at this scene, and he asked tremblingly. "Nyayan, lead your neck to be slaughtered, and avoid the pain of your flesh and blood." Looking at Nyayan, who looked frightened and panicked, one of the killers stepped forward with a weapon in hand and shouted in a low voice.
"Who sent you to kill me?
I can pay you double, no, triple the price.
Just let me go today."
When Nyayan saw this, he was so angry that he spat out a large mouthful of blood, hurriedly retreated, and shouted at the top of his lungs.
"Nyayan is waiting."
It takes a certain amount of time for the soul transformation distribution to take effect. Because Nyeon could not guarantee that there would be no accidents in the situation of 1 against 9, so what he had to do now was to delay as much time as possible, wait for the toxin to fully take effect, and finally completely control the situation. Suddenly, one of the killers had something strange happen to his body, and he couldn't help but reach out and scratch his body. But the more I scratched, the more itchy I became, and the movements became larger and larger. I even scratched the flesh and blood splattered everywhere, but I still couldn't stop. Immediately afterwards, this symptom spread like a plague, and other killers also felt extremely itchy. Only the black-clothed killer holding a golden sword could barely hold his own. "What did you do to us?" Inyi shouted angrily, then took action with all his strength, suddenly drew his sword, and his sword flashed out. The other killers also took action together, with various dazzling techniques and powerful secret techniques, immediately covering Nyeon's figure, as if they were going to tear Nyeon into pieces. Boom! Many attacks gathered together and finally hit Nyeon's body, making a loud noise and countless dust. But when the smoke dissipated, their pupils suddenly widened, as if they had seen something unbelievable. Nyeon actually stood there unscathed. At this moment, Nyeon's clothes were completely ruined, with not even an inch missing. His whole body was covered with a layer of very ferocious black scales, and there were countless black fires rising and falling in the gaps between the scales. Under the almost dull gazes of everyone, Nyeon slowly pulled out the wind shadow sword from his waist. The snow-white blade reflected the cold light, reflecting in the hearts of everyone present. Gradually, the black fire jumping on the body slowly spread to the blade, burning brightly on the snow-white blade. The snow-white blade, the violent black fire, the terrifying heat, the ferocious scales, and a strange sense of disharmony spread in everyone's hearts. This scene was like an evil ghost. Nyeon's hoarse voice spread throughout the field through his scales. "Today, none of you can leave." Under the influence of the Hwahan powder, the 9 killers moved slower and slower, and their limbs began to gradually lose consciousness, as if their bodies and souls were separated. "No! We are poisoned." Sensing that something was wrong, Inyi, who was the most powerful in cultivation, was the first to react, drew out the golden knife from his waist and shouted angrily, "Kill him and get the antidote, otherwise we will all die here today." After finishing speaking, Inyi held the golden knife and headed towards Nyeon to attack and kill him. The remaining 8 killers were also frightened when they saw this, and they all released their spiritual power and used the most powerful offensive and killing moves in their lives. Swordlight, fire rain, thunder and lightning, bow arrows, sound waves. For a time, all kinds of attacks and killing moves complemented each other, attacking Nyeon from all directions. Nyeon, on the other hand, still stood there without moving, watching all this with cold black eyes. "No one can leave today." His voice was hoarse, but his tone was full of confidence. He led everyone into the formation just for this moment. "Grand formation, close!" Nyeon shouted in his heart. The next moment, the hole that was originally behind him closed instantly and turned into a cave wall. It was as if the passage had never appeared before. "Evil illusion open." The words are finished. Countless black fog suddenly appeared around Nyeon, covering hundreds of meters in radius. Everyone's eyes seemed to be covered with a veil of illusion at this moment. Without any preparation or warning, everything in the eyes of the 9 killers quietly changed. In the midst of the illusion, Nyeon stepped on the shadow of a ghost. His figure moved silently like a ghost, and appeared in front of a killer. The two came together, now only an arm's length apart. This killer at the pinnacle of martial arts didn't even feel Nyeon's presence at all. Cut! The wind shadow knife burning with black flames now became a bloodthirsty murder weapon in Nyeon's hands. He swung it down suddenly, and in an instant, the cold light flashed, and the killer's head suddenly rose into the sky. His body was immediately devoured by the evil fire wrapped around the blade, burning fiercely. The sizzling sound of blood evaporating kept coming, and finally his body was burned to charcoal. Without any pause, Nyeon stepped on the ghost and immediately turned to the next person. Under the influence of the Hwahan powder, the strength of these killers was very low. They had no defense at all in front of Nyeon. Under Nyeon's King Wu level body, they were as fragile as dead wood. The so-called feng shui changes, but that's it. Moreover, as time goes on, the degree of melting of their souls will become more serious. As one goes, Niayan's strength reaches extremely terrifying heights at this moment. Niayan stepped in front of the other person with a ghostly figure, and with a flash of his body, he cut him off with a single blow without any fancy moves. The heads are separated. Before the body of one killer could fall completely, the head of another killer had already flown up. Boom! 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 The sound of several corpses falling to the ground was heard. The ultimate power, the splatter of blood, the roar of despair. What a beautiful sound. A performance belonging to Niayan begins at this moment. Everyone, they had no idea where Niayan was. They only know that death is close at hand. Suddenly, the black fog dissipated. In the center of the battlefield, Niayan was still standing there with his ferocious ghost-like appearance, as if nothing had happened. But at this moment, Inya's face no longer looked as contemptuous as before. He kept backing up with fear on his face. That scene was like seeing the most terrifying thing in the world. Now half of his body was cut off by Niayan, and the blood splattered all over his body like a bloody man. His ability to survive until now was all due to his strong cultivation. In front of him were 8 decapitated corpses. Blood was still gushing out rapidly, and the smell of blood filled the place. Now that he had lost all will to fight, he wanted to turn around and run away, but was shocked to find that the entrance to the cave he originally came in from was gone. You are not Niayan. Who are you? This kind of power is definitely not something that a martial artist can possess. Inya's face was as pale as paper, his whole body was trembling, and he turned around and shouted in horror. Quiet, deathly quiet. Suddenly, Niayan was in front of him in an instant. His big hand covered with black ferocious scales reached out and firmly grasped Inya's head. I should be the one to ask you this question. These words, like the sigh of death, echoed in Inya's ears, search for souls. Ah, ah, ah. A series of shrill screams continued to come from Inya's mouth, echoing in the huge blood palace. What? As Niayan increased the intensity of his soul search, an even more painful scream rushed out of his chest. Ah, I see. Niayan slowly let go of his ferocious scaly hand. Inya's body lost support and fell in front of Niayan with a plop. Niayan snorted coldly, raised his foot and suddenly stepped on the head. Immediately, Inya's head exploded like a watermelon, and a mixture of red and white liquid spurted out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the 4th level Martial King and gaining 80,000 experience points, 5,000 spiritual power points, and 4,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a volume of Xuanjie cultivation technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Xin level golden sword. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the violent pill. In his mind, system prompts came one after another, but Niayan ignored them and carefully digested the newly acquired memories. Great Elder. Great Elder, you old guy, you really tried your best to kill me, huh? You probably didn't expect me to survive. However, if I let you know that the personal dead assistant who has been by your side for many years is actually an undercover agent placed by the owner of the family, I don't know how wonderful your expression will be. Interesting, really interesting. It seems that the Nia family's pool is deeper than I thought. Everything is clear, but there is a very mysterious place in the killer's memory. The owner of the house has placed an absolute ban on it. It is guarded by many dead pools and no one is allowed to enter. What is this place? Niayan frowned and fell into deep thought. He didn't have the slightest impression of this place. After thinking for a while and finding no results, Niayan gave up the idea and smiled suddenly. Whatever it is, we can just go in and take a look when the time comes. After confirming that there were no leaks around him, Niayan breathed a sigh of relief, sat cross-legged on the spot, and began to adjust his breathing. He also dispelled many of the abilities of the black flame in his body and released it to guard his side. Until now, Niayan's back was covered in cold sweat. This plan of using people as bait is very dangerous. If they are not poisoned, it will be like shooting themselves in the foot. But fortunately, everything went well. While thinking about it, Yin began to look at the many gains this time. His eyes swept across the many objects that appeared in the space inside his body. Suddenly, his eyes paused, as if he had discovered something novel.
Check the detail information. Yun thought softly in his heart.
Violent pill, high-grade Shin rank. After taking it, it can overdraw the potential of the user's whole body and forcibly improve the state. The effect lasts for a quarter of an hour. After the time limit expires, you will fall into a period of weakness and your level will decline. The degree of decline depends on your cultivation strength. Note, the stronger the cultivation level, the more serious the backlash will be, so please use it with caution. Thankfully, I struck hard and fast enough and didn't give him a chance to take the pill. If he recovers his cultivation, it's hard to say what the outcome will be. After reading these lines, Yin suddenly felt his scalp numb, and then he decided in his heart, from now on, as long as someone can be killed with one sword, he will never use a second sword to avoid capsizing in the gutter.
After a brief rest, Yin took off the pendant from his neck.
He squeezed it hard, crushing it into pieces, and then slowly walked out of the formation of the Blood Palace. It's difficult to make this soul transformation powder, and there are still so many, so we can't let it go to waste. Yin said this, took out the clay pot containing the Monkey King honey, and slowly opened it again. Group Yin slowly stood up from the throne, exhaled a breath of turbid air from his chest, twisted his neck, and listened to the crisp sound of the bones all over his body, and said slowly, breaking through 3 levels in a row, reaching the 8th level of martial arts. His cultivation level is already at the top level among his peers, but given the current situation, it is still a bit unsatisfactory. After all, what was before Yin now was whether it was the nearly 10,000 black water foxes or the 9 black-clothed killers wearing ghost faces. Both of them were existences that Yuan could not defeat. Yin's brows were still furrowed. He didn't stop thinking for a moment, and he couldn't help but become more and more anxious. Now that I have taken the spirit-breaking pill, my realm has been greatly improved, but the situation has not changed at all. What should I do? Feeling that there was something wrong with his emotions, Yin quickly stopped, closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths to calm down. Methods are thought up by people. As long as you don't die, you will definitely have a chance. His eyes flashed, and he carefully sorted out all the available things he had. All the elixirs, talismans, etc. I have now are not enough to support me in a head-on fight with 9 killers. In terms of the system, all my points add up to only more than 13,000, which can barely be exchanged for a heavy rain pear blossom needle. Come out, but the effect of heavy rain pear blossom against the strong king of martial arts will not be very good. The more Yin thought about it, the deeper his frown deepened. So if I want to break the situation, I still have to find a way from this inheritance. If there is no way even from the inheritance, then I can only throw away the Qingyu pendant and risk it. With the risk of being discovered and being chased to death, I bet that I can run back to Qingyang town under their noses. As long as I return to Nye's house, I will be safe. However, for the latter, Yin did not want to choose it unless it was a last resort. He kept pacing on the vast ground of the Blood Palace, and his dull footsteps echoed in the empty palace. Maybe, the direction of my thinking is wrong? Yin was pacing and suddenly raised his head. The next moment, he beckoned the black flames into the space within his body, cast ghost shadow under his feet, and reached the edge of the formation in an instant. He raised one hand and put it on the invisible formation, and shouted softly, "Open!" As soon as he finished speaking, the large formation in front of him actually opened a gap. Yin has obtained the ghost inheritance, and he is the legitimate master of the Blood Palace. Although his strength is low, he can only use 2 abilities. One is for investigation, and the other is to freely control the entrance and exit of the Blood Palace. These 2 abilities may be useless in normal times, but now they are real killing weapons in Yin's eyes. Not enough, make it bigger. Yin looked at the gap in front of him and murmured in his heart. The hole in front of him seemed to be human, and it actually slowly grew larger under Yin's control. It did not stop expanding until it expanded into a large hole measuring 1 foot square. Staring at the big black hole in front of him, Yin finally let go of his frown, and a hint of joy appeared on the corner of his mouth. This is the passage of an underground river, connecting Shuangyue Lake and the outside world. However, as time changes, it gradually dries up for unknown reasons and becomes a long, narrow, and dark underground passage.
Nya stepped into the underground passage and looked up into the distance. There was a faint light.
He did not use the earth escape technique, but only urged the ghost to move continuously in the underground passage, and soon he arrived at the exit of the underground passage. Standing at the entrance of the cave, Nya looked at the nearby Xuanyue Lake and the moss under his feet, and thought to himself, in this underground passage, if it happens to be the rainy season, when the tide of Xuanyue Lake is high, there will still be rainwater entering.
There are several reasons why this waterway is dry now.
Either the lake water has shifted due to the passage of time, or the underground passage under the feet has been lifted up by external forces of humans or animals and turned into a cave.
Anyway, no matter what the reason is, it has nothing to do with me. It was early in the morning.
Looking at the beautiful Xuanyue Lake in front of him, Nya was not in the mood to appreciate it. After all, those killers were near Xuanyue Lake. In order to avoid exposing his position, Nya had already put the clear jade pendant into the space inside his body and suppressed it with the power of the world to ensure that there would be no accidents.
He took out a pill from Bao Wang Ring.
It was a turtle breath pill that Nya bought from Changfeng Trading Company.
After taking it, his breathing could be minimized. He raised his head and took it without hesitation.
Then Nya very cautiously took out an ordinary-looking earth-colored earthen jar from the space inside his body and held it in his arms, fearing that it would accidentally break it. This is the Monkey King honey that exploded from the stone monkey dungeon. Gently lift the lid off the jar, revealing a thin gap. In just an instant, strange fragrance appeared around Nya, spreading continuously in all directions.
He stood still.
Not long after, there were several zero-level black water foxes that were very close to Nya. They smelled the scent of Monkey King honey and began to slowly walk towards Nya. However, he was afraid of Nya's strength and didn't dare to get close.
Nya didn't seem to care about this. He looked around, and then opened the lid of the earthen jar.
At this moment, almost all the black water foxes within a few hundred meters of Nya gathered in Nya's direction.
Very good. Nya chuckled softly.
He held the earthen pot in one hand and retreated step by step into the cave. Following closely behind him were nearly 100 black water foxes of varying strengths. Nya carefully controlled the distance, neither letting the black waterine fox escape the attraction range of the Monkey King, nor allowing them to attack him. He slowly led them into the depths of the underground cave, and finally came to the Blood Palace formation. With a thought, a hole several feet wide gradually appeared on the huge stone wall. Nya stepped into it, and nearly 100 black water foxes behind him followed Nya into the formation. As the last black water fox entered the formation, Nya's heart moved, and the hole behind him closed instantly. Carefully seal the Monkey King honey and put it into the body space. With one hand, he summoned the black flames and fell beside him. With the other hand, he took out the snow-white wind shadow knife and pointed it at the nearly 100 black water foxes in front of him, with a smile on his lips.
Meaning, kill me.
As soon as he finished speaking, Nya and a huge black python rushed into the fox group and started fighting with them.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for killing the black waterine fox and gaining 400 experience points, 300 spiritual power points, and 200 points.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for killing the black waterine fox and gaining 300 experience points, 800 spiritual power points, and 600 points.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for the kill, you have gained 2000 experience points, 800 spiritual power points, and 600 points.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for killing the black waterine fox and gaining 500 experience points, 500 spiritual power points, and 200 points. This is already the 7th time we have hunted foxes. Nya sat cross-legged on the ground, regained his spiritual power inside. As his realm gets higher and higher, the points and experience that those low-level monsters can bring to him will further decrease. Once they are lower than his 2, there is almost no experience or points gained from killing monsters in this realm. It seems that this path is not feasible. Nya used Monkey King honey to attract some low-level black water foxes around Xuanyue Lake. If he wanted to lure higher-level black water foxes to take the bait, he would need to go deep into Xuanyue Lake. But in this case, it would be extremely easy for those killers to discover him. After all, Nyayun's current strength is not enough to be able to collide with those killers head-on. The range of the spiritual consciousness of the peak martial arts masters is about 500 meters, and the range of the spiritual consciousness of the strong warriors is generally about 1,000 meters. In order to prevent this group of killers, they also have something like the spiritual intent technique that can enhance their spiritual consciousness. The secret technique. Therefore, to be on the safe side, Nyayun would not come within a 5-kilometer radius of the group of killers. But even within this scope, Nyayun felt a little guilty, because luring the foxes took a long time, and since he was not in the Blood Palace, he naturally could not use the Blood Palace formation to conduct investigations to determine the identity of the killers. Location: if you are just unlucky and encounter a killer who comes out to look out, and happens to bump into you, wouldn't that be nonsense? Therefore, every time you lure a group of foxes, you must minimize your exposure time as much as possible. Hunting low-level monsters to upgrade is obviously a dead end. Hunting high-level monsters and easily being discovered by killers put Nyayun into a dilemma. What can we do about it? How about swallowing the yin-yang fruit and yin dragon lotus in the space inside your body to increase your cultivation? Nyayun rejected the idea without even thinking about it. If he ate his own spirit-breaking pill, he would be beaten to death, and it would take a lot of effort to digest the potency. If he swallowed these 2 earth-level elixirs directly, he would definitely burst without even thinking about it. Nyayun thought like this, and unknowingly his eyes gradually turned towards the corpse of the huge green waterine python. Due to the tragic battle, the body of the green waterine python was not complete, and was broken into small pieces in many places. If we can refine him, flags ding. Congratulations to the host for killing the 4th-level monster and gaining 3,000 experience points, spiritual power points, and points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 4th-order crystal core. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 4th-level monster skin. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing the 4th-level monster and gaining 3,000 experience points, spiritual power points, and points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 4th-order crystal core. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a pair of 4th-level minions. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing the 4th-level monster and gaining 3,000 experience points, spiritual power points, and points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining secret technique Fox Roar. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Kung Fu water control technique. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the secret technique, breath condensation technique. Ding. Congratulations to the host Wind Shadow Sword for evolving. As soon as the 3 black waterine fox kings died, the remaining black waterine foxes suddenly lost their backbone and swarmed like headless flies. They no longer had the momentum that had started to surround Nyayun. Take advantage of his illness and kill him. With a thought in his heart, he summoned the black flames from the space in his body, and then 1 man and 1 snake rushed towards the remaining black water fox in front of him. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing the 1st-level monster and gaining 500 experience points, 500 spiritual power points, and 200 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing the 2nd-level monster and gaining 2,000 experience points, 800 spiritual power points, and 600 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing the 2nd-level monster and gaining 2,000 experience points, 800 spiritual power points, and 600 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing the 3rd-level monster and gaining experience points, spiritual power value of 1,600, and points value of 1,000. At this moment, Nyayun didn't need to deliberately use 7 kills with the wind sword. Every time he swung the wind shadow sword in his hand, the sharp sword energy escaping from the blade could kill all the black water foxes within a radius of 10 meters. Kill. Countless system prompts came one after another in Nyayun's mind. Not long after, all the remaining fox groups in the huge Blood Palace formation were wiped out by this man and the python again. The stock of rejuvenation pill is running low, so you have to use it sparingly. Nyayun's spiritual consciousness penetrated into the space within his body to count the remaining quantities of various elixirs, and he suddenly smiled in his heart. However, since the quality cannot be improved, then use the quantity to increase it.
Wouldn't the effect be the same?
Thinking of this, Nyayun did not take the remaining rejuvenation pill, but took out a large handful of the super chi replenishing pill from the space in his body, stuffed it all into his mouth, and recovered the spiritual power lost in the daintian. As the saying goes, we share blessings and share hardships. Nyayun turned his head and looked at Heian, whose head was as big as a bison.
He smiled maliciously and said, "Open your mouth."
When Heian reluctantly opened his terrifying mouth that could hold a carriage, a stench mixed with the smell of blood hit his face.
After smelling this stench, Nyayun almost vomited out last night's dinner. "Shut your mouth, you are so disgusting."
Nyayun took out 5 or 6 super chi replenishing pills from the space in his body and threw them into Heian's bloody mouth. He patted Heian's huge, hard, and cold head with his palm, frowned and said, "Hurry up and restore your spiritual power. Otherwise, if the soul transformation powder outside the formation dissipates, then it will be much more difficult than now if we use monkey king honey to lure the black waterine fox over for hunting."
At this moment, there is one person and one python.
To outsiders, he is just a young man in ragged clothes.
His hand is caressing the head of a black python that is 20 stories high.
Any scale of the giant python was bigger than the young man's head, especially this terrifying giant python that seemed to choose anyone to eat at any time. It actually nodded frequently under the young man's touch and seemed to be enjoying it. Such a weird and disharmonious scene was happening right in front of me. If any outsiders saw this scene, their jaws would drop in shock. Not long after, the spiritual power in one person and one python returned to its peak state. Nyayun looked up, and with a thought, an entrance several feet wide slowly appeared on the edge of the Blood Palace formation. At this moment, outside the entrance, most of the originally gathered group of black water foxes had dispersed. Only 100 or so of them were deeply poisoned by the soul transformation powder and were already lying on the ground unable to move, waiting to die. The remaining black water foxes are actually not very powerful, otherwise they would not be able to escape. In just a few seconds, all the black water foxes on the ground were captured by Nyayun Zhao. Now the human soul powder in the underground secret passages has been absorbed by so many foxes and has dissipated to a negligible state. In about half an hour, all the human soul powder in these passages will be dissipated, lost. We can no longer lure the beasts. Without the help of soul transformation, if we face a herd of this size, the benefits and risks will be completely unequal. Nyayun just took a brief look and saw the current state and situation of Wahunsan, and very wisely chose to stop immediately. Instead, he began to collect the souls of the black water foxes that he had slaughtered, and immediately began to make Huahan powder again. Nyayun is confident in his own strength, but he is never arrogant. He knew very well that without the help of this transformation soul powder, he would not have been able to hunt so easily among such a large number of beasts, and still be unscathed in the end. It's a pity that I don't have suitable soul materials on my body. I can't refine special soul treasures to collect souls. I can only use secret methods to collect souls one by one. The efficiency of this is really low, and the souls are collected, and if they are not made into soul powder as soon as possible, they will dissipate in a short time. Thinking of this, lightning suddenly flashed in Nyayun's mind. That's not right, I have ready-made materials. Where are the materials? Nyayun turned his head and looked at the corpse of a green water python that was hundreds of meters long, his eyes flickering. This green waterine python has already reached the level of the martial emperor. It has been cultivating beside the ghost saint for countless years. Even now that its body has long since decayed, leaving only dilapidated corpses, it is still an extremely precious existence. This is a rare and high-quality material. Although it does not practice the soul Dao itself, it has been cultivating next to the ghost saint for such a long time. Under the subtle influence of the whole body, it is already extremely compatible with the soul Dao. It can be regarded as a quasi-soul Dao material. Let me think about what kind of spiritual treasure is more suitable for refining. It should collect souls, store souls, be easy to refine, and preferably have some other functions, such as being able to assist Nyayun in fighting. Nyayun's consciousness sank into his inherited memory. After searching around, he found a spiritual treasure that completely met all his requirements, the 10,000 soul banner. This is a spiritual treasure that is famous in the world of cultivation and can only be used by pure demonic monks. The reason why Nyayan chose this spiritual treasure was that it was very practical, had a large storage space and was extremely simple to refine. Moreover, the souls collected in it can be released to assist oneself in fighting when necessary to make up for one's own shortcomings in group attack. In addition to this, there is another factor. It is Nyayan who has a Nahua flag in his hand. Nyayan only needs to erase the formation in it, then use it as the main body, and then add materials for refining. This can save a lot of steps and greatly increase the success rate of refining. After thinking about it, Nyayan immediately took action. He walked up to the green waterine python, searched carefully, and finally selected a relatively complete corpse. The corpse was completely black, about 1 foot long, and as thick as an arm. I held it in my hand and weighed it, and it felt like it had the right weight. Okay, it's decided that you will be the flagpole. As for the flag, Nyayan was thinking in his heart, and then he thought about it, weren't the 3 black waterine fox kings just right? They feed on yin chi, which is the same yin thing as the green waterine python, and they also suck the yin chi produced after dissipating from the crystal core of the green waterine python. Although these black waterine foxes are no match for the soul Tao, they are not repelled by the aura of the blue waterine python. At the same time, this is also the best material Nyayan can find now. He walked into the pile of corpses, found all the corpses of the fox kings, and then carefully peeled off all their skins with the wind shadow knife. Okay, everything is ready, just the last step of refining is left. Although the process of refining the 10,000 soul banner is simple, there is still one final problem before Nyayan. That was his level of weapon refining. He was still at the entry level until now. There was definitely no way to refine the 10,000 soul banner at this level. But how could Nyayan not think of this? Glancing at the system panel, I saw that my points had already exceeded 1 million, reaching a total of 1.49 million. System, I want to refine the 10,000 soul banner. What level of weapon refining skill should I exchange for? Nyayan whispered in his heart. Ding! 10,000 soul banners, Xian level spiritual treasure. Note, if the host wants to refine it, it needs to exchange for the peak level item refining technique to succeed. The peak level item refining technique is priced at 600,000 points. Do you want to redeem it? Fuck, it's such a stupid system, why don't you go and rob it? Hearing the price, Nyayan almost gasped and cursed in his heart. Page 12, but there was nothing he could do. In the end, Nyayan pinched his nose and admitted defeat. Who makes the system boss and himself second? Ding! The peak level item refining technique is priced at 600,000 points. Do you want to redeem it? Yes. After struggling in his heart, he still sent a positive reply to the system in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the level of weapon refining has reached the peak level. As the system prompt sounded, Nyayan suddenly felt a warm current flowing through his body. In his mind, there were suddenly some things that were both strange and familiar. These extra memories seemed to be Nyayan's birthright. Is this the peak level weapon refining technique? It doesn't feel any different. Nyayan stretched out his hands in front of him and looked over them, but he didn't feel anything was wrong. Immediately afterwards, Nyayan felt a sense of emptiness in his heart. Yes, it is emptiness. After working so hard to kill so many monsters, I only accumulated 1.49 million points, and now I spent nearly half of them. Who wouldn't feel bad if I let them go? By the way, my wind shadow sword seemed to have evolved again just now. Suddenly, Nyayan thought of this, took out the wind shadow knife, and said silently in his mind, check the detailed information. Wind shadow sword, a low-grade mysterious weapon, the attack speed is increased by 60%, the attack power is increased by 500, and there is a 0.03% probability of triggering a one-hit kill, and it can grow. After carefully looking at the detailed information of the foaming Dao, Nyayan finally showed a smile. The grade has evolved from the top grade of the yellow grade to the low grade of the Xian grade. This is within my expectation, but one blow will definitely the probability of being killed has increased from 15 to 100,000 to now 3 in 10,000, which is an unexpected surprise. Niayan rubbed his chin with his fingers and couldn't help but think in his mind. If one day I increase the probability of killing with one strike of the wind shadow sword to 100%, then wouldn't I? Shaking his head violently, he shook these thoughts out of his mind. For Niayan now, thinking about these things was still too far away. I remember that a few secret books were revealed. Niayan thought to himself, searching the space inside his body, and sure enough, in a corner, he found several secret techniques that the three-headed Fox King had just revealed. Secret technique of sound Dao Fox Roar, low-grade Shen level. After being activated, a scream will be emitted, which can directly shock the target's mind and cause it to lose consciousness temporarily. Water technique, water control technique, low-grade Shen level. After practicing, it allows the user to control the water flow and carry out attacks. Secret technique, breath condensation technique, low-grade Shen level. After being activated, you can cover your own breath. It should only be used by martial arts and below. Another load of garbage exploded. Niayan frowned and said slowly, "The breath condensation technique is very practical for me, but the level is too low and can only be used by those with martial spirits. It is obviously not suitable for me to use. I possess the water escape technique, and this water control technique is useless to me. However, this fox roar is of some use to me." Ding! Whether to learn, the secret technique of sound Dao Fox Roar. Ding! Learning this secret technique requires 8,000 points. Yes. Niayan spent 600,000 points, and he was not short of these 8,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, successful learning. Calm Niayan breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, let's start refining the 10,000 soul banner now. Niayan first took out the Nawa flag brought from the family from the space in his body, and then used the Blood Palace formation and peak-level weapon refining techniques to erase all the flame energy in the flag. At this moment, the Nawa flag has lost its ability to store flames and has become an ordinary white flag. To put it bluntly, in the hands of some monks who do not understand the art of weapon refining, this flag has become a useless product. But if it were in the hands of a monk like Niayan who knew how to refine weapons, it would be a semi-finished product that still needs to be carved. First, he dealt with the flag. Niayan exchanged some special needles and threads from the system and sewed the original white flag with the skin of the black waterine Fox King. After a while, a brand new black flag was sewn. Then there is the matter of dealing with the flagpole. What Niayan has to do now is to use the weapon refining technique to refine the corpse of the green water python and the red flagpole into one. With a soft pop sound, a black flame appeared on Niayan's fingertips. This black flame seemed to have spirituality. Following Niayan's thoughts, it swooped into the flagpole. As the fire gradually grew larger, the surrounding temperature also increased sharply. A quarter of an hour later, the red flagpole gradually turned into a liquid state under the burning of the evil fire, and began to slowly merge with the body of the green waterine python. Half an hour later, the refining of the flagpole was completed, and Niayan had time to stop and recover some of the consumed spiritual energy. After a quarter of an hour of simple rest, Niayan began to prepare for the final step of refining the 10,000 soul banner. This last step also requires a large amount of soul essence. Although Niayan killed tens of thousands of black water foxes, he only had about 600 souls in his hands. There was no way, Niayan had no effective means of storing souls, so he simply sealed them in jade bottles or simply spiritual stones. This storage method can only temporarily delay the dissipation of souls, but cannot perfectly store souls. What Niayan has to do now is to take out these souls, then refine their most essential soul liquid, and finally mix these soul liquids with other materials to make an adhesive for bonding. Flagpole and flag surface, make it one. In general, this set of refining methods for the 10,000 soul banners is shabby throughout. But there is no way, a clever woman cannot make a meal without rice, and Niayan really has no materials. There is a way to live in poverty, and a way to play rich in wealth. If Niayan had enough materials on his body, he would be eager to decorate his whole body with high-end products. From the space inside the body, he took out a jade bottle and gently opened the cover of the jade bottle. Dozens of transparent souls slowly floated out from it. They looked like many black water ghosts that had just been slaughtered by Nya.
One of the foxes. Secret technique soul cleansing pond. The spiritual power in Nya's body began to move along a specific route. Slowly, the ghostly spiritual power running in his body began to gather in the palm of his hand and turned into a trickle. It slowly floated out from between Nya's fingers, and finally condensed into a small pool of dark color in mid-air in front of him. This is a secret technique recorded in the Ghost Inheritance, which is specially used to refine the soul. The time it takes to activate the secret technique is not long, only a few dozen breaths. Even so, Nya's face is pale at this moment and his spiritual power is exhausted. Thanks to the fact that this secret technique is not of a high level, I can barely activate it. If it were any other secret technique, I'm afraid it would drain all the spiritual energy from my body as soon as I activated it. Nya gasped while swallowing the super chi replenishing pill to restore his spiritual power. Page 12, Blood Palace, Black Throne, Nya sits on it. This kind of soul refining method is not an ordinary burden for Nya now. This time, Nya rested for 2 full hours before he regained his composure. This is the last step and the most critical step. Success or failure depends on this. Nya whispered softly in his heart. What he has to do now is to use the tempered soul essence to glue the flagpole and flag surface that have been separated and refined by Nya to each other and make them into a whole. This refining method is undoubtedly inferior. The best method is to directly refining the entire 10,000 soul banner during the refining process, so that the subsequent adhesion steps can be omitted. But there is no other way. A clever woman cannot make a meal without rice. In the final analysis, it is still Nya shown. The previously refined flagpole and flag surface were laid flat on the ground. The flagpole and the body of the green waterine python were integrated into the large flag in front of him now, and the flag surface was sewn together with the fur of the black waterine fox. Therefore, the entire flag showed an infiltrating jet black color. As Nya took out a bottle of soul essence and slowly poured it on the connection between the flagpole and the flag, the soul essence fell on the connection like water, splashing with phantom-like fluorescence, and finally dissipated in the air. At this time, an unexpected sight happened. Under Nya's gaze, these soul essences slowly moved around, as if consciously. Every time he moved an inch, he froze in place, and then spread outwards again. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles. After a while, the soul essence in his hand was used up. However, for now, only 3 bottles of soul essence are obviously not enough. Nya frowned slightly. I only have 3 bottles of soul essence in my hand. At the current progress, at least 10 bottles of soul essence are needed to completely connect this 10,000 soul banner. Once the refining process starts, there is no way to stop it. Even if I hunt down the black water foxes to collect their souls now, it's too late. Now Nya must find a way to solve this problem. Otherwise, at least the refining will fail and all resources and materials will be scrapped. At worst, it may even backfire on himself, and the gain will not be worth the loss. Nya quickly checked the inherited memories in his mind, trying to find a way to deal with it. But unfortunately, the more Nya looked up the inherited memories, the uglier his face became. The ghost inheritance is the inheritance of the saint. It is almost omnipotent and covers thousands of things, but at this moment, there is no way to deal with it. It's not that the inheritance is not good, but that Nya is too weak. He can't use most of the secret techniques at all. In response to this situation, there are no less than 100 ways to deal with it recorded in the ghosts. The simplest and most direct method is to directly set up a large formation to extract all the souls of all living creatures within 10 miles and sacrifice them together with the unformed 10,000 souls banner. This will fill up the gaps in the remaining 2 bottles of soul essence. But can Nya use this method? Nya cannot use it. Why? Is Nya a bitch? Because Nya was too weak, he was unable to set up a formation that could cover a 10-mile radius. What is now in front of Nya is a dead end. No matter how hard he tries, the 10,000 soul banner and all the resources and materials refined this time are destined to be scrapped. The wisest thing to do now is undoubtedly to stop immediately, give up all resources and materials, and protect yourself from backlash. My strength is still too weak. If I also had the strength of a saint, how could I be subject to such restrictions? I would directly sacrifice blood to all living beings within a radius of 10,000 miles, and by then this 10,000 soul banner will be accomplished. Nia Yun sighed in his heart, the phantom-like fluorescence reflected in those black eyes, but they looked more determined. Obviously, Nia Yun doesn't want to give up. Gradually, a crazy idea emerged in Nia Yun's mind. He summoned Hei Yan from the space inside his body, and after whispering a few words to each other, Hei Yan's expression also looked very solemn. Nia Yun's idea was very simple, which was to open the Blood Palace formation again and use Monkey King honey to lure the Blackwater-ine foxes over. The difference from before is that this time Nia Yun is collecting souls and at the same time, he is using all his strength to activate the soul cleansing pond to refine the soul essence and add it to the 10,000 soul banner. This process will involve a lot of Nia Yun's mind. In other words, Nia Yun had no way to free up his hands to help Hei Yan, and could only rely on Hei Yan to face tens of thousands of foxes on his own. Once the black flames cannot withstand it, both the person and the python will suffer. Black flames will be seriously injured by the attacks of the foxes, and he himself will fail to refine all the materials, and will suffer backlash. This time, it was different from before, because all the soul transformation powder in Nia Yun's hand had been used up, and there was no soul for him to refine again. Without the restraint of Wahunsen, that is to say, the fox group this time is many times stronger than before. Nia Yun activated the spiritual power in his body, and the ghostly spiritual power continued to gush out from his palms like spring water, and finally condensed into a pool about 10 feet in size in the air, the soul cleansing pond. The 10,000 souls banner that is being adhered is located under the soul purifying pond. With this arrangement, as long as the soul essence is refined out of the soul purifying pond, it will drip on the 10,000 souls flag, and the refining process will not be interrupted. Break! Are you ready? Nia Yun looked at the huge black flame beside him. Hei Yan did not speak, but silently nodded his carriage-sized head. Nia Yun stuffed the remaining 200 super chi replenishing pills and half of the rejuvenation pills into Hei Yan's mouth from the space in his body. Go! As soon as he finished speaking, the Blood Palace formation opened instantly, and the fragrance of Monkey King honey appeared again. Nia Yun maintained the operation of the soul purifying pool while staring closely at the entrance of the formation. It is impossible for him to let in all the tens of thousands of foxes outside at once. As long as the number reaches a certain level, he will immediately close the formation entrance. A quarter of an hour later. Corpses are everywhere. Black Yan's ferocious and huge body has many claw marks, and many old wounds have some bloodstains on them at this moment. But fortunately, these are just minor injuries and nothing serious. As long as the Blackwater-ine fox reaches adulthood, its strength can basically reach the second level, and only a few can reach the third level. As for the fourth level Blackwater-ine fox, also known as the Fox King, under Nia Yun's investigation, there were only 3 of them who died under Nia Yun before. Logically speaking, as a fourth level monster, Hei Yan should be able to deal with these little scumbag foxes with ease. This is indeed the case, but it is difficult for 2 fists to defeat 4 hands. If there are too many foxes, they will inevitably be injured. It's not that Nia Yun has never thought about reducing the number of foxes entering the formation, but if he does this, the number of souls will be reduced, and the refined soul essence will not be enough to maintain the refining of the 10,000 soul banner. Hei Yan, can you still hold on? I'm going to let down a wave of foxes and come in. Nia Yun glanced sideways, glanced at Hei Yan who was resting, and continued to focus on the soul-purifying pool in front of him, refining the soul of the black water fox that had just been collected, and said softly. Furious. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing the third-level monster and gaining 10,000 experience points, 1,600 spiritual power points, and ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a third-order crystal core. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting a fur. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting a pair of claws. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing the third-level monster and gaining 10,000 experience points, 1,600 spiritual power points, and ding. Congratulations to the host for killing the third-level monster and gaining 10,000 experience points, 1,600 spiritual power points, and ding.
Congratulations to the host for killing the second level monster and gaining 0000 experience points, 0000 spiritual power points, and ding. Congratulations to the host for killing the second level monster and gaining 0000 experience points, 0000 spiritual power points, and ding. Congratulations to the host for killing the first level monster and gaining 0000 experience points, 0000 spiritual power points, and 0000 points. Nyeon held the Wind Shadow Sword and Hei Yin together, hunting among the foxes wantonly. At this moment, in front of them, the huge Xuanyue lake had been dyed in blood. Before long, more than 2,000 foxes died at the hands of Nyeon. The spiritual power reserve in daintian is less than 20%, so we have to withdraw from the battle. Nyeon thought to himself, and then swung his sword fiercely, splitting the last black water fox in front of him in half. With a wave of his hand, he took the black flame into the space inside his body, and immediately used two escape techniques, water escape and earth escape, to quickly evacuate downwards and return to the underground blood palace. Only a bunch of foxes were left roaring up to the sky, roaring angrily. Blood Palace. Nyeon took out several rejuvenation pills and drank them. He sat cross-legged on the ground and started to use the 9-turn mental technique to continuously restore his spiritual power. As for Hei Yin, he doesn't have so many worries. He is currently lying quietly on the ground beside him, concentrating on digesting the black water fox and crystal core that he swallowed into his body. Without the Fox King, it would be difficult for these fox groups to harm Black Flame. Because of this, when Nyeon returned to the Blood Palace, he threw hundreds of crystal nuclei into his mouth at once, then closed his eyes and ignored him. The corpses of these black water foxes, especially the corpses of the three-headed fox kings killed by Nyeon earlier, were a rare and great source of nourishment for him. As long as Black Flame can digest all these things, his strength will definitely be able to go further. But speaking of it, the cultivation of monster beasts is also simple. Monsters are creatures raised by the earth. They are born with strong physical bodies. They are favored by heaven and earth and become closer to spiritual energy. You only need to continuously swallow various essences to become stronger, and your physical body and innate secret skills do not require special training to be far superior to human monks of the same realm. However, this kind of cultivation also has limitations. Firstly, the cultivation time is extremely long, which can often take hundreds or even thousands of years. Secondly, he is not like a human monk. He has many methods such as elixirs and formations. If one of the strong men in the same realm is a human monk and the other is a monster. So it's not surprising that the monster beast is several times older than the human monk. After a short rest, Nyeon began to focus on two things. On the one hand, he activated the 9 turns heart technique to restore his spiritual power. On the other hand, his spiritual consciousness passed through the Blood Palace formation and began to explore the situation of Xuanyue Lake again. There are still about 3,000 black waterine foxes left, but because of the massacre just now, these remaining black waterine foxes are not very powerful and are distributed in extremely peripheral corners. If I want to kill them all, I'm afraid it will take a lot of effort. Should I kill them or not? Nyeon's eyes narrowed slightly, thinking about the pros and cons. After a long time, Nyeon took back his consciousness. He raised his eyes and looked at Hei Yin aside. At this moment, Hei Yin had already digested all the body and crystal core of the black waterine fox in his body. His aura became stronger and stronger, as if the realm he had broken through not long ago had been strengthened again. Seeing this, Nyeon suddenly smiled and said half-jokingly, eating crystal nuclei as food. Have you ever experienced this kind of life when you were living in the Monster Mountain range? Hei Yin tilted his huge python head and looked at Nyeon, as if it was difficult for him to understand Nyeon's words. After a while, Hei Yin recalled a sentence in Nyeon's mind through the system, "It's great." Nyeon. The ensuing massacre seemed to be extremely smooth, because the fox group was low in strength and encountered almost no obstacles. Nyeon never misses any opportunity to improve his strength. No matter whether he has experience or not, he will kill him whenever he encounters him. What do you mean by killing innocent people indiscriminately? Ha, what kind of virgin white lotus is this? The jungle is the law of the jungle. If Nyeon doesn't kill others, then there is only one word waiting for him: death. It didn't take long for Nyayan to kill almost all the remaining foxes except for a few that escaped. After looking around and making sure that all the foxes around him were killed, Nyayan activated his water escape technique and escaped towards the bottom of the lake. The reason why the black waterine foxes live here is because the energy of the crystal core dissipates after the death of the blue waterine python, making this place rich in energy suitable for survival. Nyayan thought in his mind, but the energy contained in the crystal core of a martial emperor-level monster is not generally huge. Even if it is sucked by the black waterine fox group for many years and breeds a dragon lotus, there will definitely still be some left. Thinking like this, Nyayan turned his eyes to the bottom of Xuanyue Lake again. In the bottom of the lake, there are many black stones scattered all over, which are crystal stones. Nyayan dug out a fist-sized crystal stone with his hands, put it in his hand and looked at it carefully, feeling the strong evil spirit in it, and thought to himself, these crystal stones are the real food source for the black waterine fox group. These things are worth a lot of spiritual stones. After thinking about it, Nyayan activated his water escape technique and wandered around at the bottom of the lake, collecting all the crystals he could collect into his body. He also carefully checked several times to make sure they were all collected. Omission. As the saying goes, why don't you get something for free? In the beginning, these crystals should have been scattered all over the bottom of the lake. However, due to years of consumption and lack of replenishment, the number now is not much. Nyayan looked at the bottom of the lake that had been cleaned by him and chuckled, however, even if I don't take it away, it will be completely consumed in a few hundred years. If the heaven and earth spiritual treasures are destined to be obtained by those who are destined to get them, it is better to take advantage of me. Due to Nyayan's improvement in strength, the diameter of the space in his body has now expanded from 10 meters to 50 meters now. There is no problem in containing all the crystal stones. Although Nyayan's move was beneficial to him, it directly eliminated the possibility of the black waterine fox to thrive here. But does Nyayan feel guilty? Not at all. Those so-called righteous people all shout that all the treasures of heaven, materials and earth are unavailable, but how many of them can actually do it? If your interests come first, you should do everything you can to rob them by force. If you really believe those righteous lies and don't think about it, you deserve to be reduced to a weakling and be trampled on. This is the world of cultivating immortals. If you are not ruthless, you will not be able to stand firm. The competition here is who has the lower limit. Your character is noble. Sorry, you will die the worst. Can Nyayan fulfill the requirement of taking all the treasures from heaven, materials, and earth? Sorry, Nyayan can't either, he is not a saint. In Nyayan's eyes, good is good and evil is evil. He never hides his evil. So he chose to take them all away and let all these resources be used as nourishment for his own cultivation. This was the best destination. After collecting all the crystals into the body space, Nyayan returned to the blood palace again. He sat on the black throne and penetrated it with his spiritual consciousness. If what I expected is correct, Nyayan kept moving his hands as he spoke. Then, under Nyayan's gaze, this bloody palace, which was hundreds of meters high and more than 1,000 meters wide, actually began to slowly shrink until it shrank to the size of a palm and was held in the palm of Nyayan's hand. His spiritual consciousness penetrated into it, and the corpse of a hundreds of meters long green waterine python was among them. Sure enough. Nyayan breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, he was still worried about how to take away the body of the green waterine python, because the space in his body was not enough to hold this huge corpse. Now it's better, just put it directly into the blood palace, and then put the blood palace into the body space, eliminating this trouble. As his level of strength increases, Nyayan will have greater and greater control over the blood palace. However, this blood palace is already in ruins, and there is still a long way to go before it can be completely controlled and used by Nyayan. The underground space at this moment seemed empty because the originally huge blood palace was taken into the body space by Nyayan. Escape. Nyayan did not stay where he was, but held the earth escape technique and escaped directly in one direction. In the inheritance of the Ghost Saint, there are not many exercises or secret techniques that Nyayan can practice at present. Only a few secret techniques can be practiced directly, such as swallowing souls or searching for souls, as well as the preparation of some side poisons. However, most of the techniques or secret techniques require the assistance of specific soul resources to practice. What Nieyun lacks now is these soul resources. Nieyun did not have soul resources in his hands, but he could take a curved path to save the country. If he has a large number of spirit stones in his hands, then he can purchase soul resources in large quantities from the trading houses. By then, Nieyun's realm strength will begin to soar at an incredible speed. Not long after Nieyun left, suddenly, a terrifying scream shook the area for dozens of miles. Ding! Because the host acted too cruelly and slaughtered the Fox group, the Fox Emperor became angry, and he will pursue the host endlessly. Please get ready. To be continued, ding. Because the host acted too cruelly and slaughtered the Fox group, the Fox Emperor became angry, and he will pursue the host endlessly. Please host be prepared. As the scream resounded through the sky, carrying the strong wind at an extremely fast speed, and passing through a radius of 10 miles, the system prompts sounded one after another in Nieyun's mind. What's going on? How can there be a Fox Emperor among these black water foxes? Nieyun's heart tightened, and his moving figure even froze. Then a big question popped up in his mind: why was it not discovered when the Blood Palace was used to investigate before? Fox Emperor, what is Fox Emperor? As the name suggests, he is the emperor among the foxes, which means that what Nieyun will face next is a monster at the level of a martial emperor. Nieyun's scalp felt numb at the thought of a martial emperor-level monster chasing him, and the endless kind, and even cold sweat broke out on his back. If I had discovered the presence of the Fox Emperor among the foxes during the initial investigation, then it would have been absolutely impossible for me to slaughter all the foxes so wantonly. It would not have been impossible to even take a direct detour. Nieyun thought in his heart, and couldn't help but feel a trace of regret. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed in my mind. Nieyun remembered that the nest where he picked the dragon lotus seemed to be the largest nest in the entire Xuanyue Lake. But in that lair, the Fox King never appeared from the beginning to the end. As an extension of this, an idea emerged in Nieyun's mind: could it be that the Fox Emperor was out and happened to be bumped into by me? The more Nieyun thought about it, the more he felt that this was the most likely possibility, but his heart became colder and he couldn't help but reveal a wry smile. That's right, I was careless. The number of black water foxes is so huge, and there are 3 Fox Kings among them. The principle that there is no room for 2 tigers in one mountain applies everywhere. It is not common sense that they can coexist, unless, roar. Suddenly, an extremely angry scream came from behind, directly interrupting Nieyun's thoughts, and his heart suddenly began to beat wildly. Is this Fox King so fast? Thinking of this, Nieyun suddenly broke out in cold sweat on his back. He hurriedly exchanged a quick travel pill from the system mall and stuffed it into his mouth. At the same time, the 9-turn mental technique in his daintian was activated with all his strength. The speed of the earth escape technique suddenly skyrocketed, and Nieyun began to move at extremely high speed underground. Run wildly. But this didn't happen for long. Thump, thump. Boom. Every time the Fox Emperor landed, the sound seemed to be stepping on Nieyun's heart. He didn't need to use his consciousness to look back, he could feel that the Fox King was getting closer to him. He even seemed to be able to hear the angry gasps from the Fox Emperor's mouth. No! You can't run around like a headless fly, otherwise it will only be a matter of time before the Fox Emperor catches up. Nieyun shouted in his heart, Hey Yen, tell me quickly, where is the Beast King closest to me? Black Flame, who was in the space inside his body, first thought for a while, and then responded hurriedly. Now 60 miles to the west, in a volcano, there is a giant lava crocodile. He is the Beast King. It is good. Roar! Suddenly, a scream shook all directions, and a huge claw appeared in mid-air and slammed onto the ground above Nieyun. Puff! The powerful force penetrated the ground and was directly transmitted to Nieyun's body, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Fuck, this speed is too fast. Feeling that the Fox Emperor behind him was getting closer and closer, Nieyun couldn't help but curse angrily, and then he escaped directly from the ground. The wings of the white crane behind him suddenly spread out, turning into a white shadow in the air, and shot towards the west at a high speed. Go! In terms of speed alone, the white crane wings behind Nyaeun are not even a fraction faster than the Earth escape technique. However, the use of the white crane wings is not only expensive, but also unusually noticeable. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Nyaeun won't use it.
But given the current situation, there is no longer any concern about consumption and concealment. If he cannot get rid of this Fox King as soon as possible, I am afraid that Nyaeun will be shocked to death underground by him.
But even so, the distance between Nyaeun and the Fox Emperor was still getting closer. In the dangerous Monster Mountain range, being chased by an unyielding Fox King, your life is in danger at any time. Nyaeun was constantly forcing himself to calm down the thoughts in his heart.
There is still a chance. The Fox Emperor will not be able to catch up for a while.
If I mess up my position now, I will only die faster. His eyes kept scanning the vast Monster Mountain range below, then he turned and looked at the position of the Fox Emperor away from him, and suddenly a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Nyaeun controlled the broad wings of the white crane behind him, turned around in the air, and began to fly as close to the ground as possible. The direction of flight was where all kinds of beasts gathered.
The Fox Emperor, who was following Nyaeun, roared angrily when he saw Nyaeun coming from the air to the ground.
His speed increased sharply and he ran rampant all the way. Every jump, impact, and scream he makes can cause trees to collapse, the earth to shake, mountains to crumble, and monsters to die. But the Fox Emperor didn't care at all and vowed to kill Nyaeun. Anything that stands in front of the Fox King will be torn to pieces by him without any scruples. As for the beasts that stand in front of him, they will directly kill a bloody path, with corpses flying everywhere and blood flowing everywhere. The remaining beasts, seeing the power of the Fox Emperor, were so frightened that they fell to the ground and did not dare to move at all.
But the Fox Emperor didn't stop at all.
In his eyes at this moment, there was only Nyaeun. He followed Nyaeun closely, his scarlet eyes filled with murderous intent, and he wanted to eat his flesh and drink his blood.
It's no wonder that the Fox Emperor is like this.
The Yin Dragon Lotus and the Yin Yang fruit are both earth-level elixirs.
They are powerful and can help people increase their cultivation.
Therefore, the Fox Emperor most likely had the same plan as the original Black Flame, and wanted to take it in order to break through the realm. But now, not only was the Yin Dragon Lotus taken away, but the entire Fox clan was almost wiped out by Nyaeun. Not only that, before Nyaeun left, he also took away all the Yin crystal stones at the bottom of the lake, as well as the underground blood palace and the corpses of the green water Yin python. This directly eliminated the possibility of the foxes continuing to live in the lake.
How could the Fox Emperor not be angry?
This kind of hatred is higher than the sky, thicker than the earth, and cannot be quenched by all the water in the Milky Way. If the two change positions and get along, Nyaeun will understand why the Fox Emperor is so angry. Now the only way for the Fox Emperor to stop his losses is to catch up with Nyaeun, kill him, and take back the Yin Dragon Lotus from him. Just take Yin Longlian yourself. As long as your realm is improved. Then the Black Waterine Fox group has not perished. It doesn't matter even if all the Yin crystal stones are taken away. As long as he is still there and as long as his realm has been improved, then he can lead the remaining Fox group to find a better habitat and repopulate and strengthen the group. However, all of this is based on the fact that Nyaeun must be killed. Otherwise, the Black Waterine Fox lineage will lose the Yin crystal stone that they rely on for survival in the Monster Mountain range. It will be difficult, even its genocide. It can be said that at this moment, the Fox Emperor and Nyaeun are already in a state of fight to the death. Nyaeun smiled bitterly 3 times in his heart. Why didn't the Fox Emperor get so angry? Why didn't he know? It's just that the situation he is in now, life-threatening situations constantly appear. These kinds of things are constantly forcing him to improve his strength. This also resulted in Nyaeun having to carefully budget every resource. The Black Waterine Fox group was a huge treasure mountain to Nyaeun. How could he not be attracted by it? Now is not the time to regret. Nyaeun's black eyes flashed sharply, and he took out dozens of mist talismans in an instant, and crushed them with his fingertips. Suddenly, with Nyaeun as the center, a thick fog began to spread around. Any creature that came into contact with this thick fog would be blinded, unable to distinguish between east and west, north and south. Without stopping, Nyayan threw dozens of rotten swamp talismans toward the ground below. The next moment, all the trees and rocks within a kilometer radius were turned into rotten swamps. The beasts along the way and these talismans cannot stop the Fox Emperor. I just hope we can buy some time. Nyayan sighed softly in his heart, and then frantically activated the 9 turns mental technique and the white crane wings behind him, and flew quickly in one direction. And retreats intact Black Flame, how far is it now? After Can dodged a water column shot by the Fox Emperor, Nyayan asked in a low voice in his heart. At this moment, Nyayan was no more than 10 miles away from the Fox Emperor behind him. At this distance, Nyayan was already exposed to the fox's attack range. Once a monster or monk reaches the martial emperor realm, they can already fly in the air for a short period of time, so Nyayan's advantage of having the white crane wings is actually not that great. The Fox Emperor can cross hundreds of meters with every leap, and the distance between the two is still getting closer. Once Nyayan is caught up by the Fox Emperor, it will be a life or death situation. With Nyayan's current strength, even if he holds the ghost inheritance and is possessed by black flames, he can't be an opponent of the Beast King with all his strength. The only solution for now is to run. There is actually no shame in running away. Those who, for the sake of so-called face, glory, and faith, face an enemy several times stronger than themselves, knowing that they are defeated but still fighting to the end, are the complete idiots. In that case, even if you win, it will only be the favor of fate. But if we win this time, what about next time? Can you guarantee that nothing unexpected happens? Keep the green hills and don't worry about running out of firewood. Only by surviving can everything begin. Come on, follow the waterfall in front and walk up for another 20 miles to reach it. In the space inside the body, Hei Yen said hurriedly. You must not lead the wrong way, otherwise our lives will be at stake today. Nyayan smiled bitterly and looked back at the Fox Emperor who was far away in the horizon. Then following the direction guided by the black flame, Nyayan came to a large waterfall. He fluttered his wings and flew to the top of the waterfall. He followed the waterfall upstream without stopping for a moment. The 20-mile journey, with Nyayan running at full speed, arrived in just a moment. At this moment, the Fox Emperor was only a few miles away from Nyayan. This distance could almost be said to be close at hand. Beast claws, screams, water jets. The Fox Emperor's various attacks became more and more frequent, and it became increasingly difficult for Nyayan to dodge, and he even almost got hit several times. Finally, under the guidance of Black Flame, Nyayan flew to a volcanic area. At a glance, they were all volcanoes emitting black smoke. Every volcano was filled with surging hot magma. Hey Yen, where is the giant lava crocodile you mentioned? Looking at the Fox Emperor who was almost within arm's reach behind him, Nyayan felt a little anxious. I don't know either. I only know that he is in this area. I don't know exactly where he is. In the space inside the body, Hei Yen also said with a very sad face at this moment. Hold! Nyayan cursed in his heart. Looking around, all I could see were volcanoes emitting black smoke. The mountains were connected together, as if they might erupt at any time. A thought flashed through Nyayan's mind, and then he quickly flapped his wings and flew straight towards the tallest volcano. Boss, what do you want to do? Hei Yen asked very puzzledly. There's so much nonsense, I want to keep you alive. Nyayan cursed in his heart, but his movements did not stop for a moment. When we reached the top of this tallest volcano, the blazing temperature seems to ignite everything. Looking down at the surging red magma below, Nyayan gritted his teeth and shouted, Black Flame, protect me. Then, under Hei Yan's almost dull gaze, Nyayan dived towards the surging red magma. Then, Black Flame reacted suddenly and activated his abilities with all his strength. Countless hard black scales began to grow rapidly around Nyayan. At the same time, Nyayan took out dozens of golden light shielding talismans at once and activated them together. The next moment, layers of golden light slowly emerged around Nyayan, and finally gathered together, surrounding Nyayan like a protective shield. Earth Escape Technique. Water Escape Technique. These two escape techniques were activated by Nyayan at the same time, and the next moment, Nyayun's figure completely escaped into the magma.
100 meters, 200 meters.
When Nyayun dived to the bottom of the magma, his pupils shrank sharply. At the very bottom of this magma, there is actually a nest of eggs the size of a millstone.
The egg of the lava crocodile. Nyayun's eyes turned cold as he recognized the egg's heels and glanced around. It stands to reason that the lava giant crocodile will not move far away from its nest after laying eggs, but why don't you see it now?
Roar! At this moment, a roar came from outside the crater.
This is not the voice of the Fox King. This voice belongs to another beast king, the giant lava crocodile.
Thinking of this, Nyayun suddenly breathed a sigh of relief.
Outside the volcano,
a nearly 100-meter-long giant crocodile appeared in the crater.
His skin seemed to be made of black rocks and red magma. He was covered in black smoke and seemed to be able to spit out countless flames at any time. And he was currently confronting a black fox the size of a giant elephant, not giving in. Obviously, the giant lava crocodile expressed strong dissatisfaction with the beast king who broke into his territory without authorization. But the Fox Emperor obviously did not have too many thoughts about getting involved with the lava giant crocodile.
Instead, he wanted to get close to the volcano where Nyayun was. But how could the giant lava crocodile let it get close? There are eggs laid by it at the bottom of this volcano. Hit by accident, this giant lava crocodile became Nyayun's free killer.
In just an instant, the two sides started fighting. The Fox Emperor obviously regarded the giant lava crocodile as Nyayun's accomplice.
Hearing a burst of shaking sounds from above, Nyayun, who was in the magma, showed a meaningful smile on his lips.
Fight, fight, beat him to death.
Soon, the battle on the volcano became more and more fierce.
Deafening roars passed through the thick lava and reached Nyayun's ears, making Nyayun, who was underground, dizzy for a moment.
Above the magma, it began to become extremely unstable, and huge rocks continued to fall from the top.
War. This is a big war.
It was also such a peak battle when Nyayun met Black Flame in Inyang Pond.
However, this time Nyayun had no intention of picking up the leaks.
This time, he just wanted to escape for his life. He is now in the magma, and the golden light covering his body cannot last long, and the iron shirt and scales outside his body cannot withstand the high temperature of the lava for a long time. He must leave this place as soon as possible. Nyayun was very calm about the current situation, looking at the nest of crocodile eggs, looking very reluctant to let go.
Greed is human nature. If you are not greedy, you are not a human being.
But excessive greed without knowing how to assess the situation and weigh the pros and cons will only bring disaster to oneself.
Nyayun is not stupid.
Now that he has stolen the Een Dragon Lotus, he has been chased by a beast king. If at this critical juncture, because of a little greed, he steals this nest of crocodile eggs, he will offend the two beasts. If the emperor pursues him, he will really die without a burial place. After thinking about it, Nyayun used two escape techniques to immediately escape into the ground and disappeared.
Spiritual vein thousands of meters underground.
Inside the volcano, Nyayun followed the flowing hot magma to the edge of the volcanic zone, then activated his earth escape technique and plunged into the ground. In this way, he ran for more than 100 miles underground, until the spiritual energy in his daintian was exhausted, and then he suddenly changed direction and escaped from the ground. The moment he saw the light of day again, Nyayun's body fell directly to the ground. His limbs seemed to be shackled with heavy shackles, making it difficult to move. The only thing he could do was to breathe heavily as his chest rose and fell.
Beast, you are a beast, you are really easy to deceive. Now, I see how you can still come after me.
At the same time, he couldn't help but feel very lucky for the adventure he had just taken. Although Nyayun had belittled the two beast kings at this moment, but if he really faced them, Nyayun would not dare to have the slightest contempt in his heart. Thanks to the 4-layer defense of the golden light shield, black stone armor, iron cloth shirt and black flame possession, I blocked most of the power of the magma.
Otherwise, I might be directly affected by the magma. Burned to ashes.
After resting on the spot for a long time and recovering some spiritual power in his daintian, Nyayun looked at the injuries on his body and felt lucky in his heart.
At this moment, his whole body had been severely burned, and the flesh and blood in many places had begun to gradually fall off, and even smelled like burning. He reluctantly took out a few healing elixirs, raised his head and drank them. The 9 turns of mind technique in the daintian began to slowly activate, absorbing the power of the medicine to restore the injury. "Hey Yin, how are you now?" While Niayun was refining the medicine to recover from his injuries, he also used part of his spiritual thoughts to transmit messages to the space within his body. Because of the special existence of space within the body, Niayun can borrow all the abilities of Black Flame for his own use. If Niayun himself was injured during this process, then most of the damage would be borne by the black flames in the space within his body. Deep in the magma, the golden light shielding talisman is almost no different from paper. Even now, Niayun still has lingering fears when he thinks about the scene of being completely enveloped by those high-temperature magma. Niayun was just a loner, and the injuries he received were already so serious. So how severe would the injuries of Hei Yen, the subject who suffered the damage, be? After waiting for a long time, Niayun suddenly frowned when he saw that Hei Yen still didn't respond. He felt something was wrong in his heart. He hurriedly separated part of his spiritual thoughts and sank into the space inside his body to start checking. In a dark and empty space, Heian huddled quietly in the corner, motionless, and his breath was weak and almost non-existent. At this moment, Heian's injuries were simply shocking. Almost all of his ferocious scales were burned to charcoal by the high temperature, and the surrounding area was filled with the smell of roasted meat. "Black Flame?" Niayun called softly, feeling a little bad in his heart. "Black Flame?" Seeing Hei Yen, there was still no reaction at all. Niayun's consciousness came directly to Hei Yen and yelled at him. "Boss, it's so hot." At this moment, Hei Yen's voice finally sounded intermittently in Niayun's mind. Seeing that it was a false alarm, Niayun let go of the huge stone hanging in his heart, raised his head and laughed, jokingly, "Are you still alive? I thought you were roasted." Then with a thought, he involuntarily took a bottle of healing elixir from another corner, laboriously opened Haiyan's mouth that was big enough to swallow a giant elephant, and stuffed the entire bottle of elixir and several rejuvenation pills into it. Be patient. When you get better, I will take you to eat and drink." Niayun's consciousness turned into a palm, and he placed it on Heiyan's head, stroking it gently. Niayun knew very well that if Black Flame itself was not extremely close to flames and had extremely high tolerance for flames, otherwise he would have been dead long ago after enduring most of the magma's power. Niayun used 2 escape techniques at the same time to forcefully escape into the magma. To be honest, this behavior still feels very risky for him when he thinks about it now. But the fact is that this adventure was very successful and helped Niayun temporarily escape the pursuit of a Beast King. As for being seriously injured, it would take a lot of elixirs to recover, but Niayun didn't care at all about these things. For him, as long as he can live, he will have many of these things in the future. With his consciousness returning, Niayun stood up and looked around, then took out a map and carefully identified his location. The location I am in now is less than 1,000 miles away from the place where I discovered the spiritual veins. For Niayun now, this distance is only a few hours. Niayun now holds the ghost inheritance in his hands, and his path to practice is smooth. The only thing that hinders Niayun's practice now is resources. Niayun was short of resources, very short of resources. It can be said that as long as Niayun is given enough resources, his strength will start to soar like a rocket. During this period, everything that happened around Niayun continued to force Niayun to practice cultivation quickly. He had a faint feeling that something big was about to happen in Xingyang town. After choosing a direction, Niayun escaped directly into the ground and escaped in the direction of the spiritual veins. Although Niayun now has the ability to use the wings of the white crane for a long time, flying in mid-air is too conspicuous, and he is still in the monster mountain range. Flying in the sky is far better than traveling underground. Safety. Time passed very quickly. With Niayun's methodical driving, fortunately there were no accidents along the way and he returned to the place where he discovered the spiritual veins. It only took 5 hours in terms of time. Along the way, Niayun had even planned how to spend the spiritual stones if this spiritual vein was dug out. But Niayun only stayed there for a moment, but did not choose to directly enter the spiritual veins.
Instead, he deliberately made several large circles around him. After multiple checks to confirm that no one was following him, he activated his earth escape technique and escaped underground. The deeper he dived into the ground, the richer the spiritual power in the ground felt. When he dived to a depth of 400 to 500 meters, Nyayan suddenly opened up in front of him and came to a huge underground cave.
This should be the inside of the spiritual vein.
As soon as Nyayan appeared in his spiritual veins, the rich and almost mist-like spiritual energy rushed toward him. Just taking a gentle breath would make him feel refreshed. The last time I discovered the spiritual vein, it was during the family competition. In order to prevent the family from discovering it, I only scanned the spiritual vein and did not dig it. Nyayan thought in his heart, and then smiled suddenly, but now, I have plenty of time.
What is now in front of him is a broad avenue of cultivation. As long as he digs out his spiritual veins and cooperates with the ghost inheritance, his realm and strength can be quickly improved to an incredible level. But Nyayan did not immediately start digging for spiritual veins. Instead, he activated his earth escape technique to shuttle through the spiritual veins. Nyayan III was a man who knew how to sail a 10,000-year-old ship with caution. Since the black evil tiger can enter the spiritual vein, does that mean other monsters can also enter the spiritual vein?
Therefore, before digging for the spiritual vein, Nyayan must ensure that the spiritual vein is absolutely safe.
Otherwise, if an accident occurs,
at the worst, your own safety cannot be guaranteed. More importantly, if this spiritual vein is known to outsiders, then the 4 major families in Xingyang town will definitely come to fight for this spiritual vein, and Nyayan will never be able to get half of the pie.
Nyayan didn't want to see either of these two, no matter what kind.
So the simplest way is to nip the danger in the bud and ensure that this spiritual vein is absolutely safe.
I thought so in my heart.
Suddenly, Nyayan, who was underground, seemed to hear some sparse and noisy sounds coming from afar. Hearing the voice in his spiritual veins, Nyayan suddenly felt a chill in his heart. The snow-white wind shadow sword immediately appeared in his hand, with black scales covering his whole body, showing his strongest attack posture, and he looked around cautiously.
What's going on? Is it possible that there are other monsters in this spiritual vein as I thought? So what should I do? If the monster is too powerful and invincible, then do I really have to give up on this spiritual vein? But I'm not willing to give in. If the monster is not strong, I can deal with it. Do I have to fight him in the spiritual vein? If that is the case, the spiritual vein will definitely be damaged. No, maybe I can use the same method to lure this monster out with Monkey King honey, and then get rid of it outside the spiritual veins. In just an instant, countless thoughts and speculations flashed through Nyayan's mind, and he was thinking about corresponding solutions very quickly. But the most important thing now is to figure out the source of this sound. Nyayan said secretly in his heart. In the daintian, the earth escape technique was slowly activated, and his body merged with the earth, slowly escaping in the direction of the sound. Tell me, why are you suddenly speeding up the process of digging for spiritual veins? That's right, many brothers have already collapsed from exhaustion, and if so many more people are sent to dig for spiritual veins at once, it can easily cause the spiritual veins to collapse. Work honestly and don't talk too much. Otherwise, you will be discovered by the elders and punished again. Besides, do you still have few spiritual stones in hand? On the other side of the spiritual vein, there were these disciples wearing the young family's unique warrior uniforms. They couldn't help but talk in low voices while digging for the spiritual vein. Great Elder, there is no rush to mine the spiritual veins. You should do it slowly. First, explore the specific situation of the entire spiritual vein. Mining in a controlled manner will allow the spiritual veins time to recover. The long-term and steady flow is the way to go. Seeing many disciples struggling to mine spiritual veins in front of them, a middle-aged man carrying a spear looked at the rickety old man next to him with a look of sadness, and said very sadly, "Such violent mining is tantamount to killing the goose that lays the egg." When the old man heard this, a trace of reluctance flashed in his eyes, and he sighed, "Young Foam, how could I not know what you said? Since you discovered this spiritual vein, you have been guarding here, so you don't know the situation in the outside world. The monster mountain range is very unstable now, and the activities of monsters around Yangtown are becoming more and more frequent,
and the beast tide that occurs every 5 years may be brought forward, but Yang Feng was suddenly speechless. It was obvious that he had not thought that such changes would occur in the outside world during the time he was guarding the spiritual veins. Before he could finish speaking, the old man's eyes glanced over, as if he saw what he was thinking. You may want to say that even if the beast tide is ahead of schedule, the family does not need to take such drastic measures and can send elders to guard it, right? Ha, the old man chuckled and shook his head slowly. It is not impossible to use all the strength of the family to preserve a spiritual vein in the beast tide. It's just that this spiritual vein is too far away from Qingyang town. Once the beast tide comes, countless monsters will fight for it, and it will definitely be exposed. When the news comes back to Qingyang town, the other 3 major families you must be jealous and want to come and get a share of the pie. By then, do you think that with the strength of your family, you can resist the joint siege of the other 3 families? So, after family discussion, instead of passively cutting off the flesh when the time comes, it is better to take advantage of the arrival of the beast tide, vigorously tap the spiritual veins, and make a huge profit. The old man spoke slowly, but his tone revealed a sense of iron blood. The great elder is wise. Yang Feng clasped his fists towards the old man and said in a deep voice, I am really lucky to have you here, elder. What he said just now made him suddenly enlightened, and at the same time he flattered him without any trace of it. The old man chuckled, obviously very impressed by this sentence, and waved his hand towards Yang Feng, hurry up and mine. As long as I'm here, there won't be any trouble here in a short time. But once the beast tide really comes, we have to leave. Yes. Nia Yun, who was in the dark, took in everything that had just happened, and his heart became solemn. Because he recognized the Yang family's exclusive warrior costumes on these people, and even recognized the identities of the last 2 people. The middle-aged man carrying a spear is Yang Feng, the elder of the Yang family. After a family competition, he once came to the family to beg for the captured family children who came to assassinate the Nia family members. The old man was even more terrifying. He had the upper hand with Nia Chi Bai in the 4 major family arena and forced Duaning Rong to bow his head. The elder of the Yang family, Yang Yuanchang. No wonder, during the arena competition, the combat power of the Yang family's disciples is generally much higher than that of the younger generation from other families. Especially Yang Hao, whose strength can be said to be the best among the younger generation. Nia Yun murmured in his heart, and some doubts from the past came to his mind one after another. First of all, the Yang family should not have discovered this spiritual vein for a long time. Otherwise, if they hold the spiritual vein, they can buy it directly when the Immortal Ascension token and barrier-breaking pill are auctioned, without having to go to a lot of trouble to rob them. While Nia Yun was thinking, his eyes turned back to the surrounding Yang family members who were uniformly dressed. Secondly, the strength of these people is too high. They have basically reached the level of martial arts. They are obviously not ordinary family members. And being able to participate in such things as digging for spiritual veins must be absolutely trustworthy people, so these people are extremely it's possible that he is the dead body raised by the Yang family. But if you have to use Deadpool to mine spiritual veins, it is obviously not in line with common sense. The only possibility is that the Yang family obtained this spiritual vein not long ago, and it was very sudden. We were unable to mobilize a large number of people to dig out the spiritual veins while covering everyone's eyes, so we had no choice but to use the powers hidden in the dark such as Deadpool. As Nia Yun thought like this, everything became clear. The time when the Yang family discovered this spiritual vein should have been after the auction, that is, within the past 6 months. However, the incident suddenly occurred and the beast wave was approaching. In order to cover up others' eyes, they mobilized all the deadliest servants in the family to mine the spiritual veins. Pulse. Relying on the only clues, Nia Yun calculated the most likely outcome in his mind. What can we do now? Nia Yun narrowed his eyes slightly and kept thinking in his mind. If only demonic beasts inhabit this spiritual vein, then although Nia Yun will find it troublesome, it is not impossible to solve it. But this spiritual vein is now occupied by the Yang family, so this matter becomes particularly difficult. After weighing the pros and cons, Nia Yun sighed in his heart. For today's plan, I can only give up. There are 2 elders of the Yang family stationed here, especially Yang Yuancheng. Their strength is only stronger than that of the Fox Emperor. I have no chance at all in front of such a strong man. Even once discovered, I risk being silenced. Niayun already wanted to give up at this moment, but he was very unwilling in his heart. Gradually, he narrowed his eyes and sneered, since I can't get it, then you can't get it either. System, I want to exchange it for a picture stone. Ding. It takes 1000 points to redeem the image stone. Do you want to redeem it? Yes. Ding. The exchange for image stone was successful. The item has been stored in the body space, please check it carefully. As soon as the system finished speaking, Niayun took out a palm-sized transparent stone from the space in his body. Spiritual power was injected into it, and then the transparent stone began to emit wisps of brilliance, imprinting all the scenes in front of it. After making sure that everything was imprinted, Niayun carefully put the image stone into the space inside his body. Just when Niayun was about to turn around and leave, leaving this place of right and wrong. Roar! Suddenly, an earth-shattering scream came from the outside world, causing the spiritual veins to vibrate. Upon hearing this sound, Yang Yuancheng and Yang Feng's expressions suddenly changed, and they rushed towards a certain direction of the spiritual veins. Niayun, who was inside the spiritual vein, also had a cold look in his eyes. This Fox King is still chasing after me. It seems that he really won't give up until he kills me. Should I run away now? Niayun was thinking this in his mind, but his eyes were always staring at the full storage bags hanging on the waists of the Deadpools. If he practiced step by step, even if Niayun had the system, he would not be able to improve his cultivation too much in a short period of time. But now that Niayun holds the ghost inheritance, it's different. What Niayun lacks is resources. As long as he has enough resources and enough spiritual stones, Niayun's strength can begin to grow rapidly. As he was thinking about it, a fierce light suddenly appeared in Niayun's black eyes. He stared at the spiritual vein in front of him with a sinister smile on his lips. As the saying goes, a man will not be rich without windfall, and a horse will not be fat without night grass. How can I give away my things to others?